Resident Evil 4 Remilk is the worst Resident Evil title I've ever played, the worst remake of a game I've ever played, and the worst title I've ever played in my entire life as a gamer. And I mean that with a passion as a true Resident Evil player. After Resident Evil 2 Remilk started the trend with bad Resident Evil games, and Resident Evil Village's developers demonstrated a lot of confusion with designing the story and gameplay for most of Resident Evil Village, Resident Evil 4 Remilk unfortunately followed that same downward trend, only with a much steeper decline in quality. The team behind this botched up mess of a remake have redefine what it means to be an incompetent development team by setting a brand new baseline in incompetency. I can't even bring myself to call Resident Evil 4 Remilk a game, let alone a remake, as it is of such poor soulless quality to the point of feeling like a pre-alpha, with some of the most amateurish mistakes I have ever seen in a AAA title. And no, when I call this a pre-alpha, I'm not talking about in relation to Gollum or that Kong game that have become meme sensations with their incredibly unfinished designs that are so noticeable on the surface, or with Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League with its false ideas on what being a game is. Resident Evil 4 Remilk, from the context of a pre-alpha, has nothing to do with bugs or glitches. It is a AAA title that has flaws so huge as a result of intended design choices that it fundamentally compromises the entire game experience. Yet these gameplay problems aren't so easily recognizable in the layman's eyes, and it's not just the gameplay that's the issue. The story, characters, screenplay, and writing are also below subpar quality. It is to the point where you have to wonder if the developers even played the original Resident Evil 4 or took designs from another title and applied it to Resident Evil 4 Remilk. This pre-alpha makes so much of a mockery of the original Resident Evil 4 that it makes no sense why it has received universal acclaim. The DLC is no different, with Separate Ways Remilk being the worst Resident Evil DLC I've ever played, and I know I'm gonna see the dislikes skyrocket assuming this retrospective gets prioritized in YouTube's algorithms, and I know the comments are probably gonna be littered with the obligatory "why do you play a title you hate" or other dumb comments on par with that, but I'm not gonna waste time addressing those idiots in the comments, since they don't care to listen or are too hypocritical, making it impossible to take them seriously. And I'm sure those people have already clicked off this video by now, so screw them. But to those who are still sticking around for this entire retrospective, much like what I did with my Resident Evil Village retrospective and my Shadows of Rose DLC retrospective, I will guide you from start to finish, addressing the mishaps with the story, characters, gameplay, screenplay, and writing for Resident Evil 4 Remilk, and then for Separate Ways Remilk. And hopefully, I'll also be able to educate you on additional details related to Resident Evil 4 OG's lore. I guess in a way, this is not only a retrospective on Resident Evil 4 Remilk and Separate Ways Remilk, but also on Resident Evil 4 OG and Separate Ways OG. This will be very interesting. With all that said, let's get into this train wreck of a Resident Evil title. This is going to be a pretty lopsided review slash retrospective, but it's fitting for complimenting a very lopsided Resident Evil title. But before we get into this, I can't not talk about the chainsaw demo for Resident Evil 4 Remilk. Even before Resident Evil 4 Remilk released, I already knew such extremely poor quality would be readily apparent throughout its entirety thanks to this demo. The chainsaw demo allowed you to play from the start of Chapter 1 all the way to the iconic Village encounter. For some reason, new Capcom decided not to take the same approach as Resident Evil 2 Remilk and Resident Evil Village, where they opted for timed demos. They instead chose not to make the chainsaw demo a timed demo. I already lambasted this practice of timed demos back in my Resident Evil Village retrospective, but new Capcom clearly took the feedback from how poorly handled the Resident Evil Village timed demos were and favored the standard demo format. I'm praising the developers for favoring the normal model of demos with Resident Evil 4 Remilk, but that's the only positive I can give this demo. Too bad it does a poor job at putting Resident Evil 4 Remilk in a better light. There were numerous gameplay issues and improper mentalities that I found in this demo, problems that would be preserved in the main experience. I'll talk about these problems when I get to that part. Having these problems be preserved in the final product was not surprising to me, as the Resident Evil demos since 2019 have always worked by taking a slice of the final product and putting it into the demo. The RPD demo from Resident Evil 2 Remilk, the Raccoon City demo from Resident Evil 3 Remake, and the Village and Castle demos from Resident Evil Village are one-to-one with the final version, minus some collectibles and cutscenes only found in the demos. This should be obvious to anyone who has actually kept up with the Resident Evil demos and played their corresponding final product versions, read developer news on the demos, and kept up with other Resident Evil news. But unfortunately, what should be common knowledge is apparently not common knowledge, as my video titled Resident Evil 4 Remilk is shaping up to be the worst remake I've ever played, received a huge amount of dislikes, and so many people kept calling me an idiot for thinking the demo was representative of the main experience, and they couldn't take my commentary seriously. They also said that these so-called issues would be fixed in the final version. Guess that really goes to show how many brain cells these people have. If they seriously think such issues can be fixed in a matter of weeks, they have no understanding of how game design works. Also, people had early access to Resident Evil 4 Remilk before it ever released, so that was further confirmation that new Capcom was not going to fix anything. Do I really need to say more? But going back to that video, ironically, I hadn't even intended for it to be viewed by such a large audience, as back then, my channel was obscure. The fact that I got such a large viewing out of the blue was surprising. I guess I can give this pre-alpha credit where it's due. Because of Resident Evil 4 4's popularity in gaming, the mainstream audience overly praising this pre-alpha, and how I was an outlier amid such overwhelming praise, such a large viewing was bound to happen sooner or later. But to sum it all up, the Chainsaw demo left an incredibly sour taste in my mouth, and it didn't help that Mad Chainsaw mode, the secret difficulty in the Chainsaw demo, was using poor gameplay designs for the foundations of its difficulty, designs that would ultimately transfer into hardcore and professional difficulty of the final version. I'll talk more about that later on, but having said all that, let's finally get into Resident Evil 4 Remilk, or at least the title screen of Resident Evil 4 Remilk, because there is something I need to point out. Remember how in Resident Evil Village, when you viewed the concept art, you got detailed information on certain story moments? What was going through the developers' heads when designing certain environments, characters, and story moments? What development of Resident Evil Village was like? What development of Resident Evil 7 was like? Etc. Well, in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, all of that is lost in the concept art. If there was ever an indication that the developers didn't understand Resident Evil 4's lore, or any indication of where their priorities were when designing this pre-alpha, this is rather conspicuous. One of the main things that new Capcom promised before Resident Evil 4 Remilk was released was that the original story would receive some much-needed improvements. You see, in an interview, Shinji Mikami, the original director of Resident Evil 4 OG, acknowledged that the story of Resident Evil 4 OG was constructed over the span of 3 weeks, and they ran out of time to contribute further to the story. I believe Separate Ways OG releasing on the PS2 version after the initial launch of the GameCube version of Resident Evil 4 OG represented attempts by the developers to further contribute to the story after initial development was done. As such, this apparently informed new Capcom's promise of improved storytelling to fans. I say apparently because the story in Resident Evil 4 Remilk feels like it was constructed over the span of a few hours, and the supposed improvements to the story are actually mockeries and over-exaggerations of certain details. It can really feel like a fan fiction at many points, not a cohesive story designed by experienced developers. The same goes for Separate Ways Remilk story, but the cuts to the story are only made more conspicuous by the fact that they removed Ada's reports entirely. In Separate Ways OG, the inclusion of Ada's reports made the story front and center. We were able to get additional insight into Luiz, Leon, Wesker's plans, the rival organization, the primary reason why Ada is infiltrating the Illuminados, and even Trisol from Resident Evil 5. Cutting them in Separate Ways Remilk goes to show how bad the story is. These issues will be described further when I get to them, but if the story was such a priority in new Capcom's eyes, why didn't they take a cue from Resident Evil Village when designing the concept art and instead opted to make the concept art devoid of any details? Keep this question in mind as we go through this pre-alpha, which we'll actually get into this time. When we start this pre-alpha, we get a cutscene of a girl being sacrificed by the Illuminados. I don't understand the point of this cutscene. It's clearly not Ashley, as she's one of the main characters. I assume this is one of those hikers kidnapped by the Illuminados, but all we need to know is that they've gone missing. We don't need this scene at all, much like the intro to the first scenario in Resident Evil 2 Remilk with that truck driver eating a burger. And why do the Illuminados choose to sacrifice this girl rather than infect her with the Plaga? This is a question I pondered in Separate Ways OG as well. In Separate Ways OG, the Ganados chose to sacrifice Ada, but that was before they realized her connection to Luiz. And I was hoping this question will be answered in the Remilk, but it's not. And it's funny because in Separate Ways Remilk, there's a file that mentions not to slay outsiders at will, as all people have the right to fair judgment, which is such a dumb piece of lore, as the Plagas don't care about justice, they care about spreading and procreating. Why would fair judgment matter in this case? What were the developers thinking with this file? Am I supposed to believe this girl was judged and she received a death sentence for some reason? The only kind of answer I've been given to these questions is from the Resident Evil podcast team, who believe that based on Illuminados 4.3, the villagers needed to sacrifice crops, animals, and people to Saddler in a sort of Wicker Man scenario that promotes healthy crops and repel famine and pestilence. When outsiders are found, they're used instead of anything related to the villagers, so these sacrifices have nothing to do with the Plaga. This girl was probably an outsider that wandered into the village and was therefore used in the ritual as part of Illuminados 4.3. Whether she received judgment or not prior to this ritual is unclear, especially when considering that the final page in the file titled Village Records Volume 3 doesn't list a specific date as to when the two outsiders listed here were killed. The exact time when the Illuminados decided not to slay outsiders recklessly is unclear. While this may make sense, it only justifies how pointless this sacrifice scene is if it has nothing to do with the Plaga. After that completely pointless sacrifice scene, we finally get to Leon's introduction, and we can draw our first comparison between Resident Evil 4 OG and Resident Evil 4 Remilk to showcase the difference in the developers' priorities. In Resident Evil 4 OG, the introduction isn't framed so much around Leon. There's clearly intent by the developers to link back to the prior Resident Evil games in order to set up the status quo for Resident Evil 4 OG. Leon talks about key events like the murders in the Arclay Mountains that set up the events of Resident Evil 1 Remilk, the Raccoon City incident that occurred during Resident Evil 2 OG and Resident Evil 3 OG, and Operation Bacillus Terminate, which was the thermobaric missile strike that destroyed Raccoon City. The intro even uses scenes from Resident Evil 3 OG, even though Leon isn't in that game. He then talks about the collapse of Umbrella, ending the introduction. Just based on these scenes alone, you can tell that Resident Evil 4 OG's story is not framed to be a character-centric story. It's framed to be be part of an overarching narrative. They wanted to continue the story that they set up in Resident Evil 1 Remilk. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, the context for this introduction is completely different, as it's now framed around Leon instead of an overarching narrative, though to be fair, given the lack of story and lack of deep lore in Resident Evil 2 Remilk, it would be hard to frame this intro around an overarching narrative. And I guess if the Remilk timeline is not canon, then I guess that would only inform a more character-centric story. That being said, they still go out of their way to reference the events of Resident Evil 2 Remilk, and I can't help but feel like the focus on a character-centric story only served to make new Capcom not care about their own lore and favor very confusing or outrageous scenarios with the Plagas. These confusing and outrageous scenarios with the Plagas will be elaborated on later, and it also doesn't help that in order to give the illusion of development with Leon's character, they have to make him act out of the character initially, which is really dumb writing, but that will also be elaborated on further. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk's introduction, Leon talks about the events of Raccoon City, which took place on September 30th, 1998. He doesn't talk about the murders that took place in the Arclay Mountains, though the developers still show trees that are clearly meant to showcase the landscape of the Arclay Mountains. He then says that the cop inside him died that day, and that Raccoon City was wiped out by Umbrella's bioweapons. It still bugs me to this day that these Remilks don't insist on using the term BOWs instead of such a layman term like bioweapons. It feels disconnecting to the universe of Resident Evil if the term BOWs is not used, and it conveys a desire from new Capcom to oversimplify everything and not clarify distinctions. The last Resident Evil media where the term BOWs was used was in Resident Evil Vendetta, which was released back in 2017. And I'm well aware that Resident Evil Infinite Darkness uses the term, but only twice, so I'd hardly call it applicable. Leon then says that while he somehow made it out, so many others were unlucky. He was then asked to join a top-secret government program with no choice in the matter. In the canon timeline, it was Adam Benford who questioned Leon in Resident Evil The Dark Side Chronicles when Leon was detained by the US government after escaping from Raccoon City. Leon was then made a part of Adam's clandestine group in the fight against bioterrorism. Leon and Adam maintained a close friendship over the years fighting BOWs, with Leon even divulging his survivor's guilt to Adam and how he wanted to pull the trigger on himself, which led to Adam consoling Leon. I find it very odd that for this Remilk timeline, new Capcom decided to not include Adam Benford. I'll explain later on. Leon then summarizes how he went through training and punishing missions that nearly killed him, but they helped to take his mind off his traumas. Now, this part is confusing because it makes it seem like he went on missions that had nothing to do with BOWs. In the canon timeline, Leon's missions had to do with BOWs entirely, which makes sense as he had first-hand exposure to the threat of BOWs. His support would be paramount to other soldiers who had never faced the threat of BOWs. It's like in Resident Evil Vendetta, where Chris Redfield aided the Mexican GAFE in apprehending Glenn Arias as intel found that Arias was in possession of BOWs. His support was needed due to his first-hand exposure to BOWs. But in the Remilk timeline, Leon is just put on random missions that had nothing to do with BOWs, which is odd considering the US Army is already handling such missions. Why would a top-secret government program be handling such missions if their entire focus is around BOWs? And on top of this, Krauser is shown in this introduction as well, and he's been retconned to be Leon's mentor instead of a close ally. This is a very bizarre choice, and I'll elaborate on this later on, as Krauser is characterized so poorly in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, and it seems odd that they would just casually show Krauser here and not have Leon mention him if he's been retconned to be Leon's mentor, someone with a seemingly high level of prominence in Leon's mind. This really comes across as a warning sign for how the developers will handle Krauser later on. Leon then finally concludes his introduction with a meme-worthy statement.
If I could just forget what happened that night. The pain. Even for a second. This time, it can be different.
What pain?
So, are you guys like boyfriend and girlfriend?
No. We're just... well, we actually just met last night.
Yeah. That would have been one hell of a first date, though.
Yeah, you have no idea. He was friendly.
Hey, you guys can adopt me.
Adopt you.
We can get a puppy
Puppy.
and a parrot.
Parrot.
I always wanted pets, but my mom said they're too messy.
Next up on this boring Wednesday is a song to get your blood pumping.
Yeah, don't get me started with pain after your poor writing, new Capcom. And isn't it weird how Leon goes from a more bleak individual with occasional sass in Resident Evil 2 OG to a more upbeat yet serious character in Resident Evil 4 OG, and it's now flipped in the Remilk timeline, going from a goofy character in Resident Evil 2 Remilk to a pretty bleak and soulless character in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. What is up with new Capcom flipping things like that? That kind of flipping was in Resident Evil 2 Remilk, but that's best reserved for another retrospective. And relating back to Adam Benford, if new Capcom is now favoring the whole typical traumatized survivor persona for Resident Evil 4 Remilk Leon, why would they not add Adam Benford into this? Adam would have complemented this personality trait in Leon, and it would at least demonstrate that new Capcom is not afraid to incorporate lore from prior Resident Evil games into their remakes. And if they're going to remake each of the Resident Evil games up to Resident Evil 6, and Adam Benford is a crucial character in that game, given that he's the president during that game, then I feel it would have made sense to incorporate Adam Benford here. But returning to this introduction, the part where Leon says, this time it can be different, it has to, I don't understand what that's even related to. They don't follow up on that quote very well, and it's just mentioned out of nowhere when Leon is putting Ashley in that chair, like the developers thought the player would forget. Talk about slapdash writing. We then transition to the car scene where Leon is having a conversation with a veteran policeman and a newbie policeman helping him out. There are some differences to note with this scene. In Resident Evil 4 OG, Leon acknowledges that he was assigned to protect the president's family and that Ashley was abducted just before he was to take up his duties in protecting them. When the policeman asks who Leon really is and why he is here in order to start a conversation with him, he reminds them that they were briefed earlier that he was here to rescue the president's daughter and that he has reliable information that a girl that looks similar to Ashley was in the area. That reliable information, as outlined in the Kaitai Shinso for Resident Evil 4 OG, came from Ada anonymously, but it was taken with a grain of salt given that they had very few leads on Ashley's location and believed that this was originally a ploy. Ada knew that Leon would be assigned this mission if she gave the information on Ashley's whereabouts to the US government, which would allow him to indirectly aid her in her mission to obtain a dominant Plaga sample. She didn't do this for Wesker but for her own mission, as she was tasked by the rival organization that they both worked for to betray Wesker. When Leon asks why they were here, the policemen say they had direct orders from the chief to accompany Leon on his mission. When they get to the village area, the policemen are clearly familiar with its existence, which sells the deception that the infected villagers were acting normal. Leon then tells the policeman that he'll have a look around while the policemen opt to stay in the car. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, however, the intelligence department already found where Ashley was. They didn't receive help from Ada anonymously, so this makes it seem like Ada wasn't planning on using Leon to indirectly help her. She also confirms this in Chapter 2 of Separate Ways Remilk when she reaches the church. The dialogue for this car scene is a little strange. The policemen don't seem to be well informed, as they ask why Leon was here and who he's looking for. And based on the fact that the chief himself told the policeman to help Leon, they deduce that the person he was looking for was important. Then for some reason, Leon jokes that they didn't come all the way out here to roast marshmallows as if to size them up, like he believes their carefree attitude means they're not taking this seriously. It's a pretty odd transition for a conversation, as there's not enough indication of their carefree attitude, so the transition to sizing them up seems pretty sudden. It's also odd to size them up like this if they aren't aware of who specifically they're trying to find. In Resident Evil 4 OG, Leon does something similar, but it makes sense when he does it. Not only are the policemen aware that Leon is looking for the president's daughter, but we see a couple of indications of the policeman's carefree attitude. The driver says he got the short end of the stick with being forced to drive out to the middle of nowhere. The other cop jests to Leon that he's a long way from America and that he has his sympathies given that they're driving into the middle of nowhere. And the same cop found it odd that Leon was searching for the president's daughter all by himself. By the way, in case you're wondering why only Leon was sent to retrieve the president's daughter and not a large-scale search and rescue team, in the canon timeline, because the US government believes a traitor was responsible for the kidnapping, many people were investigated, including members of the Secret Service, anyone related to Ashley, and even active agents. Only a handful of people knew about the kidnapping due to the fact that the US government could not determine who the traitor was. As such, deploying a large team would be out of the question. Instead, Leon was the only agent sent in after going through extensive background checks and evaluations. This isn't mentioned in the Remilk for some reason. They just say only one agent was specifically chosen for this task. I can understand Leon poking fun at the policeman by saying they didn't just come here to sing Kumbaya at some Boy Scout bonfire if he feels they're not understanding the gravitas of the situation, but in the Remilk, it doesn't feel right. All that happens is the policeman asks Leon a question. Leon says he's looking for someone. The policeman deduces that that someone must be very important, and then addresses that the chief gave the orders to the policeman to help Leon. And from that, Leon identifies a carefree attitude and starts poking fun at them. It's so odd just rewatching it. But anyway, the policeman says that Leon has a strange sense of humor and then lets Leon in on a little secret just between the three of them. People have been disappearing around this area for a while, but why does he call this kind of information a secret? This feels like police relevant information worth sharing if it relates to another case. Why would it be a secret sharing this kind of information to someone looking for someone else in the same area? That is pretty odd writing. And after hearing this, Leon then says that this should be another day at the office. This seems rather cavalier and indifferent when I hear Leon say that line. I'm surprised he doesn't consider those disappearances as being relevant to Ashley's abduction, as she was abducted by an organized group. He doesn't consider it odd that other disappearances occurred in the area where Ashley was last seen. In the canon timeline, during Operation Javier, Leon knew about missing girls that were reported missing from various villages, and he considered it relevant to his mission. Why Why would Remilk Leon not consider the disappearances of these hikers to be relevant to Ashley's abduction? It's so bizarre. The policeman then says that last week some hikers went missing, which likely relates back to the girl who was sacrificed at the start. In Resident Evil 4 OG, there was no mention of other disappearances on the drive to the village, only that Ashley was here. But they added those additional disappearances into this remake for some reason. It makes you wonder why the police haven't investigated these disappearances if they seem well known. I get that the drive out to this area is long, but that shouldn't hinder their investigation unless these cops are truly crooked or lazy. Leon ends the conversation by sarcastically saying that he's sure they'll do their best to help him. Driving further along, they finally reach the village, as the newbie policeman says. The veteran policeman then has to answer a call from nature before he spots something and walks off by himself without telling the others, and he just ignores the fact that there are candles and fallen statues everywhere, which should profile as unusual in his mind. This seems like incongruous behavior for someone that Leon identified as carefree, and he identified a veteran policeman as carefree, yet this doesn't feel like a veteran policeman. The screenplay is really weird. The newbie cop then tells Leon to investigate, and it's so weird that Leon has to be told to see what's going on when he's a special agent. In Resident Evil 4 OG, he got out of the car on his own accord since he had a mission to complete, which makes more sense. But in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, he has to be told to go and investigate for some reason. So overall, the original version of the car ride feels better. We finally take control of Leon as he's searching for the missing veteran officer. I must say, the layout of this entrance to the village is very strange in this Remilk. We have this singular path that seems like a main road for cars, but with the way it narrows, it doesn't make sense. I could understand this design a bit if it's like a side road that branches off the main road, but it's not. It's a continuation of the main road. There's a tree on the ground like it's blocking off cars, which doesn't matter if the road is narrowing like this. There are a bunch of statues and candles on the ground, a bunch of shrubbery blocking the way, some fence lines, two collapsed structures on either side, a warning sign, a dead animal, and some barbed wire. There's also a gate, which I can't tell if it's meant to be the entrance to the village or the entrance into someone's property. A lot of the objects here don't make sense in their placement in the environment. We then get to the villager's house, which is right in the middle of the path, so everything we just walk through and pass by seems to be part of this villager's front yard. How bizarre. And there's no way around the house, meaning you'd have to pass through this house to even get to the main village area. This seems rather inconvenient and confusing for structural design. I don't think the developers really thought of the layout of this entrance properly. I find it hard to believe that the entrance to the village was like this before Osmond Sadler took it over. Shouldn't the policemen know of a better way to get into this village area if they're familiar with its existence? There's clearly another way into this village area that does not involve this path, because how did the Ganados drag the newbie policeman into the village area to be burned? And how did they do the same with the other police officer that was offered to Lago? This is quite silly just examining this area. The layout of the village entrance makes a lot more sense in Resident Evil 4 OG. You have a bridge that's wide enough to allow vehicular transportation for a remote village. The pathways feel wide enough to allow travel through the area. The villager's house is off to the side, not directly in the middle of the path. There's a definite amount of logic to the village entrance's designs. I can rationalize the village looking like this before Sadler took it over, since we know that the villagers traded their harvest to nearby towns for pesetas. They also had that truck blocking the way, which I assume is there because Leon was photographed by the Illuminados before he actually made his way to the village, so they knew he was coming. This really feels like a village that's trying to hide its true colors compared to Resident Evil 4 Remilk with its on-the-nose horror designs for the village entrance that should make Leon more alert. The only thing that's confusing is how the Ganados killed one of the policemen, then burned his body in the village square before Leon got there, so I see this confusing moment with the screenplay got preserved in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. But this village entrance design in the Remilk reminds me of how in Resident Evil 2 OG the RPD had no bathrooms, or how in Resident Evil 2 Remilk the lab's design seems overly spacious for no reason, like they had to somehow create a ludicrous amount of space within the sewers that shouldn't be possible rather than work with the space provided to construct the lab, which is why the lab looks mechanical and clunky in Resident Evil 2 OG. But anyway, I thought I'd just point this out. Leon makes his way to the villager's house where another comparison has to be drawn. In Resident Evil 4 OG, Leon enters the villager's house to confirm the whereabouts of Ashley. The villager isn't behaving oddly in the scene, he's just stoking a fire. It might seem strange that he doesn't respond to Leon initially when he addresses him, but an argument could be made that Leon thought he had a hearing problem or the villager couldn't hear him. The villager then turns around, sees the photo of Ashley when Leon asks him to identify her, then tells Leon to get out for entering his house, which Leon is about to do before the villager tries to surprise attack him. This forces Leon to draw his gun and demand that the villager stands down, to which he doesn't respond. In an act of self-defense, Leon ends up having to kill him. From here, another Ganado drives the truck that was blocking the path to the village into the policeman's car, while the other Ganados kill the two policemen. Leon relays the situation to Hunnigan about how he had no choice but to neutralize one of the locals while the others are surrounding the building. Leon taking the time to relay the situation to Hunnigan Hunnigan immediately feels logical if he neutralized what he thought was a human being. Of course, upon finding that stash of skulls in the back, Leon realizes that these Ganados are murderers. Dealing with the rest of the Ganados, he moves on. One of the main takeaways from this scene is how it sells the initial deception of the Plagas. There aren't any noticeable physical deformities or other problems with the villagers caused by the Plagas infection. The villagers appear normal and behave normal at first glance. Hiding in plain sight was one of the main points of the Plagas as a BOW. The art direction of Resident Evil 4 OG complements the story direction with the Plagas. How is the scene handled in the Remilk though? Well, Leon enters the villager's house and can even take the time to go into another room and inspect an Illuminados charm for some reason. Why he would be doing this, I don't know. He also sees symbols, objects, and writing on the walls of this house that don't catch his eye for some reason. He then enters the kitchen area, and out of the blue, the villager comes out of nowhere. This manner of presenting the villager completely defeats the main point of the Plagas, which is to hide in plain sight. He's presented like some kind of creepy fellow or like a ghost, and look at this guy's face. He has red eyes and there's no real expression on his face. He also behaves weirdly by walking away from Leon and chanting to himself. I can't help but feel like the developers skipped a step with designing the Ganados in this pre-alpha. They favored artistic quality at the cost of narrative integrity. It's like these developers played Resident Evil 4 OG back in 2005 and just utilized the rough idea of the Ganados to make the Ganados in this pre-alpha. If this is what happens to individuals after being infected by the subordinate Plaga and having it fully mature inside of them, then I question how exactly the Illuminados' plan to infect Ashley and use her to get to the president could possibly work out. That's the initial confusion presented by this scene, but after looking over some files and talking with the Resident Evil podcast team, it's actually indicated that Ashley was injected with the superior species Plaga, which is basically the subordinate Plaga, but without the physical deformities and loss of intelligence. I find contention with this idea of the superior species Plaga, but I'll elaborate on this later on. But despite seeing these deformities and unusual behavior, especially after trekking through that front yard which had candles, statues, barbed wire, blood, and dead animals, and seeing all this unusual iconography in this house, things that would make any normal person wary of another, Leon treats him like he's not acting odd and just says sorry to barge in like this. What is going through his head right now? Leon then tries to address the villager and ask if the veteran police officer passed through here in Spanish, like that'll somehow work, and he still doesn't get an answer. The idea of a special agent learning a different language in case they go to another country makes sense, but I question why they would make Leon speak Spanish here, when this is the only time he'll ever speak in this language. It doesn't really serve much of a purpose other than to make fans giddy at the idea of Leon speaking a different language. It's like in Resident Evil 2 Remilk, where Claire or Leon gets access to a radio in the first scenario, but they only use it 2 times for talking with Marvin, and that's it. So why introduce the radio in the first place for Resident Evil 2 Remilk? That's what I think of when seeing this. And again, it feels like a non sequitur to reason that despite seeing these unusual features in this villager, speaking a different language will somehow help. Leon then finds the veteran policeman's bloody badge on the ground, almost implying that he was knocked unconscious in this kitchen area, then locked in the basement. So basically, despite this officer seeing the same telltale signs that Leon saw, which should indicate that this villager shouldn't be trusted, he did the same thing as Leon and trusted the villager enough to start talking with him. Are you serious? How clueless can you possibly be? But back to this scene, when Leon is inspecting the badge, the villager then decides to attack him, forcing Leon to stop his acts with his knife, then kick the villager into the wall, breaking his neck. He doesn't even try to put distance between himself and the villager to give the villager a chance to freeze like in Resident Evil 4 OG. He just flat out kills him out of impulse. That's hardly a showcase of proper restraint and discipline that's expected for a government agent like him. And considering that Leon seemingly brushed off the dark iconography he saw prior to this moment, alongside him treating the villager like there was nothing wrong with him, this should have made Leon not respond so brutally to the villager's attack. Even after finding the bloody badge, there's no reason for Leon to favor the brutal option. But instead, he's like an easily spooked, trigger-happy cop. It's so out of character for Leon to behave like this. He then hears the officer screaming, implying there was another Ganado in the basement, but there's only one way in and out of the basement, so how is that possible? And despite killing this villager that seemed okay in Leon's eyes initially, and hearing the officer screaming in the basement, Leon decides to not contact Hunnigan immediately about the current situation, and all he says is, "This is not good." Like, what is wrong with him? Why is he favoring such questionable actions? Is he that shaken up by what's happening that he forgets he has a radio? Like, this is so laughable. They're already selling Leon's character short with this kind of cavalier attitude. He really comes across as rather dense in this scene, a personality trait that will show itself at many other points in this pre-alpha. In fact, having mentioned Hunnigan, can I just say how weird it is that he didn't immediately contact Hunnigan upon leaving the car to say that he's reached the village? I only just realized that. After that little scuffle, Leon heads down into the basement and finds the dead policeman. On his radio, Leon hears the newbie officer being abducted. I can't help but feel like they separated out the officers like this in order to have it make more sense how the villagers captured the police officer to burn him at the stake in the village square compared to Resident Evil 4 OG. But the thing is, this opens up more questions. Why did the veteran officer walk off on his own and not inform Leon and the other officer? Why does the road narrow onto a person's property? Is it just to have the police car be unable to turn, effectively preventing the officer from escaping the villagers? How did the villagers get to the village area from there when I already acknowledged the layout doesn't make sense? How did the veteran officer die in the basement if no one was there? New Capcom's efforts to set up the officer being burned came with a lot of confusion. More confusion than what was already there in Resident Evil 4 OG. After Leon inspects the officer's body, he tries to leave the basement only to encounter the same villager he killed, but now being puppeteered by the Plaga even more, something that never happened in Resident Evil 4 OG. Leon simply expresses shock when he sees him, and then when he kills the villager, he simply says that this keeps getting worse, which is a confusing line because it's almost implying he went into this mission expecting BOWs, but that was never confirmed by the intelligence department. Instead of this line, I would expect him to question if BOWs are at play here given how noticeable this mutation is. Leon never questioned the presence of BOWs in the beginning of Resident Evil 4 OG because the first villager didn't undergo any further mutation when dead since it was daytime. But here, it makes no sense for Leon to be this slow to catch on. And in Resident Evil 4 OG, Leon can inspect the body of the villager he killed and make this comment: he's not a zombie. It may seem odd for Leon to make this contextually inappropriate comment when inspecting this body, but given that writing in games back in the mid-2000s era worked differently to the present era of gaming, and gaming as a whole worked differently during this generation, I can excuse this comment to be a meta-game element, meaning it's a feature or event that transcends the fictional world of the game and communicates directly to the player and is not perceived by the characters. So when this text appears saying he's not a zombie, this is the developer's way of addressing to the player that while they've been used to zombies in the prior Resident Evil games as the basic form of BOW, Resident Evil 4 focuses on a different kind of BOW. So that explains that, but in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, Leon can't inspect the body. He can even see tendrils coming out of the villager's neck but doesn't say anything. Is none of this sparking any memories of Raccoon City if they're trying to play the traumatized survivor card here for Leon now? This should be a clear indication that BOWs are at play here. I can't really understand why they would do this for the screenplay and the writing. Leon returns upstairs, sneaks past the two Ganados that for some reason are in this building, finds a secret door opened by the other Ganados, and heads up to the top level of the house, where he finds a room that has pictures of the village and Ashley on the wall. Why such a web of information would be in a random villager's house, I have no idea. There was nothing like this in Resident Evil 4 OG. Leon then finally contacts Hunnigan about the situation, saying that Ashley is likely in this village. The reason he says likely is because in the loading screen of Chapter 1, Leon was apparently following eyewitness reports. Quite an unreliable source of information, and confusing too because what random individuals are going to be in this remote village area, see Ashley, then report to the local police? How could they get out of the village without being killed by the cult to report to the police? Also, the policeman didn't even know Leon was looking for Ashley. If Leon was relying upon eyewitness reports, the police should have known he was looking for Ashley, but apparently not. And it's weird that they didn't know that Leon was looking for Ashley because the intelligence department had confirmed sightings of Ashley in the village area somehow, and then brought local law enforcement to assist. What they told the police is unclear, but overall, there are loopholes and confusing moments with the way they set up how Leon got Ashley's location. Ada giving an anonymous tip on Ashley's location to the US government so that they would then send Leon, and he would indirectly help her with her mission makes more sense in Resident Evil 4 OG than how they set it up here in this Remilk. Not to mention it helps contribute to the character dynamics and connections between the characters in Resident Evil 4 OG, something that this Remilk severely lacks. But I'll talk more about that later on. Hunnigan acknowledges their intel being correct before Leon tells her to find intel on a nearby lake, believing Ashley is there. Leon then decides to tell her what happened to his escorts and to the people in this village, which again feels so delayed in when he chooses to call her compared to Resident Evil 4 OG. The villagers then break through the door. Leon stands around for a bit, then decides to jump through the window and take a chance to escape them. The confusing layout of this area shows itself again. Leon is behind the house. There's no back door or anything. One has to wonder how the villagers even opened that secret door in the house. Where were they the entire time? And when you go across this bridge here, there's blood. Like they dragged a person or animal across it, but from where? Like it's very strange. Making our way through the forest in the daytime, we can either deal with 3 Ganados to get some loot or run past them. I always run past them, but if you want, you can run to the door that leads to the village square, not open it, wait for the 3 Ganados to reset, then stealth kill the enemy inside the shed to get the loot. You can get a flash grenade and some pistol ammo. With all that done, we can now make our way over to the village siege encounter, a legendary and iconic sequence in all of Resident Evil history that they absolutely ruined in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. Expect me to not only talk about how this is an abject failure in game design, but also talk about at length the numerous problems with Resident Evil 4 Remilk's combat and enemy design designs that this encounter highlights. Let's talk about the initial introduction to the village siege. There are villagers gathered around the dead officer and other villagers patrolling the side areas. At first glance, the sequence looks like it's promoting stealth. One of the main mechanics advertised a lot in Resident Evil 4 Remake was the introduction of stealth mechanics. This introduction looks like it complements this idea, but it doesn't. The first thing is that the way out of the village is blocked by one villager that never moves. Secondly, if you decide to step within certain zones of this village square, you'll get put into a combat status, even when the enemies can't see you. Also, while you can shoot your gun to lure the enemies so long as you don't hit them directly during this village square encounter, even if you get certain villagers out of the way, you can't escape this encounter. Trying to leave will put you into a combat status, which invalidates the stealth, and don't even think about trying to stealth kill most of the villagers. The stealth kills do not contribute to the kill counter that ends this encounter. And while there are certain villagers that can be stealth killed without putting you into a combat status, stealth killing the other villagers will put you into a combat status. Everything is done this way because of the fact that new Capcom thought it would be unceremonious to skip an iconic moment. The fact that the precedent set at the start of this pre-alpha is that the stealth is invalidated as an option, despite a large amount of the marketing highlighting the importance of the stealth, and despite the face validity of the village encounter coming across as a stealth sequence, is very strange for the developers to do, and it hints towards how the stealth is handled later on. Left with no choice, you're forced to engage in combat, which is where the ugly side to Resident Evil 4 Remilk really shows. If there was ever a phrase to describe Resident Evil 4 Remilk's combat, it's this. It's Resident Evil 1 Remilk and Resident Evil 2 Remilk mentalities clashing with Resident Evil 4 OG mentalities. But before I get into the combat, it's worth voicing that even though this is a new take on combat for an RE engine Resident Evil title, new Capcom for some reason doesn't introduce the player to enough enemies before the village fight. If they had introduced more enemies before this village encounter, this would allow the player to properly grasp the combat systems and how the enemy engagements either complement or don't complement the combat systems. With a supposedly faster-paced title filled with groups of enemies and having each enemy have more than one attack, the prioritization of introducing the player to the fundamental flow of combat should be paramount. This was understood in Resident Evil 4 OG. Old Capcom gave you plenty of enemies to deal with prior to the village siege in order to grasp the mechanics, enemy behavior, and general flow to the gameplay. They didn't need to follow the same schema with Resident Evil 5 since the gameplay systems worked off of Resident Evil 4 OG, and it was expected that players going to Resident Evil 5 would have already played Resident Evil 4 OG. This for some reason is not favored in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. Of course, they probably expected that people would play the chainsaw demo, then play Resident Evil 4 Remilk, so the setup before the village siege probably doesn't matter, but that seems rather presumptuous of them. We then get into the combat, and the poor designs and questionable designs are numerous. To talk about general combat, let's start with the movement. Leon is incredibly sluggish in this pre-alpha, to the point where he's the slowest character in all of Resident Evil history. A lot of his animations are very lengthy, such as when he is turning to run away. His sprint speed is incredibly slow, and he really isn't versatile in this pre-alpha to complement the attack design to the enemies. And it doesn't help that a lot of the enemy attacks have phantom range, so even if you somehow turn Leon to go into a sprint, and it looks like you'll avoid the hit, you'll still get hit. Somehow, he's way faster and more versatile in Resident Evil 4 OG, even though that game utilizes a tank control based system. Many of the enemies are faster than Leon, which just looks silly when seeing an old woman somehow run faster than him. I can't even begin to tell you how many times I called out Leon's incredibly slow movement in my blind playthrough and in my other videos. The sense of sluggishness in a supposedly faster paced title like Resident Evil 4 Remilk is not just present in Leon's movement, but in other mechanics as well. The Reticle system is a great example of this. For some reason, rather than favor the fan favorite and non-standardized laser-sighted system from Resident Evil 4 OG that complemented the faster-paced nature of that game, the Remilk decides to favor the same focused reticle-based system from Resident Evil 2 Remilk and Resident Evil 3 Remake, while making the laser sight a purchasable item in the merchant. This makes absolutely no sense. I can't help but feel like the only reason they included this system was because the previous Remilks had this mechanic. However, while this may be the same system, Resident Evil 4 Remilk's reticle has some additional problems. Not only do you have to focus the reticle to get a more precise shot, but you have to deal with weapon sway as well. Worse still, the guns in Resident Evil 4 Remilk are projectile-based rather than hit-scan-based, so bullets have travel time to them. Because of this, you often have to lead your shots, which forces you to move your reticle, which will then cause you to have to focus the reticle again. And whenever you fire your shots, the reticle moves upward because of the recoil, yet the character should already be accounting for this and recentering it themselves, so you have to move the reticle down every time, which blooms the reticle, and it further contributes to the sluggishness of the shooting. It's unnecessarily tedious for no reason. And what's also weird is that the focus reticle system in Resident Evil 4 Remilk has passive benefits. If you focus your reticle, you get increases to your critical hits and also have a better chance of staggering enemies. You heard me right, a better chance, because apparently Resident Evil 4 Remilk has to work like an RPG game with stat-based gameplay. Stuns on enemies have gone from believable, worthwhile, and well-designed to now using cumbersome methods to deplete an invisible stun HP bar that stuns enemies once it hits 0. I cringe at the thought of a survival horror game ever embracing such outdated designs. distance. When are enemies ever going to stand still in Resident Evil 4 Remilk? This mechanic only ever seems to be applicable for enemies that are at a distance. And the candle on the cake is that the passive benefits offered by the focus reticle system are completely insubstantial on professional difficulty because the enemies barely stagger from focus shots. The only time the focus reticle system ever feels worthwhile is when you're shooting enemies while they're sprinting because the stun HP depletion is greater, but that comes with some more awkward, tedious gameplay moments. If you have the laser sight, your shots get classed as focus shots, which allows you to bypass the reticle system, but this just seems like a dumb way to encourage people to get the laser sight, and there are better purchases from the merchant than a useless laser sight. The fact that the developers do this just clearly shows the reticle designs were intentional, so they clearly didn't understand how the focus reticle system was a jarring design for this kind of Resident Evil title, especially for a remake of a Resident Evil title that popularized the laser sight. But overall, the focus reticle system only contributes to the sluggishness of the gameplay and is diametrically opposed to the supposedly faster-paced nature of the Resident Evil 4. This is such a fundamental misunderstanding of game design. In Resident Evil 2 Remilk and Resident Evil 3 Remake, there was no weapon sway, and to my knowledge, the bullets were hit-scan based, not projectile-based. The reticles also didn't bloom once you fully focused them, which made the focus reticle system less of an inconvenience in impacting the gameplay negatively. Not that it even matters in Resident Evil 2 Remilk, given how much that game was designed so much for knife only. Speaking of the knife, let's talk about it in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. The knife in Resident Evil 4 Remilk is a 50-50 mechanic. I appreciate the idea of some of the new mechanics with a knife this time around, but the execution is flawed. For one thing, the knife durability system doesn't really make sense when factoring in other aspects. Why would they make Leon's sole melee weapon the knife in a title where the enemies carry weapons, and alongside this add in a knife durability system? This is so contrived. A sole melee weapon with a knife durability system doesn't fit the context of the enemy encounters. It's inorganic, arbitrary, and forced, and doesn't gel with the world of Resident Evil 4 Remilk. It's even more silly when he opts to pick up kitchen knives and boot knives, yet not the enemy weapons. You can even get knives from dead enemies randomly, and he opts to pick those up instead of the weapons the enemies were holding. In Resident Evil 2 Remilk, I could understand the knife having a durability system, given that the enemies didn't wield weapons themselves. That being said, it was still silly how a police-grade combat knife could break, yet the pocket knife and kitchen knife that Ethan Winters used in Resident Evil 7 and Village could not break. In fact, having mentioned that, can I just say how stupid it is that for this mission for the US government, Leon is apparently using a combat knife he used in Resident Evil 2 Remilk that's made for police operations. And apparently, this is the knife that Marvin gave to him specifically, which doesn't make sense as Leon utilized multiple combat knives throughout Resident Evil 2 Remilk. And given how quickly they broke, the chances of salvaging that knife seem very slim. And it's out of character as well for Leon to not take the time to redesign his arsenal before taking on a mission of this caliber. In Resident Evil 4 OG, you don't see Leon using the knife and pistol from Resident Evil 2 OG to handle this mission to rescue Ashley. In the ARMS magazine, January 2006, volume 211, old Capcom had actually set up some additional information that established how Leon obtained the Silver Ghost, which was the pistol that he used in Resident Evil 4 OG. The Silver Ghost was a redesigned version of the Samurai Edge with some major improvements. Leon's knife was also redesigned as well. The fact that old Capcom took the time to include this information contributes to Leon's character and how he plans ahead. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, Leon just has Marvin's knife for no reason. The only thing I can think of is that in order to complement the new take on Leon, where he's a traumatized survivor, they make it where Leon holds onto Marvin's knife, which represents him not letting go of what happened in Raccoon City. But if this is the case, why doesn't he just leave it in whatever place he was living in as a memento if he's so keen on not letting go of what happened in Raccoon City? Surely, if he's trying to hold on to this supposed pain that for all intents and purposes was never demonstrated properly in Resident Evil 2 Remilk, then he wouldn't want to risk having Marvin's knife be destroyed in the field. And the fact that new Capcom had to make it where Leon didn't really plan ahead with his equipment before coming to this village in order to satisfy this new story point just doesn't sit right with me. But going back to the knife mechanics and focusing on Leon's general knifing, for some reason, unlike Resident Evil 2 Remilk, Leon is now forced to stand still and knife, and instead of doing the horizontal slashes that he did in Resident Evil 2 Remilk, he opts to do a stabbing animation that has ambiguous detection. The ambiguous detection is mainly the result of Leon doing different kinds of stabbing animations that each have different detection. He also has a blind fire function with his knife, where he opts to do the horizontal slashes, but again, he can't move while doing them, and the utility of this function against enemies is not there at all. He's also slower doing the slash animations than when doing the stab animations, and with camera adjustments being the only way to aim for specific body parts when doing the blind fire slashes, it makes the mechanic even more useless. He can even do the same running slash attack animation that Claire and Barry do in Resident Evil Revelations 2, but with no increased damage or noticeable improvements to stunning enemies. The running slash is more so a hindrance than an actual help. The only thing it's good for is for breaking boxes, crates, and barrels. This mechanic is a waste in terms of functionality. I would have much preferred the blind fire system for the guns, like it is in Resident Evil 7 and Village, rather than a pointless blind fire system for the knife, as such blind fire designs with the guns would at least make the already clunky stun systems with the enemies less annoying. But this point on stuns will be discussed later on. Alongside these simple designs, the knife in Resident Evil 4 Remilk has received some other designs not included in Resident Evil 4 OG. The deflect system, the knife executions, and the ability to escape grabs. The deflect system allows Leon to parry certain attacks to stun enemies and follow up with a melee attack. This is only when you perform perfect parries, which requires you to press the parry button at a specific moment before an enemy's attack connects. On professional difficulty, perfect parries are your only option, so when I talk about the parries in this retrospective, I'm talking about them like I'm on professional difficulty. A small thing to note about the deflection system is that it is possible to parry enemies at a distance, as the detection on the deflection extends a bit from the enemy, so even if an enemy's attack looks like it's not going to connect with you, you can still initiate the parry. Now, I've seen many articles praising the deflect system like it's some new innovation and creative design, which I don't understand. I even did a poll on YouTube asking people if they agreed with the articles, and an overwhelming majority said no on the matter. Why this deflect system has been hyped up by many authors is confusing. But talking about the deflect system further, there are designs that bring the mechanic down. For one thing, the perfect parries, despite being a design that complements skill with their tighter windows for timing, drain your knife durability. This just seems like it's punishing the player for taking a risk and going for the perfect parry. Also, there are certain attacks that you can perfectly parry, but they don't cause the enemies to be knocked down or stunned. This is the case with the flail enemies and stun rod enemies, for instance. There's also no kind of invisible advantage provided by parrying these kinds of attacks, like a reduction in an enemy's stun HP, for instance. I don't understand this design on these kinds of attacks, as it defeats the purpose of the perfect parry system and is a waste of knife durability. Perfect parries draining your knife durability overall is just a counterintuitive design, even if the durability loss can be minuscule at times. Another problem with the deflect system is that it's not omnidirectional, which only serves to complement the issue of Leon's squirrely and animation-heavy movement. And when you're in situations where your actions can oftentimes be spur-of-the-moment decisions like opting to avoid enemy attacks rather than deflect, there can be many times where the slightest adjustment to Leon's movement can cause the deflections to not register when you're trying to deflect a ranged projectile, for instance. Or there are those situations where enemies can get behind you and Leon is too slow to turn around a lot of the time to deflect the attack. The other problem I have with the deflect system is the way the pre-alpha forces you to use it. I feel like new Capcom tries to use Leon's sluggish movement, the bad hitboxes on enemy attacks, and the unfinished stun systems on the enemies in order to make the deflect system seem more appealing in people's eyes. I don't remember Resident Evil 6 trying to use poor designs to justify the use of its counter system, so why Resident Evil 4 Remilk tries to stoop to such low levels to encourage the use of the deflections makes no sense. And it's also confusing when considering that the enemies can often spam moves that can't be deflected for unknown reasons. But that's all there is to say about the deflect system. Resident Evil 4 Remilk's knife also comes with the ability to do context-sensitive knife execution animations, where when the enemies go into certain animations, or are in certain states, you can initiate a cammed animation that allows Leon to either finish off an enemy or severely weaken them with his knife at the expense of knife durability loss. This includes stealth executions whenever the enemies are unaware of you, combat executions whenever the enemies are in particular stun animations, and grab escape animations. Knife executions can be used to stop enemies from transforming into plagas, which is one of their main functions. But just like the deflect system, the knife executions come with their own problems. The first problem is that the knife executions can have spotty detection. There are many moments where even when the prompt shows up on your screen, the pre-alpha doesn't register your input properly. There are also times where the prompt doesn't show up at all, and tying the knife execution to the melee attack button only contributes to the spotty detection, as you'll accidentally do a knife slash or a running knife slash a lot of the time. This is especially problematic when trying to do stealth executions from the front. The second problem is that a vast majority of the knife executions are done from behind arbitrarily. If you can do melee attacks from the front, why can't you do knife executions from the front? In fact, there are very specific stun animations that allow you to do knife executions from the front, so what is the excuse for not allowing knife executions from the front for a vast majority of the animations? Because of this choice and poor quality, you're having to not only run the gambit with Leon's sluggish and heavy movement when you're trying to get behind an enemy, but you're also having to adjust Leon as well, since the knife prompt or melee prompt is attached directly to the enemy. This forces you to have both the camera and Leon facing in the direction of an enemy's back. And Leon can be slow to turn a lot of the time, so you're having to aim a weapon to make him turn faster, and in some cases, Leon often has to put his current weapon away and swap to the weapon you tried to aim in order to turn, which adds additional downtime that can mess with the already spotty detection on the knife execution. This was not the case in Resident Evil 5. You did not need to have Chris face an enemy's back greatly in order for the detection on the melee to register, because the prompt to do your melee attack was not attached to the enemy. The Evil Within also has a better implemented knife execution feature. While the knife execution prompt was directly attached to an enemy, you could do them from both the front and back after stunning a Haunted with a bottle, which removed any moments with clunky and awkward movement when trying to perform the execution. I don't understand this choice of making the knife execution awkward in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, and when it's costing you durability, why would it be a problem doing them from the front? It really feels like new Capcom prides themselves on squirrely, clunky, inconvenient, and arbitrary designs. And it's funny because in the tutorial for doing melee attacks, it mentions that you can then deliver a fatal attack on the struck enemy with a knife depending on their position. Depending on their position. What does that even mean? They're clearly confirming that what I'm saying about them is true if they're seriously including this phrase in their tutorial. The third problem is with the ground executions. Sometimes you lose more knife durability than usual, almost like this one Ganado is classed differently to another Ganado. It can really come across like a bug at times. Also, there's this whole system where surrounding enemies are meant to be stunned by you doing the ground knife execution in order to give you more time to make space with the enemies, but they sometimes choose not to flinch, which is likely due to clunky detection. The fourth problem is that knife durability loss is handled very oddly. It's weird how when you do the knife execution on enemies stunned in the leg, it takes off less durability than when you do the regular stab animation from behind. In fact, why is it that after stunning an enemy in the leg, you can only do the knife execution from the front within the first second of the stun animation? There are certain animations that look identical to the leg stun that allow you to stab from the front within a greater time frame after the stun is triggered, like when you knock enemies into walls and punish their stun animation, so why this inconsistency? And speaking of inconsistencies, the stun animation triggered by knocking an enemy into a wall has spotty detection between the wall and the enemy, and you can only use the knife to punish that particular animation, not a melee attack for some reason, even though it looks identical to the regular leg stun animation. But back to this tangent on knife durability loss, there are times where the enemies die from less durability loss on your knife if you stab them normally, rather than when doing the knife execution. The villagers in this siege encounter generally die in about 5 to 7 hits to the head, which obviously does not drain as much durability as doing the regular knife execution animation. I think the enemy that better demonstrates this is the Colmillo, as Colmillos die fast from the knife stabs, which contribute to less durability loss compared to using the knife execution on them. Also, there are times during stealth encounters where the enemies choose to bend down as an idle animation, and this confuses the pre-alpha because when you go to do the stealth kill animation, Leon does the combat execution animation for punishing enemies stunned in the leg rather than a stealth kill animation, so you lose out on more durability in the process. Were they really that lazy that they couldn't design another kind of stealth kill animation for enemies that were bent down? This is pretty amateurish for a AAA developer. Knife durability overall is handled so strangely in this pre-alpha. The fifth problem with the knife executions is the grab escape animation. This is one of the stupidest designs in this pre-alpha. So, Resident Evil 1 Remilk and Resident Evil 2 Remilk had this whole system of using knives as defense items. Of course, in Resident Evil 1 Remilk, the knives specific to escaping grabs were separate to your main knife. But the way the grab escapes worked is that the enemy grabs didn't deal instant damage to you. You had the choice to either take the hit or use the knife to escape the enemy's grab. In Resident Evil 2 Remilk, you would not only cause a lot of durability loss, but you would lose the knife entirely until the enemy was defeated, allowing you to retrieve it. The thing that was really dumb with Resident Evil 2 Remilk is that the knife did not cause damage to the enemy if it was used as a defense item. It's pretty silly, since you're literally losing knife durability in the process. At least in Resident Evil 1 Remilk, the defense knives damaged enemies, which makes sense logically. But that being said, the thing that I care about more with Resident Evil 1 Remilk and Resident Evil 2 Remilk is that you did not take instant damage from the enemy grabs, which actually provides you a reason to care about this mechanic of escaping grabs with a defense item. This is a pretty fundamental design in many games for complementing grab escape animations. However, this is not the case in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. Every grab in this pre-alpha, except for 2 particular grab animations, does instant damage to you, even if the enemy grabs you for a split second and doesn't get the chance to exert more force with their grabs. The fact that they can't even consider this fundamental design with a grab escape animation tied to knife durability is very amateurish. It's a lot better to just restart the section rather than continue on from there at this point. And what's also strange about the grab escape animation is that even though Leon is stabbing the enemy in the same general area, like what he does with his stealth kill animations and certain combat execution animations, it doesn't kill the enemy. It's yet again another design that disincentivizes the player from partaking in this mechanic. And the durability loss is pretty similar to the durability loss that occurs when doing combat execution animations, which should justify the enemy being dead, but apparently not. Let it be known that this is the worst grab escape system in the entire Resident Evil series. This sums up everything regarding the knife in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. To talk about the general melee systems, you are capable of performing melee attacks on enemies when they go into specific stun animations when shot in the head or the legs. I'm not entirely sure why the arms are excluded from this criteria, given that shooting the arms of the Magini, Juavo, or Molded in Resident Evil 5, 6, and 7 open them up to melee attacks. But I guess new Capcom just wanted to favor the same model from Resident Evil 4 OG, but made more awkward as a result of their design mentalities. Whenever you shoot Ganados in the head and they get stunned, Leon does at least 3 different melee attacks, which can be a problem if he does the wrong kind of kick and misses certain enemies. Also, I believe each of the different melee attacks he does has different damage, just like with Ada in Separate Ways Remilk, so you're pretty much dealing random damage each time, depending on the kind of animation the character does. I'm not entirely sure why they chose to implement the melee attacks like this. We then have the melee animation specific to leg stuns. There are frontal melee attacks and a suplex/dropkick function when behind the enemy stunned in the leg. Talking about the suplex/dropkick animation from behind, the detection is not very good. This is because of a couple of factors. Like I said before, the prompt to do the melee attacks is attached directly to the enemy, so where Leon and the camera are facing are big factors to consider, and given the flimsy movement, it's easy to see why this would be a problem. Once again, in Resident Evil 5, the melee prompt was not attached to an enemy. The prompt to do animations like the neckbreaker has better detection than the suplex/dropkick animations in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, and it doesn't require the player to turn so sharply towards the enemy's back. There are many moments in Resident Evil 4 Remilk where I go to do the melee attack from behind, and the character does the frontal melee attack when punishing enemies stunned in the leg. Also, the time it takes for enemies to recover from the leg stun is too little in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, which only complements how awkward the detection is already. And when you're dealing with a clunky stun system that's dependent on shooting the enemies during very specific animations to decrease their stun HP significantly, the times where you're shooting the enemies and you're not close enough to them to initiate the animation can occur commonly. It can feel more practical at times to knife the enemy in the leg once you're sure their stun HP has decreased significantly in order to get behind them quickly. It's honestly strange how the enemies recover fast from leg stuns, yet when they're stunned in the head or when they're knocked down, the animations are pretty lengthy. So why is the leg stun treated differently here? All of these factors can make the melee attacks from behind feel rather clunky, and it doesn't help that while the melee attacks from behind can kill enemies instantly, they can't be used to stop transformations. So you'll only be using this system during very specific combat encounters where the enemies don't transform when killed. It feels like this pre-alpha has to devalue the use of the melee attacks to justify the knife executions. With how random the stuns that precede melee attacks are, and the fact that the melee attacks can't stop plug mutations, it can lead to players keeping their distance and spamming shots from upgraded weapons, which can make the combat feel more mindless and outdated that way. That's all there is to say about the melee attacks. Now, as I mentioned before, this village siege is an abject failure in game design. One of the main reasons for this is due to the way the Ganados are designed and how they're used in this section. So just like with Resident Evil 2 Remilk and Resident Evil Village, for some reason, the developers decided it was a good idea to arbitrarily change certain parameters and designs on the enemies for the hardest difficulty. One of the designs most affected by this change is the stuns on the enemies. The stuns are rendered inconsistent on the hardest difficulty. Now, in Resident Evil 2 Remilk, this change was meaningless on hardcore difficulty, given how much that game was designed too much for speedrunning and knife only, just like Resident Evil 1 Remilk. You were also dealing with single zombies rather than groups of zombies most of the time in Resident Evil 2 Remilk, so you never truly understood the problems that would result from this arbitrary change in enemy stuns. Also, Resident Evil 2 Remilk was not a faster-paced style of survival horror like Resident Evil 4 OG was, so while I still despise the idea of lazy, inconsistent stuns, I have a bit more tolerance for it in an experience as slow as Resident Evil 2 Remilk, though Resident Evil 7 never went down such a cheap route, but calling Resident Evil 7 a slower-paced game would be insulting, honestly. Resident Evil 4 Remilk, on the other hand, decides to mix the mentalities of Resident Evil 1 Remilk and Resident Evil 2 Remilk with Resident Evil 4 OG, and I'm sure you can imagine what this creates. You have the enemy stun mentalities from Resident Evil 1 Remilk and Resident Evil 2 Remilk, which are slower-paced titles, mixing with the faster and more frenetic nature of Resident Evil 4 OG sections to create a mess. This pre-alpha strips many of its fundamental designs bare and compromises the way the combat gels with the fight designs, environment designs, and scenario designs. The fact that the developers didn't recognize this shows just how out of their minds they were when designing this and how much they feel like college flunkies. To talk about the stun systems on the enemies, they work in a very tedious manner. Not only are the stuns completely inconsistent, which violates the point of having every quick decision matter in a faster-paced style of survival horror, but the stuns are also restricted to very specific animations as well. For example, the Ganados consistently flinch from shots when hit during a sprint animation. When you shoot them in any part of their body while they're sprinting, they experience a significant reduction in their stun HP, to the point where the next shot can often put them into a flinch animation that can be punished with a melee attack, and it's only when they're doing a general sprint animation. If they're doing a running attack like the pitchfork enemies do, they can be stunned every time, but they experience no reduction in their stun HP. Why this inconsistency shows itself, I don't know, but this whole system of enemies only flinching when shot during the sprint animation showcases other bizarre behavior. The Ganados will often choose to randomly stop during their sprint animation. They will literally sprint for a second before stopping, which is very odd programming, and when they retreat back into a walking animation, the stuns go back to being inconsistent. There are also some glitchy moments where the Ganados will be sprinting, but they'll slow down for a split second to trick the pre-alpha into thinking they've stopped sprinting before immediately twitching back into a sprint animation. When the Ganados aren't choosing to randomly stop during their sprint animation, and they're maintaining a constant sprint, they can move faster than you a lot of the times. So there are many moments where I'm having to run away from enemies and then choose to shoot them before they retreat back into a walking animation or get a hit out on me. When I do decide to shoot them, I have to deal with the delay on aiming, the delay when turning around, the ambiguity on where Leon is likely to aim, since centering the screen doesn't really help in this case of shooting enemies while they're sprinting, the ambiguity on whether Leon turns clockwise or counterclockwise to face the enemy behind him, and this just leads to a downright silly, clunky, comical, cumbersome, and tedious process of stunning the enemies. Relating back to an earlier point I discussed about blind firing, if this pre-alpha is choosing to make the Ganados only flinch during very specific animations like sprinting, why does this not warrant the use of a blind fire system on your weapons? Especially when you have the bizarre, finicky, and gamey behavior of the enemies, where they choose to randomly stop sprinting. A blind fire system would make an already clunky process of stunning the enemies less clunky, but no, they opt to make a pointless blind fire system with the knife that has no utility. The stun systems are so awkward that you're better off killing everything with high-powered weaponry, and it's preposterous thinking that the developers were okay with the way the stun systems were handled, and that the animations look good in their eyes. The enemies shrugging off shots look so outdated, unfinished, nonsensical, and silly. It's like the animation department took so many days off from work or were burned out. It makes me wonder why the Ganados even need to do evade animations to avoid my shots, or avoid other Ganados throwing axes. They might as well just bum rush me, run through my shots, and spam grab on me. Let's favor that lazy model. If new Capcom wants to complement game design that utilizes unfinished designs as fake challenge, they have something right here. And I remember how much I was shooting enemies around corners to get them to walk instead of run for a vast majority of the time, and also to work around the clunky stun systems on many of my initial playthroughs of this village siege. I wouldn't be surprised if others were doing the same. And it's funny how your bullets can't make enemies flinch, yet an old lady with a pitchfork doing a running attack can make the chainsaw man flinch. Seriously? I bet they made the stun systems clunky in order to force the deflect system on you, but you can't parry grabs though, so this can't be the reason. Unfinished stuns like these do not belong in a faster-paced title where every quick decision matters. And they're even worse when they're paired with the kind of attack designs and poor programming apparent with the Ganados, and when they're also paired with groups of these same enemies. Moving on to general attacks and other poor programming moments with the Ganados, they're capable of performing a push in order to stun Leon for a bit if you're too close to them before following up with an attack. I don't understand the point of this mechanic, because the enemies already have the ability to stun you by just sprinting into you, which by itself is already broken as it is, as all the enemies have to do is sprint into you, push you again, then grab you. They can even stun you with the sprint animation, even if you shoot their head off, and they can often stun you without touching you as well. Can you imagine what the entire pre-alpha experience would be like if this was the case? The enemies would never find the need to do any of their other attacks. They could just do that double stun into an attack animation all the time by exploiting these unfinished stun systems on Leon, and I do mean unfinished. I have no idea what kind of crack New Capcom was smoking, but who thought this was a good idea? Why did these kind of stun systems for Leon ever get put on the design table in the first place? Leon can be flinched or knocked back by so many things you wouldn't expect. The enemies also have the ability to throw their weapons, which comes with a very common programming error you see in many other games. This programming error, dubbed retrograde projectile motion, allows the enemies to perform the animation of throwing their weapons forward, but the projectile goes backwards instead if you're behind them. And it doesn't help that the enemies can sometimes choose to do their long-range throwing animation at close range, which increases the chances of you being behind them if you're running. How could Resident Evil 4 OG, a game from 2005, not have this issue, yet Resident Evil 4 Remilk does? The next thing is the worst part about the Ganados, the grabs. If there was ever a Resident Evil title that had the worst grabs I've ever seen in the entire series, it's this pre-alpha. I cannot begin to tell you how much the grabs are so badly designed, to the point where unarmed enemies are more of a nuisance than enemies with weapons. If it's seriously getting to this point, then it's clear the balancing is way off in this pre-alpha. The Ganados have 3 different grabs in this pre-alpha. They have a standard long-range grab, another grab that puts you into a full Nelson, and a close-range grab that's not even a close-range grab. It's literally the long-range grab done at close range. The latter is the worst grab animation that the Ganados have, which I'll talk more about in a bit. The grabs have a lot of phantom range to them, which only serves to complement the spammy nature to them, and the whole mechanic of crouching under the grabs in order to avoid them is done so poorly. It's not only limited in terms of being the only way to avoid grabs, but the detection on the crouch when trying to avoid the grab is awful. You not only have the phantom range on the grab, and also the speed of the crouch itself being kinda slow, but also the enemies somehow grabbing you in the middle of their grab animation, even if you successfully crouch under the grab initially. And even if by some miracle you don't get screwed by bad detection, because the enemies are doing running grabs and they're actively running into you and pushing you, they can keep you in front of them by doing this, so you get grabbed at the very end of the grab animation. Leon is simply too slow while crouch walking to get around the enemies while they're doing the grab, or you get those moments where the tracking on the grab is so strong that the enemies can turn around so sharply that they'll grab you by the end. How brain dead does New Capcom have to be to not see the issues and clunky moments that can result from this bizarre implementation of the crouch as an evade mechanism against grabs? If you're going to be pushed around so much while you're crouching by an enemy that is doing a running grab into you, how does that not look weird in New Capcom's eyes? Did QA seriously think this was okay the way it was? The amount of footage I have regarding this issue with the crouch dodge is staggering, and good luck trying to rely upon the crouch to avoid grabs when you're dealing with multiple enemies. A lot of these issues with the grabs could be reduced a bit by allowing the player to deflect the grab. If Leon is capable of deflecting punches from the enemies by literally chopping the Ganado's arms off, why can he not do the same with the grabs? And if it's costing you durability to do the parry, why would this be an issue? Furthermore, deflecting the grabs would at least mitigate the issue, where the enemies spam the grab like crazy. Old Capcom understood this with Resident Evil 6, because the counter system mitigated the issues, where the enemies would spam certain attacks. But apparently, it's an issue for New Capcom to favor designs that don't lead to clunky, badly designed gameplay. It's too funny seeing New Capcom fall flat on their faces with such designs. How incompetent can you possibly be as a development team? Like I said, what is the point of giving the enemies weapons when they're far more of a nuisance without them? So much for New Capcom highlighting the importance of deflecting attacks in their marketing, but you can't even deflect the one move the enemies spam like crazy. Such contradictory mentalities. Having said all that, let me talk about the different grabs the Ganados do. The standard long-range grab can be interrupted with bullets and can be crouched under. In general, the crouching detection is okay with this move, but it can still be spotty at times. One of the main things that'll trip you up is how long the Ganados prolong this particular grab, because they prolong it for way longer than you're thinking, and their tracking on the grab is pretty insane. Also, just like with the running attacks the Pitchfork Ganados can do, the stun HP on the grabbing Ganados isn't reduced when you shoot them during the running grab, compared to when you're shooting them during a general sprint animation. The full Nelson grab is the second worst grab because the detection on the grab is different to the standard long-range grab, as crouching under this particular grab doesn't work as well. This particular grab can be performed by both unarmed and armed Ganados whenever the enemy that's doing it is near other enemies, and it can look like the long-range grab or be a different kind of close-range grab performed mainly by enemies with weapons. The full Nelson performed by the enemies in this pre-alpha is the same animation the Ganados and Magini do in Resident Evil 4 OG and Resident Evil 5, only for some bizarre reason, the enemies can dash damage you with the full Nelson, which I don't understand. The whole point of the enemies performing the full Nelson is to set you up for being hit by another enemy. Why would the full Nelson itself damage you? And when the enemies can already spam the full Nelson grab to as absurd of a degree as they can, you're essentially giving the enemies free damage on you. Again, why bother giving enemies weapons? We then have the worst grab, which is the close range grab. Can you even call it a close range grab when it's literally the long range grab being done at close range? Of course, that's not entirely accurate, as the close range grab has very different detection to the standard long range attack. It's this particular grab animation where the poor detection between the crouch and the grab becomes known. The number of times you get grabbed at the start because of phantom range or because the crouch detection screwed you, the number of times you get grabbed in the middle of the grab animation even when the crouch is successful, the number of times the enemies push you around so much that you get grabbed by the end of the animation since the enemies lean down at the end of the attack and Leon is unable to get around the grab since his crouch speed is too slow to counteract the enemy pushing him around. Like, it's just nonsensical, the number of problems that result from this grab. And good luck trying to shoot the Ganados when they sprint towards you to do the close range grab. They not only initiate the sprint when they're close to you, but you also have to wait for them to get out of the startup frames of their sprint animation, where they're building up speed. If you try to shoot them during the startup frames of the sprint animation, you'll not stun them. Yet another tedious design that complements other tedious designs, like enemies randomly stopping during their sprint animation to make the stun systems awkward. As I'm writing all this, I just cannot but giggle at just how much of a mess the enemy and combat systems are in this pre-alpha, but this summarizes the atrocious grab designs of the Ganados. So take all the poor designs I've described with Leon's general mechanics, the poor designs in the stun systems with Leon, the poor designs of the Ganados' general behavior and attacks, and put them all into this Village Siege encounter. I'm sure you're smart enough to put all of this together and imagine what the general flow of gameplay is like when attempting to do this section normally. That's exactly what you're getting here, and it's why this sequence is a mockery of the iconic Village Siege encounter from Resident Evil 4 OG. Compared to that iconic encounter, the Village Siege in the Remilk is nothing but a damage race, requiring an overwhelming amount of technical knowledge on the pre-alpha's inner workings to even make it bearable. So many of the designs here fall flat on their faces that it clearly shows the Village Siege is not designed for normal play with the combat, which is why there is no incentive to learn the combat systems unless you brute force the sequence and restart it so many times. It's impossible to trust a lot of the mechanics in Resident Evil 4 Remilk to work 100% of the time. As such, you're far better off not engaging in the combat and relying upon holes, exploits, and other gaming methods that don't fit the design validity of this entire sequence to study the gameplay, which takes you out of the experience. In other words, this is a fake combat sequence that relies more so on a stealth setup and exploits to make it more practical to handle, because the developers were too brain dead to design a sequence that complements the poorly put together combat systems that they set up. They've taken so many measures to make this sequence awkward for the sake of fake challenge, than to actually make a memorable siege sequence that's memorable for the right reasons. Speaking of awkward, the cutscene that occurs in the middle of this sequence, which showcases the Chainsaw Man busting through the door, is completely unnecessary. These kinds of cutscenes that occur in the middle of combat sequences in this pre-alpha are able to cancel out any thrown grenades, cancel out your melee attacks, mess with your parry timings when enemies start to attack you, and can disorient you by forcefully making the camera face in the direction of your character. Why they try to include these cutscenes in the middle of gameplay when all it would take is just an audio clip or some quote from the character to indicate a significant event playing out right now is confusing. At least this cutscene won't play if you go into the house with the shotgun. But having spoken at length about many of the poor designs and the fundamental framework of enemy designs and Leon's designs, let me actually get into how I approach this sequence to work around its pitifully poor quality. What I essentially do is move slowly around this corner to avoid alerting the Ganado with the bucket. I then stealth kill the female Ganado and go to this spot to fire my pistol twice to make the lureable Ganado set up at this spot. While they're moving, I need to retreat to this hut without being seen by the bucket Ganado and wait for all the Ganados to set up. Once they've set up, I fire my pistol twice in this spot to lure them here, giving me a chance to get around them and bust through the window that leads to where the grenade is. Because I busted through the window, this will attract the previous Ganados to my position. I then fire my pistol in this spot twice to lure them to here, and also to lure one other Ganado who may not have heard the first two cycles of pistol shots. Because I shot my pistol while all of the Ganados were busy moving towards the sound of the window breaking, it means that they will all cluster together very closely around this spot where I shot my pistol. Once they've clustered together, I then throw my grenade in the center of the group and hopefully kill all of them. Grenade damage is very inconsistent in this pre-alpha, and it makes no sense. It's very important that the grenade touches one enemy before it detonates. This is to ensure I enter combat, which will cause the kill counter that ends the sequence to activate, allowing all of these kills to count. Like I said, stealth kills do not count towards the sequence, which is dumb. It only serves to invalidate the stealth. Once the explosion goes off, if any stragglers survive, I can finish them off with the pistol while I'm behind this window. Because I've killed many Ganados, the reinforcements will spawn in, so I then need to watch out for them as I make my way to the shotgun house. Grabbing the shotgun, grenade, and the shotgun shells, I can then wait at the top of this ladder and headshot the enemies climbing the ladder while avoiding any axes thrown my way. Because I'm standing close to the ladder, the chainsaw man will not go through the door and will instead try to climb the ladder, so I'm delaying him from getting near me. If I want, I can choose to throw a grenade down this ladder to potentially kill a large group of enemies, but doing so is rather awkward with the way the grenade arc works. And if the grenade lands on the window itself, its explosion is completely neutralized for some stupid reason. Once I've run out of shotgun shells or enemies start coming behind me, I then retreat through this window and hopefully finish off enough enemies to finish the sequence. Doing this overly technical method definitely helps in stabilizing the poorly assembled gameplay present throughout this entire section. And if you're wondering if there is an alternative, there is, though I don't trust it to work as well. When you stealth kill the female Ganado, you can choose to run inside of the grenade house immediately, which puts you into combat. You can then use this grenade to potentially kill all the Ganados that come through the door, as well as the 2 other Ganados that camp inside this building, which may allow you to trigger the reinforcements, get past this Ganado, run for the shotgun house, and use this grenade to immediately kill the group of Ganados stacked up by the ladder. This is what I've seen many people do, but it's reliant upon the pathfinding laid out by the bizarre AI of the Ganados, and the pathfinding can be inconsistent. Also, it's reliant upon the inconsistent damage of the grenades, and there's no opportunity to finish off any stragglers if some of them survive. So essentially, you have my method, which works pretty well, but takes some time to do, or you have the other method, which is faster, but you run the risk of being screwed by inconsistencies. At least with my method, I use stealth, which complements the face validity of the section as being a stealth sequence. This still doesn't mean I take pride in this method. The fact that the poor designs and poor mentalities of this section put me in a position where I had to break it down to such a rudimentary level is utterly disgraceful. This is honestly the worst introduction to a Resident Evil title by far, and that's saying a lot compared to the intro of Resident Evil Revelations on Infernal difficulty. This is a mind-numbingly stupid section that embraces some mindless mentalities. I pity the poor fools and popular streamers that praise this section as being an embodiment of survival horror or good game design. I really do. And finally, after lambasting the hell out of this fake combat encounter, we move on to the rest of this pre-alpha. The church bell rings, causing the Ganados to drop their weapons and ignore Leon. In case you're wondering, the developers still haven't tried to explain why this happens. Not even this villager's diary in Separate Ways Remilk does anything to explain why the bell draws them in. So much for improved storytelling, as they promised prior to this pre-alpha's release. We now have the time to collect some loot and deal with some minor encounters with the enemies. An important thing to get into the habit of doing is crafting constantly. If you're trying to amass on plenty of shotgun shells, for instance, which are needed for the damage spongy and awkward encounters coming up, you'll want to take every opportunity to use your small resources and gunpowder to make them. Every time you run low on gunpowder, the pre-alpha will increase the chances of getting more gunpowder from drops. The drop percentages fluctuate in different parts of this pre-alpha. For example, there are certain chapters where large resources spawn more frequently than small resources. Bear all this in mind when going through this pre-alpha. In one of these minor encounters, we get introduced to a new enemy type, which is the Brute. The Brute is a completely original enemy not featured in Resident Evil 4 OG, and he's a pretty stale, generic enemy type. He has a lot of life and is capable of performing retaliation attacks whenever he gets hit by a melee attack. At least in general, the Brutes are put in positions where you can stealth kill them or rely upon explosives to weaken them, and the only time you're truly forced to fight one is in the cabin sequence. Something odd about this particular Brute in this section is that he can get flinched by focus shots while he's sprinting if you shoot him in the leg, yet this Brute in Chapter 5 and Chapter 13 exhibit inconsistent stuns. Not sure why this inconsistency is here, but okay. Also, when the Brute breaks down the door, the enemies that spawn alongside him aren't aware of you for some reason. There are many sequences like this in Resident Evil 4 Remilk where you're in combat and other enemies aren't immediately alerted to your presence for some reason. Running past a couple of pointless enemies, we make our way into a hidden room underneath a house where we find Luiz. After Leon is about to free him, Vittorius Mendes somehow shows up without making any noise. Leon, for some stupid reason, decides to ask him who he is and demands that he stops right there. He just dealt with a whole bunch of villagers trying to kill him. He acknowledged that something's happened to the people here earlier. They clearly weren't capable of reasoning. He has plenty of reason to believe that every villager is infected, and yet he still tries to demand Vittorius Mendes to stop right there and identify himself. What an idiot! If the first villager immediately attacked Leon, and Leon didn't have any problems with killing him, why is it so different with Mendes? How dense can Leon possibly be? In Resident Evil 4 OG, when Vittorius Mendes shows up, Leon immediately identifies Mendes as a threat. People might think it's silly that Leon tries to kick Mendes rather than shoot him, but either way, Leon would have been overwhelmed by Mendes' strength since he was in an enclosed room. And I can understand Leon acting like this if he just survived a horde of enemies before this moment. And besides, is this moment sillier than what happens with Remilk Leon with how slow he is to catch on to the threat presented to him? Yeah, I don't think so. After Mendes knocks Leon out by throwing him away, he then injects Leon with the Plaga. I'm not really sure what the justification for this is. In Resident Evil 4 OG, Mendes is not the one to inject him. He takes them both to a separate location on Sadler's orders. Mendes wants Leon and Luiz held in separate areas, but Sadler disagrees, preferring to keep them both together. Once Mendes is dismissed, Sadler then has Leon injected with the subordinate Plaga. Mendes pondered on why Leon was kept alive and held captive with Luiz. Given that the Illuminados already had trouble containing Luiz, the potential for him to ally with Leon could be problematic. But the reason for this was to draw out the unknown third party. The unknown third party being Ada and the rival company. Remember, Mendes knew that Leon was coming to the village given that he had him photographed when he was in the city. Sadler had a feeling that an unknown third party was involved, given that the American government somehow found the location of Ashley, which again is due to the anonymous tip left by Ada that led the US government to send in Leon to rescue Ashley. Ada was maintaining contact with Luiz as well, since Luiz had the dominant Plaga sample that he was going to give to Ada. Luiz had hidden it for the time being, which is one reason why he was kept alive. So, by putting Leon and Luiz together, Ada could be drawn out. There is sense to Mendes not being the one to inject Leon, and it also shows that Mendes doesn't just focus on missionary things. He can also focus on other organizations and voice his own doubts about Sadler's strategies while still maintaining his devotion to Sadler, given that he was injected with a dominant Plaga. But in the Remilk, Mendes just injects Leon with the Plaga here, and it makes the screenplay for his eventual attack on Leon in Chapter 2 confusing, but I'll explain that when I get the chance. Also, Separate Ways Remilk makes this even more confusing, as that dumb file that mentions not to slay outsiders at will and that all people have the right to fair judgment is contradicted here. Leon didn't undergo any supposedly fair judgment, like that girl who presumably got judged and then sacrificed at the start of this pre-alpha, so why is Mendes going against this order and injecting Leon right then and there? And he didn't exactly see Leon prior to the scene. I highly doubt Sadler somehow witnessed the events in the village and asked Mendes to keep him alive. So why is he doing this? It makes no sense. And this concludes Chapter 1, a very poor introduction to Resident Evil 4 Remilk. Starting Chapter 2, we open to Sadler talking to Leon in some kind of surreal sequence. This is the first indication of fantasy garbage in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. I don't know why, but for some reason, the developers looked at this file from Resident Evil 4 OG that talks about the Plagas having a collective intelligence and decided to create an exaggerated hive mind concept from this. I fail to see how this translates into a hive mind. In Resident Evil 7 and Village, I could understand the Butamycete having this kind of hive mind capability, since fungi are capable of inducing hallucinations and can work through a process similar to quorum sensing, where affecting one individual unit can affect an entire colony of a fungi. And they at least discuss this mechanism in depth in Resident Evil 7, but a hive mind is the last thing I would think of with a parasitic BOW, even if the Plagas are capable of communicating with each other through sound waves. I get that the term hive mind is used in the supplementary material for Resident Evil Damnation called Las Plagas, Organisms of War, but that's purely based on the control mechanism the Plagas is utilized through the sound waves and sound organs, not these kind of fantastical hallucination moments. And what does this change mean in the end? It means absolutely nothing. This hive mind concept goes nowhere and is not represented well in the gameplay and story. This was the first indication that this pre-alpha was non-canon, and therefore the entire Remilk timeline was non-canon. The plagas in Resident Evil 5 and Resident Evil Damnation never displayed this characteristic. Glenn Arias' animality virus, which incorporated traits from the plagas, never had this kind of hive mind capability. Why would they make this kind of exaggerated change? What was going through their heads? Did they even play the original Resident Evil games that had plagas? I don't understand. I'll talk more about these hive mind scenes when they appear. Sadler calls Leon a sacrificial lamb and says he will receive their most sacred body, which is odd grammar because Leon was already injected with the plaga prior to the scene, so he should say, "You have received our most sacred body." And why does he say sacrificial lamb when Leon is not being sacrificed like that girl at the start? For all I know, Sadler is probably addressing someone else and not Leon, since he seems to be holding onto someone's head and you see the columns of the ritual area from the second to last chapter of this pre-alpha. But if that's the case, why would the scene be here and be presented in this surreal manner then? He then says it begins now, which based on his weird grammar doesn't seem to reference the plaga beginning to take over Leon if he says he will receive their most sacred body. Such disjointed dialogue. At least in Resident Evil 4 OG, this scene doesn't feel as weird. Sadler is present in the same room as Leon and Luiz. He addresses them as feeble humans, which shows how he views human beings in relation to the plaga. He then says that they will receive such intoxicating power through the plaga and be unable to resist, which is dialogue befitting for a religious man like himself. And it's interesting hearing this because Krauser in Resident Evil 4 OG became unable to resist the temptation of his dominant plaga abilities. So Sadler was right in a way. Of course, I'm surprised he would view the subordinate plaga as an intoxicating power since he's injecting Leon with that specific plaga, but I guess in his mind, all plagas are superior. Also, if you're wondering, Sadler couldn't infect Luiz at this moment because Luiz still had the effects of the suppressant in his body. Sadler infects Leon as an additional contingency in his attempt to expose the unknown third party. There's a bit more sense with the screenplay of this scene compared to the Remilk. Leon then wakes up in chains alongside Luiz. Let's make another comparison here to show off the difference in substance and subtlety. In Resident Evil 4 OG, Leon and Luiz are double cuffed together, which I would say is a more effective means of restraint that limits their ability to move around, compared to what it's like in the Remilk, where their wrists are tied by a chain attached to a wheel, which allows them to move easily and use leverage to escape. Leon then asks Luiz what is going on here, which makes sense given that Leon had seen plenty of unusual behavior with the villagers that would make him question if a new type of BOW was at play here. The presence of BOWs would be a significant thing to consider in his mission to rescue Ashley. Leon asking this question to Luiz also makes sense, given that Luiz had relayed earlier that he knew about Torres Mendes, which would make Leon assume that Luiz has been here for a while. Luiz doesn't immediately provide an answer for Leon. He instead asks what an American like Leon is doing all the way out in this part of the world before Leon introduces himself. Leon then tells him that he's looking for Ashley, with Luiz wondering if he's a cop before retracting that statement. With the way Luiz phrases his dialogue, it's clear he's trying to size up Leon and gradually learn about who he is, and it does work to an extent, since Leon ends up being coy with his answer by saying, maybe. Choosing to continue the conversation, Luiz then tells Leon that he knows she's the president's daughter, given that he heard the villagers mention something about Ashley being in the church. Luiz then gives Leon his name after Leon asks who he is. He then tells Leon about his former background as a cop, which is actually a false background. I was initially fooled by this misinformation, but Luiz calls himself a former cop in Madrid, not only because he dreamt of being a hero, but while he was flirting with women, he believed that they would go for someone with a more heroic job compared to Luiz's job as a scientist. And I'm guessing he's pulled off this ruse many times because of how quickly he pulls up this false background to Leon. He most likely used this ruse against Leon to distance himself from his former role in the Illuminados as being the creator of the dominant plagas and for helping Sadler with his plans initially. Ada even acknowledged this false background to a certain extent in one of her reports, as she had pointed out that Luiz works for no organization and prefers working on his own. He also doesn't trust the police, which probably alludes to the fact that he was never a member of the Madrid police in the first place. Of course, I suppose the possibility remains that he was working for the Madrid police force, but as a scientist, not a policeman. Interestingly, the Kaitai Shinso also brings up this question, since there's a paragraph that elaborates on Luis's first memo, so old Capcom kept this background information on Luis purposely vague. After disclosing this false background to Leon, he then says that he's now a good-for-nothing guy who happens to be quite the ladies' man. For some reason, in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, the placement of this quote is different, as he says this in chapter 11, when Leon asks him to clarify if he's really a researcher since he apparently handles himself pretty well, which just makes it sound jarring in the context it's used. I don't know what new Capcom was thinking with that. Leon then asks why Luis quit the police force, to which Luis says that even though the police put their lives on the line, their efforts are never truly appreciated enough by others. Being a hero isn't what it's cracked up to be anymore. And after hearing this line, after watching Wary the Rook's review of Resident Evil 2 Remilk, and also hearing how Leon's character was handled in Resident Evil 2 OG, I have a big revelation about this scene. There is a subtle genius to the writing here, as all of Luis's lines on how the efforts of policemen who put their lives on the line are never truly appreciated, and how being a hero isn't what it's cracked up to be, have a huge connection to how Leon was back in Raccoon City. In Resident Evil 2 OG, Leon was a rookie cop with a very naive mindset on what being a police officer entails. He had no idea of the harsh reality of being a cop. He did everything he could to find survivors and save them. He tried to save Ben, and he did everything he could to protect Ada back when he wasn't aware that she was a spy. He also aided Claire and saved Sherry as well, but aside from them, he felt like he failed, which is why he had developed Survivor's Guild. As a rookie cop, he put his life on the line and tried to be a hero, but the US government had bombed Raccoon City and did their best to cover up the incident, which showed how his efforts were never truly appreciated. If they designed this interaction with Luis to link back to Resident Evil 2 OG, and they also designed Luis like this to parallel Leon being enlightened to the harsh reality of what it means to be a cop, that is incredible. And maybe when Leon heard Luis saying all this, he probably saw a bit of his former self in Luis temporarily, which is why after a brief moment of contemplation, he opens up to Luis about how he was once a rookie cop, but only for a day though because of the Raccoon City incident. Piecing all of this together and looking very deeply, this story connection helps in indirectly connecting the player to Luis as a character, which is why this scene is clever with its writing. When Luis hears that Leon was one of the rare survivors of Raccoon City, he reminds himself that the Raccoon City incident was the incident involving the T-virus, and that he might have seen a sample of the virus in the lab at the police department. I'm not sure if it's true that the lab was in the police department or not, but regardless, I think it's interesting how he mentions this sample of the T-virus, as we know that Umbrella's research leaked onto the black market, and that Wesker leaked the perfected T-virus onto the black market in 2003. So this little tidbit of information helps contribute to the growth of the BOW arms race within the Resident Evil universe. Once this conversation is finished, a Ganado comes in to kill them both. I'm not entirely sure why this guy is trying to kill them when Sadler wanted Leon and Luis held captive, and Leon was injected with the subordinate plaga. Victorious Mendes couldn't possibly have sent this guy to eliminate them. I get that he was confused as to why Sadler held them captive instead of killing them earlier, but he believed that Sadler was trying to draw out the unknown third party, which was Ada, by making the Illuminados seem vulnerable, and he had every faith that his lord was right, so that's why he can't have possibly sent this Ganado to kill them. Also, they had to keep Luis alive for the time being so that they could find the dominant plaga sample he stole from them. The only thing I can think of is that this Ganado had selfish temptations independent of the plaga, much like that other Ganado that took a liking to Leon's jacket and took it. He was probably so tempted by the feeling of murder that he overcame the plaga briefly. This was likely hinted by how bloody his face was prior to attacking Leon and Luis. Or maybe when a dominant plaga user isn't around, the Ganados are capable of more basic independent thought. Those are the only theories I have on the matter. And the Ganado that takes Leon's jacket returns in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, so I see this idea of basic independent thought is likely still around. I imagine this moment where the Ganado tries to kill them was not part of Sadler's plan to draw out Ada, which is why when Ada is captured later on, she's about to be sacrificed rather than questioned, as without her being near Leon and Luis while they were held captive, they couldn't determine her connection to Luis and that she was the unknown third party. And while she does save Leon from Mendes when at his manor, this was probably not enough to confirm to Mendes that she had a connection to Luis and was potentially the unknown third party. It's only when Ada is photographed entering the castle around the time Luis enters that they determine some kind of connection between her and Luis. The Ganado is about to kill Leon and Luiz, but luckily, because he's using such a heavy weapon, he goes for a vertical strike rather than a horizontal strike, which allows them to shift themselves in such a way that he cuts their bonds accidentally. Leon kills the Ganado while Luiz flees during the encounter to try to get the dominant Plaga sample and suppressants he hid in the forest to give them to Ada, since she lied by demanding that he acquire them in order to be extracted and put into protective custody. Leon then contacts Hunnigan and addresses Luiz as a male civilian who told him that Ashley was in a church somewhere and that there was a secret passage in the village that leads there, ending this cutscene. There's definitely a lot to extract from the writing of this particular cutscene, certainly better than what happens in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, where it feels more like Leon being given a new objective rather than some kind of substantial conversation. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, Leon and Luiz have only their wrists bound to a wheel that allows the chain to move. They're able to move about quite easily, which I don't understand, considering that Luiz had already been captured 2 times before this moment. You'd think the Illuminados would have wisened up to Luiz's cleverness in escaping, but then again, he did need Ada and Leon to save him, which undermines this supposed cleverness. Leon starts trying to break free and inadvertently starts pulling on Luiz. Luiz then asks Leon his name, which Leon gives, and from that, Luiz calls him the quiet type. Just because Leon doesn't ask what your name is doesn't mean he's the quiet type. If anything, the guy is more talkative than he is in Resident Evil 4 OG, especially when he's saying dumb quotes every other time he does a melee attack, for instance. And it's odd for Luiz to say that, considering that Leon took the time to voice sarcastic comments to Luiz when he was in that body bag under that house. He then starts rambling on with dumb, insubstantial quotes while Leon is busy breaking the wheel. It's only when he starts mentioning a missing girl that Leon starts talking with him. Only Leon speaks in a cold manner indicative of an interrogation. I don't know what Luiz has done to get on Leon's bad side, but this cold attitude just feels forced and out of the blue. Once the wheel is broken, a Ganado that happens to have the key to their cuffs comes in to investigate the noise and starts trying to stop them the only way he knows how, by killing them. After they kill the Ganado, Luiz grabs the key and frees himself, angering Leon as he wants to ask him some more questions, but Luiz is disinclined to acquiesce to Leon's request. I'm not sure what questions Leon would have asked Luiz, but if he was unable to voice the question of whether BOWs were at play here when he killed the first villager, I bet his questions would have been insubstantial. Luiz then tosses the key and mockingly bids Leon adieu before leaving, and apparently, he took the time to plant a cigarette pack that had a radio frequency listed on it on a shelf as he was leaving, before Leon had the chance to unlock his cuffs. It's like he somehow expected Ada to conveniently show up at this location in the future, and that he somehow knew about her iris device that would allow her to see his footprints. I don't understand how he could plan ahead like this, and you can't even see the cigarette pack on the shelf for some reason. So why Separate Ways Remilk's developers decided to place it there, I don't know. And that's the whole cutscene we get for our second interaction between Leon and Luiz. I don't understand why they deliberately changed the character dynamics between Leon and Luiz to be like this. It's such a polar opposite to how they interacted with each other in Resident Evil 4 OG. It's like they designed Leon to be this cold towards everyone except for Hunnigan and Ashley to rigidly adhere to the traumatized survivor they marketed Leon as for this Remilk. I get that he's focused on his mission to save Ashley, but that doesn't give him the right to excuse other individuals who are clearly not members of the Illuminados. And if they were serious about Leon being more of a traumatized survivor in this Remilk, then they should have favored Resident Evil 4 OG's version of this interaction, since Luiz's words connected to how Leon's character was during the events of Raccoon City. But no, they just have Leon butt heads with Luiz, and it just makes him come across as one note in this scene. Leon's just a serious character so singularly focused on escaping, while Luiz is the annoying character who doesn't help out and is just spouting nonsense. It's a trope I've seen plenty of times before. Leon and Luiz displayed nuance during this moment in Resident Evil 4 OG, unlike here. And what's also pretty annoying is that Leon then contacts Hunnigan about Ashley likely being in a church, before telling Hunnigan to run a background check on Luiz, since he seemed fishy in Leon's eyes. Fishy in what way, though? Leon was barely paying attention to him while escaping. Is it because he guessed correctly that Leon was looking for Ashley? Is it because he ran away? For all I know, Leon only considered him fishy because of his personality. Leon acting cold towards Luiz and also calling Luiz fishy before having his personal information be compiled into a background report rather than delivered through meaningful dialogue just feels like warning signs for how the player is meant to feel towards Luiz throughout his entire character arc, a point which I'll elaborate on later in this retrospective. But overall, New Capcom threw away a lot of meaningful and clever dialogue in favor of a cold attitude with Leon to inorganically complement their traumatized survivor model, and in favor of a series of dumb quotes from Luiz, which altogether amounts to just the same as getting a new objective popping up on your screen. What an absolute waste. Leon now needs to get his gear back since the enemies took it, which begins with is essentially a tutorial on stealth kills, kitchen knives, and parrying, which is kinda unnecessary given that we already learned about stealth kills and parrying during Chapter 1. In this Remilk, we're going the complete opposite direction of how we went in Resident Evil 4 OG when going through this factory. The developers have a habit of making you go through areas backwards in this Remilk. Also, the fact that they replaced a combat encounter that had a couple of enemies with dynamite, bear traps, and other weapons that demanded you to take advantage of the laser sight to skillfully shoot the dynamite in an enemy's hand to kill multiple enemies in the OG, with a simple stealth encounter for the Remilk, probably says a lot about the quality of the combat mechanics between the two versions. Once we get our gear back, the merchant is introduced. Leon seems friendlier with the merchant than with Luiz. Shouldn't the merchant be fishier than Luiz? And why does Leon act like the merchant is a part of this universe in Chapter 3 when he's examining his weaponry? Why doesn't Leon question the merchant about what he knows if he seems to exist in this universe? This is one of the moments where you have to question why new Capcom is making the merchant seem like he's diegetic to the universe of this Remilk timeline. We then move on to the incompetently assembled valley section that, just like the Village Siege, requires an absurd amount of forward knowledge and technical knowledge to game this section. In Resident Evil 4 OG, this sequence was a lot of fun to run through. Running through this area felt fast and exhilarating as the Illuminados were closing in on you while you were trying to get both halves of the hexagonal emblem. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, however, we instead get another badly designed section that has flaws so easily noticeable that you have to wonder what the attention span of new Capcom is. Right at the start, we have what appears to be a stealth section, with enemies patrolling certain sections, just like with the Village Siege. Only the enemies are set up in such a way that stealthing through it is physically impossible without killing them. And the weird thing is, the initial enemies don't work off a group mentality. They're divided into different groups, so for instance, if the female Ganado patrolling near the shed sees you, the male Ganado patrolling on the bridge will be aggroed as well, though not the other way around for some reason. The rest of the enemies won't be aggroed in this scenario, and when these different groups see you, they spawn in reinforcements. So this really comes across like another fake stealth sequence that forces combat down the throat. I remember in my blind playthrough how many times I camped inside of the building with the yellow herb and playing this section like it's a soulless Call of Duty section of just sitting in one spot shooting enemies. It was miserable. So given that you can't seem to stealth past the enemies, you instead opt to stay up top and shoot the enemies with a pistol or a sniper rifle, so that you're pretty much killing them without being seen by them. This by itself is another time-consuming process, especially when you're dealing with the focus reticle system that only serves to drag out this process even more. So this works, and you drop down thinking you've bypassed the reinforcements, only to find that when you reach certain zones, you can literally, and I mean literally, see enemies spawning out of the blue. This is what I mean when I say that new Capcom's attention span was severely low. This goes beyond amateurish. How do you miss something like this? Never in any Resident Evil title have I ever seen enemies spawning out of the blue like this. This pre-alpha was forcing the reinforcements down my throat, whether I wanted them to spawn or not. And it only becomes an even greater issue when you're dealing with the dynamite enemies alongside the other enemies. Dynamite in this pre-alpha is absurd. The range on the dynamite is wider than what you're expecting, and the explosion from the dynamite can even hit you through low pieces of cover if it's right next to the cover and you're not crouched, which doesn't make any sense. And even if the dynamite doesn't damage you, it can still make you flinch even a second after the explosion has occurred, and you don't get iframes during the flinch animation. An unnecessary flinch animation that has varying degrees of triggers. At least they understood giving iframes during flinch animations like this during Resident Evil 4 OG. And let me just say, this section provided quite the lesson on how much Leon can be stun locked by dumb things. Part 2 of my blind playthrough showcases this. Why does that stun you when they jump on you? It's like some Dead Space 1 garbage right there. Giving them a free hit when they actually jump on you and stun you. It's so bullshit. Like, there aren't as many enemies. And that doesn't... What the fuck was that? I did the fucking mantle animation and then Leon, for some unknown reason, got repeatedly stun locked for no reason. Given that you have to go to one end of the area to open the way out, and also go to the opposite end of the area to grab the hexagonal piece, it's hard to tell exactly what the developers intended for you to do. The poor designs you're dealing with in this section are pretty similar to what you were dealing with back in the Village Siege. There's more I could discuss, but it's a lot to describe. So just like the Village Siege, you have to once again strip this section down to a rudimentary level, which leads into my strategy for this section. So one of my subscribers found a design that I don't know is intentional or not, but if you shoot explosive barrels during stealth sequences, it actually draws all the enemies towards the sound of the explosion. It's more effective than using your guns to make noises, as at a certain point, if the enemies walk enough, they'll stop moving. They don't do that with the explosive barrels when they explode. So by shooting this explosive barrel at the start, all the initial enemies will head towards the noise, including one of the dynamite enemies, which is important as by using a grenade, I can guarantee that I can kill the entire group without them seeing me and without being screwed by the inconsistent grenade damage since I'm detonating the dynamite. With them out of the way, I then take the left path, deal with the enemies that spawn out of the blue, shoot the barrel to kill the dynamite enemy and distract the female Ganado that drops down from above, stealth kill her, open the way out, deal with any enemies that happen to spawn from another spawn point for some bizarre reason, move along the left path to obtain the hexagonal emblem, then take the same path again to get out of here, as the enemies will be in the middle of coming out of spawn points. Do not go across the bridge as the dynamite can destroy the bridge. If any enemies get in your way, just blast them out of the way with the shotgun. Once you leave the area, the enemies will not follow, and that will be the end of this brain-dead, incompetently assembled section. After stealth killing and running past a couple more enemies, we get to Pitores Mendes' manor. There are some files to examine here, but they really aren't that interesting for lore purposes. You have Illuminados 4.3, which talks about people sacrificing crops, pigs, and babies to Sadler, which, as I mentioned before, is part of some Wicker Man scenario for making the crops grow again, or something like that. Because Las Plagas infection is always fatal for babies, at least in the canon timeline, I assume that's one of the reasons why they are sacrificed, which makes sense, given that their bodies aren't properly developed to survive the plaga attaching itself to the spinal cord. We then have the Village Records Volume 3, which refers to the same sacrifices to Sadler and that famine was around in certain months. Then the last entry talks about outsiders being sacrificed instead of the usual lots described in Illuminados 4.3. Whether the doctrine for judging outsiders was around or not when they killed these outsiders is unclear, but there's nothing relevant to the plaga here. Ada, however, finds this interesting as she says this dumb quote in Separate Ways Remilk.
At least their holy book looks interesting.
Rather than reading the book to identify important information about the Illuminados like she did in Separate Ways OG. This leads into the moment where Leon encounters Pitores Mendes. It's comparison time. In Resident Evil 4 OG, when Leon gets through the door that leads into Mendes' bedroom, Mendes and two other Ganados accompanying him are heading into the manor. Ada is following behind them since she's trying to get to the valley where Luiz was believed to be held captive. Mendes and the other Ganados enter while Leon obtains the insignia key, inspects the room, and reads a note made by Mendes on Sadler's decision with keeping Leon and Luiz together earlier, and also about the unknown third party. Mendes then somehow finds out that Leon is in his room, either from hearing Leon when he was on the ground level or from behind the door, and hides behind the door. Leon then hears the Ganados chatting on the ground level as he is leaving the room, which draws his attention and distracts him from Mendes. The Ganados are chatting about a foreigner among them, which is Ada, and that Mendes should be able to take care of this foreigner since his plaga is superior to their own plaga, given that he has the dominant plaga. I like this moment, as it's one of those times where it showcases that Ada has a presence in this game before her eventual reveal in Chapter 3. At that moment, Mendes surprise attacks Leon when Leon turns to look behind him and starts choking him out. While he's choking him out, Leon's eyes turn red, which is an indication that he's infected by the subordinate plaga. Now, this part has always kind of confused me because the change in eye color when the parasite is exerting more control seems to be influenced by external factors. Clearly, when the parasite has fully taken over the victim, the red coloration is absent, as we saw with the villagers earlier. It's almost like the plaga adjusted the host's body or the host has completely lost any kind of will of their own, so it doesn't find the need to exert more effort. That's in the final stage, but in the prior stages, where the host still has independent thought and will, whenever the host seems to undergo an intense amount of trauma or are under the sway of a dominant plaga user, the parasite is probably having to take on more blood to supply its needs and exert more control. So more blood ends up going into the CNS, which enlarges the blood vessels and leads to symptoms like the change in eye color as a result of blood vessels, and also the control over the host. Of course, in the scenario where Leon is choking out Ada when the parasite has taken control of him, this is probably the result of the suppressant wearing off, allowing the parasite to resume its control with more strength, though the part where Ada stabs Leon and brings him back to his senses is a little odd, considering that when Mendes was choking out Leon and inflicting pain, this was allowing the parasite to exert more influence, but maybe the application of pain is a factor to consider here. The sudden jolt of pain from being stabbed in the leg compared to being choked out served as a better cognitive recalibrator in Leon's favor. In other words, Ada's sudden application of pain from stabbing Leon in the leg leg worked in a similar manner to hypnic jerks during sleep that wake you up suddenly and trigger a physical twitch in your body. I should know, since I remember some of my hypnic jerks when I was sleeping. That brought me back to reality. It's almost like before the final stage where the Plaga takes over, there are periods where the host goes unconscious, allowing the Plaga to take over, like the host is dreaming. And of course, Mendes started choking out Leon when he was normal, whereas Ada stabbed Leon while the Plaga had control of him, so the initial state of mind also has to be considered here. So to rephrase this statement again, during the stages prior to the final stage where the Plaga fully takes over, whenever it takes control of the host and makes the eyes go red, this seems to be the result of the parasite taking in more blood into the central nervous system, which it mainly does as a result of external factors affecting its survival, when it needs to follow the commands of the dominant Plaga, or when it grows enough to allow more control. And again, the red eye color is not present when the Plaga fully takes over the host, like we saw with the villagers earlier, so it seems to be a context-sensitive symptom. It may not seem like the change in eye color is the result of blood vessels in Resident Evil 4 OG, as Leon's eye literally turns red, almost like the pigmentation changes, which shouldn't result from manipulation of the central nervous system, but I've got a theory on this. I don't know what the quality of GameCube graphics were like, but maybe the developers thought it would be hard for players to actually see the blood vessels enlarging within Leon's eyes. So to accommodate for this, they had Leon's eyes literally turn red to represent this idea to GameCube players. And based on the quality of the cutscenes in Separate Ways OG, which released on the PS2 version, this idea seems to be plausible, even if the blood vessels in Leon's eyes can kinda be seen. But if I were a developer working with low quality graphics, I would probably favor eye color changes. This is probably one of the main reasons why the expression of red eyes in hosts still in the early stages of Plaga infection is amended in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, given the better quality of the graphics. But back to Mendes' scene, he drops Leon upon seeing this symptom and realizes that Leon was injected with a subordinate Plaga. He then tells Leon that despite carrying the same blood as them, he's still an outsider, and if he becomes unpleasant to their eyes, he'll face severe consequences. In case you're wondering, the reason why Mendes uses the phrase carrying the same blood is because the Illuminados refer to the Plaga as a sacred blood. This is indicated in Biohazard 4 Incubate. The Remilk refers to the Plaga as a sacred body instead. He then leaves, believing the Plaga will hatch and eventually take control of him, and believing in Sadler's plan to draw out the unknown third party. He'll be proven wrong later on and regret not killing Leon when he had the chance. While Leon is recovering from Mendes' assault, Ada grapples to the roof. Leon then radios Hunnigan, who tells him about the religious cult group involved in this incident named the Illuminados. Leon then tells Hunnigan about his run-in with Mendes, with how he chose to spare Leon rather than kill him, and with how he mentioned that Leon now carries the same blood as them, which puzzles them both. Not contemplating Mendes' words further, Leon resumes his mission to save Ashley. Before he goes, though, he decides to get some more information out of Mendes. Returning to the bedroom, Leon is once again ambushed by Mendes and held underfoot. Mendes contemplates on what to do with Leon, but Ada, using her hookshot to dangle off the roof, shoots at Mendes through the window to distract him. Mendes attempts to catch her off guard by jumping at her through the window, but Ada reacts fast enough to use her hookshot to lift herself up and avoid the attack. Now, Ada could have continued down the path that leads to the valley, but she instead takes the path back to the main village area and gets surrounded by Ganados, which I assume are here for one of the following reasons. They know that Leon has escaped and are trying to stop him. They are following Ada back when they saw she was in the previous areas, or they heard the gunshots coming from Mendes' manor. Either way, the momentary distraction is enough for Ada to be shot by a tranquilizer gun from one of the Ganados that accompanied Mendes. So regardless of what path she took, she would have been captured. Ada is then taken to an area used to enlighten betrayers in order to be sacrificed. Again, they did not know about Ada's status or that she was the unknown third party. It's only when they photograph her entering the castle that they decide to capture her and interrogate her. Leon recovers and retrieves his handgun, and notes that the person who saved him seemed familiar to him. This concludes the scene in Resident Evil 4 OG. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, Leon finds the insignia key, and when he's about to leave, Torres Mendes shows up. And it's funny how before Mendes shows up on screen, you can hear his footsteps, yet when Ada is in this manner and finds out where Luiz is, you don't hear his footsteps. So how he set himself up to ambush Ada doesn't make sense if they had set up Mendes' footstep noises in a cutscene before a character saw him. Leon then decides to shoot Mendes, not in the head, but in the torso, and for some reason, despite going through supposedly punishing missions that should have improved his reflexes, he just stands still like an idiot and doesn't react quick enough to Mendes when he's about to kick him, even though there was plenty of time for him to do so. At least having Mendes surprise attack Leon in Resident Evil 4 OG made more sense than how it's portrayed here with the slapdash slow reaction time with Leon. They're really trying to make Leon seem like a wimp and have no logic with his actions whatsoever. With Leon knocked to the ground due to his stupidity and incredibly slow reaction time, Mendes takes advantage of this to start choking Leon out, which is rather jarring when considering that Mendes injected Leon with the Plaga earlier. Why inject Leon with the Plaga if he's then going to try to kill him? He then notes the yellow coloration and more visible blood vessels in Leon's eyes, acknowledging that Leon's blood has accepted the gift, which I find contention with. Not only is this line not as memorable or as impactful in the way it's phrased or delivered when compared to how the original line was phrased and delivered by the voice actor in Resident Evil 4 OG, but it opens up some queries. New Capcom opted to make the Plaga and the blood mutually exclusive terms, rather than having the Illuminados refer to it as a sacred blood, based on the way Mendes phrased it here. But this phrase implies that blood type has something to do with Plaga infection. In what way does blood have to do with infection via an external organism? And when he uses the term accepted, that makes it seem like injecting someone with the Plaga has mixed results, and that there are moments where the Plaga fails to take over a host. Aside from babies, which Mendes would not be referring to, we haven't seen any kind of failed subjects like this. There were BOWs that weren't very practical in terms of their application in combat, but in terms of the Plaga not successfully growing in practical hosts, or being rejected in some way, we haven't seen anything like that, which is why this quote is confusing. Ada then shoots Mendes and knocks his hat off, yet somehow doesn't hit his head since there's no bullet hole. There is no way she should be missing at that range. Firing off a couple more shots, she repels up to the roof before Mendes has a chance to throw away Leon and attack. Mendes takes a minute to stare out the window and chooses to leave Leon behind. Why? I don't know. It's probably because he knows Leon will be overtaken by the Plaga, but it's contradicted by him trying to kill Leon. If he was so insistent on trying to kill Leon here, why does he not kill him before going after Ada? At least in Resident Evil 4 OG, I could understand him giving a warning to Leon when he wasn't aware earlier that Leon was injected with the Plaga until he saw his eyes turn red and remembered Sadler's actions with capturing Leon and Luiz and putting them together. And then, when Leon became unpleasant in his eyes, that's when he contemplates trying to kill him. And you know what else makes sense? Ada remaining stationary near the window for as long as she did in Resident Evil 4 OG. Ada probably remained stationary near the window to play upon Mendes' behavior. She was trying to bait him to attack to get him away from Leon now that I think about it more closely. This helps contribute to Ada's clever nature. Her actions saved Leon in that moment, which contributes to the character dynamics between herself and Leon. But in the Remilk, Ada just goes up immediately without trying to distract Mendes a bit longer, like she somehow knew Leon would not be killed by Mendes, which makes no sense. This is a pretty big warning sign for how messed up the character dynamics between Leon and Ada will be in the later parts of this Remilk. Just as messed up as how their character dynamics were in Resident Evil 2 Remilk. You know, it's a funny idea. I never thought about Ada baiting out Mendes like this in Resident Evil 4 OG until after I played Resident Evil 4 Remilk. You gotta appreciate the moments where you rethink certain elements of old media or view them from a different perspective once you see sequels or see a reimagining or remake of that older media. The amount of times I've reanalyzed the older Resident Evil titles after playing their respective Remilks is a lot for sure. So in a weird way, I can appreciate Resident Evil 4 Remilk in this context. But Mendes leaves, though not before taking his hat, and tries to set up an ambush for Ada by pretending to walk away from the manor, giving Ada a false sense of security, which ends this moment in the Remilk. This is definitely worse than how this scene plays out in Resident Evil 4 OG. Hunnigan contacts Leon with bad timing to tell him she's got the intel he requested on Luiz Serra. In this Remilk timeline, Luiz is now a former researcher for Umbrella for some reason. Leon is angry and regrets not leaving him in that bag to rot, and after hearing this, Hunnigan decides to scoff and smirk at this remark. Just look at her face here. This kind of behavior is so out of character for Hunnigan. It makes no sense how this is possible. Hunnigan is an all-work, no-play kind of character. In every other Resident Evil media she's appeared in, she has always maintained this demeanor, but all of a sudden, in this Remilk, she finds humor in Leon feeling like he's made a fool of himself. Why? It's so bizarre and even cringeworthy for someone like me who's so invested in the lore and characters of Resident Evil. And it also feels cringeworthy given that Hunnigan has very few lines in this pre-alpha. This is what they opted for? Are you serious? And you think finding out that Luiz was a former Umbrella employee would make her question his presence here, or make her ponder other questions, since Umbrella's supposed to be a big deal, right? But no, she just gets amused at Leon's remark and then tells him to focus on saving Ashley. And Leon doesn't even tell her what happened with Mendes. Mendes. You'd think after being spared by Mendes, he would ponder why this was the case and talk about this with Hannigan. Is he really that single-minded in this mission to save Ashley that he's going to put other characters aside and not even ponder such basic questions like, why did Mendes spare me? Or what does he mean that my blood has accepted the gift? That kind of single-mindedness only leads to trouble. Doesn't Leon realize this? What is wrong with him? He should be voicing potential factors that may get in the way of his mission. This doesn't fall within that category? Also, he doesn't even voice to Hannigan that someone saved him from Mendes, which he should do if Ada saved him in the same cutscene where Mendes attacks him. Leon can't even examine the window and voice a comment on whoever saved him. He just brushes her off like she never existed. This is yet again another warning sign for what this relationship between Leon and Ada amounts to in this Remilk. The lack of thought put into this dialogue moment and the characters' behaviors makes no sense. And don't even get me started on Luiz being a former researcher for Umbrella. It doesn't work right now to talk about why this change is meaningless. This is something best reserved for later on. However, I can talk about this report on him, as it amounts to nothing with the information provided. This report is 4 pages long and is badly written. The first page is completely pointless. For the second page, only the first paragraph is considered important, since Hannigan says that the second paragraph is incorrect. This first paragraph just says that Luiz was smart and joined Umbrella's research division. Then literally, in the next page, it says he resigned and could not be located. Then the final page has redundant information, as it just says that he went to great lengths to disappear. Then the last paragraph has Hannigan act smart and mention in her own handwriting that it makes no sense for one of Umbrella's best to be making an antacid or beauty cream. First of all, this is a digital report. Where does handwriting come into play? Also, if this report had issues, why would Hannigan leave it in and just act smart? This is literally Occam's razor. They could have just given the corrected report without needing all this non-information or remarks from Hannigan that make this report sound stupid. And even if it was corrected, all we would take away from this is that Luiz is smart, he worked for Umbrella, and he disappeared for a time. This is some of the dumbest writing I have ever seen. Who in their right mind thought this report was acceptable with the way it was written? This is all just drivel that means nothing. What a waste of time. Just like with making Luiz a member of Umbrella. And it seems the developers agree with me because of how quickly they introduced Luiz as a former Umbrella researcher before turning it around and saying he resigned on the next page. And remember, this information was delivered to Leon because he found Luiz to be fishy. The only thing fishy here is why New Capcom traded out meaningful dialogue between Leon and Luiz for this insubstantial and soulless information. That's the only fishy thing around here. Let's just move on from this stupid report. Leon leaves the manor and he hears a dog get caught in a bear trap. They've moved the moment where Leon frees the dog in Chapter 1-1 of Resident Evil 4 OG to here, and I don't understand this choice in pacing. Before I get into that, I mean, for one thing, if you set off all these bear traps before entering Mendes' manor, how could there be a bear trap here? And also, why would the dog be near a manor rather than in the forest? And getting into the pacing, this just feels like a jarring shift in tone and personality. So soon after Leon was nearly killed by Mendes and angry at the thought of Luiz being a former researcher for Umbrella, Leon is just like, you too, huh? Which I don't understand the context of, and it just sounds cavalier in its tone. He then frees the dog and tells it to take care of itself. It just feels way too sudden, and with how cold Leon was portrayed in the earlier chapters, I would expect him to just leave the dog there if he thought it was infected by the Plaga, as he's seen with the prior enemies. All the story moments we've gone through and the changes in Leon's mindset just caused this moment with the dog to feel like a slapdash out of the blue placement. In Resident Evil 4 OG, you find the dog at the start of Chapter 1-1 and free it. Having the dog be at the start of Chapter 1 is better pacing-wise because you haven't gone through any significant story moments that make you view this moment as being just a distraction. Also, given that you're in what is mostly a forest area, this feels like a likely place to encounter the dog. And given that the only story moment we've been given so far is that the villagers are cruel, heartless monsters that have killed many people, it makes you care more about the dog. And you want to know something else? And this is entirely subjective, but I prefer the way the dog looks in Resident Evil 4 OG compared to the Remilk. The dog in Resident Evil 4 OG looked very timid and innocent with its appearance, which complemented its cries for help. There's a greater sense of empathy and care that's moderated by its appearance. And then when it helps you in the fight with the El Gigante, it feels cool having this very timid and loyal dog act brave to help you against this massive boss. The dog in the Remilk, however, is not preferable. It's very hairy and looks ferocious, which undersells its current predicament at being caught in this bear trap. This doesn't feel like a dog worth releasing relating to or empathizing with. This feels like a dog that's already battle-hardened, and when it helps you in the El Gigante fight, it just feels like a generic ally. It doesn't feel like there's any substance to its involvement here. And on to the next point, the dog in Resident Evil 4 Remilk is bad mechanically. I swear, the number of times this dog has screwed me in my fight against the El Gigante is pretty high. For one thing, you clip on the dog. The amount of times I'm trying to avoid certain moves that demand I get out of the way quickly, and the dog ends up getting in my way because its pathing is completely random, is annoying. This problem only serves to complement how bad the arena is for fighting the El Gigante. In Resident Evil 4 OG, you never clipped on the dog. Old Capcom had common sense with switching off the dog's collision box. You should never be clipping on an ally that has random pathfinding. Also, if you have the dog with you, the pre-alpha will trigger this cutscene at a certain point in the El Gigante's HP threshold, where it will smash a wall and the debris will fall into the arena, making it smaller, further complementing the poor designs already apparent. This never happened in Resident Evil 4 OG. They never tried to make the dog's presence a hindrance by favoring this dumb design. These issues got so aggravating to the point where I stopped saving the dog. I legitimately hate the dog in this Remilk because of the mechanical problems with it. I can't even remember the last time I've saved it. The only time the dog is ever worth saving is if you're running very high-powered weapons like an upgraded sniper rifle, as the boss will be dead by the time you get screwed by the dog. The only thing I do like about the dog in this Remilk compared to the original version is how it stays at the end of the fight and acknowledges you if you walk up to it. I wish they did this in Resident Evil 4 OG with some kind of cutscene. It kinda annoys me that the dog just disappears in Resident Evil 4 OG. But to sum it all up, the dog is done poorly in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. And the funny thing is that in the model viewer, the dog is classed as an enemy. So it seems the developers wanted the dog to be a nuisance because he's actually an enemy in disguise. Talk about a wolf in wolf's clothing. But by this point in my blind playthrough, I started to ask the question of whether this pre-alpha was rushed. Not just in terms of gameplay, but in terms of story, character, and pacing. The gameplay has been below subpar quality, the story's barely been present, the characters have been acting out of character, and the screenplay and pacing have been questionable. I had gone through just 2 chapters and the start of chapter 3, and already this was feeling like the worst Resident Evil title ever. That really says a lot when a product starts to feel this bad, and you haven't even gotten to the 25% mark. We return to the village square, and for some reason, a tower gets destroyed. It was not Ada or Wesker who blew up the tower, it was the Illuminados. I don't know why they thought of resorting to this measure, but it doesn't make sense. A bunch of throwaway colmillos spawn in, but we run past them and then run past the 2 enemies guarding the door. When we enter this room, there's a file titled Illuminados 4.9 that is phrased weirdly. I believe this is talking about the El Gigante, given that you see a big hand in the picture. But if this is the case, why is this El Gigante more important than the other ones you deal with at the castle, or the one that Ada deals with in separate ways Remilk? Why would the Illuminados display some kind of religious/emotional attachment to this one El Gigante compared to the others? Why would any BOW be mentioned in a religious text? I could understand the lichens being considered a part of the villagers' superstitions in Resident Evil Village, given that they were a common subordinate BOW created through failed affinity for the Kadu, and there were lots of lichens around, but something like the El Gigante doesn't make sense. And the Illuminados have been around for a bit of time, so this would imply that BOW research or some kind of rituals regarding the Plaga infection were being done before the sciences developed further if they're mentioning BOWs in their texts. I don't know when the Illuminados gained access to scientific research or employed scientists like Luiz and Annabelle, but this kind of BOW shouldn't be possible to create in whatever old period they came from. Why were they even making the El Gigante in the first place in this Remilk timeline? In the canon timeline, the El Gigantes were byproducts of Las Plagas research and genetic manipulation to create BOWs. Such excessive modifications allowed its size to be greater, but its intelligence could not be improved even through repeated trials. This I understand, but having the El Gigante be mentioned in religious texts of the Illuminados changes the reason for their creation. This is really confusing. But in this file, the Illuminados tell their dear child of a BOW to sleep well and flourish, and that as its body grows, the female Illuminados will sew new small clothes for it. Small clothes. Why would they use such a term for such a large BOW? They then mention that after eating 7 quintals of wheat, which is about 1,543.234 pounds, and half a bowl a day, it has outgrown its pen. I don't know if this refers to the town hall or the quarry as its pen. They then keep urging the El Gigante to flourish for the sake of its brothers and sisters who can, so this implies that the El Gigante was not a byproduct or a failed experiment with the Plaga, despite its lacking intelligence. This is really confusing, and this whole file feels contradictory to a later file that you get. In the rearing log, which you get after beating the El Gigante, they documented certain events regarding the El Gigante's development. At 6 months, they said its teeth just came through, but it still shoves everything in its mouth. It doesn't walk yet, but it swallowed a dog whole. This feels like a lore violation because it implies that a baby was infected to become the El Gigante. And as I mentioned before, Plaga infection of babies is always fatal. Why else would they use phrases like, its teeth have only just come through, or it can't walk yet? These phrases describe developmental periods that babies go through, so I see new Capcom didn't look back at the lore of Resident Evil 4 OG properly, and it makes no sense for a baby to be used because, as I mentioned before, babies aren't fully developed, so it makes sense that they wouldn't survive the process of the Plaga attaching to the spinal cord. And why was this baby chosen to be an El Gigante and not sacrificed, as described in Illuminados 4.3? Like, I don't get it. Even the Resident Evil podcast team agrees that this seems like something the developers overlooked or needlessly changed. But back to this file, at 9 months, the El Gigante grew so large, the town hall couldn't contain it. At 10 months, it was still growing even after moving to the quarry, and was devouring a whole cow in only 3 days. At 13 months, it was swinging their largest pickaxe like a twig. One of the villagers was nearly eaten since it was still starving. At 17 months, the village was nearly out of food, so they had to summon help from the castle and use an incantation to put the El Gigante to sleep. An incantation? What does that even mean? Why is this kind of fantasy garbage in a Resident Evil title? Is this related to the hive mind that is demonstrated poorly in Resident Evil 4 Remilk? Why didn't the villagers or Betorres Mendes contact the castle sooner if this uncontrollable BOW could be controlled this quickly? If the Illuminados cared for this BOW, why didn't they actively use the hive mind to keep it under control? Was Illuminados 4.9 written before, during, or after the events described in the rearing log? Was this first El Gigante considered a success? None of this makes any sense with the jumbled motivations, the poor communication between the Illuminados and villagers, and the fantasy garbage described here. This is such a mess in terms of complementary files. There is some additional information provided by the Resident Evil podcast team, as they believe that the Illuminados in this remake considered the first El Gigante a success, in the sense that they created a subject that lived and achieved what they set out to create, despite discovering later on that the El Gigante wasn't as intelligent as they hoped. This mentality was similar to how the Tyrant in Resident Evil 1 Remake was a failure, but still considered successful to Umbrella, in the sense that they still managed to make the first Tyrant, and had built towards the goal of creating the ultimate life form. Also, with regards to why the Illuminados haven't amended Illuminados 4.9 if the El Gigante wasn't what they envisioned, this chapter is probably here mainly for worshipping the fact that the Plaga had turned an infant child into a huge troll-like behemoth unlike anything humanity had ever seen. The fact that the El Gigante had faults that deemed it impractical as a weapon is not related to Illuminados' doctrine. Also, in this room, there's a big skull that seems to be placed like it's for a memorial. The Resident Evil podcast team believes this was an early El Gigante that died during its growth. This sums up everything regarding this room. We make our way to the church where Leon informs Hunnigan that he is unable to enter the church and that it seems this place is locked up really tight. This then prompts Hunnigan to act out a character and say in a witty response, I can think of one reason they'd want to do so. For a character that has very few lines in this pre-alpha, they sure chose the wrong kinds of quotes for her to say. You don't need to make a character sound witty or laugh at the wrong moment for them to be engaging. God, Hunnigan is so bad in this pre-alpha. Inside the side area in the church, we see a photo of Ashley tied up. I'm surprised they decided to not have her tied up when they locked her in that room in the church. After that, we make our way onto a scaffolding area and are introduced to Molotov enemies. Wow, he's not even flailing all over the place. That's his flail animation! Oh my god. How can they call themselves AAA developers if they can't even deliver a convincing flail animation when on fire? If that was Evil Within, the enemy would be dead from the fire and would be flailing around. Look at that again. He's not even set on fire! What's he- Look at him! He's just walking right through the fucking fire! And he's not being set on fire! Let's give a round of applause to the animation department of this AAA development team that used to be revered. He's in the fire and he's not even being set on fire. Look at that. They thought this game was status gold, like ready to be released to the public. That is really cheap. Putting a spawn right there. You have no time to react to that. Look at him. Why doesn't it just put him into the kill animation instantly? He has to stand in the fire a bit before he actually dies? I mean, why does it have to be so gamey and lacking any logic? And wow, he was standing in the fire for that long of a duration, and he somehow didn't get set fully on fire. Goodness me, the fire is so badly implemented. It's so buggy. It's so clunky. It is such a mess. Look at him just standing in the fire, not being set on fire. Look at her just standing in the fire and she's not even getting set on fire. That hit detection is so bad, and it shouldn't even be designed like that. As soon as you shoot that Molotov in their hand, they should be set on fire, and they should be flailing around. But no, it has to be this clunky with its detection, and work off some kind of timer-based system where it's all dependent upon how long the enemy's in the fire. That is so dumb. Wow. This whole deflect system with the Molotov is pathetic. You can't aim the Molotov properly when you're deflecting. Like, Leon just aims the Molotov in whatever direction he so chooses. He doesn't redirect it back at the enemy. And this time, when I deflected that Molotov, he dropped it right at his legs. So he set himself on fire. What an awful mechanic. Just have it cancel out the Molotov if this redirect system is this useless. He spawns behind you. Gotta love these weird arbitrary spawn moments. That guy was not there, and as soon as I get near the ladder, he spawns behind me. These enemies are a clear representation of the downgrade in quality this pre-alpha's mechanics are. Running past these enemies, we get to the quarry area, where Leon once again displays how dense he is in this Remilk. When he examines this giant hammer or pickaxe or whatever this thing is, he says,
Good luck finding someone big enough to use this thing.
which is such an odd thing to say. I could understand him saying something like, why would they make something like this? Or who did they build this for? Not this kind of line. Why does he not stop to question why they made this thing in the first place? Once again, his bizarre cavalier attitude shows itself here. And the thing is, there is no reason for this giant tool to exist, as the El Gigante doesn't use it in his boss fight. So what was the point in introducing it? But we enter this area that will be the boss arena for the El Gigante, and we have two Colmillos. Colmillos are a subpar enemy. The shotgun's good against them, they flinch from the pistol kinda well, and you can kill them pretty quickly with the knife by stabbing them when they're stunned. Stabbing them instead of doing the knife execution saves a significant amount of knife durability. I don't know why the difference in knife durability loss is so vast. It's almost like the pre-alpha punishes you for going for the knife execution. And what's really dumb about the knife execution on the Colmillos is that you don't get iframes, even though it looks pretty similar to the general ground execution animation that you can do against the Ganados. That animation gives you iframes, but not this animation. Why this inconsistency? Colmillos also have horrendous hitboxes. They can grab you before they even touch you, and they have phantom range extended to the left and right whenever they do the grab, so even when it looks like they'll miss, you'll still get grabbed. This is not an issue in Resident Evil 4 OG. The audio under footsteps is almost non-existent as well, which complements their broken hitboxes and terrible pathfinding in sequences like the Maze Encounter, where the Cornmeos spawn weirdly into the map. And then there's the mutation. The mutation that these Cornmeos can trigger is bonkers. Even though this mutation is just the Plaga emerging from their backs, that's all it takes to give unjustified properties to the Cornmeos. They not only regain all their health when they mutate, but the health increase provided by the mutation is absurd, to the point where they can take 2 knife executions, or so many shotgun shells, and somehow be alive, which disincentivizes you from partaking in the knife execution most of the time. They also no longer flinch from the pistol unless you shoot them out of the air when they attack, or when they decide to flinch out of the blue. The knockdown provided by the shotgun is also inconsistent, requiring at least 2 shots to knock them over unless you shoot them out of the air. They also get a change to their movement style, where they can jump a short distance in either direction to toy with you when you try to shoot them, and when they're in this state, they're able to do a very fast long-range attack that either hits you or grabs you. This attack only serves to complement the general squirrely combat already moderated by the poor designs already apparent with them. Dealing with mutated Cornmeos requires you to kill them before they transform. You can also run away from them to force them to sprint after you, instead of having them favor the movement style that toys with you, so that they'll do the jump attack that allows you to shoot them out of the air consistently and finish them off when they're on the ground. These Cornmeos can be just as terrible as the dogs in Resident Evil 1 Remilk, which are the worst dog enemy types ever because of their poor design, but that's for another retrospective. Moving on, we now need to get fuel for the boat. By the way, in Chapter 3, the flash grenade recipe is unlocked in the Merchant. It's important you get it because the balancing in the later combat encounters can be so bad that it's best to spam flash grenades. Flash grenades only require a large resource and 5 gunpowder to craft, which is quite insane given how much the pre-alpha spawns a lot of large resources. I think this shows just how much flash grenades moderate the fundamental flow of gameplay, and how certain sections feel designed with the Merchant in mind, to the point where you have to wonder why he's an optional feature. Of course, Separate Ways Remilk better highlights how forceful the Merchant can be in influencing the fundamental flow of gameplay. And speaking of the Merchant, can I just say how odd it is that they try to make him seem like he exists in this universe? In Resident Evil 4 OG, there are only 3 cutscenes involving him. One of them was optional and the others weren't, but Leon remained silent during these cutscenes. Now, I know that Leon can find the Merchant at that part of the lake in Chapter 2-1 if he decides to use the boat, and he can comment on the Merchant's collection, but given that you have to go so far off the main path, it doesn't make sense logically for Leon to do this, so I consider it a meta-game moment. And again, he doesn't say anything, it's just text on the screen. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, Leon acknowledges his presence and even comments on his weaponry by saying there's enough to start a party. Then, in Separate Ways Remilk, Ada literally has a conversation with him. Just like with the Duke in the canon timeline, why does new Capcom try to make the Merchant, who is practically a gameplay mechanic given human form with some of the most absurd capabilities ever, seem diegetic to the universe of Resident Evil? I don't get it. Also, this area introduces the shooting range, which I've only gone to once in my entire playtime of Resident Evil 4 Remilk for the purposes of this retrospective, because it is so boring and repetitive. And also, as Carcinogen SDA pointed out in part 1 of his walkthrough, the shooting range highlights the problems with the reticle and general shooting mechanics, and how your accuracy can at times feel luck dependent, like when you're trying to shoot the skull emblems and you miss, even when your crosshair is directly over the emblem. But scoring in the shooting range and also fulfilling certain objectives allows you to gain access to tokens that, when combined in a certain set of 3, allows you to gain access to charms, which provide certain passive benefits when they're attached to the attaché case. The charms feel very jarring in the context of a survival horror title, almost on par with XP boosts or loot boxes in RPG titles. It makes Resident Evil 4 Remilk feel like a mobile title rather than a single-player focused title. It feels like instead of making very creative set pieces and combat encounters that are actually balanced and demonstrate the supposed creativity of Resident Evil 4 Remilk with a bit more elegance and thought, they instead strip the sections bare and just use the charm system to amend certain fundamental designs to give the illusion of creativity. It just contributes to half-assed mentalities. It's not like having these charms drastically changes the gameplay experience. With or without these charms, the sections remain the same. How can they favor this idea when trying to justify the replayability of this title? I only continue to replay this title because it's the most recent Resident Evil title, so therefore, more time is devoted to that kind of title. Also, I find more reason to continue making content for it, covering its shortcomings, and also because I'm trying to salvage something from this mess of a Resident Evil title. It's the titles that disappoint you within your favorite series, that tend to draw the most attention, whether you realize it or not. Also, given that gaming isn't exactly swimming with interesting content at this time, Resident Evil 4 Remilk is the closest I can get to my preferred style of content. Finally, a vast majority of my audience prefers my Resident Evil 4 Remilk content. It's not because of any supposed replay value that I continue to do content for this pre-alpha. And if the charm system is new Capcom's idea of replayability, that is feeble. But that's all I have to say so far about the merchant, the charm system, and the shooting range. More discussion on the merchant may be covered in the later chapters. We now need to get fuel for the boat in order to make our way across the lake. This requires going through a lot of Ganados patrolling in this fish farm area. This sequence is time consuming doing it stealthily, so just rush your way through it and knock back any enemies with the shotgun. This sequence is another example of where, despite going into combat, certain enemies aren't aware of you and are still going on their regular patrol routes, which can help in this part. After grabbing the fuel, you'll want to take the time to deal with any enemies rushing you, get up the ladder, deal with the crossbow Ganado, then wait. Since you grab the fuel, more enemies spawn at the side of the map where you drop down from, but they aren't aware of you. There's a brute, some torch Ganados, and a female Ganado with a crossbow. You can wait for them to move while you're busy fending off the Ganados that are aware of your presence. As soon as they've moved away enough, you can get past. You can also use at least one flash grenade to stun them and get past them if you want to get out faster, which ends this boring sequence. We now get our first boss, if you want to call it that, which is the Lago. In Resident Evil 4 OG, the Lago could be killed in about 15 harpoons, and there were some moments where you could be clever with your timing and aiming to end the fight faster. And while the controls for the boat weren't the best, and there were moments where the Lago hit you in ways that were unavoidable, I still find the Lago to be a short but sweet change to the gameplay of Resident Evil 4 OG in my opinion. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, the Lago is tiresome. He has quite a lot of life, and every time he submerges after trying to hit you when you're forced to sit still, he regains HP. Why? If he's going to regain HP in an unjustified manner, the developers might as well have just increased his initial HP. Why would the developers opt for regenerating his life? It really comes across like the developers are trolling. When throwing harpoons against the Lago, you can throw them faster by mashing the firing button while Leon is prepping the harpoon. Once Leon throws it, you let go of the aiming button and do the same thing again, allowing you to deal more damage in shorter cycles. Charging your harpoons also deals slightly more damage than throwing it quickly. Hitting the Lago in the mouth when it's open allows you to deal more damage and stun him when he attacks you when you're sitting still. In general, you'll be killing the Lago when you get to the third phase, but it is possible to kill him in less than a minute and avoid having to go into the next phases. However, the methodology is very specific in when you turn the boat, how accurate you are when hitting him, and understanding where and when he emerges, so you're not going to get it on your first try. I don't really care to elaborate on this, as this encounter is very boring. One thing that is good about this encounter is that your HP is tied to the boat, not to Leon, so even if you do take damage, it will not transfer into the next chapter, unless in an incredibly rare instance, the Lago hits you slightly after you nail the final shot. And I say incredibly rare, yet this issue occurred while I was making this retrospective. As one of my subscribers describes, if you don't do the full chase in the second phase and instead decide to throw more than 5 harpoons before he dives in the second phase, he will hide early and this path for the third phase will mess up, which is what leads to this issue occurring. And aside from this issue, it is annoying how there are instances, primarily in the third phase, where the Lago turns, jumps, or does a move that makes you turn into the obstacles in this lake in such a way that you're unable to avoid them and take damage in the process. That is a poor design choice. But once he's dead, Leon ends up coughing up blood and fainting in the boat as a result of the plaga hatching inside of him and beginning his infection. That's what I assume is happening, though given that there was a hive mind sequence back in chapter 2 and Torres Mendes seemed to draw out the plaga's symptoms while choking out Leon, you have to wonder if the plaga hatched or not back in that chapter. We then get another hive mind sequence with Sadler saying the same thing he said in chapter 2 before adding on that when day breaks, Leon will become a Ganado subservient to Sadler's influence forever. I still don't understand how this hive mind is possible. It's not like the plaga injected into Leon came from Sadler or anything. I highly doubt Leon's parasite is somehow hearing sound waves emanating from Sadler's dominant plaga. It makes no sense how this mechanism works. A file that you get later on would have you believe that the sound emanates across the valley, but that just sounds absurd. And what about when Sadler is at the island? The island isn't exactly close to the mainland, so am I supposed to believe that the sound waves coming from Sadler's dominant plaga are traveling that distance to get to areas like the village or the castle? There's no way that makes sense. And how could the sound waves possibly reach Ganados that are in various parts of the world if Sadler needs to introduce a hive mind moment to any of those Ganados? What about when reaching hosts of the superior species plaga who have more of their mental faculties and consciousness preserved? This is yet another confusing moment introduced by this fantastical hive mind concept. Sadler then extends his hand towards Leon, tentacles come out of him, and this makes Leon think he's being taken over, like he's in a nightmare. This makes Leon wake up and start checking himself. All of a sudden, his boat starts leaking, and Leon doesn't seem to be bothered by this for some reason. He's able to get back to shore before the boat sinks. He then contacts Hunnigan, who then tells him he's been radio silent for 3 hours. When asked if he's okay, Leon simply states that he's fine, and that he'll continue searching for this key that opens the church, which makes no sense. He was coughing up blood. He clearly was aware of the contents of his nightmare. If he was checking himself, he's clearly seeing and hearing someone that he's only seen in portraits. This should get him thinking about what Mendes said to him back in chapter 2 about how his blood has accepted the gift before continuing his mission, but apparently not. Once again, his cavalier attitude shows itself here, like he's defending some false pride or something. And it's cavalier to the point where it doesn't feel logical or human. And he's talking with Hunnigan, someone who needs to be continually informed of everything happening. Why would he not tell her what happened to him if it'll likely impact his mission to save Ashley? Is he really that dense? And 3 hours is a long time to just say he's fine. Hunnigan should have asked him to clarify, but she instead accepts his response. It's not like Hunnigan has known Leon for a while to be like, oh, it's Leon, he'll be fine. This mission is supposed to be the first time Leon and Hunnigan are introduced to each other. But then again, now that I think about it, there isn't a moment where Hunnigan introduces herself to Leon. So did they know each other before this mission in this Remilk timeline? I have no idea. But overall, this change to the conversation makes no sense. Let's look at how it's handled in Resident Evil 4 OG. After Leon kills the Lago, he's able to get to the other side of the lake before his infection starts to flare up. He coughs up blood, has blurred vision, has convulsions and spasms, and eventually collapses upon entering a nearby cottage. While he's unconscious, he has a nightmare about being overtaken by the Plaga and having his blood vessels enlarge all over his body. Now, while it is odd that he's having a nightmare about the parasite and its symptoms when he shouldn't be aware of it, I'm not going to criticize it because when he wakes up, he forgets the contents of his nightmare, which is a common phenomenon attributed to various factors when waking up from sleep. Upon getting up, he contacts Hunnigan, who tells him it's been 6 hours since their last transmission. Leon then tells her that he was feeling dizzy and lost consciousness, which Hunnigan thinks is related to what Mendes told him earlier. Leon then reassures her that he is okay and that he will continue his mission. At least he took the time to address what happened compared to Leon in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. There's more sense with the way this is done, so I don't understand why they changed this in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. With that conversation concluded, this begins Chapter 4. So Chapter 4 is a chapter I like in terms of its ambiance and music. I like the darkness and the lighting in certain areas. I also like the combat music as it carries that dark undertone with its choice of music, pulsating notes, and key signature. I often listen to it when I need to clear my head of intruding thoughts or memories that relay vibes that carry ignorance. I would have liked this music to be in Resident Evil 4 OG, honestly, but that's all the positives I can give right now. Leon moves on and hears chanting occurring from somewhere. As he makes his way to the source, one of the Ganados spontaneously transforms into a Plaga-type Guadagna out of sight while still seeing his shadow. I find this change to be weird. I don't know what purpose it serves to have this transformation occur off camera compared to having it be shown directly in Resident Evil 4 OG. It just feels kinda jarring. The regular Plaga-type Guadagna generally take 3 to 5 shots from the pistol to be stunned, and the shotgun flinches them in one shot consistently, so long as they're in a normal state and not in a stun animation. If you're playing this pre-alpha right, you'll generally not be dealing with them much. This still doesn't excuse how gamey the stuns are with them. For a fleshy enemy, it makes no sense for them to not flinch from one shot with the pistol. At least Resident Evil 5 justified the Cephalos not flinching from pistol shots, given their sturdier flesh. This makes no sense at all in this Remilk. They can also be put into a flinch animation that allows you to use a melee attack against them, but only when close to death. And of course, flash grenades can kill them instantly. Plaga-type Guadagnas also have a horizontal whip attack that can be crouched under when close to them, and a vertical slam that they generally do when you're close to them. Parrying their attacks does work, but there is a bug when parrying this enemy, where you'll still take damage even when you nail the parry. I'm not entirely sure why this happens, but it definitely prevents you from trusting the mechanic. As such, you're better off damage racing them and not giving them the chance to engage with you. They also have this tendency of sprinting into you, and this can actually stun you, which is stupid. Yet another example of how much Leon is a pushover in this pre-alpha. And much like the Plaga-type Guadagnas in Resident Evil 4 OG, their ambient animation of swaying their tentacles around can randomly affect you when you're close to them. In Resident Evil 4 OG, the Plagas could damage you by doing this, but in the Remilk, all it does is stun you, not damage you. But you want to get past these enemies by pressing the confirm button when the little vignette showing the Plaga-type Guadagna coming around the corner begins to play. This will then allow you to control Leon earlier while it's still doing the animation, allowing you to get past both of the enemies here. We now need to go to 2 locations that contain statue heads that unlock the round insignia. Alongside this, there are some optional areas that contain loot and lore. To get to these areas, we are given another boat to use, which I do like the idea of in terms of reimagining the boat mechanic from Resident Evil 4 OG. A shame it has nothing to do with the overall integrity of the gameplay though, so while it's a cool idea, it means so little in the end. One of the mandatory areas we need to go to has a whole bunch of Ganados patrolling here. Much like the fish farm encounter, this is a time-consuming process trying to deal with them in very soulless combat. A vast majority of the enemies turn into Plaga-type Guadagnas, so you can imagine how much that drags the sequence out. The enemies are also laid out in such a way where the developers clearly want you to run past them. Once you retrieve the statue head, you'll need to use at least 2 flash grenades to get out of here without the enemies being a nuisance. It is possible to kill these enemies with the harpoons in the boat, but they are quick to get away, it takes too long to do, and they don't drop loot when killed, which is odd considering when you use the cannon to kill the zealots in the castle area, they drop loot, so I don't understand the distinctions there. The second mandatory area doesn't have any enemies, but near that mandatory area is another important area, the chicken coop. In this chicken coop, there is a golden egg. This pre-alpha has a hidden mechanic where if you use 2 golden eggs on Salazar, you can kill him in under 10 seconds. While this may seem like an idea worth praising, it's not, and I'll explain later when we get to Salazar's boss fight. With all the mandatory areas done, you just have the optional areas. There is an optional area in the middle of the lake which gives you some treasure and the Red 9 pistol. The Red 9 deals slightly more damage than your Silver Ghost pistol and is less accurate. It's a pretty worthless pistol, honestly. You're far better off just selling it. And it's funny how they chose to put this weapon within the world and not make it a merchant exclusive weapon, yet they didn't do the same with a weapon like the sniper rifle. Why would they just give another pistol here? That doesn't make sense. They should be placing weapons of each category within the actual world and putting in other weapons of the same categories in the merchant. That makes more sense than what they've done here. The next optional area is the area where Luiz was held. If you go back into the house where Luiz was held, you'll find an old man's journal. The old man happens to be Luiz's grandfather. I don't know why this file is in this particular spot, but regardless, this is a very confusing file with the way it's written. Expect quite the analysis of the lore inconsistencies this file seems to showcase. From the perspective of someone reading this file for the first time, this file was written when Luiz was 3 years old and his mother died when he was born. Luiz is 28 years old in this pre-alpha, meaning he was born in 1976, so this file seems to be written in 1979. Luiz's grandfather described him as being precocious, a very curious, smart, and observant child with a thirst for knowledge who follows his grandfather around whenever he goes hunting, not unlike the original version of Luiz. In fact, in the original version, all the times he went hunting with his grandfather allowed them to understand the terrain and find secret passages, as acknowledged by Torres Mendes. This is not mentioned in the Remake, but I guess it's meant to be implied. Luiz's grandfather then mentions that if Luiz wasn't stuck in this village, he could have been a scholar. Then, on the next page, he mentions that he was a careless fool. He thought he had shot through this wolf's head, yet it lunged at him. He was able to make it back to the cabin, but his wound is swollen and discolored, and he's worried about Luiz. This seems to imply that he encountered a colmillo, because why else would he say, I thought I shot it in the head? But this would then imply that the Illuminados were around during this time, as the colmillos were created by them. He then mentions that his body was moving on its own and that he can hear voices inside his head and thinks he's going mad, which shows that apparently in this Remilk he was infected by the Plaga if you note the word choices. The idea of dying and leaving a 3-year-old Luiz behind scares him, and he prays to God one last time, ending this file. Do you have any idea how confusing this file is? This entire file makes it seem like Luiz and his grandfather were likely around when Sadler took control and began injecting villagers with the plaga. And it seems like Luiz's grandfather was injected, as there's no way the Colmillo somehow transferred the plaga through its bite. But why wasn't Luiz himself injected with the plaga or sacrificed as part of Illuminados 4-3? If this remilk is going to make it where plaga infection of children or babies is not fatal, and also make it where the first El Gigante had its plaga bonded to it at birth, then you'd have to assume Luiz should have been a victim, but apparently not. And if Luiz was as curious, smart, and observant as he was at age 3, shouldn't he have realized that maybe these injections that people have been getting are likely leading to issues physically or mentally? Next point, when Luiz's grandfather said that he was stuck here, was he referring to them being poor, or was he referring to the Illuminados? Because if the Illuminados were around, then they would not have let him leave, right? So how did Luiz end up leaving the village and going to university to become a researcher for Umbrella? Who got him out of the village if he had no other relatives? How could he so casually become a ladies' man, a university student, or a researcher after seeing what the Illuminados were doing and likely seeing what happened to his grandfather? You don't dismiss those kinds of serious and potentially traumatic events. Next point, why did Luiz go back to the village and join the Illuminados if they were doing the kinds of devious acts that they were doing that led to the deaths of his grandfather? And what sort of feeling of responsibility is he maintaining when he's talking about making amends or feeling good about himself? All this confusion because of how badly written this file is. I've asked 2 members of the Resident Evil podcast team for their interpretation of this journal and Luiz's backstory, and they're just as confused as me. One member mentioned that the old man's journal doesn't really make sense based on when the seal that originally held the plagas was opened and experiments began. He points out that the journal simply refers to the wolf as a wolf, even though the phrase "I could have sworn I shot clean through the wolf's head" is used, which makes it seem like this was a Colmillo. It was probably not a Colmillo, because if it was, this would be an issue on New Capcom's part. Otherwise, this was probably a regular wolf infected by rabies or a naturally occurring Colmillo that found the plaga in the wild. Neither of these explanations are a great fit, but neither can the idea that plaga experiments were going on back then. The second member of the Resident Evil podcast team raised the question of what exactly Luiz's grandfather was afflicted with. Going off the descriptions in this file and on other files, the symptoms do seem to match that of the plaga or the black liquid that is shown in chapter 7, which I'll talk about when it shows up. He then mentions that the photograph you find in this house, which is in fact Luiz's house, based on Village Records Volume 1, is also in the attic of Mendes's manor. That same photo is dated in 1981, so even though the old man's journal seems to be written in 1979, it's not for the full journal. The later pages transition into different years without telling the player, so the part where Luiz's grandfather states that he was a careless fool is not taking place in the same year as the previous page. If this is the case, New Capcom are idiots for failing to recognize that they didn't log the date for each of the pages in this journal. But continuing on, he then mentions the main problem here is that the photo is dated 1981, 12 years before the Illuminados infected the village area, and 3 years before Salazar was born. This means that we can definitely say that the plaga seal is still intact, and that all the parasites are still beneath the castle at this particular point in 1981. Salazar's illness is how the Illuminados bartered their way into the castle, which didn't take place until the early 1990s. Salazar's illness is probably an indication that something could have infected the entire region that was not related to the plaga. Therefore, he believes that Luiz's grandfather being injured by a wolf had nothing to do with the plaga, and maybe the wounds getting infected is what led to his hallucinations, even if coincidentally it mirrored the typical plaga infection and the same word choices people use to describe the voices. And referencing Village Records Volume 1, which you find in Mendes's manor, it mentions that when Luiz's grandfather died, their cabin had to be burned down. Luiz had looked on without saying a word. Following this, Luiz then fled the village the next day because he was upset and frightened. It had nothing to do with the cult, and it was only after he left that the other villagers got infected by the plagas, so Luiz wasn't aware of their existence. The Illuminados probably had nothing to do with his grandfather's death, since by the time Luiz left the village sometime during or after 1981, he had been gone for about 12 years before they infected the village. He also voiced that on the other hand, if the wolf that attacked Luiz's grandfather was indeed a Colmillo, then it would beg the question of why the cult would need to approach Salazar and undo the seal if the plagas were already around in the wild. And this Resident Evil podcast team member doesn't buy the idea that there were a few random wild plagas running around out there, because the plagas had been sealed for centuries and were all mummified and active only via their spores at this point. So pretty much, both members came to the same conclusion that this seems to be an oversight from new Capcom, but one that could be hand-waved away to maintain other established states. I also pointed out to the second member that there may be some credence to what he's saying, as if you compare the old man's journal with the foreman's log you get in chapter 11, you'll notice that the foreman had his speech and grammar failing as his plaga infection was flaring up. He also started hearing a voice as well. Luiz's grandfather's speech didn't slur or anything when he was hearing a voice, so that may support what the second member was saying about Luiz's grandfather's infection not being related to the plaga. Of course, that does beg the question of how Leon's speech wasn't affected when he was nearing the cusp of his plaga infection after nearly 24 hours. In fact, I pointed out that the foreman took at least a week before his psychological symptoms flared up, yet Leon was already seeing hallucinations within the same day. The second member pointed out that because the foreman was infected by the plaga spores compared to Leon being injected with the plaga egg, the infection times were different. Being infected by the spores means that the plaga takes even longer to form and mature compared to being infected by the egg, which makes sense in that regard. But having analyzed this greatly, the same conclusion still stands. New Capcom were completely clueless when designing the lore for this remake. The lack of information and the oversights on their part are so blatantly noticeable. How do you mess up such a story constructed over years of development? It's really feeling like the story was haphazardly constructed over only a few hours. Let me remind you that the story of Resident Evil 4 OG was constructed over 3 weeks, as pointed out by Shinji Mikami, yet it feels better designed and more cohesive than whatever the hell they've done with the story, writing, and screenplay of Resident Evil 4 Remilk. I can't believe there are people who think the story is somehow improved in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. When leaving Luiz's house, we can use the insignia key to gain access to the area where that hiker at the start was sacrificed, and also find another dead body tied up. It makes you wonder why those zealots chose to do their sacrifice here when the villagers could have done it themselves. When you do go to this area and climb the ladder, it scripts a spawn of colmillos when you leave the room. These colmillos are a real pain to run past. Even the stuns provided by the flash grenades aren't enough, given that they spread out so much due to their weird pathfinding. You may need to climb the ladder and shoot them to get them out of the way, which can take a while, but that's the end of this optional area. You can also go back to the fish farm area from chapter 3. There are no enemies around, so getting the loot is simple. There isn't much of a need for the loot in this area though, which is why I don't waste time with it. That's all of the areas that you can go to around this lake in chapter 4. Leon retrieves the round insignia and gives Hunnigan an update. With how little Leon has tried to update Hunnigan, I'm surprised he would do it here. He then makes his way to where the El Gigante is, and the doors close on him. I really need to make a comparison here. In Resident Evil 4 OG, the villagers attempt to stop Leon with the El Gigante. They have it tied up and are trying to pull it outside while struggling to hold on to the ropes. This showcases the uncontrollable nature to the El Gigante and how it is simply a byproduct of plaga experimentation and genetic manipulation. It also helps establish the tension. Back in chapter 1-3, we had heard the El Gigante being passive. Now, as the player, we are worried about what's coming. Having lost their grip on the ropes, the villagers can only watch as the El Gigante breaks down the door and gets through. It then begins to slaughter the villagers, which sells its deadly nature further and contributes to the tension again. When the El Gigante focuses on Leon, he dodges the punch by cartwheeling backwards. I can definitely understand why this would make the El Gigante angrier. This then cues this legendary encounter. Old Capcom really delivered with this fight. This guy has the perfect amount of life. The size of the room gels well with the El Gigante's range and capabilities. He has a variety of attacks, and he can use the environment against you by using trees and boulders. In a game where every weapon has a purpose, this fight manages to reward skillful use of the knife to save up on precious ammo for the deadly encounters coming up, and it allows the knife to stand out greater than how it would be in a Resident Evil title where knife only is the only way to go for its entirety. The El Gigante's slow, deliberate attacks with a good amount of recovery at the end of them help complement the knife combat, and it doesn't look odd or feel weird using the knife against this guy. You can knife him when he attacks and when he goes to pick up a tree or boulder. You can make him pick up the trees or the boulders by standing near them or in specific spots, which adds more strategy and engagement to this legendary encounter. A mindless giant like him doesn't know any better, and it's honestly quite an interesting feeling when you're standing behind a tree and he just rips it out, as you feel like a mouse being ripped out of its mouse hole. I like that the fight captures that feeling greatly. Once he does a certain amount of attacks or enough time has passed, the dog comes in to help you. The dog can distract him for a bit, allowing you to knife him. And like I said before, you do not clip on the dog. Once enough damage has been dealt to the El Gigante, his large parasite will be exposed, allowing you to do a QTE knife slash against him that allows you to do high damage if you're mashing the button fast enough. If you end up slashing at the max speed, it'll only take one more knife QTE sequence to finish it off, instead of 2 more QTE sequences. Now, I will say, the speed at which you need to mash this button to get the highest possible damage is way too fast, to the point where you have to use both of your index fingers to hit the button fast enough. That's definitely problematic, but I don't think it detracts from this specific fight. The fact that they're able to make an interesting animation have a lot of value and feel meaningful due to its high damage is common sense. I earned that animation. Let me have good damage. This entire fight has a push and pull motion to it that makes it feel elegant with the way it flows and with the way it rewards skillful use of the knife. The hitboxes on the El Gigante's attacks are also better than how they are in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. You're not relying upon looping one specific attack to bypass poor designs, because this boss has sense with the way its attacks and room are designed. They managed to make the fight feel iconic and legendary for all the right reasons. A clear demonstration of respect from the developers. A shame the same can't be said about Resident Evil 4 Remilk's El Gigante. Before you trigger the cutscene that starts this boss fight, you can go into the house on the left and get the supplies. Once you do trigger the cutscene, the setup for this encounter showcases how basic and lacking in substance it is. A red zealot comes out of nowhere and performs some fantasy garbage that stirs the El Gigante from its sleep. It then breaks through the door, and now we fight the El Gigante. The only kind of environmental interaction afforded to the El Gigante is throwing houses, which only happens after its parasite is exposed the first time and damaged enough, or if you are in one of the houses when the El Gigante is coming for you. They removed any kind of creative elements with the environment for this fight, though given the quality of the attacks and how small the arena is, these probably made the developers reconsider putting environmental designs in this encounter. So the El Gigante works differently in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. He has 2 different attack protocols in place. There's the passive state where his parasite isn't exposed, where he does slow, close range, and long range attacks primarily. And then there's the aggressive state where his parasite is exposed, granting him access to faster and more annoying attacks. You generally don't encounter the passive state much, given that it only takes 4 shotgun shells to put him into the aggressive state. For the passive state frontal attacks, the side of his body that he uses for his close range attacks depends on whichever foot is forward. You have the standard kick, the standard stomp, and a ground slam with one of his arms that he sometimes follows up on with a swipe attack. Getting past these moves can be a nuisance because of Leon's heavy animations when he's trying to run backwards. Baiting out these moves requires you to stand pretty close to this guy's legs, so I'm pretty sure you can understand why this makes Leon's sluggish movement more annoying. For the passive long range attacks where he walks forward then does an attack, you just have to pay attention to whichever arm is leaned further back whenever the El Gigante is in the startup frames of these attacks, then run around them accordingly. There's also this other long range attack where he does a swipe attack. That move has phantom range, so he can hit you without touching you. I have found that you can crouch under this attack when he does it, but I don't know if this bypasses the phantom range. Whenever you're at the El Gigante's side, he generally prefers to do a swipe attack as a substitute to a turning animation. That's all the attacks in the passive state, but like I said, you'll generally not be dealing with these attacks given that his slow walking animation gives you time to pump 4 shotgun shells into him in order to cue the aggressive phase. For the aggressive close range frontal attacks, he can do the same passive kick but faster. You won't encounter this move much. He can also do a slam that requires you to either run between his legs then move in relation to him to avoid his follow-up attack, or just run away from the slam. This move also has phantom range slightly in front and to the sides. He can also do a punch with his left arm that requires you to run towards him and crouch. And finally, his most bullcrap attack, his grab that he does with his right arm. If he decides to walk towards you and does that move out of the blue, it is completely random if he catches you or not, even if you try to get between his legs and crouch. He pushes you around in such a way that you can end up clipping on his legs and being caught. He might as well not do his other moves. He can just do this move and get a cheap advantage over you every time. You can't even run away from that move. Leon isn't fast enough to outrun the El Gigante when it's walking, so it can literally walk towards you as you're running away and grab you with that move. Let's see how balanced this so-called fight is when he does nothing but that move. For his aggressive close range attacks when you're behind him, he can do a grab, a stomp, or a backhand, which are dependent upon the side of his back you're standing near. For the aggressive long range attacks, he is able to do the same running attack from Resident Evil 4 OG that requires you to run to the side. He has a jump attack that requires you to do a QTE. He has a faster version of the passive walking single arm slam where you have to run to the right or between his legs. He has a walking repeated grab move that requires you to keep your distance or run under his legs at the right moment after his second or third grab. The second grab in this combo seems to have a bit bit more range than the first grab, so you have to bear that in mind. There can be times where it looks like you're past this move, but he can grab you without touching you, and it just seems odd that this would be the intended methodology for getting past this repeated grab move. He then has this very sudden 3-hit slam combo that requires you to back away from the first slam or move to the side, then run around the other slams. His final long-range attack is a very bullcrap 5-hit combo that he does as a substitute to a close-range attack. The only time you'll ever be able to get past this move is if you happen to get between his legs when he starts the attack. Otherwise, you're forced to run backwards. This attack is prolonged just enough that he can take advantage of the tiny arena to push you into walls. The problem with the aggressive phase is that he doesn't make it clear if he's favoring a long-range attack or a close-range attack. You can get those moments where even at max distance, he can favor the close-range attack. When he chooses to do certain attacks is also unclear, so as he's coming towards you, you move towards him, thinking he's going to do one move, and then he does another move that doesn't make sense in the moment. And Leon's sluggish movement prevents you from getting away from many of the attacks. And while I have been able to avoid his moves normally, this still doesn't excuse the bad hitboxes, the ambiguity on when he chooses to do either a close range or long range attack, certain moves being worse than others, and the tiny arena. The RNG is just enough that it can often force you to loop his back attacks until eventually, in his aggressive phase, he collapses from exhaustion, allowing you to knife his weak spot or shoot it. It literally turns into Resident Evil 1 Remilk boss design, where you're having to loop one attack so much. The only other alternative is to damage race him. One thing to note about this El Gigante compared to Resident Evil 4 OG's El Gigante is that flash grenades can trigger a hard stun when his parasite is exposed. It also does a good amount of damage to him. A shame the knife slashes on his weak spot don't do a lot of damage. You'll probably be going through the max equivalent of 7 kitchen knives to even do a lot of damage to his parasite. With how large that is and with how knife durability is a thing in Resident Evil 4 Remilk that makes the knives feel more like consumables, it makes me wonder why instead of being forced to use the knife, Leon doesn't just jump on the El Gigante's back and drop a grenade or a flash grenade into where the placa is attached, much like how in Resident Evil 6, where Leon could attach incendiary grenades to Simmons' legs to destroy them after doing a QTE dodge. That should be an option in the case of a context-sensitive prompt tied to a consumable, especially with how low the damage from the knives are. I'm surprised that whole system from Resident Evil 2 Remilk, with being able to use grenades and flash grenades as defense items, doesn't return in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. And speaking of grenades, I don't know why, but there are moments where normal grenades don't stun the El Gigante. They're supposed to stun him while he's in his normal state, but certain circumstances mess with the system, preventing him from being stunned. And talking about stuns, if you shoot the El Gigante at least 4 times with the shotgun while he's recovering from his incapacitated state, or while he's recovering from the knife slashes, sometimes when he goes back into his regular state, the threshold for stunning him is greater for some reason. You'll know this issue has occurred when the sound effect that plays when shooting his parasite starts playing when shooting his head. You also can't seem to kill him while he's in these recovery animations. He has to recover from them in order to be killed. But to talk about the damage race alternative for the El Gigante, you'll want to have at least 3 flash grenades, at least 5 regular grenades, plenty of shotgun ammo, and enough knife durability. What you can do is hit the El Gigante in the head with 4 shotgun shells, which will expose his weak spot. You then throw a flash grenade to immediately damage him and stun him, allowing you to use your knife. Do not try to spam flashes on him when he gets stunned. The El Gigante takes no damage from flash grenades when he's recovering from his incapacitated state or when recovering from being slashed with a knife, even in the final phase where he's permanently in the aggressive phase. Once you drop down after knifing him, when he fully recovers from the recovery animation, start shooting his head with the shotgun and expose his parasite. Then use another flash grenade and another knife slash sequence. Once you start shooting his head while he's recovering, you've probably done enough damage for him to enter the final phase where he's permanently in the aggressive phase. You can then repeat the process you've done so far with the flash grenades. If you run out of flash grenades, you can start stunning him with grenades. Again, you have to hit him with the grenades while he's in his regular state. Using the grenades on him while he's stunned will not stun him. Try to make sure the grenades detonate near his parasite, as you'll have a better chance of being incapacitated, allowing you to knife him again. Keep the pressure on, and you can easily kill him. In the event that you have less than 3 flash grenades, for the earlier phase, you'll have to resort to looping his back stomp attack and waiting for him to collapse from exhaustion, which will allow you to knife his weak spot. Once he gets to the final phase, you can use your flash grenades, knife slashes, and grenades to kill him. If you want, you can try to avoid his attacks normally and wait for him to collapse from exhaustion, but there's no incentive to do so, and you're opening yourself up to poor designs. As much as I've gotten into the habit of trying trying to avoid his attacks normally, I know that there are problems with doing so. I'm sure you can tell that in general, it's best to have 4 flash grenades, plenty of shotgun shells, and enough knife durability at the start of this encounter, as this is the most consistent route to take with damage racing and stun locking him. It bypasses a lot of the poor designs with him, and you're not having to rely upon looping certain back attacks. Overall, this is a really bad encounter that feels like it's dependent on gaming the system and relying upon exploits to make it bearable. The methodologies I've described with stun locking him or looping his attacks are just as stupid as taking a fully upgraded sniper rifle and stun locking him as well. It really feels like this fight encourages the wrong sort of approach and playstyle with using your resources, thanks to how badly implemented the mentalities and designs are with this encounter. It can really feel mindless, even if it looks like I'm using my resources intelligently with damage racing him and stun locking him. This is a pretty insulting encounter for a reimagining of one of the coolest bosses in Resident Evil history. I honestly consider this encounter to be worse than Bella or Moreau from Resident Evil Village, not just because of the poor designs, but because of how screwed up this reimagining is. No interesting pre-fight set piece, no reason for that giant pickaxe to exist in Chapter 3, no meaningful environmental attacks for the El Gigante, no thought with the arena, no thought with the attacks and hitboxes, the inconsistencies with certain designs, the lack of incentive to have the dog in this encounter, the lack of incentive to fight him normally, the poor programming, like, it's just a mess. It's impossible for me to fully recount just how terrible the initial playthroughs were with this guy. If you want to see these problems, check out my poor designs of Resident Evil 4 Remilk series, and also my blind playthroughs of Resident Evil 4 Remilk. The only thing I really like about the Remilk's El Gigante encounter is the music, and how it carries that sense of evil with it. When I hear this music, I end up thinking about Hunnigan and everyone alongside her, and how they have no idea what Leon is going through and how they're not seeing the evil firsthand. I end up thinking about our world's own evils hiding amidst the crippling societies we set up. I end up thinking about the evil hiding behind corporate facades. I end up thinking about the evils of BOWs from a similar kind of context to what Evelyn showed me about pure evil. I think about how much society goes out of its way to hide such evil through pure ignorance. I associate the images of evil provided by this song to other figures in my life, or with other villains like Evelyn from Resident Evil. I often use this song for clearing my head of intrusive thoughts or memories that carry with them a sense of ignorance. And alongside this music comes a sense of empowerment through your own knowledge and encounters with evil, while using your own beliefs and inner goodness to keep yourself stable in the face of such evil. It's a sense of empowerment that puts you above people like your siblings, parents, or other professional individuals. Like, this music gets me thinking. That's what I like about it. But that's all there is to say about the El Gigante in this Remilk. Once the El Gigante's dead, you can pick up any loot and also enter his sleep area, where you can get the rearing log, which I've already talked about. But can I just say how tiny the sleep area is? How can something as big as the El Gigante possibly fit in here? And there are even clotheslines hanging at a height that shouldn't be possible, since the El Gigante would have knocked them over. I don't think they gave this area much thought with its designs. Making our way back to the church, there's another mutated Colmillo. Normally you can skip the vignette and run past it while it's transforming, allowing you to use the emblem to open the church. But if you were in that side area near the lake and you encountered the Colmillos there, the vignette that usually plays for this Colmillo will not happen, so you can't get past the Colmillo fast enough. You'll have to either use a flash grenade or force it to do the jump attack so you can knock it over. Entering the church, Leon calls out to Ashley and says he's here to help. Getting no response, he then solves a puzzle, heads up to the next level, and finds a door. This leads into our next comparison. In Resident Evil 4 OG, Leon opens the door and finds Ashley. Ashley, who's still in a state of panic, throws a stick at Leon, cowers in the corner, and averts her gaze as Leon approaches. Leon reassures her that he is not a threat and that everything will be fine. He holsters his weapon, calmly introduces himself, and then tells her that he's under her father's orders to rescue her. The mention of her father breaks her out of her panic and allows her to trust Leon. Leon then contacts Hunnigan to mention that he's succeeded in extricating his subject. Hunnigan then tells him they will send a chopper to pick him up and relays the coordinates for the extraction point to him. This scene at least showcases how Leon handles prisoners of war, especially younger innocent ones like Ashley, who's 20 years old and has never seen extreme conflict or evil. And when factoring in Resident Evil 2 OG and Darkside Chronicles, with how Leon handled Sherry and Manuela, it makes more sense how he attempted to build trust with Ashley. Now let's look at how this scene is handled in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, Leon opens the door and repeatedly calls out to her. Ashley doesn't respond and instead tries to attack Leon with a candelabra directly. I don't really see Ashley as the type to attack someone directly. Her throwing the stick at Leon at a distance in Resident Evil 4 OG better sells her non-confrontation confrontational personality. After attacking Leon the first time, she tells him to let her go, still believing he's a threat. Leon tells her to listen, then blocks her second attack, throwing the candelabra away and telling her to be careful with that, like he's a parent dealing with a problem child. He then tries to introduce himself and tell her he's here under the president's orders, but being near the open door, Ashley opts to run, though not towards the way out, but towards the window for some reason. In the same cavalier attitude that he's demonstrated many times already, Leon says, I just had to shake my head at this response. Is that really how he wants to console or reassure a kidnapped victim? For someone who wants to convey that he went through punishing missions that most likely had him come into contact with prisoners of war, you'd think he'd be better at handling such victims. And at this point in my blind playthrough, where I still thought Operation Javier wasn't retconned, I just wondered how after extricating Manuela Hidalgo, who was just as young as Ashley, he wasn't better at handling such victims. The lack of professionalism and inability to provide a sense of security to such victims probably says a lot about Leon's butchered character portrayal in this pre-alpha. It just really comes across like Leon's doing this mission out of annoyance, rather than out of a sense of care with the way the screenplay is handled. Once he leaves the room, he goes to the window where Ashley is. What is it about that window that intrigues her? Is she trying to look out the window to see if there aren't any threats? Why would she do that if she perceived Leon as a close threat that she had to run away from? In fact, is she only perceiving Leon as a threat because she was abducted from campus by Krauser's men, who were likely American? I doubt that. Once Leon gets near her, he then says that it's dangerous outside, which seems odd for him to say that now, considering Ashley chose to go towards the window rather than to the exit, and he didn't even get the chance to fully introduce himself and why he was here. And it just comes across like Leon's a confused parent who doesn't know how to talk to a child or start a conversation that fits the context of their emotional state. Leon once again states that she needs to listen to him, but Ashley then draws attention to the incoming villagers, apparently trusting Leon now for some reason. And the screenplay is just really weird. Like, who wrote these characters for this scene? At this moment, Sadler relays instructions to the villagers through the hive mind, which Leon and Ashley hear and see as well. He tells the villagers to pursue them and deliver salvation onto them since they're escaping. So somehow, Sadler knew immediately that Leon had found Ashley and was in the process of escaping with her. It's funny how he knew this so quickly, yet he couldn't deduce that Ada was in disguise as a white zealot at the start of Separate Ways Remilk. He could have seen through the eyes of one zealot or noticed through his failure to connect to this white zealot that something was off, but apparently not. That's a definite inconsistency. Once again, do you see what I mean when I say the hive mind is only introduced when the developers find it convenient and not when it makes sense? Did Sadler only find out they were escaping because Leon and Ashley's plaga sent a sound out that Sadler somehow detected? Can their plagas even do that, or can they only receive signals from dominant plagas? If the plaga can do that, then why doesn't it send out this sound wave at all times when Leon is fighting enemies or sneaking past them? Did Sadler figure out they were escaping through the eyes of the El Gigante or that one Colmillo near the church? I mean, this is just fantasy garbage. Yeah, tell me again how this story is improved in this Remilk, and what is the range of this hive mind anyway? For a bunch of sound waves coming from small organisms, they sure seem to cover miles, which makes no sense. There's a file titled Illuminados 3.2 later on that mentions the signal echoing through the mountains, but how could this be possible? Like, that just makes no sense at all. At least Evelyn could utilize a hive mind process similar to quorum sensing to communicate with E-type Mycete deposits that were miles away from the Baker estate, like when Ethan and Mia were on the SS Annabelle. This makes sense for a fungal capability, but not for a parasitic capability. And you know what else doesn't make sense? Why is Sadler speaking in English when he's talking to the villagers? He's supposed to be speaking Spanish if he's addressing the villagers who only know Spanish. If new Capcom is going to focus on small details with the way Leon reloads his weapons or chooses to speak Spanish at the start of this pre-alpha, then you'd think they'd focus on this kind of inconsistency. I mean, this entire scene leaves me chuckling at its poor screenplay and character portrayals. Ashley asks Leon what to do, to which he says that her father trusts him, so she needs to trust him and do exactly as he says so that they can get home safe, which Ashley agrees to. Kinda hard to believe that President Graham would trust Leon if he's going to act all cavalier upon meeting Ashley initially. The mob of villagers enter the church and somehow don't know where Leon and Ashley are, despite knowing where Ashley was being held and being told earlier by Sadler through the hive mind that Leon and Ashley are escaping, but whatever. I'd much rather not be forced to fight these enemies in a poorly put together combat sequence. As we leave, we can also pick up Ashley's broken phone, and she'll act annoyed because she just bought this phone. For a teenager like herself who's the victim of a dangerous cult and in the midst of a BOW incident, she's sure not taking the situation seriously if she's going to make this kind of dumb comment. Why would the developers place this interaction here? This comes across as a tonal inconsistency and an odd choice in pacing. And also, how could her phone possibly be here? Why didn't Krauser take her phone away and safely dispose of it after abducting her? That doesn't make sense. Making their way to the top of the church, Leon drops through the open window and repeatedly tells Ashley to trust him and assures her that he'll catch her. Leon's having to go through quite the trust test with how much he keeps telling Ashley to trust him. I think this is overdoing it at this point. Resident Evil 4 OG's developers didn't make such a big deal about this moment where Leon catches Ashley. It just played out like a regular in-game interaction, but the Remilk's developers decided to put this in purely for fan service. Even the way Ashley falls into Leon's arms and the way she's posed just feels like fan service. And isn't it funny how Resident Evil 4 OG Ashley, who's non-confrontational and prefers throwing things as a form of defense, doesn't hesitate for a second when dropping into Leon's arms, compared to Resident Evil 4 Remilk Ashley, who's so direct in how she confronts a threat like Leon, yet hesitates greatly when dropping into his arms? Talk about another flip in character designs from Resident Evil 4 OG to Resident Evil 4 Remilk. And it's not like this whole trust moment between Leon and Ashley is being used to build them up so that their relationship will mean something by the end, but that's something I'll elaborate on later. Having gotten out of the church, Leon contacts Hunnigan and tells her he's extracted Ashley. Hunnigan then sends the coordinates for the extraction point and tells Leon to hurry up because the weather is apparently getting worse. I'm pretty sure choppers can fly in worser conditions than this, Hunnigan. This then begins the next parts of Chapter 5. I'm sure this may seem like the right time to talk about Ashley's AI and why it's the worst AI system I've ever seen for a title, but I don't think so. Since a lot of Chapter 5 is just stealth, the only things I can say right now is that the command system with Ashley is completely useless and badly programmed, which is why I never use it aside from one optional sequence. You cannot leave Ashley in a safe area so that she doesn't get in the way of the stealth and combat sequences, even though logically any sane developer would put in that kind of design. Ashley's pathfinding is so bad to the point where she lags behind all the time, making you wonder why Leon doesn't hold her hand at all times so that she doesn't lag behind. Ashley can be seen by the enemies during stealth sequences, which makes no sense for an AI system that doesn't allow you to control their movements, like in Resident Evil 4 OG, and the only form of control you have over Ashley is aiming your weapon to force her behind you. The lazy work and brain-dead mentalities put into Ashley's AI designs are indicative of a development team high on drugs when initially designing her. My poor designs of Resident Evil 4 Remilk series has numerous moments where Ashley demonstrates how incompetent she is as an AI system. She really becomes a great issue once we get to the castle area, but for the time being, she's not that much of a hindrance. We now have to get past the enemies. This stealth section has weird AI since getting spotted by one enemy in the cemetery specifically doesn't alert the other enemies for some reason. And it's pretty simple. Stealth kill the woman, hide behind this rock and aim your weapon to make Ashley get behind you. Stealth kill the torch guy in front of you, do a frontal stealth kill on this enemy, hug the right hand side of this cemetery to get past the enemies, and run past the Molotov guy since his Molotov doesn't deal instant damage. Once you get to the merchant, you'll want to repair your knife. You'll also want to consider upgrading your knife durability as well. We then have this village stealth section, which also has the same AI designs as the church stealth section. Take the right path and drop down, then kill the enemy in this tunnel. Once you climb the ladder, stealth kill the Molotov woman in front of you. Bear in mind, her pathing is really bad. There can be times where instead of continuing her path, she'll turn to the side for no reason and potentially see you. Take this path by the shed and jump over the fence to set up by this building. Perform a frontal stealth kill on this Ganado and hope you don't get screwed by bad detection, then take this ladder to progress forward. Try not to run here as you may alert the enemies in the house accidentally. Continue to remain crouched and hug the fence line to the left as you're approaching the enemy that grabs so that he doesn't see you and Ashley. As soon as you're close, do a frontal stealth kill on him, then deal with the torch enemy. For this next section, you can stealth kill the first torch enemy when the enemy on the right isn't looking. You can then stealth kill the enemy on the right. Now, assuming you didn't unlock the door that leads into the barn in Chapter 1, you can do this weird strategy of waiting for the brute to set up between the wooden posts, then running to his left-hand side. For some reason, he's very delayed when detecting you. You can then run into the merchant's area to lose the enemies and either continue on or upgrade your loot. This sums up everything regarding the stealth sequences in Chapter 5. One other thing you can do is go back to Mendes' manor and access the attic with Ashley. There are plenty of things to collect from here. The first thing is the father's portrait, which I assume is meant to be the village elder before Torres Mendes. I also assume the term father is used to refer to someone related to a church. The next thing is a photo of the factory area that Leon and and Luiz were held in, which was made in 1992. There's also the picture of Luiz and his grandfather, which was dated in 1981. You also get the Village Records Volume 1, where it states that Mendes was granted leadership over the village by the previous elder, likely the one listed in the photograph. He knows Luiz, and knows he lives with his grandfather by the lake, which ironically is where Luiz was held in Chapter 1. I don't know why the Illuminados would hold Luiz inside his own house. Is this meant to be some kind of poetic irony that the Illuminados were going for? I don't know. Mendes knows that Luiz's mother had died when he was born, which was in 1976, since Luiz is 28 years old in this pre-alpha. Luiz often talked with Mendes about the stories he read, like Don Quixote for instance. It then time jumps to when Luiz's grandfather was bitten, which was sometime after 1981. Mendes notes a potential madness among the villagers. I believe this is supposed to be rabies because apparently in Spain and various countries during the 80s and 90s, the term madness was used to refer to rabies colloquially. Of course, the part in Luiz's grandfather's journal that mentions him hearing a voice doesn't make sense, since this word choice is connected to a plaga infection or to the black liquid. Apparently, in this Remilk timeline, rabies and the plagas have similar hallucinogenic symptoms for some reason. Did the developers forget about the foaming of the mouth, which is the trademark symptom of rabies? I don't know why the developers had to make the writing confusing in this context. Luiz's grandfather pulled Mendes to the side and told him what to do if he should die. Mendes and the villagers then decided to burn down Luiz's house, with his grandfather still inside, I believe, as a rudimentary form of sterilization to stop the spread of rabies from Luiz's grandfather. Luiz then left the village the next day. How he did this is never explained, since it plays out like Luiz had no other close relatives to depend on. Not to mention, Luiz's grandfather stated that Luiz was stuck here, likely because they were poor, and Luiz somehow amassed enough money and education requirements to go to university prior to joining Umbrella, and he amassed such psychological resilience to pass himself off as a ladies' man. Where could he have developed his communication skills? None of this makes sense. But during the period of time when Luiz was gone, Mendes took the time to create Volume 2 of the Village Records, which was made in 1993, a year after the construction of the factory in 1992. He details some achievements since opening the village up. Based on the way this is written, it makes it seem like he only opened up the village to the outside after Luiz ran away. But the thing is, in the canon timeline, before Sadler's rule, I thought the village had always traded with neighboring towns. That's one of the reasons they were harvesting crops and handling livestock in Resident Evil 4 OG. I'm not really sure what the justification for this change is. It seems weird that this village could somehow still be around without trading in goods for money. But some achievements he lists include the procurement of oil for the boats, the construction of the ironworks to make knives and sickles, and the construction of the fish farm. Mendes also taught literacy and mathematics to the children, and also dined with one specific family to talk about their grievances and recent gossip inside his manor, which apparently they helped him build. It then time jumps to when the Illuminados came from the castle to inject the villagers with the plaga, which they said would cure them of their madness/rabies. I'm surprised Sadler wasn't here to assimilate the villagers at this moment. But all this background on Mendes, like with him teaching literacy and mathematics, feels more befitting for Resident Evil 4 OG's Mendes than for Remilk Mendes. Mendes in Resident Evil 4 OG at least had the capacity to think outside of Sadler's will while still remaining loyal to him, whereas Remilk Mendes might as well be another Ganado with how much he doesn't seem to think for himself. I have no doubt there will be later files that offer up contradictions to what has been stated in these files, so we'll just continue on from here. When you do try to leave Mendes' manor, it spawns a mini-boss variant of the Cornmeal called a Savage Mutt as part of a merchant request. This BOW is essentially the same as the other mutated Cornmeal, only it has a lot more life than usual for some reason. You also can't knock it out of the air when it does its jump attack on you for some reason. There's no reason for this BOW to have these kinds of gamey capabilities different from the other same enemy types. I always hate when developers try to justify these parameters by saying, oh, it's a mini-boss. That's a pretty dumb excuse. But while this Savage Mutt has the same problems as the other Cornmeals as well as unjustified capabilities, the strategy for dealing with him is pretty simple and works pretty well. Because of this, I'm not going to be that harsh against this mini-boss. If you do plan to fight this enemy, you'll need at least one flash grenade and plenty of shotgun ammo and knife durability. You'll also want to make sure all of the enemies are dead so that they don't get in the way of this strategy. When you first encounter the Savage Mutt, I recommend stunning it with the flash grenade alternate, then doing the knife execution. Once it recovers, wait for the Savage Mutt to return to a normal state so that it'll be stunned by the shotgun. A lot of its animations are slow when you're close to it, allowing you to stop it with a shotgun blast if it tries to attack. This will allow you to stun lock it effectively. That's the best method I found. By the way, can I just say how dumb it is that Leon says target neutralized? Like he's being tasked by a superior in the military to hunt down this Savage Mutt? I would expect him to say some kind of dumb, witty response, not some kind of military phrase. But with the stealth sections, Mendes' Manor, and the Savage Mutt covered, it's time to focus on another iconic moment from Resident Evil 4 OG that was reimagined in this Remilk: the cabin sequence. Luiz happens to be inside the cabin and calls out to Leon and Ashley to get inside as hordes of Ganado overwhelm them. Leon locks the outer door while Luiz locks the inside door. We get a pretty insubstantial conversation with everyone saying nothing, followed by Leon asking pointless questions to Luiz. He asks him who he is, which he should already know from the report Hunnigan sent him, and then asks what he's doing here, which I don't understand the context of. Is he asking him what he's doing in this cabin or what he's doing in this village? Is he asking why a former Umbrella researcher is here? I'm assuming this cutscene is being framed around Leon not going to Pretorius Mendes' Manor to find those files related to Luiz, because if it was framed around Leon going to Mendes' Manor, Leon would not be wasting time with these pointless questions. It isn't long before the villagers somehow unlock the outer door from the other side without difficulty, even though Leon applied the deadbolt, and starts swarming them. Luiz then tells Leon to lift up a fallen closet because for some reason there's a hole in the wall. How did Luiz even know that was there? Did he use that hole to get inside and unlock the inner and outer doors of the cabin, and he made sure to knock over that closet to get away? It doesn't seem like it, because if he did, the three of them could have easily escaped and gotten up to where the gate was, then blocked off the villagers, but that didn't cross his mind at all for some reason. They instead just send Ashley through. The hole looks big enough for all three of them, and there's even a ladder right here for them to get up. If the ladder is right there, why did it take Ashley so long to open the door? Focusing on Leon now, despite not trusting Luiz at all, he just casually goes along with Luiz's instructions to lift the closet. He doesn't even ask why he needs to lift it up, he just does it like he somehow knew that hole was there. The screenplay and the environmental designs just make the characters' behaviors very perplexing to understand. It's so dumb. At least in Resident Evil 4 OG, they couldn't simply escape from the villagers through some convenient hole, given the fact that the cabin was not set up near some rock wall, so the opportunity for confusing screenplay wasn't possible there. They send Ashley through and decide to hold off the villagers for the time being. Also, on a side note, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but is Luiz's game time quote supposed to be a reference to Aliens? Hicks says this line in the movie, so I assume Luiz says it here as a reference to that phenomenal horror movie, which may be true. And on that note, can I just say I prefer the way Luiz's original voice actor says this line compared to the new voice actor. It's hard to explain why I prefer the original voice actor's line compared to the new actor's line, but ignoring that, we begin the cabin sequence. So this sequence is a weird one for me because I don't know if I like this sequence, hate this sequence, or tolerate this sequence in the Remilk. I guess what I'll do is compare between the original and Remilk versions of this cabin sequence, then talk about my experiences in my blind playthrough, and then get into the strategy. In Resident Evil 4 OG, this sequence is pretty difficult, and I mean legitimately difficult, not broken. Every shot from your pistol and shotgun mattered, every use of your grenades mattered, and reloading your shotgun when you were trying to push back the enemies came with its own dangers, which I thought was an interesting way to increase the difficulty and be methodical in your approach when using your weaponry. Resident Evil 4 OG's cabin sequence demanded that you use the pistol, shotgun, and grenades as part of its natural flow. Luiz was a very useful AI system. He was constantly engaging the enemies, he provided good support, and he could provide you with ammunition, which included pistol bullets and all three grenade types. It felt like he had a presence in this encounter. The Ganados in this cabin sequence had a hidden design where only certain Ganado models would transform. This included the guy in the blue shirt and this other enemy. Because this type of pattern could be observed through the normal gameplay and could be made out through scrutinization, that's why I consider this a good design choice that should be classed as a hidden design. The cabin sequence did come with some other problems. First, for some reason, there were moments where the Plagatev Guadagnas would run at you, which is not a part of their fundamental designs. There would also be moments where they would run up to you, then turn around to go back downstairs. Because they could damage you with their passive flail animation, this could be an issue. The Plagatev Guadagnas also had the ability to hit you through geometry, which is a big issue. There were also moments where sometimes when you decapitated an enemy with the shotgun, their attack would still play out and you'd get damaged because they were in the middle of transforming, which was a poor design choice. But despite these issues, I still enjoy the cabin sequence in Resident Evil 4 OG. By the way, for the second phase, when Luiz goes upstairs, you'll want to use a flash grenade to kill any plagas on the ground level. When you are using the shotgun on the stairs, you'll want to stay on the left-hand side and stand in a particular spot on the stairs so that the enemies don't think to go up on the second floor and attack you from behind. Even if they do climb up to the second level, Luiz can keep them distracted. It works very consistently. You can also take advantage of the camera by putting the enemies off camera so that they can't throw their weapons at you, forcing them to rush you. All of this together, minus the poor designs I've listed, made for a very difficult and hectic encounter. It's not my favorite section, but it's still a good section either way. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, the cabin sequence is still a timed sequence that is sped up by kills just like the original, but there are some changes worth noting. For one thing, you can actually seal up the windows permanently using wooden boards. During my blind playthrough, I thought these boards could be broken since in the pre-release gameplay, I saw the Brood bust through these boards. The pre-alpha doesn't communicate to you properly that these boards are permanent. I get that the wooden boards in Resident Evil 2 Remilk couldn't be broken by zombies, but the context in which the wooden boards were used in that game is different to this pre-alpha, which justified my initial confusion. The first set of wooden boards is given initially. The second set of boards is given to you after you kill the initial enemies and kill 1 or 2 members of the reinforcements once they're inside, or after you wait about 4 minutes and kill an enemy. You do have to be careful though. Sometimes if you kill a bit too many of the reinforcements when they're outside, the boards don't spawn immediately if you kill one of them when they're inside. The third set of wooden boards is inconsistent with when it spawns as well. I don't know what parameters I have to bear in mind or what sort of weird programming I have to account for in order to make them spawn more consistently. Beyond only one of these windows is an explosive barrel that can be very hard to see in your initial playthroughs. This barrel can be helpful if a lot of enemies stack by this window. Luiz does absolutely nothing during the sequence. At best, the only thing he'll really do is distract some enemies. In fact, the way the Ganados prioritize Luiz is badly programmed. There are many times where they will walk towards you and then choose to go after Luiz, so you can get those moments where enemies will sprint at you before circling around to go after Luiz. They'll stun you, and this opens you up to being hit. There are also a lot of moments where the enemies just stand around and do nothing for way longer than usual, then they'll attack you. But back to Luiz, he only shoots once every 10 seconds it feels like. And the times where he can get in the way when I'm trying to get to a window, or the times where he shoots an enemy that I'm trying to let inside to get loot or wooden boards, is made more annoying because of his tendency to not do anything. In the event that enemies do prioritize him, you can actually get behind them and do a knife execution if they're close to him and they're in a normal state. Luiz has absolutely no presence in this encounter, and he wants to say it's a horde of them versus the 2 of us, when in actuality it's just 1 of us. To describe the group programming of the enemies, the first group of enemies has a property tailored to them, where if there are at least 3 enemies alive, the reinforcements will take even longer to spawn in. This also holds for the second group of enemies that spawn in, who are not the reinforcements. You'll know the reinforcements have spawned in after 4 minutes have passed, or you've killed the required number of enemies for them to spawn. Their spawn is indicated by a Ganado calling you and Luiz out, followed by torchlights in the corners of the cabin's exterior, and a large group of enemies converging on you. The first 2 groups of enemies will only transform into plaga-type disregard. They'll only transform if you don't headshot them, or if their heads don't pop after the headshot. Once the reinforcements come in, you'll start getting plaga-type guadañas. The same problems with the Ganados back in the village intro are still here, so you can imagine how bad this sequence can be if you have many Ganados inside of the cabin. And when the shotgun is as unreliable as it is at crowd control, this sequence can become messy. Yet despite all this, during my blind playthrough, this sequence didn't feel like it had any energy. It felt like a lax sequence, given how sluggish I was, how much the enemies stood around, how much I was initially shooting enemies with the pistol from the stairs to save up on shotgun ammo, and how much the sequence didn't feel complementary to the pre-alpha systems. Whenever I did use the shotgun, if I was getting consistent decapitations and then out of the blue, this one Ganado survived a headshot, it would just fatigue me even more. This section did not feel as exciting or as hectic as Resident Evil 4 OG's cabin sequence, and how could it be when it has poor fundamental gameplay foundations? I wasn't feeling a sense of imagination with this entire section. I really didn't know what to feel with this section aside from negativity, and it didn't help that the sequences prior to this cabin sequence were awful. There was also a lot of confusion with whether this was a kill-based sequence or a time-based sequence during my blind playthrough. You can imagine how much of a slog this entire section was during my blind playthrough. I still hold some of those feelings towards the Remilk's cabin sequence today. At least now, I have a strategy for approaching the sequence that is built around keeping the enemies out of the cabin most of the time. I can't even tell if this is intentional or not, but let me describe it. Before starting this sequence, you'll want to have a good amount of shotgun ammo, knife durability, at least 2 grenades, and 1 flash grenade for backup. The pistol has no utility here, though that's probably for the better given how bad the later sequences of the pre-alpha are. When the cabin sequence begins, you'll want to immediately board up this isolated window. You'll then want to use your shotgun to decapitate the enemies trying to break through this window. This pre-alpha doesn't indicate that you can shoot through the window without destroying it by avoiding hitting the vertical mountain on the window that separates the glass. Shooting through the glass specifically prevents the window from being destroyed. I know this seems self-explanatory, but many games often destroy windows entirely, even if you're shooting through one section of the window. By doing this, you can kill them and halt the enemy's progress. Try to make sure you don't shoot the explosive barrel beyond this window so that you can save it for later. After going back and forth shooting the enemies through these 2 windows, the reinforcements will spawn in. As soon as they do, you'll want to immediately destroy the leftmost window and kill 1 Ganado inside the cabin. Most likely, it'll spawn the second set of wooden boards, allowing you to board up the leftmost window. By the way, if you perform a ground execution on an enemy about to transform, they don't seem to drop wooden boards. After that, you'll then want to use the explosive barrel to get rid of the enemies crowding around the window. Then kill any Ganados that enter the cabin to eventually get the 3rd set of wooden boards. Like I said before, the 3rd set of wooden boards spawns inconsistently, so you may get moments where in the middle of getting the wooden boards, an enemy will fall down the chimney and ambush you, requiring your immediate attention. Once the 3rd set of boards are in place and the first enemy that comes down the chimney has been dealt with, the next phase begins. By the way, the enemies that fall down the chimney can be killed by a knife execution from behind while they're recovering. I find it odd that it works this way, yet enemies that are recovering from a general drop-down animation cannot be executed from behind unless you shoot them to make them flinch in a certain way while they're recovering. New Capcom's bizarre logic never ceases to make me shake my head in confusion. But back to this phase, you'll want to get upstairs before the cutscene triggers in order to set up for the enemies climbing to the 2nd floor. The reason you'll want to do this is to ensure that there aren't many Ganados on the bottom level when you're trying to kill the brute. Once at least 5 enemies have been killed, the brute should spawn in from the isolated window and break down the barrier. This is where the 2 grenades, knife executions, and backup flash grenades are needed because he has so much life. But don't just use your grenades immediately when he mantles through the window. New Capcom's lackadaisical nature shows itself once again, because when this brute is in the middle of mantling and also slightly after he finishes his mantle animation, he cannot be stunned by grenades. How on earth do you miss something as obvious as this? It makes absolutely no sense. Once again, either New Capcom's QA department was acting incompetent, or fixing this kind of issue would clash with the director's vision of supposedly good game design, or they think these kinds of artificial problems are good design. It's so stupid. But to kill the brute here, you need to throw a grenade and make sure it explodes in such a way that it hits him when he fully recovers and also pushes him into the wall behind him. For the latter case, this can mess up. I don't know why, but the parameter that governs what direction the brute flinches towards when hit by a grenade is weird. There are times where I throw a flash grenade, do the knife execution, and throw a normal grenade to push him into a wall, and he flinches in the wrong direction. I assumed originally that flash grenades had an impact on the direction parameter, but that's not true, as rarely you can get moments where the brute flinches the wrong way even without using the flash grenade. This is one of the times where you have to wonder why the shotgun can't knock back this brute in the same manner as the grenades. In Resident Evil 5, the shotguns could push back the big man Maginis, and the direction parameter was never clunky. They were always pushed away from you whenever you used the shotgun. If the shotgun could push back the brutes, you would not be getting these moments where the direction parameter screws up. Let me remind you, the director of Resident Evil 5 directed this pre-alpha. But back to this section, assuming you did place your grenade correctly and didn't get screwed by this clunky parameter, the brute will be pushed into the wall, allowing you to do the knife execution. Throw another grenade in the same position to flinch him into the wall, do the knife execution, hit him with a couple of shotgun blasts, and he'll die. The only RNG parts are the direction parameter screwing with you and enemies coming through the same window as the brute. If they come in through the window, this can get messy. Once the brute is dead, the cutscene that ends the sequence will occur after a few seconds. Normally, when the brute is alive, it takes a very long time for the cutscene to trigger, so you can see why killing the brute is paramount. And after explaining all that, I can definitely say that Resident Evil 4 Remilk's cabin sequence is worse than Resident Evil 4 OG's cabin sequence based purely on the unjustified RNG due to poor programming, the random enemy behavior, the gaming of the system with shooting enemies through windows and using grenades in a clumsy manner, etc. And the vast majority of the people who voted on my poll regarding the cabin sequence agree with me. Ashley, after taking an unusually large amount of time to open the door, even though getting to the door should have taken no time at all and there didn't seem to be a visible lock on the door, calls out to Leon and Luiz. The three of them escape and lock the gate behind them. Ashley then starts coughing up blood, something that Luiz recognizes as an early symptom of a plaga infection. He then starts explaining to Leon and Ashley that everything that has happened to the villagers is the result of a plaga, and they have plagas inside of them. These symptoms are only the beginning, but luckily for them, since the plaga is still in the early stages of development, it can be removed with a surgical procedure. You would assume at first that he was talking about the special radiation device similar to a linear accelerator, but he shows his chest to reveal an incision. The incision and removal of the egg is never mentioned again in this remilk, so I don't know why this incision was included. Leon and Ashley never needed an incision when they used the special radiation device, so why was it different with Luiz? In Resident Evil 4 OG, the suppressant was capable of destroying plaga eggs itself as a form of retroactive abortion, since the plagas weren't fully developed at this point. It was only when the plagas hatched that the suppressant only served to slow its growth rather than kill it, which makes sense. But it seems, in this remilk, the suppressant can't even destroy unhatched eggs. They instead attribute the destruction of the egg to the administration of antigen. And the thing I don't understand is why Luiz's incision is on his chest. The plaga attaches itself to the spinal cord, and the eggs are normally injected into the neck area. It doesn't make sense to make an incision in the chest. Who even made the incision in the first place when Luiz was unconscious? There wasn't a researcher working for the Illuminados that trusted Luiz. Did an AI system do it? How could Luiz possibly input the commands for the surgical procedure into a computer and then rush into the chair to get the procedure? There's no way that's possible, unless it was on an initial timer allowing him to get in the seat. This chest incision and the changes to the suppressant are questionable, and why Luiz doesn't tell Leon about the suppressant right here is confusing. Luiz even acknowledged in Separate Ways Remilk that he used the suppressant on himself, so I'm guessing he used it, then got the egg removed through his chest somehow. But then that begs the question of how long the suppressant's effects last, because Luiz clearly used it on himself before the events of Separate Ways Remilk, as the Illuminados weren't in the process of injecting him with another plaga egg. Then, I believe a couple of hours later, when Luiz was captured alongside Leon, he also wasn't injected with a plaga egg. In fact, if the suppressant doesn't have an effect on the plaga, even when it's in egg form, then it shouldn't matter that Luiz took the suppressant beforehand, because the egg should be able to grow inside of Luiz even when the suppressant is in his system. So then this begs the same question again. Why didn't the Illuminados inject Luiz with a plaga egg when he was captured in chapters 1 and 2? This is a pretty big inconsistency if the developers haven't addressed the effects of the suppressant on the plaga eggs. But regardless, if Luiz had used the suppressant on himself, why doesn't he consider it important to tell Leon right now? That's a bit odd. Leon then agrees to work with Luiz, which then prompts Luiz to start walking away. Leon then tries to question him, but doesn't try to repeat the same questions he was trying to address to Luiz earlier. He instead asks why Luiz is helping them, to which he says in a rushed and casual manner,
"Because it makes me feel better. Let's leave it at that."
This is different in tone compared to how Luiz said this line in chapter 3-1 of Resident Evil 4 OG.
Why are you? It makes me feel better. Let's just leave it at that.
At least Luiz sounded concerned for their health here. And what's weird with Remilk Luiz is he sounds so carefree, yet in Separate Ways Remilk, when the suppressant gets destroyed, he showcases a lot of despair at not being able to help Leon and Ashley. I'm just amazed he's trying to show concern, given how much Leon has been hostile to him. I don't know, it just reads like flippant character writing. Luiz then says he will contact them later with his radio. Why Leon and Ashley don't follow him when they agreed to work together, they found out about the plagas inside of them, they found out about the surgical procedure, and this path being the only way to go is confusing. What could Leon and Ashley possibly be doing? At least in Resident Evil 4 OG, Luiz awkwardly mentioned that he forgot something and told Leon and Ashley to continue on without him for now, so that's somewhat acceptable. But anyway, this concludes chapter 5. Now, there is a cutscene between Luiz and Ada that plays at the start of chapter 6, but I'll reserve it for when we get to Separate Ways Remilk. Leon gets a call from Hunnigan, who says that with the weather like this, the chopper can't make its approach. I'm sorry, in what way is this light rain shower considered a hazard for flying a helicopter? Military helicopters have flown in far worse conditions than this. That's what they're designed to do. Why such a dumb change? In Resident Evil 4 OG, the helicopter was shot down by Sattler's Illuminados, and we know they have the means to do that. And because of this, the US government was delayed in sending another helicopter, clearly underestimating the capabilities of this cult. Now, like little Johnny, they can't do anything until this light weather clears. Are you serious? What a joke. Being unable to stand by until the weather clears, Leon tells Hunnigan that they will find someplace safe instead. Ashley voices her concerns about what will happen to her, even though Luiz literally said minutes ago that they will turn into ganados, which then prompts Leon to focus their attention on getting out of here. They then progress forward into the quarry area. If you go inside of this merchant area, you'll find a note from him that says the plagas are vulnerable to sunlight and flash grenades. Why would they have such an important lore point and mechanic be told from a non-diegetic gameplay mechanic given human form? That's so weird. That really says a lot about how much they don't value their own lore. The merchant then says that he keeps a couple of flash grenades on him at all times, which is funny because whenever the enemies are near him, he just starts cowering like a child. Look at the merchant! He's holding his hands up, he's scared! And dude, you're supposed to have flash grenades with you. Remember that one conversation I had with you? You were explaining that you had a couple of flash grenades with you. Why are you cowering like this? Where's your stockpile of weapons that you've somehow accrued? Because you're a gameplay mechanic given human form with the most absurd capabilities ever. Why are you cowering like this with your hands up? We now need to sneak through this quarry, which has a weird layout to this encounter. You have 2 Molotov enemies up top, a couple of regular ganados, a crossbow ganado, and a ganado that for some reason, on his regular patrol route, always walks into a bear trap. Why is that? Was the stealth so much of an afterthought that they haphazardly put together this ganado's walk path? I shake my head at such a design, and the point where he gets trapped in this bear trap can vary. But this section feels like it was designed for a weapon like the sniper rifle. They even give you rifle ammo before this moment. It feels like they want you to snipe the Molotov enemies, then deal with the guys on the ground stealthily. If this is the fundamental design the developers favored, why would they lock the sniper rifle inside of the merchant? You don't design a section a certain way unless you're ensuring the average player has access to specific weapons at all times. Buying a weapon makes it seem like that weapon is optional, which doesn't complement this section design. And I get that the sniper rifle in the scope only costs 16,000 pesetas, which is relatively cheap in the grand scheme of things, but it would have been more practical to replace the Red 9 with the sniper rifle in Chapter 4, and it wouldn't have felt so weird as well. And even when using the sniper rifle, there are those moments where the enemies don't get killed by a headshot, and I highly doubt they designed this section to be done with just the pistol. Why would any rational developer make you stand far away and play around with focusing your reticle, dealing with weapon sway, and dealing with projectile-based weaponry not built for long distances, to lead to fatiguing gameplay? Not to mention, the noise you make shooting your pistol can draw the enemy's attention, and if you get seen before reaching a certain threshold of this area, reinforcements will spawn in. That's what the face validity of this section seems to be. There's also a random bug with this section where sometimes when stealth killing this female ganado, you get seen out of nowhere, even though no one is looking at you or seeing you. Let me tell you guys, this bug was such a problem in my initial playthroughs that I could not find the incentive to do stealth. The only other thing contributing to the lack of incentive at the time was the HP for the Bella sisters, and the number of enemies I had to deal with that would potentially drain me of ammo for the later sequences. It got to the point where I was trying to get an enemy to grab Ashley and take her near the way out so that I could kill the enemy and take Ashley with me, but I'm sure you can imagine how little that was working, especially with the reinforcements and Ashley's incredibly sluggish, lazy AI. By the way, the pathing on the enemies when they're taking Ashley is hilarious. It's like they're completely drunk with how much they turn around, bump into walls, and move in a circle. But you know the most retarded thing of all? Whenever the enemies grab Ashley, you cannot shoot them once to make them drop her. You have to shoot them a random amount of times in order for them to drop her. Not even a high-powered weapon like the sniper rifle can help. It'll still take almost 3 shots from the sniper rifle for them to let her go. The developers wanted to put such an emphasis on awkward, artificial, gamey, squirrely gameplay if they're seriously not going to do something as simple as change the stun threshold whenever the enemies grab Ashley. The enemies aren't tightening their defenses, they're not paying attention to you, they're busy holding up Ashley. There is no reason for them to shrug off bullets like this. How does that complement the survival horror aspect? How does this make the pre-alpha scary? I can't even begin to tell you how much this design leads to broken gameplay and only serves to complement the already pathetic AI system that governs Ashley's movements and responses. I've never seen an AI system in other badly thought out designs like with this random stun system in any other game out there, especially with a supposedly AAA title like Resident Evil 4 Remilk. Like I said, new Capcom has redefined what it means to be an incompetent development team by re-establishing that baseline, and I can't help but feel like they left the stun systems like this as a way to express express their annoyance with fans who wanted a way to execute enemies when they grabbed onto Ashley in Resident Evil 4 OG. That mechanic of executing enemies with a knife when they grab Ashley does exist in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, but to screw with the players who wanted that animation, they made the stun systems awkward when trying to save Ashley, and this impacts not only those players, but all other players of Resident Evil 4 Remilk, and good luck relying upon this knife execution in Chapter 7, but I'll talk about that later on. Back to the stealth section, it's clear the designs with this section don't make any sense, as well as the tendency for the enemies to see you when they can't see you. Aside from trying to get the enemies to grab Ashley and take her near the exit, I was also trying to use the third-person cover trick to shoot the enemies without them seeing me. Ironically, it was through the broken designs present in this section that I ended up figuring out how in certain stealth sections the enemies don't go into a combat status when shot, and that your shots could attract enemies. So I'm sure you're thinking of stealth killing the first two enemies, then shooting the enemies on the ground, then shooting the Molotov enemies, but the problem is, the ground enemies and the Molotov enemies can transform. Because of this, you'll likely not have time to stop the ground enemies from spotting you, or you'll burn through too much ammo. The latter is important because of how much the later sequences drain you of ammunition, which is why I stress upon this. Therefore, you pretty much have three approaches to this sequence. The first approach is buying the sniper rifle, stealth killing the first two enemies, going up top to this spot, shooting this Molotov enemy, shooting the two Ganados that heard the noise, then shooting the last Molotov enemy. In this case, the RNG involves enemies mutating or surviving the shots. The second approach is to stealth kill the first two enemies, hide behind this wall, try to kill the two ground enemies with a third-person cover trick with your pistol, then kill the Molotov enemies. An important thing to note is that the third-person cover trick only works with pistols. It doesn't work with larger weapons like a shotgun or sniper rifle. Leon just raises the weapons up for some reason. Quite a strange inconsistency. The RNG with this approach is the same as the first approach, but riskier because of how close you are to the ground enemies. The final approach, which is the approach I always use to save up on ammo and speed up the sequence, is I stealth kill the first two enemies, hug the right-hand side as I make my way to the side path, pay attention for when the Torch Ganado starts to walk into the bear trap, assuming he didn't walk into it already. If he did walk into it, I just wait until he starts walking away, aim my gun to make Ashley line up against the wall, then continually move forward while still pushing into the wall. The reason I do this is to decrease the chances of the Molotov enemy spotting me, because even though there is a platform above me that she theoretically shouldn't be able to see through, she can still see me at times. You're essentially trying to get past a certain threshold so that when you do get spotted, the reinforcements will be unable to spawn. The wall I push up against serves as the best reference point for when I need to sprint and still push up against it. Once that's done, I then hug the right-hand side to avoid the bear traps, Molotovs, and crossbow Ganado. Ashley never gets hit or steps in a bear trap every time I've done this. This approach is my preference, with the only RNG part being whether the Molotov enemy spots me too quickly or not, but that may be due mostly to my timing when initiating my sprint. If you do this method, bear in mind that if you go back beyond the reinforcements threshold, they'll spawn in, but this ends this really dumb sequence. Stealth killing the next two enemies and putting Ashley in this top locker, we then drop down here and unlock both of these doors. Leon goes to pick up the crank to get out of here until the Bella sisters start using their chainsaws to cut through the wall. Leon then decides to act all macho and perform a backflip off the wall to avoid the chainsaws, which very nearly cut his leg. This moment is so unnecessary. I don't see the point in it. What, is Leon trying to show machismo for all the audience members? Just because you do this one backflip doesn't mean you're some badass, Leon. You're still the same sluggish, ignorant, pig-headed individual you've been throughout this entire pre-alpha. There are similar cutscenes like this throughout Resident Evil 4 Remilk, and I just don't find them amusing at all. Although I'm sure all the lovers of over-the-top anime with their martial arts characters that are only appealing to audience members because they look like badasses and are worthy of memes like those Omni-Man memes find this moment with Leon fun because they're that superficial and limited in scope with their mindsets. You put in one over-the-top moment like this, and people will just be amazed by it like they're 13 years old or something. I just look at this moment with Leon and find it really stupid. And considering new Capcom's views on Resident Evil, they probably only put in this moment for fan service more than anything else, much like those cringeworthy moments between Leon and Claire in Resident Evil 2 Remilk, where they're flirting in order to satisfy the dumb, horny fans who wanted Leon and Claire to get married. There's a proper time and place for such moments like this, but this pre-alpha does a poor job with their implementation. The Resident Evil games prior did a much better job with these moments, and I'm sure some fake Resident Evil fans are going to call me out by citing the Boulder moment with Chris, but I don't see what's weird weird about that scene. Plus, the timing on when it happens, the circumstances leading up to it, and old Capcom's mindset are vastly different to how it's done with Leon here, but that's for another retrospective. And at least when characters displayed these kinds of feats in cutscenes, they felt on par with their capabilities in the gameplay. And talking about this moment further, it just comes across like characters who do these kinds of feats are the only kinds of characters that are worth valuing. God, I owe Resident Evil 7 my life, as well as certain events in my life for completely changing and elevating my perspective on characters. I still can't wait until I get to that retrospective for Resident Evil 7. Oh, and I also owe myself, given how much I've taken on the fight against ignorance. But after that really stupid backflip from the worst version of Leon by far, the Bella sisters break through. One of them grabs the crank, which prompts Leon to tell another boring joke, followed by another joke about him being a one-lady type of guy. At this point, Leon's jokes have become rather tiresome and lacking in substance. New Capcom made Leon so incompetent in combat, yet elevated his jokes to a new extreme in stupidity. What a reversal right there. But for this encounter, don't even try to do it normally. The same problems from the village intro are here. Enemies without weapons are more annoying than enemies with weapons. Enemies throwing axes, enemies transforming, lanterns that deal a lot of damage to Ganados, yet not enough damage to the Bella sisters. I mean, if you're even thinking about luring the correct Bella sister, you have to take one specific loop around the area to 2 different lanterns and hope she doesn't get caught on enemies. Unless you have an abundance of flash grenades or you spawn attack the Bella sisters with mines, this sequence is an ammo-draining, clumsy, and time-consuming sequence doing it normally. And I say normally rather loosely because a brain-dead sequence filled with poor designs hardly passes off as normal, though considering the poor standards set by the prior areas, this seems to be the new normal set by new Capcom. And draining your ammo here is bad because again, you need a crap ton of ammo for the later sequences. The amount of forward knowledge you need to make this pre-alpha bearable is ridiculous. Luckily, there's a significantly better way to use exploits to counteract this sequence, save up on ammo, and not need the bolt thrower. Upon starting the encounter, leave through the 2 doors you unlocked and head up the stairs, get this Ganado out of the way, and then deal with the one who's scripted to run every time. With this particular Ganado, shoot him in the stomach and get behind him, because while he's in the middle of his scripted run, you can actually do a knife execution on him. Drop down here and go back to the entrance to this area. Once you return to the entrance, the enemies de-aggro and start leashing. This works against the Bella sisters too, so just lure them both back here and focus on the one with the crank. When you shoot her in the head, you have to hope she does the correct flinch animation, where she gives you her back because you can't just simply stab her from the front. New Capcom logic once again. By the way, the chainsaw enemies have this stupid property where if you touch their chainsaw while they're in a stun animation, you'll take damage. Why? Touching the chainsaw in general when they're in a normal state doesn't do anything. Why is this hitbox suddenly active while they're in a stun animation? It's almost like this pre-alpha is mistaking the stun animation for an attack animation. What is up with that? The Bella sisters' health also varies. Sometimes it'll take 2 knife executions, other times it'll take 1 knife execution and a couple of bullets. I don't know why this pre-alpha insists upon random HP for their mini-bosses and bosses. Whether it's due to the adaptive difficulty or not is unclear, but if it is, you have to wonder why the adaptive difficulty isn't set to the highest level at all times, like Resident Evil 5. And speaking of HP, when you kill one Bella sister, the other one regains health for some stupid reason. And don't even think about trying to stealth kill the Bella sisters. Even though they have a designated stealth status where they lower their chainsaws and stand still, and they can be attracted to noise, you cannot get the stealth kill prompt on them, which is so stupid. If you can do combat executions, then why not stealth executions? If you can stealth kill brutes, then why not these enemies? It's clear they want you to partake in badly designed combat sections with terrible mechanics at play, and also rely upon silly strategies like spawn attacking the Bella sisters with the mine thrower, rather than rely upon actual stealth. And I remember some moron who commented on my poor designs video and tried to defend this bizarre design through a straw man fallacy by exaggerating the points I was laying out and arguing against those exaggerated points by saying I clearly want a baby experience with stealth killing all the enemies and bosses like a pussy. Talk about completely missing the point and forgetting to think before he spoke. What a one-dimensional oaf with his brain-dead thought process. Once the one with the crank is dead, you can pick up the crank. You then need to wait outside their playable area for a certain amount of time. From here, this is where it gets random because there is no telling how the enemies will stand around while you're outside the playable area. Sometimes they'll be set up in such a way where you can get to the door easily. Other times, they'll be walking towards you like they're investigating noises, or they'll be standing around facing in your direction. The HUD in the bottom right of the screen is useful for knowing if you're in combat or stealth, because as long as you can't see it, it means you're in stealth. When you do leave the playable playable area, you have to wait until the enemies set up in their positions. If you enter the playable area while the enemies are in the middle of setting up in their positions, they'll know where you are, so you'll have to exit the playable area. This is why you have to wait at least 30 seconds outside the playable area. However, the first or second time you do leave the playable area after starting the encounter, when you see the enemies running away and you go back inside immediately, only the Bella sisters will re-engage their aggro on you and not the other enemies. This is something important to bear in mind. Once you get the right pattern and dispatch any enemies in your way with stealth executions or other means, you can safely put the crank in the door. And I don't know why, but putting the crank in the door causes Ashley to exit the locker without your input. So you need to bear that in mind when putting the crank in the door. Most of the time, she won't be grabbed by the enemies upon exiting the locker and coming to you. Once you both get through the door, this is the end of this brain-dead and badly designed section. And let me just make this one statement. The exploit I used against the Bella sisters represents exactly what I was saying many times before in my demo playthroughs and also in the earlier parts of this retrospective. Because new Capcom watered down their fundamental gameplay systems and other combat mechanics, made their stun systems incredibly awkward, and added all sorts of bad designs to the enemies, they're encouraging the player to indulge in these kinds of exploits to make their own product tolerable. New Capcom had no shame when rushing this pre-alpha out the door and ruining the story, characters, and gameplay in the process. Why Resident Evil 4 was chosen for the remake treatment makes no sense. Code Veronica X should have received the remake treatment since it's considered by Capcom to be the official third entry of the Resident Evil series and is a fixed camera based title. They also took the time to set up Chris's letter and the fact that he was in Europe in Resident Evil 2 Remilk, which felt like a setup for a Code Veronica X remake. They could have fixed issues with the gameplay, the voice acting, and with Steve's portrayal in a potential remake, but no, they decided to settle upon Resident Evil 4, even though it has been on so many consoles and even received a VR version. Are their brains in their own asses? What were they thinking? And you want to know something else? In my blind playthrough, the Bella Sisters section forced me to restart the entire pre-alpha from the beginning. I had to go through crap after crap to eventually get the forward knowledge needed to approach these terrible sections and play through them without wasting so much ammo. You know a product is severely compromised when you're having to restart the entire experience to get back to where you left off on your first playthrough. How disgusting. And it wasn't even one restart that occurred for my first playthrough. It was two. That's what happened in my blind playthrough. I had to restart this pre-alpha 2 times to make the blind playthrough bearable. I've never had to do that for any title ever in my entire life as a gamer. How low can developers possibly go with a product? New Capcom provided the answer to that question with this cash grab of a Remilk. After doing this section, Leon tells Ashley that she apparently did well and that it seems like this isn't her first time running from creeps. I'm sorry, how does hiding in a locker, getting grabbed by enemies, not keeping up with you, and being a dimwit of a lower degree qualify as doing well at something? And hiding isn't the same thing as running, Leon. Ashley takes the comment positively and says she doesn't know if what he said is meant to be a compliment. What an odd time to introduce this friendship moment. Leon and Ashley go through a door when all of a sudden, Mendes comes out of nowhere, even though his footsteps should have given him away. I get that he indicated he was in this area based on the note you find before the quarry stealth section, but how could he have possibly snuck up on them when the only way he could get to them is through the exit from the building they dropped into? Leon tries to stab him in the arm to make him let go of Ashley and just awkwardly stares at him, allowing Mendes to punch him away. It seems like Leon has this habit of being slow to react whenever Mendes is around. Mendes locks the door by doing the same thing he did in Resident Evil 4 OG, only it's pointless because Leon and Ashley have no reason to go that way. This then forces Leon and Ashley to run. For this sequence, you need to use the shotgun against this first enemy and against the female Ganado with the axe. While running, you need to hit this barrel at the right moment to kill the rushing enemies. After that, you can either use a flash grenade to stun the enemies and run past them, or try to hit them with your shotgun. It then cues a cutscene where Ashley's leg gets stuck and Leon has to shoot a Ganado. The Ganado actually gets stunned by the pistol shot, which is such a troll from new Capcom since the Ganados just walk through your shots like you're back in the 90s, where gaming was still in its developing stages. With the first bridge blown up and the second bridge collapsed, cutting off their pursuers, Leon and Ashley make it to a food storage area, which Mendes somehow gets to from the same path Leon and Ashley took, even though the bridges were out. I'm guessing he used that bridge right there to get to this side, and he somehow climbed up on an awning to bust through the the wall in the time it took for Leon and Ashley to enter the building. How is that possible? And I find it odd how there's no backstory to this building. In Resident Evil 4 OG, the place where you fought Mendes was used for enlightening betrayers. You'd think if they were going to take the time to elaborate on the factory or the fish farm, they would elaborate on this building, but apparently not. But Torres Mendes smashes through the wall to knock over Leon. As he focuses on Ashley, Leon draws his attention away with a shot. Mendes then delivers a cliched missionary speech on surrendering to Sadler before Leon keeps shooting at him. Mendes is not reacting to the shots at all, which allows him to pick up his hat in a hilarious scene on par with the cliched having a villain eat an apple to make him look more like an asshole trope. And it wasn't even Leon who shot off his hat. He did it himself when he busted through the wall. He's really obsessed with his hat, isn't he? They use this gag way too much in this pre-alpha. What is the point of all the moments where Mendes casually picks up his hat during or after being shot? This is clearly deliberate with how much the developers emphasize these moments. There's some kind of purpose behind them, but what exactly? Is it so the audience feels intimidated by the fact that bullets don't phase them? How can they when they're focusing more on how much Mendes clings onto his hat? And also, we've already seen countless times how the regular Ganados just walk through your bullets because of how laid back the animation department was. How can I better appreciate Mendes not flinching from shots when every enemy has displayed this characteristic? They completely invalidate Mendes as being a special enemy type and boss figure because of this. At least in Resident Evil 4 OG, the only time we see Mendes get shot is from Ada, and that was purely for distraction purposes to save Leon. They didn't need to shove it in your face, the fact that Mendes didn't flinch from bullets over and over again. And you never had to ask the question of why Leon or Ada didn't shoot him in the head in Resident Evil 4 OG because of how this only occurred once. I'm having to ask that question in Resident Evil 4 Remilk because of how much they show Mendes being shot. God, the gameplay and the screenplay for Torres Mendes, when considered together, are so stupid. Leon finds an explosive barrel out of nowhere, which you cannot see before this cutscene, although to be fair, the same problem occurred in Resident Evil 4 OG. He pushes it towards Mendes and shoots it, though Mendes isn't worried one bit. Thanks to the damage sustained from the explosion, in a matter of seconds, Mendes goes from his normal form to his dominant Plaga mutation, which we never see play out. Old Capcom showed the transformation playing out in Resident Evil 4 OG, so why not new Capcom? And it's funny how Remilk Mendes looks more similar to his OG counterpart, yet the same can't be said for Salazar, Krauser, and Sadler. So somewhere in development, they decided to make their mutations more absurd. What could have possibly compelled them to do so? I don't get it. Just like how I don't get this line where Leon says he should have known he was one of the bugs. This is such a stupid quote. Apparently, it didn't clue into Leon immediately that Mendes was one of the Plagas. He's been leading the villagers the entire time, dude. What else could Mendes possibly be? And Leon also went from calling the Plagas worms to calling them bugs for some stupid reason, even though Luiz literally told him what they're called. Remember when Krauser told Leon in Resident Evil 4 OG that he catches on quick as expected? That's clearly not the case here. Remilk Leon's really becoming a broken record at this point with the number of stupid quotes he said so far. I also find it odd how Mendes says they share the same blood when back in Chapter 2, he classifies the Plaga and the blood as two separate terms. But getting into the gameplay for Mendes' boss fight, for the first phase, just stay in front of him and loop his one attack, which is a grab. This move can be crouched under, and this can allow you to hit the weak spot on his back with the shotgun. Try to remain in the aiming animation though, as he likes to walk into you or in circles around you a lot before doing the move, which can affect your position in relation to him. His pathing is quite weird, as he can't seem to take a direct line towards you most of the time. When he does the judgment move, get to a different level to avoid the attack. If he does that move when you're up top, do not jump onto him. The active frame period for this move occurs a second before the animation starts, so he can damage you with a bad hitbox. Many of his moves have bad hitboxes. He can hit you with phantom range, and he can hit you before certain animations start. That's why it's preferable to do this loop. Do not go for the knife executions, by the way. The damage is pitiful. Once this phase is done, he'll lose his legs, and his next mutation will trigger, where he grows additional appendages, beginning the second phase. This mutation is a bit too extreme for me. This doesn't feel like what the original Plaga would do. This feels more like a mutation resulting from Tricell's dominant Plaga in Resident Evil 5, which was an enhanced version of the original dominant Plaga. In Resident Evil 4 OG, all that happened with Mendes is that he lost his legs, so he had to use his additional appendages from the dominant Plaga to navigate the environment. In fact, all the dominant Plaga users in Resident Evil 4 OG never underwent an additional mutation. What they mutated into was always the only mutation, so I don't know why it's different with this pre-alpha. But for the second phase, it's pretty simple. At a distance, he'll opt to chuck flaming boards that require you to move to the left or right or stand still. He also has this cartoonish ability to pull explosive barrels out of nowhere, requiring you to shoot them. If you don't have ammo though, you'll need to time when to climb the ladder. He can also line himself up with the center of the building and do a jump attack on you, requiring you to move out of the way. When he's close to you, he can do 2 moves that require a QTE to dodge. There's another move that he will slowly prepare before attacking. You can either get behind him or shoot the eyeball on his back to consistently stun him. I'm not entirely sure why this is the only move with this special property when he takes a similar amount of time to throw those flaming boards at you, but okay. Finally, there's also a slam move that requires you to move to the side. This pretty much sums up the second phase. Overall, Mendes Mendes is probably the better boss of this pre-alpha, but that doesn't necessarily mean this is that good of a fight. Sure, it's able to pass off as a fight that works, but he has a lot of HP and the bad hitboxes can be annoying. I also don't understand why the tone is so comical. In Resident Evil 4 OG, Mendes Mendes' fight was clearly built to be a horror fight with his transformation, choice of music, tone, atmosphere, ambiance, HP, footstep noises, and the fact that he didn't say anything. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, the designs have been flipped. Now, there's no intimidation whatsoever. Mendes Mendes is just a cliched, extreme missionary, spouting religious crap like Father Mosgis from Berserk. It's such an anime reimagining of his character, and I don't understand why. The music is also this cheesy, godlike action music that admittedly I do like, but it's not what I want to hear with Mendes Mendes. His ability to throw endless fiery boards and pull explosive barrels out of nowhere is just so silly and cartoonish. His squirrely movements and tendency to push you all over the place as he's moving is also quite stupid. All of this is just a complete 180 in tone, and it prevents me from taking it seriously. How could they play the original Resident Evil 4 and consider this a proper reimagining? There is nothing here that indicates a remake. It's yet again another example of new Capcom cutting corners or just not playing the earlier Resident Evil games properly. The boss fight with Resident Evil 4 OG's Mendes also felt like it paid off skillfully saving ammunition very well, as 4 incendiary grenades and 1 explosive barrel were enough to kill him. You took the time to hold on to those incendiary grenades with a pretty small inventory space. You then had the chance to use them to clear up space and contribute to good game design with how much they damaged him. Dealing with him in any other way just feels wrong and doesn't feel like the intended vision with this fight. It also helped to make him feel different to the other bosses with the unique method of using incendiary grenades against him. With the bosses in Resident Evil 4 OG, it was always noticeable that you were doing something different with each of the bosses, whether it be through skillful use of the knife, the use of grenades, the use of the environment, the use of a different weapon, etc., and their HP was complementary to the pacing of each of the strategies. Of course, I wouldn't consider Salazar in this process, as he's the worst boss of Resident Evil 4 OG, but that's for another tangent later on. But regardless, there was a real sense of diversity with your approaches. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, however, every single boss is a damage sponge, requiring you to game the system, find exploits, avoid certain attacks accordingly, use all of your weapons without care to avoid bad designs, etc. Like, it really becomes a repetitive process that leads to fatigue and leads to each of the bosses lacking any character gameplay-wise. One of my friends describes it perfectly by saying that the bosses in Resident Evil 4 OG had thematic strategies such as using incendiary grenades or the knife, but now they all play very similarly in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. There's little to no creativity on display with this Remilk. It's also stale, mundane, and uniform with the way the fights play out. And as much as Mendes may seem different to the likes of the El Gigante, for instance, it's really hard to appreciate it given how much the earlier chapters showcase such quality below the baseline level of lacking quality. So you just kind of do the fight without feeling anything, honestly. It's all so hollow in the end. That's precisely why one of my friends calls this boss Bitsnorez Mendes. Ashley breaks open the window, which Leon could have honestly done himself and avoided fighting Mendes altogether. What's his excuse for sticking around? At least in Resident Evil 4 OG, there were no windows and Mendes had twisted the handles on the door, not only to stop Leon from escaping, but also to prevent Ada from intervening. Therefore, Leon had no choice but to deal with Mendes. Also, he needed Mendes' false eye to gain access to the castle. If the window is already there, and Leon doesn't exactly need anything from Mendes in the Remilk, why is he sticking around? I get that Mendes could be a future threat, but his physiology in the first phase didn't exactly afford him a lot of mobility. Not to mention the building was collapsing too. Leon gets through the window, and instead of asking if Leon was okay like she did in the original, Ashley instead gives a witty response and says,
You're welcome.
Like she's engaging in friendly banter with Leon. I can't help but feel like they made this change to complement the forceful, inorganic feeling that Ashley has towards Leon about being good as a team. And the way she says this line makes it seem like she needs reassurance from a superior individual in her mind. I swear, Ashley is so much of a type B personality with how much she acts needy and demands constant reassurance of her capabilities. Ashley is less serious in this remake, honestly. Understanding that the fire will catch the attention of the villagers, Leon and Ashley move on. Ashley then asks a similar question to what she asked at the start of chapter 6. How many times is she going to keep asking such questions in short intervals? It was pretty annoying when I heard it the first time. They then take the single path towards the castle and the drawbridge races behind them somehow, which ends chapter 6. Luiz then contacts Leon like he said he would, asking if they're still around, to which Leon jokes that he wanted to go home, but Ashley wanted to see the castle first. Luiz says this works since he's already in the castle and claims to have the suppressant that will slow the growth of the plagas, when in actuality, he hasn't obtained it yet and assumes he'll be able to get it from his hidden laboratory in the castle. He then sends Leon the coordinates to the courtyard inside of the castle. I'm surprised Leon doesn't exclaim how convenient it was that Luiz happened to be in the same area as them. Luiz had left them earlier and took a different path. Leon never tried to follow Luiz or make a quote about where he was. Luiz is acting like he expected Leon and Ashley to go to the castle while he and Ada were going there already, but how could he have known if he didn't even see where they were going? It feels weird to me in this remake. At least in Resident Evil 4 OG, Luiz indicated he would catch up to them, which he did. That being said, Resident Evil 4 OG is a little confusing in the same regard, given that we don't understand what happened in the interim between chapter 2 and chapter 3 of Separate Ways OG. After telling Leon and Ashley he had to go get something, Luiz then met up with Ada and told her he was going to get the dominant plaga sample, which he hid in the forest. He also had the suppressant hidden with the sample as well. One has to wonder why Ada didn't accompany Luiz as he was getting the sample to make sure he got it this time. The only thing I can think of is that she was preoccupied with secondary objectives to her mission. As indicated in Ada's report number 1, she says that Sadler's occult activity seemed worthy of investigation, and at the start of chapter 2 of Separate Ways OG, Ada was reading a text from the Illuminados to better understand them. Also, at the start of chapter 1 of Separate Ways OG, Wesker indicates that time is not a luxury they have, so she needs to gather as much information on the plagas as she can, which is probably why she doesn't accompany Luiz to get the dominant plaga sample. And I imagine being unconscious for several hours from that tranquilizer dart prior to meeting Luiz here definitely cost her time. It then transitions to where Ada meets Leon. We don't see what Ada was doing at the castle prior to this meetup for some reason. After that, Wesker contacts her saying that Luiz has recovered the sample and is waiting for her. Now, when Wesker says that Luiz is waiting for her, it makes it seem like Luiz opted to go to the castle and deliver it to her there, rather than recovering the sample and just giving it to her in the village. There is a reason for this. In the Kaitai Shinso for Resident Evil 4 OG, when Luiz had retrieved the sample and suppressants from the hiding spot, instead of meeting up with Ada, he opted to make his way to the castle because he wanted to help Leon and Ashley and knew they were there based on the trail left behind by them. His gratitude to Leon for saving his life, combined with his regret for his part in the research on the plagas, are what led to him acting this way. How he managed to get to the castle even though the drawbridge was raised is unclear, but I'm guessing he used the same path he used when escaping the castle from his cell in the sewers to catch up to Leon and Ashley, or he climbed the castle walls. I have no idea. Then, when he met up with them, he realized he dropped the suppressants as he was running away from the Ganados. I don't know if he's referring to the villagers or the zealots, but I would assume he's referring to the zealots, since recovering the suppressants back in the village area after making it to the castle would be impossible. And I don't know if he dropped the dominant plaga sample or not when he was running from the Ganados. After recovering the suppressants he dropped and possibly the sample, he probably contacted Ada or Wesker to give an excuse for his delay in giving them the sample. This would then make Ada go to the castle, which would then explain how Ada was photographed entering the castle by one of Salazar's men. Of course, how he contacted them is unclear. I'm assuming he always had a radio on him and knew Ada or Wesker's frequency, but the developers never showed the radio he had in this game. I'm basing this off of Ada's report number 1 and the conversation Ada has with Wesker. In Ada's report number 1, she says she retrieved the subordinate plaga tissue sample from Luiz, which would only be possible if he could contact her on her radio. For the conversation that Ada has with Wesker at the start of chapter 3 of Separate Ways OG, he found out that Luiz had recovered the sample and was waiting for Ada, which would only be possible if he communicated to Wesker, though he probably could have called Ada, honestly. And it's probably through Luiz contacting Wesker to confirm the successful recovery of the sample that Wesker was able to establish an approximate location of Luiz within the castle that he would then send to Ada. It wouldn't make sense if Wesker somehow saw Luiz inside the castle using the umbrella satellite he had access to, as satellites can't see inside of buildings unless it's through special filters like infrared. And I say approximate because Luiz is clearly not in the room that Wesker marked on Ada's map when he meets up with Leon. And by the way, going back to that excuse Luiz possibly gave to Ada or Wesker regarding his delay, I wonder if he had mentioned Leon, as by mentioning him, this would then explain how Ada knew about Leon being infected by the Plaga, and why Wesker decided to terminate Leon for not only being a Raccoon City survivor and someone who got in the way of Ada's mission in Raccoon City, but also a continuous hindrance to Wesker's plan with the Plagas. I'm saying all this like it makes sense, but I might be contradicting things. If only old Capcom had more development time to devote to the flow of events in Separate Ways OG when it was released on the PS2, and that game development during that era of gaming wasn't so weirdly handled. But the main thing to take away from Luiz being in the castle in Resident Evil 4 OG is how he opted to postpone his potential extraction from the area to save Leon and Ashley, which is an indication of the guilt he feels from creating the Plagas. A shame that the flow of events and Luiz's general attitude in Resident Evil 4 Remilk doesn't offer the same kind of interpretation of his character, but I'll talk about that when we get to Separate Ways Remilk. Also, there's a continuity error with this conversation. If you look behind Luiz, you can see what appears to be a black liquid waterfall and a torch. Yet in Separate Ways Remilk, when Luiz is in this conversation, he's actually in a fortified tower that has no black liquid waterfall and no torch. So how the developers missed this when developing Separate Ways Remilk is beyond me, but I think it's an indication that development of Separate Ways Remilk only began after Resident Evil 4 Remilk release, which is why the quality of the DLC is terrible. Once Luiz concludes his conversation, we then get a file in passing for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why Luiz didn't indicate he was sending a file, because this can be easy to miss for first-time players. In this file, we get an excerpt from some meeting that occurred in the island facility. Now, this is very confusing because it plays out like the Illuminados are some kind of corporation like Umbrella rather than a cult. I can't really imagine the higher authorities of the Illuminados being typical businessmen rather than members of a cult, and it muddies the origin of the Illuminados and the island facility in a chicken or the egg kind of situation. But in this file, it goes over a presentation on the effects and uses of specific drugs on the Plaga during the early stages of growth, which was done by head researcher Annabel Garcia Escudero. She was questioned by researcher Ryan Chen at the island facility. Annabel concluded her presentation and asked for questions. Ryan Chen asked for clarification on whether the suppressant can stop the host from turning into a monster. Annabel then decides to say that the use of the term monster is a bit dramatic, which for one thing is unjustified with its joking tone, but also, they're clearly using the Plaga for the development of BOWs. Why would she say that it's a bit dramatic to use the term monster when that's kinda what a BOW is supposed to be perceived as in a layman's mind? It's like she's countering Ryan's statement because she was using the Plaga for something else. I don't understand why she starts her answer like this. She then decides to build towards her answer by saying that the host loses a part of their humanity when infected by the Plaga. Initial symptoms include mild abdominal pain, the coughing of blood, dizziness, and a loss of consciousness. Once fully grown, the Plaga gains control of the host. The suppressant developed by her team can inhibit the growth of the Plaga but not completely remove it from the body. She makes no mention of the suppressant's effects on the Plaga when it's in egg form, nor the use of antigen in destroying Plaga eggs. Ryan and a couple of other people then decide to laugh at the idea of the suppressant only delaying the inevitable. So I'm pretty sure you can see the retcons at play here. In Resident Evil 4 OG, the suppressant was developed by Luiz, and he had secretly taken them when he stole the sample initially. That's why when he was first injected with a Plaga, he was able to use the suppressant to destroy it, since the Illuminados weren't aware that he had the suppressant. But in the Remilk, it's Annabelle and her team that develop it. But why though? If they're indebted to the Illuminados, why would they develop something that suppresses the growth of the parasite? In Resident Evil 4 OG, Luiz was tasked by Sadler to find a safe and practical way to remove or destroy the Plagas in the body. Luiz believed this was for making sure infection wasn't fatal and could be reversed, but in actuality, it was for confirming if the methods for removing the Plagas would be too specific and too difficult to perform in a practical manner. That way, Sadler's grand plan to take down the United States would go unhindered. This was ultimately successful, as Luiz found out that the Plagas could be killed by the suppressant only while in egg form, and that the only effective way to remove them is through a special kind of radiation similar to a linear accelerator. But the same can't be said with Annabelle and their team in this Remilk. And you also can't say they were developing the suppressant to counteract any accidental exposure to the parasite, because the suppressant is ineffective at removing the parasites entirely, even when in egg form apparently. And if this is the case, why waste time developing it in the first place? Is it simply for readying the host for the chest incisions that would allow the parasites to be removed, so the suppressant inhibits the Plaga's activities enough to allow chest incision removal to go unhindered? That just seems quite cumbersome in the grand scheme of things. And hang on, it doesn't even matter that they developed it because Luiz ends up making a suppressant through homeopathy that is somehow just as effective as the real suppressant. All those team members, all that time needed to make the suppressant, and Luiz just makes it on his own in a matter of seconds or minutes. And to talk about this quarterly finding further, this meeting plays out like some kind of twisted sales pitch for marketing the Plagas as a sellable BOW, since Ryan Chen makes it sound like he isn't affiliated with the Illuminados, and is instead affiliated with some other terrorist group as a researcher. Is it possible that Annabelle was developing the suppressant alongside the manufacturing of more Plagas to sell them to other terrorist groups for money? We know in separate ways Remilk, Krauser had purchased rocket launcher warheads from some random company called Newman Arms Corporation, though with how poorly put together that DLC is, I'm wary of believing the Illuminados had connections to other organizations. Because of this, I don't see Annabelle contacting other organizations to make money off the Plaga, and she's supposed to be heavily loyal to Sadler, as indicated in the Superior Species report. I don't see Sadler establishing contact with other organizations to sell his Plagas if he's planning to take over the world. In fact, in the Superior Species report, Annabelle had infected the researchers with the Superior Species Plaga for some reason, so I'm guessing Sadler took his members for granted as well, and would dispose of them when they served no purpose. In fact, now that I think about it, given the fantastical capabilities of the hive mind and the absurd range this connection has through the sound waves, could Sadler theoretically distribute his Plagas to other organizations and spread them throughout the world, then use the hive mind to his advantage to seize control? If the developers are trying to structure Sadler's plan like this, that is seriously retarded and nonsensical. At least in Resident Evil 4 OG, Sadler already had many sleeper agents infected by the subordinate Plaga distributed throughout the world, mainly in the United States. Through these carriers, they would influence the minds of those closest to the president, gaining influence in the Justice Department, Congress, the military, administrative bodies, and corporate business giants. They would then fuel a state of complete paranoia and destabilize democracy, then take advantage of the resulting chaos of America's collapse, whilst at the same time using its vast resources and status as a superpower to take control of the world. Also, in the Kaitai Shinso for Resident Evil 4 OG, it's mentioned that while carriers may be easily detected in small towns or close-knit communities where unusual words or behavior is quickly noticed, the carriers could easily blend into the crowds of large cities where even neighbors are indifferent to each other. If you've lived in the city, that's definitely true. Even if the carriers were discovered, because of them being spread throughout the United States, using a nuke or thermobaric bomb like what was used on Raccoon City as part of Operation Bacillus Terminate would not be an effective countermeasure. This quiet infection would eventually reach the ranks of the national government. If more parasites are developed with advanced deception, or carriers of the subordinate Plaga join forces with an important dignitary infected with the dominant Plaga, who then chooses to submit to Sadler, the results could be catastrophic. Everything Resident Evil 4 OG lists isn't dependent on fantasy garbage or distributing the Plaga to other terrorist organizations. But to sum it all up, this quarterly findings report opens up a lot of confusion, impracticalities, and fantasy garbage regarding the Illuminados, the Plagas, and the hive mind when considered in the grand scheme of things. Proceeding inside the castle, we stumble upon some zealots. These zealots can be killed in one shot for free loot. After that, we see a zealot in the process of killing himself with a boot knife. I don't know why he's trying to kill himself. I assume this is some sort of act of penance or a practice that complements the chant that the zealots recite where they say to die is to live. Of course, if you listen to him, he constantly says glory to the Plagas, so this must be both an act of penance and a show of faith. I assume this act is in reference to Illuminados 3.2, which tells its followers to sacrifice their lives and the blood of their enemies to atone for their ancient sins. What those sins are exactly and how they choose which zealot should sacrifice themselves are unclear, but I remember seeing this scene in the early release gameplay and thinking there would be a mechanic in this pre-alpha where the enemies could kill themselves to cause their Plagas to emerge, similar to a devil trigger system from Devil May Cry, but that kind of mechanic is not in this pre-alpha, which is definitely a good thing, as the balancing is already bad enough as it is. It doesn't need to be worse. Once you get close to this guy, he'll succeed in releasing his Plaga, which is a Plaga type Mandibula. This Plaga variant has the most HP out of the other Plaga types, assuming you're not hitting the inside of its mouth. The shotgun definitely helps in getting rid of it. You can also use your pistol or knife to elicit some kind of reaction on it whenever you avoid its attacks and hit it in its fleshy area. When I say elicit a reaction, I don't mean just a stun. I'm also referring to moments where it decides to do another attack, like an acid attack. If it does the acid attack, that's that's a problem. The acid attack has a retrograde projectile motion bug, just like when enemies seem to do the animation of throwing their weapons forward, but the projectile goes backwards or to the side instead. So if you're behind this enemy when it does its acid attack, even though it's not looking at you, the projectile will fire backwards and go through its body. That is incredibly broken. The Plaga-type Mandibula also has the ability to latch onto the ceiling, then do a jump attack requiring you to move. You can counter the Plaga-type Mandibula's grabs, but it's not worth it as it does no damage and you lose a lot of knife durability. I don't know why new Capcom thought people would waste time with this unrewarding counter system against the Plaga-type Mandibulas, but they're clearly clueless. Their general grab attack can be crouched under, and because the counter prompt appears every time they attack, it makes timing your crouch easier. For this particular Plaga-type Mandibula, it's best to run past it. However, you need to take the left path. If you take the right path when trying to run past it, for some reason, it puts Leon into a significantly longer flinch animation that can cause him to be killed very easily. New Capcom's obsession with nonsensical and broken stun animations for Leon is out of control in this pre-alpha. Taking the left path will allow you to avoid the incredibly long stun. Once you get past this Plaga, this will lead you into the catapult sequence. The vignette showing the Zealot calling you out can be skipped by pressing X. If you hug the right-hand side, you can stealth kill the crossbow Zealot. Before triggering the catapult sequence, make sure you shoot this counterweight to raise the cannon. Once the sequence starts, you'll want to shoot this catapult before dealing with the enemies. Every initial enemy, except for one, will not transform into a Plaga. This is as good a time as any to use the focus reticle shots on enemies while they're sprinting to significantly reduce their stun HP, allowing you to hit their legs once to get a guaranteed setup for a suplex. Given how awkward the stun systems and the focus reticle system are, you're better off using 2 normal shots on enemies while they're sprinting. Just bear in mind that the enemies that directly attack you have a habit of sprinting for a second before resuming their walk status, making this very cumbersome. The enemies that go after Ashley, however, do not have this hesitation, which makes this suplex setup method far less awkward. Once you get here, you'll want to shoot this barrel, wait for the catapult to fire, then make your way to the cannon. The cannon has infinite ammo, allowing you to shoot the catapults and the enemies easily, and unlike the harpoons from Chapter 4, the enemies will drop loot when killed by the cannon. Also, Ashley cannot be damaged by the cannon, so when an enemy grabs her, you'll be free to shoot them. Blasting through the doors and entering the audience chamber, we're greeted by Ramon Salazar in a not-so-memorable exchange. It's a shame that one of Leon's most iconic quotes,
No thanks, bro,
got cut out, because it was a pretty fun line to listen to as Leon's follow-up to Salazar saying he was awaiting his future brethren. But since Ramon doesn't mention anything about brethren in this Remilk, Leon had no reason to say it. Ramon greets Leon and Ashley, then demands that Leon give up Ashley, which Leon refuses to do. Ramon acknowledges Leon's noble act, but still demands Ashley, since having her serve as a sleeper agent within the United States government will allow Sadler to conquer the world. So in this Remilk, Ramon is the one who reveals to Leon and Ashley the reason why they kidnapped Ashley and infected them both, compared to the OG, where Sadler's the one who reveals it. I guess it makes sense for Ramon to reveal the reason for kidnapping Ashley, given his vanity, his obsession with theatrics, and his need to flaunt his arrogance. Ramon asks again if they will comply with his wishes, which prompts Ashley to directly decline his request. I'm not too sure where she gets this bravery from, but it means absolutely nothing, given that she's still going to be babysat by Leon, yet continually grabbed by enemies and still showcase such over-exaggerated screams. This honestly feels out of character for Remilk Ashley to just stand up to a villain like this at this point in time, and the way the pre-alpha tries to showcase her false growth in the later parts is quite silly, and I'll talk about them when I get the chance. At least in Resident Evil 4 OG, Ashley maintained passivity when in Salazar's presence. With his request denied, Ramon calls a group of zealots to take them down while he deals with other matters. I'm surprised he didn't just sick one of his bodyguards on them. He probably just wants to toy with them. In Resident Evil 4 OG, he only sent Vertigo after Leon upon declaring that the time for games was over, and I guess being a 20-year-old psychopath without a family and under the influence of Sadler, with no one reprimanding or schooling him on his terrible actions, allowed his more illogical and immature side to take control. So maybe it's the same case here, though I don't know if Ramon is 20 years old in this Remilk. The only other thing I can think of with why Ramon didn't just use his bodyguards to finish off Leon is because he thought Leon was too inferior to bother finishing off with his bodyguards. That being said, in Separate Ways Remilk, the Black Robe engaged with Ada immediately upon starting the first chapter, so this alone counteracts the 2 potential reasons I laid out. If Ramon was quick to sick the Black Robe on Ada, why doesn't he sick his bodyguards on Leon then? That really doesn't make sense. For this audience chamber encounter, you can use the flash grenade knife combo to your advantage. If you're not using flash grenades, you can use the shotgun on the enemy behind you, knock over the helmeted zealot with a shot to the leg since he's prioritizing Ashley, use the ground knife execution on him to stun the nearby enemies, Zealots, then run out the door. Upon reaching this area, the Zealots will leash and start running away. For the Shield Zealots, because they have no designated knockdown animation, when you shoot them in the leg while they're running, they'll always go into the leg stun animation that allows you to do the suplex. Once the Scythe enemies are dead, the encounter is done. Given that the merchant is here and he supposedly keeps flash grenades handy when setting up shop near Illuminados, you have to wonder why he doesn't help you in this encounter. And having mentioned the Scythe Zealots, can I just say how dumb it is that they can do this low attack that requires a quick time event to avoid it, yet you can't deflect it for some reason? Also, if your back is to the Scythe Zealots when they do that move, the prompt for the QTE doesn't appear. Yet when the unarmed brute does his running attack from behind, the prompt still appears. The same goes for Krauser's sweep kick too. That move can be dodged even when your back is to Krauser. What's up with this inconsistency? Almost as confusing as new Capcom's decision to not make the parry omnidirectional. We now need to take an alternate route through the dungeons to proceed forward. Making our way through the dungeons, we find the Caretaker's note. The Caretaker mentions that he can't sleep since the Garador keeps making noises. This Garador was apparently an executioner once, just like his father and grandfather. It's one of the more unsightly legacies left behind by the Salazar family. This executioner had a greater lust for torture, making him special among his family. This is what attracted Ramon's interest in him. I don't know why, despite this executioner's sadism resonating with Ramon's own sadism, Ramon still had him converted into a Garador. In the canon timeline, the Garadors represented another of the Illuminados' attempts at human biological weapon development with the Plagas. Just like the El Gigantes, they also lost all sense of intelligence, leaving them unable to differentiate between friend or foe. Given their highly aggressive behavior and their increased physical abilities as a result of experimentation, they had to be rendered blind and physically restrained until they were needed. As for why their Plagas were still exposed on their backs and not protected, this is likely due to how large the parasites were. And assuming that the Garadors were developed after the El Gigante, it's possible the Illuminados were continuing the same experiments they conducted on the El Gigante. Experiments likely related to the actual size of the parasite. But with the Garadors, it was at a much smaller scale. And I'm guessing they were testing alternatives to needle injections of Plaga eggs. Perhaps they opened up the backs of the Garadors to attach the mature Plaga directly onto their spine and central nervous system, which likely explains why the Plaga is exposed on their backs and probably cannot be covered so easily. And it's this placement of the Plaga in the back that makes me think this is a continuation of the experiments that first started from the El Gigante. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, however, it doesn't seem like there is a connection between the El Gigantes and the Garadors. The El Gigante seems to be the first attempt at more extreme BOW development with the Plagas, as indicated in Illuminados 4 and 9, so I guess an argument could be made that the Garadors could be a continuation of those same experiments, but I don't know. The Caretaker then mentions that he was forced to feed the Garador and dispose of his filth, all while being forced to hear his wretched voice. He then explains that he's had enough and will not tolerate one more night in this castle. He had planned on leaving, but I'm guessing it never came to pass and he was killed. One has to wonder why he wasn't infected with the Plaga if he was trying to leave, but I guess his prior loyalty to Salazar spared him from being injected with the Plaga. Also, I find it odd how the El Gigante could be put to sleep through some fantasy garbage incantation, yet not with the Garadors. And if the Hive Mind is going to be this exaggerated in its capabilities, it makes me wonder how the El Gigante and the Garadors couldn't be controlled so easily. A lacking intelligence wouldn't necessarily contribute to an inability to obey the Hive Mind. We're talking about the Plagas, not the actual host in this case. The only thing I can think of is that the additional experimentation with the Plagas likely damaged their sound organ, but if this was the case, then that incantation with the El Gigante shouldn't have worked. There is a definite inconsistency here with this Hive Mind garbage with the Plagas. Leon picks up the dungeon key and ends up falling through the floor and in front of the Garador. This then leads into our first Garador encounter, and let me tell you guys something. The Garadors are one of the most broken and badly programmed enemies ever in Resident Evil history. They're omniscient for no reason. They have a lot of phantom range. They can somehow hear you even when you're not making any noise. They ignore certain stuns at times, etc. And then when they're paired with other enemies, even though they're supposed to have no understanding of friend or foe, they ignore all the footsteps, chanting, and weapon sounds that the Zealots cause. They push the Zealots around a lot rather than outright killing them, which leads to incredibly broken, clumsy, uncoordinated moments within the combat encounters. There is so much to list that it's much better if you check out my poor designs of Resident Evil 4 Remilk series, specifically with chapters 7 and 10, and with Separate Ways Remilk. In order to do this section without getting screwed too much by poor designs, you can just stun him with the flash grenade and get on the crank immediately. When the Garador recovers from the stun, he'll focus on where the flash grenade detonated rather than on you. You should be done with turning the crank, at which point you need to get him to do his combo attack so that you can easily shoot his Plaga. If you don't shoot the Plaga after opening the door and you cross a certain threshold of the room, he'll magically know where you are and try to hit you when you get on the ladder. That is so badly designed. But in the event you don't have a flash grenade, normal grenades can work as well. When starting the encounter, you need to run, hide, and crouch in this spot, wait for the Garador to finish his programmed attack of trying to attack you when you're on the crank, then hit his parasite. Throw a grenade down the corridor he ran through so that when he recovers, he'll go there instead of attacking you on the crank. Then, you need to stun him again to get to the ladder. What a stupid encounter and what a pathetic enemy type. I can't even begin to tell you how frustrating it was trying to put up with the poor designs on the Garadors. New Capcom's heads were in their asses when designing this enemy type. How do you make a blind enemy that broken in its implementation? It makes no sense. It's just as confusing as the whole argument people bring up where they want such a huge diversity of enemy types no matter how broken they are. It's one of the stupidest arguments I have ever heard, and it's something that people lambast Resident Evil 7 for. Resident Evil 7 favored a small number of well-designed enemies for its diversity, whereas Resident Evil 4 Remilk favors a wider diversity of poorly designed enemies. And after what I've discussed so far regarding the enemy types in this pre-alpha, you can't tell me that you'd prefer a wide assortment of poorly designed, broken enemies. It makes no sense to favor that mindset, and it's why I can't help but laugh at all the idiots who try to cite the enemy diversity of Resident Evil 7 as being a problem. And it's funny because they're so quick to judge the enemy diversity in Resident Evil 7, yet not the lacking enemy diversity of Resident Evil 1 Remilk. Talk about a biased mindset in favoring such an outdated title like Resident Evil 1 Remilk. But after you've gotten past the Garador, make sure you put Ashley back into tight formation. This is yet again another instance where this pre-alpha forces Ashley to be in loose formation for some reason. After doing a puzzle and interacting with gongs, we then get to the next room and find a file on different parasites and their ecology. This file was actually in Resident Evil 4 OG, but it was written by Luiz in that game, whereas in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, it's now just a book that Ramon has, which contains the same information. This, I feel, takes away from Luiz's intelligence and how much he cited up on the Plagas and other similar organisms, but it's a minor thing. We then make our way to one of the worst rooms in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, the water room, or in this case, the black liquid room. In order to truly highlight how bad this encounter is with its pacing and other designs, let's go over the water room area from Resident Evil 4 OG. In Resident Evil 4 OG, the water room was the worst room in the game. There wasn't a lot of thought with the number of enemies, the way they were placed, and the steps you had to go through to get through the room. A lot of people just try to kill all the enemies, but the game spawns more enemies if you do this. I've seen many people sit in the pressure plate room and just wait for the enemies to bust through the door and shoot them with the shotgun, and based on the fact that there's an enemy spawn point in the ceiling of this room, it gives the impression that this is what the developers want you to do, but I don't see how. I'm sure you can imagine how draining, soulless, laborious, and mindless such a method is. It felt like the developers shot themselves in the foot with a lot of the designs in this water room, based on how much the core gameplay loop really starts to feel artificial, and you start to see the numbers and the code that holds this game together. When it gets to that point, that's really where a section's designs fall flat. And with the enemy types, they were flail guys, shield guys, guys who can transform, and crossbow guys. The crossbow guys in particular made a huge difference in how you had to approach the sequence. It felt like the sequence demanded the use of the sniper rifle, particularly the semi-auto rifle, given how quickly the crossbow guys could shoot you. You also had to navigate Ashley into the pressure plate room so that you could make progress, and that could spawn additional enemies too. The main point I'm trying to make here is that there was clearly a lot of confusion with the designs here and with what the developers were expecting you to do. I remember in some of my earlier playthroughs of Resident Evil 4 OG, I would use a grenade to kill most of the enemies, but not all of them, so that the reinforcements wouldn't spawn in. Then, I would immediately run into the pressure plate room, activate the pressure plates, get an enemy to grab onto Ashley so that they would take her back to the entrance of the room, stop that enemy before they got away, then get through the door to trigger the passive checkpoint to save my progress. This, of course, came with all sorts of problems. These days, the new strategy I use is far more effective, and it definitely helps in providing a sense of pace and a sense of strategy to the sequence. It still doesn't remove how confused the designs of this area are, but it certainly made the sequence far more tolerable and more enjoyable. For my strategy, I would aim a grenade all the way up and throw it to kill most of the enemies, but not all of them, then go back through the door to trigger a passive checkpoint. Once I re-entered the room, I would back up 3 steps to make the left crossbow guy not shoot me. I would then kill this particular Ganado, as he tends to be in the way when I'm escorting Ashley. If you hit this guy 5 times, rather than run downstairs, he'll come for you, and without the crossbow guys getting in the way, I can kill him with the pistol. You have to only kill this guy. Killing any more will spawn reinforcements. reinforcements. Once he was dead, I would then reset the room and start running on the right-hand side. I would enter the pressure plate room, activate the pressure plates, take Ashley with me, deal with any enemies blocking my way, hug the right-hand side since the helmeted Ganado always points, deal with any enemy in the way, avoid the crossbow bolts, and get through the door. Whenever you re-enter the room after activating the pressure plates, the enemies in the middle of the room will not attack you unless you get close to them or make noise. Also, the kill threshold that spawns in reinforcements is raised a bit, allowing you to kill off more enemies before reinforcements spawn in. Upon entering the room, there will be a guy that emerges from the right side door. Run past him, take cover, and try to finish him off, preferably with the suplex as he can transform. Once he's dead, run back to the door and reset the room. Upon re-entering the room, hug the right-hand side, then try to kill the left crossbowman. Once he's dead, reset the room, equip your flash grenades, hug the right-hand side, then stay close to the water on the left-hand side to avoid aggroing the enemies downstairs. Make Ashley get on the crank, run back to your cover while staying close to the water to avoid the crossbow guy and the enemies downstairs, and keep your back to Ashley. When the scythe guys spawn in, throw a flash grenade as soon as you hear one about to attack you. This should stun all the black robe scythe enemies, allowing you to run upstairs, get past the red robe scythe guy, and trigger the checkpoint. Restarting the checkpoint will despawn the enemies, allowing you to begin Ashley's double crank sequence, which I don't need to explain right now because it works as intended, unlike in the Remilk. So you can see how there's a better sense of pace and strategy with this method, and the fact that the developers gave you the passive checkpoint system whenever you go through the door and also a checkpoint at the start of Ashley's double crank sequence shows how they understand the importance of including checkpoints in these kinds of bad encounters to allow the player to not waste time dealing with poor designs and fatiguing gameplay. Old Capcom definitely had a lot more sense despite the poor designs apparent in the sequence. And I guess another way to look at Resident Evil 4 OG's water room area is the first initial section isn't done that well, but the Ashley section is done pretty well. A shame that the same can't be said with new Capcom and their take on the water room area. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, this sequence is even more time consuming than the original version and requires an incredible amount of shotgun ammo, pistol ammo, and grenades to make it more bearable and practical to do. There are probably just as many enemies here as in the original version, but instead of tying the reinforcement mechanic to enemy deaths, they tie the reinforcements to progress through the sequence. There are more crossbow enemies this time around, and I don't know why the developers looked back at the original version and thought, oh, this sequence wasn't awkward and tedious enough, so let's add more crossbow enemies. But the weird thing about the crossbow enemies is that when you obtain the wheel that lowers the staircase and start using it, they don't attack you, so you can just lower the stairs and take out the crossbow guys with the shotgun when you get up to their level. It makes me wonder why there are as many of them if their AI can be deactivated temporarily. I guess I should be grateful given that I don't have to waste so much time shooting at the crossbow enemies with the flimsy focus reticle system on the pistol. Ashley's AI is also a nuisance as she constantly walks around getting in your way when you're trying to shoot enemies with a shotgun or when you're trying to bait enemies to sprint so that you can shoot them. And if you shoot her, it's inconsistent whether she gets incapacitated or killed. Once again, why do the developers not favor common sense and let you leave Ashley in a safe area so that she doesn't get in the way of the combat? Why are the developers trying to shove it in your face constantly that they revel in this wonderful achievement in AI stupidity, like they're trying to achieve a world record? How alien in thought could they possibly be? But to talk about the enemies, there are essentially three groups of zealots on the ground in the following order. The first group that attacks you, the enemies on the bottom level, and the enemies that spawn in after lowering the first staircase. The first group only has one shield guy that can transform. The second group has all but one or two enemies transforming. Then I believe the third group has only 2 or 3 enemies that transform. Bear all this in mind when approaching the sequence. To discuss the general strategy, at the start you'll want to take out the 2 crossbow enemies before starting the sequence. Once you start the sequence, you'll either want to fall back to the previous room or hug the left-hand side, avoid being stunned by the enemy sprinting, hope Ashley doesn't get grabbed, jump down here, then start using your shotgun to kill the enemies as they drop down to your level. The latter should only be done if you have a lot of shotgun ammo. For the first approach, if you run back to the previous room, you can use your shotgun as well, but you run the risk of enemies throwing their weapons. You can also make the enemies leash when you go past a certain threshold, then shoot the enemies in the leg while they're sprinting to use knife executions or melee attacks on them. The leashing can also be used to isolate the enemies that go for Ashley, as they're usually the first ones to enter the room once they detect you're back in the playable area, given that they don't hesitate in their sprint animation. This approach to the first group can take a while to do, but can be viable for saving up on ammunition. For the second approach, where you opt to run past the enemies on the left-hand side, then jump down, one of the things that can be a problem is Leon's inability to stop reloading his shotgun. For some reason, there's no way to stop Leon from reloading his shotgun so that you can immediately deal with approaching enemies. Every other game has this mechanic mechanic, yet not Resident Evil 4 Remilk. There is a chance that you can swap weapons to cancel the reload animation, but it's inconsistent with whether it works or not, so you may have to fall back a slight distance without alerting the second group of enemies in order to account for the first group potentially ganging up on you. The other thing that can be a problem with this method is that the last 3 to 4 enemies can be delayed with getting to this spot for some reason. You know you're dealing with the last couple of enemies when this female Ganado with the torch is accompanying them. Make sure you keep track of them to be sure you've eliminated them. The last problem is that the headshots can be very inconsistent with whether they decapitate enemies or not, so you might use up more shotgun ammo than necessary. By the way, whenever the enemies are in the middle of dropping down, you can actually trigger a wall-bound stun animation by hitting them with the shotgun at a certain point in the drop-down animation. You're essentially knocking them against the floor that they're jumping down from, so they'll be in that wall-bound stun animation while they're falling. This can be useful in saving up on shotgun ammo and for potentially bypassing transformations. That being said, the detection on the wall bounce can be kind of sporadic at times, and when there are multiple enemies, doing this wall bounce method can be risky. Once the first group has been dealt with, you need to shoot this zealot to only get 3 guys coming after you. Deal with them, shoot this zealot, do the suplex method, then stab her. Do the same with the next guy coming up. Remember, a vast majority of the enemies on this level can transform, so focus on doing knife executions. Once they're dead, you can shoot this crossbow zealot up top, grab the wheel, place it in the slot, and deal with the crossbow zealot and shield zealot that spawn. Turn the wheel to lower the staircase, go up the staircase to spawn the third group of enemies, then go back down. Deal with the sight zealot that goes for Ashley, then try to group the other 2 enemies to kill them with the explosive barrel. There will also be 1 zealot that grabs and a torch zealot, but they're very slow to come and get you for some reason, so be careful. Once they're dead, use the wheel to lower the next set of stairs. This will pause the crossbow zealots until you get off. Avoid the crossbows while you're going up the stairs, then use your shotgun on the crossbowmen on both sides. You don't need to worry about the one that's furthest away. This ends the first part of this time-consuming sequence, but this is not the worst part of it, because we now have the double switch sequence as Ashley. Remember when I mentioned you need a lot of pistol ammo, shotgun ammo, and grenades? This is why. This is one of the most insufferable parts of Resident Evil 4 Remilk, and you can easily see Ashley's crappy AI on full display here. Let me make another comparison here. In Resident Evil 4 OG, Ashley is actively going for the cranks. She doesn't care that there are enemies near her. She is hyper-focused on going for the switches to contribute to actual progress of the sequence and good game design. Anytime she got grabbed by the enemies, it only takes 1 shot to make the enemy let her go because of common sense. The enemy is preoccupied with something else, they're not focused on you, they're not tightening up their defenses, and it's realistic feedback between the bullet and the enemy. Not to mention, the ridiculous sway on Leon's pistol is made tolerable by the choice of feedback. You had many ground enemies attacking you, and only a handful of enemies going after Ashley. If you made Ashley go for this lever, this would allow you to take up a strategic position to knock the ground enemies in the water, which contributed to the good designs at play in this section. Everything in this section screams common sense, good design, and an understanding of Resident Evil 4 OG systems. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, it's a complete 180 in quality. It is mandatory that you have at least 120 pistol bullets, 10 shotgun shells, and 1 flash grenade because the justifications for saving up on this much ammo are due to poor designs and poor decisions with Ashley's AI. You have to deal with 6 ground enemies in total while a whole mob of enemies swarm Ashley. Ashley is completely idiotic in this sequence. Whenever she's trying to get to the second crank, if any enemies are near her, she just refuses to move, even when the enemies aren't necessarily in front of her. And the distance the enemy has to be from her in order to make her cower is greater than you think. If Ashley can run past enemies to try to keep up with you if you're far from her, why doesn't she run past the enemies in the sequence? She doesn't even try to maneuver around them or anything. And it doesn't help that Ashley chooses to walk instead of run during the sequence. The enemies gang up around her so easily, and when they do grab her, you have to hit them so many times to get them to drop her. It looks so comical and stupid the way they just shrug off bullets. They can even shrug off shots from high-powered weapons like the sniper rifle. And when you're dealing with that alongside the focus reticle system, the projectile-based nature of the bullets, the awkwardness involved with trying to shoot enemies when they're moving sideways, and Ashley flailing around while an enemy is holding on to her, it leads to an incredibly frustrating section that makes you wonder why you can't just tell Ashley to come back down to the ground level so that you can clear out the enemies, then send her up. In Resident Evil 5, during the final liquor encounter, you could tell your AI partner to come back down if you sent them up to the top level. So why not here if Ashley is going to be as high maintenance and useless as she is? And why do they put so many enemies up top? There's no justification for this, especially given the numerous problems with the regular Ganados, despite the fact that in this sequence, the enemies that go after Ashley have less health and die in about 4 headshots. And I can't help but feel like the developers knew they made an incredibly stupid section built around a nonsensical, broken, and comical stun system with the enemies who grab Ashley and also with the other enemies, because they always make the Zealots take Ashley to the furthest enemy spawn point, even when they're standing next to the other spawn point. I mean, just look at these moments. How can you not shake your head at how stupid this looks with enemies ganging up on Ashley? She's just standing there like an idiot, and I'm just shooting them repeatedly while they're comically shrugging off my shots and taking turns picking up Ashley. Or look at this moment where Ashley refuses to move even though the enemies aren't in front of her. Or this moment where the enemy is right next to the spawn point and they just pick up Ashley and take her to the other spawn point. I've never seen anything so retarded and badly conceptualized in my entire life. But to talk about the general strategy, when you boost Ashley up, you need to only kill the first 3 enemies. The ground reinforcements spawn in whenever you kill 4 enemies or whenever Ashley finishes the first crank. Once those 3 enemies are dead, you need to go to this spot, use your shotgun to kill the 2 enemies that spawn, then kill the other shield guy. While you're doing this, Ashley will be grabbed, so you need to immediately start shooting the Zealot who has Ashley with your pistol once you've dealt with the ground enemies. You'll still want to remain in this general area because at a certain point, while you're shooting the Zealots up top, more reinforcements will spawn in. As soon as they spawn in, you need to deal with them the same way you dealt with the first set of reinforcements. It's important that you're fast when getting rid of the reinforcements because Ashley will be dangerously close to being kidnapped. This is why the flash grenade is needed, so that you don't deal with the lazily designed stun systems on the enemies. At that point, it's just a matter of clearing out the Zealots up top until they stop spawning. Bear in mind, whenever Ashley gets close to the second crank, a Zealot will sprint out of the closest spawn point together, so be ready for him. Once he's dealt with, Ashley should be able to fully turn the crank, which ends this appalling and badly designed sequence. But I'm sure you can understand now why this is a complete 180 from the original version of this section. In Resident Evil 4 OG, the first section was bad but quick, but Ashley's section was great. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, the first section is okay but time-consuming, but Ashley's section is a complete disaster. It's absolutely unbelievable that they think the way this black liquid area is designed is acceptable. What a joke. Escaping into the next area, Ashley's symptoms begin to flare up and she collapses for a bit. At this point, fantasy garbage kicks in, and Sadler ends up taking control of Ashley and speaking through her. He tells Leon that instead of worrying about her, he should worry about his own skin, being the foolish little lamb that he is. Which doesn't sound like something Sadler would say. Why would a religious and old-school individual like Sadler possibly use the phrase, worry about your own skin? That sounds way too contemporary for him. And how does speaking through Ashley possibly work? Why wasn't this demonstrated with the villagers, and why didn't Sadler just take control of Ashley right then and there when Leon was escaping the church with her? This makes absolutely no sense. You don't see Evelyn speaking through her victims like their voice boxes. Her victims see hallucinations of her and eventually become in tune with her thoughts and fall under her control, which has more sense for a fungal-based BOW that can connect to other E-type Eudomycete colonies through Hive, since fungi use such mechanisms when communicating over long distances. But the victims don't just become voice boxes for her. Old Capcom had more sense with Evelyn than new Capcom with Sadler. Not even Miranda from Resident Evil Village used her victims as voice boxes, aside from that fake version of K9 from the DLC, but that was all a hallucination. Sadler using Ashley as a voice box doesn't make sense and clearly makes this Remilk non-canon, as the Plagas in Resident Evil 5 and Damnation, and the vaccine variant of the Animality virus from Resident Evil Vendetta, which utilized dominant Plaga nucleotides that served as a genetic marker to allow hosts to not be attacked by the BOWs, did not display this kind of fantastical hive mind capability. And like I said before, this new take on the Plaga with their fantastical hive mind is inconsistent with its portrayal, and is only shown or used at the developer's convenience to either confuse the player or set up the next parts of this pre-alpha. With Ashley under Sadler's control, she takes Leon's knife and tries to stab him. Leon catches the knife, but Ashley pulls it back, slicing Leon's hand. Ashley then says, "Temperance, child," which I don't understand the context of, then holds the knife to her throat to dissuade Leon from intervening and walks backwards. And you can notice the jaundice in her eyes, as well as the blood vessels and veins becoming easier to see. Leon had similar induced symptoms when Mendes was choking him out, so why didn't Sadler take control of him then? I don't understand. The gate then closes, like Salazar's zealots somehow knew of Sadler's plan to separate Leon and Ashley through the hive mind. This just seems like a series of coincidences to somehow allow Sadler to take control of Ashley at this moment. This makes absolutely no sense. Like I said, the developers only put in this nonsensical hive mind moment for their convenience and for when it best suits them. Because Leon and Ashley got separated after the water room encounter in Resident Evil 4 OG, they had to come up with some kind of way to separate them in this Remilk. This is what they settled for. Are you serious? Then for some reason, Sadler releases his control over Ashley. Why? Is he just expecting Ashley to stay right there and wait? He doesn't take her over to some other zealot so that she'll be captured. Is he really expecting Ashley to be stupid and just run away from Leon to go somewhere else? Well, I guess the latter could be the case, but this release of control at this point in time has no other justification to it. God, I don't know who's the bigger idiot, Sadler or Ashley. Once Sadler releases his control, Ashley is horrified, apparently aware of what she did. It's almost like her prefrontal cortex had limited function, so her executive functions and responses to certain events couldn't work properly. Similar to how when you're dreaming and you're in REM sleep or in a deep stage of sleep, you have the ability to notice inconsistencies in your dream, like for instance, an incorrect street name or incorrect home address, but not the ability to stir yourself from sleep upon noticing these inconsistencies. One has to wonder if being controlled by Sadler leads to limited brain function similar to what happened to Leon when he was being choked out in Chapter 2, or when he passed out in Chapter 3. If Ashley was aware, then Leon should have been aware, which should have prompted him to contact Hunnigan and tell her about this, but apparently not. She then decides to run away from Leon, but why? Why does the fear of confronting Leon about what she did to him overshadow her fear of the cult and the fact that she's in a foreign place? It makes no sense why she would run away at this moment, especially after being separated from Leon, which should make the danger set into her mind at this moment. Let's talk about how this scene is done in Resident Evil 4 OG. Ashley starts coughing up blood. Leon tries to check in on her, but she runs away from him. This is for a couple of reasons. In the prior scenes, Ashley admitted to Leon and Luiz that she had been coughing up blood. She also voiced to Leon her fears of turning into a ganado after meeting Salazar for the first time. This then culminates into this scene, where upon seeing she's coughed up blood, it reminds her again that she's turning into a ganado. There's a sense of fear, frustration, and denial. So when Leon goes to check on her and she runs away, this is a fight or flight response. She doesn't want to waste time talking about her condition and to be reminded of her condition again after having it explained beforehand. And remember, back when she was with Luiz, she wanted to accompany him to get the suppressant, but Luiz advised against it, which not only showcases her growing fears, but also makes sense as a build-up to the scene. And she wasn't going to run a great distance from Leon, she was only going to run a short distance. Even if she was going to run a long distance, the corridor they were in led to a wall. Emotional children or teenagers often turn around or run a short distance away from concerned individuals so that they do not show faces indicative of weakness, or they do it as another way to convey the seriousness of their issue if they feel it hasn't sunk in properly with the concerned individual's mind. This may seem illogical and out of the blue in Ashley's case, but I know people that have felt sick but find it more important not to wake up their parents in the middle of the night just for simply showing they're sick, for instance. Or there are people that feel the sense of embarrassment or stress coming down upon them, so they turn around to not show others that they're breaking down emotionally. I know because I've gone through something like this when I was young. To sum it all up, I don't think Ashley's behavior towards Leon, a person she trusts greatly, is weird or out of the blue in this scene. If anything, this shows how trusting and close she was with Leon at this point in time, and the point where she runs is before the point where she gets separated. Ashley ran from Leon knowing she was going to rejoin him once she settled down. It's just unfortunate for her that Salazar's trap separated them, forcing her to run into the wall and be put on the other side. I remember some dumb comment from someone saying that it was wild for me to be criticizing the story moments and set pieces in Resident Evil 4 Remilk when this whole moment where Ashley is trapped to him felt like something out of Scooby-Doo. I don't understand how anything about that comment relates to lore or story, and what's even more wild is why he's criticizing this kind of moment when Resident Evil 4 OG released 3 years after Resident Evil 1 Remilk, which released in 2002, and Resident Evil 1 Remilk is literally filled with stupid and nonsensical puzzles that pad the runtime of that game. Old Capcom including this trap in Resident Evil 4 OG was simply them following the environmental standards set up by Resident Evil 1 Remilk. 3 years isn't exactly a wide enough gap for developers to reconsider certain standards, especially back in the 2000s era of gaming. The presentation of this trap doesn't change anything about this scene. I don't see how it presents as a tonal inconsistency when it's literally just a side effect from Resident Evil 1 Remilk. And if people can somehow take anything in Resident Evil 1 Remilk seriously despite its arcadey designs and voice acting, I fail to see why they would exclude Resident Evil 4 OG from this criteria. When you look past these so-called Scooby-Doo-esque designs, which unfortunately is very hard for most gamers to do, there's certainly more seriousness here in Resident Evil 4 OG than in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, which spends so much more time blurring the line between serious and comedic moments due to its poor writing that you can't tell if they're trying to make a serious or cohesive story. But back to the main point, this whole scene scene with Ashley running away from Leon is meant to convey her current emotional state, her fears of being a ganado, and her frustration and denial. She was going to run back to Leon after settling down, but Salazar's trap got in the way. Why else do you think she apologized to him at the end of chapter 3-4? There's certainly more sense with OG Ashley's behavior compared to the Remilk. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, Sadler makes Ashley go behind the gate using fantasy garbage. It closes, and rather than staying near Leon since the danger should have set in that she's separated and is in hostile territory, she just runs away. There is no reason for Ashley's guilt to manifest in her running away after being separated. Not even the excuse she gives later on, where she said she might hurt Leon, makes sense in rationalizing this kind of confusing behavior. Placing the point where she's separated from Leon before the point where she runs away makes Ashley come across as stupid in this Remilk. And if she was separated, why didn't she try to communicate with Leon on what to do? Leon doesn't even try to call out to Ashley more than once. He just curses the situation. And how does he even regain his combat knife after this cutscene? God, the screenplay with the hive mind, Leon, and Ashley's stupid behavior is so bad here. Leon then calls Hunnigan to tell her that they've taken refuge inside a castle and that he has been separated from Ashley. Why he decides to tell her now when he could have contacted her at the start of the castle is beyond me. Leon contacted Hunnigan at the start of the castle after doing the catapult sequence in Resident Evil 4 OG, so why not here? The call unfortunately gets cut out thanks to the antenna array on the island disrupting their communications. It seems to have only interrupted long-range communication, yet not short-range communications, as Leon can still communicate to Luiz through the radio. Progressing on, we find some kind of ritual that the Zealots did. All of the Zealots are dead, but one of them was apparently turned into a Plaga-type Guadaña, albeit a more extreme version, which I don't understand that that's possible. I mean, the size of this thing just makes me think of those tentacles that came out of Sadler's body in Resident Evil 4 OG. Why is it so massive, and where are the eyeballs that are normally seen on the Plaga-type Guadañas? Why is it dead, and why were the other Zealots killed? Were they failures in getting their Plagas to grow? Is all this related to Illuminados 3-2, so the river of tainted blood is the blood spilled from this ritual, and the sacrificing of lives and the blood of the enemies to atone for the ancient sins is related to the dead Zealots and the dead Plaga-type Guadaña? Who could the enemies be in this case? The human forms? I don't know. I'm not really sure what the point of this is or what it's trying to convey. The Resident Evil podcast team believe that this whole ritual is just general Plaga worship, not related to Illuminados 3-2. Illuminados 3-2 refers to when the Illuminados attacked the castle centuries ago. We drop down into the next room where we encounter some more fantasy garbage. This red zealot is doing some kind of chant. He elevates his chant, then slams his staff into the ground, which triggers this sonic wave for some reason that causes the Plagas to immediately emerge. What in the hell am I watching right now? Is this really happening in a Resident Evil title? Am I really watching fantasy garbage that has no explanation whatsoever? Now it's beyond a joke. If the Plagas can emerge through this fantasy garbage, why don't they do it more often? It makes it seem like they're capable of emerging anytime, which they never demonstrate. And why does this fantasy scene exist when at the start of chapter 7, it shows that Zealot killing himself to make his Plaga emerge? This scene completely discredits that in favor of fantasy garbage. Like, this guy is a necromancer who can summon Plagas. He's a Plagamancer! I can't believe this pre-alpha is making me come up with this nickname. If you weren't convinced before that new Capcom had no respect for Resident Evil 4's lore, this has to convince you. What on earth do Crimson Flames have to do with the Plaga? Why do Crimson Flames trigger this sonic pulse when inside of a staff that is struck on the ground? Why do the Crimson Flames cause the Plagas to emerge immediately, yet nothing happens to Leon or Ashley aside from them getting head pain? How can the Red Zealot choose which specific Zealots get to have their Plagas emerge? How can he avoid causing his own Plaga to emerge from his body up until he's the last enemy left? Why have the Crimson Flames cause the Plagas to emerge when the whole point of the Plaga was to essentially serve as a hidden enemy, like how it's portrayed in Resident Evil 4 OG? Does the black liquid we saw in chapter 7 have something to do with this? Everything about this scene completely misses the whole point of the Plagas in Resident Evil 4 OG. And again, we don't see anything like this in Resident Evil 5, Damnation, or Vendetta. How detached from Resident Evil do the developers have to be to favor this nonsense? I was severely disappointed with the developers when I first saw this scene. You can't tell me that the story and the lore is somehow better than Resident Evil 4 OG's if this kind of scene, as well as the hive mind scenes, exist. Resident Evil 4 OG never had this kind of fantasy garbage. They only joked about such nonsensical ideas, like when Leon interprets the Plagas as an alien invasion. It seems new Capcom took his words literally, then gave it a fantastical twist to make the scenes we see in this Remilk. And like so many things in this pre-alpha, it has no importance. It's completely forgotten about when we get to the island area. So why bother including it in the first place? What is even the point in this? Is this some kind of security measure for dealing with intruders while satisfying their garbage rituals at the same time? Why bother when the Illuminados can just kill themselves like at the start of chapter 7, or just spontaneously transform like in chapter 4? And it seems impractical to force this kind of transformation if the human form is more flexible, versatile, and smart compared to the Plaga form. Did anyone at new Capcom give this thought before adding this stupid idea? I'll just move on from this. There's going to be more of this nonsense in the later part, so I'll talk about them then. To talk about this stealth section, go to the right, go up the stairs, then stealth kill this zealot and the 2 crossbow zealots. You need to remain crouched and start sprinting past this zealot to get the stealth kill on the red zealot. It's a very awkward method, yes, but that's purely due to how they place the zealots next to the red zealot in a way that doesn't complement normal stealth design. Grab the crimson flame, drop down, then make your way to the exit. This concludes this stealth sequence that is set up rather oddly. Also, it's worth mentioning that before you trigger the cutscene where the red zealot spawns Plagas, you can actually shoot at the enemies and they won't respond to your noise for some reason. So if you have high-powered weapons like the sniper rifle or upgraded damage on your pistol, you can kill off the enemies and safely dispatch the red zealot without needing to bum rush him. Now is not the right time to describe how terribly designed the red zealot is. That's best reserved for chapter 9 or Separate Ways Remilk, where you're forced to fight one. Although, this sequence can really give the wrong impression that you're supposed to fight him because of the enemy placements. And can I just say how boring this environment is? I get that this is meant to be a horror setting, but when considering that in the original Resident Evil 4, this was originally an art gallery area, this only makes this change seem like a downgrade. Many of my subscribers have voiced that they find a lot of the environments to be very boring and samey in this pre-alpha. While there's definitely some validity with their statements, I don't really look at the environments from that perspective most of the time. Even if the environment somehow looked better and had more personality, that still wouldn't change how badly designed a lot of the gameplay scenarios are. But I'm willing to make an exception with this Red Zealot encounter. Leon makes it to the bindery area where he meets Ada. Okay, this scene demands a comparison because the difference in quality is massive. In Resident Evil 4 OG, Ada sneaks up on Leon with her gun drawn, demanding that he drop his weapon. Leon, recognizing Ada's voice, refuses to do so and casually states that following a lady's lead just isn't his style in order to potentially unnerve Ada and make her guard easier to penetrate. And it's not just Ada's voice that confirms to Leon that it is her. Remember, Ada saved Leon back in chapter 1-3 and he acknowledged her as a familiar woman in a red dress when examining the window. Also, there were many files that indicated Ada's presence as an unknown third party. The Ganados were talking about her and referring to her as a foreigner. Salazar had mentioned chasing down 2 rats earlier to Leon when he was entering the maze, which made Leon question who he was referring to if it wasn't Luiz. This is one of the things that I have a better appreciation for after playing through Resident Evil 4 Remilk. Unlike that pre-alpha, Resident Evil 4 OG constantly had environmental cues and files that indicated Ada was around and had a presence. It helped in making Ada a very important character to consider in Resident Evil 4 OG. Her presence is an important contributor to not just the story of Resident Evil 4 OG, but also to the overarching narrative of Resident Evil. Ada demands again that he drop his weapon. It's important to realize that even though Leon and Ada had feelings for each other in Resident Evil 2 OG, Leon had felt a sense of betrayal when he found out Ada was a spy and was working for an organization that would seek to misuse various vectors for their selfish deeds by the end of Resident Evil 2 OG. In Ada's case, while she may have been moved by Leon's determination and selflessness in protecting her back when he thought she was a civilian, to the point where she even lowered her gun in one scenario, or tried to save Leon from Mr. X and seemingly ended up dying and kissing Leon when in actuality, she faked her death while still being severely injured in another scenario, she still had a job to do. They may still have feelings for each other, but regardless, Leon and Ada are still enemies. If you're wanting me to use less of a strong word, you may consider them rivals. It's definitely one of the most interesting things about Resident Evil 2 OG's story that was ruined in Resident Evil 2 Remilk, unfortunately. And one of the things that I've always found interesting about Ada in the canon timeline is how ambiguous her moral compass is. We, as the player, don't see her as a fully good or a fully evil character. We ourselves are left to wonder where her mind is at. Yes, she's worked for such terrible corporations, but she isn't entirely heartless. She understands when certain lines are crossed, yet she has ulterior motives. She comes across as a character with mixed motivations, and after seeing Leon and going through the events of Resident Evil 2 OG with him, such a mindscape would be further complicated even more. But of course, that doesn't mean there's no consistency with her character traits. There are definitely certain character traits that remain fixed fixed with her while still having flexibility in her other traits. She's not on par with some badly made playable character in a bad RPG game like Assassin's Creed Odyssey, where Cassandra was the personification of what happens when developers flippantly combine designs indicative of a pre-established character with designs indicative of a character you can make your own, so they don't end up feeling like a properly designed character. If you want to know exactly what I mean with this analogy, check out this video from Lasers titled Assassin's Creed Odyssey Broke Me. But what I mean is, while Ada may seem artificial and inorganic with her behavior, and she may seem to flip-flop constantly in the canon timeline of Resident Evil, it's not true if you consider the kind of character she is throughout all the canon Resident Evil games. That's why I say that Ada is a character with mixed motivations and moral ambiguity that is structured as such not only because of the events of the Resident Evil games, but because it's part of her established character. Unfortunately, the same can't be said with Ada's character in Resident Evil 2 Remilk and Resident Evil 4 Remilk. Ada in Resident Evil 2 Remilk had many quotes that conflicted with the kind of character she was, and also, because new Capcom were indecisive with going for the same 4 scenario design from Resident Evil 2 OG, or just a structured campaign for Leon and Claire respectively, this bled into the storytelling and character designs. Ada was an unfortunate victim of this, since certain lines and actions feel like a jumble of character moments from 2 different scenarios of Leon's perspective, so they don't make sense with their placement or flow. And then in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, Ada doesn't really have any sense of ambiguity with her character, and certain moments feel inorganic. I'll talk more about those moments in Resident Evil 2 Remilk and Resident Evil 4 Remilk, but getting back to this scene in Resident Evil 4 OG, it's only logical that Leon and Ada behave like enemies after meeting each other for the first time in 6 years. Leon is able to catch Ada off guard by quickly grabbing onto her arm. Ada then flips forward and kicks the gun upward to try to catch it, which then prompts Leon to quickly pull out his knife and stop her before she's able to use it. Remember when such scenes used to be cool and fun to watch back in the older days of Resident Evil with their camera work, choice in music, and other designs that complemented cinematography? It really felt like the developers cared about what they were putting in. Old Capcom even replicated this scene in Resident Evil Damnation, which was cool. And interestingly, Ada fails in her gun recovery again. I wonder if Ada failing to use her gun after her flip is a consistent pattern. These days, since Resident Evil 2 Remilk released, such moments in the games and animated movies feel quite soulless, tiresome, and uninteresting, and the phrase cheap fan service crosses the mind so easily when looking at these scenes. And when they're preceded by bad writing of characters or other questionable moments in pacing, that's what makes these kinds of scenes feel weaker in their implementation. But back to Resident Evil 4 OG, Leon then delivers his iconic quote regarding knives being better for close encounters, before taking Ada's gun, unloading it, then throwing it away. From here, Ada greets Leon. Leon is not happy to see her at this moment since he knows that Ada is working for Wesker. I've heard from people that they were confused with how Leon knows about Ada working with Wesker, but I don't see what's so confusing. Obviously, Leon being a member of Adam Benford's group would allow him access to the same kind of intelligence the US government would have. It's how he learned about the Ashford family, the T. Veronica virus, Wesker, and the shadowy rival organization that Wesker was working for. Also, remember that in Code Veronica, Claire had sent an email to Leon when she was on Rockford Island as a prisoner. Leon probably gave this to her after Raccoon City as a way to contact him before she immediately departed for Europe to find Chris. But it's through this email that Leon found out that Claire was in danger. Using the extensive intelligence networks provided by Benford's group, he was able to track down Chris and inform him about what happened to Claire. It would stand to reason that at some point after Code Veronica, Leon and Chris discussed the mansion incident and the events leading up to Raccoon City. How else would Leon know about the murders in the Arklay Mountains, as he states in the intro to Resident Evil 4 OG? And I would imagine Leon discussing Ada's cover in Resident Evil 2 OG, where she said she was looking for her husband John, who was an Umbrella employee, would make Chris remember the lab under the mansion and how John and Ada were the username and password for the computer. Therefore, it makes sense that Leon would have found out that Ada was working for Wesker and that Wesker had plans for the future of bioterrorism. And no, I'm not talking about Ouroboros, given that Wesker only started development of Ouroboros after 2006, though it's changed now in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, which I don't understand, but that's for later. Also, during Operation Javier, Leon knew about Wesker and explained who he was to Krauser at the time. Operation Javier took place in 2002. Getting back on track, Leon being able to deduce that Ada was working for Wesker isn't as confusing as people make it out to be. Once Leon states to Ada that he knows about her working for Wesker, Ada confirms this to be true. Leon replies by asking why, which causes Ada to misunderstand his question and ask him what her working for Wesker has anything to do with him. I can't help but feel like there is something subtle to extract from Ada misinterpreting Leon's initial question when he simply asks why. Leon then clarifies his question, asking why she is here and why she just showed up like this, which is a question that is relevant to his mission to save Ashley Ashley, and would also lead to more questions that Leon would ask Ada. Saving Ashley may be the primary objective of his mission, but he's not single-mindedly focused on that, especially when Sadler had told Leon his plans for America, so Leon questioning a third party like her is relevant. If Ada knew certain details about Umbrella or about the TNG virus during the Raccoon City incident, then it would stand to reason that Ada would know certain details about the Illuminados and why what they're after is relevant to her presence here, especially if he's aware that the rival organization likely has many connections or knowledge of other organizations or groups. And of course, on a more personal side, this is meant to convey Leon's anger and feelings of betrayal towards Ada. How else would he react to Ada after 6 years, when she had lied to him and used him while he was trying to keep her safe during Raccoon City? And as a special agent working for the United States government, he would need to question someone like her. And yes, I'm aware that Ashley's currently held in one of Salazar's traps right now, but that has no relevance unless the story puts emphasis on it in some way. Plus, Leon is aware that the cult needs Ashley alive. Also, this is a matter of perspective, but you could say that Leon's personal connection to Ada made questioning her a greater priority than saving Ashley at this moment. It's also why when Leon encounters Krauser, he doesn't waste time talking with him and gets straight to the point regarding where Ashley was, as his connection to Krauser isn't as strong as his connection to Ada. Either way, Ashley's current predicament is not supposed to be considered in relation to the characters, since you can go to other games from different series and find similar cases like this. As it stands right now, Leon's behavior and questioning of Ada makes more sense as a follow-up to Resident Evil 2 OG, and also complements his primary mission objective with saving Ashley, and secondary mission objectives with stopping Sadler. Also, in the official Kaitai Shinso for Resident Evil 4 OG, there's this passage, with the missing puzzle piece now standing before him. Leon's heart is filled with the blink of an eye. The mission, his anger at all this evil, Ashley, everything is about to be replaced with Ada. Which confirms what I was talking about before, even if it's written with a bit more drama to it. Ada, who planned for this kind of encounter with Leon, detonates a flash grenade tied to her glasses. It distracts Leon momentarily to allow her to get her gun back, say some final words, and escape. Leon is angered, but decides not to dwell on this further, resuming his mission to rescue Ashley. There is a lot more sense with the way this scene is done, and the voice acting works compared to the Remilk. The Remilk's reimagining of this scene represents the second worst reunion of characters in a Resident Evil title, and is a perfect example of why this is the worst version of Leon by far. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, Leon enters the bindery and has his attention drawn to the open window for some reason. With Leon distracted, Ada holds him at gunpoint and tells him to stop right there. Okay, we really need to talk about the voice acting of Ada. I've got nothing against the voice actress. It's honestly disgusting that people have sent this voice actress toxic comments and threats, but this is not the voice of Ada. The demeanor, the exaggerated monotone voice, and the other aspects just don't represent the character well. Whenever I hear this voice, I think of a chubby person who stuffed their face and sounds out of shape. My other subscribers think of a robot or a slowed down version of OG Ada's voice. There are quotes that Ada says that just sound weird and feel like they're mocking Ada's voice from the other Resident Evil games, like when Ada throws a grenade and says,
Here, catch.
that just sounds so robotic and apathetic. Here, catch. I don't understand why this was the voice they chose for an experienced spy like Ada in this Remilk. She then makes Leon drop his gun. Leon then jokes that after 6 years, this is one hell of a greeting Ada's giving him, which I thought made sense at the time, but after playing Resident Evil 2 Remilk, this line is puzzling. Leon didn't exactly see Ada drop the rocket launcher down to him. He just says, "Where did this thing come from?" Whereas in Resident Evil 2 OG, Leon saw Ada briefly when she dropped the rocket launcher, which was an indication that she was still alive. I guess we're to assume that Leon found out that Ada was alive through the top secret government program he was asked to join, which most likely doesn't involve Adam Benford given New Capcom's forgetfulness regarding the lore. But if New Capcom is forgetful, you'd assume they'd look back at Resident Evil 2 Remilk for reference, but this line doesn't seem to complement the way it was set up in Resident Evil 2 Remilk. Even Ada voices that he doesn't seem surprised, which I originally explained off by saying that if she dropped the rocket launcher down to Leon, he's bound to be aware that she's alive, but now, I don't think the explanation works. And given that she fired at Mendes in Chapter 2, she has no reason to acknowledge that Leon isn't surprised. Leon then proceeds to fight back and grab onto Ada's gun to give him a chance to pull out his knife. He then starts slashing at her while Ada counters back. He eventually gets the upper hand and says his knife quote. One of my subscribers found it out of character for Leon to slash at Ada like this, which I can totally understand, though I suppose as a follow-up to Resident Evil 2 Remilk with its crappy portrayal of Leon, there's a bit of sense. And another one of my subscribers found it odd that Leon could best Ada in combat given how many times Ada saved him in Resident Resident Evil 2 Remilk, whereas in Resident Evil 2 OG, the roles were reversed, and Leon was the one saving Ada many times, which complemented Leon getting the upper hand on Ada when they meet in Resident Evil 4 OG. And the knife quote that Leon says in this Remilk doesn't sound right with the choice of voice actor. Another thing that's funny about this knife quote in this Remilk is that the developers tried to use this for comic relief. When Leon encounters Krauser for the first time, he opts to not use his knife against Krauser. The developers only made the screenplay like this to create a hilarious build-up towards Krauser belittling Leon for ignoring his mentor's lesson, as if it wasn't already clear that Leon's an idiot in this pre-alpha. And also, you heard me right. Krauser was apparently the one who taught Leon that knives are better for close encounters, which is really stupid because it takes away from a sense of autonomy and development for Leon if he didn't learn by himself that knives are better for close encounters. And it also makes it seem like Leon isn't capable of creating his own combat style. It ends up making this quote feel hollow in the end. And then in the gameplay, the general slash and stab animation for the knife are completely useless against the enemies. Only the deflection and knife executions are what work for the knife, but I'd hardly associate such mechanics with the idea of close combat. And furthermore, you can't deflect grabs or trigger knockback when deflecting certain weapons, and the knife execution prompt has spotty detection and only triggers under very specific circumstances. Leon's knife quote doesn't complement the reality of the gameplay in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, unlike in Resident Evil 4 OG, where it does. Oh my god, this is too funny just thinking about this. After Leon gets the upper hand, he doesn't even take Ada's gun away and unload the magazine like he did in Resident Evil 4 OG, which actually made sense in that game. Ada then compliments Leon on the smooth movements with poor voice acting. Leon then asks Ada who she's working for this time, which I don't understand. Like I mentioned before, if Leon utilized the resources provided by the secret government program and also established contact with Chris, he should be aware of who Ada is working for, unless the events of Code Veronica and Umbrella Chronicles don't exist in this Remilk timeline, which would be stupid. If Leon was able to deduce that Ada was alive, how could he not find out about Wesker in the 6 years after Raccoon City? With how simplified the lore is in this Remilk timeline, as far as I can tell, Umbrella, Wesker's group, and the Illuminados are the only big groups related to BOWs around. So if Umbrella is gone and Leon and Ada are infiltrating the Illuminados, Wesker's group should be the only one around. And they don't even establish Tricell's existence in this Remilk for some reason. Ada responds to Leon's question on who she's working for by smugly stating that he knows she doesn't work intel. I mean, technically she did work intel in Resident Evil 2 Remilk, because instead of her cover just being a civilian looking for her husband John, her cover was that she was an FBI agent getting the G-Virus and taking down Umbrella's operations, which doesn't exactly hide much of the truth regarding Ada being a spy trying to get the G-Virus. In fact, this cover story doesn't hide much from Annette. Annette could easily catch on to this, so it's like the developers were single-mindedly focused on designing Ada's cover story around Leon's perspective. That's really dumb just thinking about it. But it's also odd to think that Ada telling Leon she doesn't work intel will somehow dissuade him from pressing her further, when if anything, this should be causing Leon to attack her some more. If new Capcom is going to play the traumatized survivor card for Leon and forcefully mold the story and character moments to suit this card, then you'd have to assume that Leon seeing Ada would bring back memories of Raccoon City, or he'd be filled with anger at seeing her, but apparently not. And talking about the latter, do you have any idea how many times Leon and Ada acted hostile towards each other for most of Resident Evil 2 Remilk? There wasn't even any genuine feeling between the both of them, just a sense of bitterness. And it makes me wonder why Ada even saved Leon from that gunshot wound caused by Annette when she's supposed to be entirely focused on her mission and Leon has been hostile towards her. In the Leon A scenario of Resident Evil 2 OG, Leon saved Ada from the gunshot, but rather than tend to Leon, she goes after Annette, which makes sense with her character at that moment as she's focused on her mission. It's only when Leon finds Ada engaging the alligator, distracts it, then kills it, that she tends to his wounds. And as Worry the Rook describes, she tends to him because she feels guilty over Leon's self-imposed sense of duty over her, with how much he tries to protect her, even after being shot, how his interest in her well-being goes beyond the job title and deeper to who he is as a person, and how his desire to keep her safe may lead to him being killed. This scene occurs after many moments prior where Leon demonstrates his determination and selflessness in trying to protect Ada. In Resident Evil 2 Remilk, Ada just patches him up, when she should be entirely focused on her mission at this point. And before this moment, Leon and Ada had been acting hostile with each other a lot. Because she wastes time patching Leon up, this is allowing Annette to escape, and then contradictory to this is the part where Ada injures her leg and says this quote inappropriate to her character.
Where's Leon?
Really? Not even the kiss between them is genuine, because the kiss comes from a place of coercion and manipulation rather than from a place of genuine feeling in order for Ada to manipulate Leon into getting the G virus. I mean, before this point, Ada says that she thought she might need his help, and she was right. Leon was the last hope she had. This obviously makes no sense, because why would Ada hinge the entire success of her mission on this random man she met when she's supposed to be an experienced spy who planned her lab infiltration beforehand? Yes, I understand that she injured her leg, but she still would have found a way to get her mission done on her own. Like, look at Resident Evil The Umbrella Chronicles. Ada was seriously injured by the Tyrant, but she still persisted on with recovering the G-Virus tissue sample and proceeding through the ruins of Raccoon City after laying low to recuperate following the events at the underground laboratory the previous day. It's definitely out of character for Remilk Ada when taking it literally, so it's clearly structured from the context of manipulation and coercion. This is further supported by Ada telling Leon if he trusts her, and also telling Leon if she didn't trust him, he'd be dead. And then the sudden out-of-the-blue kiss complements this idea further. She's clearly trying to get into Leon's head to play upon his emotions. This again reinforces the idea that there is no genuine feeling between Leon and Ada in this Remilk timeline. But the developers would have you believe otherwise, because when the self-destruct sequence occurs in Resident Evil 2 Remilk and Leon confronts Ada over her betrayal, Ada just lowers her gun for no reason. They spent the entire game acting hostile towards each other. There were clearly moments of manipulation and coercion, like with the kiss between them. There's no reason for Ada to lower her gun. If anything, kissing Leon to manipulate him to get the G-Virus would make her want to shoot him, since this was her plan from the moment she kissed him. Ada didn't exactly feel a lot of guilt or anything when seeing Leon rescue her or put himself in danger. And what's funny is that Leon claims he never trusted Ada at all, yet he was bringing the G-Virus to Ada and said it was bullshit what Annette was saying about Ada. Talk about hiding your fallibility. And if Ada was using Leon the entire time, why does she toss the rocket launcher down to him? None of this makes any sense with the way they set up Leon and Ada in Resident Evil 2 Remilk, yet the developers of Resident Evil 4 Remilk want to say otherwise. Returning back to this scene in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, Ada saying, "You know I don't work in Tel," makes no sense, and it comes across like Ada is confirming Leon's feelings of betrayal and anger, yet Leon then decides to holster his knife and walk away from Ada to retrieve his gun. As one of my subscribers mentioned, it makes no sense why Leon is seemingly less frustrated with Ada's manipulation and feigned death than in the original. Their relationship in Resident Evil 2 Remilk was far less developed and generally more hostile than in the 1998 release, yet Leon is only mildly annoyed with Ada's reappearance. And after holstering his knife, he doesn't even try to ask her what's going on around here if he's unable to make her answer who she was working for. If Ada knew what she was getting into at Raccoon City and came across as smart in Resident Evil 2 Remilk, with knowing that Umbrella had control over Raccoon City for years, or that they sell the vectors to the US government or other governments, and Leon calls Ada an encyclopedia and figured she would know the location of Luiz's lab in the sanctuary later on, then why doesn't he question her? Ramon had revealed Sadler's plan with Ashley in the previous chapter. Therefore, it should be concerning Leon if the Illuminados plan on attacking the US. Why doesn't he question Ada on this? It should be in Leon's best interest to question her on the activities of the Illuminados if it can help him in his mission, but that's apparently not the case in his mind. If Ethan Winters can deduce Mia's involvement with the Baker incident, why not Leon with Ada? It's like he's so single-mindedly focused on Ashley that he's willing to brush aside significant characters like Ada. This is yet again another warning sign for how much the dynamics between Leon and Ada are butchered. Ada then tells him to forget Ashley since she's lost no matter what. If he walks away now, he might live to meet Ada again and get that greeting he was looking for, which makes absolutely no sense. In Resident Evil 4 OG, Ada used Leon to distract the Illuminados and thin their forces while she carried out her mission. It's why she sent that anonymous tip to the US government regarding Ashley's location that for some reason is absent in this Remilk. Doesn't Remilk Ada realize the importance in keeping Leon around? She clearly does, as later on, when she's contacting Wesker, she calls Leon her little helper and indicates he's drawing a lot of attention. If this conversation with Wesker exists, why does this whole line where she tells Leon to forget about Ashley exist? It should be removed or changed. It's like the developers forgot they had this line in the script and were too lazy or burned out to look back over the script and make the right changes. This is a mistake that I've almost made when writing my retrospectives. If I'm taking the initiative to go over my script and perform a quality check to make sure I'm not contradicting myself, why can't these developers? It makes no sense. I'm at least taking the time to remind myself and the audience of points I've already described in the earlier parts of this retrospective by restating them in the later parts. It may be bothersome, but it's needed. And what does Ada mean when she says that Leon was looking for a greeting? There was no noticeable greeting in Resident Evil 2 Remilk, so what is she referring to? This line makes no sense. Leon then questions Ada, asking her if she really believes he'll give up that easily. I think a more valid question Leon should be asking is why she wants him to give up on Ashley. When back in Resident Evil 2 Remilk, Leon exclaimed to Ada that helping people is why he joined the police force. Ada's suggestion to Leon has no reason to exist. Ada finds Leon's response amusing and just casually leaves. Leon doesn't do anything to try to stop her. I'm sure this scene from my blind playthrough showcases what a true Resident Evil player's reaction would be. He's just letting her go? What the fuck is wrong with you, piece of shit? At least Ada made an attempt to escape Leon by using the smoke bomb that was tied to her glasses. It distracted Leon momentarily to allow her to get away. Then she said some final words and she was on her way. Obviously, Leon would be pressing her for questions after 6 years, but he's just letting her go. Why? Why is he doing this? You'd think after feeling a sense of betrayal from Ada, he would feel more angry with her, or start questioning her. Something. Just like in the original Resident Evil 4, after the initial small talk and close combat engagements. But he's just letting her go. That's your reaction to seeing Ada after 6 years. This is appalling. What the fuck is this? This is so out of character for Leon. It makes no sense. Are you fucking dense?
Last person I thought I'd run to here.
That's all you have to say. Are you fucking retarded? Are you a moron? Are you hit on the fucking head? That's all you have to say to Ada? You fucking retard. Jesus, why is Leon so fucking incompetent? Every fucking cutscene involving him, he just acts so out of character. Every single one of the cutscenes. This is the second worst reunion of characters in a Resident Evil title, and it's a perfect example of why this is the worst version of Leon by far. And considering that in Resident Evil 2 Remilk, Leon was annoyed at Ada constantly walking away from him to the point where he grabbed her by the arm, it would stand to reason that he'd do the same here, but he doesn't. And you can't say that Leon brushed off Ada to focus on saving Ashley, because he wastes time talking with Krauser in Chapter 14, while Ashley is being taken by Sadler. And if Leon was going to actively slash at Ada, why does he not question her, and why does he let her go? Actively slashing at Ada would imply he's more angry at her, which would make him want to question her, but that's seemingly not the case. Apparently, Leon's relationship with Krauser is more significant than his relationship with Ada. Yet another warning sign to consider. Don't tell me for a second that the story and characters are somehow improved in this pre-alpha. Solving a puzzle and finding Illuminados 3-2, we then encounter the Plaga Teparanya. This Plaga is here right now because of this dead body. I don't know if Ada killed this guy or he killed himself. I'm leaning more towards the former because this seems like the wrong kind of environment for these zealots to sacrifice themselves. The Plaga Teparanya is very different in this Remilk compared to the OG. In Resident Evil 4 OG, Plaga Teparanyas remained attached to the host. They had a melee attack and could fire acid at you. It was only when the host died that they would detach and start walking towards you to try to grab you. However, they died after a few seconds because the Plagas couldn't survive without a host. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, the Plaga Teparanyas now have the ability to latch onto a Ganados' back and make them run way faster than normal. From a physiological standpoint, I don't see how something attached to a Ganados' back could make them run faster than how they normally would. There's no logic to this design, and they only changed the mechanics to complement the moment in Resident Evil 4 OG where a frozen Plaga Teparanya was bonding to a frozen human subject's spinal cord. This is not what I would have thought of with this design. The only thing that can be beneficial about this is that you can get consistent stuns so long as they're remaining in their active sprint. Plaga Teparanyas also do not die after a few seconds if they're not connected to a host. I'm guessing the time spent without a host is increased in this Remilk. Whenever Plaga Teparanyas latch onto a Ganado, they can make them drop certain weapons like shields or sides. So in a way, you can kinda use them to disarm enemies. That being said, I can't help but feel like this is the developer's way of acknowledging the poor balancing where enemies without weapons are more annoying than enemies with weapons. In other cases, the Ganados will still keep certain weapons like axes after being controlled by a Plaga Teparanya. When they attack with the weapons, the animations are quite lengthy, so this can be helpful for running past them or for parrying. When Plaga Teparanyas aren't attached to a host, you can stun lock them with your knife stabs, however this doesn't seem to apply with the pistol for some bizarre reason. That being said, I believe there can be moments where they'll get hyper armor for no reason, so don't trust it too much. For this first Plaga Teparanya, just bait out the melee melee attack and run past it. As soon as you get downstairs, it'll stop following you. Destroy the counterweight, but before you go outside, shoot this counterweight and remain inside until the bridge falls. This will make the enemy stand still. At this point, you might as well buy the sniper rifle and just headshot them, or if not, just bait them to this room, they'll leash, then shoot them in the leg while they're running. You can also use a grenade on them. From here, this begins a door sequence involving switches. Depending on which symbol is selected, certain doors across this entire sequence will be open. It's essentially a puzzle in the middle of combat that allows multiple ways through the sequence. You can also use your pistol and your grenades to hit certain counterweights that are otherwise unable to be seen normally. During a regular playthrough, for the parts before the El Gigante, after you eliminate the first 4 enemies, you deal with the Plaga Tabaranias and the Shield Zealot here. You then pull the first switch, pull the second switch up top, drop down, go through the door, deal with the enemies, activate the next switch, go through the door, activate the next switch, go through the door, activate this switch, shoot the lantern to kill the Crossbow Zealot, deal with the enemies, then trigger the El Gigante. It's incredibly messy and time-consuming, especially with the number of enemies around. If you don't have enough shotgun ammo, it'll be even more of a mess. And the programming is so weird with this part that certain enemies leash if you go back to a previous room while others don't. The enemies have issues navigating the area. This is especially apparent with the Plaga Tabaranias. The enemy placements within these claustrophobic corridors are just asking for awkward gameplay, etc. The amount of footage I've saved with regards to the awkwardness involved with this normal approach is a lot. Given how bizarre the designs are with this normal approach, this is why people opt to use exploits or certain skips to make this section better. This leads into the best possible approach to this section that not only saves time, but also bypasses a lot of the bizarre programming on the enemies. Assuming the water room area of Chapter 7 didn't drain you of so much pistol or shotgun ammo, when you pull the first switch and climb the ladder, you can use a grenade to hit the counterweight, or you can stand in a specific spot and use your pistol to shoot the invisible hitbox on the counterweight, which will unlock the gate. Certain enemies will chase after you if you go through this gate. From here, before you shoot the counterweight, you can dispatch 2 enemies in the next room without them being aggroed. Shoot the counterweight, deal with the shield guy, then deal with the crossbow zealot. Alternatively, you can also shoot the counterweight at a distance, deal with the shield guy, shoot one of the 2 other enemies to lure them one at a time and deal with them, then deal with the crossbow zealot. Oh, also, something I realized when doing this section for the retrospective, if you're trying to do the suplex setup method against shield guys from the front, you'll want to shoot their weapon arm while they're running so that their stun HP is significantly decreased before hitting them in the leg. Once the enemies are dealt with, if you have a grenade, you can throw it through this gap to hit the counterweight and open the gate before triggering the El Gigante. If not, you'll have to go up the stairs. Make sure the sun symbol was selected before triggering him. Once he's triggered, you need to make a mad dash to avoid the rocks he throws while occasionally taking cover if you're in a bad spot. Stay on the left-hand side to avoid this grabber, then get to this cover while avoiding the crossbow zealots. Do not waste time trying to shoot the crossbow zealots. Once the El Gigante throws rocks, jump down, get past this guy, hit the counterweights to free the cannon, kill the El Gigante with the cannon, then dispatch the other enemies. After that, the section is done. I don't really understand why they favored an over-the-top set piece like this as a form of filler between Ashley being separated from Leon and their eventual reunion. It just feels odd for pacing, and for a count that takes great reverence in this castle, I'm surprised Ramon would deploy an El Gigante to throw portions of his castle at other portions of his castle. It really makes no sense to me. In Resident Evil 4 OG, we went through the sewer section, the art gallery section, the maze section, and the free rocket launcher area before reuniting with Ashley. They weren't so over the top with their designs compared to this section, and pacing-wise, I don't feel like they made the eventual reunion with Ashley feel rushed. The only thing that was strange was how Luiz's death, Sadler's reveal, and Ada contacting Wesker all took place in the same room where Ashley was. I find it hard to believe that Ashley didn't hear all that and didn't say a thing when reuniting with Leon, unless she was passed out during those moments since she was coughing up blood earlier, but Leon was passed out for 6 hours after fighting Delago. I highly doubt Ashley was passed out during this part, but regardless, the pacing leading up to the eventual reunion of Leon and Ashley made more sense in Resident Evil 4 OG than here. And speaking of pacing, why is there this moment where the El Gigante you shot bursts from under you before falling into the void? How did he set up under there if there's an endless void? Why is there even an endless void? Why would the castle wall be set up over this void? It seems odd for the developers to point out this kind of void specific to behind-the-scenes loading of assets. I don't get it. We then make it to the maze area and find Ashley, which is a quiet moment that occurs so soon after that over-the-top set piece we just did. Such bizarre pacing. Ashley distances herself from Leon, afraid that she might hurt him, which is a really dumb comment. Does she have any idea who she's talking about? She's seen him handle hordes of ganado. Why would she be worried about hurting him? And I refuse to believe that this is her talking emotionally rather than logically. You'd think with the time away from Leon, she might have settled down and self-reflected on her actions and thought processes, but apparently not. And did she hear the battle that was going on outside? surely she must realize that if Leon survived that, there's no way she could hurt him. This is such a dumb way to set up some kind of close friendship between Leon and Ashley, though I suppose if Leon can be pushed around by grannies, then that's probably why Ashley says, I might hurt you again. She then says with some of the most fake, exaggerated, babyish, and annoying voice acting ever that she is scared, as when Sadler had control of her, she wasn't herself anymore, and that she was something else, which confirms that she was aware of what was happening to her. This again raises the question of why Leon didn't tell Hunnigan about the problems he was encountering back in Chapter 4, when he had those hive mind moments. Leon then tries to sympathize with her by saying he knows it's terrifying, though not terrifying enough to warrant calling Hunnigan, apparently. I don't really think this is the best way to console Ashley, Leon. The veins in Leon's arm then start to enlarge, prompting Ashley to say, you too? What does she mean by you too? Luiz already explained that they were infected back in Chapter 5. They both experienced the hive mind together at the end of Chapter 4. Why is she asking this question like it hasn't sunk in yet that Leon is infected? Or is she referring to the progression of the infection? This question has no context. It makes no sense. Leon tells Ashley it's okay to be afraid, but she can't run. She has to keep moving forward, which made me laugh when hearing it. This line is so ironic in the context of Ashley because all Ashley does is lag behind, get in the way of combat, obstruct my camera view, and get grabbed by the enemies. This line has no relevance if Ashley's gameplay can't complement it. And it's funny how Leon's talking about this like he's gonna form some kind of strong friendship with Ashley to the point where he'll teach her how to fire a gun or help him out, but no, she's still gonna be babysat by him throughout this entire pre-alpha. I felt nothing for this stupid scene in my blind playthrough. There is no payoff here. Leon and Ashley have disappointed me so much as characters. This scene holds no weight whatsoever. Leon then says they'll beat this together. Ashley isn't confident in herself, but Leon reaffirms they'll beat this together. He then inappropriately says to Ashley to give him a heads up before she stabs him next time, which cheers Ashley up. Is that really how you talk to kidnapped victims? I don't see how this kind of joke is appropriate or logical for as emotional a character as Ashley. This kind of inorganic emotional turnaround was also the case in Resident Evil 2 Remilk when thinking of how quickly Sherry got over her parents' deaths. It's one of the worst moments with the writing in Resident Evil 2 Remilk. That's what I think of when I see this scene in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. Leon tries to contact Luiz given that he didn't show up like he said he would. Luiz simply says he screwed up, so Leon needs to come to his rescue at the ballroom. Leon and Luiz then say some more dumb quotes. Leon says, I'll give you charming, pal. Then Luiz says, don't be late to the dance. Is this really new Capcom's way of entertaining the player? Leon and Luiz have just overdone it at this point with these jokes and witty banter. It's become far too tiresome at this point. It's like the developers didn't even play Resident Evil 4 OG, and through vague memory and meme videos they likely saw certain YouTubers make, they just thought, oh, the character said nothing but jokes and plays a meaningful dialogue. This is amateurish at its finest. Also, I don't understand what Luiz was doing in the ballroom or why he told Leon to come to his rescue. The order of events really becomes confusing when considering Separate Ways Remilk because Chapter 4 of Separate Ways Remilk is occurring concurrently with Chapters 7 through 10. So from the start of Chapter 7 to the start of Chapter 10, all those events occurred in the span of one chapter of Separate Ways Remilk. That's why this is confusing. You can tell that Separate Ways Remilk was rushed if the events of the main experience somehow proceeds so quickly. But the reason why Luiz hadn't shown up to meet Leon and Ashley is because the suppressant he was going to give them was destroyed. Luiz had tasked Ada to go and find the homemade suppressant ingredients while he went to get the amber. Luiz telling Ada to get the ingredients and Ada finding the first ingredient happened before Leon got to the bindery. When Ada is in the wine cellar, Luiz somehow got to the ballroom even though the tower he was in is nowhere near the ballroom, and Leon somehow did the castle battlements encounter and also reunited with Ashley rather quickly. And Leon and Ashley completed the maze sequence before Ada got out of the wine cellar. So how could Luiz even get from the ballroom to the castle battlements? Why would he bother contacting Leon when he didn't have the suppressant ready by the time of Chapter 10 of the main experience and he was busy looking for the amber? It's clear that different writers handled Separate Ways Remilk and they didn't bother looking back at the main experience. The inconsistencies and jumps in time are so blatantly noticeable. Separate Ways OG has more cohesion than Separate Ways Remilk, and Separate Ways OG didn't even release on the launch version of Resident Evil 4 OG. New Capcom is so incompetent. Leon and Ashley now have to make their way over to the ballroom, but to do that, they need to go through the maze, which is a massive downgrade in quality compared to the maze in Resident Evil 4 OG. For one thing, the maze in this Remilk is so overly linear, as there's only one specific path to go, and no chance of taking a wrong turn or anything. The objective for this sequence is also very mundane and contrived, with pulling 3 switches to open the door to the Grand Hall. And on a side Side note, can I just say how odd it is that the flags you're having to lower don't have the Illuminados as symbol? They have the Salazar symbol instead, when Ramon is supposed to be ashamed of having the Salazar bloodline flowing through his veins. Just thought I'd mention that. But resuming this tangent, the pace of this maze sequence is also pretty slow because of the Colmillos and Ashley, and because of the choice of objective with this part. Given the poor designs I've already discussed with the Colmillos, you can understand why you have to move slowly. Also, there are these kennels that you're forced to trigger, which causes multiple Colmillos to attack you. One of them will always transform, and it's random which one it is. If you do not have grenades to tackle these kennel encounters, this will get very ugly, and the chance of being screwed by a bad design is high. Even when you do use a grenade, it sometimes doesn't kill the Colmillo that busts out because it's the one that mutates. So you have to finish it off with the shotgun before it can transform and regain its HP. Also, for some reason, the pre-alpha spawns Colmillos out of the blue when you do certain actions. There's even one Colmillo that spawns when you trigger another Colmillo spawn, and this Colmillo takes forever to get to you because of its crappy pathfinding. The crappy pathfinding on the Colmillos can give the impression they haven't spawned in, so they can sneak up on you and attack you. And when they make absolutely no noise while running because the developers forgot to put in the sound effects for them, this ends up complementing their crappy pathfinding. Being forced to take Ashley along in this maze sequence is also problematic, as she can lag behind, get hit accidentally, or get in your way when you're trying to shoot a Colmillo or a Ganado. As such, you're having to adhere to one specific strategy when going through this maze sequence. A strategy that's only possible if you have a lot of shotgun shells and grenades. And then we contrast this with the maze in Resident Evil 4 OG. The layout of the maze in Resident Evil 4 OG is far more complex and non-linear. There is a chance of going down the wrong path if you're not paying attention. The Colmillos force you to run because of how aggressive they are as an enemy type. As long as you're running and not running directly into them, they cannot hit you, which helps contribute to the frenetic pace of the maze. You can get it done in about a minute. It's a short but sweet section that is not as basic as how the maze is in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, though given the poor quality of Resident Evil 4 Remilk's mechanics and enemy designs, I guess they had no choice but to favor this model, which sucks. But the general strategy for this sequence is this. You'll want to pull the first switch, then take the left path. There's a Colmillo in front of you, so chase after it. It has to run back to a specific spot before it can attack you, but by then, you'll have caught up with it, allowing you to knife it until it dies. After that, you need to run past the second column, then turn around, because you caused an arbitrary spawn of a Colmillo. You see what I mean when I say this pre-alpha loves to spawn Colmillos out of nowhere? Once you get to this threshold, the Colmillo will attack you, so back off and deal with it. Resuming your path, you need to make sure you have a grenade. Toss it in front of the kennel, but not at it, so that the Colmillos don't immediately break through, and use your shotgun on the Colmillo that survives. If you don't have a grenade, you'll have to shoot the kennel through this fence, then turn left and remain still. When you turn left and remain still, this has a tendency of causing the other Colmillo to stand around. As long as you don't move to the corner or look back in the direction of the kennel, this can give you the opportunity to dispatch the Colmillo that had busted through the gate without having the other one attack you. It's random whether it's the one that mutates or not, but even if it's not the one that mutates, if the other Colmillo mutates, it should remain still. Use your shotgun to knock over the Colmillo that busted through the door, then finish it off with the pistol. Then, while aiming, move slowly to the corner to use your shotgun to deal with the other Colmillo, which will rush you. If it's mutated, you'll have to hope it gets knocked over after 2 shots or when you shoot it when it does the jump attack. Then lay everything you have into it. Once these 2 Colmillos are dead, there's going to be one that will come through the hedge, so use your pistol to dispatch it. Bear in mind, it's best to delay your pistol shots so that you can stun the Colmillo when it recovers from the flinches generated by the pistol shots. Next, there are 2 Colmillos behind fences. Use your shotgun to get rid of the furthest Colmillo, wait for the other Colmillo to jump over the fence, then take it out. Activate the next switch, unlock the door, then take this path, which leads to another Colmillo that will come out of the hedge. Use your pistol on him. After he's dead, do not simply go forward. There's yet another arbitrary spawn of a Colmillo that occurs when you go past the threshold near the end of this fence. The developers really wanted to troll you with lazy design. Try to backtrack past this fence so that you'll most likely stumble upon the Colmillo, then dispatch it with your pistol. That being said, you may get those moments where you're waiting for at least a minute and it still hasn't arrived, or you're trying to find it and it just runs away from you or runs past you before jumping through the hedges because of its dumb AI. After getting rid of this Colmillo, you then have the next kennel, which has 3 Colmillos. Once again, use a grenade and throw it in front of the kennel, then take out the surviving Colmillos. If you don't have a grenade, you'll have to retreat behind this door and wait for them to come for you, since they can't get through the door. Good thing they can't jump through the hedges. They'll just take the long way to get to you. You can shoot through this fence if they decide to run away from you, but another might sneak up on you if you do this, so it's a big risk. If the mutated one comes and starts doing its sidestepping motions, you'll need to get through the door and run. As long as it runs at you and tries to do the jump attack, you can knock it over. Just don't go for the knife execution because you do not get iframes for some stupid reason, even though it's the same animation you do on regular Ganados, yet that animation gives you iframes. Once they're dead, you can pick up the flash grenade from the kennel, get Ashley on the switch, and take out the Cornmeal that rushes you. Also, there may be Cornmeals that spawn behind these two fences near the Chapter 7 gate. I don't know what causes them to spawn there, but check and make sure they aren't there before going through the switch gate and pulling the final switch. When you make your way back, Zealots will spawn in and go for Ashley. Before you drop down, wait for the third enemy to pass underneath you. Drop down, then go through the open gate and wait there. The Zealot that has Ashley will always come this way. While you're here, there will be a Torch Zealot coming for you. By the time you deal with him, the Zealot that has Ashley will be near you. Kill him, then wait by this door to make the other two enemies leash. When you wait long enough, they'll be in a stealth status. You can sneak kill one of them, and the other one will be walking away until he'll know where you are when you do the sneak kill. Deal with him accordingly. From here, you can either go for the optional treasure and lore file, or just go to the Grand Hall. When you do decide to go to the Grand Hall, you've got to be fast, as a bunch of Cornmeals will spawn out of thin air to attack, just like with those Ganados in Chapter 2. Truly the workmanship of a professional development team right here, spawning enemies out of the blue for no reason. Yeah, right. Once you get inside the Grand Hall, that's the end of the maze sequence. A pathetic reimagining of the original maze sequence from Resident Evil 4 OG. Before I continue on, I'd like to go over this one file you get from this room next to the Red Zealot room. This rather pointless lore file lists some simple details about the Salazar family chronology. I have no clue who wrote this file. It mentions that the Salazar family line has come to an end. Ramon had a sickness that was likely the same madness the villagers were experiencing. It's because of this sickness that Ramon's mother, Catalina, invited the Illuminados into their home. The author then decides to go off topic and discuss the previous counts of the Salazar line. That's right, counts, not castellans. I read somewhere that a count is a noble title associated with governance of a specific area, while castellan is associated with the management of the castle, which ranges from maintenance to defense. It must be why New Capcom changed Ramon's title. The first count, Count Gregorio the Conqueror, led his men to eradicate the evil that befell the castle. I think the evil is the Illuminados, since it follows the same history as in Resident Evil 4 OG. Illuminados 3-2 has relevance to this. It then says that he was awarded the title of Count and entrusted to keep the demon seal for generations to come, the demons likely being the Plagas. You would assume he'd be called the Sealer here, but apparently not. The title is instead attributed to the second Count, Count Hippolito, who had sealed the Plagas again after they came from the depths of the earth. He died in battle. The third Count, who was also named Count Gregorio, but titled as the Architect, had irrational paranoia, so he squandered his wealth on excessive castle defenses and strange elaborate contraptions. New Capcom is really trying to use the time to justify the arcadey designs of the castle. Is that really necessary? The fourth Count, Count Jose Alonso the Tranquil, sought to restore the Salazar family's honor. I'm assuming this is because the third Count ruined it. The fifth Count, Count Alejandro the Lavish, was playful at heart and had erected the maze and ballroom before his death. The sixth Count, Countess Maria Isabel the Lady, was the fifth Count's widow. She had a long reign before her death at age 90. The seventh Count, Count Diego the Severe, was like the sixth Lord with his strictness. He was murdered by a devil, which I'm assuming is a member of the Illuminados, though I question the timing of their appearance, because this makes it seem like the Illuminados had implanted themselves within the castle. Is that why Ramon's mother invited them into the castle? And the author of this file seems to be aware of who the Illuminados were, yet when looking back at Village Records Volume 2, Torres Mendes wasn't aware of who they were and they came from the castle. You'd think a centuries-old enemy would be talked about among the villagers or mentioned in their texts, but apparently not. And did the Illuminados open up to Ramon's mother about who they actually were? Or was she in a moment of weakness and in her desperation, she decided to seek the help of the Illuminados regardless of how long they've been enemies of the castle? Why did the Illuminados even establish contact with the castle if they were centuries-old enemies? Did they somehow know about Ramon's sickness? Did they have agents inside of the castle? The events here are confusing to order, and when you factor in the Housekeeper's Memo 1 file, it mentions that the Illuminados knew they could prey upon Ramon's vulnerable heart since Ramon was a budding psychopath and a traitor to the Salazar line. This file makes it seem like the Illuminados had already infiltrated the castle, so did they somehow kill Diego and take control, causing Ramon's mother to accept the status quo? This can't be because it's mentioned that she invited them into their home. And if the Illuminados did take over the castle, then Torres Mendes and the villagers would acknowledge this, but it's not mentioned in in the Village Records Volume 2. It just says the Illuminados descended upon the village from the castle. They then preached about salvation and forgiveness. There's no mention of them acknowledging the 7 Count's death. And if the author of the Salazar's family chronology knew who the Illuminados were, then surely Ramon's mother would have known about their evil. And why isn't Sadler mentioned here if he's the main figurehead of the Illuminados? The Resident Evil podcast team had some answers and clarified that in the early 90s, the Illuminados approached the castle offering to cure Ramon's illness. By this point, Ramon's mother was desperate for any cure for her son. The Illuminados bluffed their way inside, basically. And because they had been in exile for generations, they likely disguised their true identity from the Salazars. Once inside, they used this opportunity to murder Diego and presumably Ramon's mother too. Once Ramon became a count, they manipulated him to undo the Plaga seal and gradually extended their influence around the castle. But there were those, including the housekeeper, who remained loyal to the Salazars and saw the cult for what they were. In 1993, the cult approached the village as envoys from the castle and implanted everyone with plagas. Mendes did not know who the cult was or what they did to Ramon's parents, as in the Remilk, Mendes is not a lifelong practitioner of Los Illuminados like he was in the original. The housekeeper's first memo is a note to Diego written to him posthumously, admitting her failure to protect Ramon. She was later used in plaga experiments, and presumably so was the individual who wrote the family chronology. That definitely cleared up some confusion, but honestly, this whole file on the Salazar family chronology is only here to explain the arcadey designs of the castle. Everything else is not that important. That being said, I wouldn't be surprised if this pre-alpha contradicted the details of this chronology when we get to later files, so bear that in mind as we go through this retrospective. Inside this grand hall, there are 3 statue heads that we need to collect. The first of these statue heads is easily obtained by solving a dinner puzzle. Ashley also takes the time to ask Leon if he does a lot of missions like this, which prompts Leon to compliment her company in this mission. Yet another dumb conversation that's tiresome. Same with this conversation where she talks about Leon wearing this armor like a bulletproof vest, and Leon says they're a little too old-fashioned for his taste, but Ashley thinks he'd look rather dashing in them. We've just had 2 conversations that feel like flirting so soon after Ashley was paralyzed with guilt and despair from being controlled by Sadler. What kind of a jump in character mindsets is this? It's like fan service at its finest to satisfy all the horny fans who dreamt about Leon and Ashley getting married. Almost like that dumb conversation between Leon and Claire in Resident Evil 2 Remilk, which was nothing but fan service lacking in any substance. And what good are these kinds of conversations if the gameplay with Ashley is below subpar quality and she's been the most useless AI system ever in all of gaming history? Even if these conversations were written better and placed better, without good gameplay to tether me to the narrative and the character interactions, I could care less. We get into the Lionhead room and Leon tells Ashley to wait up where she is. It's funny how he decides to tell Ashley to wait, yet for the rest of this pre-alpha, he opts to let Ashley get in his way in the middle of combat. And for one of the rooms coming up, he still takes her into the room when there's clearly something that is going to happen. So the developers thought Ashley would get in the way of this combat sequence, yet not for the other ones. Have they no sense? This is yet again another inconsistency worth noting. Leon picks up the Lionhead, which causes the blue torches to go out, releasing the Armaduras from their stasis. Not too sure why these Armaduras need to be frozen by the blue flames, yet not the optional Armaduras back in the earlier parts of the castle. And it's quite weird how you can't lure the released Armaduras to currently active flames and keep them frozen before dealing with the next waves of Armaduras. I don't understand the distinction between having the Armaduras elevated slightly off the ground before being frozen by the flames, and just having them go near the flames in general. Well, the lore has been a complete mess so far, and the idea of the blue flames affecting the plagas within the Armaduras makes no sense, so I guess that shouldn't surprise me. To talk about the gameplay in this part, there are 3 waves to the Armaduras. The first wave has 2, the second wave has 2, and the third wave has 3. The Armaduras can only be stunned by shooting the parasite directly or deflecting their light attacks. With regards to the former case, for some reason, the Armaduras in Separate Ways Remilk can be stunned by shots to the armor. Not too sure why this inconsistency is there. The Armaduras in Separate Ways Remilk also have the ability to cancel their setup animation for the heavy attack and go into a light attack, unlike the ones in the main experience. To talk about deflecting them, if you deflect their light sword attacks, they always get put into a hard stun that allows you to melee them. The detection between your melee attack and any surrounding Armaduras is pretty inconsistent. There are many times when the surrounding Armaduras do not get flinched by your melee attack. This can often happen when they're in an attack animation, often during the prepping animation prior to the heavy attack. Putting an Armadura into a hard stun and waiting for the surrounding Armaduras to get close is also also a gamble because the Armaduras do not remain in that hard stun animation for long. Combining these two factors together, you should mainly try to deflect Armaduras when they're isolated from other Armaduras. Baiting out their deflections is also awkward because if one Armadura is attacking or is preparing to do a heavy attack, it delays the one that is close to you, messing with your timing. And then there are times where none of the enemies will be doing anything, and the one that's close to you is delayed for no reason, which can also screw with your deflection timings. The regular vertical attack that the Armaduras do has weird detection on the deflection. You have to press the deflect button earlier than what you're expecting. It also has a horrendous hitbox where it can hit you without touching you even when you're past the attack. The regular horizontal attack doesn't really have any noticeable deflection issues, and you can crouch under the attack. If an Armadura goes to do a heavy attack, they're pretty delayed before they attack, which can allow you to run past them most of the time. Whenever their parasites are exposed and they attack with them, do not try to deflect it because the number of times I've deflected their whip attack and they've still damaged me is more times than you think. You've got to dispatch them quickly using flash grenades. Also, a weird thing about the Armaduras is that when you put them into a hard stun when their parasites are exposed, you can actually perform a knife execution on them. This is yet again another bizarre inconsistency. Why can you perform a knife execution on the Plagas from the Armaduras, yet not on the Plagas that emerge from the regular Ganados? It makes absolutely no sense. You could mitigate a lot of the awkward moments with them by favoring this model. And again, it's all tied to knife durability, so why would this be a problem? I don't understand. Ashley also helps out in this encounter by throwing lanterns filled with blue flames at the Armaduras. When they're hit, they freeze in response to the blue flames, which makes absolutely no sense. The Plagas never displayed any kind of extreme vulnerability to fire in Resident Evil 4 OG, Resident Evil 5, and Resident Evil Damnation, let alone this kind of fantastical reaction in response to some external stimuli. The only vector in the Resident Evil series that has ever displayed this characteristic was the Ouroboros virus from Resident Evil 5 and Resident Evil Revelations 2. I get that blue flames are hotter than typical flames, but temperature has nothing to do with an aversion to light. As much as I appreciate Ashley's help, there's no excusing this fantastical interpretation and lore inconsistency with the Plagas. I can't help but feel like new Capcom forgot that there were two vectors in Resident Evil 5, the Plagas and the Ouroboros virus, and instead, they thought that Resident Evil 5 featured only the Plagas, which is why this vulnerability to fire exists, but only with blue flames for some reason. If the Plagas don't like the blue flames, why can their growth be stimulated by crimson flames that are used to emanate this sonic pulse in a fantastical way? It makes no sense. But to talk about Ashley in this encounter, she has access to 3 lanterns, and she'll only throw the lanterns when an Armadura initiates an attack. If the Armadura is too far or too close to her, she won't throw it. If the parasite itself attacks you, she won't throw the lantern. She only reacts to the sword attacks. Also, when the Armaduras do get frozen by the fire, be careful when going for melee attacks. If your melee attack hits another Armadura that is not frozen by the fire, that Armadura will not have its parasite exposed. It's only when your melee attack hits another frozen Armadura that the parasite will expose. In other words, surrounding Armaduras only get their helmets taken off from melee attacks if they're also frozen by the fire. The blue flames last for a while, so there is at least some leniency in waiting until the enemies get close to you before doing the melee attack. To describe the general approach to this encounter, you'll want to take out the first 2 Armaduras at the same time or in such a way that the second Armadura won't initiate an attack after the first one attacks. I like to shoot the first Armadura once with the shotgun, wait until it takes 2 steps forward when it gets off the wall, then shoot the parasite with the shotgun to hard stun it, allowing me to melee. I then expose the second parasite before using a flash grenade. You can go for the deflections as well, but it can be problematic if they don't do the correct moves, or you get your timing thrown off due to having to account for the weird timing on the light vertical attack. For the next wave, bait out an attack from one of the Armaduras to make Ashley throw the lantern, expose their parasites with a melee attack, then throw a flash grenade. For the final wave, you'll want to focus on this Armadura since it's the first to aggro. Because of the ambiguity on what attack it will do, as well as its tendency to not attack for some reason, I do the same strategy like what I did with the very first Armadura, melee it, bait out the attacks from the other Armaduras to make Ashley throw the lantern, expose the parasites, then use a flash grenade to finish them off, ending the encounter. Make sure you grab this cubic device before leaving. Whether this section is better than the Armadura section from Resident Evil 4 OG is unclear to me. With that section, I would use the Magnum for both phases, position myself in a specific spot, take a specific path around the area to cluster the Armaduras, use the sprint counter to make them attack, get behind them, shoot them in the helmet while they're in their lengthy turning animations, then use a flash grenade on them. room. The small circular arena alongside the tank controls was definitely a point of contention with that section in Resident Evil 4 OG. It didn't feel like the environment was designed in a way that felt accommodating for the designs of the Armaduras overall. The random amount of shots it took to expose the parasite if you weren't using the Magnum was also annoying, and those moments where the Armaduras leaned down and you couldn't shoot the helmet to expose the parasite was also problematic. At least with the Magnum and the strategy I found, it definitely helped in mitigating those issues. And at least there weren't any fantasy designs with that section in Resident Evil 4 OG. So for the time being, I'm gonna say that Resident Evil 4 OG's version of this encounter is better. Having collected 2 of the statue heads, we then make our way to one of, if not the worst Zealot encounter in the castle by far, the Gallery Encounter. Leon and Ashley move across the bridge that leads to the goat head, then decide to stand around like idiots as a Zealot activates the switch that lowers the bridge, boxing them in. Leon then decides to make his iconic sandwich remark, which doesn't fit the context of the room and the Zealot placements compared to Resident Evil 4 OG, and this begins the sequence when doing it normally. In Resident Evil 4 OG, this section was completely optional in Chapter 3-3. You could run past the enemies, and then when you got to Chapter 4-1, you could go back to that room and the enemies wouldn't be there, allowing you to get some ammo, grenades, and a free rocket launcher. The free rocket launcher was a cool idea in the context of inventory management, sacrificing other loot to gain access to it, allowing you to deal with certain bosses quickly like Vertigo or Salazar. I myself haven't used the free rocket launcher in a long time and mainly prefer to use the Magnum, and I suppose the idea of a free rocket launcher is kind of redundant when you can buy rocket launchers from the merchant instead, but regardless, this room wasn't dumb with its implementation. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, it's now a mindless encounter that demands a lot of ammo, knife durability, and at least 2 flash grenades if things are getting annoying. There are so many enemies that spawn during the sequence for no reason. Why does this room need such a high enemy presence? Is it simply for justifying the Red Zealot's ability to transform the enemy, since during the sequence, the enemies only transform from the Red Zealot and not from your shots? If it's for that purpose, then it shouldn't be at the expense of properly flowing gameplay. Mechanics like the melee and knife execution start to become overused and tiresome in this sequence, especially when a vast majority of the enemies choose to go after Ashley, and you can accidentally trigger this soft lock to occur, where upon saving Ashley with a knife execution, she ends up floating in the air or just remains frozen, making it impossible to make progress if you get too far away from her or enter a zone that cues a mission failed animation. This soft lock issue occurs more frequently in this section because of the number of enemies that grab Ashley, and also with the Red Zealot's summoning move. If you end up doing the knife execution at the same time, he slams his staff into the ground. New Capcom still hasn't fixed this soft lock issue. There's also this issue where if you try to climb the ladder when the enemies are in the middle of running to the ladder to drop down, Leon ends up spazzing out because their sprint animation is continually flinching him. What a perfect example of how incompetent these developers are if they think putting in a system that makes Leon flinch from nonsensical stuff is somehow good. You then have the same issues from the village intro, like with enemies spamming grab and all other nonsense. This entire sequence feels designed with damage upgrades and high-powered weaponry in mind, with the number of enemies, the lacking flinch animations, the spammy grab nonsense, the Red Zealot with his absurd HP, lacking stuns and ability to stun you when he starts summoning, Ashley's AI being a constant roadblock in making progress, like when she gets stunned by the Red Zealot or the flash grenades, which stops her movement altogether for some stupid reason, and the amount of ammo and knife durability you need for this sequence. The entire strategy for doing this sequence normally without being so reliant upon paying to win is to wait where you are, use the knife executions and your shotgun against the enemies, while shooting the Red Zealot in the head while he's summoning in order to get a guaranteed stun on him, and use your flash grenades on the enemies when they transform. The enemies that are helmeted seem to die instantly from the shotgun if you shoot them directly in the torso for this sequence. Everything together makes the combat so soulless, rudimentary, and bare bones, while giving the illusion of strategic play with switching between the Red Zealot and the other Zealots. There's just no way this is the intended method that the developers want you to use. There is a video on my channel titled Resident Evil 4 Remilk, the dumbest castle combat sequence, and it perfectly illustrates just how dumb this entire sequence is if you want to check it out. Given how much this sequence drains your ammo and strips the combat bare, it may be preferable to skip the need to pull the switch by killing or interrupting the Zealot that pulls the switch. To do this, you just need to throw a grenade or a flash grenade at him as soon as you hear an enemy call you out. You have plenty of time to do this. When he gets interrupted, he's unable to pull the switch, so you don't have to worry about being lured down into the room. This doesn't stop the other enemies from going through the door that was locked from the other side, unfortunately, but there are less of them since you skipped certain reinforcement spawns when you interrupted the Zealot on the switch. You therefore have to be fast when getting out of here. The problem now, however, is Ashley. When you pick up the goat head, this causes 3 other enemies to spawn right in front of you, and you you can literally see them spawn right in front of you as you're going across the bridge. If Ashley wasn't a problem child, you could just use one flash grenade to get past them, but because she is a problem child, she'll get stunned by the red zealot, she'll get stunned by the flash grenade, she'll lag behind constantly, and this gives the 3 enemies, as well as the other enemies, plenty of time to grab her. In order to deal with the 3 enemies quickly without stunning Ashley, you need a heavy grenade, but you'll only get a heavy grenade from the vases in crates throughout all of Chapter 9's areas. If you don't have a heavy grenade, there's no other option except to mindlessly fire your shotgun at the incoming enemies if you have the ammo for it, or use your grenades to dispatch them. So in general, when you interrupt the zealot on the switch, you'll be using at least 5 or 6 shotgun shells to dispatch the red zealot with headshots before dispatching the enemies coming for you, grabbing the goat head, then dealing with the additional 3 enemies that spawn before grabbing the loot in the room. All of this because of terrible enemy placements, arbitrary spawns, and worst of all, Ashley. This is what I'm talking about when I'm saying that Ashley is the worst AI system ever made in gaming history. If you could leave her in a safe space before doing this gallery encounter like any rational person would, you'd not have to waste so much ammo and knife durability or rely upon dumb methods. It's not like there's any co-op action that requires Ashley's presence. Why do we need her in this room? Why is this pre-alpha forcing me to take her with me? It's so funny how new Capcom said that Resident Evil 4 OG Ashley was nothing but a second health bar to babysit, but that's so far from the truth. Resident Evil 4 Remilk Ashley satisfies new Capcom's statement. I mean, this is basic stuff. New Capcom is clearly demonstrating their lack of foresight and misunderstanding of their own mechanics if they're designing this gallery encounter to be this much of a shit show and designing Ashley to be this much of a hindrance. This just screams brain dead designs and improper planning with the poor pacing, tiresome gameplay loop, bad AI, unreliable mechanics, and poor programming. What is Resident Evil 4 Remilk trying to be at this point? I echoed these very same statements during my blind playthrough. It's beyond a joke at this point with new Capcom. With all 3 statue heads in their possession, Leon and Ashley open the way to the ballroom before a bunch of zealots come after them. A zealot on the top floor activates a switch that traps Leon in a cage, which I'm guessing is meant to be a reimagining of that cage sequence from Resident Evil 4 OG, but reserved for a cutscene instead. Leon tells Ashley to run away from the zealots while he deals with crossbow zealots and a couple of zealots that somehow managed to get inside the cage, even though the cage was raised before any enemy got inside. If these enemies got inside, you'd assume the door was unlocked, but apparently not. And this key that opens the door is on the zealot that pulled the switch. So how did they get in? It makes no sense. This then cues what would have been a heart-pounding, tense moment with Leon having to make a lot of quick decisions and reactions while dealing with the enemies in the better Resident Evil title. But in the context of Resident Evil 4 Remilk, it just feels on par with false advertising. I just shake my head with disapproval at how jarring this entire scene is in relation to the gameplay. I hate it when the cutscenes showcase disparities, where Leon is portrayed as being proficient during combat, yet during gameplay, Leon is incredibly sluggish, incompetent, and a total pushover. You first have Leon rolling out of the way of a zealot using a flail, which he can't do during gameplay. He has to run the gambit with his sluggish movement, or deflect the flail while getting no knockback whatsoever. And the only time he rolls is when you're doing QTEs. You then have the zealots flinching from pistol shots during this cutscene, yet the enemies just walk through your bullets like you're back in the 80s, where games were still being developed and flinch animations were non-existent, and it looks so outdated and stupid. Like, stop pretending you care about these fundamental designs, new Capcom. You then have Leon stabbing a zealot from the front, which never occurs because Leon can only stab enemies from behind, even when he makes them flinch, and he only stabs the enemy from the front when they're knocked against a wall or when he makes them kneel with a shot to the leg, and the knife execution prompt appears for a second when the kneeling animation starts. You then have Leon using the zealot's body as a human shield to shield himself from crossbow bolts, which obviously isn't a mechanic even though enemy projectiles do clip on the enemies. You then have Leon reacting quickly to the zealot's attacks, yet when he was dealing with Mendes, he opted to just stand around like an idiot and let Mendes incapacitate him. You then have Leon headshotting or stabbing the enemies in the head, yet he wasn't exactly keen on going for headshots when dealing with Mendes. This entire cutscene is laughable with the discrepancies in Leon's capabilities and thought processes. Give me a break, new Capcom. Stop trying to portray Leon like he's awesome in this pre-alpha. I've already shown so many times how much Leon acts out of character. He is the most incompetent version of the character I have ever seen, and you're showing this lie right here. Are you kidding me? This entire scene is so hollow in the end, and while Leon is dealing with all these zealots, Ashley is running away from 2 zealots Zealots before she locks the door behind her. She then remembers Leon's words from the end of chapter 8 and says to herself not to run and to go save Leon, which is ironic because she'll be spending the next couple of minutes running from the Armaduras. And I don't understand the context of this quote. She acts like she's been running from Leon constantly, which she hasn't. If anything, she's been so clingy to the point of getting in the way of the gameplay. Is she only saying this to prevent her emotions from taking over and making herself feel brave so that she focuses on reuniting with Leon? Is she only saying this to remind herself that despite being afraid of hurting Leon thanks to her infection and connection to Sadler, she still needs to not run away from him like she did at the end of chapter 7 and instead do her best to stay near him? Is this what Leon was trying to convey in chapter 8? That instead of running away from him, she needs to do her best to stay with him so that they can move forward and make progress with getting out of here? Gee, this would have felt like an important character moment if the timing of the corresponding quotes was better in the screenplay, if the gameplay with Ashley was better, and the writing was a lot better. Instead, I just giggle at Ashley's timing with saying this quote, and just think that Ashley only said this to remind the player about that conversation they had back in chapter 8. This quote does nothing to connect me to Ashley's character in the context of the scenario we're about to do. We then take control of Ashley and do a pretty boring sequence that involves using a lantern filled with blue flames that projects a blue light which freezes the plagas, which makes no sense. And for once, I can agree with Ashley as she voices the same confusion as me with why a simple blue light is able to freeze the plagas. It was just established earlier that close proximity to blue flames is what freezes the plagas, but now a blue light is able to do the same. I get that plagas are vulnerable to sunlight and the light emitted by flash grenades, but there's no way lantern light is able to work the same way. This mechanic of freezing the Armaduras by looking at them just feels like Rose's ability to slow enemies down in the Shadows of Rose DLC. At least in that DLC, because everything was taking place in the realm of consciousness, you could understand the choice in presentation. Here, it makes no sense and it just feels like something straight out of Doctor Who with the weeping angels. All this fantastical nonsense just to showcase that Ashley is being brave and not running from her fears, and to also give the player something to do. This is their idea of inspiring Ashley design? Are you serious? And you just have to wonder why they didn't try to build an incendiary grenade mechanic around these blue flames, and why Leon doesn't utilize this new knowledge of a vulnerability to his advantage. If Resident Evil 4 OG had incendiary grenades, why would new Capcom remove them and instead build the flames around fantasy garbage? It's so stupid just thinking about it. And just seeing the effects of the blue flames and also the effects of the crimson flames from those red zealots during my blind playthrough reminded me of what Ubisoft did with the Isu in Assassin's Creed Odyssey and Valhalla. The Isu were originally a very advanced race that lived on Earth before humans. They had created humans, and they made advanced technology like the Pieces of Eden and other futuristic weaponry. Their origins were entirely based around science fiction. Then, for some reason, in Assassin's Creed Odyssey and Valhalla, the Isu are portrayed as mythological beings with fantastical abilities that are somehow able to make the creatures from Greek and Viking folklore real through combining a piece of Eden with an individual, alongside other fantastical feats. Their presentation was based around fantasy, which just demonstrated how Ubisoft started blurring the line between myth and truth and started disregarding and disrespecting their entire lore. New Capcom acted like Ubisoft with how they portrayed the plagas with their fantastical interpretations. They blurred the line between science fiction and fantasy, and it just comes across as corny, goofy, and silly, which prevents me from taking the plagas or this entire section with Ashley seriously. And clearly, new Capcom weren't taking themselves seriously. It's like they only designed these fantasy aspects just to create a lasting impact on the player so that they'll remember these moments or talk about them from the context of a horror section. How much more are they going to put Resident Evil 4 in a bad light with these terrible misrepresentations of the plagas? I can only imagine people playing this Remilk who haven't played the original version of Resident Evil 4 looking at how the plagas are portrayed and thinking this is how the plagas are in Resident Evil 4 OG. New Capcom are just lampshading the plagas' portrayal, and it's insulting. They just didn't care when designing this Remilk. But to talk about other dumb things with Ashley's section, I also find it funny how when you pick up the bunch of keys and go to use them, Ashley makes it seem like the enemies are moving while you're busy trying to use the keys, when in actuality, they're inactive until you resume control of Ashley. So why make this bunch of keys when it's practically on par with a single key that you're using like any other key in this pre-alpha? The existence of the bunch of keys is invalidated because of this. And also, if the plagas are now working off of a fantastical hive mind design, why are the Armaduras trying to kill Ashley? Shouldn't Sadler be connecting with them to make them try to capture her instead of kill her? If a Red Zella was able to perform a stupid incantation to incapacitate a mindless BOW like the El Gigante, then you'd have to assume the same with the Armaduras or the Garadors, right? But apparently not, and the Armaduras and the Garadors are just outliers for some reason. The last thing that's dumb about Ashley's section is how the way you do her section affects Leon's ability to get the assault rifle. In Ashley's section, you are able to skip skip having to pick up the bunch of keys by just inputting the correct time into the clock, allowing you to get the Salazar family insignia and escape through a hidden door that you normally have to open yourself, but is now unlocked for you instead. So even though the developers had the foresight to open that door if you were trying to speed up Ashley's section, for some reason, they didn't think it necessary to also open up the hidden staircase that you normally have to lower in order to get the bunch of keys. So if you don't lower that staircase before turning around and inputting the correct time on the clock, the staircase isn't lowered for Leon, which is so dumb and only serves to waste your time. So if you're going to speed through Ashley's section and unlock the assault rifle for Leon, you have to make sure you lower the stairs first before going down into the mausoleum. Oh, and don't forget your lantern. I don't know why, but new Capcom didn't script the sequence in such a way where you need to have your lantern on you at all times. They actually allow you to leave your lantern behind and go down into the mausoleum. If you leave your lantern behind, the blue flame that normally stops the Armaduras after you do the gong sequence isn't active, so they scripted the activation of the blue flame to be tied to your lantern, yet you can go down in this area without the lantern. That is so bizarre. But upon doing this entire boring section, Ashley is able to get to where the switch for the cage is. She has difficulty pushing the dead zealot off the switch for some reason, yet conveniently, he has a key that allows the cage door to open, which is redundant if the switch is right there. Ashley tosses the key to Leon before Leon asks if she can make it down and that he can catch her if it's not possible. Ashley agrees to his suggestion, which is stupid because there is literally a ladder on the same balcony that Ashley is on. Why are they both acting like they didn't see the ladder from earlier? How did they miss the ladder that could have allowed Ashley to reunite with Leon easily? And it's because of them missing this ladder that Ashley chooses to wait where she is, allowing Vertigo to come out of nowhere to capture her. This is such a dumb idea for the screenplay. Why have Ashley go through a supposedly important character moment and go through all of those moments that demonstrate her being brave and not trying to run when she's just going to get captured here? It's an unfulfilling conclusion to this part of her character arc that discredits her character moment. At least in Resident Evil 4 OG, when Ashley was by herself and she did her section, she had to act brave when dealing with the zealots and the Armaduras. She even utilized lanterns to burn the zealots that were attacking her. There's a better showcase of her acting brave that is then fulfilling in the end when she reunites with Leon and hugs him before apologizing for her earlier behavior. There's nothing that is invalidated in her section in Resident Evil 4 OG. The Remilk just completely invalidates all of her setup by just having her be captured. All of what she did just amounted to nothing in the end. This is yet again another warning sign for pointless character dynamics. Also, when Leon shoots Vertigo, he bleeds, yet shooting his carapace isn't supposed to make him bleed like that. Even during his chapter 10 encounter, shooting him in the carapace doesn't make him bleed. So what's up with this inconsistency? But moving on to the start of Chapter 10, we cut to Ada having a talk with Wesker. I do not like the voice actor for Wesker in this pre-alpha. This is not the kind of voice I would imagine when thinking of a cold, calculating, and tactically efficient individual with a hint of malicious intent. DC Douglas, who voiced Wesker in Resident Evil 5, is the best voice actor of Wesker. He captures the character perfectly. There are so many quotes from Wesker I can remember in Resident Evil 5 because of DC Douglas.
We last met at the Spencer estate, wasn't it? Well, isn't this one big family reunion? I would expect you to be happier to see us. Us? So slow to catch on. I think the odds are fair. 2 on 2. I expected more of a challenge after all this time, Chris. How disappointing. Have fun watching Jill suffer. Are you saying I was manufactured? The right to be a god. That right is now mine. Arrogant even until the end. Only one truly capable of being a god deserves that right. Don't you two ever tire of failing in your mission? You've really become quite an inconvenience for me. Every day, humans come one step closer to self-destruction. I'm not destroying the world, I'm saving it. Things are really getting interesting now, eh, Chris? Do you actually think you can defeat me?
Either way, I'm not gonna stop until I'm dead.
Well then, I'll just have to kill you quickly. Ouroboros will be released into the atmosphere, ensuring complete global saturation. Your feeble attempts only delay the inevitable. The entire world will be infected. is at hand, and I will be the creator. I should have killed you years ago. Chris.
Your mistake. It's over, Wesker.
Over. I'm just getting started. Time to die, Chris.
Richard Raw, who voiced Wesker in Resident Evil Code Veronica X, Resident Evil 0, and Resident Evil 4, also does a good job. Even if there are times in Resident Evil Code Veronica X and Resident Evil 0 where the voice acting is questionable, given the fixed camera Resident Evil titles being well known for their bad acting. With Resident Evil 4, there's probably just one quote that is bad. The rest of his quotes are complimentary to his actual character. That being said, Wesker in Code Veronica X can have his shining moments with his quotes to elevate them.
Let's just say that I'm a ghost, coming back to haunt your dear brother. It appears you may be of some further use to me. I'm going to let you live a little longer. Long time no see, Chris.
Wesker? He's still alive?
You have no idea how much I hate you. You destroyed my plans, so now I've sold my soul to a new organization. Chris, since you're one of my best men, I'll let you handle this. Well done, Chris. It turns out that Alexia's work wasn't much of anything. So now the only thing left is revenge. I don't know where you get your confidence, Chris. Sure, I'm not human anymore. But just look at the power I've gained. Today's your lucky day. Next time we meet, don't count on another.
With Wesker's voice actor in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, he just kinda makes Wesker seem angrier than usual, and when he does try to act smug, it never feels appropriate for his character and feels pretty forced. And it doesn't help that his speech style is quirkier than the previous titles. Because of these factors, I don't really get the same cold, calculating nature from this Wesker compared to the other versions. But getting into this cutscene, Wesker asks Ada what's become of the Amber. Ada tells him she doesn't have the Amber, but Leon, her little helper, is distracting the Illuminados. In what way is Leon her little helper? She never sent an anonymous tip to the United States government regarding Ashley's location in order to get Leon involved, and she decided to tell Leon to forget about Ashley earlier. I don't understand why she's acting like she's actively getting Leon involved with scuffles with the Illuminados. Ada then says that everything will work out just fine with getting the Amber back. Wesker agrees so long as she can keep her dog under control, which is such a quirky quote that I don't see Wesker saying. Ada calls Leon a good boy who's predictable, which complements Leon's incompetence in this pre-alpha, like how he let Ada go earlier for no reason. Wesker, for some reason, then says fine, like he's relenting to Ada's request, which is not the case, before telling her again to keep her mutt, but to not come crying to him if she gets bit. This is such a cringe quote from Wesker. It's too quirky even for him. In one moment from Separate Ways Remilk, he'll act overly angry with Ada, then here, he'll act overly eccentric. They really make Wesker favor the extreme with his attitude during certain quotes. This scene alone has him act quirkier than usual over the past couple of seconds than in any other title. This is what I mean when I say his quirky speech is elevated to a stupid degree in this pre-alpha. Like the developers are trying to pass him off like some old school cringy villain from the era of Batman and Robin. It is so off-putting as to be on par with Resident Evil 1 OG's voice acting, or like in Resident Evil 2 Remilk where Ada says these cringe quotes.
It's secret weapon time. Candy from a baby.
Ada then concludes the call, sees Ashley being taken away by Vertigo, then somehow contacts Leon even though Luiz didn't give her his frequency and she didn't jack his comms. Leon and Ada didn't establish radio contact with each other when they first met. Why would they? They're enemies for crying out loud. They've been enemies since Resident Evil 2 Remilk. They were verbally hostile with each other. Ada kissed Leon out of manipulation, and they drew their guns at each other. Yet Resident Evil 2 Remilk would have you believe they had a thing for each other because it's like two different teams handled the writing of Resident Evil 2 Remilk. There is no reason for Ada to contact Leon like this. This goes against her secretive nature in getting her mission done. In Resident Evil 4 OG, when Ada met Leon, it was purely out of reaction. She didn't actively seek Leon out to subdue him by holding him at gunpoint. The times where she was proactive in getting to Leon, it was to save him from danger. This came from a place of genuine feeling, which was something touched upon in Resident Evil 2 OG. And then in the finale, she holds Leon at gunpoint to force Leon to give up the dominant species Plaga sample. Since the danger had passed, past, and she had a job to do for the rival organization. At no point in Separate Ways OG did Ada give away her presence through such a direct manner. Not even the messages she leaves for Leon count as a direct manner. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, this just feels out of character for Ada to directly contact Leon like this, and it's not like she's contacting him to make him distract the Illuminados, because where she is going is not where Leon is going, so why would she be contacting him? It makes no sense. This confusing method of contacting Leon and her weird motives for contacting him just make this moment feel like fan service more than anything. And it also makes you wonder why Leon doesn't ask how she jacked the line, or why he doesn't try to contact Ada more often in this pre-alpha, if he's hit a roadblock or needs to know more about the Plagas or about her. Ada wonders if Leon has changed his mind with rescuing Ashley or not, which is a weird time to be asking that, and she shouldn't even be asking this question in the first place anyway, if she's telling Wesker that Leon is her little helper. She then says that assuming he hasn't changed his mind, he can find Ashley in the throne room. She then remarks that babysitting is tough, which feels like a fourth wall break. I can't help but feel like the developers intentionally designed Ashley so poorly to justify Ada saying this quote, and it really has felt like I've been babysitting Ashley given how incompetent she is. They somehow managed to give Ada a cringeworthy yet insightful quote that highlights how dumb the developers are. God, this is getting old at this point with these pathetic characters. With all that said, this begins chapter 10, the worst chapter of a rotten bunch of chapters. I recommend buying the heavy grenade recipe, large resources, and gunpowder if you have spinels, because heavy grenades are important to mitigate a planet-level, badly designed sequence later on in this chapter. When we begin, we have the option to engage with an optional enemy called the Merciless Knight, which is a large armadura that has some additional attacks. Don't waste your time with this optional encounter. This is a pretty dumb sequence, since it's supported by 2 other armaduras. Just use the elevator to leash the other armaduras, shoot their plagas when they're inactive with the shotgun, then use flash grenades or knife executions to finish them off. With the Merciless Knight, it takes far too many shots from the shotgun to make him kneel, because they want you to deflect it 3 times. The best attacks to deflect are its horizontal attack and its unique move, where it'll do a lunging stab. Make sure you crouch before doing the deflection. That way you can still get the deflection even when he doesn't make contact with you, and be wary of its heavy attack, as it has a follow-up slam after that move. Once you've deflected it 3 times, you'll be able to melee it and expose the parasite, and unlike with the Savage Mutt from chapter 5, a flash grenade will actually kill it instantly. Not too sure why this inconsistency is here, but this concludes this optional encounter. Continuing down the main path, we make it to one of the worst sections of Resident Evil 4 Remilk, the Navisidor section in the ballroom. If there was ever a sequence built for killing replayability, it would be this sequence. This entire encounter is so draining because of the number of Navisidors you're dealing with. In total, there are 38 Navisidors, 4 outside the ballroom and 34 inside the ballroom. Some of these Navisidors can be avoided, but you'll still be dealing with far too many of them. For your very first encounter with this new enemy type, this is questionable in so many ways. Navisidors are another crap enemy among an already bad cadre of poorly designed enemy types. They have varying amounts of life, they have phantom range on their attacks, their grabs when they're flying can grab you from what feels like 5 feet away, and they're incredibly fatiguing and repetitive to fight. It's just, knock them out of the air, run over to them when they're on the ground, then stab them or shoot them, or you can just shoot them until they die. This pre-alpha really makes this loop with the general approach to the Navisidors noticeable, like you're starting to see the numbers in the code that holds the pre-alpha together. And when you're having to do this with 38 Navisidors in this one encounter, it becomes such a draining experience. And to further add on to this draining experience, Navisidors have a lot of trouble navigating the environment, and will often get stuck against geometry or be stuck transitioning between their crawling and flying states while in place. And all 38 Navisidors aren't instanced in the ballroom immediately. You have moments where you kill a certain number of Navisidors and other ones arbitrarily spawn out of the blue. You also have moments where you reach certain thresholds and more arbitrary spawns occur. You can even see them spawn out of the blue, just like in chapter 2 with the Ganados. And there's also one arbitrary spawn that occurs when you go down a specific path. When you see the spot where the Navisidor is camouflaged from this position, it's not there. But as soon as you go down the other path under the stairs, it just comes out of nowhere. Such half-baked spawn designs. Also, Navisidors have the ability to camouflage themselves by changing their pigments. They'll often do this if you leave the playable area for too long or just randomly camouflage out of the blue. They even place these camouflage Navisidors in some douchey spots, like when you jump down from this spot and it's right next to you, leaving you unable to attack while you're recovering from the drop-down animation. And when you get near these camouflage Navisidors, they'll do the grab that has so much phantom range that they'll grab you from 5 feet away. It's so broken and unpolished, it's ridiculous. With how much Navisidors sway from side to side whenever they're flying, and with how much they'd like to gang up on you, you'll be spending so much time relying upon holes and exploits like leashing them using 2 specific doors in order to dispose of them. This is one of the most brain-dead, mundane, soulless encounters ever made in the entire Resident Evil series. I pity the poor fools who tolerate or enjoy this section, and I would not be surprised if you decide to spend spam flash grenades and take the hits from the Navisidors and heal yourself, just to speed up this dumb sequence. Flash grenades stun Navisidors for an extremely long duration, longer than the time Illuminados are stunned by flash grenades, which may be helpful when dealing with an entire group of them. To discuss the general approach to the exterior encounter, deal with the first camouflage Navisidor, which will cause the second one to drop from the ceiling and attack you. The second one likes to fly, so you can often use this tendency to set yourself up to parry its long-range flying slash. Bear in mind, you cannot crouch under this move. Its entire body becomes classed as a weapon, not just the arm, so you can get damaged even when the arm doesn't touch you. It's so stupid, so parry it or dispatch it with your pistol. Equip your shotgun, mantle over this railing, fire at the closest Navisidor to knock it out of the air, then try to kill the next Navisidor before it completes its rising animation. This ends the exterior of the ballroom encounter. Getting inside, we find a file titled Chronicles of Pursuit 1, which was made by the man who would become Vertigo, Isidro Uriarte Talavera. This file talks about the origin of the Navisidors. In July, 2 years after his awakening, which at face value makes it sound like he was injected with the superior species plaga, Ramon had tasked Isidro to improve upon the flaws of the human form by seeking the perfection observed in their arthropodal siblings. I have no idea if this is referring to the plagas or some kind of insect. I would imagine he would say plagas instead of arthropodal siblings. In January, 4 years since his awakening, he brings up the black liquid, which as the player we have no context for aside from that black liquid we saw in Chapter 7 and the projectiles that the Plaga-type Mandibulas fire. He says his efforts to transfuse the black liquid into the body are at the precipice of success. He says the womb is the key, as a pure soul, which seems to be a baby, is a highly malleable and adaptive subject. So with the way this is phrased, it makes it seem like he was experimenting with transfusing the black liquid directly into the wombs of women who were pregnant. You can even see in the file a baby inside of a womb that is undergoing physical mutations. So it makes it seem like the Navisidors were originally human babies. But on the next page, Isidro says sacred larvae instead of babies or pure souls, and that they're carried in the wombs of the chosen. He refers to them as U2, which is in reference to the number of species used in this experiment, the humans and the unknown insects. Now, there's a lot of confusion here. Were these babies even infected by the subordinate plaga? I mean, in order for the black liquid to even trigger mutation properties, the host has to be infected by the plaga. If the host is not infected by the plaga, the black liquid leads to madness and I believe eventual death. Also, where does the insect factor come into play? Did these babies which were in the womb get insect genes spliced into their DNA prior to their supposed plaga infection and black liquid transfusion? How could that work if they're in the womb? In Resident Evil 7, the Mutomycete genome was implanted into a pre-stage 4 human embryo, which led to the creation of Evelyn. Evelyn wasn't created while inside the womb of a mother. Isidro's words make no sense. I find it exceedingly hard to believe that the Navisidors were born inside of humans, and what's the point of being born inside of humans when they already have the means to make nests of their own, like that giant one under the castle? And also, with regards to whether the babies were injected with the subordinate plaga or not, wouldn't they have to be infected in order to complement Isidro's task with improving upon the flaws of the human form and seeking perfection? Without the plaga, wouldn't they just be mindless insects incapable of doing complex tasks that only humans are capable of doing? Why waste time mutating humans into giant bugs when Isidro could just mutate other insects with the black liquid if the end result seems to be the same? It really feels like this supposed improvement over the human form is just a giant version of a regular insect. This initial goal with the creation of the Navisidors makes no sense. And talking about control mechanisms, we see during Sadler's boss fight that he's able to summon the Navisidors to him using sound waves. Wouldn't that kind of control through sound waves only be possible if the Navisidors were created through the plagas? In the canon timeline, liquor betas were able to be controlled by the synthetic plaga in Resident Evil Damnation because of their enhanced hearing, so they could pick up on the sound waves emitted by the synthetic plagas. But I don't think the Navisidors have enhanced hearing like the liquors. There are just too many questions raised by this file. The Resident Evil podcast team did try to provide some answers, but I'm a bit hesitant to believe certain statements. They said that the black liquid was used as a vector or bonding agent when infusing human embryos in the womb with insect genes. I find this hard to believe if this black liquid is a substance secreted by the plagas, and it feels like another moment of convenience with the black liquid where it not only seems to induce additional mutations in the plaga, but also facilitates the horizontal gene transfer between the human and insect DNA. I don't see how the black liquid could work at that kind of cellular level if it's a substance secreted by the plagas, no different to how we as humans cough up mucus and mucus doesn't bond DNA together. The Resident Evil podcast team then continues by saying that the black liquid may turn their host mad, but it bonds with insect genes that grow and develop within the womb, which is why the womb is considered the key to Isidro. The fetus would then grow from inception already infected with the black liquid, which is why it's considered a success by Isidro. A subject growing with the black liquid inside of them is more effective than giving the black liquid to an already mature individual that doesn't have the plagas, and such a scenario leads to madness. But the thing is, wouldn't the baby go mad as as well if they were growing up with a foreign substance within them, and because of this, they wouldn't be able to follow orders. And also, is the idea of madness even relevant to the Novicidores, given that the human component is entirely overtaken by the insect component, so the Novicidores wouldn't be mad, just completely unintelligent? That's my main point of contention with their statement. They then continue by saying that the chosen female would then give birth to an infant Novicidor, similar to how a chimera is born from a human female. In fact, now that I think about it, were these mothers originally infected with the plaga before giving birth? It doesn't seem like it based on Isithro's file. I was not able to ask the Resident Evil podcast team about this, so this question remains unanswered. The Resident Evil podcast team then continues by saying that when the Novicidor matures and is capable of breeding and creating a self-sustaining colony, this means that only a single generation of human hosts is needed for their creation. But again, if the end product is basically an infected insect, why waste time giving birth to Novicidors in human wombs when the Illuminados can just mutate other insects with the black liquid? The only thing I can think of is that the insects would likely die from exposure to the black liquid, which would force the Illuminados to instead splice insect DNA into human embryos in the womb, probably because humans are more resilient to the black liquid compared to insects. This is all just speculation. Nothing makes sense with the way they wrote this file. The entire origin of the Novicidores just comes across as a happy accident that could be replicated in the medieval times and not the modern times, even if the splicing of genes was involved. New Capcom had no sense with the way they designed the origin of Resident Evil 4 Remilk's Novicidors. Let me explain the origins of the Novicidors in Resident Evil 4 OG. In Resident Evil 4 OG, the Novicidors were created by splicing insect genes with the genetic structure of a human host and applying the plagas as a fusion device to fill in the gene sequence gaps. These former humans eventually lost their human traits and became entirely insectoid with their appearance and capabilities. This makes more sense of whatever Isithro is talking about with babies, wombs, and the black liquid. And by the way, can I just say how interesting it is that Resident Evil 4 OG's Novicidors actually display the evolutionary phenomenon called trait loss? You first deal with Novicidors that have the ability to camouflage but not fly. Then, in the later encounters, you encounter Novicidors that can fly but not camouflage. I like that kind of detail with Resident Evil 4 OG's Novicidors. Such a detail is not the case with Resident Evil 4 Remilk's Novicidors. The only details Resident Evil 4 Remilk's Novicidors display is the different body sizes, but it doesn't really mean much in the end. That being said, I do prefer the presentation of the camouflage in Resident Evil 4 Remilk than Resident Evil 4 OG, though Resident Evil 4 OG's camouflage could have a real-world counterpart. But overall, the Novicidors' origins in Resident Evil 4 OG make more sense than in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. Returning to this file, Isithro showed a lot of pride in his creation, and the Novicidors continued to grow and multiply, becoming a new species in his mind. Ramon was pleased, and so was Sadler, though you have to wonder what purpose the Novicidors served in Sadler's interests. In Resident Evil 4 OG, the Novicidors were made to be BOWs as per Sadler's orders, but in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, Ramon wanted them made to serve as a way to transcend the human form. The latter doesn't really complement the goals of the Illuminados, nor the idea of the Plaga being the main focus. Like I said, this file is just strange with its wording. Entering the ballroom, what you want to do is dispatch the 5 Novicidors opposite where you are. 4 of them are easy to hit, but the other one requires some very precise shooting to hit the tip of its body, which is made cumbersome by the focus reticle system, weapon sway, and the projectile-based nature of the bullets. You can just barely see this Novicidor's leg over the fallen column. You'll want to shoot slightly to the left of its leg to expose it. After you've killed 4 of them, you'll want to shoot the 5th one, but not kill it, as you need to fall back to the door and let it come to you, because when you kill this 5th one, 2 additional Novicidors will spawn out of the blue. If you go through the door, the Novicidors will leash, allowing you to dispatch them. Occasionally, going through the door will force flying Novicidors to land if they're over the same ground as you, so you can use this to hit them easily. Having killed 7 Novicidors so far, you'll want to shoot this camouflage Novicidor, which will cause 5 additional Novicidors to spawn. Once again, lazy spawn design, and these Novicidors will still spawn if you go down the stairs, so getting rid of them now is crucial. Using the door exploit, you can safely dispatch them. It's also possible to get rid of the Novicidors that leash to the opposite end, so long as you can position yourself in such a way where the door won't close on you to screw with you. Just make sure you can verify the kills. To do this, it may be preferable to let them fly over your area so that you can knock them to the ground and kill them. Knocking them out of the air while they're leashed and sitting still may lead to the pre-alpha incorrectly identifying their status even if they don't seem to come after you, and especially when they fall into holes. Once these 6 Novicidors are dead, there will most likely be a camouflage Novicidor near where you shot the previous camouflage Novicidor, so eliminate it if it's there. After that, you need to go down the stairs and kill this camouflage Novicidor between the shelves. Once it's dead, 2 Novicidors will spawn from the hole in front of you. Going further down the stairs, 2 more Novicidors will spawn to the left, so get rid of them. You can loot the middle area, but do not go near the path that leads over the hole, as 2 Novicidors will spawn out of the blue from both sides. And if you kill them, 2 more will spawn from the hole. What is it with new Capcom and arbitrary lazy spawn designs? This is so unintelligent and amateurish. When you loot the area, you'll want to take the path under the stairs you were previously on. A Navisidor will spawn, so get rid of it. Once it's dead, there will be a camouflage Navisidor that will spawn on the ceiling. If you check that ceiling back when you're on the stairs, that Navisidor is not there. As soon as you take this path, it's just there. God, this is getting old with these arbitrary spawns. Shoot the camouflage Navisidor, but do not try to get close to it. Fall back to the double doors and just shoot it until it dies. The reason why you fall back is because sometimes, for some bizarre reason, 2 Navisidors can arbitrarily spawn when you kill it. I don't know why. It's some RNG garbage, but if they do appear, it's best to stand by this door to leash them, then get rid of them. Once you get past where it was, 3 more Navisidors will arbitrarily spawn around you. You'll need to set up under this scaffolding and take advantage of the Navisidor's crappy pathfinding, as they mainly try to fly above you rather than rush you. You can then rush to the double doors, make them leash, then kill them. Another thing you can do is use a flash grenade to stop them from bum rushing you. The use of said flash grenade is only needed for this alternative because of new Capcom being dumbasses with their spawn tech. Such poor justification for flash grenade use. And there's no guarantee if you'll get all 3 of them with the flash grenade. Climb the ladder and kill yet again another camouflage Navisidor that just arbitrarily spawns out of the blue simply because you climbed the ladder. When you approach the lever, another Navisidor will spawn behind it, so get rid of it. At this point, you've dealt with more arbitrary spawns in a few minutes than in the entirety of a Call of Duty game. How can this not be tiresome, tedious, and sluggish at this point? It's seriously getting old. Once the lever is pulled, do not drop down. Just take the path you were on previously and go up the next set of stairs. Do not go into the side rooms along this balcony, as more Navisidors can spawn in. Once the lever's pulled, drop down. 2 more Navisidors will arbitrarily spawn, so get through the gate to leash them, then take them out. I swear to God, after having to play through this section so many times for this retrospective in order to come up with this general strategy, I'm seriously reconsidering if the gallery encounter of Chapter 9 is the dumbest castle combat encounter and replacing it with this god-awful, soulless, brain-dead, outdated, tedious, laborious section. What a horrendous introduction to a new enemy type. Honestly, if I was a director, I would not hire the programmers of this pre-alpha, and I'm making this point very early, as there are too many sequences to count that are so bad in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. We then make our way to yet another god-awful sequence in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, the 2 Garadors Encounter. Inside of this antechamber, we have a regular Garador and an armored Garador chained on the opposite wall. You then have 3 zealots in the middle that know where you are, and 2 zealots off to the sides that do not know where you are and are inactive until they see you. As soon as you kill one of the 3 zealots, the side zealots will react to your noises the same way the other Ganados do when you make noise in a stealth encounter. Very bizarre programming, and it's programming you're not going to be aware of easily. So I've already told you how broken one Garador is, but just add another Garador into the mix alongside a crowd of zealots and imagine what this entails. Garadors are supposed to be unable to differentiate between friend or foe as indicated in the tooltips, but believe me, that is a lie. The Garadors never react to the zealots when they're chanting, running, or swinging their weapons about, yet they can pick up on your sounds. And when you do certain actions like knifing an enemy, deflecting an attack, or breaking a crate, they can somehow pick up on those sounds, even though those aren't even gunshots or loud attack animations. Their pathfinding is also very bad, as a lot of the times they can choose to take the long way to get to you instead of the shortest possible route. Do not waste your time trying to do stealth attacks with a knife on them. The detection on the knife execution is atrocious, and the detection becomes even worse when their HP gets low, as Garadors enter into a state where they look side to side while walking, almost like they're in a more alert state, and believe it or not, they become even more omniscient when in this state, as they'll pretend they don't know where you are, but still walk towards you like they know you're there. Trying to get behind them when they're in this state will result in your stealth attack not registering and result in them knowing where you are and doing a back attack. It's so broken. When the Garadors are attacking the Zealots, they have so much trouble killing them. The Zealots can shrug off so many hits from the Garadors before they die. They spend more time being pushed around or shrugging off the Garadors' hits rather than actually dying. How does that not look silly or goofy to anyone? You then have reinforcements supporting the Garadors, even though this is meant to be a stealth encounter. These reinforcements spawn in depending on the number of Zealots currently alive, just like the cabin sequence from Chapter 5. There's about 4 waves to these reinforcements, and they have shield zealots, flail zealots, axe-throwing zealots, and zealots that transform into plagas. I mean, your options are so limited because if you're thinking about moving slowly to avoid attracting the Garadors, a zealot will screw with you. If you're focusing on the zealots, the Garadors may choose to take a different path to get to you, or they'll ignore the zealots to come and attack you, even though the zealots are right in front of them. The number of stupid moments you can be put into because of the problems with the zealots AI, the Garadors AI, and other dumb things is absurd. It's impossible to truly describe them, so I'll leave a link to my poor designs of Resident Evil 4 Remilk Chapter 10 video. The problems were so bad in my blind playthrough that I decided to buy a rocket launcher to end this dumb sequence. And it's funny how, Now, the developers put a bunch of bolts throughout this area, like you'll be using the bolt thrower in this sequence, but the thing is, if the bolt thrower has to be obtained from the merchant, you're better off buying upgrades, grenade recipes, or the rocket launcher for this dumb sequence. And unless you're using the attachable mines with damage upgrades and plenty of bolts, the regular bolts are useless against the enemies unless you have damage upgrades and are aiming for the legs to set up for suplexes. Yes, you can retrieve the bolts from dead enemies or when they miss, but that's hardly practical for the number of enemies that spawn in this sequence. And the thing is, you can dump a bunch of explosive bolts into a single spot near where the Garadors are chained and get rid of them so easily, but this only validates how much this sequence demands you spam explosives to bypass poor designs and unjustified reinforcements to give the illusion that this sequence works. If it's going to be designed like this, they should not have removed the free rocket launcher from this pre-alpha. And the problem with this bolt thrower method is that it's more practical when the Garadors are chained, given how slowly you attach the mines to each bolt to fire them. It makes me wonder why you can't just combine the mines with the bolts in the inventory to make explosive bolts, so that Leon can fire them at the rate he fires the normal bolts, but whatever. It's much better to use flash grenades and heavy grenades against the Garadors anyway. To describe the general strategy, upon starting the encounter, watch the cutscene and remain still to force the two closest zealots to cluster together. As soon as they cluster together, walk to the back right corner of the antechamber. Wait for them to approach, throw a flash grenade at this table, then execute two of the zealots with your knife. Try to kick the third zealot while he's stunned to potentially kill him. If that doesn't work and you have to deal with the third zealot, go to the back right of the arena so that the side zealots don't see you and use your knife on the zealot's leg to get the suplex. Remember, since the side zealots didn't hear any noises when you use the flash grenade before killing the first zealot, they remain still. Because you've killed at least one of the three zealots, the side zealots will pay attention to your noises, which is why you need to use the knife. Don't ask me why the chain Garadors aren't responding to you hitting the zealot with your knife when they're apparently designed to hear your knife attacks when they're unchained. Once the zealot's dead, stand near this table so that you can see the bell through the railing. Fire one shot at the Garador, fire another shot at the bell once they've broken free, use one flash grenade to stun the Garadors and the zealots, then while the Garadors are in the middle of their flash grenade stun, use at least 4 heavy grenades. They won't change their stun animation, so you can kill them easily without them being knocked around by the heavy grenades. The one time when the lack of any stun animation is beneficial to a strategy. If the side zealots get caught in the explosions, as long as these Garadors die before the reinforcements spawn in, you'll bypass the reinforcements. This ends one of the worst sequences in any Resident Evil title by far, requiring a lot of technical knowledge and explosives to damage race it. How can you Capcom consider this of acceptable quality for this pre-alpha? In Resident Evil 4 OG, when you started this encounter, you had 2 zealots supporting the Garadors who were not chained. You had to eliminate these zealots with your knife and melee attacks to silently kill them without alerting the Garadors. You could also stand in the back corners and shoot the zealots, as standing in these spots allowed your shots to not be heard by the Garadors. After that, as long as you stayed on the bottom level and didn't go up the stairs, you could avoid the reinforcements. As a trade-off, you had less space to work with when dealing with the Garadors. Maneuvering around 2 blind enemies and taking your shots when possible with the Magnum or shotgun puts skill at the forefront of thought with this sequence. In fact, something I learned while in the middle of making this retrospective is that you can shoot from the back corners of the room to isolate one Garador from another without attracting the other's attention. As long as you remain near these corners, your shots won't alert the Garadors at the other end of the room. The Magnum is preferable as the Garadors die fast from it. Old Capcom had the foresight to realize how clunky, cumbersome, and awkward a combat encounter with both Zealots and Garadors would be, but they still wanted to add a level of skill with this fight, so they designed the encounter like this to make you work with less space when fighting just the Garadors. They definitely didn't design this section for spamming explosives or relying upon the merchant. It may take a bit longer than doing the Remilk section using the heavy grenades, but that doesn't matter. Also, this was a good place to use the free rocket launcher if you got it earlier. Old Capcom had more sense than new Capcom with how they designed this Garador encounter. Leon enters the throne room and sees Ashley being held by 2 zealots. Rather than shoot them, Leon decides to run towards her. After having to shoot zealots when they were dangerously close to Ashley in Chapter 7 during that stupid double crank sequence, why is the situation such a problem? If anything, this is easier for Leon to nail his shots given that Ashley is being forced to kneel. And Leon should be well aware that the Illuminados need Ashley alive, right? Since Ramon told him that was the case back in Chapter 7. And it's not like the zealots are holding weapons to her throat or anything. They just have her restrained, so why does he not shoot them? Ashley then tells him to stop running before Leon asks if she's hurt. This is such a dumb time to ask this question. He just heard her screaming before entering the throne room. He can see that she's in the clutches of zealots who are forcing her to kneel. What do you think her condition is, Leon? And do you really want to ask that question as they're preparing her to undergo a potentially harmful process with her? At least Leon in Resident Evil 4 OG didn't ask such a dumb question when Ashley was being held by those 2 vertigos. And because Ashley had weapons pointed towards her, Leon had a reason not to shoot them. The other reason being they're imposing large BOWs that he's never dealt with before, so he had no idea if bullets could hurt them or not at this point. Returning Returning to this scene, because Leon was told to stop running by Ashley, this then allows Vertigo to get the drop on him. You see what I mean when I say I have problems with Leon running instead of shooting the zealots? It's almost like they made Leon run so that Ashley would tell Leon to stop in the hope that Vertigo would grab him, like she was secretly backstabbing Leon. And you're telling me that Ashley couldn't see Vertigo in that ambush position from where she was? There's no way that's possible. She had to have seen Vertigo, yet she doesn't warn Leon about Vertigo and gets Leon to stop in the correct spot for Vertigo to ambush him. That's what the screenplay makes it seem like just watching it. With Leon pinned, Ramon asks the zealots to resume what they were doing to Ashley, and he tells them in English rather than Spanish, just like Sadler did in Chapter 4, which makes no sense. Again, if they're going to set up Leon speaking Spanish like it's somehow important, and they're trying to give a more realistic interpretation for this Remilk, even though this Remilk has failed in so many ways to accomplish that goal, you have to wonder why the villains don't address the Ganados in Spanish as well. The zealots bring in a chalice, which for some reason resembles Berengario's chalice from Resident Evil Village, so I see they were too lazy to make a regular old chalice and instead opted to reuse assets from Resident Evil Village. This chalice has the black liquid in it, which they force Ashley to drink. We hear the sound effect of her heart pumping and some kind of vessels enlarging within her, which indicates the black liquid is having some kind of effect on her. As I pointed out before, it's speculated that the black liquid induces additional mutation properties to the superior species Plaga, which is probably why Mendes and Ramon were able to have more extreme mutations upon being damaged. Looking at the black liquid from this perspective, why would they need to give it to Ashley? Why would they need Ashley's superior species Plaga to have additional mutations induced by the black liquid when all she's doing is serving as an infiltrator to make her father, the President of the United States, vulnerable, thereby allowing the Illuminados control over the United States? It's not like the black liquid is needed to allow Sadler control over the host, as Ashley was being controlled by Sadler in Chapter 7. Ashley's infection via the superior species Plaga is seemingly all the Illuminados need for their plan to conquer the United States. Why try to induce additional mutations? It's not like Annabelle and the other researchers that were infected with the superior species Plaga needed additional mutations. You can't even say that they're giving it to Ashley to speed up her Plaga's growth because they wouldn't have given it to her by then. What, did they inject Ashley with the superior species Plaga egg in the church specifically and just left her there so that the Plaga could mature before giving her the black liquid? Apparently not, because the decision to lock her in the church was only made once Leon entered the village and they knew he was coming for Ashley. So taking this into account, where was she injected with the superior species Plaga? She clearly wasn't in the castle, as her quotes in Chapter 7 confirmed. She never set foot in the castle before Leon arrived, so why did the Illuminados not just hold her in the castle the entire time and inject her with the superior species Plaga there, especially when the black liquid resides specifically in Ramon's castle? That way, once her superior species Plaga hatched, she could be given the black liquid. It's clear that developers didn't consider this when coming up with the black liquid and having it only reside in Ramon's castle. They only remember that Ashley was supposed to be held in a church initially, but didn't try to construct the screenplay in a way that accommodated the black liquid's presence. In Resident Evil 4 OG, there was no black liquid nonsense, so regardless of where Ashley was held, the only thing that mattered was for her Plaga to hatch and mature. That's why having her being held in the church has more sense than in the Remilk. Also, returning to the tangent regarding the black liquid and the Plaga's growth, Leon wasn't forced to drink the black liquid. I would imagine in the Illuminados' mind, they saw the potential for Leon to be an effective bodyguard for them, because why else would they infect Leon? And most likely, Leon would have to be infected with the superior species Plaga for him to retain his complex thoughts and physical abilities, yet they don't indicate what kind of Plaga he was infected with. But you're telling me someone like him isn't being forced to drink the black liquid, yet Ashley is? And if the black liquid was being used to speed up the growth of the Plaga, then wouldn't they give it to Leon to speed up his Plaga's growth? Apparently not, because after Ashley was given the black liquid, Leon is just thrown down the hole. Oh my god, none of this is making any bit of sense. The lore and the screenplay regarding the black liquid are constructed so poorly. Once again, where is the improved storytelling in this Remilk? Don't tell me that the story and lore in Resident Evil 4 Remilk makes any sense and is better than Resident Evil 4 OG's story and lore. It's really feeling like the story and lore of Resident Evil 4 Remilk was constructed over the span of a few hours. And speaking of lacking thought, as Leon is falling down this hole, he's able to grab onto a chain that appears out of nowhere. He nearly falls off the chain, but luckily, a dead body attached to the chain slows his momentum enough to stop him from falling. What exactly is the chain attached to? Why would they attach a chain to the side of this hole? Why would they hang this body from the chain and not have it impaled on the spikes below? If that chain was there the whole time, were people able to survive the fall by doing that? There's no way that's possible. And wouldn't the friction and tension of having the chain passing along Leon's hands hurt them greatly? This is so stupid. But what's even more stupid is how they portrayed Leon as not planning ahead for situations like this and making him seem incompetent to the point of relying upon lucky passes for him to be saved. In Resident Evil 4 OG, Leon made sure to keep a grappling hook handy in his belt for situations where he would need to climb structures or save himself from falls. It's just like how he got a new pistol and knife for this particular mission. Leon in Resident Evil 4 OG made sure to plan ahead for potentially dangerous situations. Leon in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, however, apparently doesn't. And he wants to talk about his punishing missions in the intro to this pre-alpha, yet those punishing missions didn't prepare him for situations like this? Are you serious? What has he been doing for the past 6 years? It's such poor screenplay. And you know another thing that makes no sense? How did Ramon figure out that Leon was alive, prompting him to send Vertigo after him? What would be his motivation for sending Vertigo if he figured out that Leon was alive? Ramon should be well aware of the ins and outs of his own castle. He has to be aware that it will take time for Leon to get to him, so why would he send Vertigo? In Resident Evil 4 OG, after Leon saves himself from the fall, he then screws with Salazar by shooting the ear horn that he uses to listen to the sound of his victim's impalement as part of his sociopathy. The sound vibrates to the other end where Salazar is, which enrages Salazar since he's been harassed by a lower classman like Leon. Given that he's 20 years old and has no leash on his emotions, he decides that the time for games is over, prompting him to send Vertigo to deal with this nuisance, since Leon made it personal when he decided to harass him and ruin his enjoyment with listening to impalements. It's clearly shown how Salazar knew Leon was alive and that his motivation for sending Vertigo was entirely personal. In the Remilk, Ramon isn't pushed to his emotional limit at this moment. He's clearly been getting the upper hand on Leon the entire time. He couldn't have known that Leon was alive, so why did he send Vertigo and what was his motivation? The changes to this scene make no sense and not only make Leon seem incompetent, but also deprives the player the satisfaction at seeing Ramon being pushed to the limit, especially after believing he killed Leon, and also deprives the player of any kind of tension with Vertigo's introduction. We now need to get through this cavern. The Navisidors return in this part, demonstrating the ability to move underwater. The Navisidors are always in the same spot, so that still doesn't change the fact that they literally spawn out of the blue when underwater. Also, you need to use your shotgun. The Navisidors refuse to flinch from other weapons, and when you do decide to use your shotgun, it's best to wait for them to attack you so that when you counter them with the shotgun, they'll die instantly. And do not waste your time parrying their attacks, because they do not get put into a knockdown animation that allows you to punish them with a knife execution. They just immediately recover to go into a swimming animation or an attack animation. To talk about this entire area, I'm not really sure what the history of this place is. There are a bunch of dead bodies in white robes on the ground, impaled on spikes, and also hanging from chains. There are also other bodies wearing simple garments, but the majority of them aren't impaled. These bodies in simple garments are probably the former prisoners. Not too sure why the methodology of death is different between these bodies. One of these bodies can be interacted with, prompting Leon to say, "Gave up the ghost, huh?" Why would he be saying this line in response to these very old bodies? If he was saying this line in response to a recent death, there would be more sense, but not right now. Alongside these bodies, there are skulls, some Illuminados insignias, and a bunch of skeletons from a large animal. Why are the skulls impaled on the spikes without the body? And what's with these skeletons from large animals? I assume these skeletons came from cows, which would relate back to Illuminados 4-3, though if this is the case, why were the cows dumped under the castle and not simply slaughtered in the village? And are these white-robed bodies supposed to be the older version of the Illuminados back during the time of Count Gregorio the first Count, or Count Hippolito the second Count? I question if these were the older members of the Illuminados mentioned in Illuminados 3-2 that attacked the castle long ago, so they were likely sentenced to death and killed here. If that much time passed, you'd think they would have decomposed to the point of having their skeletons exposed, just like with the bodies of these prisoners, but apparently not. I guess this is due to the white-robed bodies being impaled on spikes rather than being exposed to so much water. Making our way to the other side of the cavern, we find the prisoner's note. He acknowledges the death of a prisoner before saying that he doesn't know how long it's been since he was thrown down here. When he says thrown down here, it makes it seem like he was thrown down the same hole that Leon was thrown down as well. There's no way that's possible, as he would have been dead. There's no other way he could have been thrown down here, so how could he have been alive for the time being? And why would this area even be used as a prison when the dungeons in the castle could have served as a prison instead? Were these prisoners really wandering the depths and wading through this entire area while they were being held prisoner? That seems rather odd for a prison. He then says that while there were meager scraps of food in the beginning, there is no more food and his captors have stopped bringing food altogether. The other prisoners resorted to drinking the black water. Now, this makes it seem like they were drinking the black liquid, but the liquid we were wading through to get to the other side is clearly not the black liquid. It's just water. Even the trail that Leon makes as he's running looks like water. This liquid looks very different to the actual black liquid in Chapter 7, and it puts into contention the speculation of whether the black liquid is excreted by the plagas or not. If this water was contaminated by the black liquid and the plagas were mined in a different area and don't seem to be around this general area, then doesn't that mean the black liquid is independent of the plagas, so the Resident Evil podcast team is incorrect when they told me the black liquid was excreted by the plagas? Also, does this hold even though Ramon and Sadler fire the black liquid as an acid? Why does Vitoris Mendes not fire black liquid if he had to ingest the black liquid to mutate his superior species plaga further? Jesus Christ, the number of confusing moments is too much to count. But returning to this file, one one of the first prisoners to go mad from the black water was Herminio. While he was initially weak and couldn't even walk, the black water seemed to give him enough strength to kill 2 other prisoners in his madness. Another prisoner named Abelardo also passed away, and eventually the writer of this note. There are more questions raised by this note. Was this prisoner even around during Ramon's time as a count, or was this prisoner from another generation? Was this guy a prisoner of the Salazar family or the Illuminados? Assuming the Salazar family, was he a heretic during Count Gregorio or Hippolyto's time, or was he imprisoned by Ramon? Why would the Salazar family even hold prisoners when they're supposed to be slaying heretics? And wouldn't the dungeon serve as a better prison? Then assuming the Illuminados, were they holding people on these depths to experiment with the black liquid, assuming that the liquid you were wading through was the black liquid or just water made black by the black liquid? The only thing that would support this idea is Isidro creating this makeshift lab in the same area, and maybe they stopped giving food to put the prisoners in a position where they would have to drink the black water, but this prisoner doesn't acknowledge the existence of Isidro's lab, so you would then assume that Isidro's lab was made after the prisoners were dead, which would imply that these prisoners were held by the Salazar family instead of the Illuminados. And also, in order for the black liquid to be effective, these prisoners would have to have been infected by the Plaga, but they clearly weren't since Herminio went mad from drinking it. What would the Illuminados need with prisoners not infected with the Plaga unless these prisoners represented the first individuals to drink the black liquid, which then led to the Illuminados seeing the effects of the black liquid and the dead bodies, and wondering if they should apply it to the Navicidores and the Plagas. But again, whether Isidro's lab existed or not during that time is unclear. And also, you'd think if this was the place where the black liquid came from, there'd be more of it around this area, but the water room in chapter 7 has a higher concentration of black liquid than this area, so what's up with that? I'm just shaking my head at the poorly thought out history and lore present throughout this area. New Capcom had no idea what they were doing with the black liquid. Also, why is there a random zealot just dead in this area? It seems like a recent death because this lantern is lit and his body is among the other dead prisoners in this room. So how did he get down here? None of this makes any sense. Leon manages to find a ladder to escape this area. Once he gets to the top, he begins to hallucinate temporarily, showing that his Plaga infection was flaring. I don't think Leon wading through the black water contributed to this temporary symptom, given that this same symptom occurred in Ada in Separate Ways Remilk, and she had never come into contact with the black liquid minutes before that symptom occurred. Making our way through this waterway, we get to Isidro's lab. The lab is filled with various chemicals. A vast majority of these chemicals are hydrochloric acid and iron chloride because the developers just wanted to reuse assets. Also, I don't know how this is possible, but the chemical equation for the iron chloride is listed incorrectly. Iron is supposed to be Fe, yet silver, which is Ag, is listed in the formula. So either this was supposed to be iron chloride and the formula is incorrect, or this was supposed to be silver chloride and the name is incorrect. That's concerning if New Capcom could miss this kind of basic error, even after copying and pasting this image multiple times on these containers. It makes me wonder if they made basic mistakes with the writing of the lore, which undoubtedly is the case, as the lore has been a complete mess throughout this entire pre-alpha. But I'm guessing because of the hazardous nature of these chemicals, and in the event workers were exposed to the chemicals, Isidro decided to install emergency liquid nitrogen showers on November 2nd, 2002 in order to dilute or cool down these chemicals. Liquid nitrogen showers are real, but they're usually designed to mix the liquid nitrogen with water before it is sprayed onto a person. The water helps in diluting the liquid nitrogen, which reduces the risk of frostbite. I don't think these liquid nitrogen showers are mixed with water though, and isn't it weird how they provide a year, yet not for many of the earlier files? Of the earlier files, we get 1981 being when the Navarro family was photographed, and 1992 being when the ironworks was established. So why did New Capcom decide that now was the right time to include a more specific date? And it's for a file that doesn't relate to major story points. What do you bet that's another indication of how little they cared for the story in Resident Evil 4 Remilk? There's also a body in this lab that Leon can inspect, where he'll say these people are not right, which is another badly timed quote. We're 10 chapters into this pre-alpha, and he's making quotes that are more befitting for chapter 1. I don't get that. And also, what was Isidro doing with this body if his entire noble pursuit was based around the fusion of insect and man, and he's been focusing on the housekeeper that would eventually become U3 for his experiment? What was he doing with this man? Was he experimenting with the black liquid's effects on adults? Was he performing an autopsy on a dead Plaga? If it's the latter, why perform the incision on this dead subject's front instead of his back? I have no idea. And having mentioned the story earlier, we find another file titled The Chronicles of Pursuit 3. In May, 9 years after his awakening, Isidro made a mechanism to disperse the black liquid throughout his body. I don't know if he covered himself with the black liquid or he drank the black liquid, since he says upon the release of this valve, which would imply he covered himself with the black liquid. He then says he's aware that the experience experience will be most painful, but given his undying loyalty to Ramon, he's not afraid of the potential experience. He awaited his trial with great anticipation, believing it to be an honor to suffer through the holy labor of rebirth. That's quite an odd choice of words, given that he felt awakened 9 years before this was written, and you would think his awakening is related to a plaga injection, and that he was injected with the superior species plaga, since he has his intelligence and consciousness, but it's very unclear if Isidro bonded with a plaga or not, so what I mentioned earlier about Isidro being injected with the plaga is probably not true. This will be touched upon in the later parts of this retrospective, but the reason I brought up this idea of Isidro possibly being injected with the superior species plaga, even though this is most likely incorrect, is because of his prior experiments with the Devistadors, and also that the Zealots would have to not identify him as an outsider by knowing he had a plaga. But focusing on his experiments with combining human and insect DNA, the plaga didn't seem to be involved in the Devistadors' creations. If these insect BOWs were created without the plaga and Isidro turned into Vertigo, which is an extension of these experiments, then does that mean Isidro didn't have a superior species plaga in him? And how exactly did he become a much better hybrid of human and insect DNA if his DNA wasn't spliced with insect DNA and he wasn't born in the womb? I mean, this experiment to become Vertigo was an extension of his Navistador research, because for the creation of the Navistadors, his eventual mutation into Vertigo, and the creation of U3 through the Housekeeper, it was all for the purpose of seeking perfection and improving upon the human form. And I'm guessing he knew what kind of form he would assume, as the Housekeeper mutated into U3 before he turned into Vertigo. And that's another thing. If U3 has the ability to infect others with the plagas, then the plaga was used in her mutation, but Isidro's mutation into Vertigo wasn't. I feel like it would make sense for Isidro to be infected by the plaga prior to immersing himself in the black liquid if he experimented on the Housekeeper prior to this moment. I think this requires me to talk about the Chronicles of Pursuit 2 file and the Chronicles of Pursuit Torn file from Separate Ways Remilk. In fact, let me just talk about the Chronicles of Pursuit files, but in chronological order, as the timeline is so confusing. In July, 2 years since his awakening, Isidro is tasked by Ramon to improve upon the flaws of the human form and to seek perfection as observed in their arthropodal siblings. He willingly devotes his entire life to this cause. In January, 4 years since his awakening, Isidro's efforts to transfuse the black liquid into the body are at the precipice of success. He finds out the womb is the key and that a baby is a highly malleable and adaptive subject. Between the 4 to 6 year period since his awakening, the babies mutate into baby Navistador/sacred larvae while they're carried in the chosen females. In January, 6 years since his awakening, the Navistadors are now the size of adult humans and they continue to feed and multiply. Ramon and Sadler are pleased with his efforts and progress, making Isidro happy. Again, the end result of this experiment seems no different to mutating other insects with the black liquid. How can this be an improvement to the human form if the Navistadors have no remnant of human DNA and don't exactly have the intelligence of humans? In October, 8 years since his awakening, Isidro's work progressed into the final stage, the fusion of human and insect. This is such strange wording because he acts like the Navistadors weren't the representation of that final stage. And where is the mention of the womb or babies? Did he get past the need for the womb or the babies? And when he says the fusion of human and insect, is the human in this case an adult? The Housekeeper also volunteered herself for the experiment for some reason. What exactly did Isidro find that made the Housekeeper want to partake in this experiment? And was this Housekeeper infected by the plaga at this point? Isidro says he'll put his whole heart into this endeavor to transcend humanity and make his master proud. In December, 8 years since his awakening, Isidro is at a loss in his endeavors to combine man with insect. Weren't the Navistadors supposed to be that result of combining man with insect? He showed such reverence in their creation. He said at the time that his efforts to transfuse the black liquid into the body were at the precipice of success. He also said that the Navistadors would carry the prestige of his family name as if he had spawned them of his own flesh. He used such strong statements when describing his joy with creating the Navistadors. Why is he implying that the Navistadors were failures unless he's talking about an adult as mentioned before? Their fusion is not coming to fruition and he's losing patience. He ponders on whether he'll achieve perfection. The Housekeeper continues to suffer. Her screams of anguish continue. What was happening to her? Was she given the black liquid or was she given the plaga? Isidro then decided upon two choices. For the first choice, he would continue with his current method, to change nothing but instead widen his search for compatible insect components. For the second choice, it would be a more callous, more immoral method that involved adding yet another completely different organism, which makes sense since she's referred to as U3. Isidro opts for the second choice. While this may lead to failure, he'll not break the deadlock if he doesn't change his methods. Also, the Housekeeper will break if he doesn't make changes. What exactly is the third organism in this remilk? Is it the plaga, which is how U3 ended up with the ability to infect others with the plaga, or was it something else? In Resident Evil 4 OG, U3 was created through the combination of human, insect, and reptile genes alongside the plaga. It was never meant to have intelligence, just to be a deadly BOW. The reptilian DNA isn't mentioned in this Remilk. Also in this Remilk, the housekeeper is clearly not in the process of mutating. Were her genes spliced with insect DNA, or did the black liquid cause her suffering and anguish? Also, were Isithro's genes spliced with insect DNA? If they were, how could he not collapse, mutate, or be unable to do research? Why didn't he apply a third organism to himself if his vertigo mutation is simply insect and human DNA? Also, if it took the housekeeper 5 months starting from October to March to transform into U3, you're telling me that in the middle of that process, Isithro added a third organism's DNA into her? If that's the case, does that mean that the housekeeper was initially infected with a Plaga variant prior to October? And just because the subordinate Plaga erodes complex behavior and thought doesn't mean it erodes loyalty or other simple behaviors or skills. Simple behaviors and skills that I would assume would be a part of a housekeeper's repertoire. Then again, if the subordinate Plaga leads to the development of red eyes and disheveled facial features, wouldn't that impact the housekeeper's ability to do her job? Such physical problems didn't impact the villager's abilities to write notes like the rearing log and the villager's diary with good grammar, which is why I raised the question on what type of Plaga the housekeeper was injected with. In March, 9 years since his awakening, the housekeeper transformed into U3. I'm guessing because of how an adult was used, the grow time into U3 was less than the Navistadors. Also, Isithro called this a glorious union and that U3 represents the fruits of their labor, yet he considered the Navistadors glorious. In April, 9 years since his awakening, Vittorius Mendes wrote to Isithro, who asked him to forgive some servant who foolishly ran away. Okay, why is Vittorius Mendes, of all people, contacting Isithro when Isithro reports directly to Ramon and Sadler? How would Mendes even know Isithro directly? And who is this servant who ran away? Is it that servant named Clement? I don't think so, because he didn't foolishly run away. Isithro let him go. Also, in his note, Clement addressed Ramon, as Ramon has the title of master, so why would Mendes make the petition to forgive Clement? And assuming that Clement worked in the castle, how would Vittorius Mendes know him? And why would Vittorius Mendes ask Isithro to forgive Clement when Clement seemed to be in the process of succumbing to hallucinations and potentially dying? Was that not obvious to Vittorius Mendes, who should be aware of Plaga's symptoms? Why would Mendes even care about the life of one servant when he single-mindedly focused on following Sadler's order to the letter? So therefore, what Isithro does with his servant shouldn't matter to him. The Resident Evil podcast team noticed this behavior from Mendes as well. Also, if this servant was infected, couldn't Sadler just stop him from escaping and fold him back into his flock? Then again, if U3 infected this servant who foolishly ran away, it's possible that Sadler has no influence in this case, but that makes no sense. Why would Isithro develop a BOW who has the ability to implant a mature Plaga into her victim so that she can effectively perform a hive mind technique similar to Sadler? That just comes across like U3 is on the same level as Sadler, and Sadler is infected by the dominant Plaga, which is higher than the superior species Plaga. So how could she have such capabilities? Did this not cross the developers' minds when designing U3? And why would U3 infect Clement when Clement should have already been infected by a Plaga beforehand, so he should have been connected to Sadler's hive mind? I find it hard to believe that there were individuals who came across like they weren't infected by a Plaga, similar to how the caretaker came across in this note. And again, how could these individuals express fear if these Plagas assume total control and connect them to Sadler's hive mind, or in this case, U3's hive mind? I'm just drawing total blanks at this point with this stupid lore and poor storytelling. But the only thing I can think of is that while Isithro may have let Clement go, it was to only test U3's capabilities after she infected Clement. Mendes probably didn't recognize the symptoms that Clement was experiencing because they were triggered by U3's Plaga instead of Sadler's. So this came across to Mendes like Clement was running away. It's not an acceptable explanation, but it's the best I can do. The only other thing I can say is maybe this servant is not Clement, but another servant who got the same treatment as Clement, which is why Mendes thought this servant was running away. Like, I'm going out of my mind trying to piece all this badly constructed information together. Isithro then says that Mendes doesn't understand. This is not a matter of forgiveness or unforgiveness. Only his noble pursuit with the fusion of human and insect DNA matters, for which countless sacrifices are required. This is an odd time to make this statement because it makes it seem like after the Navistadors were created, Isithro experimented on other individuals aside from the housekeeper. Or is he saying this in reference to testing U3's capabilities, which is why these sacrifices were required? Also, this servant didn't exactly die if Mendes noted he just ran away, so why call this servant a sacrifice in this sense? Isithro considers this an honor for all who dwell in the land of their master, which references Sadler, though it would make more sense for him to say Lord instead of Master, so that it doesn't confuse the reader. Isidro then notes it would be impossible to remove it from the servant's body. Hello? Vittorius Mendes didn't ask you to remove the plaga from the servant's body. He just asked you to forgive him. What are you talking about, Isidro? Why would you think that's what Mendes meant? Now it's really coming across like you three infected a plaga carrier with another plaga, and Mendes is asking Isidro to remove it. That's how ludicrous this sounds. Isidro then states that U3 implants her prey with a part of herself, which makes no sense, and she manipulates their consciousness and traps them in a waking nightmare. They are bent to her will no matter how far they try to flee, which again sounds like Sadler's capabilities, which makes no sense. It's only through U3's death that the plaga within her prey can die, because the plaga implanted by U3 is made of specialized cells which cannot survive on their own. At least I'm assuming the it is the plaga, but what about her plaga is so different to the other plagas? Why is her plaga made of specialized cells that can't survive on their own? This is clearly a cheap shortcut in storytelling, on par with saying, don't think about it, just accept it. What kind of half-baked detail is this? This is lazy storytelling at its finest. After this little incident, in the same month, U3, who is considered by Isidro to be his hound, which makes no sense, was chosen to serve as the right hand of Ramon. I'm assuming this takes place after that event with the servant, because it would make more sense for Isidro and Ramon to recognize U3's capabilities first, before having her be chosen as Ramon's right hand. He then says, is two not better than one, which makes him decide to commit his efforts to transform himself into Vertigo. Once again, Vertigo only seems to be a combination of human and insect DNA, so why did he decide to revert back to the old method? In May, 9 years since his awakening, Isidro releases black liquid onto himself. The black liquid entered his veins and circulated throughout his entire body. This, for some reason, led to the creation of Vertigo, assuming Vertigo is still a human-insect hybrid. Is the plaga even being used in this case if the creation of the Visitors didn't involve the plaga? What was he doing with the housekeeper all this time if he just transformed right then and there? Or did he go through the same suffering and anguish that the housekeeper went through? Did he somehow splice insect DNA into himself before immersing himself in the black liquid between April and May of the same year? How does that make sense? The housekeeper took 5 months to become U3 compared to the 2 years it took for the Visitors to be made. Yet Isidro decided to expose himself to the black liquid 1 month after U3 was chosen to be Ramon's right hand. To create the Visitors and Vertigo, did the subjects have to have insect DNA spliced into their DNA before being exposed to the black liquid, or is it the other way around? The Chronicles of Pursuit 1 seems to make the splicing of insect DNA first, then the transfusion of the black liquid, whereas Chronicles of Pursuit 3 seems to make the black liquid exposure the first step before the splicing of the insect DNA. I mean, there is so much confusion here. The Chronicles of Pursuit 3 file is so weird with its information. I don't think New Capcom looked back at how they set up the previous files. They were probably burned out and didn't want to waste time looking back at how they set up their prior information. Also, if Isidro requested the liquid nitrogen showers in October of 2002, does that mean he only immersed himself in the black liquid in May of 2003 or in May of 2004? I'm not leaving May of 2004 out of this, given that Resident Evil 4 Remilk takes place in autumn. Also, how is Vertigo's carapace more developed than U3's if he was made after U3? God, none of this makes any sense. This is some of the most confused storytelling I've ever seen in a Resident Evil title. Let's just move on from this before I lose my mind further. We now need to get the power on to use the elevator. As we're getting to the circuit breaker, Vertigo spawns in, beginning his encounter. I'm calling it an encounter because this is hardly a boss fight, given that it's a time sequence. And thank God it's a time sequence. If it wasn't, this would easily be the worst boss in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. You have no idea how bad his hitboxes are, or how badly thought out his moves are in relation to Leon's general movement and deflection systems. In fact, this fight is so broken and badly thought out that it makes me wonder if the developers intentionally designed the environment in a certain way to allow you to loop him around objects. They probably thought they could get away with making Vertigo incredibly broken and beefy with his HP because of how this encounter is not meant to be treated like a boss fight. There are plenty of game developers out there that often favor this broken model to complement the timed nature to such encounters, especially if said encounter is with an enemy that developers want you to consider to be too extreme for you, so they use artificial means to convey such extremities through broken designs, while designing other aspects of the encounter to allow the player to get through the time sequence without encountering too many poor designs. This is definitely that with Vertigo. Therefore, the methodology you have to use to bypass this broken encounter is as risk-free as using the liquid nitrogen against him and using the rocket launcher. In fact, just use the rocket launcher on Vertigo so that you're not wasting time with this fake boss fight. If you're not using the rocket launcher, then what you need to do after flipping the circuit breaker is go past this fence to trigger Vertigo, stand here, wait for Vertigo to indicate he's doing his tail jab because he always does it as his first move, avoid it by hugging the corner so that he'll hit hit the fence instead, hit the button, then stand here, which will get Vertigo hit by the liquid nitrogen. You can then turn the valve to open the door, since Vertigo always retreats in the vents after being hit by the liquid nitrogen. After that, you'll need to get into this room here. This piece of geometry in the middle of the room is what you can use to loop Vertigo. Maneuver around it in a clockwise direction. Do not get into Vertigo's line of sight when you're lengthwise with the geometry, because he can do some of his bullcrap long-range moves. Try to stay widthwise in relation to the geometry. As soon as Vertigo approaches, move, or try to wait a bit to bait out an attack, then move. Keep repeating this loop until the elevator comes. It's incredibly simple, and it's most preferable if you're trying to avoid a badly designed boss with some horrendous hitboxes and badly thought out moves. And a benefit to using this piece of geometry is it neutralizes the hitbox on certain tail attacks of his, like with the tail jab, or this other tail attack he does, where he spirals it towards you. It's because of this tail attack that you have to go clockwise. The tracking on that move is annoying, and the deflection timings don't make any sense. The spiral tail attack requires you to initiate your deflection at 3 specific points. The last 2 points have very sporadic detection. It doesn't matter what you do, you can try to time your deflections with the rhythm of the attack and it won't work. You can try mashing the parry after the first or second deflection and it still won't work. I mean, this move has no thought with the way the deflections are designed. Your best chance is to hope you get pushed back enough after the first deflection that it'll miss with the other points in this attack. Once the elevator arrives, this is where the luck begins, as you have to run the gambit with a lot of his long-range moves. And the problem with his long-range moves is that there's no consistency with when he chooses to do them, and when you add that to his ability to move faster than you and Leon's sluggish movement, there can be many moments where he'll sprint towards you and initiate his attack at just the right moment, where the distance covered by his attack is enough to catch you. The only things I can say other than get lucky when you're trying to get to the elevator is try to keep the camera on Vertigo as you're running, try to hug the right hand side to be able to move to the other side to avoid his potential long-range slash attack, try to move to the other side when you see his long-range grab or his other attacks, and be careful not to bump into walls as you're making your way to the elevator. That's how the sequence needs to go, unfortunately. Before I conclude this encounter, let me talk about a couple of things. The first thing is that this encounter highlights the problem with not making the deflect system an omnidirectional system. If you're running from Vertigo and he does that long-range slash, if you try to readjust yourself by aiming your knife, the pre-alpha will misinterpret your intentions and think you're trying to spam parry when in actuality, you're trying to adjust yourself quickly in response to this lightning fast attack to set up for a deflection. To work around this issue, you have to aim your gun to readjust yourself so that the deflection doesn't get cancelled out. All of this is the result of the developer's poor design with not making the deflect system omnidirectional. The second thing is with Vertigo's hitboxes. The tail jab he does has phantom range that can hit you even when you crouch under it. It also has phantom range to the sides. The developers designed this move poorly to force you to deflect it. The long range slash has phantom range and the kick that he does has phantom range. This is why you don't use poor designs to make people use mechanics, and with the number of poor designs I've demonstrated so far, it's clear that new Capcom has really let that mantra dictate their poor design philosophy. The third thing is that Vertigo has a habit of sprinting into you, pushing you into a wall, pausing for a bit, then attacking. You can't see because the camera's messing with you. It makes you wonder if they designed this encounter for close quarters engagement. With how awkward it is, it's no wonder why it's best to loop him around objects. Vertigo likes to flip-flop between being in a sprinting status or a walking status. He's very temperamental with these statuses, which is why he has this habit of sprinting into you even when you're close to him. He also has a habit of doing long-range attacks at close range, like with his long-range grab. If he does that at close range when you're expecting another close-range attack, Leon isn't fast enough to move out of the way, so you get grabbed. And don't even think about trying to deflect his attacks. Vertigo drains your knife durability so quickly that close quarters engagements are not encouraged. Not that it even matters with dumb moves like his spiral tail attack with its ambiguous deflection timings. Also, unless you're running high-powered weaponry, the liquid nitrogen is useless. The damage is still quite pitiful. You also don't get any increased damage benefits from shooting his head when he's frozen. The damage you do to him when he's frozen is the same for all of his body parts. Trying to use the liquid nitrogen is also awkward because of how long Leon spends pressing the button and how it slows your movement. The button press animation is also dynamic, as the animation that plays out changes depending on the direction Leon's moving. Sometimes the pre-alpha misinterprets your movement, so you can end up doing the wrong button press animation that makes Leon face the wrong direction, which can give Vertigo a cheap hit. Overall, the poor designs on Vertigo's hitboxes and attacks, the poor mentalities with designing his attacks in relation to Leon's sluggish movement, and the lack of incentive to use the liquid nitrogen after leaving the circuit breaker room unless it's for the purpose of using the rocket launcher on him, forces you to loop him around objects for a simple encounter. It's why Vertigo becomes so forgettable as an encounter, and honestly, that's probably how the developers want you to treat Vertigo. At least in Resident Evil 4 OG, Vertigo didn't rely upon bullcrap hitboxes to damage you. His long-range attacks required a QTE QTE, which removed any moments with unjustified damage. The only attack that was bad was the spiral tail attack, as if Leon's roll was obstructed by something, Vertigo could still hit you with that attack even if you did the QTE. That was bad, but Vertigo only ever does that attack if you're facing him and moving towards him or standing still. The liquid nitrogen could also be used to make Vertigo into an actual fight, as if you remained near Vertigo and forced him to do his attacks, you could prevent him from breaking out of the liquid nitrogen. So it led to an encounter where you had to time when to run away to avoid his attacks, get behind him, force him to turn around, then repeat the process. Repeating this process added a bit more engagement and allowed you to use your knife to defeat him in about 6 to 8 minutes, so long as you hit him at very specific moments. In any other context, this would be considered repetitive and lacking in design, but in the context of a timed encounter within a tank control-based Resident Evil title that requires you to remain close to him and time your movements properly, it's engaging, and the 6 to 8 minute time is an acceptable time parameter. Vertigo in Resident Evil 4 OG was at least more memorable and less badly designed than in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. Just use the rocket launcher against Vertigo so that you're not wasting any time. And on a final note, can I just say how dumb and cringeworthy Leon's quotes are when dealing with Vertigo? They sound dumb, even for Remilk Leon.
Frozen's a good look for you. I think you need to chill out. Eat this. How's that? It's different, huh? We're playing hide and seek, is that it?
It's like, can you actually take the threat seriously or just shut up, please, Leon? At least Ethan Winters didn't spout cringe dialogue in the middle of his fights with the Lords. Ethan Winters is a way better character than Remilk Leon. After that time-consuming dreadful sequence, as Leon is riding the elevator, his Plaga infection flares up again. A splattering sound is heard for some reason, like the Plaga is growing and puncturing his head or other organs, and then Leon collapses, holding his hand to his chest. Another fantastical hallucination begins, only for some reason it's being framed from Krauser's perspective, like Leon is looking at Sadler through Krauser's eyes. What is up with that? Also, if you pay attention to the columns in the background, those aren't the same columns in Chapter 15, so this doesn't seem to be taking place in that sanctuary on the island. Where is this scene taking place exactly? It's unclear. Sadler addresses Leon, calling him a pitiful little lamb. He says that Leon's suffering can end, just like with their newest daughter, who is Ashley. He says that Ashley has joined them in communion and is now of their flesh and blood. This line makes no sense because Ashley's still retaining her independent thought. This line makes it seem like her Plaga has fully matured and has fully taken over her, but it hasn't. If it did, the suppressant wouldn't have had an effect on her in Chapter 13. Of course, the moment where Sadler took control of Ashley in Chapter 7 seemingly complements what Sadler was saying, but you have to wonder why he makes this statement now rather than earlier, and honestly, that scene just provides a lot of confusion with its screenplay. The only thing I can think of is that because Ashley was rendered unconscious after ingesting the black liquid, her independent thought was subdued for the time being, allowing Sadler's hive mind to grow in its influence, so by the time she would regain consciousness, she would succumb to his hive mind, which is what he's probably referring to with the statement, but it's unclear. Sadler then addresses Krauser, saying he will show her the path. Why him of all people? And if it's a hive mind, then technically, Sadler would be the one to show Ashley the path, right? And he's not exactly showing her anything if he's lugging her unconscious body to the island. That's quite an odd statement. Sadler then tells Krauser to go and deliver to these vagrant children their salvation, the vagrant children likely being Leon and Luiz. Krauser then stares at his knife and you can see his reflection. Is Leon actually seeing that? Because he never acknowledges whether he saw the contents of his hallucination, and when he meets with Krauser, he still expresses surprise, even though he shouldn't if he saw him in the hallucination. And you'd think a prominent figure like Krauser would spark more intrigue in Leon if Krauser is now Leon's mentor, but apparently not. If Leon's not going to acknowledge whether he saw the contents of his fantastical hallucination, why bother including it? It's literally Occam's razor, achieving the same result as not including the hallucination in the first place. Like I've said a million times before, this fantasy garbage and changes to the Plagas are so unnecessary, and they only exist when the developers find it convenient. Once the hallucination is over, the elevator opens and Luiz is just standing there somehow. How he got here is unclear because there is only one path that leads to the elevator, and that path is blocked off by rubble. And when you factor in Separate Ways Remilk, the path he took to get here makes no sense. The developers didn't have a lot of sense with designing the environment in the way that complements this new reunion with Luiz in the Remilk. It's like they designed this area and then added Luiz at the last second just to appeal to the Luiz fans that wanted more time with him. Luiz is able to administer the suppressant to Leon, suppressing the Plaga's growth and influence for the time being. Luiz tells him that all they've done so far is buy him some time. The suppressant's effects will wear off very quickly. It does make me wonder how long the suppressant lasts because Leon only starts showing signs that his infection is flaring at the end of Chapter 13, yet Ashley is given the suppressant at the end end of chapter 13, and then in the very next chapter, Ashley's symptoms are showing and she's taken control of by Sadler. The only thing I can think of is that because Ashley was injected with the superior species plaga earlier than Leon, her plaga has had more time to grow, so maybe the strength of the suppressant's effects is indirectly proportional to the growth of the parasite. No idea. Luiz asks Leon if he's ready to go, prompting Leon to tell him not to worry about him. Ashley is the priority. Luiz accepts Leon's response before again displaying how much more eccentric he is in this Remilk by pretending to wield a lance. Leon is not amused and tells him he's going to hurt himself. God, new Capcom is really trying their best to make Luiz feel like Star-Lord from the MCU, aren't they? It's reminding me of how bad their character dynamics were back in chapter 2. Leon then asks Luiz the same question from chapter 5 with why he's trying to help them when there doesn't seem to be anything in it for him. Luiz tries to reassure Leon that he's trustworthy since he said he would help Leon. Leon then says it's hard for him to put his faith in someone who used to work for Umbrella. But I mean, Leon knew Luiz was working for Umbrella during chapter 5, and yet he still helped out Luiz during the cabin sequence. And then after that, he agreed to work with Luiz. And then in chapter 7, Luiz went out of his way to contact Leon to tell him he had the suppressant. It seems odd for Leon to cite Luiz's former connections with Umbrella, despite Luiz taking the time to help Leon and relay essential information to him. It really isn't worth going into because Luiz's connection to Umbrella adds nothing to this supposed story they're trying to tell in this pre-alpha. They don't even talk about his involvement with Umbrella in Separate Ways Remilk. Does Ada even know that Luiz was a former researcher for Umbrella? Did Wesker know? It's never touched upon at all. As I've already acknowledged before, new Capcom didn't exactly make Luiz's background with Umbrella detailed. They just said he joined Umbrella, did some unspecified research for a few years, and then left. How is that relaying to the player the supposed importance of Luiz's former affiliation with Umbrella? And again, if Luiz didn't exactly have a lot of money to leave the village and ran away from the village at such a young age after his grandfather's death, how did he amass enough money to even get into college? How could he even mingle with college students or college personnel if a college environment is very different to a rural village setting? Where could he have possibly gained the social skills to supposedly talk to women? How did he get past middle or high school? Why did he come back to the village? Why would he help the Illuminados? It makes absolutely no sense. The only thing I can think of is that Luiz ran away somewhere between 1981 and 1992. I'm citing these years since he was photographed with his grandfather in 1981, and the ironworks were built in 1992. In Village Records Volume 1, the ironworks aren't mentioned, yet Luiz is. In Village Records Volume 2, the ironworks are mentioned, yet not Luiz, so the ironworks were likely not around when Luiz ran away. That would mean that Luiz was between 5 to 16 years of age. After he ran away, he was probably fostered and educated by the Spanish government or put into the Spanish foster care system. Given his bright nature, Luiz would still remember his last name. Elementary, middle, and high school are free and compulsory for children aged 6 to 16, which was the case for Luiz since he fell within that age range, so he probably benefited from this. Then at some point, he probably gained money through some other small-time jobs while he was doing his high school education, allowing him to enroll in a university, graduate, then work for Umbrella. Of course, why his records in his pre-university years were not found, how he could develop his social skills after witnessing his grandfather's death, and why he resigned from Umbrella prior to the Raccoon City incident are also unclear. That's the only explanation I can give, but it's all complete conjecture. New Capcom is very vague on Luiz's background and what he did at Umbrella, and I can't help but feel like they didn't know what to do with the Umbrella connection. This is only further supported by the intro to Resident Evil 4 Remilk. If the intro to Resident Evil 4 Remilk is entirely framed around Leon and Umbrella is only mentioned once, where's the supposed reason for the developers to try to connect Umbrella to this pre-alpha? Even Luiz confirms this by saying that Umbrella was done for and that Leon doesn't need to worry about them. It's so funny how dismissive fake Resident Evil players are with this story point. I remember people finding contention with Miranda's letter to Oswald E. Spencer in Resident Evil Village, but the idea is interesting as I've acknowledged in my Resident Evil Village retrospective. It's just that the gravitas of this connection isn't conveyed in an interesting way. It's only through a simple letter that Miranda decided to keep with her the whole time for some reason. But at least we know enough of Spencer's history and personality as well as the events of the prior Resident Evil titles to make interesting deductions or theories. But with Luiz in this Remilk, none of that is applicable here with trying to rationalize his former connection to Umbrella. It just comes across as bad or forgetful writing, yet people want to say that Luiz goes through some kind of redemption arc, but in what way though? New Capcom doesn't even set up Luiz's character traits in a way that's conducive to a redemption arc. Luiz is so much of a goofball in this Remilk, and his motivations can feel undefined at times. And with his confusing backstory complementing this, you can't establish Luiz as being the kind of character where a redemption arc can have a lot of gravitas. It just makes me laugh seeing people kiss this pre-alpha's ass like that. The only thing I can think of with making Luiz a former researcher for Umbrella is for giving Luiz more of a reason not to convey to Leon his involvement with making the plagas. If Leon is going to be hostile to former Umbrella employees, then Luiz would be focused on not disclosing much information to Leon, which would make him hesitant to disclose his involvement with the creation of the plagas. Given that in this file he went to great lengths to disappear, this only reinforces this idea. That's the only thing I can think of, and it's such a waste. And considering Luiz's former connection to Umbrella from an overarching narrative perspective, there's no such perspective. Resident Evil 2 Remilk and Resident Evil 3 Remilk weren't exactly set up in a way that contributed to an overarching narrative for this Remilk timeline. And because of this, the use of Umbrella doesn't work well in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. I barely noticed the story when I replayed Resident Evil 2 Remilk and Resident Evil 3 Remilk recently. That's all there is to say at the moment. Once they're finished talking about Umbrella, Leon then presses the previous question onto Luiz, asking what Luiz is after. Luiz replies that he wants to feel good about himself and do something on par with making amends. I'm guessing this is in reference to the weaponization of the Plagas, and he feels a sense of responsibility to Leon and Ashley since they're infected. I assume that's what the pre-alpha wants you to realize, but given Luiz's scenes and how he's constantly portrayed as being a goofball or displaying too much of his eccentric side, you're more focused on that than his supposed regret at making the Plagas. You can't even say he's acting the way he is in order to hide his insecurities, because even then, it feels so inorganic with the way he chooses to hide them. It feels more like fan service than some kind of believable behavioral mechanism for hiding his insecurities. After this conversation, we find the foreman's log. On October 11th in an unspecified year, in what he considered to be the worst day of his life, he was heading out to the village in a mangy boat on his daughter's 5th birthday. The only reason he came was for the pay, and if it wasn't for this, no one would be willing to work in the middle of nowhere in this backcountry dump. So this is an indication that the foreman was an outsider. On October 19, he mentions that those in the castle are always reminding the miners to take care during the excavation. A few workers then started collapsing after inhaling some dust. The foreman believes there's something going on here that those in the castle are not telling them, and that there are too many secrets. He also says he was coughing too and decided to sleep. Who actually hired this guy to come out here? Was it the villagers or the Illuminados? Remember, in Village Records Volume 2, Vittorius Mendes had opened the village up sometime during or after 1993, since the ironworks were established in 1992. And in this same file, Mendes wasn't aware of who the Illuminados were, and the villagers were injected with the Plaga. You see why there's confusion here? The order of events doesn't make sense. In order for the Illuminados to even inject the villagers with the eggs, they would have had to have mined the Plagas already and be aware of the Plagas being in their microscopic spore form before reviving them and making them reproduce through Plaga eggs. But in Village Records Volume 2, the villagers and Mendes weren't aware of who the Illuminados were, so it makes it seem like the villagers hired the foreman's services to mine for something. The foreman clearly indicates that he's receiving orders from the castle, not the villagers. Why would the Illuminados even hire outsiders to help with the excavations when their initial operations should remain in the village area for the time being? Can't they just get the villagers to help? I mean, they have that quarry area in the village, which would imply there were villagers capable of mining. And if the Illuminados were still hiding in the shadows during the events detailed in Village Records Volume 2, how could they possibly hire the foreman? If Mendes is the one with the ability to open the village up to outsiders, how can Ramon hire workers from the outside? There are just a lot of inconsistencies brought about by this log. And you can't even say that the events of the foreman's log took place sometime after Mendes and the villagers were infected, because if they were infected, why didn't the Illuminados use them to mine the amber? Why would they try to contact an outside mining organization? The subordinate Plaga may erode complex thought that would allow individuals to perform complex tasks, but these Ganados can still mine, as why would there be villagers in Chapter 11 if they couldn't mine? It makes no sense. On October 26th, the foreman coughed up blood 3 times and was so weak he could barely move. On an unspecified date in October, his grammar started failing, which honestly feels more like an homage to Resident Evil 1 Remilk with the Keeper's Diary than a symptom that results from the final moments of the Plaga taking over. He also said his head doesn't work and that he's been coughing up blood and is apparently seeing insects crawling. I don't understand the part with the insects crawling. This seems to be a hallucination, but the Plagas aren't insects. They don't even have 6 legs, they have 8 legs. And calling them insects is weird because then it puts into contention the difference between the Plagas and the arthropodal siblings used in the Novisador research. The foreman was also hearing a voice. I already pointed this out earlier, but Luiz's grandfather had similar symptoms to the foreman because he also said his body was moving on its own, which I would say is similar to his head not working correctly, and he was also hearing voices in his head. I'll never understand why certain symptoms of the Plagas are similar to the rabies presented in Luiz's grandfather's journal. Why else would I say that the foreman losing his grammar feels more like an homage to Resident Evil 1 Remilk than an actual diegetic symptom? On the final page, the foreman has been fully taken over by the subordinate Plaga, now that it's fully matured from its spore form, assuming the developers are even treating the Plagas like they're in spore form, because later files indicate that the workers were transporting amber deposits that contained the Plagas. So what does that mean? Did the workers inhale amber dust that contained the Plagas? That makes no sense because the melting point of amber generally ranges around 150 to 300 degrees Celsius, while the human body temperature is around 37 degrees Celsius. It isn't possible for amber that has been hardened for millions of years to melt inside of individuals. And during such mining operations, real-world miners would use tools and machinery that would minimize direct contact with the amber. They would also wear personal protective equipment and follow established safety protocols. But you're telling me this outside mining organization that was brought in for no reason didn't take proper measures to ensure proper mining procedures? That doesn't make sense. And also, when you look at one of the larger amber deposits in Chapter 14, it seems to have grown plagas inside of it. If there are grown plagas, how could they possibly be passed through amber dust into the workers? And based on how long it took for the foreman to turn compared to Leon, it's clear that the foreman inhaled spores. So what's the point in showing these grown plagas inside amber in Chapter 14? I don't get it. In Resident Evil 4 OG, Salazar's men and the villagers were involved in the mining of the plaga. Given that the village is primarily a rural community that isn't as connected with modern times, it's more likely that the villagers wouldn't have access to more sophisticated equipment or personal protective equipment when mining the plagas initially. When Salazar found the plagas seemed to be fossilized remains. Everyone realized at the time that the plagas couldn't survive without hosts and couldn't sustain life on their own, so they thought they were dead. Excavations still went on in the hopes of finding a live plaga. What they didn't realize was that the plagas were actually lying dormant at a cellular level, remaining in a spore-like form. These spores were inhaled by the villagers and were slowly growing into embryonic plagas over the years. Once fully grown, they started triggering convulsions in the villagers, eventually turning them into violent individuals. The idea of the plagas taking years to develop from a spore-like form to a fully grown plaga when they were being excavated in Resident Evil 4 OG makes more sense than in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, where the victims started showing symptoms within a week of inhaling the amber dust. The reason for this is because it makes more sense for them to not be aware that foreign bodies were laying dormant inside of them until years later. Therefore, the possibility of there being more victims makes sense. You have to wonder how mining operations were still proceeding without people knowing what was happening in Resident Evil 4 Remilk if the symptoms were presenting within a week. I feel like more people should have been aware that something was changing the individuals. Plus, with the added physical deformities like with the red eyes and lack of expression, shouldn't that be noticeable to other people not infected by the plaga? And how was Sadler's dominant plaga mined before this moment? Since the foreman praises Sadler in his log, and Sadler's dominant plaga is now a naturally occurring plaga, were they even aware that there was something called a dominant plaga? If this dominant plaga was naturally occurring, why aren't there moments in the Salazar's family history where they document individuals utilizing the dominant plaga? Did Sadler just chance upon the dominant plaga? That's the confusion that arises from making the dominant plaga a natural plaga in Resident Evil 4 Remilk instead of an artificial plaga like in Resident Evil 4 OG. Overall, the foreman's log presents a lot of confusion when taking other files and events into account. The Resident Evil podcast team did have some answers. They said that the foreman's log is actually fairly recent, possibly as recent as October 2004. They believe this because in many of the cases where a half-dated diary is left lying around in the open, it's usually an indication that it is fairly recent. They acknowledge that there are exceptions, but sometimes you need to apply Occam's razor. The mining operation we see in this Remilk is larger than the original. The villagers opened the seal in the 1990s, and since then, the mining operation has expanded exponentially. Because they are still mining huge deposits of amber, it stands to reason that they need outside help to continue. The village was home to only 200 people, which was also another reason why Sadler brought in outside contractors to help. Sadler knew the amber dust that contained the spores would get inside of them in the end, so there would be no risk of the operation being leaked to the outside. They also believed that Sadler would not want people from the mainland during the initial excavations before the plaga was revived, since there would be security risks. A large part of why the Illuminados were able to build up such a large operation is because no one knew what they were up to. The Resident Evil podcast team can't say this for certain, of course, but they can only speculate with what they've got with the lore. I'm not sure how the foreman couldn't see what was happening to the villagers. Didn't he have to pass through the village area to get to the castle, or did he take another way to get to the castle? No idea. As for Mendes and his injection, while he does say in Village Records Volume 2 that the Illuminados injected them with something and it's phrased like he was injected with a plaga at this time, he's using the term us as a collective term for the whole village, so it doesn't necessarily mean he was injected with a plaga. The Resident Evil podcast team also reasoned that because the superior species plaga wasn't around at the time Mendes made Village Records Volume 2, the only other plaga was the subordinate plaga. It wouldn't make sense for the Illuminados to inject Mendes with the subordinate plaga, as they needed his leadership skills to be preserved. The Resident Evil podcast team also mentioned that the subordinate plaga can't mutate so extremely like the superior species plaga can. I assume when they're saying this, they also mean with the black liquid as well. So the black liquid can't trigger more extreme mutations in the subordinate plaga compared to the superior species plaga. The Resident Evil podcast team continued by saying that in Separate Ways Remilk, we learned that only Sadler's top subordinates have the superior species plaga, so this logically includes Mendes. Also, based on how the captive researcher's notes and the superior species reports are written, it's logical to believe that the superior species plaga was made in 2004. In the captive researcher's note, he says on one page that they succeeded in developing the superior species plaga, and then says they plan to infect Ashley with the superior species plaga. In the superior species report, Annabelle mentions that production of the superior species plaga is underway, and that they will reach their ultimate goal. These reports would logically be made in 2004. Based on these reports and the fact that Mendes was injected with the superior species plaga, it's likely Mendes was injected with it fairly recently, or it's a plot hole as a result of the story mismatching between the Remilk and what was established in Resident Evil 4 OG. To add on to what the Resident Evil podcast team is saying, if Mendes was only injected with the superior species plaga when Ashley was brought to the village, and the US government likely found Ashley within a day or more, that would be pretty weird, especially when the superior species plaga needs to mutate in response to the black liquid. And when you add that to the fact that hosts with a superior species plaga go unconscious when given the black liquid for an unspecified amount of time, it would be really weird for Mendes and Ramon to go unconscious for a bit, especially if the time it took Leon to get to the village was little. I definitely see why the Resident Evil podcast team is confused about this point, but also, if the superior species plaga was made in 2004, then that also means that Isidro and the housekeeper did not have the superior species plaga injected into them. Then that would mean the plaga was irrelevant to Isidro and the housekeeper's mutations into Vertigo and U3 respectively. So this gives the impression that Isidro's work involves another kind of vector altogether. Isidro's work has nothing to do with the plaga. Why would new Capcom try to make it seem like this with Resident Evil 4 Remilk? Like, this is absolute madness, and it makes no sense. And hearing the Resident Evil podcast team mention that mismatching between Resident Evil 4 Remilk and Resident Evil 4 OG, it reminds me of how non-cohesive the storytelling was in Resident Evil 2 Remilk, because the developers tried to merge the 4 scenarios from Resident Evil 2 OG into the scenarios we get in Resident Evil 2 Remilk. The merge was very messy, as there were loopholes, continuity errors, and inconsistent character choices throughout Claire and Leon's scenarios. This is precisely why these Remilks are non-canon, because their storytelling is filled with so many errors and confusing moments. But that concludes everything related to the Foreman's Log and other tangents discussed here. Progressing further into the mine, there's rubble that we have to clear out. For some reason, when you examine this rubble, Luiz expresses confusion with why this is a dead end, as this used to lead to the exit. I don't see how though, because this just leads into a vent that allows them to access the blast furnace area. I don't know what Luiz is talking about. He's acting like this rubble wasn't here as he was getting to Leon, and there's no way he got through the vent as it's high off the ground. So how did he get to Leon in the first place? There's no comprehension of the environment being displayed by new Capcom. We then find another file that details where the dynamite to blow up the rubble is. There's also some instructions when using explosives. I don't know if this was written by the Foreman's organization, but why would this be here at this time? I don't see a cult writing instructions like this. This can't be for subordinate plaga carriers, as they're supposed to be incapable of performing complex tasks. Who is this message for exactly? There's no other members of staff on site. There's just a bunch of villagers infected by the subordinate plagas. How does this pre-alpha define a complex task? It's like this file was made before the developers thought of the superior species plaga. At this point, I'm a broken record with how much I've pointed out confusing information in this pre-alpha. We now need to collect the dynamite, which is protected by a bunch of villagers and chainsaw ganados. In Resident Evil 4 OG, this sequence was kinda time-consuming, as there were so many enemies. Killing them took a while to do, which is why you were better off running past the enemies and using your flash grenades to stun them to get the sequence done. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, this sequence can be done using stealth methods, but I don't know if I would call this a stealth sequence. I don't even know if the developers designed this for stealth, because even when you're in a stealth status, Luiz just starts yelling about the chainsaw ganados being dangerous for some reason. The way the sequence works is the male chainsaw ganado can spawn in reinforcements if he sees you. If you're trying to crouch walk initially in order to get past the chainsaw man, you are at the mercy of his very sporadic AI. There is no telling where he goes when he drops down from his spawn point, and at times he's very omniscient. He also chooses to walk or run when he's not aware of you. When he stands still is unclear, but if he stands in such a way that he can see you trying to get to the control room, you're screwed. I have no idea who designed the stealth AI for this chainsaw man, but they did a crap job with the programming. As such, you have to once again game the system and utilize technical knowledge to give the illusion that the sequence works. For the general strategy, you need to take out all the ganados from this spot because you're outside of their playable area. Because you're outside their playable area, you can dispatch them without triggering a combat status upon entering their area. Shoot this lantern when a ganado passes under it, take out the Molotov ganado, then shoot the dynamite to take out this ganado. Bear in mind, sometimes he'll survive the explosion and not take damage. I don't know why this happens, but it only seems to occur with this dynamite ganado. Once he's dead, run over here to make this shovel ganado see you. Shooting him is not going to work. He has to see see you. Since he can't get to you, he'll run back to his leashing spot. This is where timing is incredibly important. As soon as he gets to the top of the stairs, jump down and start hugging the left-hand side as you're making your way to the control room. You'll bypass this Ganado and the Chainsaw Man completely. Avoid the Bella Sister, activate the switch, stay behind her for a bit to prevent her from attacking, parry her chainsaw to temporarily disable it, fire your gun twice to lure the other Ganados in here, get through this door, use a heavy grenade or a flash grenade on the enemies that arbitrarily spawn from the storeroom, throw another flash grenade if the chainsaw enemies are getting close, grab the dynamite, then try to escape while avoiding the other enemies. You'll be able to use the dynamite to bust through the rubble, ending the sequence. This is a pretty dumb sequence with the way the stealth is handled. It's yet again another example of how the stealth was an afterthought in this pre-alpha. Leon then tells Luiz that he handles himself well, even though he's literally been doing nothing in the gameplay of this pre-alpha. He's more of a hindrance than an actual help, with how he sometimes gets in the way of certain strategies. If you were to remove Luiz from the gameplay, nothing would change. It makes me wonder why he's even in Chapter 11 to begin with. Leon is so impressed with Luiz's false capabilities that he questions if he's just a researcher. One has to wonder why Leon didn't voice this in Chapter 5 when they were dealing with far more enemies. Luiz then says he's just an average guy who happens to be quite the ladies' man, which, as I've stated before, is a dumb placement of this quote from Resident Evil 4 OG. It feels so jarring with the way it's utilized here. Leon breaks through the vent and an El Gigante appears out of nowhere and grabs him. Luiz then makes a hilariously feeble attempt to pull on Leon like that'll somehow work. Now is not the time to act like a clown, Luiz. What is wrong with you? The El Gigante throws off Luiz and holds on to Leon. Luiz is able to shoot the El Gigante in its armor and it somehow makes it flinch when that is not what happens in the gameplay. It's so annoying when the cutscenes don't match the gameplay properly. Luiz then goes, "Now you owe me," like saving Leon from his convulsions wasn't enough apparently. Another El Gigante then appears out of nowhere, beginning the encounter. In Resident Evil 4 OG, the double El Gigante encounter was so boring. For some reason, old Capcom didn't bother giving you the ability to drop both of the El Gigantes into the blast furnace in one go. You could only drop one in the blast furnace before you were locked out entirely, forcing you to deal with the second one. The El Gigantes in this encounter had more life than usual, which contributed to a very draining sequence. Dealing with the second El Gigante was simple. You just climb a ladder, drop down before the El Gigante can shake the structure you're on, then knife it while it's in the animation. You repeated this process for about 8 minutes until it died. It's as risk-free as timing when to open the blast furnace to drop both of them. I don't know why new Capcom favored the former route rather than the latter route. The latter route would just be a fun distraction for only a second. The former route is just draining and soulless. They had the perfect opportunity to put in interesting designs like having the El Gigante ram into the furnaces around this area and deal damage in the process, but instead, it was just a bare-bones encounter. This is definitely one of the uglier moments in old Capcom's history. However, in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, this encounter is worse, honestly. You have one armored and one unarmored El Gigante. The only one you can deal with is the unarmored one, given that the armored one cannot be damaged by gunfire. Even though you can shoot the unarmored part of his face and see blood, he's not actually taking damage. Grenades can stun him, though not flash grenades for some reason. This encounter is rigidly designed with flash grenades in mind. If you do not have a flash grenade, you'll have to buy a large resource from the merchant. The reason why this encounter is rigidly designed with flash grenades in mind is because of what you have to go through to drop the El Gigante into the blast furnace. You not only have to expose the parasite, but also incapacitate the El Gigante by shooting the parasite when it's near the blast furnace. There's no telling when the El Gigante gets stunned by a shot to the parasite, and all the while, you have the other El Gigante attacking Luiz that may accidentally hit you in the process. Then you have the other problems with the El Gigante's attacks that I've already acknowledged in Chapter 4. There's also the issue with the blast furnace. Whenever you try to use the blast furnace without stunning an El Gigante, they do this pre-programmed animation of pulling themselves off the blast furnace. I have no idea how these brain-dead BOWs can possibly register that they're going to fall in. There is no way they can feel vibrations when the blast furnace is opening. How do they even know the blast furnace opens? This pre-programmed evade animation can cause them to do weird things, and it's also badly programmed because even when they're literally on the furnace, as soon as they go into that animation, the pre-alpha classes them as immune. Because the El Gigantes don't have many lengthy stun animations, it's why you'll be trying to shoot the parasite instead to incapacitate them. The only alternative is to use a flash grenade. The flash grenade can put the El Gigante into a lengthy stun animation regardless of whether their parasite is out or not. Given that using the flash grenade shortens what would be a time-consuming, awkward process, that's why it's best to use it. The designs here, or lack thereof, seem complementary to flash grenade usage, so you have to wonder why the developers don't give back a flash grenade before this encounter to indicate to the player through proper communication that this sequence is designed with flash grenades in mind. Another problem with this encounter is the cutscenes. The cutscenes that showcase the El Gigante falling into the blast furnace, or when Luiz shows up with the dynamite, can affect the camera and disorient you. They can even shift the positioning of the El Gigantes. So there are those moments where you drop an El Gigante into the blast furnace, the cutscene plays, and the other El Gigante can shift close to you, allowing him to hit you. And you have to also sit through the recovery animation of getting off the switch, and it delays you for longer than you think. So this can allow the El Gigante to hit you as well. And that cutscene where Luiz comes in with the dynamite is problematic, because while you're avoiding or delaying the armored El Gigante, your camera can shift towards Luiz, which will disorient you and allow the El Gigante to get a cheap hit. I don't know why new Capcom needs to handhold the player like this when it affects the gameplay negatively. I get that most gamers don't exactly have the intelligence or capacity to focus on certain events in games, so the developers opt for these handholdy cutscenes or moments where the camera control is taken from the player, but there are far better cues for relaying to the player essential information. You'd think they would have learned from old Capcom's Resident Evil 6, where the cutscenes that aren't letterboxed did not pause the enemies, so the enemies were moving during those cutscenes while you were standing still. This cutscene problem occurred all the time in Resident Evil 6. It's yet another ugly moment in old Capcom's history, but I see that it inspired new Capcom to favor something similar. Also, when the armored El Gigante is attacking Luiz and they're both right near the switch for the blast furnace, you have to spend additional time waiting for them to get out of the way. Overall, the double El Gigante encounter is a very awkward encounter without flash grenades or high-powered weaponry. It's of a worser quality than the double El Gigante encounter from Resident Evil 4 OG. To describe the general strategy, lure the unarmored El Gigante onto the blast furnace, use a flash grenade to stun him, then immediately get on the switch before he recovers. If you want, you can also position yourself during his initial roar animation to shoot him twice in the head with the shotgun, try to bait out his side attack, and get 2 additional hits in. This will expose the Plaga, allowing you to incapacitate him with the flash grenade and put him into a longer stun animation. Something worth knowing is that whenever the El Gigantes get incapacitated through hits to the Plaga, they turn a little bit towards the blast furnace. Not all the way, just a little bit. So there is some leeway with incapacitating the El Gigantes even when they're not directly facing the blast furnace. Once you get rid of the unarmored El Gigante, you now need to survive for a little bit against the armored El Gigante. Luiz can sometimes be slow when leaving the area and will instead shoot this guy for a bit. I don't know why this happens, but it's pretty odd programming. When delaying the armored El Gigante, you can just stay behind him and loop his back stomp attack, though when Luiz's cutscene plays and the camera disorients you, this can affect your ability to move in relation to the stomp. It may be possible for you to stand where Luiz normally comes in and bait the El Gigante there with one of his long-range moves, then initiate the back stomp loop. Or, once you kill the first El Gigante, crouch behind the console to bait the armored El Gigante to come close without having it do its long-range attacks. As soon as it tries to do one of its close-range attacks, run to the spot where Luiz will be, and this may allow the El Gigante to do one of his long-range attacks to get to you, allowing you to initiate the back stomp loop. Once Luiz comes in and the El Gigante is near him, Luiz will plant the dynamite. Wait until the El Gigante is on the blast furnace, shoot the dynamite, then use the blast furnace. This ends this awkward encounter. After leaving the blast furnace room, Leon wonders why the Illuminados are keeping those things cooped up down here. I don't know what things he's referring to. I'm guessing he means the 2 El Gigantes because he suspects they were kept here to guard the underground. Luiz mentions that the underground is sacred to the Illuminados because this is where the Plagas were discovered, preserved in ancient deposits of amber. I'm not sure if he's referring to the adult Plagas or the spore-like Plagas, because if the miners inhaled amber dust, then it would have to be the spore-like form, but we only ever see the adult Plagas in the amber. But it's assumed to be the spore-like Plagas at the time it took for the symptoms to show themselves was about a week. And again, it shouldn't be possible for the human body to melt the amber if it's been hardening for thousands of years. This change with the Plagas being inside amber is odd. I get why they would do this, but when coupled with the other odd story points, it leads to confusion. We then get into the minecart sequences. Now, how you feel about the minecart sequences is entirely subjective. These sequences are really well designed, though I don't really find them to be that exhilarating. And I think a part of that has to do with Leon being the one who's doing these sequences. Because Leon's a special agent, though in the context of Resident Evil 4 Remilk I'd hardly consider him as such, and people with a lot of combat capabilities often do these kinds of sequences in shows or movies, the minecart sequence just feels like another one of those sequences. If Ethan Winters did these kinds of sequences in Resident Evil Village, it would have been much more crazy and exciting, because you normally can't imagine a seemingly normal individual with no fighting experience doing these kinds of sequences. It's why a lot of the set pieces in Resident Evil 7 and Village were quite exciting, frustrating because they were harder to anticipate and they defied expectations in the right sort of way. Here, it just feels like business as usual doing this minecart sequence as Leon. And I guess because the characters have already been acting more eccentric or cavalier than usual in the prior chapters, and also with the fantasy garbage we've been dealing with, I can't really feel these sequences as pushing to a new extreme. They just feel middle ground with their entertainment value. Also, in terms of gameplay, I kinda prefer the minecart sequence from Resident Evil 4 OG. There was more autonomy with that sequence, like using the shotgun to knock over enemies or using the flash grenades to knock over enemies. The latter especially was quite exciting to discover the first time. I just had the thought to use flash grenades and it paid off. There's something about the minecart sequence that never really gets old. The minecart sequences in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, however, can feel kind of forgettable. Also, while these sequences are well designed, they have nothing to do with the normal gameplay of Resident Evil 4 Remilk, so they don't impact my score of Resident Evil 4 Remilk. It's hard to believe that an on-rail section could be better designed than the normal gameplay of Resident Evil 4 Remilk. And while these sequences may be well designed on the normal version, on the VR version, this sequence is terrible because the shooting mechanics of Resident Evil 4 Remilk VR, coupled with the dishonest iron sight, make this minecart sequence unbearable. Shooting the pistols in Resident Evil 4 Remilk VR is so bad, you have to rely upon the laser sight. And for some stupid reason, New Capcom decided to limit the ability to toggle the laser sight to only easy and normal difficulty, so you have to buy the laser sight from the merchant. Unfortunately, for the minecart sequence, you cannot use the laser sight, so you're at the mercy of dishonest shooting. This just shows how clueless New Capcom is with comprehending their designs, or we're just brushing off the importance of laser sights in VR experiences. All these shooting problems in the VR version are the case because they didn't take influences from Resident Evil Village VR. In Resident Evil Village VR, using both hands with your pistol steadied your aim and reduced recoil. And as a side effect of this, the game made your iron sight remain in place and any micro movements in your wrist would not be detected by the game. It was only when you twisted your wrist up or down greatly that it would be registered by the game. Because of this side effect, the iron sights were always honest. Anytime you put your iron sight on an enemy, you would always fire where it was pointing, so long as you were using both hands. If you were using one hand, you would get those moments where the iron sight would be dishonest. This is the model that they unfortunately favored in Resident Evil 4 Remilk VR when using the iron sight on your pistol. Using both of your hands has no impact on the shooting in Resident Evil 4 Remilk VR, and as a direct consequence of this, there are so many moments where your iron sight looks lined up with an enemy, but you just miss. Add that to the projectile-based nature of the bullets, and you've got one of the worst shooting designs ever in a VR experience. This is what you're putting up with in Resident Evil 4 Remilk VR, which is why the laser sight is mandatory for the pistols. You can't use the laser sight for the minecart sequences, unfortunately, so this sequence is rage-inducing on the VR version because of poor designs. On the normal version, though, this sequence is well designed. The general gameplay of this section revolves around leaning to keep the minecart on the tracks, which you can't do while aiming, shooting boards, shooting switches, shooting barrels, and shooting enemies. The enemies die in one shot, but you can also shoot their minecarts in a few shots to destroy them. With the Chainsaw Man, he can only be killed through destroying his minecart, but can be stunned by shooting him when he's about to attack, which is well designed. His minecart has a lot of durability though, and you can only reduce it greatly by shooting a set of explosive barrels all the way up on another track. The shot is rather difficult to nail. The enemy patterns are the same, and the crossbowmen give plenty of time to shoot them and always fire in the same spots, which is perfect for complementing the focus reticle system. The Red 9 also has a faster rate of fire, which helps in this sequence. There is also one instance where you don't have to shoot one particular crossbowman in the second minecart sequence. It's honestly quite crazy how well designed this sequence is in comparison to the rest of the pre-alpha. Why is this such an outlier with its quality? How could the normal gameplay not be of similar quality? It makes no sense. At a certain point in the second minecart sequence, we come across a large Navisa door nest, which is situated under the ballroom. Luiz mentions that this is where they dug up the bugs. I don't understand what he means. He just mentioned before the first minecart sequence that this is where the plagas were found. Now he's saying this is where the bugs were dug up. Why is he using the term bugs? The fact that he's using this term so soon after he used the term plagas makes it come across like he's referring to something different. It makes it seem like he's referring to the insect used in the creation of the Navista doors rather than the plaga. But this can't be. And the thing is, Leon used the term bugs back in chapter 6. So did the actor who played Luiz remember that Leon used this term and accidentally said it here, yet the developers didn't change it, likely because they didn't have the time to change the end product? I don't understand. And if this is the place where the bugs were found, why would there be a Navista door nest here? Why would there be minecarts and tracks around this area? Why would there be an elevator? What exactly came first, the equipment or the nest? Because in order for the nest to be this size, it would have to have been made over the span of years, right? And apparently, some Navista doors chose to leave the castle and go to the island rather than return return to this nest. I don't really understand why the Navisidors are given such prominence in this pre-alpha when they aren't exactly related to the Plagas. The other scene where they seem to have such prominence is during Sadler's final boss encounter, but I'll talk about that later on. Leon and Luiz try to stop their minecart from falling off the tracks. Luiz tries to pull the brake, but it breaks. Luiz then casually gestures that he screwed up while Leon is expressing annoyance like it's something out of the MCU. The minecart falls off the rails, and if you look closely, it's flying over the bridge, but somehow Leon and Luiz jump out of the minecart while not retaining any of the forward momentum generated by the minecart, and they land in the square part of the bridge somehow. I'm guessing they had to do this scene multiple times because they kept screwing up, which is why the placement of Leon and Luiz at the end of their jump is incorrect. We now need to get to the elevator while avoiding Navisidors. I find it silly how there are less Navisidors here compared to the ballroom, which is above the nest. We're right under the nest. We should technically be seeing more of them, but apparently not. So they deliberately made the ballroom Navisidor encounter such a draining experience, yet they deliberately made the Navisidor nest encounter here have far less Navisidors. It's like 4 times less Navisidors you're dealing with in this encounter. I don't get it. But for this nest, you must destroy all 4 of the openings to stop the spawn of additional Navisidors. 3 of the 4 openings can be closed from this spot. The 4th opening can only be closed later on. As you're making your way to the elevator, there are some camouflage Navisidors. They blend in with the rocks pretty well, but at least they're in the same spots. There's also the opportunity to use the explosive barrels to your advantage. Overall, this sequence is better designed and more bearable than the ballroom encounter. We finally get to the elevator, and by the way, you can skip this entire elevator ride the moment the door closes. Why can you skip this elevator ride, yet not the elevator rides in Chapter 12 or the elevator ride in Chapter 5 of Separate Ways Remilk? That's a strange inconsistency. While in the elevator, Leon asks again why Luiz would risk his life for him and Ashley when he doesn't know them. Luiz again states this to make him feel better. Leon doesn't accept his answer, so Luiz finally reveals that he used to work for the Illuminados. And when Leon hears this, he lectures Luiz on the importance of being straight with his answers rather than being genuinely shocked. Why on earth would Leon say this upon hearing this? This is yet again another showcase of his inorganic cavalier attitude. What normal human being would say this? It's like when Hunnigan mentioned that Luiz was a former researcher for Umbrella, and she decided to scoff at Leon for letting Luiz go for some stupid reason, like she was amused by that. Leon's attitude comes across like he's belittling a child. The writing is so stupid in this pre-alpha. Luiz then acknowledges that he knows helping Leon and Ashley won't make up for his former involvement with the Illuminados, but despite this, he doesn't want to see anyone else get hurt. He could have fooled me, honestly. I don't see his prior attitude in the previous chapters as being indicative of someone who doesn't want to see people hurt. If this was Resident Evil 4 OG Luiz, I could understand that, but not Resident Evil 4 Remilk Luiz. His flip-flopping in attitude, his eccentric personality, his casual demeanor that doesn't showcase a hint of subtlety, etc. Even if he was trying to stop Sadler, I just find it hard in the moment to see him as a character who wants to prevent others from being hurt. Leon accepts Luiz's response and says that he better get serious, which is ironic coming from him, given that he's demonstrated time and time again his cavalier attitude. Luiz says Leon's words are harsh coming from a squire, yet Luiz has repeatedly demonstrated how much of a goofball and screw-up he is in this pre-alpha. Once the elevator has reached the top, Luiz begins exclaiming out loud different quotes related to leaving the underground. He's about to finish one of them when Krauser throws a knife at him. Leon, for some reason, is slow to catch on to what's happening. He tries to ask Luiz to finish his quote related to something unimportant, like he was so riveted by Luiz's exclamations for some reason. How does he not notice the sound of the knife impaling Luiz? How does he not notice Luiz grunting in response to something external? How does none of this strike Leon as weird? In Resident Evil 4 OG, Leon clearly notices that something is wrong with Luiz when he hears the stabbing sound and sees Luiz suddenly lower his arms and change his expression to that of horror. Leon is paralyzed with shock at how sudden this event is, which is why there are no words, only slight motion on his part. He's quicker to realize that something is wrong with Luiz than in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. He just can't help but laugh at how slow Remilk Leon is at picking up on the situation. Leon tries to help Luiz, but Krauser jumps down to greet his former student, who he addresses as a rookie. During my blind playthrough, I was confused with why Remilk Krauser referred to Leon as a rookie. I got that he was a major, but since Krauser had never encountered BOWs before, unlike Leon, it didn't make sense for him to call Leon a rookie. However, this actually has an analog in the canon timeline. In Resident Evil The Dark Side Chronicles, when Leon revealed to Krauser that he was on a special assignment for the President to eradicate all manufactured viruses as part of the Antivirus Weapon Protocol number 7600 directive, Krauser could not understand why someone as young and as inexperienced as Leon was receiving special privileges from the president and being entrusted with such an important mission. This knowledge indirectly contributed to his cynical belief that the US government had been using him the whole time. He thought the government forgot he existed if the president was entrusting Leon with this kind of special assignment. Even prior to Operation Javier, Krauser had problems with the way the US government was run, but this new knowledge shook the foundations even more. It's a lot to explain right now, so I'll elaborate later on. But basically, OG Krauser had viewed Leon as something similar to a rookie during Operation Javier. In the Remilk, the only reason Krauser refers to Leon as a rookie is because he's Leon's mentor and nothing else. Leon recognizes his former mentor and is shocked, asking why he's doing this. Now, this is where confusion kicks in. In the canon timeline, weeks after Operation Javier, Krauser had faked his death, having felt betrayed by the US government and wanted to find Wesker. It's how he hid himself between 2002 to 2004, but in the Remilk, it's never indicated if Krauser faked his death. Leon's reaction seems to justify that Krauser didn't fake his death. Assuming he didn't fake his death, what was he doing the whole time? How did the US government not keep tabs on his whereabouts? Was Krauser even remaining active as a major after Operation Javier? I know that he wounded his arm, as indicated in Chapter 14, but does that mean he was discharged and this arm injury is related to Operation Javier? Leon doesn't seem to indicate this. It's so confusing how Krauser could carry out his plan to kidnap Ashley if the US government knew he was alive. And why does Leon say, "What the hell"? Why? How has it not clued into him yet that Krauser kidnapped Ashley? His mission brief clearly stated that the perpetrators involved in Ashley's kidnapping received help from an insider. Who else among the Illuminados would be an insider? Krauser responds to Leon's question by saying he's recovering stolen goods as he picks up the amber sample, as well as killing a few rats along the way. All of it is easy work for him. Leon then finally realizes that Krauser was the one who kidnapped Ashley. I don't know why he took so long to realize this, yet Krauser thinks differently, saying that Leon catches on quick. How could he possibly catch on quick? Leon was slow to realize that BOWs were at play here in Chapter 1. He was slow to realize that Mendes was one of the bugs. He was slow to realize that Luiz was stabbed. And he was slow to realize that Krauser kidnapped Ashley. In terms of physical abilities, Leon was slow to avoid Mendes' attack in Chapter 2, and in the general gameplay, Leon's the most sluggish character ever in the entire Resident Evil series. It's always so funny hearing Krauser say that Leon catches on quick when the prior events showcased otherwise. As Krauser says this line, he's able to super dash towards Leon and hold his knife to his throat to prevent Leon from drawing his gun. Wow. After giving Ada a lecture on how knives were better for close encounters, Leon somehow forgot to follow his own advice when dealing with Krauser. Did they only make Leon act out of character to make a supposedly hilarious scene with Krauser lecturing him on how he taught Leon that knives are faster? I guess at this point, new Capcom is accepting how much they've made Leon a joke in this pre-alpha and are now trying to use this to set up silly scenes like this. I fail to see how I'm meant to take this seriously. And also, having Krauser be the one who taught Leon that knives are faster and better for close encounters is so stupid. By doing this, it removes a sense of autonomy from Leon. It makes it seem like he doesn't have the ability to create his own combat style, only to follow the combat style of another. And furthermore, the contrast in Leon's reaction time is so blatantly noticeable between Resident Evil 4 OG and Resident Evil 4 Remilk. In Resident Evil 4 OG, Leon was able to quickly dodge Krauser's jumping stab, only sustaining a cut to his face. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, Leon doesn't even react fast enough. He's easily caught by Krauser. If Krauser didn't choose to taunt Leon, Leon would be dead. This is yet again another indication of how dense Leon is in this Remilk, and you have to wonder how after seeing that scene in Resident Evil 4 OG, new Capcom decided to portray Leon like this. God, the writing and the screenplay are too hilarious with their poor qualities. Leon decides to follow Krauser's advice. I'm sorry, I'm laughing out loud as I'm writing this, and holster his pistol to draw out his knife. This then begins another incongruous cutscene moment, because as much as Leon wants to show that he's capable in this pre-alpha, he really isn't in the gameplay. Also, I do not like the camera work. You can barely see what is happening sometimes with certain camera angles. The weird cuts between the individual scenes are also an indication that there were some difficulties with mocapping this encounter. Old Capcom had no trouble mocapping Chris, Sheva, and Wesker's fight in Resident Evil 5 in one take, and new Capcom had no trouble mocapping Carlos and Nikolai's fight in Resident Evil 3 Remilk in one take. But it seems the combat styles they tried to favor in this fight got the better of them. And I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like there are times where Krauser's knife disappears. The fighting style that Leon and Krauser are displaying here, where they're targeting specific parts of the body and feinting each other out, is actually a real thing, but it's more so used for training and doing repetitions to develop speed and form, rather than having an actual application in combat. I've heard a lot of people call this a patty cake fight, and it's kinda hard to disagree with them. And given how useless Leon has been in the prior chapters, it's hard to feel anything for this cutscene. I've heard someone say that Krauser is sizing Leon up to assess his combat capabilities right now, like a former mentor would, but that idea would have more relevance if they actually stuck to making a fully mo-kept cutscene rather than a gameplay section. As they're fighting, Krauser gives a compliment to Leon like he's praising any displays of combat prowess he deems acceptable. This is something I'll talk about later on, as I feel like the context for these moments doesn't feel right, despite Krauser being Leon's mentor in this Remilk. Krauser gains the upper hand and kicks Leon away before super jumping over to him and saying that they're just getting started. Leon, for some reason, doesn't voice how Krauser is able to super jump, though I suppose his comment regarding if Krauser was being controlled by the Illuminados is an indication that Leon believed Krauser was infected by a plaga. That being said, every human Leon has dealt with so far didn't exactly receive that big of a jump in their capabilities. You don't see the Ganados, Mendes, or Salazar displaying super jumping or other capabilities outside of the capabilities provided by their human bodies when they haven't mutated yet, so this should make him question how Krauser is super dashing or super jumping. And also, if Krauser was able to gain the upper hand on Leon and Leon gained the upper hand on Ada, does that mean that Krauser's combat capabilities are better than Ada's? I see they indirectly made Ada seem more useless because of this. In Resident Evil 4 OG, Ada made sure to study up on Krauser's combat style in case he ever tried to backstab her, as Ada and Krauser didn't trust each other despite having to work together for Wesker's plans. And in the end, Ada bests Krauser in combat. The same can't be said in this Remilk because the developers made it where Krauser doesn't know Ada and Wesker. I don't know why they made this change, but it's dumb. I'll talk about this later on, but I think it's clear that Krauser's capabilities are better than Ada's in this Remilk, going off the logic I described. Once Krauser says they're just getting started, this begins his knife fight, albeit the knife part of it is very forced. The justification for Leon being forced to use his knife here makes no sense. They're not exactly in a close encounter. Leon is able to put distance between himself and Krauser easily, which should allow him to use his weapons. It's not like he's trying to attack Krauser with his knife to avoid killing him too quickly to get answers from him, because Krauser still rambles on when you're shooting him with your guns in Chapter 14. Why would Leon even humor his former mentor like this when he has to rescue Ashley? It makes no sense. In Resident Evil 4 OG, Krauser maintained close proximity to Leon, and it wasn't so easy for Leon to put distance between himself and Krauser. It makes sense why Leon would be unable to pull out his gun here, so he'd have to use his knife here. Here, it's so arbitrary with its implementation for no reason. But this so-called fight is such a poor reimagining. Why would the developers trade out the opportunity to showcase Leon and Krauser's combat styles through a cutscene? The kind of moves they're able to do are not possible to recreate through regular gameplay. Instead, we're just seeing basic animations play out. There are occasionally some cam deflect animations that showcase something different, but they're still simple in their presentation, and it's such a disconnect from the previous cutscene where Krauser was avoiding Leon's moves effortlessly to now getting hit all the time and shrugging off knife hits like they're nothing. It feels like a case of ludonarrative dissonance. If Krauser is able to take so many knife hits and shrug them off, why would he even need to deflect you? He already hyper armors through your attacks at times. In Resident Evil 4 OG, you could see that Leon and Krauser were evenly matched, and they weren't just taking knife hits like they were nothing. They were narrowly avoiding attacks because the hits mattered. This also got translated into the gameplay of Krauser's boss fight, as Krauser flinched consistently from the knife. There is no ludonarrative dissonance displayed in Resident Evil 4 OG from this context. And also, because this encounter is treated like a boss fight instead of a cutscene, the problems rampant throughout Resident Evil 4 Remilk become an issue here, and you need to have a lot of technical knowledge to bypass or mitigate the poor designs at play here. Krauser's HP is very inconsistent in both of his encounters. A subscriber of mine mentioned that the inconsistencies are down to critical hits. The regular knife stabs and the melee attacks deal critical hits to his body parts in this encounter. The same is true with your guns to a certain extent in Chapter 14. While this may be true, I don't understand how the critical hits can feel staggering at times. It's staggering to the point of feeling like poor programming rather than an intended design choice. It can make you think the adaptive difficulty is being drunk in its calculations, and believe me, there are way more confusing moments with Krauser's HP in his Chapter 14 encounter. There's also the issue with the QTEs. The QTEs that Krauser does can be unresponsive if you're in an attack animation, and a lot of the times you're going in with knife stabs during moments where Krauser is vulnerable, but if your input stacks or Krauser cancels into a QTE, you'll be unable to do the QTE. Krauser also gets a tremendous amount of phantom range. In fact, every single one of his hits has phantom range because the developers want you to parry him. So this is a fine example of the developers using poor designs to force mechanics on you. The problem is, the phantom range is complemented by his artificial ability to glide towards you like it's a paired animation animation system, and when he jumps behind you, trying to run from him doesn't work because of this gliding problem and phantom range. So when he jumps behind you, you're forced to parry him, but if he does this incredibly bullshit running grab that has phantom range and cannot be interrupted, deflected, or crouched under, you're screwed. And he moves way faster than Leon when he does that move. And then this also complements the issue where the deflect system isn't omnidirectional, which forces you to always face in his direction. When combining these issues together, there are many moments where he jumps behind you, you try to turn to face him to set up for the deflection, given that running away isn't possible because of his phantom range and gliding garbage, but then he does the running grab instead. You then try to run backwards to avoid the attack, but because Krauser moves faster than you and gets phantom range, and Leon is incredibly slow when turning to run backwards, you get grabbed through a cheap manner. This happens frequently, and it's rage-inducing. And if you're standing with your back to a wall, this doesn't stop Krauser from trying to jump behind you, so Krauser gets displaced from his initial landing position. This disorients you, and you get screwed by poor designs. Whoever thought this was a good idea when designing Krauser's grab and jumping capabilities like this has no comprehension of their own designs and are complete dumbasses for doing this. I said before that the Devistadors have the worst grab in the entire pre-alpha, but honestly, Krauser is infinitely worse because he takes advantage of more poorly designed systems than the Devistadors. And speaking of grabs, there's another grab that Krauser can do where he'll do a downward attack with his knife. The first time you deflect this attack, it will force you into a cammed animation of getting into a struggle with Krauser. The grab doesn't deal damage to you immediately like the other grabs in this pre-alpha, but if you have your repeated button input type set to hold for doing the QTEs, you cannot break out of this grab without taking damage. And it's not a small amount of damage I'm talking about. It's almost a fourth of your health. Imagine if you were in yellow or red health. So much for accessibility options. This is new Capcom's way of punishing people for favoring this option. It's one of the most dense designs I have ever seen in gaming history. I don't think I've ever seen any other developer be that incompetent when designing a QTE in relation to a hold or tap option for a QTE. And the thing I don't understand is that the repeated button input type doesn't just affect your QTE inputs, but your knife inputs as well. So if you're someone who prefers to hold the attack button to knife repeatedly and you deal with the stupid grab, you're gonna take damage every single time. Why on earth do they not give separate options for QTEs and knife attack inputs? These are mutually exclusive inputs. They should not be in the same option. That is seriously amateurish of the developers. But the only way you're going to break out of this grab without taking damage is to set your repeated button input type to tap repeatedly, then use both of your index fingers to mash the button. If you set your input type to hold, you'll have to go to the menu when this grab animation starts and set it to tap repeatedly. You should not have to do this to bypass this moment of inconvenience due to the developer's idiocy. The only silver lining here is that Krauser can't put you into this grab again, so when you do deflect it again, it will be classed as a perfect parry. There can be those times where it'll be classed as a regular parry instead, but that mainly happens if your timing is a little late and he does the attack without doing the 4-hit combo that precedes it. Krauser also drains your knife durability a lot, and if you don't have many knives, you'll have to deflect his throwing knife, which will drop to the ground. I don't know why you have to specifically deflect it when you could just pick it up when it embeds into a wall, but that didn't cross the developers' minds, unfortunately. It is possible to do this encounter with one boot knife, but it does require cheesing him to avoid any moments where he'll drain your durability greatly. Krauser also has his QTE moves, and when you dodge them, he is vulnerable to being hit more than once with a knife. There are a couple of situations where you can hit Krauser at least 2 times in rapid succession with the knife, but they're hard to describe and aren't really worth it. Krauser's QTE melee attacks can't actually kill you, but he can kick you off of ledges. It's funny how he's able to kick you off, yet you can't do the same to him. Gotta love that kind of illogical design. But overall, Krauser's knife fight is nothing more than a damage race, requiring you to lay into him a lot in order to bypass poor designs, but at the same time, laying into him a lot can cause him to do other annoying attacks. There is a way to use an exploit to your advantage, which is actually something I discovered on the VR version. And having mentioned the VR version, this fight on the VR version is atrocious, because certain hitboxes are broken on the VR version to the point where they can hit you through your guard for some stupid reason. The worst attack he has is the 5-hit combo that he does in the second phase and also in chapter 14. For some reason, the second hit on that combo can hit you even when you're guarding, and strangely, if you get hit by the first attack, the second attack can magically be guarded against. Once again, new Capcom demonstrates how far below the baseline level of incompetency they are. How do you miss something that obvious, something that always happens with that combo, and still release the VR version? New Capcom must really be trying to set a new record or earn their Raspberry Award with how incredibly low their standards are. Oh, and that grab that Krauser does upon deflecting him, it's almost impossible to mash the button for the QTE fast enough to avoid taking damage, given that you can't exactly use both of your pointer fingers to mash a button on a VR controller fast enough. To summarize the differences with Krauser between the regular version and the VR version, normal Krauser is fine on the regular version, but broken on the VR version. Mutated Krauser in Chapter 14 is broken on the regular version, but better on the VR version. What kind of flip-flopping in quality is this? God, New Capcom is the most inconsistent developer I've ever seen in gaming history. But I mentioned the exploit earlier. For the exploit, if you stand on certain parts of this arena, it makes Krauser act weird. Rather than attack you, he'll try to get close, back up, and then jump over your head. By taking advantage of this, you can effectively stun lock him. The place where you need to stand is right by this razor wire. So to do the exploit, try to stun Krauser with a perfect parry, stand in this general spot near the razor wire, then knife Krauser in the leg to stun him. Do not knife him too fast because he can deflect you and push you back a bit. When you hard stun him, do not go for the melee attack. Let him come back to you to repeat the process. After hitting him 12 times, he'll go for a QTE melee attack, so prepare for that. You then need to knife him quickly, which will prompt him to jump over your head. As soon as he does this, run to the exploit area and stand right here. Repeat the process. The good news is, he'll be unable to do any QTE melee attacks, so you can end the encounter easily. This is what you should be doing to stay up on knife durability and bypass the poor designs on his moves, his hitboxes, and his stun systems. This entire encounter is a massive disgrace to the original Resident Evil 4, and it feels like New Capcom didn't want to put in the effort to make a fully mocap cutscene between Leon and Krauser, so they opted for simple, silly gameplay against Krauser that brings out many of the poor designs of Resident Evil 4 Remilk full circle, with very simple animations playing out and opportunities for exploits to be used. The fact that this has poor designs and it's this simple to pull off the exploits makes me wonder if the decision to turn this into a gameplay section was done at the last minute, contrary to what New Capcom said in their interviews. They said that the flex system inspired them to make this a gameplay section, but given the ways that the flex system is forced upon you and the other problems with Krauser's moves that bypass the flex system, I hardly find that to be true. It's all just a joke in the end, like the rest of this pre-alpha has been. Having talked about the pitiful quality of the gameplay, let me talk about the quotes. When Leon asks if Krauser was being controlled by the Illuminados, Krauser says this has nothing to do with them, as he's a free man who made a choice. I don't know why he uses the phrase free man. I assume he's saying this to convey that he felt like a pawn with the way the US government abandoned his unit during Operation Javier, and to also mock the idea that America supposedly embraces freedom, but it feels stilted in its implementation. Leon says he's not thinking straight, but Krauser retorts by saying that his mind's clearer than it's ever been in the past, since he feels that most of what he's been led to believe for most of his life has been a lie. I know the feeling. He then demands that Leon focus and show him what he's got. Krauser's fixation on Leon really doesn't make any sense to me. What is it about Leon that is so different from the rest of Krauser's unit? Surely, Krauser has trained other individuals, not just Leon, right? If Leon wasn't there during Operation Javier, why is Krauser fixated on him? I'll need to elaborate on this point later on. Leon asks why a soldier like him would work for the Illuminados. It seems odd that Leon would use the phrase, a soldier like you, because that just comes across like Leon's a patriot, but surely he should be disillusioned with the US government a bit, as he expressed during the introduction, especially when the US government likely covered up the Raccoon City incident in this Remilk timeline. I don't know. It comes across like Leon is naive and that he believes being a soldier means you're indebted to the US government, but after Raccoon City and knowing the events that transpired in Operation Javier, I feel like Leon should be saying something different, not using the phrase, a soldier like you. Though I suppose in this kind of emotionally charged situation, Leon's mind has to access the closest relative word that he's assigned to Krauser for most of his time together. Krauser responds by asking if Leon forgot about Operation Javier, where Krauser's entire unit was wiped out by the US government 2 years ago. The US government had killed them all without honor and without mercy, and in a completely exaggerated tone.
Only devastating power!
Because of this, Krauser thought it justified to seek the same for himself. Leon tries to say that while he understands that what happened was unforgivable, that doesn't give Krauser the right to hurt innocent people, to which Krauser responds by saying that Leon is still a kid, holding on to fantasies of what's right and wrong. That's really all the important quotes we get from this encounter, but this is a big indication that this pre-alpha is non-canon. Operation Javier did not involve a unit or the US government being corrupt. Operation Javier involved the T. Veronica virus from Resident Evil Code Veronica X. It was done to showcase the growth of the BOW arms race and how BOWs were being used globally. I'll explain how the canon version of Operation Javier actually went when we get to Chapter 14. Krauser gains the upper hand again and kicks Leon away. He's about to finish Leon off when Luiz somehow regains consciousness, drops down from where he was, and shoots Krauser's knife. Somehow, Krauser is able to hold on to his knife even after it's shot, which makes no sense. Luiz then tries to shoot Krauser again, but Krauser super jumps to avoid the shot, and I'm guessing Luiz ran out of ammo given that he doesn't try to shoot Krauser again. Krauser is done toying with Leon or sizing him up or whatever, and expresses his disappointment at Leon by telling him that he hasn't changed a bit, which made me laugh when I heard this in my blind playthrough. It really felt like Krauser broke the fourth wall. I completely agreed with Krauser. Leon hasn't changed one bit from Resident Evil 2 Remilk aside from his bleak personality in this Remilk. If anything, he's more inferior in Resident Evil 4 Remilk than in Resident Evil 2 Remilk. All the new mechanics of Resident Evil 4 Remilk just feel like lies to cover up how useless Leon is. I literally recalled all the dumb moments with the mechanics throughout my entire time playing Resident Evil 4 Remilk when Krauser said this. Krauser then leaves, allowing Leon to check on Luiz. The developers try to pass off Luiz's death like it's something sad and redeeming, but how am I meant to feel anything when Luiz has barely been around and he's been a bad character with stupid dialogue, a goofy attitude, and confused motivations? There is no subtlety or progression to extract from Luiz that makes his death meaningful, and having Luiz be killed by Krauser instead of Sadler makes no sense from a player investment standpoint. Because Luiz is killed by someone that Leon has a personal connection with as a student, it creates a jarring disconnect later on when Leon talks with Krauser in Chapter 14. You have Leon trying to reason with Krauser, which he shouldn't be doing if he killed Luiz. You have Leon saying that Krauser is doing all this for revenge, but Luiz's death has nothing to do with it. Luiz isn't mentioned once during Krauser's boss fight. Having Krauser kill Luiz removes any kind of meaning for Luiz, and it's so weird for Luiz's death to come directly after Leon and Krauser were talking about Operation Javier. It makes the pacing feel bizarre at this moment. In Resident Evil 4 OG, when Luiz is killed by Sadler, it served as one of the factors that built up Sadler's boss fight. Sadler's the main antagonist. We're going to fight him, but Luiz's death provided additional motivation for the player to take down Sadler. The files that we get later on that talk about Luiz's work reminds us again that Sadler killed Luiz. Luiz's goal was to take down the Illuminados, so it feels like you're fulfilling Luiz's goal by taking down the leader of the Illuminados, the same man who killed Luiz. There is no jarring disconnect created in Resident Evil 4 OG. Luiz isn't lost amidst another side antagonist sub-story because Sadler's the one who killed him. But in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, by having Krauser kill Luiz, it creates a messy juxtaposition of Luiz's story and Krauser's mentor-student relationship with Leon that in the end has no meaning in terms of setting up Krauser's boss fight. And I know Leon curses Krauser out after Luiz dies, but that's more so an excuse than a build-up towards something. It feels like it's undermining Luiz even more and serves as a poor ending to his character, basically. Luiz gives Leon the key to his lab to remove the plagas from his body and Ashley's body, like Leon somehow knows about the island facility. And why didn't Luiz tell them earlier about his lab for removing the plagas? He told them about a surgical procedure that's not related to the special radiation device and that he had a plan, yet nothing about the lab or about the special radiation device. You'd think he would have elaborated further through the radio or something. What's the point of setting up a way for Luiz to contact Leon if they're barely going to say anything or just say a bunch of dumb quotes? If the antenna array that Krauser set up was jamming only the long-range communications and not the short-range communications, then that should mean that no one was monitoring the short-range communications. If Ada's going to be contacting Leon or Wesker, then that must be an indication that no one was monitoring the short-range communications. This doesn't make any sense. Leon lights one last cigarette for Luiz before Luiz tells him he led a pretty shitty life. Shitty in what way, though? Is he talking about his life starting from when he worked for Umbrella? Did he even work on BOW research? All his report said was that after graduating from college, he worked for Umbrella's research division. That doesn't necessarily mean he worked on BOW research. Umbrella handled household medications and chemicals, pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, and healthcare as part of their public image to hide their clandestine BOW research. It'd be really weird if Luiz was immediately brought in to secretly do BOW research if he simply applied for a job at Umbrella like a regular person. And if he did do BOW research, I don't think he can just simply resign and be on his way. I doubt Umbrella would tolerate that. But then again, if the developers are going to make Luiz a former member of Umbrella, they would have to make that significant by making Luiz do BOW research for them. The Resident Evil podcast team mentioned that Luiz worked with Umbrella's Europe Laboratory 6 team while they were developing artificial parasites, including the Any-Alpha parasite, which was the parasite given to Nemesis. This team was responsible for the creation of Nemesis, which is actually mentioned in Resident Evil 3 OG, which I didn't know, but Luiz had left Umbrella long before they began work on Nemesis. Essentially, Remilk Luiz applied his knowledge from working with Umbrella's Europe Laboratory 6 team to the Plaga research for the Illuminados. Of course, why he even decided to return to his village or work for a cult that completely subjugated the village is never made clear in this Remilk. I still find it completely redundant to say he led a shitty life because Leon knows that Luiz worked for the Illuminados. He's seen their BOWs, he's seen the fantasy garbage, so why would this be one of Luiz's last words? After making this redundant statement, Luiz asks Leon if he believes people can change, which amused me during my blind playthrough because it reminded me again of how how bad Leon's character is, but it also reminded me of how bad the characters were and how it was all the result of Anpo-san, the director of this pre-alpha. People can change, Luiz? Well, the former director of Resident Evil 5 OG, one of the greatest Resident Evil titles ever made this pre-alpha and ruined the story, characters, and gameplay so much. In this case, the director changed for the worse. This quote is a joke all on its own. I just cannot take this entire death scene seriously. I can't help but feel like the developers made Luiz work for two different organizations making BOWs, so that when Luiz asks Leon if people can change, this then relays to the player, oh, even though he works for two evil organizations, he can still turn to the side of good. Even with a very strong background in evil, you can still be good. I would probably appreciate this if the Umbrella connection actually meant something and wasn't treated like an afterthought. It just feels like insubstantial, retroactive storytelling that doesn't mean anything in the end. And also, why doesn't Luiz tell Leon to get the amber back, considering how dangerous the amber is supposed to be and how much Luiz wants to put a stop to the Illuminados? Shouldn't he tell Leon to get it back? That was literally part of Luiz's last words to Leon in Resident Evil 4 OG. He told him to get the dominant Plaga sample back from Sadler. He trusted Leon enough to tell him this before he died, even though he made a deal with Ada to get the sample for her. It makes sense for him to tell Leon in the event that Ada failed to get the sample, especially when he knew that Leon was one of the rare survivors of Raccoon City. He knew that Leon wouldn't want a repeat of that terrible incident. Luiz wanted to do everything he could to stop Sadler from conquering the world with the Plagas. But in the Remilk, it's like Luiz completely forgot what his initial motivations were, and he voiced in a later email that he didn't know whether to trust Ada's group or not. But despite this, he still trusts Ada enough to not press upon Leon the importance of getting the amber back. But why? He knew that Ada was infected by U3. What if she didn't survive? And I fail to see how Leon's knowledge of the amber could possibly affect Ada's retrieval. Luiz is completely foolish for withholding the importance of securing the amber to Leon. This is yet another reason why Luiz's death holds no weight in this pre-alpha. What a pathetic character. I pity all the fake Resident Evil players that believe Luiz goes through some kind of redemption arc in this pre-alpha. Leon gives his final words to Luiz, calling him Don Quixote and a fine knight. Luiz did absolutely nothing during the gameplay. He constantly made dumb quotes, his motivations and character moments presented with confusion. I'm not paying any respects to this botched up version of Luiz. Leon then curses Krauser out, which has no significance as he doesn't mention Luiz once during Krauser's Chapter 14 encounter. Like I said, this feels more like an excuse from the developers more than anything. As Leon is riding an elevator, Ada contacts Leon, telling him that Ashley is at the clock tower. I assume she's doing this so that Leon can draw the cult's attention away from her as she's chasing Krauser in separate ways Remilk. Leon jests that she isn't heartless after all, which presents as odd timing, given that he could have said this at the start of Chapter 10, since that point of contact with Ada took place after Ada told Leon in Chapter 7 to forget Ashley. Leon sarcastically questions if he should be thankful, to which Ada says he should. At this point in my blind playthrough, I really started to view Leon and Ada's talks as nothing more than getting a new objective, given how insubstantial the dialogue was. In fact, relating this to Krauser almost killing Leon, in Resident Evil 4 OG, Ada is the one that saves Leon from Krauser. That has a lot more meaning than with Luiz intervening to save Leon from Krauser, because in Resident Evil 4 OG, Ada, Krauser, and Wesker were working together. Krauser was loyal to Wesker even though Wesker secretly viewed Krauser as an expendable pawn. Ada knew that Krauser and Wesker didn't trust her, but she still went along with the mission to fulfill her own objective of retrieving the dominant Plaga sample for the section of the rival organization that didn't trust Wesker. Throughout Separate Ways OG, there were times where Wesker wanted Leon eliminated, given that Leon was a wild card in potentially interfering with Wesker's plan, and he was a survivor at Raccoon City. Ada didn't wish to go through with it, but she still had a mission to do. This was all part of her ambiguous moral compass, and it would be tested when Wesker dispatched Krauser to eliminate Leon. Having Ada save Leon from Krauser actually meant something, and it gave her more of a presence in Resident Evil 4 OG. I know people may be confused with why Krauser didn't just call Wesker and tell him that Ada betrayed them and saved Leon, but remember, Ada acknowledged that Krauser was falling to the temptation of the Plagas and the power they represented. So maybe this temptation, as well as this direct confrontation with Leon, who was someone Krauser had a huge grudge against, threw him off mentally, which is why he focused more on dealing with Leon rather than contacting Wesker. Ada also acknowledged that these temptations would pose dire consequences for the rival organization, but on some level, these temptations were necessary, as Krauser's role was to disrupt this farce of a play. I'm not entirely sure what Ada means, but she does say that Krauser will play the patsy and take the fall. Based on this would complement Krauser being an expendable pawn, and maybe this viewpoint was shared by both Ada and Wesker. Also, in the Japanese version of Ada's report on Krauser, she notes that Krauser displayed behavioral patterns that showed threatening movement. She also says that Wesker sending in both Ada and Krauser was for the purposes of monitoring each other. This seems to complement the idea that Wesker doesn't trust Krauser, and also complements the idea that Krauser and Wesker didn't trust Ada. Wesker already had a backup plan in the event Ada betrayed him, where he would extract the dead dominant Plaga sample from Krauser if he died. It might be harder to work with a dead dominant Plaga sample than a live dominant Plaga sample, but it's better than nothing. This is indicated in the supplementary guide for Resident Evil The Dark Side Chronicles called Inside of Biohazard The Dark Side Chronicles. This backup plan was similar to what happened in Resident Evil Code Veronica X, where Wesker managed to extract an enhanced version of the T Veronica virus called the T Alexia virus from Steve Burnside's corpse. Also, remember that Ada told Krauser that she knew Wesker way before Krauser did, which is an indication that Wesker's behavior is not as predictable as Krauser believes. Relationships between business partners are often very complicated with mercenaries or bounty hunters in shows and movies, for instance. Also, even if Krauser told Wesker about Ada's betrayal, Wesker had more to gain from Ada completing her mission than telling her he knows about her betrayal. After all, Wesker couldn't afford to have Sadler and the Illuminados be such a major threat, and just because she saved Liam doesn't mean it's a full-blown betrayal. Ada was still going to retrieve the sample anyway. She just didn't want Leon killed. In fact, an argument could be made that Wesker suspected Ada of not being honest about her supposed attempts at eliminating Leon, and that Krauser did tell Wesker about Ada saving Leon, but Wesker feigned ignorance. It's what I would expect from someone as cunning as Wesker, to use an expendable pawn like Krauser to expose a duplicitous spy like Ada. You see, Wesker was aware that Ada came into contact with Leon during Raccoon City and was displeased that she would try to team up with him and risk the success of her mission to retrieve the G-Virus, even if she did deliver a G-Virus tissue fragment in the end. Applying that knowledge to Chapter 3 A Separate Ways OG, it makes sense why Wesker would task Ada with eliminating Leon, given that he had previously come close to interfering with Ada's mission during Raccoon City. Even after being told by Ada that Leon has no idea what's going on, Wesker reminded her that Leon was a survivor of Raccoon City and that they can do without the extra distraction. I think Wesker was subtly hinting back to the displeasure he showed Ada upon learning that she had teamed up with Leon back in Raccoon City. Wesker only halted Leon's execution upon learning that Sadler had reacquired the dominant Plaga sample after killing Luiz and that Ada had not killed Leon yet. Wesker thought it best to take advantage of the distraction Leon was providing the Illuminados to retrieve the dominant Plaga sample. Afterwards, Ada had gone to secure a boat to get to the island complex, where she knew Sadler and many Plaga specimens were. In the middle of doing this, she had left Leon a note talking about a potential surgery option for removing the Plaga, which was referring to the special radiation device. Eventually, she found a boat and Leon happened to arrive after taking out Salazar, which made her offer to take him to the island. I would guess that because Leon arrived at the island facility at the same time as Ada, Wesker believed that Ada was not being totally honest about her contact with Leon. Krauser may have also confirmed Leon's presence on the island to Wesker prior to the conversation he has with Ada. Either that, or Wesker likely used his Umbrella satellite to see what was happening. It is a little odd that the cutscenes of Separate Ways OG don't show more of the satellite in action, as Wesker should be able to see what's happening most of the time, though I suppose with an entire BOW arms race to manage, as well as the activities of his HCF team, he probably can't monitor the entire operation all the time. This seems to be the case as Ada was rendered unconscious by a tranquilizer dart for a couple of hours, yet Wesker never said anything. During the conversation Krauser has with Ada where he asks for an update on Leon, Ada says that Leon's not making it easy. I think it's clear that Krauser also has similar suspicions to Wesker regarding Ada and Leon's contact. The accusatory look he gives Ada after he says that Sadler sniffed out their little game, accompanied by the tone of the music, complements what I'm saying.
It seems he sniffed out our little game.
Perfect.
The use of the phrase little game, followed by the look he gives Ada, is meant to say in a subtle manner, "You've been playing us, haven't you, Ada?" And while he doesn't directly reveal his suspicions, when he says to Ada that he and Wesker don't trust her, and that he'll kill her if she tries to do anything clever, this was clearly meant as another subtle way to hide his suspicions about Ada and Leon's contact underneath such a direct and conspicuous phrase. It's an innuendo, basically. And then later on, when Wesker contacts her to tell her that Leon is putting a lot of pressure on the Illuminados and that their destruction is only a matter of time, Ada tries to say that once Leon gets Ashley back, his job will be finished and he'll no longer be a distraction. However, Wesker instead decides to send Krauser to finish off Leon, while telling Ada to focus on recovering the dominant Plaga sample. He didn't decide upon this because he all of a sudden decided that Leon was useless. He did it to confirm his suspicions on Ada. These suspicions were also reinforced by other points. The Kaitei Shinso describes that before the events of Resident Evil 4 OG, Wesker was in contention to lead the rival organization and invited Ada to come and assist him again, having built up a professional working relationship since the Raccoon City incident. Ada accepted his offer, but she was secretly reporting back to the upper hierarchy of the rival organization who were secretly plotting Wesker's removal, citing him as an uncontrollable spark that could burn the organization from within. The rival organization used Ada to keep Wesker in check. This task also suited Ada's own personal agenda. Ada had been doing intelligence missions for Wesker, and on one of these missions, she intercepted the email that Luiz sent to his friend, which led to the discovery of the plagas in southern Europe. Wesker wanted a dominant plaga sample, so he sent Krauser to try to gain Sadler's trust. Krauser's hatred for America and his former connections with the military would complement Sadler's hatred for America as well, which is why I believe Krauser was sent in, though Ada mentioning that Krauser's role was to disrupt this farce of a play kinda puts Krauser's real reason for being sent into contention. Despite this, Krauser struggled to gain Sadler's trust, so Ada had to help him. Krauser even wondered if Ada knew it was going to turn out this way, and that her ultimate goal was different to his and Wesker's goal. The rival organization was in the midst of a power struggle for leadership, and they wanted that dominant plaga sample too, so they viewed Ada's mission as an ultimate test of her loyalty, where she would have to choose between Wesker or themselves. There were also sections of the rival organization loyal to Wesker. Wesker had suspicions that Ada was being used to pass on his movements to the upper management of the rival organization. These are the suspicions that also complemented Wesker's suspicions in the middle of Separate Ways OG, where he likely suspected Ada as having been in contact with Leon prior, which is why he sent Krauser to try to kill Leon to test Ada's character. Ada would then save Leon, which would prompt Krauser to tell Wesker. However, as Ada acknowledged before, she knew Wesker way before Krauser did, meaning that Wesker wasn't going to favor the predictable response of telling Ada that he knows about her betrayal. He instead feigned ignorance, and I feel like you can hear Wesker feigning his ignorance when he contacts Ada again for his status report, given that time was running out. Ada tells Wesker that Krauser was dead, supposedly killed by Leon. Wesker sounds genuinely surprised, but I think he's pretending to sound like Krauser didn't contact him. He then voices that Leon doesn't die easily, which sounds like it carries a hint of subtlety, as if he cannot believe that Leon could survive on luck alone, and saying to Ada, "I don't believe you." Still feigning ignorance, Wesker says they can use Leon to take out Sadler for them. When Leon and Sadler engage, there won't be a situation where neither of them will come out unharmed. After Ada remarks that it's easier said than done, all of a sudden, Wesker says with a hint of anger that it's Ada's job to clean up what is left of them after the fight is over. She should not forget who is running the show. Leon and Sadler must not live to see tomorrow. Their goal is to retrieve the dominant plaga sample. Just like Krauser, Wesker made a very direct and conspicuous statement that is clearly meant to hint towards his suspicions about Ada and her contact with Leon. That's my interpretation of the events, assuming Krauser did contact Wesker about Ada saving Leon. And even if Krauser didn't contact Wesker, Wesker had access to the Umbrella satellite. He might have already seen the confrontation between Leon and Krauser. Also, both Wesker and Ada knew that Krauser was trouble because of him slowly succumbing to the temptations of the plaga, so even if Wesker was told that Ada saved Leon, it wouldn't have mattered. Also, Ada was going to go off the grid anyway after sending the dominant plaga sample to the rival organization, so Wesker finding out about her saving Leon wouldn't have mattered, and her actions would only delay the inevitable, as Wesker would eventually take over the rival organization. Okay, I know I dragged this part out for way longer than necessary just to justify why Krauser didn't just call Wesker, but basically, Krauser's supposed inaction with calling Wesker is insignificant in the grand scheme of things. I admit the screenplay could have been refined a lot better, but given the unique situation that Resident Evil 4 OG was put in, with how the GameCube version was different to the PS2 version, the 3 weeks of development time put into the story, and other behind-the-scenes developmental issues prevalent throughout the era of the mid-2000s, I'm not going to chastise old Capcom. Too bad I can't say the same with Resident Evil 4 Remilk's development in the modern era, and the fact that they just cut out the rival organization and the character dynamics between Krauser, Ada, and Wesker is just lazy. The interweaving link between Leon, Ada, Krauser, and Wesker in Resident Evil 4 OG made for a far more interesting character dynamic and helped set up Wesker being a powerful influence, and that his influence was continuing to grow, which would culminate in the events of Resident Evil 5. Throwing all that away just to simplify this supposed story of Resident Evil 4 Remilk is pathetic. But the main takeaway from everything I've said is that Ada saving Leon from Krauser has more meaning and plays into Ada's ambiguous moral compass, rather than Luiz saving Leon from Krauser in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, which has no meaning and ends up creating a disconnect when we encounter Krauser later on. Let's finally move on from this point. Before going to the clock tower, it's best to head back to the throne room and obtain the second golden egg so that you can kill Salazar immediately with both of the eggs. The antechamber is blocked by a bunch of ganados and plagateperanias. It's best to use a flash grenade to take out all the plagateperanias, then take out all the ganados. Using the cubic device, we gain access to the second golden egg. Before leaving, there are some files to collect. I've already talked about the Chronicles of Pursuit files and Ramon's confession. There is another file titled the Housekeeper's Memo 2. It's best to talk about both of her memos. In her first memo, she's writing a note to the previous Lord Diego posthumously, declaring that she failed to keep Ramon from a path of wickedness. Remember, Diego was killed by a member of the Illuminados. She then talks about Ramon's sociopathy when he doused the servant's face with vitriol because she cursed him out. Ramon had gained pleasure from the experience. I'm guessing all this took place prior to his sickness. His sociopathy only grew further, which I guess would be the case if you were destined to rule the throne as part of a bloodline. Then the housekeeper mentions the Illuminados, though for some reason she doesn't mention Ramon's sickness, which was the main reason why Ramon's mother, Catalina, invited the Illuminados into their home. In fact, you know what I just realized? Assuming that Ramon's sickness was cured when he was infected by the superior species plaga, how could he have been given the superior species plaga in the 90s if the superior species plaga was made in 2004? Was Ramon's sickness even the same madness afflicting the villagers, or was it something different? The author of the Salazar family chronology mentioned that Ramon's illness should have taken him, so this seemed like a pretty severe condition. So how was Ramon cured? If his mother, Catalina, needed the Illuminados to help cure his illness, this would imply that it was through a plaga infection that he was cured, because what else would the Illuminados have? The Resident Evil podcast team mentioned that Ramon was cured by conventional methods, but I argue that if it was down to conventional methods, could no one else in the village help them? I mean, Mendes opened up the village to the outside. Wouldn't this allow them access to doctors or modern medicine? If the castle could afford the foreman services under Sadler's rule, then they surely could afford medicine or a doctor, right? Also, if Ramon's sickness was the same madness apparent in the villagers, so potentially rabies, then it wouldn't be possible to cure him through conventional methods. The Resident Evil podcast team then clarified that Mendes opened the village to outsiders, not the castle, so maybe the castle wasn't using modern medicine. They don't know what Ramon was afflicted with, and he was seemingly healed before the Plaga seal was opened. This is based on his confession, where he says he will release the seal on the Plagas underneath the castle, and he clearly has to be healed in order to even write this confession. I'm still hesitant to believe this, as that would imply that the village works independent of the castle. I had thought the castle had control of the village and Mendes was following orders from the castle. If they're independent, that's weird, because you then have to wonder if the village was around during the time of the first count and why the village would be built so close to the castle. And weren't the Salazar family protecting the village? In Resident Evil 4 OG, the first Castellan was a good man and taught paganism to the entire region. He also banished the Illuminados from the region. The Salazar family were obligated to fight off outside attacking enemies, to fairly judge crimes within the land, to treat the citizens well, and lead them to peaceful lives. That being said, there were those that viewed the Salazars as parasites sucking the blood from the poor, given that the Salazar family continued to embrace the old model of sovereign rulers and they didn't try to relinquish their power and conform to the modern model of national governments. The village and the castle in Resident Evil 4 OG prior to Sadler's rule were not so independent from each other. Some of these details are retained in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, but if the village was open to outsiders, why would the castle not try to get modern medicine themselves? Why would they need the Illuminados to give them medicine when they could easily afford the medicine themselves? I don't get it. It makes absolutely no sense. Next thing you know, the actual reason for the castle not getting the medicine themselves was to not be viewed by the villagers as coming down to their poor level. That's the kind of dumb explanation I would expect from new Capcom. Okay, the Resident Evil podcast team just got back to me and they said the village is ruled over by the castle, but the village has no say on internal castle politics, such as Ramon's illness, for example. Mendes also opened the village to the outside after Ramon was already cured, so that's probably why the Illuminados were considered by Ramon's mother to be the ones to heal him. But returning to the first memo, the housekeeper acknowledged that the Illuminados were able to prey upon Ramon's vulnerable heart and were able to convince him to release the Plagas. Despite knowing what Ramon has become, she still intends to watch over Ramon until the very end, as she's been a servant since birth and has likely never been outside the castle or seen the world, so the world in her mind is a small place. It's clear based on her tone in this first memo that she is not infected by a Plaga. For the second memo, she's clearly infected by the Plaga, as her personality is different to her first memo. She talks about the holy body, and in her U3 form, she can infect others with the Plaga. In this file, she mentions Isithro's procedure, which took place in October, 8 years since Isithro's awakening, so this was before the superior species Plaga was made. In order for her to even go through an extreme mutation with the black liquid, she would have to have been infected with the superior species Plaga Plaga, but clearly this isn't possible, so I'm confused right there. Also, if Isidro wasn't infected by the Plaga, what awakening is he talking about? Is he simply referring to when he was inducted into the Illuminados? And also, why was the Housekeeper given a Plaga mutation yet not Isidro? This makes no sense. The Resident Evil podcast team mentioned that the Housekeeper was actually infected with the subordinate Plaga, which I find hard to believe, as I feel like the role of a Housekeeper would involve complex tasks, right? So the subordinate Plaga would prevent her from doing those complex tasks. Also, if the subordinate Plaga causes bloodshot eyes, disheveled facial features, and other problems, wouldn't that have an impact on her housekeeping tasks? And wouldn't the other Ganados go through extreme mutations then, if they were exposed to the black liquid, even if they didn't have foreign genes spliced into them? That's why I'm hesitant to believe that, but the Resident Evil podcast team continued by saying that we should again look at the black liquid as a vector to fuse Plaga genes with the genes of an external species. There are probably different variants of the black liquid in this regard to produce different BOWs, so in Isidro's lab, hypothetically, he would have vials of black liquid with insect genes to help the Navisidor creation process, and also another variant to create the U3. They then continue by saying that when I spoke of the Navisidors earlier and how Sadler could control them, it is maybe down to the fact that the black liquid itself contains a control element, similar to how the Animality virus from Resident Evil Vendetta was made using a certain gene from the control Plaga that allowed the zombies to distinguish friend from foe. Therefore, they find it reasonable that BOWs made via the black liquid do not require any Plaga implantation at all. So basically, what they're saying is that the black liquid likely incorporates certain elements from the Plagas that allow them to be receptive to the control of a higher echelon of Plaga. That I'm also hesitant to believe, because how would you incorporate the DNA nucleotides into a liquid like that, especially when we're assuming the black liquid is excreted by the Plagas? I don't think a development team like New Capcom would be that imaginative like that. And even if they were to go for this, they'd just be like, oh, the black liquid has a control element, just roll with it. And they would not explain this element further, as we've already seen with their vague lore and confusing plot moments. The Resident Evil podcast team then mentioned that Isidro's awakening was from when the Illuminados took over the castle and incorporated their religion. They also mentioned that only the top executives of the Illuminados had the superior species Plaga. They then mentioned that the problem with Resident Evil 4 Remilk's lore is that it creates a confusing disparity with what happens in the original game. In Resident Evil 4 OG, Sadler, Mendes, Salazar, and Krauser all have dominant species Plagas. This template was copied into Resident Evil 4 Remilk in terms of the way the pre-alpha is designed and the boss encounters. But in terms of lore, this no longer works because of the changes Resident Evil 4 Remilk has made by introducing the brand new superior species Plaga and the heavily suggested hint that only Sadler has the dominant Plaga in this Remilk. The files outright state that only the top executives of the Illuminados have the superior species Plaga, and that it is referred to as new at the point where Ashley and the other leading researchers are infected with it. In Resident Evil 4 OG, the top executives are named in the Biohazard 4 Perfect Capture Guide as Mendes, Salazar, and Krauser. Again, this template has been copied into the Remilk, but through Separate Ways Remilk, we can confirm 100% that Krauser has a superior species Plaga and not a dominant Plaga. So thinking about this logically, we have to assume that Mendes and Salazar have the same Plaga. They then continue by saying that another problem with Resident Evil 4 Remilk is that we don't know for sure if it is emulating a significant plot point of the original game, which is that the cult had absolutely zero access until the Plaga seal was broken, or if Sadler and previous cult leaders had access to dominant Plagas all along, despite the bulk of the parasites still being sealed away under the castle. I myself asked this question earlier on whether there were previous dominant Plagas or not, yet the Salazar family records don't seem to indicate this, nor do any of the Illuminados' texts. But continuing on with their point, the Resident Evil podcast team said that Resident Evil 4 Remilk makes no suggestion other than some vague hints in the files, which can be taken either way. This is something that really needs answering, as it changes the whole basis of the storyline, and unfortunately, the Resident Evil podcast team is not sure if New Capcom will ever give an answer, and judging by how the producer of Resident Evil 4 Remilk is being intentionally vague about Remilk Operation Javier's canonicity for no reason, this definitely reinforces what the Resident Evil podcast team is saying. That's all they had to say on the matter. But returning to this file, on the next page, it's clear the Plaga has refocused the Housekeeper's mindset down the wrong path, as she says her fealty to Ramon is what illuminates her path. What started as an ambivalent sense of loyalty to Ramon has now turned into a full-blown sense of loyalty to Ramon, like she forgot what she said in her first memo thanks to the Plaga. Though I'd expect her to demonstrate more loyalty to Sadler than to Ramon if she's now a part of the Plaga hive mind and Ramon answers to Sadler. Or if she's demonstrating loyalty to Ramon, that would only be possible if she maintained her consciousness after being given the superior species Plaga, which shouldn't be possible at this time if it's before 2004. And according course, her ability to trap individuals inside of her own hive mind makes no sense in separate ways Remilk. This whole timeline with the superior species Plaga is a complete disaster. It's like the developers forgot when the superior species Plaga was developed, or they got confused by their own vague storytelling model. This is seriously a clusterfuck, a badly put together lore. This is why I have a lot of problems with the way the Plagas are handled in this Remilk. All this fantasy garbage, the introduction of new Plagas with confusing backstories and inconsistencies, the confusion as to whether the Plaga is relevant to certain characters, etc. Like, this is seriously getting out of hand at this point. Again, remind me how the storytelling is supposedly good in this pre-alpha. Once we get the golden egg and take the left path through the ballroom to get past the Novista doors, we get to the clock tower. Ramon sends the zealots after Leon, beginning the staircase encounter. For this dull encounter, you'll need to save up on plenty of shotgun shells for the elevator sequence coming up. Just do the usual leash method to deal with the enemies by standing behind this threshold near the entrance. If you want, you can throw a flash grenade to blind the enemies on the stairs, run past them, trigger Robo Salazar's flamethrower, then wait here and lure the enemies into the flamethrower. If they get close, just blast them away with the shotgun. I will say, Robo Salazar is better implemented in this pre-alpha compared to Resident Evil 4 OG. The sequence where you had to run from Robo Salazar was one of my least favorite parts of Resident Evil 4 OG because of the QTE sequence. The amount of mashing you had to do was way too much, and there could be rare moments where even when mashing the buttons, you would still fail. This was definitely the worst QTE sequence in Resident Evil 4 OG, and old Capcom should have designed it better. I can only imagine how problematic this sequence is for individuals with physical disabilities, or for those who don't want to break their controllers. I wish in the remastered version of Resident Evil 4 OG, they had an option to disable the QTEs. In Resident Evil 4 VR, they had options for removing most of the QTEs, or favoring QTEs that only required a single press of the button, and as a replacement for QTEs, where you had to mash buttons like crazy, you could just move your arms really fast, which is more bearable than mashing a button, and that helped make Robo Salazar better in Resident Evil 4 VR. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, Robo Salazar is implemented better because you can use him to dispatch the enemies, and when you need him to stop firing, you can just shoot the explosive barrel through the back of his head. At least new Capcom did something right for a change. By the way, I don't understand why people try to use Robo Salazar as a reason to say Resident Evil 4 OG was crazy. Leon doesn't acknowledge Robo Salazar, so there's no reason to draw attention to it. It's just an early era game design with the environment as a side effect from Resident Evil 1 Remilk being released in 2002. 3 years isn't exactly a wide enough gap for significant changes to mentalities to be the case. And people want to judge the supposed craziness of Resident Evil 4 OG, yet they don't want to acknowledge the arcadiness of Resident Evil 1 Remilk with its overabundance of traps and other time-consuming environmental designs which completely made the game soulless and devoid of any gameplay. At least old Capcom didn't waste time implementing such environmental designs to such a degree that it would make Resident Evil 4 OG devoid of any actual gameplay. But after you use Robo Salazar to get rid of the initial enemies, you can shoot 2 enemies to lure them into the fire. Do not destroy Robo Salazar yet. Get up to the next level, which will raise Robo Salazar's head, allowing it to kill one of the shield zealots. After that, wait for the fire to pass so you can run, get rid of the next 3 enemies, shoot the barrel through the back of Robo Salazar's head, try to use the iron ball on the next 2 enemies or get rid of them with a shotgun, aggro the next 2 enemies at the right moment so that they'll be killed by the iron ball, kill the crossbow zealot, get rid of the helmeted zealot, then use the iron balls on the upcoming zealots. We're now set up to do the elevator encounter. In terms of quality, I actually prefer the Remilk's elevator sequence more. To talk about Resident Evil 4 OG's elevator sequence, you had to ensure that there was no more than 1 enemy on the lift, otherwise the lift would stop. You need a lot of shotgun ammo to do the sequence, and the enemies are on you constantly when they drop on the lift. Every time you tried to use your shotgun to knock back the enemies, it was pretty awkward because you were at the mercy of the shotgun knockback animations. Whenever you shot enemies from behind or from the side, they never got knocked back enough to fall off the lift. You had to try to shoot the enemies from the front, and they had to not be aligned with the guardrails, and you had to also ensure that they didn't clip against the guardrail in such a way that it would affect the direction of the knockback. And every time they got knocked into the corners, it was always very painful trying to set them up to be knocked off. If the elevator didn't have guardrails, you could remove a lot of awkward moments from this encounter. Also, because the enemies swarm you a lot, there is a high possibility that you won't have time to reload your shotgun, so you'll have to rely on your pistol stuns and melee, which is even more awkward because you have no control over which direction the enemies get knocked back with the melee. There isn't really a consistent strategy that removes a lot of the awkwardness with this part. The only thing I can recommend is using 2 sides of this elevator and swapping between them when you need to knock back enemies from the front. The only problem is at a certain point, the platform that you're rising towards can block off one of the sides, so this also limits your options when trying to knock off the enemies. I I guess what you can also do is whenever 3 enemies drop down and are facing you at a weird angle, you can wait for them to face you, then knock them to the ground with a pistol so that you can set them up for being knocked off the elevator. As long as you pay attention to whatever rising animation they're doing, you can set yourself up for a knockback. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, this sequence also requires a lot of shotgun shells, but because the elevator doesn't have any guardrails and the enemies don't swarm you the same way, there's more control and consistency afforded to you. You can also shoot the enemies while they're in the air with the shotgun when they try to jump. This sequence works so well, you can even do it without any enemies dropping onto the lift. I genuinely like this sequence. For the general strategy, before starting this elevator encounter, you can activate the iron ball, then make a mad dash for the elevator. If you activated the elevator at the right time, the iron ball will kill the red zealot. Kill the crossbow zealot, shoot the barrel to kill the 2 zealots, use the other barrel on the next zealot, knock off the next 2 zealots, shoot the next barrel quickly to kill a bunch of zealots, use grenades on the crossbow zealot, knock off any surviving zealots, stay in the middle of the elevator to avoid a crossbow zealot, look in the direction of the explosive barrel, knock off any zealots dropping down and also shoot the barrel to stun the enemies and delay them, knock off this shield zealot and any zealots behind him, and by then, the sequence will be done. What a fantastic sequence! This is what I'm expecting from a remake, but unfortunately, this kind of well-designed sequence is nothing more than a novel concept for new Capcom, because throughout this entire pre-alpha, they have favored sequences so far below the baseline level of incompetency that it's become normal for them. This elevator sequence is such a massive outlier here. It's hard to believe it's this well designed. We see Ashley being taken into the ancient chantry before moving slowly across the scaffolding while avoiding the crossbowmen and dealing with them. Inside the ancient chantry, Ramon speaks with Krauser, telling him he's delivered on his promise to deliver Ashley, which I don't really understand the context of if he made this promise to Krauser instead of Sadler. He then tells Krauser to tell Sadler of his loyalty, which is pointless because Sadler could already realize this through the hive mind. If Ramon was magically able to figure out that Leon was alive after being tossed in the hole, I'm sure Sadler would realize Ramon's loyalty. Krauser then takes a weakened Ashley away as Leon enters. Ramon then chastises Leon like a cliched rambling nobleman, prompting Leon to say that he talks too much, which is ironic because Ramon has barely been saying anything throughout this pre-alpha. In fact, let me just say this right now. Do you feel any kind of presence from villains like Ramon or Sadler in this pre-alpha? So many of their interactions from Resident Evil 4 OG are just cut out in this remilk, and by the time you get to their designated encounters, they'll just be rambling on and on about pointless stuff. Why would they overstuff their bosses with this many quotes in a single encounter? What were they thinking? There's no proper build-up to their penultimate showdowns. The only exception to this is Mendes. Mendes shows up in more chapters physically than with Ramon or Sadler, and they at least try to do some kind of build-up with Mendes, even if it's done rather poorly, but they do so little with Ramon and Sadler. And Leon wants to say he talks too much? Are you serious? Leon then shoots Ramon, having had enough of his prattling. His second shot, for some weird reason, doesn't make Ramon flinch. His third shot is to Ramon's head, which is funny because Leon never tried to go for Mendes' head, yet here he decides to do so. And it's from a long range too. Leon was in close proximity to Mendes many times, and yet he never thought of shooting Mendes in the head, only in the body. What is up with this inconsistency? Ramon then falls into the abyss before these weird tendrils throughout the ancient chantry start pulsating. What even are these things? Why would these things be in a Plaga-based Resident Evil title? Why do they resemble the Mutamycete? I don't understand what new Capcom was thinking. Ramon then shows up in this fully mutated form. You mean to tell me that 3 pistol shots is enough to trigger this kind of mutation? That amount of physical trauma? That makes no logical sense. In Resident Evil 4 OG, Ramon and the other Vertigo bonded with the Queen Plaga to become the boss we encountered. The final form actually made sense with how it would be created. The Remilk's mutation makes no sense. Just hear my blind reaction to this entire scene. Jeez, what is this? The Mutamycete? What is this? Okay, that doesn't make any sense. That amount of physical trauma? This makes no fucking sense. What is this fucking fight? I don't understand what's happening right now. This is so fucking stupid. I have no idea what's happening. I can't believe the Plaga is just mutated like this, and now it's just bonded with that black liquid. Is this some variant of the Mutamycete? What's happening? This is such a stupid mutation. Like, this is so fucking extreme. The Type 2 Plaga mutations in Resident Evil 5 are meant to be extreme, like with Irving, but this is the original Plaga, and it's somehow this.
You're not so bad yourself. For a moldy son of a bitch.
Now they're saying mold. What the fuck is this? Look at him, he's just bouncing around, he's not even trying to attack. Oh my god. What is he doing right now? I can't believe this is what Salazar's been reimagined into. This is so fucking stupid. This is the Plaga, guys. How the fuck is this a Plaga mutation? This feels like something the Mega Mycete would make, not the Plaga. I'm gonna turn off this music. This music is really bad. This is like a From Software boss, but a bad one. Now, this comparison between OG Salazar and Remilk Salazar's encounters is unique in that it's essentially a comparison between a bad boss fight and an even worse boss fight. In Resident Evil 4 OG, Salazar was the worst boss of the game because of his overwhelming amount of HP and the simplistic designs put in place with him. You need at least 19 Magnum rounds to kill him. 19 Magnum rounds. That is far too much high-grade ammo for one boss. And to even save up on that much Magnum ammo, you have to not miss a single headshot on the Armaduras during the Circular Room encounter and avoid using the Magnum on the double Garador and the double El Gigante encounters. This can lead to you dragging out those encounters and making them incredibly tedious and laborious. Either that, or you can just upgrade the Magnum's damage or just upgrade the clip capacity to gain more ammo, but even then, it'll take 10 shots from a fully upgraded Magnum to finish him off. At that point, if you're slotting into the Merchant, you might as well buy the rocket launcher and use it on Salazar. You should not be having the player make earlier encounters more awkward because of Salazar's absurd HP. Just imagine if you didn't have the Magnum. You'd have to waste time using the pistol and the shotgun to deal damage to him, and I think it's about 250 pistol bullets to actually finish Salazar off. That's assuming you even have enough pistol and shotgun ammo for his boss fight, because the prior sequences like the final Navigador encounter and the elevator sequence really drain you of ammo. And if you end up running out of ammo, you have to run the gamma with the Plaga Tapiranhas that the Queen Plaga spawns on the bottom level, and it's completely random whether they'll drop ammo or not. You might think of shooting the eyeball to incapacitate the Queen and expose Salazar faster, but the time he's spent in that particular vulnerable position is only slightly longer than the time he's spent vulnerable while the Queen Plaga is doing the instant kill attack. Furthermore, it takes the damage equivalent of 14 pistol shots, 4 shotgun shells at close range, or 2 Magnum shots to the eyeball to even expose Salazar. And you'll also empty the entire chamber of the Magnum into him before you can further capitalize on the increased vulnerability time. It's this lack of incentive to shoot the eyeball that makes you opt for avoiding his instant kill attack, then shooting Salazar directly while he's exposed. Don't bother shooting the tentacles, by the way. They take 2 Magnum shots to go away, but they come back after a short time. Why they can take that many shots and not go away permanently makes no sense. I mean, this fight feels so unfinished, like we're in an early build of his boss fight where they were still introducing gameplay mechanics. Salazar is so limited in what he can do, yet his bloated HP doesn't complement this limited design. There's absolutely no sense of creativity in how you approach Salazar. There are no kinds of unique mechanics made for this encounter that make it more interesting and more strategic in dealing with him. The designs here are so rudimentary that your entire approach to Salazar is just this. Stay near the gate and stay within the inner semicircle to avoid the tentacles, wait for the Queen Plaga to do the instant kill attack, move to the red part of the floor on the other side, then shoot Salazar while he's vulnerable. It's that basic. That's what I mean when I say this fight feels unfinished. Salazar may have had a good build-up, but this penultimate showdown with him is pitiful. Just use the rocket launcher on him and be on your way. The only redeeming factor to Salazar is that the music here is pretty cool. Compared to Resident Evil 4 Remilk's noisy opera drivel that doesn't match the pace for this encounter, Resident Evil 4 OG's music for Salazar actually has a penultimate showdown feel to it. I also like how you can think of this music as being framed around Leon's mindset. I mean, just before Salazar's encounter, Leon says,
"Monsters. Guess after this, there'll be one less to worry about."
Having Leon say that line, followed by this music that feels like it's conveying rage with its impact, key signature, and tone, makes me feel that this music is embodying Leon's hatred for BOWs and the disgust he feels towards Salazar and the Illuminados as he stands headstrong against an adversary that has let himself go so much. I truly feel connected to Leon's mindset when listening to the song. In fact, you could argue that the songs for each of the main members of the Illuminados are all framed around Leon's mindset. Mendes' music represents Leon being disturbed by the first dominant Plaga mutation he's seen. Salazar's music represents Leon being sickened by BOWs and viewing Salazar as pathetic for letting himself go so much. Krauser's music with its cold tone and slow rhythm represents a former friendship now turned into a bitter rivalry, and Sadler's music has more of a penultimate showdown feel to it and how Leon has had enough of this. Resident Evil 4 OG may focus more on continuing the overarching narrative set up in Resident Evil 1 Remilk, but it actually conveys the main character's mindset during these key encounters through the music better than Resident Evil 4 Remilk's music during these key encounters. The music for the key boss fights for Resident Evil 4 Remilk feels framed around what the bosses are thinking and not what Leon is thinking. Remilk Mendes is a cliched missionary spouting religious garbage, so the music is made more dramatic as a result. Like I said before, while I do like his music, this change in tone makes no sense. Remilk Ramon is someone who favors theatricality even though he's hardly present throughout this entire pre-alpha, so the music has to be obnoxiously operatic, like G3 Birkin's music from Resident Evil 2 Remilk, and it doesn't even complement the dragged out pace of this pathetic encounter or even Ramon's tone of voice. It's why I always turn off the music. The other reason being that I need to hear what he's doing, and the music obstructs Ramon's sound effects. Remilk Krauser is a cliched rambling man-child who screams a lot, so when you get to his mutated phase, his music is a loud, dramatic reimagining of the original theme that, just like Remilk Ramon, doesn't match how tedious his encounter is. This is yet another theme that I turn off to actually hear what Krauser's doing. And finally, Remilk Sadler is another lunatic with a god complex, so his music has to use more instrumentation specific to religious ceremonies and a lot of singing. Once again, this music doesn't match how tedious his encounter is, and I always turn it off because it's so annoying. It's so blatantly noticeable, this change in mentalities with the music. It's very bizarre, and I'm not sure what new Capcom's justification for this is, when this entire pre-alpha is supposedly meant to focus more on Leon. But this concludes OG Salazar's boss fight. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, Ramon is a very bonkers boss that is worse than the original version, with some very awkward programming to the point where it comes across as unfinished in certain parts. And when I say unfinished in the context of Resident Evil 4 Remilk's version, I mean that they didn't test the mechanics to make sure they worked as intended for this encounter. You need a lot of technical knowledge to deal with him normally, primarily when it comes to noticing the slightest differences in your positioning and how it affects Ramon's behavior. To talk about his awkward programming, for one thing, his pathfinding is atrocious. A lot of the times he'll move away from you before coming to get you. There are also moments where he'll take the long way to get to you, or he'll move back and forth for no reason. His attack logic is also badly programmed, as he can roost on top of you and do one of his long-range acid attacks, so there can be moments where he'll jump right on top of you, then fire his vertical acid attack, making it impossible to avoid. He can also do this with the super acid attack. The number of situations I've been put in where he's jumped right on top of me, and I've had no time to put distance between myself and him to avoid that super acid attack is far too many to count, and Leon's sluggish movement doesn't help at all. How does a AAA development team miss this kind of broken behavior? He might as well roost on top of me every single time he goes to do an attack. Let's see how supposedly challenging and balanced this so-called fight is. Whenever he flinches, this can throw off his pattern and make him do attacks early or make him go to the wrong places. He also has the ability to place pustules with his tentacles as he's moving around the environment. And let me tell you guys, the way he places pustules doesn't make any sense at all. He can place pustules underneath him, he can place them behind him, he can place them at a distance. Like, it just looks wrong and doesn't make any logical sense. You can even get moments where the pustules will be floating in the air because the developers didn't fine-tune the placement of these pustules in the environment. There are so many moments where it feels like the pustules come out of nowhere whenever you're trying to get away from certain attacks. He can also hit you through certain geometry using his acid attacks, slam attack, and instant kill attack. The vertical acid attack that he does also has this issue where the acid gets displaced from its initial position for a second when he's in certain spots, so he's able to hit in front of him for a bit before the move resumes as normal. That attack also becomes so much faster after phase 1 that you have to know he's doing the move well before he even starts the move. You can't just rely upon simple reaction. Leon's movement is far too sluggish. They couldn't even design the speed of the move in relation to Leon's sluggish movement. This is the kind of stupidity I would expect from fans modding the pre-alpha, as fans don't exactly consider the nuances to programming. The culmination of all these factors, plus his large amount of HP, force you to stay on one part of the arena and avoid his attacks accordingly, while hoping he doesn't screw you with bullcrap. As much as I have gotten to the point where I understand how to deal with Ramon normally, there's just no point. I'm not paying respect to an unfinished and laughable reimagining of Ramon. And the developers obviously agree with me. They knew this was not well designed and that they did a crap job with designing this encounter, so they put in the golden egg cheese where 2 golden eggs can kill Ramon in under 10 seconds. They used an Easter egg like that to bypass the need to fine-tune and polish this encounter. That's how you know how lazy and incompetent the developers are. If they need to go out of their way to hide their poor designs like this, they might as well have not made Ramon a boss fight. And then you have dumbasses telling me that because you can use the golden eggs to get rid of Salazar, it's not a badly designed encounter. So in their minds, hiding the poor designs behind that kind of cheese excludes the poor designs entirely. That has to be one of the most retarded statements I have ever heard. I cannot believe they would consider this serviceable for a functional experience. Too much HP, too many bad hitboxes, hitting you through the geometry, poor pathfinding, etc. A 2-year-old could have designed a better encounter than this. The entire boss experience in this pre-alpha has been a cadre of bad bosses. This pre-alpha has the worst bosses I have ever seen in the entire Resident Evil series, with only Torres Mendes being the most decent boss in this title. There are no redeeming qualities to the other bosses, but I'm not going to waste time talking about how to deal with Ramon normally in this retrospective. I'll just reserve that for a separate video if I so choose. What's the point of going over his moves when the developers clearly want you to use the golden eggs to bypass this brain-dead encounter? There aren't even any quotes worth going into with Ramon, as it's all just prattle and nothing else. Not even the line where Ramon talks about his father and his adoration of worms is meaningful, because this line makes no sense in its interpretation. It makes it seem like Ramon is treating the plagas differently to worms with the way this is written. The only exchange I do like is the reimagining of Ramon's first-class script exchange with Leon from Resident Evil 4 OG. Compared to the OG, I actually prefer this reimagining of the first-class script exchange because of the context it's used in, the tone and rhythm of Ramon and Leon's voices, and Ramon's mutated voice elevating this exchange further. But aside from that, there's no point in wasting any time further on this badly conceived encounter that represents one of the worst bosses ever made in the entire Resident Evil series, and a very poor reimagining of a bad boss from an original game. Let's just move on from this travesty. After doing this unfinished, badly conceived, brain-dead, and laughable encounter that tries to pass off as an acceptable boss fight in a plaga-based Resident Evil title, we make it down the elevator, see Krauser taking Ashley on a boat, get past some armaduras, grab the housekeeper's memo, and find another boat. You have to wonder why Krauser doesn't disable this second boat in the event that Leon survived Ramon. He clearly was looking at Leon going down the elevator. He must have had some notion that Leon was going to survive, so why didn't he disable this boat? The only thing I can think of is that he wants Leon to come so that he can personally finish him off in those ruins. But again, what is it that Krauser has against Leon aside from him being a former student? I'll need to talk more about this later on. Leon tries to use the boat but can't find the keys since Ada took them earlier. Ada comes out of the shadows and offers to drive him. Having contacted Leon via radio multiple times and knowing that Krauser has Ashley, Ada knows that Leon will tolerate her presence for the time being in order to save Ashley. This ends chapter 12. As Leon and Ada drive off to the island complex, Leon talks with Ada. This never happened in Resident Evil 4 OG, but you could understand that given that Ada had previously demonstrated her resistance in giving up information to Leon by using that flash grenade tied to her glasses. Resident Evil 4 Remilk, on the other hand, tries to insert pointless dialogue during this little moment. Ada starts the conversation this time, asking if he's got something to say. I'm surprised she would initiate the conversation with Leon at this time when earlier she was like, "You know I don't work and tell," and all this other dumb stuff. Leon then says that he has something to ask her, but he says he doesn't think he'll get a straight answer. His question is based around Raccoon City and how the world supposedly changed after the incident. You try to save one person, 100 others die. I don't think Ada is the right person to be discussing this kind of topic with. Surely he must realize that. And why is he even saying one person? What person did he try to save in Resident Evil 2 Remilk? I'm not counting Claire, given how little they talk and how the screenplay feels framed around Claire not existing in Leon's campaign. The only person Leon ever tried to quote-unquote save was Marvin. Everyone else he encountered, Ben and Kendo, he didn't exactly go out of his way to save them. And with Ada, he was hostile with her the whole time and tried to arrest her after claiming he never trusted her. Yet he clearly demonstrated that he did trust her many times before, so I don't know how they missed this blunder with the writing in Resident Evil 2 Remilk. You then have him seem mournful over Ada supposedly falling to her death, even though it makes no sense. Do you see what I'm getting at here? I fail to see how Leon's statement on trying to save one life and 100 die in the process has any leg to stand on in this Remilk. And again, why talk to Ada of all people about this? What sort of common ground could he possibly find with her to talk about this topic? In Resident Evil Infinite Darkness, Leon talked about Raccoon City with Jason after Jason confides in Leon about a nightmare he constantly had about Panamstan. There's common ground there, and that makes more sense than whatever new Capcom did here with Leon and Ada. Leon then says that he changed too, which is too funny to think about. out because either he didn't change whatsoever from Resident Evil 2 Remilk, or he changed for the worse in terms of his personality and his capabilities. And then Ada interjects that he hasn't changed at all. He just thinks he has. Do you really need to remind me of how incompetent Leon is in this Remilk, Ada? Not just with his gameplay, but also with his personality, his logic, his intelligence, his common sense. It's all been completely screwed with this Remilk. Honestly, just watching this entire scene, Leon and Ada may as well be two separate individuals that never met each other. That's how much this so-called substance between them in this Remilk amounts to. It's like they don't know each other. That's how little they say to each other that's actually meaningful. And then comes Leon's ultimate question. The question he wants to ask Ada after 6 years, that is actually a question inspired by Luiz's last words for some reason, is...
Have you changed, Ada?
Why on earth would Leon ask this kind of redundant, insubstantial question after 6 years? Especially when Ada said to him earlier that she doesn't work in Tel. That statement alone should be an indication that she hasn't changed one bit from Resident Evil 2 Remilk. What is he referring to when he says, have you changed, Ada? She's been secretive with Leon the whole time. No different to how she was back in Resident Evil 2 Remilk. He can't be asking this question after he sarcastically remarked to Ada that she wasn't heartless after all. That would be really stupid. Even Ada goes, what do you think? Which clearly confirms that Leon asked such a dumb question. This is so useless and so pointless for a conversation. It adds absolutely nothing. It's literally Occam's razor, achieving the same kind of outcome had they not spoken in the first place. What a horrendous character dynamic displayed here. And Ada saying, what do you think? Is just like what Krauser saying, didn't I teach you? Knives are faster. Both of these exchanges have Leon act stupid just so another character makes a witty remark. This is one of the greatest examples of bad writing. One of my subscribers said it best. They really made Leon's interactions with almost every character in this pre-alpha so lame. At this point, I'm convinced that Leon's brain is actually a hamster in a wheel that constantly churns out stupid jokes, but also occasionally broods about Raccoon City and Ada. I couldn't have summarized it better myself. And isn't it funny how back in Chapter 8, Leon just brushed off a significant character like Ada supposedly because he was hyper-focused on saving Ashley? Now, he's done a complete 180 and is not focused on Ashley but on Ada. That's just too funny thinking about it. New Capcom has just gone backwards with supposedly improving the storytelling and supposedly enriching the character dynamics. They're completely disrespecting Resident Evil as a brand with these kinds of pathetic moments. Ada uses her hookshot to get up onto the island, leaving Leon behind. She did take the time to plant some kind of microphone or tracking device on Leon. How did Ada even plant it? It's on Leon's left side, so she somehow planted it on Leon as he was getting off the driver's seat and giving Ada the wheel before departing for the island. And strangely, it looks like the tracking device Leon planted on Ashley when she was being controlled by Sadler in Resident Evil 4 OG. So New Capcom removed not only the grappling hook that he had on his belt in Resident Evil 4 OG, but also the tracking device. What's the justification for this? Did they think they were unimportant for a special agent like Leon, yet more important to a secretive spy like Ada? I don't understand. That's really dumb, especially when it led to confusing screenplay moments and lucky passes for Leon. Upon getting to the island, we find an eroded cave epitaph from one of Sadler's ancestors, Hester Sadler. This epitaph is dated 1741, and it talks about the Illuminados being expelled by the militant wicked, which likely refers to the Salazar family, and I'm guessing the first Count, Count Gregorio. The Illuminados were exiled to the island, which they considered purgatory since the grass was withered and the trees were barren. They were apparently waiting in expiation, meaning they were waiting in atonement. That's an odd choice of words, considering the Illuminados didn't regret their actions with attacking the castle one bit. Despite this setback, they wait for their time to come, which eventually came true with the death of Count Diego and conquering the castle. I'm not entirely sure if Sadler's ancestors had dominant plagas, if the dominant plaga is now a naturally occurring plaga instead of an artificial plaga, and I'm also unsure if the Sadler family members were the only ones ruling the Illuminados. We now need to infiltrate the facility by doing a stealth encounter. This encounter works well initially, but then you get to this part, where you need to redirect the turret in order to get up the stairs. It is impossible to redirect this turret without being seen by the crossbow guy up top. Your first instinct is to go through this structure and get to the turret that way, but the pre-alpha doesn't allow you to for some stupid reason. It's not just this crossbow guy you have to deal with, but also another crossbow guy. You first think it's best to stealth kill this second crossbow guy, but then you get those moments where you get spotted by the first crossbow guy randomly out of the blue. This setup of the environment and the enemies is not conducive to proper stealth, so once again, like many of the other stealth encounters, you have to game the system and apply technical knowledge. So what the pre-alpha doesn't tell you is that the second crossbow guy does not respond to noise. I don't know why this is suddenly the case, but it's really dumb, and given that the first crossbow guy is obstructed by a turret, he can't investigate noises properly. Therefore, what you need to do is fire twice in this spot to lure the Molotov guy, then stealth kill him. You then need to climb the ladder and shoot the first crossbow guy. It's best to use the assault rifle here so that he dies faster from headshots or body shots. Once he's dead, stealth kill the second crossbow guy. You then need to take out this spotlight so that reinforcements don't spawn in. Once you adjust the turrets, you'll be able to get through the door. What is it with new Capcom and making these kinds of blunders with the stealth programming? Once again, the stealth feels more like a last-minute addition than something built within the core designs of this pre-alpha. Once you get through this door, you then need to get past these two enemies, then shoot this enemy in the legs to knock him over without him transforming. Once you get up the ladder, you're magically back in stealth for some reason, so you then need to stealth kill this crossbow guy, stealth kill these two enemies in this building, then shoot this barrel. This will lure two shield guys and one regular enemy. Once they've walked further into the building, try to kill this RPG enemy without triggering the cutscene. If you trigger the cutscene, the additional enemies will spawn faster than usual. There's no other way to get past this guy. I don't know why he's facing in your direction, but it's like the developers want to force combat like this. Avoid the crossbow guy, then try to get past the last two enemies. The explosive barrel is not going to cut it because they're too far away to be killed. You might as well use a flash grenade in this part to get through the door. We then do a minor stealth encounter and one of the Ganados is typing on a console. Now, assuming this is the subordinate plaga that is controlling these militia Ganado, how can this be possible? If the subordinate plaga makes the host so simple-minded that they're useless for any complex task, how can this Ganado type on a console? He's also watching the security cameras as well. These seem like complex tasks, right? Also, how can these militia Ganado use stun rods, wrist-mounted launchers, rocket launchers, and turrets if they require a bit more thought to use? I get that the superior species plaga has no special variability/mutations to it unless induced by the black liquid, and that these militia Ganados exhibit the same mutations as the villagers and zealots, but this still seems odd to me. A member of the Resident Evil podcast team thinks that the complex tasks described by this pre-alpha include tasks that their hosts had no memory of performing before infection. Also, it's all a matter of how you define complex. You're probably not going to be able to teach a subordinate plaga Ganado quantum physics or even the Pythagorean theorem, but they may be able to operate machinery feasible for them. Another member also mentioned that in the novelization of Resident Evil Damnation, it mentions that subordinate plaga carriers cannot learn new skills. So if you could ride a bike, for instance, pre-infection, you still can as a Ganado. But if you didn't know how to prior to the infection, you cannot learn how to ride a bike. I also theorize that maybe the superior species plaga is needed for doing work that's outside of the realm of conventional science, like manufacturing new organisms or mass producing them. Of course, the captive researchers did make the superior species plaga before they themselves were infected by their creation, so they focused more on mass production than on creating a new organism. But basically, the militia Ganados are infected by the subordinate plaga even if their capabilities seem more complex than the villagers or the zealots. Leon finds Ashley and screams for her even though there are enemies right by the door. You just have to wonder how they don't hear him. Dropping down, there's a stun rod guy and a brute. Stealth kill them, then run past the next set of enemies to get to the kitchen. We're now in the area where the regenerators are. Activate the switch and open the shortcut before moving on. Inside this dissection lab, we see a Roentgenogram of a person undergoing a transformation into a regenerator. Apparently, the teeth the regenerators have are not mutated human teeth, they're a completely different set of teeth. But why though? This kind of transformation is more so the case with the molded from Resident Evil 7. I would never have thought the regenerators grew a completely different set of teeth and had their faces ripped open. This seems pretty weird. Also, why don't we see different failed versions of the regenerators like we do in Resident Evil 4 OG? When we go into the freezer, there are just body bags instead in the Remilk. We also see a frozen Plaga Piranha bonding to a human subject, which in the context of this Remilk doesn't really make sense. The Plaga Piranhas in this Remilk naturally attempt to bond with the host back to control them. If this is a natural phenomenon, why would there be a frozen subject here? If these Plaga variants have demonstrated this natural ability many times before, why would they be trying to preserve the remains, and why would Leon be shocked by these experiments when he's seen many Plaga Piranhas before? In Resident Evil 4 OG, when looking at the same frozen subject, it felt like the Illuminados were testing ways of bonding a fully mature Plaga to the host to bypass the need for the egg. Either that, or they were testing a way to mutate the host through the Plaga Piranha's tentacles, similar to what happened with Salazar and the other Vertigo when they were enveloped by the Queen Plaga's tentacles and combined together. Diego from Resident Evil Vendetta had also used similar tendrils to bond with Arias, which resulted in their combination into Ariego, just like with Salazar. That's why I felt like there was justification for freezing the Plaga Piranha to the host to observe this phenomenon. The only thing I can think of for this Remilk is that this is not a normal Plaga Piranha, but even then, again, it doesn't matter because the superior species Plaga exists, which is a better variant of the subordinate Plaga. So why include this whole moment? Is it because it's related to the creation of the Regenerator? How though? That doesn't make sense. Speaking of the Regenerator, there is a file on it which does not feel like it was written by a researcher. On April 9th, in an unspecified year, this researcher claims to have created new life, though not on the same level as Isithros Novisadors in terms of quantity. He says that his Regenerators can regenerate indefinitely unless all the Plagas inside them are destroyed. It's funny how he says they can regenerate indefinitely, yet with Resident Evil 7 making the real-life Hayflick limit concept exist in the Resident Evil universe, that's technically not possible, even if Resident Evil 4 Remilk takes place in a different timeline. Also, the Plagas would need constant nutrients and energy each time they need to fully restore the limbs, and limb regeneration requires intricate coordination of cellular processes, signaling pathways, and genetic regulation. It's not simply a matter of cells multiplying endlessly, but rather a highly regulated and controlled process. That's why the severity of injury matters. Why else do you think Jack Baker looked the way he did at the boathouse with his E-type mutamycete infection, after Ethan dealt enough damage for Jack's entire upper torso to blow up? Yeah, the mutamycete is definitely more effective than the Regenerators, since Regenerators can't exactly survive without their upper torso. In fact, this thought just occurred to me. In Resident Evil 4 OG, is it possible that those failed Regenerators represented attempts by the Illuminados to properly calibrate the intricate coordination of the cellular processes, signaling pathways, and genetic regulation in order to fine-tune the end results of the Regenerators? If that's the case, that may be a subtle form of environmental storytelling that ended up being cut in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. On April 10th, this researcher says the same thing as before regarding the parasites and talks about Frankenstein. Yeah, not exactly the right attitude when making a research journal on a subject. On April 13th, he shared his findings with one of the researchers. Why, after 3 days, does he share his findings? And they're both working for a secret cult. How could they not keep track of each other's experiments? Surely they were working in the same facility, right? What else would they be doing if they were working for a secret organization? This other researcher noted the dangers with the Regenerators, but the researcher who made them took offense. Why is this guy acting like he's never seen other uncontrollable BOWs? Was he not aware of the El Gigante or the Garadors? They were uncontrollable BOWs, although with the El Gigante, fantasy garbage had to be used to calm it down, and the Garadors had to be restrained. If this researcher had seen these BOWs, then there's no reason why he should be taking offense at this other researcher's comment. His thoughts don't really make much sense. Then, on an unspecified date, one of the Regenerators escaped. In a bit of irony, he calls himself a fool, and that's all we get on what is supposed to be a subject analysis of the Regenerator, but it's framed more like a personal journal than anything else. This is such a dumb file. So much for improved storytelling, new Capcom. Upon grabbing the keycard, shoot this Regenerator in the leg once the door opens, flip the switch, then get to the freezer. Inside this freezer, you can get the submachine gun, which has by far the slowest reload animation I have ever seen in a Resident Evil title. I have to linger so much in order to complete the reload before I do certain animations like mantling or jumping down. It becomes incredibly frustrating a lot of the times. Also, even though this weapon does less damage than the pistol, it actually takes fewer shots to stun the Ganados. Why? That makes no sense. The stun systems are so gamey and nonsensical in this Remilk. But after grabbing this weapon, insert the keycard, shoot the Regenerator in the leg to dismember it, then stay behind the Regenerator at all times until the keycard has been upgraded. Try to keep the Regenerator near the console so that it's easier to pick up the keycard and escape. Otherwise, you'll need to counter its jump attack with the shotgun to get it out of the way. As you're moving, the previous Regenerator can be around, so watch out. As soon as you get through this door and get into the next room, both these Regenerators will not follow you. One thing I'd like to say before moving on is, why is the AI voice in English when declaring that the keycard override is complete? This is a facility on a remote island in Spain. The Illuminados are a Spanish cult. The files we've been getting are mainly in Spanish. Leon has demonstrated before that he knows how to speak Spanish. If the Spanish language is going to be addressed by the developers, then you'd think there'd be more narrative consistency with the Spanish language, but apparently not. After stealth killing these 3 Ganados, you now need to grab this flash grenade, then grab the biosensor scope and apply it to your submachine gun. You can also apply the biosensor scope to your assault rifle as well. If you played the original Resident Evil 4, you probably thought that the biosensor scope could only be applied to sniper rifles when you first came across it. I know I was confused initially during my blind playthrough. Inside of this incubation lab, there's a file that likely relates to when one of the Regenerators escaped, as indicated in the subject analysis file. A power outage caused one of the cryogenic stasis tanks to turn off, allowing the Regenerator to escape. This particular Regenerator was contained after 20 hours, leaving 7 dead and 19 wounded. Why after 20 hours? If the El Gigante could be incapacitated through fantasy garbage, why can't the Regenerators? Did this not cross their minds when managing the Regenerators? This is why I don't understand why they introduced this fantasy garbage into Resident Evil 4 Remilk, because the developers forget about this fantasy garbage so easily. Why would this fantasy garbage with the Red Zealot only occur in the castle area? The island itself has ritual locations perfectly befitting these kinds of zealots, so the possibility of them using fantasy garbage should be the same, yet they don't show up at all. It's just like with the blue flames and the black liquid. The developers introduce these ideas and then forget about them. This is what I mean when I say these fantasy moments are only present when the developers find it convenient, rather than a cohesive and properly explained story point. But returning to this file, they were unable to recover one of the victims and a tool from inside the regenerator. Why would a regenerator swallow a tool? And this phrasing was confusing to interpret initially during my blind playthrough. It makes it seem like the actual victim they couldn't recover had the tool, not the regenerator, because they just say a tool from inside it, which is in the same sentence as the phrase one of the bodies. So I spent a fair bit of time wondering what I was supposed to do. I didn't have the submachine gun with me during my blind playthrough, and again, I was not aware at the time that the biosensor scope worked for submachine guns and assault rifles, so I had to look up this section online to understand what to do. The rest of the file talks about unstable power supplies contributing to the power outage, and that management needs to prioritize the needs of the engineers over the researchers to prevent this from happening again. One has to wonder why they were developing as many regenerators as they were if another researcher noted the dangers with this BOW. And why would they then make a BOW like Martinico that has the same regeneration and bestiality as a regenerator? They're asking for a similar incident to occur. That's pretty confusing, but that's to be expected with a BOW that only exists to serve as a gimmick and nothing else in Separate Ways Remilk. It's like, why include them in the first place? We now need to use our biosensor scope to find out which random regenerator has the wrench, then kill it. Let's talk about the combat with the regenerators. The regenerators in this pre-alpha are more so a nuisance than an actual scary enemy. For one thing, they have access to some really annoying moves. Their long-range grab is broken, too fast, and impossible to crouch under or deflect. And believe me when I say it is broken. Even if you shoot the regenerator's arms with a shotgun as it initiates the grab, it will still grab you even when the arms are dismembered. Moving out of the way of that move isn't possible with Leon's sluggish movement. I honestly don't know who has a worser grab, the regenerators, the Navistadors, or Krauser. Take your pick. Regenerators also don't flinch from body shots with the shotgun. You have to dismember a limb or dismember its forehead to make it flinch, which makes no sense if they're entirely made out of muscle with no bone structure and they're relying upon the plagas for their entire motor functions. When they have both of their arms, the regenerators are able to do a close range grab and also a slam with both of their arms. This slam, for some stupid reason, can't be parried, yet the long range thrust attack that they do with both of their arms can be parried. Why is this inconsistency here to make close range engagements more awkward, especially when you have a durability system on your knife being applied against an enemy that can regenerate its limbs? There's no sense to this whatsoever. They also do a single arm slam that can be parried, yet the slam involving both of their arms can't. The slam also has a bad hitbox as it can hit you during the recovery period if you end up touching the arms. That's not how a frontal attack works. New Capcom logic never ceases to be hilarious in its stupidity. If you do plan on deflecting regenerators at close range, even though there's no incentive to do so, you have to make sure that they have only one arm by shooting off one of the arms. If they have both arms or no arms, they will do grabs and other annoying attacks that can't be parried. And in a lot of situations, the time it takes for them to regenerate their lost arm while you're deflecting the other arm can be just long enough to allow them to do the grab that doesn't involve their arms, and this move has phantom range. Then we get to their weak spots, and the hit detection on their weak spots is atrocious. Even if their weak spots are clearly visible, somehow the pre-alpha thinks you're hitting the skin. At times, I've destroyed these weak spots in one shotgun shell. Other times, it has taken me 3 or 4 shots to destroy these weak spots. There really is no consistency in this regard. It's why when you're using a weapon like a submachine gun to destroy the weak spots, you need to have a lot of ammo based purely on these poor designs. If you want to understand how inconsistent the hit detection on the weak spots can be, check out part 23 of my blind playthrough. God, New Capcom is so bad, they can't even program hit detection properly. The only time you will never get inconsistencies is when you're using the sniper rifle or a magnum to one-shot these weak spots. The regenerators feel almost exclusively designed to be dealt with using sniper rifles or magnums, yet the developers didn't bother giving such weaponry in the world for some reason. All of these factors together make the general combat cumbersome and clumsy when dealing with regenerators normally. I can't help but feel like the developers know how bad the general combat is, which is why they put mantle points in this room so that you can slow them down and prevent them from attacking, and in the event they come to your side, you can just mantle over to the other side. This leads into the general strategy. After identifying the correct regenerator and releasing it, I tend to open up by shooting an arm off to stun it, then quickly destroying 1 or 2 weak spots with the submachine gun. I then run to a mantle point to reload this incredibly slow weapon, then wait for the regenerator to mantle before mantling myself. I then shoot the weak spots and repeat this process process until it dies. Exposing the weak spots for a bit with the shotgun before using the submachine gun can be helpful as well. Upon picking up the wrench, unlocking the console, and inserting the keycard, an unjustified spawn of Illuminados will occur, requiring you to rush the enemies, use a flash grenade, aim for the dynamite enemies, perform knife executions, then hold back the enemies with the shotgun. If possible, try knocking them into walls so that you can do knife executions, assuming the detection isn't being clunky. And also be sure the enemies don't release the regenerators and that you yourself aren't hitting the containers. Once the keycard has been upgraded, you can take a shortcut that takes you back to Ashley quickly. Leon makes it back to Ashley and cuts her bonds. Seeing that she's unconscious, Leon inspects her arm and sees enlarged vessels in her arm. I don't know if these are her veins or this is the black liquid, but it's probably her veins given that Leon has the same coloration on his arm, though not as extreme as hers. I did say during this part of my blind playthrough that the developers would probably forget about the black liquid during the scene where Ashley is put under the special radiation device, which ultimately came true. I was just perfectly predicting new Capcom like the back of my hand at this point. Leon then gives Ashley the suppressant, which suppresses the growth of her parasite, allowing her veins to stop enlarging. He then notices that his veins are enlarging as well, indicating the suppressant is wearing off. It took 3 chapters for the suppressant to wear off, starting from chapter 11 to chapter 13. Now, in Ashley's case, the suppressant will wear off in 1 chapter when we get to a certain point at chapter 14. Yet another inconsistency worth noting, but that's maybe just due to her plaga growing enough to the point where the suppressant doesn't have much of an effect. I have no idea. I'm just gonna say it's an inconsistency that makes the suppressant feel pointless in the end. Leon then briefly jerks from his plaga, resuming its growth before sitting down and guarding Ashley until she wakes up, which ends chapter 13. A very average yet awkward chapter by the end. Now begins chapter 14, the most disgraceful chapter in all of Resident Evil 4 Remilk, and honestly, in all of Resident Evil history. Ashley finally awakens and realizes that Leon brought the suppressant just in time. I don't really find her as the kind of character to catch on that quickly, given how bad her character's been throughout this pre-alpha. I get that Luiz mentioned the suppressant back in chapter 7, but I would have expected her to be like, Leon? Where am I? I'm not coughing up blood or feeling dizzy. What happened? Not catch on as quickly as she did. And she was unconscious when she was given the suppressant, so that shouldn't allow her to catch on this quickly. She catches on quicker than Leon, honestly. That's what it feels like here. Ashley then asks where Luiz was, which she asks because she knows that Leon would have gotten the suppressant from Luiz. Leon then says that Luiz cared about her well-being till the end. Leon then tells Ashley to move on since they don't have much time, to which Ashley agrees for Luiz's sake. Isn't it funny how Ashley cares more about Luiz than Leon? Leon has been cold to Luiz for a vast majority of the time, but Ashley seems to showcase more care. She only saw Luiz 1 time physically, so I'm surprised, especially with all the dumb quotes Luiz kept on saying, even if he was trying to get the suppressant. Leon then chooses to contact Ada. One has to wonder why he wasn't doing this more often. He asks her if she knows where Luiz's lab is. Did Luiz not tell Leon where the lab was just so this scene could exist? That's the only thing I can think of. And again, these radio conversations between Leon and Ada, who are practically enemies from 2 different sides, make no sense. And they make even less sense in this Remilk timeline, given how messed up their character dynamics were in Resident Evil 2 Remilk and during the prior chapters of this pre-alpha. Ada clarifies that the most important facilities are in a sanctuary at the top of the mountain. Leon is so impressed by her knowledge, he says this cringe line.
Ada the Encyclopedia.
This line is so cringeworthy for Leon that Ada even stops talking for a bit, like she's visibly cringing at this dumb line. This is honestly one of the worst lines I have ever heard Leon say. It's impossible to truly describe why this line is so cringe. Leon then receives a file from Ada in passing, without the player knowing that she was sending a file, which details the special radiation device. Ada had received this file from Luiz as he was dying from Krauser's knife attack because he wanted Ada to help Leon. Again, why Luiz didn't mention the special radiation device to Leon beforehand is confusing, and it's dumb that Ada has to be told to help Leon when she's supposed to have feelings for him, but I guess going off of Resident Evil 2 Remilk's poor interpretation of Ada, I guess it's no wonder why she has to be told by someone else to help Leon. It's also dumb how when you get to chapter 16, Ashley attributes the removal of their parasites to Luiz when Ada is the one who relayed the information here, yet Leon doesn't say anything about Ada upon awakening from the machine. But getting into this file, it talks about some researcher being infected with a plaga during one of his experiments with it. Whether he inhaled amber dust that had the underdeveloped form of the plaga or if he was infected with a plaga egg is unclear, but if they're using a special radiation device, you'd have to assume he was infected with an egg, which then hatched a juvenile plaga, but it would take a few hours for the egg to hatch, so then you'd have to assume this guy waited several hours before telling the others that he was infected, so that makes no sense, unless he was infected by a juvenile plaga immediately through a mechanism similar to U3, which already doesn't make any sense with the way it's presented in Separate Ways Remilk. Remilk, and it's unclear if he was infected with the subordinate plaga or the superior species plaga, but I'm guessing it was a subordinate plaga when taking into account the captive researcher's note. And whether the amber was discovered prior to this note is also unclear. Luiz had supervised this attempt to purge the plaga, and 16 minutes into the procedure, the researcher showed signs of severe shock and he was pronounced dead. I don't understand the part where they mentioned 16 minutes, because Leon and Ashley weren't in the machine for 16 minutes. It was for less than a minute that they were in the machine, so why was it so long with this researcher? And why were they even trying to remove the plaga? If Remilk Sadler presents more as a mouthpiece for the Holy Body rather than having the mindset of a terrorist, why would he sanction this attempt to purge the plaga? He's the kind of person that wouldn't care if there were accidental infections, because through his fantasy garbage, he could control both subordinate plaga carriers and superior species plaga carriers. The only thing I can think of is if one of the lead researchers were infected by the subordinate plaga, which causes the host to become useless for complex tasks, that would be a problem in the case of a researcher who needs their complex thought to think of new ways to expand their research on the plaga. But then again, if Sadler has such a profound control over the plagas, couldn't he just use his fantasy garbage to prevent the plaga from hurting the host or growing any further, which would save time and money from developing the special radiation device? Also, if Luiz got his plaga out through a chest incision, why would they need the special radiation device? And once the superior species plaga was developed, wouldn't Sadler want the special radiation device destroyed if he's now in possession of a parasite that can't damage the host's cognitive functions? Oh my god, the number of questions I'm having to bring up due to the poor screenplay and character writing is too much. But on the final page of this report, it mentions that the device requires further work and should not progress beyond the stage of trial operation. This is something that Leon alludes to in chapter 16 when he mentions that he was surprised the device booted up, so it was clearly not ready for use, but then somehow Leon and Ashley do fine compared to the researcher. And I'm guessing Sadler knew about these risks to the host, which is why he didn't destroy the device. I have no idea. Again, Remilk Sadler doesn't seem like the sort of person to allow these kinds of devices to be around compared to OG Sadler, who has the mind of a terrorist and a bit more complex thought compared to Remilk Sadler. Leon also obtains the manual for operating the special radiation device, which is how he learns to use it. This ends this file. Inside of this room, there's another file from a captive researcher. Annabelle and the researchers were imprisoned without warning. This researcher then decided to jot down some things to keep his sanity. He mentions that all who are infected with the plaga are at the mercy of Sadler. He then mentions that as an adverse consequence to being infected by the natural subordinate plaga, the host becomes so simple-minded that they're useless for complex tasks, which, as I've stated before, has no real operational definition. How is this pre-alpha defining a complex task? I know I pointed out a couple of things related to the subordinate plaga preventing the ability to learn new information or skills, and instead, the host works with what they already know, but that's in the canon timeline. If the Remilk's plagas work the same, they would have pointed that out, but this phrasing that the researcher uses does not seem to follow what I'm describing. He then mentions that they developed the superior species plaga. It has no special variability, but the host's cognitive functions are not diminished, so while their intelligence is preserved, they have no sense of ego, meaning they are still susceptible to Sadler's control, almost like the origin point for their train of thought now extends from Sadler. In other words, a completely different path that the host's memories are going on, basically. He then mentions that they plan to administer this species to Ashley as it's important for her to retain her intelligence. This phrasing makes it seem like Ashley was in their captivity while they were developing the superior species plaga. Therefore, the superior species plaga was developed in 2004, which, as I've stated before, leads to a lot of confusion regarding prior files and events. And if the superior species plaga was still being developed, why didn't they wait until it was completed before abducting Ashley? That's confusing. And it's funny how he talks about intelligence when he should also mention the physical problems that result from the subordinate plaga, like the blood red eyes and the disheveled facial features. It's clearly important that Ashley doesn't display these kinds of problems, and I'm guessing the enlarged veins within Ashley would be covered up by long clothing. The researcher then notes that tests were successful and plans for mass production are moving forward. I have no idea what the scale of this mass production is because they clearly manufactured 3 other superior species plagas for Pretorius Mendes, Ramon Salazar, and Jack Krauser, and then also manufactured plagas for injecting the head researchers. And I will say, this felt like a continuity error which further supported why the Remilks are non-canon. In Resident Evil Damnation, upon finding Svetlana's hive of synthetic dominant plagas, Ada notes that while worker plagas have been cultivated in the past, this was the first time the dominant members of the species had been cultured, at least for Tricell's dominant plagas, given that the plagas in Resident Evil Damnation were based on the Type 2 plaga. Given that the superior species plaga doesn't feel so much like a worker plaga, it really comes across like the canon version of the dominant plaga, so therefore, based on that logic, it really doesn't make sense for mass reduction to be underway, because that would then violate Ada's quote in Resident Evil Damnation. I don't think New Capcom really considered that kind of similarity before before designing the superior species Plaga. The researcher then notes that he was imprisoned in order to be injected with the superior species Plaga, since Sadler wanted to take extra measures to ensure his control over the researchers. This ends this file. We now need to get to the summit. Ashley, for some reason, has a peppier attitude that feels very inorganic, especially after she ingested the black liquid and nearly fell victim to the Plaga. There is no reason for someone like her to be this peppy. It's just really weird. And she even makes a pointless reference to Resident Evil 1 OG by saying she's a master of unlocking. This is the wrong time to be introducing a crappy reference. It's so jarring. And this quote is in reference to Jill. Why would the developers just have Ashley say this? It's so stupid. For the first couple of encounters in Chapter 14, there's not much to really say other than make sure you have at least 3 heavy grenades or at least 3 normal grenades. Stealth kill the first 3 enemies, use a heavy grenade to dispatch these 4 enemies in this claustrophobic environment, get Ashley on the switch, go through the door, open the shortcut, knife this guy, save Ashley, deal with this guy, get behind this guy and execute him, then run past the enemies on this part since they never try to grab Ashley. Leon talks with Ashley for a bit, asking if she's dealing with the smell, to which Ashley mentions that she's fine and that before all this would have killed her. The developers are making it seem like Ashley's developing as a character, but there's nothing different that we're doing with her, and we're still babysitting her. In fact, for some weird reason, when Ashley gets grabbed now, she'll get mad at the enemy. It just feels like a voice bug, like she's saying these quotes during moments that make no sense. There's no way she could be saying these kinds of lines while she's being grabbed. In this next room, there's a regenerator. One of my subscribers found a useful method where you can leave the area, make the regenerator leash and go back into a stealth status, then fire your gun once to distract it, allowing you to safely pull the next 2 switches. In this room, you need to separate from Ashley for a bit. When turning this wheel, Ashley says she's good at this stuff, which again feels like an inorganic quote. Why would you show reverence in doing something as simple as turning a wheel? Now she's sounding like she has an inferiority complex. It's really obnoxious. I can't believe people say that Ashley in Resident Evil 4 OG is annoying when she doesn't talk to such an extreme, like this Remilk version of Ashley. Ashley in Resident Evil 4 OG felt like she had a bit more maturity than whatever the hell the developers opted for with Remilk Ashley. And it's not just with her quotes, it's also with her bad AI in this Remilk. Upon activating this switch, you have to make a mad dash back to Ashley. The slightest delay is all it will take for these 2 enemies to grab her before you get back onto the bridge. You then need to stun these 2 enemies with the shotgun, then run across the bridge before they grab her. You cannot use a flash grenade here. It will stun Ashley and make her drop the bridge, which is dumb. These 2 enemies and the 2 enemies coming up will only focus on Ashley, so you can execute them with the knife. You then need to get rid of 3 Plaga Tabaranyas, and you'll get to the Wrecking Ball sequence. There's a reason why I said you need to save on heavy grenades. It's because of this section, since you can use 2 heavy grenades or 3 normal grenades to speed up this section and end it in less than a minute. There is no incentive to partake in the normal combat. I'm sure I don't need to remind you of the prior sequences where the gameplay fell apart when dealing with a horde of enemies. All you need to do is begin the sequence, throw 2 heavy grenades or 3 normal grenades at the wall that needs to be destroyed, and Ashley will instantly destroy the wall. Clear out the rest of the enemies and get on the lift. This sequence could be messy because you have normal Ganados, Brutes, Crossbow Ganados, Dynamite Ganados, Rocket Launcher Ganados, and Plaga Tabaranyas. This kind of arrangement is asking for a section to be messy. You'll be using a lot of knife durability trying to finish off the enemies without them transforming, and also when they go to attack Ashley. The sequence also lasts too long to make the normal gameplay viable or interesting. Don't give any respect to this tedious section. Just skip it. Ashley will then say she's awesome for taking control of the Wrecking Ball, like that's some kind of wonderful achievement, and then Leon will say she's found her calling, which means so little in the end. You just have to wonder why they bothered making these quotes. Ashley's peppy attitude is so annoying in this chapter. And speaking of which, Ashley once again displays her needy nature by explaining that she and Leon seem to work well together, even though she's hardly done anything fruitful or worthwhile aside from opening doors or turning cranks. Then she brings up the possibility of being an agent to protect the United States from any threats. What is this garbage? Why are the developers hyping up this playful attitude of hers after she nearly succumbed to the Plaga and also learned about Luiz's death? What is even the point of bringing up this idea of being an agent? This kind of transition from being a typical teenager to now wanting to be an agent in this kind of time span is so inorganic, almost like how in Resident Evil 2 Remilk, Sherry loses her mother and then tells Claire, "You were right about this jacket," completely transitioning to Claire like she's her mother in a matter of seconds. Then, in the second scenario ending, Sherry is just holding hands with Leon and Claire, and she's talking about being adopted by them and also getting a puppy. Like, this is some of the worst writing I have ever seen in Resident Evil 2 Remilk, and something similar is happening with Ashley right here. Leon then says they still need to get out of here, and then Ashley's like,
You're no fun.
What? What about Leon's statement and character demands that Ashley says that? Are you serious? And it's funny because it is legitimately hard to take Remilk Leon seriously, and he's been a very dense, cold, and moronic individual throughout this pre-alpha. So it's like Ashley is speaking for me when talking about Leon. That this whole entire moment is unearned and is not properly built up to make this feel organic. It's just here for cheap fan service, for the people who want Leon and Ashley to be boyfriend and girlfriend. I mean, this is just so laughable in its stupidity. Entering the Amber storeroom, we find a file that stresses upon the use of extreme caution when handling the amber deposits from underneath the castle. It is imperative for the workers to not disturb the holy body's slumber. The wording on this file is confusing. It makes it seem like the holy body was divided into different deposits of amber, and now each part of the holy body is acting like one individual organism. Is the holy body its own organism, or is the holy body simply the representation of the collective consciousness of all the plagas? Separate Ways Remilk seems to favor the former case, as when Ada touches the amber, her plaga reacts to it, so somehow the holy body is still functioning despite being divided into parts. If this is the case, then would it really matter if Luiz sent the amber to Wesker's group if the holy body can still function in other deposits of amber? And how would the sound organ with the holy body possibly function if it's divided into parts? This fantasy garbage and division of parts are made even more stupid because of this. After examining this file, Leon then inspects an amber deposit and acknowledges Luiz, which will mean nothing since he'll forget about Luiz when he fights Krauser. And it's also been a while since we've even heard mention of the amber. We also find the superior species report made by Annabelle, who at this time is infected with the superior species plaga. She mentions that production of the superior species plaga is underway, which, as I stated before, feels like a continuity error when factoring in Resident Evil Damnation, which therefore makes this Remilk non-canon. To clarify again, the only individuals we know of that were infected by the superior species plaga are Pretorius Mendes, Ramon Salazar, Jack Krauser, Ashley Graham, Annabelle Garcia Escudero, and the other researchers. She then mentions that the plaga is an adaptable organism that can bond with any vertebrate, including humans, dogs, or even crows. Funny how she mentions crows when we don't see any infected crows whatsoever. And again, it makes no sense how in this Remilk, the plagas can bond with human babies. And given that crows are kind of a similar size to human babies, I would expect the same result, but apparently not. She then mentions the superior species plaga and that it can assimilate with a host without causing any damage to the brain, just like in previous files. Despite this, even the superior species plaga cannot oppose the strength of Sadler's dominant plaga, since the superior species plaga is just a better version of the subordinate plaga. She then makes a very confusing statement showing her devotion, where she says there's joy in the absence of free will, and looking back on herself, she felt she was ignorant. It's clear the plaga is diverting her train of thought from an incorrect avenue/origin point. She's clearly getting her terminology confused, or her world has been made so much smaller that servitude is all she knows, just like with Ramon's housekeeper. You'd think as a researcher she would understand the inherent irony with the statement she made on free will, but apparently not. How can you experience joy without free will? How do you know you're experiencing joy without free will? Annabelle is consumed by the illusion she's living in because she doesn't have to exercise any judgment as to what's right, wrong, good, or bad, which creates the illusion of joy in the absence of free will. She lives under the control of Sadler with no ability to discern whether the decisions that are made for her are actually in her favor, and she's trapped as a slave to this illusion, which she is aware of. It's almost like her prefrontal cortex is malfunctioning. She's invalidating her own existence and acknowledging that she's a tool, not even a human at that point. So who is she to make this kind of statement? The joy she experiences is not her own at that point. There's a difference between experiencing genuine joy and living in an illusion, something she should be aware of if she is a researcher, but she's clearly no different to a servant. And I find it funny how she talks about the absence of free will now that she's infected by the superior species plaga, yet Krauser doesn't exactly follow this viewpoint. He goes out of his way to play his little game with Leon and also display his obsession with Leon. If there is a supposed absence of free will, Krauser would not be acting like how he is with toying with Leon. His entire mindscape would be centered around Sadler while still maintaining his consciousness, so I question how Krauser is so different to Annabelle in this regard. How is he exercising more autonomy than the other superior species plaga hosts? He even says to Leon when he's asked if he was being controlled by the Illuminados that this has nothing to do with them and that he's a free man who made a choice, so this is a weird contradiction to what Annabelle's saying. But back to this file, Annabelle says that in a few days she'll infect the high-ranking researchers and then they'll also know about the supposed joy that comes with the absence of free will, same with the rest of the world. The thing that's weird about this line is that in the captive researcher's note, he mentions that Annabelle was taken by the Illuminados after he and the other researchers were imprisoned. He then mentions in the last page that Annabelle was not herself, so this makes it seem like Annabelle was infected after the researchers were imprisoned, which contradicts what she mentioned about infecting the high-ranking researchers in a few days. The only thing I can think of is that the captive captive researchers were not high-ranking researchers and were actually low-ranking researchers. However, these were also the same individuals who made the superior species Plaga, so would they really be low-ranking in that regard? The timeline of events outlined by the captive researcher's note and the superior species report is confusing to interpret. I can't really piece together what came first due to the weird writing. This concludes this file. Before I continue on, I just want to say that Remilk Sadler is clearly not a capable character if he really needs only the Plaga to control his victims. I don't really feel a cleverness to his character if he's this reliant on the Plaga. In Resident Evil 4 OG, Sadler was well aware that the human consciousness was not lost with dominant Plaga injections, meaning the host would not lose their independent thought. He was aware that if he chose poorly which individuals would receive the dominant Plaga, they would likely betray him. Therefore, he had to be very smart with the individuals he would choose to infect, as they would need to swear their allegiance to him. This is why he selected Torres Mendes, Ramon Salazar, and Jack Krauser, though in the latter case, Sadler found out that Krauser was playing him, which is why he didn't allow Krauser access to the rest of the dominant Plaga samples, despite Krauser abducting Ashley and also giving Krauser a dominant Plaga. He also knew that Krauser would have to be killed in order for some external organization to extract his dominant Plaga. I'm guessing the combination of Krauser's combat style, his dominant Plaga, and the fact that he was slowly succumbing to the temptation of the Plaga is what forced Sadler to buy this time in coming up with a way to dispose of Krauser. It's also possible that Sadler hesitated in disposing of Krauser because he wanted to find out who Krauser was working for. If the Illuminados believed that Ada had some kind of connection to Luiz, who's to say they wouldn't suspect Krauser as being part of the same third-party organization? Also, Sadler's hesitation in disposing of Krauser would allow him to capitalize on the benefits of keeping him around. After all, Krauser did capture Ashley with the help of Wesker's resources, and he likely provided additional resources to Sadler's forces, mainly the militia Ganado. Cognitive dissonance like that is bound to permeate Sadler's mindscape like every other person. This demonstrates a more meticulous and calculated nature to his character in Resident Evil 4 OG that is not entirely dependent on the Plagas. It's similar to what I pointed out earlier with Mendes, where he voiced his initial confusion of why Sadler chose to abduct Leon and Luiz and keep them close together at the start of Chapter 1-2, which demonstrates more independent thought while still professing a huge loyalty to Sadler. Another thing that's worth noting is that Sadler demonstrated some disheartenment when he heard that Mendes and Salazar were killed, which adds a bit more depth to his character. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, Sadler is barely on screen, so there's hardly anything to extract with his character. He's also so reliant upon the Plagas to sway his victims that he has no reason to even demonstrate a meticulous nature when selecting who gets infected with the superior species Plaga. The superior species Plaga on its own is able to bend the host to his will despite the retention of the host's consciousness. Sadler, in this Remilk, doesn't feel like a character. Much like the merchant being a gameplay mechanic given human form, Sadler just feels like an avatar for the Plagas, and the form of the avatar is that of a human spouting all sorts of religious nonsense. He's just a mouthpiece. That's all Sadler feels like in this Remilk, and it's not interesting. Leon and Ashley inspect the giant amber deposit in this room, and you can see Plagas inside the amber. Again, how the miners could breathe in these parasites through amber dust is confusing if they're preserved in these mature forms. Maybe both mature and immature Plagas were in the amber, but even then, the human body wouldn't be able to melt the amber on its own. Sadler then shows up and mentions the holy body, their divine providence, and a profound blessing for all the Plagas. I can't tell if he's referring to this amber deposit as the holy body, or if the holy body is something else, because why else would he tell Leon and Ashley to prostrate themselves if they were likely in the presence of what he considers a divine being? He's also given a staff by one of the female zealots. If you look carefully, there's nothing on the staff, but then when it shows Sadler again, the staff is wrapped in organic matter, so the staff itself doesn't contain a Plaga, and Sadler is simply wrapping his tentacles around the staff. Not really sure what the whole point of that is. And weirdly, you can see an eyeball on his tentacles. What's the point of that too? He then has his hood removed, and we see some kind of malformation on his head that's probably the result of his dominant Plaga. He then addresses himself as Osmond Sadler, the speaker of their lord, so even Sadler is confirming how basic his character is in this Remilk. And why did they wait so long to introduce Sadler directly to Leon? The way they try to set up Sadler through the hive mind nonsense, through other characters mentioning him, and through portraits doesn't compare to the physical appearances we get in Resident Evil 4 OG. Sadler felt like he had a presence in Resident Evil 4 OG compared to this Remilk. Even Leon agrees with me here, as he advises Sadler to go tell what he said to someone who cares before shooting him in the head. And he shoots Sadler in the head, yet not Torres Mendes. You'd expect Leon to prioritize center mass rather than the head, just going off of what he did to Mendes in chapters 2 and 6. This is a funny inconsistency. And what's also an inconsistency is how Sadler flinches from a pistol shot to the head, yet when Ada encounters him in Separate Ways Remilk, headshots don't make him flinch, not even from a sniper rifle. At least I never had to note an inconsistency like this in Separate Ways OG. Sadler then retaliates by emitting a sound wave from his dominant Plaga that causes Leon and Ashley's Plagas to react, preventing them from controlling their bodies. Telling Ashley to abandon abandon her body and obey the voice of their lord, the holy body, he then makes her come to him and pick up Leon's pistol. Ashley, however, is able to resist slightly and avoid shooting Leon while shooting the two zealots behind him. Whether this is due to the suppressant or not is unclear. Like I said before, it feels like the suppressant doesn't incapacitate the Plaga for the time being to prevent it from growing. If it was incapacitated, it wouldn't be able to receive the sound waves coming from Sadler's dominant Plaga. At least in Resident Evil 4 OG, Ashley didn't display any kind of resistance to Sadler's dominant Plaga out of nowhere. In fact, why is it that Ashley is still able to be controlled by Sadler even after being given the suppressant? Yet when Ada is given the homemade version of the suppressant, it stops her from experiencing extreme hallucinations and also removes any physical fatigue she was feeling prior to being given the suppressant. This level of control over the victims as displayed by Sadler and U3 seems to work off a similar mechanism of sound waves, which is why this feels like another inconsistency. And I refuse to believe that the suppressant within Ashley wore off so quickly as to allow Sadler to regain control, especially when it took Leon from chapter 11 to chapter 13 to begin re-experiencing the Plaga symptoms. And assuming that the suppressant is not a factor to consider here, if Ashley was injected with the superior species Plaga before Leon was injected with a Plaga, then she shouldn't be able to resist, so I don't understand how this is possible. Also, why is this form of control so different to how it was back in chapter 7? In chapter 7, Sadler practically turned Ashley into his mouthpiece. In other words, Ashley became Sadler in that moment and was aware of what happened after she was separated from Leon, yet here, she's retaining her consciousness, but it's just her motor control that is not under her control. If Sadler utilized the same control mechanism like what he displayed back in chapter 7, then there would be no way for Ashley to resist using Leon's gun. This is yet again another example of the hive mind only existing when the developers find it convenient. And why does Sadler tell Ashley to abandon her body when in chapter 10, Sadler said that Ashley had joined them in communion and is now of their flesh and blood? That makes no sense. And also, why does Sadler try to kill Leon here? Is he not going to try and make Leon another bodyguard just like Krauser, like what he was hoping for in Resident Evil 4 OG? Sadler's aware that Leon would eventually be subservient to the Plaga's influence, so why would he try to kill Leon here? I don't understand the logic behind his choices here. And then, after Leon's gun experiences a limp wrist due to Ashley not gripping the pistol correctly and causing the case to get stuck by the slide when she tried to fire it, Sadler simply asks his lord to forgive these wicked sinners and tells Leon that Krauser will deliver onto him his penance. Why does he need to waste time letting Krauser deal with Leon when Sadler could just finish off Leon right here if he was trying to kill him through Ashley? And in the file in Separate Ways Remilk titled Last Line of Defenses, Krauser mentions that Leon hasn't been dealt with and he was in the process of setting up camp in the ruins to lure him in and finish him off. So this makes it seem like initially Krauser was expecting Leon to be dead, which should only validate Sadler finishing off Leon right here rather than waste time letting Krauser have his fun with Leon. Either that or Sadler was willing to grant Krauser his wish to make things personal with Leon, which makes no sense as Krauser only found Sadler after 2002 and Mendes and Ramon were with Sadler for way longer than that. Sadler shouldn't be trusting Krauser more than his other subordinates, and he has no reason to let his subordinates have their way. Krauser was even trying to finish off Leon during their encounter in chapter 11. I don't understand what's happening right now. The conflicting thought processes at play, plus the lore and story inconsistencies, make this whole moment feel incredibly stupid in its implementation. This is some of the dumbest writing I have ever seen in a Resident Evil title. Not even the moment with the limp wristing is enough to salvage this scene. The limp wristing is a cool idea in terms of non-plot armor elements, but Sadler's inconsistent thought process served as plot armor for Leon instead. The limp wristing would feel more meaningful in a better game than this pre-alpha. Leon then references a line from the original Resident Evil 4 where he curses out Sadler, only the Remilk's actor delivers no real anger or power behind this line and just sounds so soft-spoken compared to Paul Mercier from Resident Evil 4 OG.
Sadler, you bastard! Sadler, you bastard.
Overall, Resident Evil 4 Remilk's interpretation of this scene is of a worse quality than Resident Evil 4 OG's interpretation of this scene. Progressing onward to save Ashley, we find a file titled Defenses Development, which attributes Krauser as being the one to redevelop the island with weapons and other defensive equipment to guard against outside intruders, at least against aerial adversaries, because Leon and Ada were able to get to the island via boat. Krauser then mentions that the defenses won't hold up in the long term, but they should last until Sadler's plan is carried out. Once that's accomplished, the goal of world domination will be achieved underneath with no one able to resist the Illuminados. So this was another big indication during my blind playthrough that this Remilk was non-canon. For some reason, Krauser isn't working for Wesker in this Remilk. He's now just another foot soldier working for the Illuminados, which contributes to flat character writing, and it really starts to make me think how weird it is that this Spanish cult has a random American soldier working for them. Also, if Krauser isn't working for Wesker in this Remilk, how did he find the Illuminados then? Operation Javier took place in South America, which is nowhere near Spain. In Resident Evil 4 OG, it made more sense for Krauser to find the Illuminados through Wesker's vast network within the rival organization, and through Ada intercepting that email from Luiz. Without Wesker's resources in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, how could he possibly find them? Did he utilize the resources provided by the top secret government program Leon was a part of? Was Krauser even aware that Leon was part of that program if Leon was simply participating in missions that the regular US government was already doing? This is never made clear. And again, if Krauser didn't fake his death, how was he establishing contact with the Illuminados without anyone knowing? How did no one in the US government notice that Krauser was away from his post while he was with the Illuminados? This doesn't make any sense. And on the character setup side, by making Krauser not know Ada and Wesker, it throws a spanner in the character dynamics and contributes to a poor setup of Wesker. You were able to understand the influence and power that Wesker had through Krauser in Resident Evil 4 OG. The character dynamics of Resident Evil 4 OG are miles better than the character dynamics of Resident Evil 4 Remilk. There's more to say with regards to Operation Javier and Krauser, which leads us into the next area. Making our way to Krauser's campsite, we find a whole bunch of things to inspect. We first find a bunch of dog tags, which I assume are the dog tags of his former unit back in Operation Javier. We also find a redacted case file on Operation Javier, which provides yet another big indication that this pre-alpha is non-canon, though for some stupid reason, in an article with IGN, the producer of Resident Evil 4 Remilk, Yoshiaki Hirabayashi, attempted to be ambiguous with the canonicity of Resident Evil 4 Remilk's Operation Javier. All he had to do was say that this Remilk is non-canon, as the events described for Remilk's Operation Javier do not line up with the canon timeline of the original Operation Javier, and therefore the original version of Resident Evil 4. But instead, when asked by IGN on whether Darkside Chronicles is canon when factoring in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, he just says that the events depicted in Darkside Chronicles are not exactly the same as those depicted in the Remilk, almost like he considers the Remilk more canon than the original version. He then went on to say that the fact that Operation Javier occurred is in fact part of the current Resident Evil main story. However, as to what that mission was, it's not exactly the same as the events portrayed in Resident Evil The Darkside Chronicles. I can't share the details, but you will find that the relationship between Leon and Krauser, as well as their conversations, give you some idea. That's what he said, guys. What is up with this? What's the whole intention of messing around with the canonicity of the Resident Evil universe? This kind of behavior is disrespectful to the universe they've set up for Resident Evil. It's the kind of behavior that precedes a haphazard and flippant disregard for lore that leads into so many story problems in later entries. As soon as you allow smaller lore discrepancies to pile up, this gives way to very lax behavior that leads to larger lore discrepancies. The argument that the producer is making is on par with Occam's razor. This is literally the mentality of, it doesn't matter how we get to our endpoint so long as we make it there. This is just asking for a lore disaster to occur, and it's seriously stupid. But let's get into this case file. The author talks about Operation Javier, which is an operation that few people had heard of, even in the highest ranks of the US government. This is because the operation was not made public. It was conducted in secret and then buried because it was too inhumane. At least that's the reason the author gives. Whether this operation was handled by the same top secret government program that Leon was a part of is unclear, but given that the author mentions the US Special Forces, this is most likely not the case. Operation Javier was conducted back in 2002 when a small unit of US Special Forces was sent to infiltrate an area of South America. Their mission was to eradicate the drug cartels. This is very different to the canon version of Operation Javier. The canon version of Operation Javier did not involve an entire unit, only Leon and Krauser. There's also no mention of multiple drug cartels in the canon version. In the canon version, it only involved Javier Hidalgo and his crime syndicate / drug cartel, the Sacred Snakes. And while the canon version involved the presence of BOWs, based on the way this Remilk writes about Operation Javier, this operation did not involve BOWs whatsoever, which completely defeats the purpose of Operation Javier in the Resident Evil universe. Not even Leon or Krauser talk about BOWs during their fight in the ruins. The entire operation had to go through several years of planning prior to its execution in 2002, and only the most elite soldiers were selected to participate. This really doesn't make any sense to me. Using a single mission to wipe out the drug cartels in a single area of South America, that's not realistic in the slightest, and it's a complete misunderstanding as to how complex and vast the drug cartel system is. Just like terrorist organizations, you can't just wipe out drug cartels. This should make sense to anyone who's heard of the Hydra concept. Cut off one head, 2 more grow back. Typically, when dealing with drug cartels, the government would employ a decapitation strategy with dealing with high-value targets only. But this would run the risk of having the followers splinter off into minor drug cartels. It's why you can't just use a single mission to eliminate the drug cartels, no matter how many years are devoted to the operation. Why would new Capcom rewrite Operation Javier into an unrealistic mission involving drug cartels and no BOWs? The author then states that even though he knew the primary reason for the operation, which was to eradicate the drug cartels in a single area of South America, he didn't know whether the mission was a failure or not. He did, however, know the fate of the elite soldiers. The entire unit, except for Major Krauser, was wiped out, but not by the drug cartels, but by the US government. And when he says entire unit, this clearly means that Leon wasn't in this mission, which is very different to the canon version of Operation Javier. If Leon was on this mission, he would have been mentioned alongside Krauser. And if we operate under the assumption that Manuela Hidalgo had some kind of presence in this Remilk timeline, it wouldn't make sense for Leon to be in this operation, because if he supposedly rescued Manuela, he would have no reason to say, this time, it can be different. If he rescued Manuela, he would have already had the chance to save one life, and he wouldn't be treating Ashley's rescue as something special. But given that Manuela is seemingly written out of this Remilk and the entire unit, except for Major Krauser, was wiped out, this lends credence to the notion that Leon wasn't in this operation. The entire unit was apparently stranded, and it wouldn't have been difficult to extract them, since it would have taken a single helicopter, but the military didn't act for some reason. The way this is written seems to contradict what Krauser was saying during Chapter 11, that the US government killed them all without honor, without mercy, and with only devastating power. But how does refusing to rescue a unit equate with devastating power? That makes no sense. The author then went on to say that rumors on the matter were divisive, claiming that the decision to not extract the unit was due to a power struggle by the top brass, or due to some random directive from the president before President Graham. We'll never know, since the truth on the outcome was covered up. The author should be well aware that during these kinds of operations, it's typical to leave these kinds of soldiers behind. It's what they're forced to realize, that they're pawns. The amount of effort the US government would have to go through to monitor these individuals to make sure they don't say more than what's necessary would be too much, which is why the US government would not save them. It's an unfortunate reality, but it's something that always happens. It's why people in the government are not trusting of others, even their own team members. It's one of the main reasons why I myself do not hold governments in such high regard and hate the idea of being a government employee or an employee of the military. In fact, assuming that the reason for leaving Krauser's unit behind was due to a directive from the former president, was Krauser even made aware of what the directive outlined before going to South America? Or was this a directive that he was not informed of? No idea, but this is something worth discussing when I talk about the canon version of Operation Javier. Back to this file, the author remains certain that the US government let those people die. Brave young people who dedicated their lives to protecting the US. I don't really see how brave young people could possibly be elite members. Brave young people is a phrase that refers to rookies or greenhorns, not elite members. The way that's written doesn't make sense. The author remains headstrong in exposing this crime because it's not only his duty as a reporter, but also because it's his duty as an American. It then shows two notes from someone who looked over this document from the author. He made sure the author's article wouldn't be published. I'm guessing this person is a member of the US government because I originally thought it was either Krauser or one of his new team members. It's unclear which division of the US government handled this, the CIA, the DIA, etc. And that's all we get on Operation Javier. I'm sure you can understand why this file is bad. Not only is it a complete misunderstanding of how the drug cartel system works, but the change is so unnecessary. The removal of BOWs from Operation Javier interferes with the idea of BOWs growing as an arms race following the Raccoon City incident and Umbrella's data leaking onto the black market. Of course, Resident Evil 4 Remilk doesn't even mention that Umbrella's data leaked onto the black market. They just say that the Umbrella labs were looted, so does this point have much of a leg to stand on? And if BOWs weren't involved in Operation Javier, how would Krauser then get it into his head, the supposed power provided by the vectors that create these BOWs? Why would Krauser seek out a cult based in Spain specifically? How did he know they had a hatred for the US? How did he know about the Plagas? It makes no sense. And talking further about Krauser getting the power of BOWs in his head, Resident Evil 4 Remilk makes it seem like Leon never divulged his experiences with BOWs to Krauser. So there's no way Krauser was inspired by BOWs through Leon. And again, Leon wasn't even in Operation Javier in this Remilk based on the redacted case file. I've heard people tell me that this case file is wrong and that it's actually covering up the existence of BOWs in South America, but this article was prevented from being published. It's redundant to cover up a cover story. Leon and Krauser don't even talk about BOWs each time they're fighting against each other. A topic as important as BOWs would be discussed at length between Leon and Krauser while they're fighting. And given that this Remilk is playing the traumatized survivor card for Leon, he would be talking more about BOWs in the middle of a fight with his former mentor, but he doesn't at all. And Leon doesn't exactly say anything after reading this file, so this would mean that the events detailed in this file are correct. Also, if the US government was trying to cover up the presence of BOWs, why would they let Krauser live after he returned from South America? The developers have no reason to be vague about the presence of BOWs in Operation Javier. It's not like they'll follow up on Resident Evil 4 Remilk with a Resident Evil The Darkside Chronicles Remilk. That's not profitable to new Capcom. And being vague about BOWs when Resident Evil's entire identity is based around BOWs is so stupid. Let me actually describe to you guys what the canon version of Operation Javier is in far more detail than what the Remilk's developers provided, and certainly with more seriousness compared to Yoshiaki Hirabayashi and his vague stance on the canonicity of Remilk Operation Javier. In the canon timeline, Operation Javier took place in the summer of 2002 in a fictional region in South America called Amparo. Javier Hidalgo was a drug lord in control of a crime syndicate called the Sacred Snakes. He had taken de facto control of Amparo and had amassed a fortune in drug money, building up his own private army and fortifying his operations. The small local government could not do anything to stop his operations. This mirrors the drug cartels ruling certain parts of South America in the real world. The drugs that the Sacred Snakes made had been contaminating the surrounding countries as well as making their way to the US. Javier himself had a wife named Hilda and a daughter named Manuela who was born in 1986. And as I stated before, Manuela isn't mentioned whatsoever in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. Hilda had fallen ill from a rare form of cancer indigenous to the area of Amparo, forcing Javier to try to find a cure. This would eventually lead him to contact Umbrella in 1991 due to their reputation as the world's leading pharmaceutical and medical enterprise. His vast fortune had attracted the illegal side of Umbrella, and he subsequently came into contact with a researcher working under the supervision of the Ashford family. He was given an experimental oncolytic strain of the T-virus in a bid to cure Hilda's illness. While Hilda's cancer did go into remission, she could not recover from her coma. A few months after that, Umbrella raised the price on their virus samples, which enraged Javier as he did not want to be bribed. At the same time, though, he was worried her condition would worsen if he stopped giving the virus. He tried to make other inquiries and eventually heard whispers of the T. Veronica virus, but Umbrella could not help him as the T. Veronica research was scrapped following Alexia Ashford's supposed death in 1983. In actuality, Alexia faked her death in 1983 and fooled Umbrella, which eventually led to the events of Resident Evil Code Veronica X in 1998. Javier eventually lost patience with his wife not waking up from her coma, so he injected her with more of the T-virus, causing her to mutate. Javier had her imprisoned in a special facility and told Manuela that she was dead. In the following years, Javier expanded his empire using his vast wealth to construct a giant dam that was able to hold a capacity of 20 billion tons of water. This gained him support from the local populace as they could now enjoy an ample supply of electricity. It also raised the standard of living and financial support for the Sacred Snakes. Alongside this, the dam also served as a non-verbal threat to neighboring communities, as if anyone were to challenge his authority, he could cause a massive flood disaster using the dam. In fact, one village did challenge him, which made him cause an intentional water discharge accident, which resulted in this village and its population of 80 people to be wiped out completely. Javier also couldn't trust outsiders like Umbrella anymore, so he resorted to creating his own BOWs, but without any skilled scientists or high-tech facilities, he resorted to primitive experimentation on human prisoners. The zombies he created were used as propagators of terror against hostile forces in the area, such as communist insurgents. The limitations of his BOW research forced Javier to contact Umbrella again and purchase other low-cost BOWs. In 2001, Manuela contracted the same cancer that Hilda had. Javier tried to contact Umbrella again, but Albert Wesker, having eyes on this area of South America and Javier's dictatorship, found out that Javier's Sacred Snakes were purchasing virus samples from Umbrella, so he contacted Javier to make a deal. He would give Javier a sample of the T. Veronica virus in exchange for a large sum of money and a significant slice of Javier's empire. Wesker had assured Javier that the T. Veronica virus would save his daughter. With Manuela infected by the T. Veronica virus, Javier had to regularly transplant organs from young girls kidnapped from villages in order to prevent the virus from overtaking Manuela too much. This process had to be done over 15 years until 2016, where Manuela would be at one with the virus, much like what Alexia tried to achieve in Code Veronica X, with cryogenically freezing herself in 1983. This led to the Sacred Snakes stepping up their interest in black market organ trafficking. Young girls began to disappear, and by early 2002, the kidnappings reached over 50 people. Javier and Manuela had disappeared from public view after her illness was publicly announced, which alarmed the US government, who had been following his actions closely from a distance. When further reports of a former Umbrella researcher entering Javier's territory reached the US government, an operation was put together to apprehend this man, since there were fears that a bioterrorism plot would be underway. This man that was reported was the same one that Javier interacted with back in 1991, and who was a former associate to the Ashford family. Leon and Krauser were chosen for this assignment, while Leon himself was given the secret directive/protocol titled Antivirus Weapon Protocol 7600, which was to eradicate the viruses created by Umbrella. This afforded him a number of special privileges in terms of personnel, jurisdiction, finances, and equipment. The US government's long-term aim through this protocol was to prevent any form of recovery by Umbrella to further their biological weapons development and to prevent further biohazard incidents. Leon was given the role of the lead field agent because of his prior experience fighting BOWs. This operation carried out by Leon and Krauser would be top secret and would also be a small incursion operation, since they were entering foreign soil and the operation was not in accordance with normal operational regulations. See, that right there is more of a detailed explanation for why Operation Javier was not public compared to how it's handled in the Remilk. And to clarify, Krauser is not a part of Adam Benford's secret organization within the US government, which was the organization that Leon was a part of. In the event that Leon and Krauser would be captured, neither the government nor the forces in charge of operational command would be compelled to negotiate with their captors. This is also a more detailed explanation compared to the Remilk only saying that the military didn't bother rescuing the unit. And Darkside Chronicles properly states that the directive for not rescuing Leon or Krauser if they're captured was made by Adam Benford. In the Remilk, it's theorized to be laid out by the former president. This point from the Remilk is rather contentious if Operation Javier was a secret mission. Operation Javier was the result of a coalition between the people oppressed by Javier's dictatorship, the local government, and the United States, and they have been amassing military strength behind the scenes. The way the actual outbreak of the T-virus started in this area of South America was that Manuela had run away from Javier after realizing that the missing girls from the villages were kidnapped by his sacred snakes, with their organs transplanted into her, and that she had the T Veronica virus within her, which would turn her into a BOW if her organs weren't regularly transplanted. After 3 days trekking through the jungle, Manuela eventually got to one of the surrounding villages, Mixcoatl. She was found by a teacher at a local school who happened to be the guide working as an informant to the US government. Javier was enraged that his daughter ran away and knew that one of the villages had taken her in. The village's failure to report to him enraged him even more. In his anger, he let the mutated Hilda loose and ordered her to attack Mixcoatl. He also infected his own men working at the dam by sending his zombies in, then opened the water gates of his dam to flood the village, allowing one of his BOWs, infected piranhas, to infect the populace with the T-virus. The local plant life was also infected, causing local species like bats, who eat the plant life regularly or suck on the nectar, to become infected. Leon and Krauser eventually find Manuela, who leads them to where Javier is. One thing leads to another, multiple story points occur, and eventually, a mutated Javier is defeated by the combined efforts of Leon, Krauser, and Manuela. Government troops destroy Javier's mansion and wipe out all traces of the biohazard created by the T-virus and the T Veronica virus. This summarizes a lot of the general information regarding the canon version of Operation Javier. There are further details I'd like to discuss, but they're better reserved for later on. The canon version of Operation Javier, shown in Resident Evil The Darkside Chronicles, showcases the growth of BOWs as an arms race. It provides a lot of background on Leon and Krauser. It ties back to previous Resident Evil games and demonstrates how much the developers cared about the finer details in growing the Resident Evil universe. It showcases Krauser's disillusionment with the US government that would lead to him betraying them. It showcases how Krauser became enthralled by the potential of BOWs. It showcases Wesker's influence. It showcases the inner workings of the US government and builds upon Adam Benford's organization. It showcases how this would lead Krauser to find Wesker's organization, and so much more. In fact, talking about Krauser becoming enthralled by the potential of BOWs, in a guidebook titled Inside of Biohazard The Darkside Chronicles, the director Yasuhiro Seto described the poetic storytelling related to the two endings of Darkside Chronicles that depend on whether Manuela lives or not. He first mentions this: the contrast between Leon and Krauser is important to the story of Operation Javier and subsequent narratives. As Manuela struggles to survive the Veronica virus during the helicopter ride out of South America, Leon feels convinced no one deserves to die, while Krauser is convinced that the vectors that create BOWs are a force that can be controlled. Manuela's survival brings hope to Leon, but it also leads to a darkness arising in Krauser's heart. In the game, the Darkness Falls scenario is triggered by the good ending where Manuela survives, but it also reflects the fact that her life or death determined the course of Krauser's life. The scene where Krauser falls into darkness with a smile on his face is also a highlight. If Manuela loses her life in the helicopter, Krauser will also look sad, although one might say it's not out of compassion, but rather because he's been shown the reality that even with the power of these vectors, he'd eventually perish. If Manuela vanishes, Krauser would stay just how he was before falling to the dark side, so he may have had a future where he could have remained a good buddy to Leon. Yasuhiro Seto also mentions this about Manuela. Manuela has the same abilities to control the virus as Alexia, and to resist the invasion of her mind like Steve. After the Raccoon City tragedy, she's another unfortunate character determined to break the accursed chain. Moreover, for Leon and Krauser, she's also a key person who deeply influenced their inner worlds. In order to sever the accursed chain, Manuela was determined to put an end to herself along with her father. This was the right choice, but Leon protected her, wanting to help her survive and find another way to solve the problem. This can be decided by the will of the players. If you can make Manuela survive in the end, then the good ending will be unlocked. However, just like Javier, the action of helping someone who's meant to die is caused by a certain heart knot. Manuela's survival unleashed the darkness in Krauser's heart and led him to walk a path of no return. Due to Leon's mercy, the cursed chain wasn't severed in time, which eventually led to more tragedies. This concludes the director's statements on Manuela's link to Leon and Krauser. This right here is a very interesting form of poetic storytelling. I cannot believe Yoshiaki Hirabayashi wanted to dismiss the canon version of Operation Javier. Resident Evil 4 Remilk's version of Operation Javier is lacking in so much detail and is so generic as a mission that there is no need to include it. The only reason they change things up with Operation Javier is just to say that America is bad. I get what it's trying to say, but rewriting such an important mission like this to relay a commonly understood point is dumb. And the developers negated proper setup for Krauser joining the Illuminados, and also his setup for hating Leon. It all becomes a big mess, something that I'll talk about more when we get to Krauser's encounter. Also, it's worth mentioning that the events of Operation Javier in the canon timeline have relevance to Resident Evil 6, since Carla Redeems was able to obtain the T. Veronica virus from a blood sample taken from Manuela. She then improved upon the virus to create a variant known as TO2. TO2 negated virus rejection by the brain cells and the necessary 15-year adaptation period of the original T. Veronica virus. She then combined the TO2 strain and the G virus she got from Sherry Birkin to create the C virus. Assuming new Capcom is remaking Resident Evil 6, how will Carla create the C virus without Manuela if Operation Javier in the Remilk doesn't feature BOWs of any kind? It's definitely clear they didn't think this through when rewriting Operation Javier. All of these thoughtless rewrites have huge consequences that weren't considered by new Capcom. And the thing is, new Capcom already had a better way of relaying to the player the immorality of the US government without needing to make such a bizarre change, and it's through the US government's involvement with Umbrella and the production of BOWs. In the canon timeline, the US government was one of Umbrella's biggest customers, and Operation Bacillus Terminate was used as a way to cover up the relationship the US had with Umbrella while suppressing the T-virus outbreak at the same time. Being involved in the production of BOWs, being involved with Umbrella, and being involved with the deaths of almost 100,000 civilians in Raccoon City achieves new Capcom's result of showing the US government in a bad light. This is far better than the Remilk timeline's random drug cartel mission involving the deaths of a small unit of soldiers. This was a big story point in the canon timeline. How could new Capcom ignore something as obvious as this? Did they not look back at more recent Resident Evil media like Resident Evil Infinite Darkness, which actually touch upon this point even if it's part of the canon timeline and not the Remilk timeline? This is so amateurish of new Capcom to not use the story point. This point alone could have been used to inform Remilk Krauser's reasons for hating the US government. It could have complemented the traumatized survivor card new Capcom favored for Leon. It could have been used by Krauser to play mind games with Leon. It could have served as new Capcom's way of linking back to the prior Remilks. It could have opened up so many avenues to explore in this non-canon timeline, and they just blanked out on this idea. And I get that in the canon timeline, Leon was only suspicious of the US government's involvement after Resident Evil 2 OG and during Resident Evil 4 OG, and he didn't have exact confirmation of their involvement. But in the Remilk timeline, he has a conversation with Ada where he asks who Umbrella sells their viruses to. He suggests the US military as a possibility, which seems like some kind of suspicion/confirmation that the US government was involved in the production of BOWs. And before that point, Leon asks how it's possible for Umbrella to have a facility without the authorities knowing, to which Ada replies that Umbrella's controlled Raccoon City for years. Also, there's an email you can find in Resident Evil 2 Remilk that mentions William Birkin maintaining unauthorized contact with the US military. This information is also mentioned in the canon timeline in Resident Evil The Dark Side Chronicles. There is also mention of a company that expressed interest in the G virus, and this company was the most well-funded in the United States. I have no idea who this company is, but they seem to have ties to the US government. Based on these points, it's rational to believe that Remilk Leon knew about the US government's involvement with the production of BOWs. And yet, despite despite these points being laid out, New Capcom just forgot about this setup for Resident Evil 4 Remilk. This is reminiscent of Resident Evil Village and the Baker incident report, where despite Ethan having suspicions of Mia being involved with the connections during the events of Resident Evil 7, Resident Evil Village's developers forgot about this point and made it out like Ethan never had suspicions based on the Baker incident report. I see Resident Evil 4 Remilk's developers are making a similar mistake, only this is way worse than with Resident Evil Village. To sum it all up, this rewrite of Operation Javier for the Remilk is pathetic, and there is so much more I need to say in the upcoming parts. We find a photo of Leon with Krauser telling him that he's waiting. I have no idea where Krauser got this photo of Leon from. This photo seems to have been taken after Resident Evil 2 Remilk, given the damage to his uniform. Where could Krauser have possibly gotten this photo? Did he get this photo before Leon became a student? I have no idea. We then find a recording from Krauser left for Leon, where he commends Leon on making it this far, yet the only reason Leon's still around is because Sadler decided to act stupid and let him live, even though he was trying to kill Leon through Ashley. He then mentions that the ruins up ahead have been converted into a battlefield for soldiers like them. The ruins have been watered by the blood of generations for hundreds of years. This part confuses me because based on the eroded cave epitaph, the Illuminados were exiled to this island in 1741, likely by the Salazar family. This island doesn't have the Plagas here. The Plagas are under Salazar Castle, which is not on this island. When Krauser mentions the blood of generations, does that mean the Illuminados were still conducting their sacrificial rituals on the island, or were they still under attack despite being banished to the island? I don't really see the Illuminados performing sacrificial blood rituals on an island where the Plaga isn't at, especially when they're saying they're waiting for their time to come in the eroded cave epitaph. The Resident Evil podcast team believe that there were likely some Salazar incursions onto the island. The Japanese version of the Salazar family chronology says Gregorio I was in charge of monitoring the Illuminados exile to the island. Watered by blood probably refers to this and the ritual sacrifices the cult performed. Krauser then mentions that the ruins are the perfect place to put an end to what happened with Operation Javier, which makes absolutely no sense. What does Leon have to do with Operation Javier when he wasn't even in that op? Why is he pairing Leon with the death of his unit at the hands of the US government? What is with this unjustified fixation on Leon? Is it just because Leon was trained by Krauser? What relevance would that have to Operation Javier? I'm sure Krauser trained many individuals other than Leon. The intro shows this with the people lined next to Leon. This line makes absolutely no sense. And you can't say that Leon was in Operation Javier, because if the US government was trying to kill off the unit, they would have killed off Leon if he tried to return to the United States. And you can't say that they spared Leon because of his first-hand experiences fighting BOWs, because Operation Javier had nothing to do with BOWs. Many of the missions Leon was on didn't seem to involve BOWs, not to mention that Leon was part of a top-secret program. Why would a top-secret program handle the same mission as a public military unit? This is all a complete mess. I can't help but feel like the Remake developers originally planned on having Leon not be a part of Operation Javier, but then they decided to make him a part of the operation. Because they had so much work done, they decided to go on ahead with this juxtaposition of two story mentalities. And I bet in their minds they didn't care because they viewed this whole relationship between Leon and Krauser as superfluous and meaningless by the end of this pre-alpha. Such lack of care is displayed with the story once again. Back to the canon version of Operation Javier, when Leon revealed to Krauser his top secret mission designated as Antivirus Weapon Protocol number 7600, Krauser was left with a bitter taste in his mouth, knowing that he had been manipulated and kept in the dark about what was really going on. He failed to see why Leon, a relatively inexperienced operative, had been given special treatment just because of his experiences in Raccoon City, whilst he, a seasoned veteran who had risked life and limb for his country countless times in the past, was merely a pawn. Furthermore, when Krauser received a serious arm injury from mutated Hilda that he could never recover from through conventional means, he felt sick to his stomach at the thought of having to depend on Leon for survival. Also, after seeing enough of the BOWs at play in Operation Javier, Krauser found it wrong to simply destroy these BOWs, and found Leon to be driven by fear and was nothing more than a coward. He also called Leon cruel with how he chose to console Manuela after they completed their mission. There were many other factors that led to Krauser developing a huge grudge against Leon, which all culminated in their encounter in Resident Evil 4 OG. And furthermore, in Resident Evil 4 OG, Ada and Krauser didn't trust each other, and Krauser displayed a lot of arrogance in believing he was better than Ada and that he considers himself more reliable to Wesker than her. The events of Darkside Chronicles and how he viewed Leon at the time likely informed this behavior in Resident Evil 4 OG. The Remake has nothing this detailed regarding Leon and Krauser's relationship. Removing Leon from Operation Javier in this Remake throws off the character dynamics between himself and Krauser. What's Krauser's justification for having this grudge against Leon? They had so much source material to extract from, but they just ignored all that, like Krauser's background wasn't important. But then diametrically opposed to this idea is the supposed student-mentor relationship between Leon and Krauser, and also Krauser's fixation on Leon. This contradiction isn't resolved properly. It makes no sense. Having Leon and Krauser be peers in the canon timeline makes more sense for an eventual grudge towards Leon. There's so much more I need to say in the later parts. Moving on, we find another file that details how Ashley was abducted from her campus. The phrasing of this file is kinda weird because it seems to be phrased with respect to only Ashley and not including her ex-military bodyguards, which makes her abduction seem confusing. And it's also not clear how many bodyguards Ashley had when she was at campus. Usually, with potential high-value targets like Ashley, they would have a team of bodyguards protecting them, not just 1 or 2 bodyguards. I'm guessing the units involved in this abduction were all part of Ashley's security detail, and maybe some of the bodyguards were not traitors while the rest were, so maybe when the good bodyguards were killed and the bad bodyguards fled, that's why in the mission brief it mentions that Ashley and her ex-military bodyguards were reported missing. I'm not entirely sure how Krauser turned some of the bodyguards. It may have been through money or through informing them of the US government's inaction with Operation Javier. I'm guessing as the sole survivor of Operation Javier, this would allow him to be identified as a survivor of the US government. In fact, how did Krauser even get out of South America if the US government left him to die? Wouldn't the US government have killed him if they actively let his unit die? Leon's reactions to Krauser in Chapter 11 don't seem to complement the idea of the US government trying to kill him after Operation Javier, or that Krauser supposedly faked his death. It makes it seem like Krauser just resumed his normal operations after returning to the US, and that Leon is shocked to see Krauser here. That really doesn't make sense. But talking about this file, in Phase 1, Ashley was taken from campus by Krauser's associates and taken along the regular route until the start of Phase 2. The multiple vehicles used here were probably her normal security detail, which is why there were no suspicions initially. Another associate named Abel would follow behind the vehicle Ashley was in. For Phase 2, Ashley's vehicle was stopped under the pretense of engine trouble, forcing her to go inside of Abel's vehicle. For Phase 3, Abel's unit changed course and Ashley was subdued and placed in a large container. For Phase 4, Baker's unit created a distraction which I would guess involved the deaths of Ashley's good bodyguards, while Henry's unit infiltrated the investigations database and disabled their network. This didn't seem that effective, or maybe it was, depending on your perspective. This confusion in perspective results from the fact that it only feels like a few days passed to allow the intelligence department and eyewitness reports to narrow down Ashley's location, but files like the captive researcher's note, which vaguely describe a time duration that would allow the Illuminados to finish work on the superior species Plaga while Ashley was in their custody, make it seem like Ashley was missing for longer, as I stated back when I was first discussing the captive researcher's note. Or is it that the superior species Plaga was created before the abduction of Ashley began? Furthermore, when you know that Torres Mendes, Ramon Salazar, and Jack Krauser have superior species Plagas, you have to wonder when they received those Plagas in relation to Ashley. Knowing this information beforehand makes the timing of Ashley's abduction very confusing when considering the vague writing of files and the processes one has to go through upon being injected with a superior species Plaga, like with drinking the black liquid, being passed out for a certain amount of time, then awakening. It makes it seem like Mendes, Ramon, and Krauser only received their Plagas in the short time frame of Ashley's abduction. Also, given that Annabelle was running tests on Krauser's superior species Plaga to see how it would be strengthened by the amber, is it possible that Krauser wasn't even physically present with his associates when abducting Ashley? Just another fine example of Resident Evil 4 Remilk's confused storytelling messing with everything. In Resident Evil 4 OG, the Kaitai Shinso in the Japanese version of the file titled Info on Ashley mentioned that Ashley was missing for a few days when she was abducted by Krauser, and I would guess that Krauser utilized a ship to transport Ashley from Massachusetts to Spain, which would take a few days to do. During this time, or slightly after, Ada would then send an anonymous tip to the US government regarding Ashley being potentially sighted in Spain, so that Leon could indirectly aid her in her mission to secure a dominant Plaga sample for the section of the rival organization that was against Wesker. Of course, this would then be taken with a grain of salt by the guys in intelligence, but probably not for long. It would make a bit of sense for this to play out this way, because if it takes almost half a day or a full day for subordinate Plagas to grow and overtake the host, and Ashley was injected with the Plaga prior to meeting Leon, then the timing of Krauser and Ada's actions would have to play out as such. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, however, if the US government never received an anonymous tip from Ada, and they were only relying upon eyewitness reports, which as I stated before in Chapter 1 doesn't really make sense since the idea of random individuals possibly stumbling upon Ashley in this remote village area and somehow not being killed by the Illuminados to report to the police is very unlikely. I'm surprised the US government were even able to find Ashley in time before her superior species Plaga could overtake her. That just seems awfully convenient compared to Resident Evil 4 OG. The Resident Evil podcast team didn't have anything to say about Ashley's sightings in Spain, but they did mention that the superior species Plaga was developed sometime prior to the captive researcher's note. By the time that note is written, Ashley has possibly already been captured. Prior to the note being written, Annabelle had been using that time in the days beforehand to experiment on Krauser's superior species Plaga using the amber. Also, unrelated to the previous points, they noted that the special radiation device has as readouts on the display, which display the dates the machine was used, which I did not know, since you wouldn't think of dates the first time reading this, or that there is any useful information anyway. And the fact that the date format is day, month, year instead of month, day, year also makes it confusing to interpret initially. It's through the dates listed on the special radiation device that we're able to confirm that Resident Evil 4 Remilk takes place in early November 2004. Of course, new Capcom could have just listed that date in the Chapter 1 loading screen instead if they were going to explicitly list the date. But that's all there is to say about these tangents. Back to this file, for Phase 5, Krauser's men would meet at point K9 and transfer Ashley onto a ship. I question if the Illuminados utilized the foreman's boat to transport Ashley from America to Spain, because it would seem odd otherwise if the Illuminados had another boat, or if Krauser was magically able to obtain one that wasn't conspicuous. And that's all we get on Ashley's abduction in the Remilk. I still don't really see the need for these kinds of details on Ashley's abduction, especially at this point in the pre-alpha. And again, how Krauser was able to sway the bodyguards to his side, or where he got additional American allies, is unclear, and what he was doing between the events of Operation Javier and now is confusing if he didn't fake his death. In Resident Evil 4 OG, Krauser was able to abduct Ashley with Wesker's help, as Wesker utilized his expansive spy network and contacts inside the US government to find out when and where Ashley would be, and we know the length of Wesker's reach, especially his ties to the government and the rival organization. It also helps in building up Wesker's influence and presence within the Resident Evil universe. Krauser is then able to drug and knock Ashley unconscious while she is on her way home from her university before transporting her to Southern Europe. The US government would never have found Ashley if Ada didn't leave an anonymous tip, and with Krauser having faked his death, there's a bit more sense to how the US government had trouble identifying the insider that perpetrated the abduction. But having gone over all these files, we finally get to Krauser, the most disgraceful boss fight in Resident Evil history, and I genuinely mean that. There may have been some dumb boss fights throughout the Resident Evil series, and U3 in Separate Ways Remilk may have some incredibly idiotic designs, but this encounter is not only bad gameplay-wise, but also story and character-wise. They took such an iconic, mysterious figure from the original Resident Evil 4 and made him into an absolute joke. There is going to be so much to say, damning this fake boss fight to hell. Before going into this encounter, you'll want to make sure you have a fully upgraded combat knife or a rocket launcher. The justifications for this are due to poor mentalities from the developers. I'll explain why when we get to the final phase. With how much I played through Krauser in order to create a very refined methodology, it's hard to truly describe the numerous gameplay problems with Krauser's encounter through a retrospective format. As such, while I'll address some problems here and there, I won't be able to describe all of them entirely. My videos titled The Appalling, Disgraceful Design / Incompetency of Krauser cover a vast majority of the mechanical issues, AI problems, and improper design mentalities prevalent throughout this encounter. The problems are so bad that they force you down a very rigid path to deal with Krauser. With all that said, let's get into Resident Evil 4 Remilk's supposed reimagining of Krauser's encounter before I contrast it with the far superior original version of Krauser's encounter in Resident Evil 4 OG. This will be the lengthiest talk on a boss ever. Leon drops down into the ruins and Krauser calls him out, telling him he's been waiting for him, cueing the start of this pointless conversation. And why is this dramatic music playing during this conversation? This music does not fit the tone or contents of whatever this pointless conversation is. And why does Leon waste time talking with Krauser when he has to get to Ashley? If he was so keen on brushing off an important character like Ada, why does he not brush off someone like Krauser in order to get to Ashley? A fallen mentor hardly compares to a secret agent involved in the world's first large-scale BOW incident, and also a love interest for Leon. At least that's what new Capcom would have you believe with Resident Evil 2 Remilk. Not to mention, it wasn't that long ago that Ashley was captured by Sadler. Leon should be worried about her, but he wastes time trying to appeal to Krauser's supposedly good nature. It's a really dumb inconsistency, especially when Leon should know that the superior species plaga would prevent Krauser from responding to appeals. Krauser then notes that Leon is worried about Ashley and finds humor in this, since it plays into what he views as poor judgment on Leon's part. I don't know if he actually means this or if he's simply playing mind games with him, but from what context does he mean poor judgment when worrying about someone? Let's relate this to Krauser. Was it poor judgment on Krauser's part for even thinking about his unit and their fate when they were left to die during Operation Javier? It seems like Krauser is indirectly dismissing the supposed care he had for his unit, so even he acknowledges how pointless the rewrite of Operation Javier is. And having him take the time to call out Leon's supposedly poor judgment due to his grudge is odd, considering that Leon wasn't even in Operation Javier. Krauser then threatens Leon again by calling him naive for thinking he'll let him go and save Ashley. Leon can't save Ashley, and he can't save anyone. I question what the whole point of Krauser saying Leon can't save anyone is. Is he trying to link back to Raccoon City because Leon discussed the lack of survivors in the intro? That doesn't make sense because the intro implies that Leon kept quiet about Raccoon City while doing his supposedly punishing missions. Leon then tells Krauser to give it up and that being a lackey for the Illuminados won't bring his men back. They would not like him siding with a cult in order to get revenge on the government. I don't understand why Leon is still thinking like this when Krauser's sadistic actions from earlier, like with killing Luiz and calling him a rat, have nothing to do with his men. Is Leon not going to think about Luiz during this moment? This is why I said having Krauser kill Luiz presents problems on a dialogue level. Also, as I pointed out before, if Annabelle was going to retain her consciousness while maintaining that devotion to Sadler through the superior species Plaga, and Krauser was injected with the superior species Plaga, then he should be the same with being devoted to Sadler. In fact, here's another inconsistency. Annabelle and the researchers were scared of being injected with the superior species Plaga because even if they retained their consciousness, they would be swayed over to Sadler's influence, so they wouldn't be themselves. If Krauser was aware of this prior to being injected with the superior species Plaga, he wouldn't have received it. The fact that he did receive it would imply that he was lied to, but because there is no change in his consciousness, and he's still retaining his free will to continue his obsession over Leon, this is an inconsistency. It contradicts what Annabelle said in the superior species report, as I pointed out before, and I highly doubt that having his superior species Plaga being strengthened by the amber instead of the black liquid has anything to do with this inconsistent consciousness process. Goodness me, the ineptitude on New Capcom's part with their inability to note these points is astounding. But getting back on track, it makes no sense for Leon to still assume that Krauser is doing all this to avenge his men, based on him killing Luiz, and also based on his superior species Plaga injection. Even Krauser voices the same question, with why Leon thinks he's doing all this for revenge. This is the one time I can agree with this pathetic character in calling out another pathetic character in this Remilk. Krauser shouldn't even be having these thoughts on getting revenge on Leon. His thoughts should be based around Sadler, like I mentioned before. Leon then replies saying, "Isn't that what this is all about?" Which I'm guessing refers to this entire encounter in the ruins, as Krauser indicated in that recording. Krauser then responds in an exaggerated manner as part of his crappy acting.
See, in that jungle, I had a revelation. The most important thing in this world is pure, unadulterated power. Most Illuminados have given me that.
Where exactly is this coming from? The US government left him and his men to die, and from that he comes to the revelation that power is everything? Really? That makes no sense. This is why I'm saying that the canon version of Operation Javier better informs the idea of Krauser coming to realize the power of BOWs compared to the stupid rewrite for the Remilk that doesn't involve BOWs. Leon then mentions that while Krauser was always an asshole, he still had a code and some honor, but now he's a shadow of his former self. Great. Another warning sign for how the character dynamics between Leon and Krauser are going to go. If Krauser was always an asshole, why am I meant to take any of the supposed character dynamics seriously? Krauser then says to stop reminiscing, which Leon shouldn't be wasting time with anyway if he's trying to save Ashley. He then decides to act like a cliched war veteran and spout a dumb line on moving out and drawing fire, addressing Leon as a soldier before opening fire on him. The original Krauser never said anything this stupid. It makes me wonder if New Capcom took inspiration from one of their other titles like Street Fighter and used a character from that title to inform Krauser's voice acting in this Remilk. This then begins Phase 1. Phase 1 always starts the same way. Krauser fires his machine gun at you for a bit before swapping to his bow. After that, you then need to run to the structure, forcing Krauser to aim his bow in front of you. After he fires, you'll be able to run up the structure and get to where the wheel is. Don't bother trying to shoot his arrows. Not only do they do pitiful damage, but the hit detection between your bullets and the arrow is bad. Once you get to where the wheel is, this will force Krauser to jump over to your side and attack you. Fighting him normally is awkward and opens you up to the same problems you were encountering back in Chapter 11. Of course, that's assuming there's even a regular method for dealing with as awkward a boss as Krauser. Also, Krauser never flinches from your shots. It's like he's Eddie from Silent Hill 2. Krauser's physical characteristics are no different to that of a regular Ganado aside from his super speed and super jumping capabilities. Yet that's all it takes for him to artificially and comically resist being stunned by weapons. The stuns on him are inconsistent and are only ever consistent when you shoot him after he does specific melee attacks. But even then, there are those moments where Krauser can cancel out of his stun animations or other animations earlier than usual. He can sometimes use the evade animation to avoid being stunned by bullets if you try to punish his melee attack, which is really dumb. Also, Also, when you perform a QTE to avoid one of Krauser's melee attacks and you try to stun him with either the pistol or the submachine gun, there are times where even when your reticle is perfectly on Krauser, your shots just miss. It's a problem with the projectile-based nature of the bullets combined with the delay in Leon's aiming animation and the dishonest reticle. It happens way too much unless you use the shotgun. When it comes to Krauser's bullshit running grab, you can't flinch him with bullets, but you can flinch him with a knife. Don't ask me why this is the case, it's really stupid. That's at least some of the problems I can describe right now. During phase 1, Krauser has a pre-programmed state where if you're on the wheel and he's far enough away, he'll always do a kick and glide towards you in order to get you off. Letting go of the wheel at the right moment and doing the QTE can allow you to get a guaranteed setup for stunning him with bullets, assuming he doesn't use an evade animation to reset his stun HP and prevent the stun. This leads into the general strategy for phase 1. After getting to the wheel, you'll want to start turning it as Krauser is coming for you. As soon as you see him start the kick, get off the wheel and do the QTE. He'll always jump behind you, so shoot him with the shotgun when he attacks, kick him, then shoot him while he's knocked back. He'll always do a sweep kick when he recovers, so dodge it, use the shotgun, kick him, then shoot him. Since you're close to him and you're aiming, he'll jump behind you to do the bullshit grab. Knife him, then time your second knife hit so that he'll parry you. When he parries you, he'll always do the sweep kick, so dodge it, use the shotgun, then kick him into the pillar. Because he's far enough away from the wheel, you can start turning it, bait his kick, then dodge it. Krauser will always jump up to this high spot, so get under him so he doesn't attack, and use the time to reload your shotgun. If you get back on the wheel at the right moment when he jumps down, he'll do the kick again, allowing you to use the shotgun on him, then melee him. It's best to not hold the aim button too early, as it may cause him to evade. Repeat this process of getting on the wheel, and Krauser will run away, ending phase 1, a rather time-consuming sequence. It's worth mentioning that there is an exploit that allows you to prevent Krauser from jumping over to your side, allowing you to safely turn the wheel that opens the door to the next area. If you skip the cutscene once Leon starts talking about Krauser's former code, this will put Krauser in the incorrect initial position, so when you enter this structure and he jumps over to your side, he'll fall to the bottom level instead, allowing you to speed up this dumb phase and save up on ammo and knife durability. During the gameplay of phase 1, Krauser continues to mock Leon, saying things like, "I don't remember teaching you to move like that," to which Leon replies saying that Krauser did teach him to never match the enemy's pace, which is ironic because Leon in this pre-alpha is the most sluggish character in all of Resident Evil history, so his way of matching the enemy's pace is by being slower than them. Even the grannies back in the village area run faster than Leon and can even push him around by sprinting into him. And even Krauser agrees with me, as he says that Leon is so slow, so weak, and lacking any instinct. Nice to have new Capcom shovel that in my face yet again. And why does Krauser even waste time talking about Leon like this if this so-called fight is meant to put an end to what happened 2 years ago with Operation Javier, especially when Leon wasn't even in that operation? Is he just trying to touch a nerve with Leon to get him to drop his guard and be more reckless? I don't get it. With phase 1 complete, we enter phase 1.5, which is another time-consuming, boring process because you'll be doing the same thing every single time with avoiding lasers, shooting turrets, shooting bear traps, and avoiding Krauser. Since it's that simple, I'll just talk about the quotes. Krauser mocks Leon by telling him he should hustle as Ashley's in danger, which Leon should have already been doing if he's now so single-mindedly focused on Ashley in this Remilk and just brushes aside significant characters. Not to mention, Ashley was abducted by Sadler not that long ago. Nice of Krauser to point out that kind of loophole in Leon's personality. Krauser then asks Leon if he remembers the fight in the jungle and how Krauser and his unit barely made it out alive, to which Leon gives an unrelated response by reciting the first lesson Krauser gave him about going with your gut and not thinking. Why would he choose that kind of phrase as his answer? It makes it seem like they incorrectly placed this quote when they were putting the dialogue together. What is it with the developers for trying to be vague about the details of Operation Javier through the most inorganic and illogical dialogue between two characters? If they were going to be that vague, they should have just not cited Operation Javier in this Remilk. This is such a poor foundation to give the illusion of character development for Leon. This particular point needs to be elaborated on later. This quote also adds more confusion because it once again puts into contention whether Leon was in Operation Javier or not, when I've already cited many contradicting details back in Chapter 11 and from the redacted case file. Leon likely read a report on certain details on Operation Javier, like with that fight in the jungle, which is the best explanation I can give. The writing for this entire exchange between Leon and Krauser seems to be written with the mindset of, oh, it doesn't matter what happens so long as we get to our endpoint. That's the same mentality Resident Evil 2 Remilk's developers had when designing the story of that title. Krauser then says he's no stranger to covert tactics, to which Leon replies saying, how could I forget? Yet another laughable, dense quote from Leon in this Remilk, demonstrating that Leon doesn't catch on quick as expected. I've already cited way too many examples of Leon being slow to catch on quick as expected, like with what he said to Mendes in Chapter 6, or with how he lectured Ada on the importance of knives, but then chose not to use his knife on Krauser initially back in Chapter 11 for unjustified comic relief. And the delivery of this line feels just as bad as this quote from Resident Evil 2 Remilk that was cited by fans as being poor with its acting.
That explains
explains the horrible things I've seen.
Why is this the most retarded version of Leon by far? Krauser then admits to Leon that he's done well to survive this long, to which Leon says that he'd be dead if he kept listening to people like Krauser, which is yet another dumb, contradictory quote, because throughout this pre-alpha, Leon has been actively going out of his way to use Krauser's techniques and restate his lessons. He even decided to use nothing but his knife when dealing with Krauser back in Chapter 11 after Krauser sarcastically reminded Leon of the importance of knives, so this quote is laughable in its placement. Leon then compliments Krauser for going all out for him, to which Krauser delivers a stereotypical line like he's a cliched military veteran from an old military movie about making the pretty boy feel special. He then says that Leon has passed with flying colors, then throws grenades as medals for Leon. Like, this is seriously retarded at this point. Now Krauser is exaggerating his role to an extreme, acting even more cliched than the typical cliched war veteran or cliched drill sergeant. Just like with Patoris Mendes being like Father Moscas from Berserk with his over-exaggerated status as a missionary. You just have to wonder at this point if new Capcom even played Resident Evil 4 OG, because Krauser never babbled on like this, or spouted cliched stuff related to the military constantly. Krauser was taken more seriously in Resident Evil 4 OG than here. It just feels like the Remilk's writers only played Resident Evil 4 OG back in 2005, and just relied upon distorted memories or fan stories to come up with Krauser's character. This is the character that supposedly went through some great tragedy back in Operation Javier. This is the character that is meant to be Leon's former mentor, and supposedly contribute to some kind of character development in Leon. You can't even say that he's trying to mask his insecurities, because there are far better ways of masking insecurities, and surely Krauser must have the self-awareness to realize he's embarrassing himself. It seems being a mentor to someone means you have to be quirky as hell, while being a peer to someone actually ensures that you're a serious character. And for someone with a huge hatred for the United States, you'd think he'd be avoiding the typical cliched lines that are attributed to the military, but apparently not. At least in Resident Evil 4 OG, when Krauser said he needed Ashley to buy Sadler's trust, and like Leon, he was American, he said it as a way to denounce and mock the idea of being an American through a satirical manner. He didn't say it to be a cliche. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, it's like he's saying all this because he enjoys it, but then that contradicts his supposed hatred for the United States. And just think, Wesker is quirky in this Remilk as well, so if Krauser was actually written as working for Wesker, it wouldn't surprise me where Krauser got his quirky attitude from. This is just a mockery of Resident Evil 4 OG and Darkside Chronicles at this point. Resident Evil 4 OG focused more on the overarching narrative of the Resident Evil universe, since a personally focused narrative on Leon was never the intention and was completely unnecessary, yet it still managed to make Leon and Krauser feel like competent individuals with depth. The Remilk, on the other hand, with its more personally driven narrative, somehow manages to make such buffoons out of Leon and Krauser and tries to deliver false depth with its story and characters. If anyone is still trying to stand by this poor writing decision with Krauser and Leon, or they're still standing by the feeble argument of saying that Resident Evil 4 Remilk is more serious than Resident Evil 4 OG, something is seriously wrong with them. By the way, on professional difficulty, the developers give you an additional typewriter before Phase 2. They had the foresight to do this, yet they don't bother giving you a typewriter before Phase 3, which is where the most significant changes to Krauser as a result of professional difficulty are. Because of this, every time you want to practice Phase 3 Krauser, you have to go through Phase 2 Krauser, which causes you to hate Phase 2 Krauser even more. And people say the lack of checkpoints leads to true difficulty. What a bunch of morons. Before you go into Phase 2, you'll want to have the assault rifle with you to speed up the phase. After that tiresome sequence with Phase 1.5, we get to Phase 2. Phase 2 introduces some new parameters for Krauser to follow. The most useful parameter is that whenever you're standing near the laser explosives, Krauser will be forced to do the sweep kick, allowing you to get a guaranteed stun on him. This is only in select instances. If you stay by the explosives too much, he won't do the sweep kick and will do his other attacks. This then leads into the general strategy for Phase 2. As soon as this encounter begins, you'll want to run to this column and wait for Krauser to finish using his machine gun. Once he throws a grenade, run to this column and take cover to avoid his machine gun fire. If you get flinched by a grenade, he'll stop his machine gun fire early. Remain near the laser explosive. Krauser will always take the furthest path to get to you, which will lead him to do the sweep kick right in front of you, so dodge it, stun him with the shotgun, then kick him away. Keep shooting him with the shotgun, dodge the sweep kick he always does, stun him, then kick him. Shoot him with the assault rifle before he fully recovers so that he'll favor flash grenades, dodge the attack, stun him with the shotgun, then kick him. Lay into him with the assault rifle again, which will make him use a flash grenade again, dodge the attack, stun him with the shotgun, then kick him. Deal some extra hits and the phase will end. As an alternative, if you don't have a lot of assault rifle ammo in your clip, you'll want to get to the other side of the laser explosive after stunning him with the shotgun, as you'll be taking advantage of another design with Krauser, his tendency to spam evade when you're aiming at him. By taking advantage of this system, you can keep Krauser on the other side of the laser explosive, as he'll keep trying to dodge into you, but he'll be unable to set off the explosive. This allows you to shoot him constantly, though you'll burn through through a lot more ammo in the process given his absurd HP. If he decides to run towards you, be prepared for his sweep kick. Sometimes there can be moments where he does another attack if he decides to falter in his sprint. In the event he uses flash grenades, you'll be able to roll underneath the laser explosive without detonating it and re-engage the loop. It's a very effective process for ending phase 2 quickly without having to waste time dealing with Krauser's bad hitboxes, bad AI, and the times when he jumps up to a high place to use his weapons and grenades. And the thing that's really dumb about this process is that you witness firsthand the lack of effort put into Krauser's stun animations. This guy is like Arnold Schwarzenegger from Raw Ordeal, where he's just walking through bullets like they're nothing. In what way does his infection allow this kind of absurd capability? This literally feels unfinished. He's all bloodied up, you're hitting him in various body parts, including the head, and you're using weapons like the shotgun for crying out loud. Even Wesker from Resident Evil 5 flinched from bullets when shot, because that actually makes sense if he's going to be evading your bullets. He's avoiding your bullets because of the fact that they stun him. There's nothing about Wesker's body that should allow him to shrug bullets off like they're nothing, because it's common sense. If this is the case for Wesker, there's no reason for Krauser to be so different. If he's just going to shrug off bullets through such an artificial manner, there's no reason for him to have evade animations. And the lacking animations gave new Capcom more incentive to make a brain-dead brute force encounter. Krauser's not having to be tactical or rely upon more clever tactics because he barely has any stun animations, and he has a lot of HP for no reason. This is half-assed work at its finest with designing a boss. They don't even try to design Krauser's gameplay in such a way that complements his supposedly tactical nature. That's how little they cared about Krauser in this pre-alpha. To talk about some quotes during phase 2, Leon calls out Krauser on his mind games, which Krauser could have based around the US government being corrupt, especially with the events I talked about in Resident Evil 2 Remilk, but Leon probably didn't discuss Raccoon City with Krauser, and without knowing what Krauser did after Operation Javier, we can't say that Leon met up with Krauser and had a talk with him about the US government's actions using his knowledge from Resident Evil 2 Remilk in order to bond through shared grievances. New Capcom really missed out on the opportunity to make Krauser's mind games more interesting. Leon then taunts Krauser, mentioning that he must need a breather since his arm must be killing him, to which Krauser replies saying that opening a new wound is the best way to forget an old one. So new Capcom decided to bring in that detail from the canon timeline, but also chose to change the context. Did Krauser even receive this arm injury during Operation Javier or from a mission before Operation Javier? If he received this during Operation Javier, then that means Krauser returned to America and met up with Leon, which is how Leon would find out about the arm injury. But then why didn't the US government try to kill him if they killed off his unit? Also, if he came up with this revelation on pure, unadulterated power back in Operation Javier, then it wouldn't make sense for him to meet up with Leon if he's now developed a hatred for him for some reason. Therefore, I would assume Krauser's arm injury was received prior to Operation Javier. But if that's the case, why mention it then if it has no relevance to Operation Javier? This quote didn't need to exist. Krauser then claims that Leon hasn't learned a thing, even though he made it all the way here, which contradicts what he said earlier, where he complimented Leon on doing well to survive this long. Honestly, Krauser's verbal attacks on Leon just don't have much of a leg to stand on with how badly set up his character is. And it's funny how he spouts so much nonsense during this encounter, yet he tells Leon to shut his mouth like Leon's been talking more than him. That is so dumb. And is it just me, or is this line where Krauser says you wouldn't want to die with it open meant to be a metagame element referencing Ben's death from Resident Evil 2 Remilk, and how out of all the characters in that bad game, Ben's is the most over the top with his eye popped out and his tongue hanging out of his mouth? I see the developers wanted to mock Ben one more time in this pre-alpha, and it's even funnier when you remember that Leon and Ada just have a casual conversation while staring at Ben's corpse with comical disinterest as part of the silly writing in Resident Evil 2 Remilk. Krauser then super jumps and takes his beret and vest off in order to make room for his mutation. I wouldn't be surprised if new Capcom made Krauser take off his vest in front of Leon to show his machismo and nothing else, because that isn't cringy as hell in their eyes. And while he's doing all this, he's once again rambling about repeatedly telling Leon that he's too soft to do what's necessary, like he's Nikolai from Resident Evil 3 Remilk. How exactly has Leon been soft when he's been riddling Krauser's body with bullets? Leon's not exactly holding back in the gameplay, but the cutscene seems to contradict this. Maybe if Krauser didn't have the kind of unjustified HP and lacking stuns during the gameplay, new Capcom could have favored a better gameplay model that complemented this quote from Krauser. Furthermore, was Leon so soft when he unprofessionally let loose on the first villager without first holding the villager at gunpoint to potentially dissuade him from attacking further like he did in Resident Evil 4 OG? If Krauser had seen this kind of misconduct on Leon's part, he would have approved and would have not seen Leon as being his version of soft. And also, Leon's been going through hundreds of Ganados to get to Ashley. How can Krauser still say that Leon's too soft to do what's necessary? If he praised Leon multiple times for doing well at making it this far, then that would mean that Leon shouldn't be soft in his eyes. This This is a glaring example of ludonarrative dissonance between the gameplay and cutscenes. Krauser's just going back and forth with his beliefs. I don't even understand what he's referencing with this quote. What does Leon being soft have to do with Operation Javier if he wasn't in that operation? Without any context given as to what Leon and Krauser did together prior to 2004 that would warrant Krauser calling Leon soft, this quote just feels like it doesn't belong in the current script. And how can he even be having this obsession with Leon when his superior species Plaga should be preventing such personal interests? Much like with Sadler injecting Annabelle with the superior species Plaga out of caution in order to prevent her from having any interest in experimenting with the Amber and potentially going against Sadler. This poor quality to the cutscene feels like a side effect of new Capcom dividing the work on the Remilk between 3 teams and then having them not communicate with each other. The voice acting, the improper placement of the quote, and the choice of music just remove any kind of intimidation with Krauser's mutation here. Literally, at this point in my blind playthrough, I was just telling Krauser to shut up and fight, as I was getting tired of his nonsense. I can't believe this is what they decided upon for this reimagining. Krauser then does a super slam, knocking Leon to the bottom level and proclaiming that it's time for Leon to finish his training, just to flaunt his cliched war veteran status again. He then says, in such an over-exaggerated manner that complements his poor voice acting. And given the new hierarchy of the Plagas now, where the superior species Plaga is lesser in its capabilities compared to the dominant Plaga, Krauser has no reason to say this, especially if he's aware of Sadler's fantasy hive mind capabilities. Leon then says he's lost it completely, even though Krauser's personality doesn't seem to be different compared to how it was before and during Operation Javier, if he was always an asshole. Leon taunts Krauser further by calling his true power laughable, which is actually justified, before congratulating Krauser on this newfound faith. Krauser then threatens Leon and tells him that faith is for the weak, which is ironic because he's working for a religious zealot like Sadler. His superior species Plaga should be making him indebted to Sadler completely, and in a couple of files, he's demonstrated zeal in fulfilling Sadler's goals. Krauser's really been reduced to another lunatic with a god complex, huh? And he's been further diluted as a character based on him not being affiliated with Wesker whatsoever in this Remilk. I have to say this again. Why does this Spanish cult have a random American veteran working for them? Krauser really does feel like a faceless foot soldier, albeit one who likes to scream a lot.
Killed us all. Without mercy. Only devastating power. What's wrong? Show no mercy. You're slow and so goddamn weak. I don't remember teaching you to move like that. Guess I'll make the first move. Sloppy. Won't last long moving like that. You need to pick up the pace. Think about the girl. Anything to make the pretty boy feel special. There's nowhere to run. Come out and fight. You like these arrows? Since when were you such a coward? You passed with flying colors. Here's from metal. This is it, soldier. You and me are 2 sides of the same coin. I guess that means we'll never see eye to eye. You've made it all this way, but you haven't learned a thing. I have to say, I'm disappointed. Shut your mouth. You wouldn't want to die with it open. You're looking shaky there, rookie. I told you. Again and again. You're too soft to do what's necessary. Witness the power! Here I come! Faith is for the weak. Only power is real. Soldiers are pawns. Tools to be discarded once they're past their use. I will use this power to break that cycle. You're not getting away! I can't wait to see you writhe! Oh, such confidence. Bring it, rookie! Are you ready, rookie? I'm not surprised you made it this far. Not bad, but I didn't expect anything less. After all, I know your potential better than anyone. It's a damn shame you can't see the truth. How long do you plan to fight in that primitive body of yours? You need to stop living in the past. Dead? No. I've been reborn into something greater than he ever was. Strength is everything. The weak can protect nothing. That's where you're wrong. I didn't know a damn thing. Now I do! You can't deny this power. Imagine the strength you'd have. Always trying to get the last word. Come here. I'll beat that out of you. Uncle Sam did one thing for me. I'll give him that. He sent me you, and not some good-for-nothing grunt. Come on! Give up. My strength is without it. I'll show you the meaning of strength. Here's what real power feels like. Get your head in the game. You wouldn't want to lose it. Yes! This is the moment I've been waiting for. Come at me, rookie. Show me what it is you've got that I don't. Don't stop. You have your orders. Hit me with your best shots. My defense is unbreakable.
This is precisely why he's a screaming man-child in this Remilk. There is one part where Krauser directly attacks you. For this part, you can avoid having to deflect Krauser's attack by hugging the left-hand side, then slowly turning around as you pass by the third pillar on the left, allowing you to run back around the corner and bait out Krauser's attack. Sometimes Krauser will be around even after he does the attack, so you'll have to expose yourself for a bit to bait out his attack, then he'll go away. Also, he can hit you through the geometry, so don't be near this wall. Okay, it's December 9, 2024, and while I was in the middle of getting footage of Krauser's quotes in this area, I stumbled upon this quote that's easy to miss, since you only seem to trigger it if you linger in this area for some reason. Get ready for what I have to say, because while this is the first time I've heard this quote, within a few seconds of listening to it, I already consider this to be one of the stupidest quotes I have ever heard in a title, and I seriously cannot grasp the rationale behind Krauser's thinking, as even a clueless dolt can see the glaring contradictions in Krauser's statement when coupled with his actions. Leon asks Krauser what he could possibly stand to gain from being one of the Illuminados, to which Krauser responds saying that soldiers are pawns and are discarded like tools once they're past their use, and that he intends to use the power of his superior species Plaga, or potentially Saddler's grand ambitions, to break that cycle. This makes absolutely no sense and is completely contradictory to Krauser's actions throughout this entire pre-alpha. Doesn't an idiot like Krauser realize that he's literally acting like the leaders in the US government who left his unit for dead, since he's in command of Ganados who are under the control of the subordinate Plagas, making them into mindless drones that are easily discarded like trash? Apparently, in Krauser's mind, his idea of breaking the cycle of soldiers being pawns is to not be a soldier, but to be the very entity that controls them. This is further confirmed by files like the Antenna Array Construction Report, the Defenses Development File, and Research Report number 14 on the Amber, where his goal of world domination and the attainment of power are acknowledged. That literally sounds stupid just saying it, as Krauser's proposed process isn't related to any sort of break in a cycle. This is a non sequitur in reasoning. Furthermore, he's not even the real entity controlling the Ganados. Saddler is. He's the one with the dominant Plaga that is able to control both superior and subordinate Plagas, not Krauser. After everything Krauser has seen in the past 2 years being with the Illuminados, from the way the Ganados behave to the abduction of victims, how can he still believe that he's breaking that cycle of pawns? And also, he shouldn't even be having these thoughts, as his superior species Plaga should be folding him to Saddler's influence, just like what happened with Annabelle, where she retained her consciousness and intelligence, but her consciousness was shaped in such a way that made Saddler the origin point of her thought. But as usual with their inconsistent writing, new Capcom's just made Krauser an outlier with the way his superior species Plaga doesn't seem to affect his mind. And after proclaiming in Chapter 11 that he was a free man who made a choice, surely he must have the intelligence to realize that this statement he made makes no sense when factoring in his actions, but apparently not. And bear in mind, Leon accused him of being a lackey to the Illuminados earlier, yet Krauser didn't say anything, like he's acknowledging this is the case. He wants to say that he's breaking that cycle of soldiers being pawns, yet he's willingly acting like a pawn for a terrorist organization using parasites to reduce individuals to mindless drones to enact their plans. Again, how can Krauser not see this? If Luiz understood the way Saddler treated the people of this island for generations, and he was going to stop Saddler's plans, why not Krauser? Did he seriously abduct Ashley under the belief that Saddler was going to change anything when he would take control of the United States? What does Ashley's abduction have to do with breaking any cycle? And also, what does Leon have to do with this cycle? Why does Krauser obsess so much over Leon when he wasn't in Operation Javier? What could Krauser have possibly learned about Leon while he was training him that would cause him to view Leon as being a threat to him breaking that cycle of soldiers being pawns? Is Krauser really that much of a lunatic with a god complex that he's so absorbed in his own ramblings even if they make no cohesive sense? You can't even say that Krauser is a genuine lunatic with a god complex, because even such lunatics have more sense than Krauser. Even Mendes and Ramon have more sense with their beliefs than Krauser. This devolution to Krauser in this Remilk doesn't feel intentional, logical, or organic, like there's some lesson to be taught here. It feels like an outcome resulting from flippant and confused writing, and you've heard through my dissection of Krauser how poorly put together his character is, how his superior species Plaga doesn't seem to affect his consciousness and train of thought, and how much he flip-flops between talking about Leon, talking about power, talking about Operation Javier, talking about soldiers, and talking about the Illuminados. It's like the developers can't figure out which topics to drop or how to properly blend all these topics together into a single individual without violating lore, which renders all of his story points and his supposed contribution to Leon's character development null and void. Krauser was already confusing to interpret as a character, but this quote elevates that stupidity further and seals the deal on his retardation, and the quotes he says later on in Phase 3 contradict what he says here. Like I said before, this has to be one of the worst quotes I have ever heard in a title by far. You can't seriously tell me that Remilk Krauser is better written than OG Krauser, or that he's actually a real character in this Remilk. I'm sure you'll probably say that Leon acknowledging that Krauser has lost it completely is an indication that there's nothing to be taken from any of Krauser's quotes, but the developers make it a point that Krauser is entirely of sound thought and is composed, so his quotes have to be seen as coming from a sane person. And if there's nothing to be taken from Krauser's quotes, why does Krauser need to say anything? And why is he given a supposedly ceremonious death from Leon in order to make it seem like Leon is developing as a character and not being seen as a soldier in Krauser's mind? This would only be possible if the developers viewed Krauser as of sane thought. So clearly, the developers don't view Krauser as a lunatic with a god complex, and they accept this poor, confused writing of Krauser's character. That is appalling. Leon makes his way to the top before the drawbridge is raised. Krauser then shows up sporting another mutation on his arm that just occurred off camera somehow. And I swear to God, guys, it feels like they used Wesker's model from the final boss fight in Resident Evil 5 to influence the design of Krauser's final mutation, because Krauser literally looks like Wesker at times with his hair and disfigurements during this cutscene, albeit without any tentacles. If they actually did this, that is pretty lazy. There's no imagination here. The only rampant imagination here is the over-exaggerated dialogue on how Leon's training isn't done before Leon declares it's time for the teacher to be taught, which again, doesn't have much of a leg to stand on given the confusing history of Leon and Krauser. This then begins Phase 3, the most disgraceful part of Krauser's encounter. Phase 3 is where the changes provided by professional difficulty are more noticeable, as his parry timings are far stricter than before, and they're strict to the point of being unresponsive at so many points. Even though you're used to parrying Ganados and other enemies, for some reason, Krauser's parry timings aren't the same. There are far too many moments where you're questioning why you didn't get certain parries. Even the moments where you get perfect parries can feel like luck more than anything else. Leon's sluggish movement also plays a role in making this encounter awkward, as Krauser's moves are fast to the point of not feeling designed, with Leon's slow speed in mind. As such, while you may realize that certain moves are coming, it can be impossible to avoid them accordingly because of Leon's slow speed when turning and also the phantom range on Krauser's moves. The worst of these moves is a backhand attack he does with his right hand that he can just pull out so quickly at times that the phantom range and Leon's sluggish movement can make avoiding it a pain in the ass. Aside from that, there are plenty of other issues with Phase 3, but due to the sheer amount, it will take a long time to go over them, so I'll instead leave links to my poor designs of Remilk Krauser videos. There's a reason why I mentioned earlier that you need to have a fully upgraded knife for Phase 3. This is because I could not rationalize what the normal approach to mutated Krauser is, and out of every possible strategy I've tried that didn't involve buying merchant exclusive weapons or upgrading my guns to huge extremes, using the fully upgraded knife was the only thing that had more sense. Though don't take that as me saying it makes sense for the knife to be encouraged here. Mutated Krauser is an encounter based entirely on deflecting him, while occasionally crouching or running away from attacks that can't be deflected. He spends a lot of the time using his right hand to block your attacks, walking around or dashing for short bursts. Deflecting him allows you to kick him, which you would think warrants the use of the guns, but the thing is, if you try to shoot him, you have to spend some time getting some distance from Mutated Krauser to reload your weapons. The incredibly tiny arena only makes reloading your weapons that much more tedious because you're constantly having to cancel out of your reload animation when climbing or dropping down ladders or ledges, or when you're having to do the QTEs. The whole process of running away and trying to reload your weapons after shooting Mutated Krauser after a deflection presents as a jarring approach to this encounter. Mutated Krauser's tendency to hold his arm up further dissuades the use of guns. Not that he needs to hold his arm up anyway, given that he doesn't flinch whatsoever from bullets. When you're on the top level, Krauser perpetually keeps his arm in front of his body. This can lead to a lot of confusion with what attack he's doing, as while he mainly does the grab and the backhand attack, he can also do the attacks with his left hand, and the attacks with his left hand are almost unavoidable without deflecting him. And it doesn't help that Mutated Krauser has so much life to the point where heavy grenades feel like paperweights with the little damage they do. The fully upgraded knife does more damage than heavy grenades. Not to mention, mutated Krauser only gets knocked back by grenades when he's in a normal state. With how obscene the damage is, it just looks so silly seeing Krauser shrug all of that off in such an artificial manner. It's as ludicrous as the idea of a person surviving a nuke. How does this not look silly in new Capcom's eyes? One has to wonder how Krauser can even talk or not sustain a lot of physical damage to his body during his death cutscene. Mutated Krauser is just another bullet sponge who doesn't flinch properly and has many attacks that are not thought out properly when factoring in Leon's movement, the deflection system, and the phantom range on his attacks. That's probably why they also removed the time limit that was present in Resident Evil 4 OG, because a time limit doesn't suit a damage sponge like mutated Krauser. But back to this encounter, with how jarring it is to use the guns on Krauser, unless you're running something like a fully upgraded Magnum, you're pretty much forced to use the fully upgraded knife on him. The problem is, when you're using the fully upgraded knife, you're having to run the gamut with the poor detection on the deflections, the incredibly inconsistent stun thresholds on Krauser, the times when you can't exactly see what move Krauser is doing when he's facing away from you after you melee him before deciding to pirouette and hit you, the times when he uses his backhand attack out of nowhere, the times when he cancels his recovery animation after he's kicked, etc. There's just no proper justification for how the knife is encouraged. It doesn't properly stun him when hitting certain body parts, the damage isn't that impressive, the deflection has spotty detection, and given that we've been deflecting the entire pre-alpha, deflections don't stand out in any way during mutated Krauser's encounter, and you're having to deal with how Krauser is positioned after he's hit with a melee attack. Knife only on mutated Krauser is really stupid and only further showcases how messed up the fundamental framework to mutated Krauser's encounter is. There's just no rationalizing what the intended method for dealing with Krauser is, and this only contributes to the confused nature to this false reimagining. There's no real strategy for dealing with Krauser other than skipping the initial cutscene quickly, standing still so that Krauser misses you with his slam attack, knifing him 5 to 7 times while he's in the animation so that he'll probably get stunned, and hoping you don't get pushed around too much and screwed by the knife's hit detection, then just deflecting him and hoping you don't get screwed by bad detection. That is literally all I could find that presents as less awkward gameplay. The only other alternative is the rocket launcher, and I don't blame you if you use it here. There is no sense of honor, no sense of former camaraderie, no kind of enjoyment whatsoever in mutated Krauser's encounter. The level of poor designs and poor mentalities that contribute to clunky gameplay for mutated Krauser is way too high. I mean, literally, in many of my initial playthroughs of mutated Krauser, I was playing Ring Around the Rosie with him, just climbing up ladders and dropping down, occasionally avoiding a QTE or two, just to shoot Krauser on the top level once I got enough distance from him to get pitiful damage. Then I would have to get distance again in order to reload. The lack of incentive to use the knife at the time was staggering. Using the knife against Krauser in Resident Evil 4 OG felt like you were honoring a fallen comrade and wanting to honor your former relationship. Using the knife against Krauser in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, however, is completely soulless, lacking any level of connection between Leon and Krauser, not that there was any to begin with, and with how badly represented the advantages with the knife are in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, it only further cements the hollow nature to this encounter, and they seriously want to play this overly dramatic reimagining of Krauser's theme when this theme is more befitting for a faster paced encounter, which this encounter is not. The basement theme from Resident Evil 1 OG is more compatible with this patchwork mess of an encounter, and I'm already having to deal with Krauser screaming constantly. Do I really need a deafening orchestra of noise like with G3 Birkin's theme from Resident Evil 2 Remilk? The developers clearly didn't understand the skill involved with pairing music, gameplay, and set pieces together for this encounter. The level of confusion here makes this one of the most confused boss fights in all of Resident Evil history. Moving on to quotes, Krauser displays more of his poor acting that makes it seem like he needs to take a number 2. He asks Leon if he's ready, not at the start of this encounter, but after he just tried to slam him. He then tells Leon for a 3rd time that he's not surprised he made it this far. It's like new Capcom forgot that Krauser mentioned this already. Krauser then compliments Leon's skills, which is contradictory to what he said earlier about Leon not learning anything. He then attributes Leon's skills to himself since he taught him, like we didn't realize already that Leon has no autonomy with developing his own combat style. He then says it's a shame that Leon can't see the truth. Truth about what exactly? About his power? How embracing the power of BOWs is a good thing, especially when Krauser should technically be under Sadler's influence like Annabelle was? Has he just completely forgotten about his men back in Operation Javier? What is Krauser's drive now to continue this encounter? And he's acting like he's had this talk with Leon about the power of the Plagas or about BOWs when he really hasn't. And like I said before, Leon likely didn't discuss his experiences in Raccoon City with Krauser, so why would Krauser mention this quote? I don't get it. Krauser then tries to show his machismo and flaunt his power by asking how long Leon plans on fighting in his primitive body, to which I have to say, dude, your mutation is irreversible. How are you gonna wield any kind of weapon or do daily tasks without the use of your hands? You'd assume he's saying this because he's practically connected Leon to his life's meaning, which is why he triggered this transformation as part of his ultimatum to reach the end of his life by killing Leon, and because Leon was such a focus in his mind, he didn't make make plans for when Leon would die. But this can't be the case because he said earlier he was going to end the cycle of soldiers being pawns using his power. So again, how exactly is Krauser going to do whatever nonsensical process he's going to do without being able to reverse his mutation? At least in the canon timeline, between the events of Operation Javier and Wesker healing Krauser's arm, Krauser had to use one arm for a time, so I can see him likely getting used to a permanent mutated arm, but not Remilk Krauser, even with his unspecified arm injury that didn't sound as severe as OG Krauser's arm injury. Leon then replies saying until the mission's finished, before telling Krauser that he would have said the same once. Krauser then retorts by telling Leon to stop living in the past. I'm sure people would take this quote as an indication that Leon did talk about his experiences in Raccoon City with Krauser, but with no mention of BOWs whatsoever, I can't believe that one bit. Therefore, Krauser is referring to the time he was with Leon rather than any events prior to that point. That being said, people have also attributed this quote as relating to Leon's supposed growth and how this is the first step for him to move on from Raccoon City. But with how badly done Leon's character has been, and with how they had to make Leon act out of character many times to give the illusion of growth, there is no value in this whatsoever. And then comes this offensive quote. Leon mentions that the Krauser he knew was dead and gone, to which Krauser responds by saying that he was not dead, but reborn into something greater than he was in the past. This is literally metatext right here. This is new Capcom saying that they think Krauser's character and boss fight in Resident Evil 4 Remilk is better than Resident Evil 4 OG. A tiresome, clunky, and poorly put together encounter against a caricature of a cliched war veteran slash another lunatic with a god complex slash a man-child screaming and spouting stereotypical military lines from old movies when he's supposed to hate America while simultaneously claiming to be Leon's mentor and claiming to express care for his former unit when it's not present. That's what new Capcom claims to be a better and more realistic interpretation of a character? This is their supposed rebirth of Krauser? Are you fucking kidding me? Have they lost their marbles? I think it's clear that Krauser's not the one who's lost it completely. New Capcom is. Krauser then talks about strength being everything and how the weak can protect nothing. Where is this newfound sense of care coming from when Krauser has done nothing but show his sadistic side? Like when he killed Luiz and called him a rat. He's also criticized Leon and called him pathetic many times, even saying that Leon has poor judgment in trying to rescue Ashley. That's where his focus has been throughout this entire encounter, but all of a sudden he's acting like some kind of protector. I mean, Krauser's core character traits flip-flop constantly, unless this is new Capcom trying to haphazardly stitch a connection between this quote and the quote where Krauser mentions that Leon can't save Ashley or anyone else. But this can't be, as Krauser frames this entire quote around himself when Leon tries to point out the flaws in his statement by saying he didn't know anything before, but now he does. And this quote doesn't seem to relate to his unit because Krauser never once discusses what he supposedly did to protect his unit before their untimely end. And again, how did Krauser even discover the power of BOWs if BOWs weren't used in Operation Javier? How did he know about the Illuminados and where to find them if he's not working for Wesker? Why is he talking about protection when he's pledged his loyalty to Sadler, who is anything but a protector? And his superior species plaga mutation should ensure that he's loyal to Sadler while still allowing him to retain his consciousness. This entire exchange makes no sense, and it shouldn't even be present if at this point, Krauser hardly resembles his former self as Leon describes. Also, it's funny how Krauser tells Leon to give up since his strength is supposedly without equal, yet as I've mentioned before, Sadler's dominant plaga is higher than the superior species plaga. So what is Krauser talking about? In fact, at this point in the encounter, all Krauser talks about is strength. It just becomes rambling at that point. Krauser then mentions that he's glad that Leon was sent here by America and not some good-for-nothing grunt. Is that how he views his entire unit in Operation Javier, despite saying that he wants to break the cycle of soldiers being used as pawns? If so, then why bother mentioning the entire unit then during Chapter 11? And there's still no context as to why Krauser has this fixation on Leon. Like I've said before, Krauser just acknowledges how pointless the entire rewrite of Operation Javier is. And it's funny because in the Chapter 15 loading screen, the developers refer to Leon as having a complicated history with Krauser. So even they're admitting they wrote Leon and Krauser's backgrounds poorly. Krauser then cackles like a cliched villain and says this is the moment he's been waiting for, which he only says after being dealt enough damage. What am I supposed to take away from this? That the adrenaline from being near the point of death due to Leon putting up a fight is making him excited? God, Krauser is all over the place with his mindset. This is really sealing the deal on this encounter being nothing more than a comedy. And it's even more hilarious for him to say this after I've knocked him back constantly with grenades. And speaking of cliche, Krauser delivers one final embarrassing quote where he says,
Don't stop! You have your orders!
God, he is really lost in the roleplay right now when he shouldn't be if he hates America so much. Who on earth is Krauser, guys? Who the hell is he? That's a question I have to ask new Capcom, because it's almost like different writers handled Krauser's character sporadically, making this hodgepodge of disconnecting traits. How is this kind of character meant to complement Leon's supposed arc of moving on from Raccoon City? You don't need to be an expert to realize that this is such bad writing. After finally being incapacitated by Leon, with his body somehow remaining intact after all the knife stabs, bullet bombardments, and grenade explosions, Krauser then somehow drops his knife. Why would he even have his knife when he threw his other weapons away? He seemingly knew what his mutation would be prior to transforming. How would keeping a knife around do him any good when he shouldn't be able to revert the transformations that would occur? This makes absolutely no sense. I also wonder what was so different about this encounter with Krauser that allowed Leon to get the advantage over him compared to Chapter 11, where Krauser came close to killing him. Is it literally because Krauser was stewing so much in his fury that his guard was down? Hardly, because Krauser spent so much of his time in this encounter holding his right arm up, and with how badly represented this was through the gameplay based on his absurd HP, lacking stuns, and broken attacks, it really presents as jarring with how Leon got the advantage, especially when Leon's entire combat style is based around Krauser's. But maybe that's it. Maybe new Capcom thought that because Leon was using the combat style of the former version of Krauser, and mutated Krauser is meant to be a worse version of that Krauser, that's why Leon won, to demonstrate that Krauser used to be a better man. But I doubt this, because regular Krauser from Operation Javier is no different to the version we see in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, and mutated Krauser is hardly any different. But back to this scene, Krauser then tells Leon to do what he has to do, which I'm guessing relates back to what Krauser said about Leon being too soft to do what's necessary. So what, was Leon holding back the entire time during phases 1 and 2 because he was reluctant to kill Krauser, and now when Krauser is on his deathbed, Leon has the conviction to do what's needed? I don't see how pumping so many shots into Krauser and knifing him during those phases is indicative of one who's reluctant to kill his former mentor. I don't understand this quote, especially with how it contrasts from Krauser's over-exaggerated personality throughout this pre-alpha, unless this is meant to be Krauser's true self emerging due to being near death, but that shouldn't be possible due to his superior species Plaga, and I highly doubt it's similar to Ashley being aware of what she did in Chapter 7 when Sadler took control of her, since her superior species Plaga hadn't fully overtaken her compared to the leaders of the Illuminados. But regardless, what's the point of this when this entire subplot with Leon and Krauser was constructed so poorly prior to this moment? Leon then picks up Krauser's knife and looks at his reflection, which I'm guessing relates to his traumatized survivor persona. He's looking at himself and seeing what he is now or what he has risen above. I don't know. If Leon never talked about his experiences in Raccoon City with Krauser, what good is this moment with the screenplay going to do? How would this entire encounter relate back to Raccoon City? He then lowers the knife above Krauser, with Krauser telling Leon he's doing the right thing with getting the mission done. Leon then has a complete personality shift and looks like he's going to cry from killing Krauser, which is hilarious, and it's just a complete 180 to how he was the entire time fighting Krauser. This does not feel human in the slightest, and reviews want to say that Leon acts like a human being in this pre-alpha? Seriously? The progression towards this moment makes no sense, and is Leon completely forgetting what Krauser did to Luiz? Yet again, Krauser killing Luiz makes no sense if this is the way they're trying to portray the characters during this moment. Also, Krauser was always an asshole as Leon described. How am I meant to feel anything for this moment if Krauser was always an asshole? Finally, Leon delivers the killing blow, which is jarring since this is the same Krauser that can take at least 7 heavy grenades and still be alive. This pre-alpha really makes the disconnects between the gameplay and the cutscenes feel more jarring than usual. I don't think I've ever felt disconnects as strong as these in any other title. I wouldn't be surprised if this entire moment was turned into a meme, with Leon stabbing Krauser and the time he spends digging the knife into Krauser. And as if that wasn't enough, Krauser again reiterates that he trained Leon well. Can he just shut up about the training already? Is that really the final thing he wants to say to Leon? Something he's already repeated many times before and it's lost its value after the second or third time hearing it? Do we really need to be reminded of Leon's lack of autonomy and inability to think for himself when developing a combat style? Or with having to be reminded how much of an oaf he is in this pre-alpha? Leon seems to agree with Krauser about being an oaf because he validates him after his death. This is such a dumb send-off, but I guess to compliment a badly written character, a poor send-off was the only way to go. And no, I don't see Krauser saying he trained Leon well as a subtle way of saying, I trained you to rise above your ignorance, because Krauser himself was entirely ignorant and lost during this entire pre-alpha with his rationale, and I don't see any character growth on Leon's part whatsoever. I mean, one of my subscribers said that Leon using Krauser's knife to finish him off instead of his combat knife from Resident Evil 2 Remilk, and then having Krauser Krauser's knife be the most powerful melee weapon in this pre-alpha is meant to showcase Leon overcoming his past regarding Raccoon City, but the prior screenplay and the poor characterization of Leon really doesn't lend itself well to this notion. Not to mention, Leon's poor characterization in Resident Evil 2 Remilk doesn't complement this as well. In a better Resident Evil title that's not Resident Evil 4 Remilk, this idea would have worked, but not here. It's completely hollow in the end and means nothing. This is like Assassin's Creed Odyssey, Legacy of the First Blade, Episode 3 writing right here. It's the illusion of growth with so many skips in the setup. It's an artificial emotional moment in place of the real substance present in Resident Evil 4 OG and Darkside Chronicles. There is literally no point in this, especially when at this point, Leon should be worrying more about Ashley than about Krauser. Remember when Leon said, if I could just forget about what happened that night, the pain, even for a second, this time, it can be different, it has to? That's not crossing his mind at this point, especially when Ashley was abducted minutes before Krauser's encounter. This entire moment is wasted. This ends the most disgraceful boss fight in the entire Resident Evil series. They completely ruined Krauser in this pre-alpha. What an insult. Because of this, I can't not talk about OG Krauser's boss fight. Let's get into that, shall we? In Resident Evil 4 OG, when Leon gets to the ruins, Krauser asks him if he and Ada are working together now, as a continuation of what happened earlier where Ada saved Leon from Krauser. Leon, however, actually acts in character and dismisses all that, as not only is he not aware of Ada's motivations, but he has to save Ashley. He gets straight into the point with asking Krauser where Ashley was. Krauser is of course surprised, but then tells Leon where she is and that the door out of here requires 3 insignias. He tells him where 2 of the insignias are, all while not maintaining eye contact with Leon. Leon then correctly deduces that Krauser has the last insignia, playing once again into the former partnership these two had. Leon certainly catches on quicker than expected compared to his Resident Evil 4 Remilk counterpart. This entire setup in the ruins clearly has a personal taste to it, personifying Krauser's justified grudge against Leon. As Krauser puts it with great acting,
it pretty much means you're on a tight leash.
Before aiming his TMP, Krauser's voice actor in Resident Evil 4 OG is amazing. He doesn't need to yell or exaggerate his quotes to a stupid extreme like the voice actor in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. You can just hear the coldness in his voice, the way he just commands a presence. As one of my subscribers puts it, in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, Krauser sounds like he's trying to be a badass but just comes across as cringe. I totally agree. Leon then responds to Krauser's threat by throwing his grappling hook to delay Krauser before running to cover. Definitely a better showcase of autonomy compared to Remilk Leon not doing anything to open up the fight with Krauser. And this begins Krauser's fight in Resident Evil 4 OG. Krauser opens up the fight by either firing his machine gun or bow and arrow, or by throwing grenades. If he uses his bow and arrow or grenades, you can run for the door. His machine gun, however, is deadly, but by shooting Krauser, he'll get stunned and take cover. This right here is old Capcom not having to rely upon artificial means with Krauser's physiology and actually relying upon common sense. That being said, they do try to encourage you to use the knife by making Krauser not flinch from pistol shots, but I don't see the problem with that when the knife's advantages are properly displayed in the gameplay. And even if Krauser could be stunned, he's really good at evading your shots and disorienting you, and the precise shooting can make hitting a moving target difficult. And if Krauser pulls out his gun and you miss, you're screwed. The incentive to use your knife is actually justified for good or better reasons, but after entering this building, you want to wait for Krauser to come and get you before using your knife. Do not spam the knife slash on him because he'll dodge and attack you before you can hit him. You have to time your knife hits and watch Krauser closely. Every time the knife hits him, it stuns him, which justifies the knife as being an important tool here. I'm sure back when this game was released, people probably didn't realize the advantages of the knife properly. These days, we take that knowledge for granted, but I have a much better appreciation for the knife in this game compared to the pre-alpha. After 3 knife slashes, Krauser retreats, which makes so much sense. The prior fight with him earlier established the lethality of the knife, which is why Krauser had to actively avoid the slashes. This is an example of the cutscenes in the gameplay complementing each other. Krauser retreating after 3 knife slashes complements the prior cutscene, not like in Resident Evil 4 Remilk where we saw plenty of jarring disconnects between the gameplay and cutscenes. The use of 3 knife slashes and the stuns provided by the knife also counteract the rigidity of the tank control-based system. Old Capcom actually factored in the fundamental designs to their gameplay when designing the way Krauser reacts and the way he gets stunned. This shows they understood how they designed their game, whereas new Capcom demonstrates time and time again their lack of understanding with how they designed their products, mainly in Resident Evil Village and Resident Evil 4 Remilk, and this leads to broken experiences. Once Krauser retreats, you now enter phase 1.5, which is nowhere near as time-consuming as in the Remilk, as this only takes about a minute to do. Krauser will hide behind cover and strike when you get near. He'll throw grenades, he'll use his other weapons, and he'll rush you with the knife. The latter is the option he favors mostly. I gotta say, after playing Resident Evil 4 Remilk, I have a greater appreciation for Krauser not rambling about stuff in the midst of combat. In fact, in terms of writing, the model they favored with OG Krauser is so much better. Because they don't allow Krauser to ramble in the midst of combat, it means that the cutscenes where he has to talk are more likely to have substantial content that is not hindered or contradicted by prior dialogue. The only kind of dialogue spoken by Krauser during the gameplay is when he's telling Leon to run, when he's saying he can see Leon's every move, and when he's praising Leon for doing well. This is all banter, not story, character, or lore-related quotes. It complements the adrenaline Krauser gets from battle, further moderated by Leon giving him a challenge. The hatred Krauser has for Leon has to be complemented by Leon giving his all, as therefore, Krauser's able to view Leon as the same person he hated back in Operation Javier. It certainly has more sense than when Remilk Krauser is complimenting Leon before doing a complete 180 and calling Leon pathetic, and given that Leon was actually in Operation Javier in the canon timeline, Krauser saw how Leon fought, so he's praising Leon for showing a combat prowess just like back in Operation Javier, and also egging him on, through telling him to run or through telling him he's predictable. This kind of hatred makes more sense between peers than between a mentor and a student. The latter, of course, being done poorly in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. And speaking of non-gameplay elements, can I just say how much I like this music compared to the Remilk? They don't try to deliver overly exaggerated music that doesn't fit the tone of the encounter. The music in Resident Evil 4 OG, which is titled Path to Closure, fits the personal nature to this encounter, and it provides a more menacing and cold tone that complements Krauser's character well. And titling it Path to Closure fits the idea of settling old scores, and it relates to Leon as well, since OG Krauser has ties to BOWs and Wesker, the very things that contributed to Raccoon City's downfall, which was the first time Leon encountered BOWs. There's already more respect shown towards Leon, Krauser, and the overarching narrative than in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. At the start of Phase 2, Leon obtains the first insignia. Krauser approaches from behind, readying his knife. Having already heard about Umbrella earlier from Krauser, Leon asks what he intends to do by restoring Umbrella, to which Krauser says that Umbrella will bring order and balance to this insane world they live in. Leon isn't having any of it, and he calls Krauser a psycho incapable of order or balance. I think it's clear that after careful reflection on Krauser after the events of Operation Javier without him being around, Leon was eventually going to realize that something was off with Krauser, leading to him revoking whatever former ties he had with Krauser. I know I myself have done the same with certain former friends and teachers that I considered good, but after careful reflection, I've come to despise them. There's also this passage from the Kaitai Shinso that confirms this. Krauser was an excellent US agent, and Leon could not think of a more reliable partner to have at his back. They had worked together in espionage, and 2 years ago, a mysterious accident had supposedly claimed his life. To Leon, the appearance of this first-class agent was worse than being attacked by a pack of monsters, but it is no longer a surprise that such ghosts come back to life. In hindsight, it seems there were signs of Krauser's defection even when they were working together. Leon was not an ardent patriot by any means, but he could still sense the discontent and despair that sometimes emerged from within his partner, overshadowing his loyalty to the nation. Leon never forgot the look on Krauser's face as he muttered to himself on the transport plane on the way back that the United States was steering its ship in the wrong direction at a time when terrorism was on the rise, and they were constantly rushing to respond. It was reminiscent of the fanatical extremists they had just spent their last mission fighting. So based on this, it's logical for Leon to view Krauser this way now. Krauser then showcases his disdain for the US government by calling them conservative, and that such an outdated mindset can never chart a new course for the world. The use of the term conservative doesn't relate to Krauser's political motivations, but more so in relation to Wesker. Wesker and the rival organization represent a more modern power compared to the US government. Krauser's use of the phrase insane world is justified by his years of working in the military, his hatred for the United States and how they operate, his former superiors treating him like a pawn, Operation Javier, the Illuminados, and his new knowledge through working with Wesker. No doubt Krauser has seen the veil of political manipulation and is also aware of Wesker's context within the United States. Based on what I've mentioned, it's easy for someone like Krauser, who's driven by power, to see Wesker's influence and Umbrella's former influence trump so much of the United States' power in his mind. And given that Wesker healed Krauser's arm and showcased the power of BOWs to him after Operation Javier, it's no wonder Krauser shares the same vision, even if Wesker viewed Krauser as an expendable pawn, no different to Krauser's former superiors. It's also interesting because it plays upon the idea of the United States being on par with a kleptocracy, a viewpoint shared by many. You have no idea how powerful such pharmaceutical corporations are in our world. They can turn the tide of war based on the way they distribute their medical resources, for example. This same kind of power is also also the case with health insurance companies in America. These private insurance companies, independent of the US government, literally hold your life in their hands due to their profit-driven goals and deceitful practices, getting in the way of people who can't afford important medical procedures without insurance. People can literally go bankrupt without health insurance. Just go to any news outlet or a YouTube channel like More Perfect Union and see the amount of controversy and evil surrounding these corporations. Terminology like Medicare Advantage, upcoding, falsified diagnoses, and denial of claims are just a couple of examples I can give of terms surrounding the scumminess of these health insurance companies. Why else do you think the term corporate America exists? This concept of corporations having more power than governments is a very interesting concept that ties back to the prior Resident Evil games. And by the way, I'm sure everyone who's watching this doesn't know, but the umbrella that Krauser mentions here was indeed revived. That umbrella was Blue Umbrella in Resident Evil 7. That's right, Resident Evil 7's umbrella connection ties back to many games, as Blue Umbrella became the Umbrella Corporation PMC that Wesker wanted to revive through the rival organization he worked for. The leaders of Blue Umbrella are the former leaders of the rival organization. Resident Evil 7's Blue Umbrella links back to many Resident Evil games, including Resident Evil 2 OG, Resident Evil Code Veronica X, Resident Evil 4 OG, and Umbrella Corps. This whole point that Krauser made about restoring Umbrella was actually followed up on, but I'll elaborate on this point after talking about OG Krauser entirely. This part of Krauser's fight is cool because you can shoot his grenades when he throws them. You can't shoot Krauser's grenades when he throws them in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, only with his arrows, and that already is a waste of time with Remilk Krauser. Alongside using grenades, he'll also use his machine gun, which requires you to headshot him. Old Capcom made it where he doesn't immediately fire at you. He fires to the side before turning his machine gun to face you. This once again showcases how old Capcom took into account the way they designed Leon's shooting mechanics before they designed Krauser's attacks. As the shooting mechanics, the slow turning, and the precise aiming can make reacting to Krauser's machine gun impossible if he doesn't fire to the side first. That's actual common sense right there from old Capcom. After he drops down, you just need to knife him for a bit and he'll leave. There's also a moment where Krauser will randomly jump up and start talking with you, allowing you to respond or not. He'll try to egg Leon on to get him to drop his guard, to which Leon will say he's not falling for that one, which then prompts Krauser to mention that he's trying to have fun, which complements what I said earlier about Krauser praising Leon for doing certain actions. That is a nice touch. After getting through a gate, Krauser activates drones to deal with Leon. This right here is yet another example of old Capcom providing links to old Resident Evil games, as these drones aren't just here for the sake of it. As described in the Perfect Capture Guide for Resident Evil 4 OG, they're actually an evolution to the Seeker drones, which were automated surveillance system drones that were tied to the Hunter 2s and the Sweepers in Resident Evil Code Veronica X, which took place from December 27 to December 28 of 1998. In the 6 years since Resident Evil Code Veronica X, it makes sense that the rival organization would make enhancements to the Seekers like this. Old Capcom with Resident Evil just demonstrates to such a degree compared to every other game series how much they care about the overarching narrative of Resident Evil. That is really cool. But with these Seekers, you have to shoot the optics in order to eliminate them. After getting past the drones, Krauser confronts Leon, asking him what he's fighting for, to which Leon says he's fighting for his past. The traumas of Raccoon City and the amount he's seen since joining Adam Benford's organization are what make up his past. Krauser then reaffirms his stance on fighting for the rebirth of Umbrella, which then leads into Phase 3. Once Leon collects the second insignia, Krauser confronts him. His hatred for Leon, his hatred for the US, his reverence for BOWs, and his sharing in Wesker's vision all culminate in this ultimatum, his endgame. Upon throwing his machine gun away, Krauser showcases his mutation. The tone and music make this transformation feel chilling.
Witness the power!
And unlike Remilk Krauser, OG Krauser does not scream like an idiot when saying witness the power, and does not try to say other dumb things while transforming. He also tells Leon in a short, concise way to prepare for his death before attacking. He doesn't waste time dragging out this statement through poor acting like with Remilk Krauser. And also, given that this is Krauser's endgame, he activates explosives to force Leon to deal with him quickly and put the pressure on him. This time format to Phase 3 is complemented by a perfect amount of HP on Krauser, as well as really good stuns on him. The stuns with the knife are perfect, as when you hit his leg, he always goes into a hard stun. It makes sense for him to hold his arm up in front of him and be as fast as he is if his body is still vulnerable to hard stuns like this. The hard stuns also complement the way the gameplay systems of Resident Evil 4 OG are laid out. The tank control-based system, the rigidity in movement, and the lacking precision with the knife slashes have to be counteracted by these stuns. This is yet again another example of old Capcom actually thinking about their fundamental gameplay systems before coming up with the designs for Krauser's boss fight. It also makes sense logically, as there's nothing about Krauser's Krauser's physiology that should allow him to artificially hyper armor through your knife slashes. Once again, the incentive to use the knife is encouraged through proper justification rather than through poor justification like in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. A lot of potentially awkward moments with mutated Krauser are mitigated by the well-designed stun systems, whereas in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, it's nothing but awkward gameplay with the number of factors I've discussed before. There actually feels like a real sense of honor with finishing off your fallen comrade with the knife. The general strategy for dealing with mutated Krauser is to aim for his legs and get behind him when he's in the middle of recovering. If he's facing you in a favorable direction that allows you to knife his legs safely from the front, go for it. Try your best not to aim for his head because he will recover very quickly and attack you. He'll also gain access to moves that you can't avoid with a QTE, but usually with those moves, you can stop him by knifing him. After a few knife slashes, he'll go down. I don't care what any of you say. It might look silly to you, but that's irrelevant. It's built within the core designs of the game. Positioning actually matters. Aiming your knife is important and certainly doesn't feel as awkward as in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, and the knife actually stands out here as a mechanic unlike in Remilk Krauser's Encounter. The only people who will say otherwise are people who don't give a lot of thought to what they're saying or are too limited with their mindsets. This is a short and sweet encounter. You're not running the gambit with clunky mechanics. You're not listening to crappy acting. You're not seeing Krauser artificially ignore believable stuns. You're not being screwed by bad hitboxes. You're not being screwed by Leon's movement. You are appreciating this fight for what it is, and also the sense of honor with using your knife. And to top it all off, when Leon inspects Krauser's body, he wonders what happened to Krauser, as he used to be a good guy, which serves as added player investment in the context of Darkside Chronicles, where you get to explore Krauser's character. Krauser is honestly the best boss of Resident Evil 4 OG because of a lot of the good designs with him and the story points he lays out to Leon. It still boggles my mind how new Capcom can look at how Krauser was handled in Resident Evil 4 OG, ruin him completely in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, and then say that Remilk Krauser was reborn into something better than the old one. What a horrible disservice to this character. But I mentioned earlier that I'd elaborate on what OG Krauser was talking about with Umbrella. Let me explain. To describe the history of Umbrella's revival and Albert Wesker's contributions, as detailed in the AWMO1 archives, Survive Magazines 15 and 16, and other Resident Evil media, it all began with the emergence of the T-Virus. Because the T-Virus emerged as an agent capable of creating viable and profitable BOWs, Wesker had foreseen a time in the near future where BOWs would eventually reform the very nature of global conflict. Wesker believed that conventional firearms would be replaced by ever-improving biological weapons. Human soldiers would be replaced by organisms and vectors that not only have astounding combat prowess and refined intelligence, but also the capabilities of tactical thinking and following complex orders on the battlefield. Newly engineered viruses would overtake the fear of standard chemical and doomsday weapons, with improved strains surpassing even that of the T-Virus itself. It would become a cyclical arms race with countries, powers, and governments from across the world striving to produce better biological weapons and superior technologies. And given what we've seen in many of the Resident Evil games with the numerous bioterror incidents and outbreaks, this is definitely the case. Wesker had possessed an absolute ambition of standing at the top of the world and surpassing humanity. His own experiences with the special T-Virus variant he injected into himself after it was given to him by William Birkin as part of Project W, which led Wesker to become a very proficient enhanced individual, led him to believe he could realize his ideals. Because of his knowledge of his own capabilities, he had envisioned situations of facing T-Virus equipped enemies or other kinds of BOWs in combat and began exploring countermeasures, breaking down everything from counter combat styles, tactics, and weapons to total anti-BOW suppression. Wesker conducted a lot of private research to discover an abundance of sublime countermeasure tactics against a variety of BOWs. In a war scenario, Wesker had considered neutralizing not only one side's BOWs, but both sides, allowing him to control the direction, result, and overall control of global warfare. He also researched existing firearms and differing ammunition types, wanting to create effective anti-BOW weaponry. One of his more notable achievements was the creation of the Albert 01 pistol from Resident Evil 7, which was based off the Samurai Edge from Resident Evil 1. The rapid-acting mycetotoxic rounds that helped in counteracting E-type mutamycete BOWs were also a part of his contributions, albeit indirectly through his HCF team back in 2000 when they first collaborated with the Connections to help create the A through D series mutamycete that would then inform the creation of the E-type mutamycete. Blue Umbrella gained access to this research after Wesker's death in 2009, allowing them to develop the anti-mutamycete weaponry that Chris Redfield would be equipped with in 2017. It's crazy just how much old Capcom cared about their old games and linked them together in such a fashion. But back on track, Wesker's ultimate goal through such research was to allow himself to stand on top of the world through possessing effective countermeasure weapons under any circumstances for any situation. This research had taken him years, was kept strictly private, and never shared with his colleagues and followers at the rival company. And I can definitely understand the secrecy given how much Oswald E. Spencer's allies betrayed one another, like with William Birkin and James Marcus. Wesker had accelerated the BOW arms race in 2003 by purposely leaking the perfected T-virus he had stolen from Umbrella's Caucasus laboratory onto the black market, which eventually allowed terrorists, rogue states, and clandestine organizations to possess it and do research and extrapolations for their own benefits. This is indicated in a deleted ending dialogue for the Dark Legacy scenario in Resident Evil The Umbrella Chronicles. The exact dialogue is this: the total summation of all viral weaponry, the perfect strain of the T-virus, the last achievement of a dying Umbrella. The first step will be to flood the black market with it, filling the world with the fear of bioterrorism. This is where the next step in my plan will begin. It's also important to note that during the events of Umbrella Chronicles, Wesker had downloaded a copy of Umbrella's development data in archives from the UMF-013 mainframe when he was infiltrating Umbrella's Caucasus laboratory. The data included everything on the T-virus project, other various viral strains, detailed information on differing company branches, facilities and employees, an expansive customer portfolio, a list of potential contacts, clients and index of facility locations, and complexes and storage hangars. Once the data was copied, Wesker had erased everything, leaving Spencer's original Umbrella with nothing that could help in reviving themselves. Oh, and in case you're wondering, the data that Wesker downloaded didn't have the source location of the progenitor virus in West Africa and any information related to Project W and the Wesker children. When Wesker reported back to the rival organization, he did not tell them about the data he stole. Wesker himself was rising in power within the rival organization, and the data was one of the key factors that contributed to this gain in power. Wesker also played an anonymous hand in bringing down Spencer's original Umbrella through a court process by striking a deal with the US government that would allow him to testify anonymously with immunity from prosecution in exchange for providing evidence from the stolen data to the Supreme Court, which would provide irrefutable proof that Umbrella was behind the Raccoon City incident. With this new evidence, the courts were able to shut down Spencer's original Umbrella once and for all. Wesker's act was all part of his revenge against Spencer and for his own plans. This then leads into what I'm saying about the rival organization being Blue Umbrella. Wesker had planned on taking control of the rival organization and evolving it into a new Umbrella in his own image. This particular Umbrella would not focus on pharmaceuticals, but instead be focused solely on the production of BOWs and anti-BOW technology. The essence of this seemingly contradictory research on physical weapons and total neutralization was to prepare effective countermeasure weapons under any circumstance. In other words, his goal was to mitigate the contradiction. His new Umbrella would effectively serve as a private military company that would be ready to ignite the fuse on bioterror warfare, then control both sides of the conflict, allowing this Umbrella to be the most dominant and powerful organization on the planet. This is why Blue Umbrella is referred to as Umbrella Corporation PMC. I'm honestly annoyed that they didn't try to focus on Blue Umbrella in Resident Evil Village, but I guess their influence spreading into the BSAA was their way of contributing to the story point, or maybe the BSAA's corruption was independent of Blue Umbrella. I don't know. I just hope the rumors that Blue Umbrella returns in Resident Evil 9 are true. Continuing on with this discussion, not long after the original Umbrella Corporation collapsed, ex-Umbrella employees who had no knowledge of the organization's dark side wanted to atone for Umbrella's crime. Wesker saw this as a way to spearhead the resurrection of Umbrella in his own image, using their sincere and good-willed intentions as the public face of the enterprise. Through using an alias or a trusted associate, Wesker had arranged for a Chapter 11 reorganization petition to be submitted to the bankruptcy court to preserve and build Umbrella's assets through the process of reorganization, joining forces with the growing movement of former Umbrella employees. They were confident that if they could appease the creditors and the courts, they could become new chief executives and begin work creating anti-BOW measures solely for cleaning up the mess the original company made. Wesker's pseudonym or chosen source became the debtor responsible for all the red tape and legal costs to finance the ongoing reorganization proposal. But once the new organization was active, the former Umbrella employees would perform the bulk of the plan, working on new technologies and anti-BOW weapons based on Wesker's research, whilst remaining completely unaware their good intentions were once again being used for more nefarious purposes. It was a very audacious and ambitious plan, and something that attracted extreme public scrutiny. A controversial decision was made to retain the name Umbrella for the new PMC, aimed at being a statement of intent in accepting full responsibility for the original corporation's crimes and a promise to clean up the mess they made. But the key aspect of the entire plan hinged on persuading the US government of their honorable intentions, for they still held the seized Umbrella assets indefinitely. After the controversial Chapter 11 application was submitted, the pre-confirmation phase began. While this reorganization application was being considered, unfortunately, Wesker started acting out. This was due to the subliminal implants assignments that were placed upon him as a child as part of Project W, which caused him to try to seek Oswald E. Spencer out. Because of Spencer removing himself from Umbrella's operations and seeking refuge in secret in order to elude his enemies, the FBI and Russian authorities, Wesker had to use a lot of the rival company's resources to find Spencer, but to no avail. And it was only when Spencer wanted to be found by Wesker that Wesker actually found him. Spencer had used Ricardo Irving to pass on his location to Ada Wong, who then made sure that Wesker would get the information. This is what led to the events of the Lost in Nightmares DLC from Resident Evil 5 that took place in August of 2006, with Spencer's death and Albert Wesker seemingly dead. This supposed death left the rival organization in disarray, with Wesker's loyal followers in limbo, left in charge of a crippled company, and a new Umbrella PMC empire that was close to being completed but without a leader. Wesker's followers eventually became the new executives once the Chapter 11 plan was approved. And it's important to note that Wesker's new knowledge from Spencer regarding his origins led to new revelations, leading to the creation of the Ouroboros virus and his desire to rule over humanity as a god, viewing humanity as nothing more than a disease that needed to be wiped out with only a worthy chosen few to remain. Essentially, Wesker began to adopt Spencer's mindset on becoming a god, but reimagined into something more befitting for Wesker's ambitions. With Wesker's entire mindscape changed, he had no need for Umbrella PMC. Of course, in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, for some reason, he's already creating the Ouroboros virus, which makes no sense because he hasn't met Spencer yet. And at this point, he should be focusing on Umbrella PMC's development, but apparently not. That's definitely an indication that Resident Evil 4 Remilk and the rest of the Remilks, minus Resident Evil 1 Remilk, are in an alternate timeline, and it's also an indication of how much new Capcom are trying to distance themselves from their own franchise, which is seriously stupid. But eventually, in 2007 of the canon timeline, the pre-confirmation phase of the reorganization was complete, allowing Umbrella PMC/Blue Umbrella to be formally established. There are a lot more details about them after their establishment, including little details like how Umbrella PMC supplied CCTV footage to the BSAA of Glenn Arias' animality virus infectees attacking civilians in Resident Evil Vendetta. But the most important thing is that while Blue Umbrella did use Wesker's research for their honorable anti-BOW work, the new executives comprised of Wesker's former subordinates in the rival company launched a secret branch of the corporation that is unknown to the regular employees for the production of BOWs and for building up contacts in the BOW underworld. This secret branch is explored in Resident Evil Umbrella Corps, and based on the controversy surrounding the BSAA's partnership with Blue Umbrella in Resident Evil 7 with Operation Lurking Fear in 2017, as well as the BSAA now being a rotten, ruined organization in Resident Evil Village by 2021, it's clear that this secret branch's influence is growing. Of course, by 2037, they're probably defeated, as we don't hear them whatsoever in the Shadows of Rose DLC, but based on all this, you can clearly see that Resident Evil 4 OG has huge ties to Resident Evil 7 because of Umbrella. Blue Umbrella didn't just appear out of nowhere, they were actually mentioned in Resident Evil 4 OG. Old Capcom really focused on the overarching narrative and Wesker's influence greatly. That is awesome! And new Capcom is just ignoring all of that and then making the Remilk's canonicity ambiguous for some stupid reason. New Capcom is just handling themselves in Resident Evil poorly. It's insulting. They make no mention of Umbrella PMC in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. They have Wesker focusing on Ouroboros already, which makes no sense and shouldn't be happening when he hasn't met Spencer yet, and this grand goal shouldn't be crossing his mind when he's supposedly working for the rival organization, and the rival organization isn't mentioned once in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. You call this improved storytelling? Throwing away story details that could have been reimagined into something interesting? New Capcom is clearly happy with half-assed work, and they clearly don't know their own lore, or they're too lazy to look back at it. And the funny thing is, I'm saying this, yet they had released Survive Magazine 18 in March of 2023, which seems to include details that expand upon the canon timeline instead of the Remilk timeline. They even mention Adam Benford in this issue, and that he was the CIA director back around 2002. How odd that they would mention him here, yet not include him in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. It's like two sides of the spectrum with new Capcom's conduct regarding the lore. With all that said, we can now move on from Krauser and continue with the rest of Resident Evil 4 Remilk. The beginning of Chapter 15 has us going through Mike's section. Mike's section in Resident Evil 4 OG was fun, with knowing how to throw your incendiary grenades at turret Ganados in order to kill them. The checkpoints were also placed well in this section, as by using them, you could bypass any time-consuming, laborious moments of dealing with the enemies. The checkpoints allowed this section to feel faster paced, and during the part with the 3 turrets, you could use an exploit where you could knock enemies into a certain wall to kill them instantly, bypassing the chore of knocking them over and finishing them off when they were on the ground. I do wonder if this is an intentional exploit, as every time you knock an enemy into this wall, you can hear the clanging of metal. If it's intentional, that only makes it better. However, it does suck that Mike is completely useless in this entire section of Resident Evil 4 OG, OG. When he chooses to shoot the turrets or the enemies is unclear, and it just feels like bad programming. If Mike was more active, this could have been a better section. That's all there is to say about Mike's section in Resident Evil 4 OG. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, Mike's section is pretty long. While he does try to shoot enemies, he often chooses to go on strafing runs for some weird reason, and this can delay him or allow the enemies to get away. Mike can also stun you with his bullets for some stupid reason. It's like new Capcom's trying to go for a world record at this point with the number of dumb things that can stun Leon. And in this section, the developers added a lot more enemies this time around, and as a consequence, they added so many arbitrary spawns where they're triggered through some weird means. This entire section feels more drawn out than in Resident Evil 4 OG, and I don't know why, but they made Mike an incredibly quirky and cringe character because he's now been reimagined into a cliched Vietnam War veteran, spouting stereotypical military lines that are so cringe to hear. Why does every character in this pre-alpha have to sound quirky, eccentric, and downright idiotic with their voice acting and line deliveries? In Resident Evil 4 OG, Mike, to me, sounded young, so it gives more weight to his helping of Leon and his eventual death by Sadler. Leon promising Mike that Sadler will pay feels like it's strengthened by the idea of Mike sounding young. He also never spouted dumb lines in the middle of his section. Remilk Mike, however, is impossible to take seriously, and I'm really supposed to feel something for this dumb character when he's killed by Navista Doors. Doug from Resident Evil 5 had an eccentric personality and chose to be oblique with the things he would say, but he still felt awesome. Remilk Mike is hardly on par with Doug. What a joke. And while I do like the music that plays in Mike's part, it really doesn't make the section feel any more interesting. And given that we're playing as a special agent, being covered by a helicopter just feels like business as usual and a pretty standard thing in a lot of media. If I was playing as a seemingly normal individual with no fighting experience like Ethan Winters, and Chris Redfield was in the chopper helping Ethan get to Miranda in Resident Evil Village, that would have been 1,000 times more interesting and awesome, especially if it was accompanied by properly paced gameplay that was well designed. Now I'm really wishing there was such a section in Resident Evil Village. Mike's section doesn't really stand out in any sort of interesting way, honestly. For the start of Mike's section, the enemies have to see you for him to spawn, so get spotted, then hide here. It's important you wait in this general area for Mike to kill all the initial enemies. This is because the developers, being the incompetent development team they are, decided to put in a cutscene that locks you in place and prevents you from dealing with the next spawn quickly. This only happens if you go beyond the razor wire, then head to the side of the building where the ladder is that leads to the turret when all the initial enemies die. If you wait for Mike to finish killing the initial enemies, there won't be a locked cutscene that plays. You'll instead be able to control Leon while the camera is locked onto Mike and make your way to the turret, allowing you to dispatch the next spawn of enemies quickly. Also, if you immediately rush for the turret after Mike's initial barrage and get on the turret, the locked cutscene won't play, though you'll be forced to look at Mike before readjusting the camera. Who in their right mind thought it was a good idea to put in a troll cutscene like this that you can't even skip? What a bunch of idiots. So again, wait in this area until Mike attacks, then rush for the turret while he's dealing with the initial enemies. You'll be able to get on the turret, dispatch the enemies spawning from in front of you, jump down before the enemies can attack you from behind, then retreat all the way back outside the enemy's playable area and allow Mike to dispatch them. For this section involving the anti-aircraft turret, you'll want to go to this corner and stand right here to safely dispatch this arbitrary spawn of a turret enemy, because Mike often doesn't kill this guy. The assault rifle's a good choice here. You then need to use one normal grenade and one heavy grenade to destroy this anti-aircraft turret. Destroying the anti-aircraft turret in this manner will cause most of the arbitrary spawns in this area to occur. You then need to rush back to the previous area and wait for Mike to finish off the enemies, which can be lengthy. You can shoot the explosive barrels to lure the enemies out in the open so long as the pre-alpha classes you as in stealth. Mike will miss some enemies if they're hiding in certain areas, but there should only be a few left afterwards. When you're in the leashing area and you re-enter the main area, you'll want to make sure you don't drop down until Mike has cleared out the enemies, because otherwise the cutscene will trigger where he breaks down the door and then he'll go away, leaving you to fend for yourself against the enemies. Do not go to the area where the regular turret is, because you'll trigger an arbitrary spawn of enemies when going up these stairs. New Capcom's obsession with 2000s era spawn design from the older Call of Duty days is really pathetic. In the event you don't have the right number of grenades for this part to destroy the anti-aircraft turret immediately, you'll have to rely upon janky stealth, shooting explosive barrels, and triggering arbitrary spawns in so many parts of this area in order to make a way to get to the regular turret that you have to then use to destroy the anti-aircraft artillery. It's incredibly stupid, and it makes me wonder why the developers designed the regular approach like this, with a number of enemies and arbitrary spawns. Essentially, how it works is you get rid of the guy on the turret, get rid of the Plaga Aranya, which will trigger one arbitrary spawn, drop down, which will then trigger another arbitrary spawn, wait down here a bit before going up the ladder to lure the enemies over here, get to this spot to trigger another arbitrary spawn, go through this shortcut all the way back to the leashing area, wait for the enemies to return to their default spots, shoot this barrel to lure the enemies, drop down Leon while avoiding the guy on another turret, run to this spot, shoot the barrel to lure the enemies, although sometimes the enemies won't go the full distance, so you may need to use the second barrel to lure them, get up to where the turret is and deal with the enemy, get rid of the rocket launcher guy, then destroy the anti-aircraft turret. Make sure you aim directly for the turret and not the blue shell around it. You then need to dispatch the rest of the enemies that are spawning. There can be an arbitrary spawn that can occur when you're going down after using the turret. I'm sure you can imagine how time-consuming and stupid this method is, but it's needed to counteract the sheer number of enemies in the soulless combat if you don't have grenades. It's definitely clear that the developers intend for you to use your grenades on the anti-aircraft turret immediately, even if it's not advertised as the normal method in the gameplay. Going off the grenade method, once you're sure that Mike has cleared out most of the enemies, which he normally indicates by shining his light at you, shoot a barrel, if there is one, to lure the other enemies, allowing him to deal with them. You'll then want to drop down and the cutscene will trigger, opening the way forward. Mike will tell you he's run out of ammo, which makes no sense. I've never heard of a chopper running out of ammo that quickly, especially against ground enemies. And what am I supposed to believe? That he set up ammo caches in some separate area to go to if he ran out of ammo? What use is that when the next time we see him, he gets killed by Navistadors? There really is no sense to this. Much like in Chapter 6 where Hunnigan says this little amount of rain is enough to deter a chopper. That makes absolutely no sense. A bunch of enemies will spawn, so deal with them. Again, do not go up the path where the regular turret is or else you'll trigger an arbitrary spawn. After dealing with these enemies, you'll then want to hug the left-hand side as you're entering this area, deal with one enemy, lure the rest of the enemies down on this level, climb the ladder, execute the turret guy, deal with the other turret guy and crossbow enemy, then deal with the rest of the enemies. You'll then want to activate this switch, which will queue another spawn. Randomly, a brute can spawn here. I'm not really sure how this spawn is triggered, but it's weird. Assuming the brute doesn't spawn, use the turret to dispatch the enemies. Once they're dead, move away from the turret to trigger another arbitrary spawn, then get rid of the enemies, allowing you to pull the other switch. What's the justification for this arbitrary spawn? I've never heard of an arbitrary spawn that triggers just by moving away from a turret to force you back onto it. What kind of people design these kinds of spawns? It's so weird and outdated. Mike manages to catch up to Leon and tells him that when they get out of here, drinks are on him. Why would they take Leon's line from Resident Evil 4 OG and give it to Mike here? That doesn't make any sense. This particular phrase is supposed to be said by the person receiving help, not the person who's giving the help. It's meant to be a form of thanks, which is why I don't understand why Mike is the one saying it here. And his poor acting doesn't help improve this line whatsoever. Speaking of poor acting, as the chopper is lowering, Mike keeps saying stupid lines.
Nice and slow.
I already had to deal with one goofball of a character spouting insubstantial lines in the previous chapters. Do I really need to hear another goofball talking like he's from a cartoon? Why did the developers need to include this initial fluff for this cutscene? In Resident Evil 4 OG, Mike's death occurs immediately after Leon tells him that when they get back, drinks are on him. There's no padding or fluff that's placed between this quote and Mike's death. Why did the developers think this was natural and necessary to include? Now I know what Wary the Rook was talking about when she was criticizing the cutscenes of Resident Evil 2 Remilk for dragging out dialogue longer than necessary. Mike is then beset upon by Navistadors. Why Navistadors and not a rocket launcher? In Separate Ways Remilk, they set up that Krauser purchased special rocket launchers that could pierce through tank armor. That should justify their use against Mike's helicopter. Why would Navistadors even be here? What's the justification for this? Why would they wander so far from their nest beneath the castle to be here? Why would someone like Sadler need these kinds of BOWs to protect him? Why didn't we see them in other parts of the island? This showcase of the Navistadors doesn't make sense. Just like how the developers somehow expect me to feel anything for this goofball's death. There's not even a moment where Leon tells Mike that he'll make the Illuminados pay. So even Leon dismisses Mike as being unimportant. Even the way Leon shouts out Mike's name prevents me from feeling anything. In Resident Evil 4 OG, Leon actually sounded shocked when Mike was shot, based on the way he shouted Mike's name. Mike! In the Remilk, Leon just shouts Mike's name in an instant with no recognizable drop in his voice. It just feels like an amateur actor said that line rather than a character. Sadler then sends in the Navistadors after Leon, which he shouldn't need to do if he was able to paralyze Leon in Chapter 14. If Krauser failed to kill Leon, then Sadler should just kill him right here, but I guess Sadler knows this and wants to make Leon suffer by watching Ashley die when he gets to the sanctuary. For these Navistadors, just use a flash grenade to stop them, then finish them off. In an optional area, we can find another epitaph. This epitaph is dated 1827 and was made by another member of Sadler's family, Keenan and Sadler. You have to wonder how the Illuminados survived since 1741 if this entire island had withered grass and barren trees and the Salazar family were likely monitoring them. Keenan mentions that the bones of their brethren rest in all nations. I don't know if he means this literally or metaphorically. I feel like the idea of the Illuminados being in other nations prior to the modern era presents confusion, because how would the Illuminados communicate with each other over long distances? The only way I can think of would be through dominant Plaga users connecting with other members through the Hive mind. Of course, that's assuming there were dominant Plaga users back then, that the idea of the dominant Plaga being a natural Plaga in this Remilk still holds, and that the Hive mind is truly as fantastical as it is with its range. And also, this would go against the idea of the Plagas being sealed beneath Salazar Castle, as it would be meaningless if there were already Plagas out there. The Illuminados also don't seem like a cult that would take kindly to members who are not within their reach, and this feud they have with the Salazar family shouldn't really warrant them spreading out to other nations. Their multiple mentions of the Salazar family showcases more of a personal feud. I feel like their ambitions to conquer the world through conquering the United States would only be realized once they conquered the castle, which they did during or after 1993. Only then would they send their members around the world to be ready for Sadler's plan. So I find this first point from Keenan to be confusing. The Resident Evil podcast team believes that this epitaph is just meant to be a vague allusion to the cult wanting to dominate the world in the future. They believe the bones of their brethren resting in all nations is just mankind, and that the Plaga is the tool to take them all over and convert them to their cause. Keenan then mentions that the blood of their brethren provides all food, which I'm sure is meant to be related to cannibalism. The Japanese version of this line mentions that the flesh and blood of their fellow citizens resides in all their food, so the Illuminados likely feasted on their elder members or on sick individuals. The last three lines seem to be some kind of expanded version of to die is to live, so there's nothing to really extract from here. So pretty much the first line is what presents confusion. After getting past a bunch of regenerators hiding in body bags and who apparently have acquired a tolerance for the low temperatures, we get to the worst part of chapter 15, the Sanctuary Approach Encounter. The original version of this encounter was incredibly fast to do. That being said, it was still weak in its execution because of the number of enemies that they throw at you, the tendency for the enemies to be in places where they shouldn't be, and the times when the enemies would act weirdly in relation to the environment. Killing too many enemies would also spawn more enemies than a Gatling gunner. The enemies also spawned weirdly in the environment. Taking the time to kill all of them was time-consuming and jarring. But of course, given that this was a Resident Evil title with loading doors, the use of said loading doors can be considered an intentional design choice for this particular sequence, as it neutralized any poor designs with the enemy behaviors that would occur. And unlike the water room area back in the castle, the loading doors here don't feel weird to use. Through the use of these loading doors, you could favor a fast and frenetic playstyle that allowed this sequence to progress consistently and without dragging on for way longer than necessary. Upon starting this encounter, you would take this path to avoid the two crossbow Ganados, wait for these 4 enemies to drop down, interact with this console to spawn the Ganado with the keycard, then take this path back to the door to reset the enemies. Upon re-entering the room, the keycard Ganado and 2 other Ganados would rush you independent of the rest of the enemies. Since they always run, you could just shoot them in the legs to knock them over, use a grenade to finish off 2 of them, then finish off the last one with your pistol. Once you got the keycard, you would then reset the room. Upon re-entering this room, you would take the same path you took the first time, only after getting up the ladder, you would need to rush for the keycard console. Once you activated it, you would then interact with this console, then rush back to the loading door. You would then take the same path as before, then interact with this last console. From here, you would then throw a flash grenade at this spot to stun any crossbow Ganados, jump down here, then rush for the door. Upon getting to where the door was, you would get a checkpoint, so even if you got damaged, your progress would be saved. You would then get past the last 2 shield guys, then get through the loading door. This is what I mean when I say that checkpoints contribute to proper pacing in encounters, and in the event the encounter has problems, the checkpoints can be used to mitigate these issues. So overall, while this encounter wasn't really thought through that well with its designs, it's hard to really criticize it because Resident Evil 1 OG, 2 OG, 3 OG, and Code Veronica X had similar encounters that seemed to be designed with the loading doors in mind, or rather, the sequences had issues that had to be mitigated through the use of loading doors to benefit their flow. Based on this, I can't say that this is a bad sequence. The same cannot be said with Resident Evil 4 Remilk's reimagining of this section, however. This reimagined sequence displays so many confusing designs as well as bizarre programming moments. There's no sense with why they put so many enemies here, as well as with why they put in the kinds of special enemy types in this section. You have so many Ganados, you have some Navistadors, and 2 Brutes in this part. This entire section feels like it's designed with spamming flash grenades, heavy grenades, or upgraded weapons in mind. And it takes so long to do this section that it ends up feeling very draining compared to the other combat encounters with the Militia Ganado. This is how I felt during my blind playthrough, and it still holds today. It's hard to describe all of the issues with this brain dead and soulless section, so I'll leave a link to a video where I'm showcasing all of the issues and confused mentalities live, while also showcasing the way you approach the sequence. I'd rather not waste so much time discussing the sequence sequence, as I already waste so much time going through this tiresome sequence every time I go through Resident Evil 4 Remilk. With all that said, I'll just move on to the next area. Leon finds Ashley lying on a sacrifice table and is paralyzed by Sadler. I'm surprised that by this point, Leon hasn't gone through what Ashley went through in Chapter 7 with literally turning into Sadler. Why is Ashley such a unique case with the way she's controlled compared to every other superior species Plaga infectee? This is yet another example of this fantastical hive mind's inconsistencies, and how it only appears when the developers find it convenient. Sadler notes Leon's arrival like he was expecting him to be here, even though he tried to kill Leon earlier through Ashley and opted to have Leon killed by Navistadors. Leon asks what Sadler wants for some reason, even though he should have been able to easily piece together what Sadler wants. This just seems like a redundant question to ask. In fact, this is probably meant to be a reimagining of the first time Leon met Sadler in Resident Evil 4 OG, only for some reason it's placed near the end of the pre-alpha. I don't know why. Sadler then reiterates the same points he already mentioned before about the Plagas and their fantastical hive mind capability. He then mentions that Leon's flesh, bones, and very thoughts are already one with them, which I'm guessing is related to all the hive mind visions Sadler was sending to him, especially with that one hive mind moment where Leon believed he was being ripped apart from the inside. Of course, the part with Leon's thoughts is confusing because it's not like Sadler read Leon's mind and got into his memories or anything like that, unless this is meant to reference that moment in Chapter 4 where he knew that Leon found Ashley and was escaping with her. I don't know, this line reads as confusing unless this is Sadler's way of breaking Leon's will, so he's actually lying to Leon to get him to embrace despair and give up. Either way, this whole hive mind concept has been done so poorly in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. It already doesn't make sense for the hive mind to work with a parasitic organism, let alone have the kind of fantastical capabilities it has. I get that the Plagas use sound waves to communicate with each other, but it was never expressed in this absurd manner in the canon timeline, and this hive mind only ever has a presence when it's most convenient for the developers. There is nothing to take away from this. Sadler then mentions that Ashley accepted the gift of the Plaga, which I'm assuming is in reference to her being unconscious. So much for the suppressant that she only took in Chapter 13. Sadler then rambles on about Leon's fate while Leon is seemingly being ripped apart by the Plaga from the inside for forceful subjugation. One has to wonder why the Red Zealots in the castle weren't causing Leon to experience the same kind of convulsions like he's experiencing here. Whatever. Those points on the Crimson Flames and the Blue Flames are just completely forgotten about at this point. I'm surprised Ashley is still holding on despite being given the Black Liquid, which should have strengthened her superior species Plaga, yet Leon is experiencing these huge convulsions despite not being given the Black Liquid. And if Sadler is celebrating the possibility of Leon being a part of the Illuminados, doesn't Leon need to be given the Black Liquid before this point in order to be inducted, like with Ashley, which was the whole point of that ritual in the castle? I see this is yet again another instance where the Black Liquid is completely forgotten about. Ada then intervenes and shoots Sadler's servants and himself, releasing Leon from his hold. Sadler actually flinches from the shots, even though in his encounter with Ada, he doesn't flinch from the bullets at all, so that's quite the dissonance. Also, I find it dumb how Leon doesn't physically meet Ada prior to this moment like in Resident Evil 4 OG. Having Leon meet Ada physically helped in establishing that Ada was in the area, so it wasn't random that she just showed up out of nowhere to save Leon from Sadler. And that whole moment where Leon was choking out Ada was unsettling and memorable, and it also allowed another showcase of Ada saving Leon. The same can't be said in this case, though I guess everyone already knew that Ada would save Leon here. Sadler then gets the bullets out of him, and he does it instantly. I find this to be a pretty lame reimagining, as it doesn't look imposing in the slightest. Sadler getting the bullets out of him in Resident Evil 4 OG actually presented with a bit more intimidation, as there was a sense of dread instilled by not knowing what he was doing. The slowness of this action also complemented the intimidation as well. There is nothing like that here. Ada then shoots the chain to collapse a statue, blocking Sadler off from Leon and Ashley. Sadler is of course unable to use his fantasy hive mind ability to stop Leon from escaping since Ada is distracting him. One has to wonder how Leon is still able to move after receiving the kind of physical trauma from his Plaga that literally sounded like his organs were being ripped apart. And why would his Plaga just stop trying to control him? If it's this close to being mature and taking over Leon at this point, then it shouldn't need Sadler's influence to help it grow further. If anything, Sadler's influence at this point should have brought the Plaga even closer to depriving Leon of his mental faculties, but I guess the developers didn't consider this when deciding to change the suppressant for this Remilk and also change the screenplay for this moment. At least in Resident Evil 4 OG, Leon took the suppressant after Ada saved him from his Plaga's control, so it's more believable that he wouldn't be at the point of exhaustion or have severe damage to his body prior to getting to the special radiation device. We now get this completely unnecessary scripted walking moment where Leon has to carry Ashley to the special radiation device. I had to waste so much time doing slow, draining combat encounters, and now I have to waste time doing this. This is something that should have been regulated to a cutscene. But just like the Sherry section from Resident Evil 2 Remilk or the intro to Resident Evil 3 Remilk, we have to waste time doing fake gameplay. If they allowed you to skip the elevator ride with Luiz device in Chapter 11, why not here? What are they trying to accomplish from a story perspective? I'll just let this moment for my blind playthrough summarize how stupid this section is. Can I actually skip this, please? I mean, this is gonna be like that elevator scene with Luiz. I could skip that, but I can't skip this. I don't mind these kind of moments in Resident Evil 7 and Village, but in this game, it just doesn't make sense. Am I supposed to be impressed by this so-called internal struggle that Leon's having? Leon's not the type of character where this kind of story arc works. This isn't serving any fucking purpose at all. What is this, Evil Within? What's with all the water everywhere? Are we in Stranger Things now? That sense of being immersed in a sensory deprivation tank is represented in an individual's mindscape as just walking on water. And there's water on the ceiling now. Like, what is this? Or is this related to the black liquid? But Leon wasn't injected with the black liquid. Why is this happening right now? What does this have to do with the Plaga? Why would it be represented like this? This is such a waste of time. I don't see the point in this. That was so badly done. That was so unnecessary. Just have it all be in a cutscene. Why do we need to go through this stupid walking moment?
It has to be different.
I'll read files while I'm busy carrying Ashley. This is how little I care about your stupid sequence, new Capcom. And now that I think about it, did they only retcon Operation Javier to not involve BOWs in order to invalidate Manuela's existence? Which would allow this line that Leon says about how this time it has to be different to exist? Because if Leon had rescued Manuela, he wouldn't find the need to say this line. If that's the case, that is incredibly stupid. Leon and Ashley finally make it to the device. They're fortunate that Sadler hasn't destroyed this device for some reason, or that Sadler didn't have Ganados guarding the device. At least in Resident Evil 4 OG, there were Ganados guarding the device, which makes sense, and that at least contributed to the idea of Sadler knowing about the device and having future plans with it. Because the device still presented as a high risk for killing the patients infected with the Plaga, that's probably why Sadler hadn't destroyed it yet. But I don't know what Remilk Sadler's reasons are for keeping the device around if the superior species Plaga has been made. Ashley is somehow conscious, which makes no sense as she was unconscious earlier, and she tells Leon to go first. Leon refuses, telling her he'll get her home safe, which makes no sense. Doesn't Leon realize that if he succumbs to the Plaga, he'll likely let Ashley's Plaga take control of her and he'll fail to stop the Illuminados? How can Ashley possibly escape this island when there are so many Ganados around and Ashley has been very incompetent and too much of a baby to handle herself? Leon makes no sense with his reasons for having Ashley go first. This is all done this way to jarringly connect to what Leon said in the intro, and just before he put Ashley in the seat where he said it has to be different. It's like the developers only put this quote here to remind the player of what Leon said in the intro and nothing else. I also don't buy the whole idea of Leon feeling so desperate and irrational in wanting to quell the demons of Raccoon City by having Ashley go first, because as I pointed out with Resident Evil 2 Remilk, Leon barely felt any trauma and didn't exactly go out of his way to save any survivors. If saving survivors wasn't at the forefront of Leon's thoughts during the events of Resident Evil 2 Remilk, why would this idea be transposed onto Ashley? I get that people can often act like this when emotion is favored, but there has to be a better build-up to this idea. Resident Evil 4 Remilk has no proper build-up to this moment. And earlier, Leon was wasting time talking with Krauser rather than trying to get to Ashley as quickly as possible. In fact, if that whole moment with Krauser was meant to allow Leon to move on from Raccoon City, even if the whole set piece wasn't framed properly around Raccoon City, why would Leon go through the same kind of mental challenge with saving Ashley first to quell the demons of Raccoon City, even though it makes no sense logically for him to go last? He shouldn't be experiencing the demons of Raccoon City if he supposedly moved on after killing Krauser. Therefore, he should be favoring more logic at this moment, but apparently not. In Resident Evil 4 OG, Leon is the one who goes first, which makes sense because he can get Ashley off the island, and he's aware that the Illuminados have agents out in the world right now. Leon sees past himself and what's happening now in order to prepare for this scenario. And it's possible that off-camera, Leon gave some suppressants to Ashley to slow her infection down before putting her in the special radiation device, so there was even more incentive for Leon to use the device first. There's more sense with Resident Evil 4 OG's version of this scene than with Resident Evil 4 Remilk's version. And to cite one of my subscribers who felt the same confusion towards this moment in the Remilk, he said that he found it strange that Leon would have Ashley go first. While he did understand that Ashley had less time left compared to Leon, he found it strange that Leon had complete faith in the special radiation device working without any risk, even though Leon was given a file earlier about the risks involved with the device. If Leon was aware of the risk, he would have chosen to go first like in the original, as he would rather rather risk his own life testing the machine instead of gambling Ashley's life on it right away. Because of Leon insisting that Ashley goes first, my subscriber felt like an aspect of Leon's character was being downplayed, which I totally understand. He also mentioned that Luiz's chest incision was completely forgotten about at this moment, which I also voiced earlier in this retrospective. And while I did point out that the special radiation device has dated entries for when it was used, and Luiz was likely the last person to use it in November of 2004, it still doesn't explain why Luiz's case was different with needing a chest incision. There's just a lot of confusion here as a result of bad writing more than anything else. And speaking of bad writing, if Ashley was given the black liquid, then wouldn't that have some impact on her outcome from this radiation procedure? If the plaga gets destroyed, wouldn't that mean her body would become vulnerable to the black liquid, or is the black liquid completely neutralized by the radiation? Assuming that the black liquid is produced by the plagas, then maybe it could be neutralized, but it still feels like the developers forgot about the black liquid, and I'm guessing the special radiation also neutralizes any chemical signals that may induce inflammation when the plaga dies. After Ashley is given the special radiation, Leon then faints, and we're supposed to believe that Ashley somehow picked up Leon and put him in the chair. How could this be possible when she struggled to get that one zealot off the switch in chapter 9, which could have allowed her to free Leon without conveniently getting a key from his body? That makes no sense. And just because she got Leon in the chair doesn't mean her character's developed in any sort of way. And I guess she's fortunate that Leon didn't turn into a Ganado and kill her at this moment, but of course, you'd have to assume that Leon's plaga caused internal damage, given that we heard his body being ripped apart when he was with Sadler earlier, but I digress. This whole moment with Leon and Ashley is just so laughable, and it's done so much better in the original. And they've completely forgotten about the black liquid and the like. So fucking stupid. It's really fucking stupid. This is so fucking bad. Oh my god. None of the chapters are good in this game. None of them are. Oh god. This is fucking bad. This is really bad. What were they thinking with this game? This is turning into a fantasy at this point. It was already a fantasy back in chapter 8. They take lore points and they just completely neglect them. And then introduce miracle solutions, fantasy solutions, Deus Ex Machina moments. I don't fucking get it, guys. You can just tell that there were too many writers for this game. There are far too many writers for this game, and that's why the story just flip-flops all the time in priority, and with the inclusion and removal of many lore points. I really thought the storytelling would be better in this game, but it's not. This game is less serious than the original Resident Evil 4. At least the plaga was vague. I mean, that was mainly due to the fact that they only contributed 2 weeks to the writing and the story of Resident Evil 4 OG because they ran out of time, but they never stretched the story to this absurd of a degree. Even with all the time provided in the world, developers can still make these kind of mistakes. Because it's like they made this, like, 1,000-page script, right? And they were not willing to look back at the previous parts of the script because they were feeling so burned out after writing that many words. And I should know, having written my 166-page review of Resident Evil Village, there were definitely times where I didn't want to look back at the previous parts of the script, but I had to fight through that in order to make sure I wasn't repeating anything I already said in the earlier parts of the review, or that I didn't miss anything, or that I'm introducing a new idea when it completely conflicts with an original idea I established in the earlier parts of the script. I'm at least putting in the effort, but new Capcom should be doing so much more. But even when you have the QA people checking up on the story and the script, they still consider this game status gold. Story-wise, gameplay-wise, character-wise, they consider this game ready to be released to the public. Are you fucked? Are you fucked in the head right now, new Capcom? The only reason there's even less respect towards this game is because this is a reimagining of an already existing Resident Evil game that was so much more competent than whatever this game is. We then get into chapter 16 and hear more dumb quotes.
You did this.
Yeah, I did this.
Yeah, pat yourself on the back over something as simple as this. You just picked Leon up and put him on the chair, and yet somehow you struggled to get that one zealot off the switch in chapter 9. You seriously want to pat yourself on the back over something as mundane as this? Why don't you actually be a useful AI system in this pre-alpha, rather than someone that have to constantly babysit all the time, Ashley?
Hey, we're a team, right?
Ashley, why are you seeking this kind of approval from him? What are you so insistent on this whole team aspect for? It's so fucking annoying. It's like a type B personality, being so overly needy and the like. Oh, did I do good, this and that, master? Shut up, Ashley. Please shut the fuck up.
Keep this up, I'll be out of a job.
What has she been doing this entire pre-alpha to warrant you saying that particular quote? Oh, she used a wrecking ball and that's it. Oh, she got you out of that cage because conveniently that one zealot had a key. When she could have easily just, I don't know, picked up the key, dropped down that ladder, and just gotten to you. And that way she wouldn't have been abducted by Vertigo. Like, that's all she's done, Leon. What the hell are you talking about? Oh yes, she's opened a bunch of doors, this and that. You just boosted her up and she's like gotten over to the other side. You just helped with Cranks and that stupid Krang sequence in chapter 7 where I had to constantly babysit her and she just stood there like an idiot even when the enemies were nowhere near her. All of that together and you're like, oh, I'll be out of a job soon. Jesus Christ, Leon. Could you be more retarded than you are right now? You've been the biggest disappointment in Resident Evil history. Do you really have to sound even more idiotic than you are right now? Come on, dude. Ashley then asks if all of this was related to Luiz, which she shouldn't need to ask when she was already told this in chapter 14, so this is a pointless quote. And also, it just reminds the player of how Luiz never mentioned the special radiation device. It was Ada in the end who mentioned the special radiation device through the manual she sent to Leon in chapter 14, so Luiz had nothing to do with this. Speaking of Luiz, we find a photo that showcases he was a member of Umbrella's Europe Laboratory 6 team, which was the same team that made the Any-Alpha parasites corresponding to Nemesis, and he applied that knowledge to his research on the Plagas, which is what's meant to be implied from this photo. We also find Umbrella equipment which Luiz somehow looted from the Umbrella labs. I find it hard to believe that after resigning from Umbrella, he just took the time to take some equipment from them. It makes the timeline of events confusing. What, did he somehow come into contact with the Illuminados while he was working for Umbrella, and they presented themselves as better to work with than Umbrella, so he secretly looted the labs, brought the equipment to the Illuminados, and then resigned? How could he secretly transport large equipment like this to some isolated area in Spain? And if Luiz had looted the Umbrella labs, did he only do so after the Raccoon City incident? Hunnigan's report made it seem like he resigned from Umbrella before the Raccoon City incident of 1998. So did he join the Illuminados before 1998 and at some point he decided to smuggle equipment from Umbrella to help the Illuminados? Did news about the Raccoon City incident allow him to remember Umbrella's advanced equipment, which is why he decided to loot the Umbrella labs? Did he have contacts inside of Umbrella who were helping him to transport equipment? Were they his former team members? And why resign from Umbrella when you could just disappear, which he clearly did after the Raccoon City incident? And the thing is, if he's holding onto a picture from his team, does that mean he actually enjoyed his job at Umbrella? But then why would he resign then? Was he still supporting the Illuminados' research prior to him looting the Umbrella labs? Or did he see the research for what it was? Like, I can't rationalize when Luiz joined Umbrella, and when and how he decided to loot them. It just feels like the Umbrella equipment is tacked on for the sake of it, rather than making any logical sense. There are a couple of files we can collect in this room. One of them has to do with the eradication of the Plagas. It mentions that antigen can be used to destroy the Plaga if it hasn't hatched yet. Once it has hatched, there's not much that can be done besides slowing the growth. With surgery, the Plaga can be killed through a specific wavelength of radiation. This procedure carries risks, as if the Plaga has attached itself to the central nervous system, the host will experience excruciating pain, and there's no effective anesthesia for this kind of procedure. Well, that's clearly not true, as Leon never regained consciousness and started screaming in pain during the procedure. If he was rendered unconscious due to anesthesia, I'm sure he wouldn't experience pain. So I don't know if the file or this scene is incorrect. The surgery still carries risks even before the Plaga has fully developed. Once the Plaga is fully grown and the host has lost complete control, removing the parasite is fatal for the host. You still have to wonder what a fully grown parasite looks like. I mean, the Plaga type Godanias, Mandibulas, and Aranyas are all we have to go on for what a fully grown Plaga looks like, but given that Leon and Ashley were incredibly close to being taken over, you'd have to assume their Plagas were close to being fully grown, and therefore the procedure would be fatal for them. I mean, Leon was literally getting his insides torn apart by his Plaga, and he could barely move. But maybe the superior species Plaga, with its lack of variability, is smaller than the subordinate Plaga, and it was only through the ingestion of black liquid or further experimentation with the amber that the main figureheads of the Illuminados had their extreme mutations. But the thing is, Ashley ingested the black liquid, yet her superior species Plaga looks smaller in comparison to the subordinate Plaga, and her Plaga should have undergone additional mutations or propagated further throughout her body. So this is yet another weird moment with the screenplay. And also, why isn't Luiz's chest incision mentioned here? That also presents as a confusing part to this file. We then find another file from Luiz titled Saddler's Animus. I'm not too sure why uses the term animus because in Jungian psychology, animus refers to the unconscious masculine aspect of a woman's personality, or in its general usage, animus refers to hostility or ill feeling, especially when accompanied by the intent to harm. Yeah, really strange word choice in the context of Sadler's grand ambitions, but maybe it's favoring the latter case. But Luiz starts off by saying not to be fooled into thinking that the Plagas are only tools for creating powerful bioweapons. It's still annoying how they don't use the term BOW. They instead opt for this layman's term bioweapons, which again showcases new Capcom's disconnection from Resident Evil, as well as the type of fan they're trying to target now. And you'd think a former researcher for Umbrella would use the term BOW since Umbrella created that term. The term has been used since Resident Evil 1 OG, which released in 1996, and it's meant to be a distinct term separate to bioweapons, as bioweapons is such a general term that could also be applied to chemical weapons, for instance, which is why the distinction matters. But back to this file, Luiz then mentions that the true value of the Plagas lies in their ability to control. No matter how hostile the subject, a single injection can turn anyone into a faithful servant. Well, aside from the El Gigantes, the Garadors, the Visadors, and the Regenerators. But then again, those BOWs don't involve just a single injection of a Plaga. He then says who needs spies when you can turn yesterday's enemy into today's ally, which feels like a copy-paste from the R&D report from Resident Evil 7, where they mentioned the ETAP Mutamycete's capability in turning enemy combatants into allies, converting hostile elements into willing servants. And furthermore, in the R&D report, they follow up on this point by saying that this element effectively eliminates the costs of not only BOW handling, but also combat itself, which Luiz doesn't try to match here. In fact, this clear copy-paste the first time I read this in my blind playthrough reminded me of how the Connections alongside Wesker's HCF team were in the middle of developing the A through D series of the Mutamycete and then eventually the E-type Mutamycete starting from 2000. There was no effective cure for the E-type Mutamycete until 2017 when Blue Umbrella used Wesker's research as well as the Connections research to make the cure. The E-type Mutamycete is a far more effective means of controlling individuals than the Plaga so long as they aren't immersed in too much Mutamycete. And at least the propagator of the E-type Mutamycete is manipulated from birth to become the BOW they end up being, whereas with the dominant Plaga that Sadler has, if he decides to trigger his mutation, he has no way to revert the transformations that would occur. And given that the dominant Plaga is controlling the subordinate Plaga, in order for individuals to even control such individuals, they would need to be injected with a dominant Plaga themselves, which is a problem that Ricardo Irving tried to address in Resident Evil 5, where he had to train Type 2 Plaga carriers to listen to the commands of individuals not infected with the dominant Plaga. And since the main figureheads of the Illuminados weren't injected with superior species Plagas until 2004, it means that before that point, they were commanding subordinate Plaga infectees without a higher echelon of Plaga within themselves. So once again, this is another indication that Resident Evil 4 Remilk is non-canon. And back to the ETAP Mutamycete, given the versatility of fungi in traversing the environment and infecting individuals, whether it be through water or the air, you could infect way more individuals through this process. And Evelyn's appearance as a 10-year-old girl would allow her to blend in with an urban/refugee population. And given that infected subjects gain remarkable regenerative abilities depending on their Hayflick limit, and only start to undergo extreme mutations when subjected to extreme trauma, or when the cells have been overtaken completely by the E-type Mutamycete, this only provides more incentive for terrorists to gain their hands on such a vector. Evelyn's control over her victims would also present as a massive power play on her part, as she could speed up the propagation of the Mutamycete to such a degree that it was fatal for the host. Fighting off Evelyn's mental control would only be a temporary thing, and would require so much effort from the host. Among other reasons, this only made me feel unimpressed with the Plagas further upon reading this line from the file. If Luiz had phrased this differently, I probably wouldn't have thought of Resident Evil 7 immediately. Luiz then mentions that controlling one insider can bring an entire organization or entire country to its knees, which isn't as detailed as how Sadler describes it in Resident Evil 4 OG in a file, or as detailed as the Kaitai Shinso or Resident Evil 4 OG. He then talks about mass production of the superior species Plaga, allowing Sadler to be empowered. The mass production part is confusing because we barely see any superior species Plaga aside from the main figureheads of the Illuminados. And if Leon has been interfering with a lot of operations and has killed many of the Ganados, then doesn't that mean the superior species Plaga is not able to be produced or shipped off or anything? Or have the Illuminados sent the superior species Plaga to other parts of the world already? And if Sadler's death triggers a hive mind effect that causes the rest of the Ganados to die, does that mean that the superior species Plaga in the other parts of the world die the same way, assuming Sadler's hive mind garbage has infinite range? I just can't help but feel like this point on mass production was just forgotten about or failed to be established further due to rushed development. Luiz then provides a theoretical scenario of Sadler's control, with 6 billion loyal servants at his command, leading to no opposition or war. Based on Ramon and Krauser's personalities, despite their superior species plaga injections, this theoretical scenario seems unlikely, and I highly doubt Sadler could control that many individuals at once. Luiz then makes it his goal to take down Sadler, even though this is contradicted by his dying wish to Leon, and also with his trust in Ada to retrieve the Amber despite not trusting her group. And it's also funny how Luiz mentions that seeing the way Sadler and the others treat the infected hosts is no way to live, yet he worked for Umbrella's Europe Laboratory 6 team, which was working on the Any Alpha parasite, so this seems like character hypocrisy, as why would he denounce Sadler, yet be okay with Umbrella doing what they were doing? This concludes this file. We then find a file on the Amber where Luiz mentions that they just stumbled upon the Amber by accident. They initially overlooked it because they had ample specimens in the past for experimentation, so it was left in the storeroom collecting dust. Luiz only took an interest in it because of its shape. I don't know what he means by the shape. Amber deposits don't exactly have a defined shape similar to rectangles or circles, so out of all the possible shapes, this one got Luiz's attention? That's a little confusing. And another thing that I find odd is how the Amber wasn't reacting to other plagas nearby. Was the Amber isolated from the other plagas that were preserved in the other Amber deposits? If Ada's plaga could react to the Amber simply by touching the case it was in, then why didn't Sadler detect the Amber through his dominant plaga? And weirdly, when Krauser is holding the case the Amber is in, his superior species plaga doesn't react to the Amber. But this could be due to his superior species plaga getting used to the Amber, as the Amber was used to invigorate Krauser's superior species plaga to give him the mutations he needed. Of course, how this process works exactly is never detailed, and it's also unclear when the Amber experiments on Krauser began. If the Amber can somehow trigger mutations, then doesn't that make the black liquid redundant as a way to mutate the superior species plaga further? The only thing I can think of is that the Amber experiments on Krauser began after the black liquid was given to Vittorius Mendes and Ramon Salazar, and Ashley was in the middle of being abducted by Krauser's men. But even then, this presents confusion with the timeline. But yeah, this point on the Amber reacting to other plagas isn't described here for some reason. After doing a basic analysis, Luiz determined that while the Amber was small and in a suspended state, it apparently contained the same organ found in Sadler's dominant plaga. I question how such a small organ could be just as powerful as a larger version of the same organ, and how did they apply this small sample in their experiments when invigorating the superior species plaga? Is the Amber even a different species of plaga, or is it just the dominant plaga? Luiz seems to favor the former case, as he says the Amber can rival or surpass Sadler's power when it's fully developed, which makes it seem like it's a different species of plaga entirely. And is this small specimen supposed to be the holy body? Sadler's hive mind would have me believe that the holy body is far greater than this tiny specimen, or that the Amber is only a part of the holy body, as he seems to imply in chapter 14, where he says he's the speaker of his lord. Like, it's really confusing in that regard, and I don't think the developers looked back at their own writing to make sure it made sense. But the Amber was confiscated by Sadler before Luiz could do further research, since Sadler caught on to what Luiz was doing. One has to wonder if Sadler made any attempts to use the Amber to invigorate his dominant plaga. If it could invigorate the superior species plaga, then that must mean it can invigorate his dominant plaga, assuming the Amber is very different to Sadler's dominant plaga. That's just something the developers of Separate Ways Remilk didn't consider when they made that file regarding the Amber experiments on Krauser. But then again, with how little Sadler talks about the Amber, he probably just forgot about it. Luiz then mentions that he needs to get the Amber back and escape in order to continue his research on it, as it's the only way to counter Sadler. I don't understand what he means by this being the only way to counter Sadler. Sadler is literally defeated by a special rocket launcher that was ordered by Krauser, and when Sadler died, the hive mind caused the other Ganados and other BOWs to die. Luiz should be well aware of the fantasy hive mind that's a part of these plagas. What would studying the Amber do to stop Sadler and his followers? What new knowledge could he possibly gain? It's yet another confusing moment introduced by this fantastical hive mind design with the plagas. If anything, Luiz should be more worried about outside organizations getting their hands on the Amber if it can truly rival or surpass Sadler's power. Luiz then acknowledges that he's already contacted Ada and Wesker, who are people he doesn't trust, and he's already sent them the Amber research data to prove his worth in being rescued before telling them that he'll retrieve the Amber. This ends this set of files. Making our way back to the sanctuary, Ashley asks about Ada because she somehow knew Ada was around even though she was unconscious when Ada appeared. That's very confusing. Leon then says that Ada's not the type to roll over that easily, which is ironic because in Resident Evil 2 Remilk, after falling down that pit, Ada just sat around and waited for Leon despite being mean to him many many times before, and then she manipulated him into getting the G-Virus by telling him she thought she needed his help before kissing him. So Resident Evil 2 Remilk really makes it out like Ada is the type to roll over so easily. And then in the gameplay of Resident Evil 4 Remilk, Ada's just as much of a pushover as Leon. Ashley then has the gall to suggest that Leon knows her well when he clearly doesn't, and he's so quick to dismiss her presence upon first meeting her, which makes it come across like Ada doesn't mean anything to him. So this is a pretty hypocritical quote. We then find a provenance monolith dated 1554 from Adam Sadler. This monolith makes it seem like Adam Sadler was the one who started the whole fight against the Salazar family and was the original founder of the Illuminados. That being said, I can't figure out if this occurred during the first count or the second count's reign. And why was he below the castle? Was he trying to infiltrate or scout out routes for his group to take down the Salazar family and he just happened to stumble upon the Plagas? But if the Plagas had to be mined to expose the amber deposits they were in, how could he possibly find them? And how did he avoid inhaling the amber dust? Did he even find a natural dominant Plaga? And what's this monolith doing on the island when it's clearly describing the castle and how everything involving the Plagas began below the castle? Did Sadler just copy Adam's words onto this monolith to feel closer to his faith and to be reminded of it every time he looks at it? I don't know, it just feels like there's confusion with the way this is presented. The Resident Evil podcast team mentioned that Adam Sadler found the Plagas in the remnants of an old castle. The Salazar family didn't settle in the region until almost 200 years later and reconstructed the castle as it is today. This is based on the eroded cave epitaph, which was dated in 1741, and also on the Japanese version of the Salazar family chronology, which mentioned how the first count exiled the Illuminados to the island. So Adam Sadler found the Plagas in 1554, then I'm guessing he tried to gain followers in the interim between 1554 and 1741. The Salazar family then came into power and exiled them in 1741. Then the Illuminados attacked again during the second count's reign, but were defeated. That clarifies that. We also find the final chapter of the Illuminados, and for some reason, they're referring to the Plagas as insects when they don't even have 6 legs. And I feel like a religious cult should not be referring to something they consider divine as insects, because the term is often used for denigration. But then again, when describing the Crimson Flames, they mention that the voice of pestilence dwells in the flames, leading the pitiful souls to salvation. So the Illuminados seem to value filth and pestilence as a guide to salvation, which is probably why they use the term insects instead of a less denigrating term. And through their praise for the holy insects, they then believe they'll find paradise, find the light of heaven, and then exceed the stars in the sky. I can't say I've ever heard of a religion that believes divinity can be sought through filth and pestilence. That's a rather bizarre religious concept, but maybe this is the Illuminados' way of saying humans are disgusting and the Plagas are divine. While they acknowledge that they themselves are flawed as a result of being human, that only gives them more of a reason to be humble servants of the holy body. Through that logic, I can kind of rationalize their mindset, but honestly, this is definitely a religious concept that's self-destructive, which is only further validated by Sadler's poor treatment of his followers, as Luiz acknowledged. This ends this file. There's also a statue that seems to showcase Osmond Sadler as being the 15th descendant of the Sadler family. You just have to wonder how Sadler's family could survive on the island for so long after the Illuminados were banished to this island, even if they were likely cannibals. That's everything in terms of lore that we get in chapter 16. At this point, you're probably expecting me to talk about Sadler's boss fight, but I'm gonna hold off on that for the time being, as the final part of Separate Ways Remilk coincides with the same part. With all that said, it's time to rewind the clock and go to the beginning of Separate Ways Remilk, a DLC that even before getting into it for the first time, I wasn't expecting much to be good. And after I played it, it defied my expectations in the worst possible way ever. Resident Evil 4 Remilk is a pre-alpha, but Separate Ways Remilk is a pre-pre-alpha. Chapter 1 of Separate Ways Remilk opens at the castle area before Leon has gotten to the village area, and it demonstrates quite possibly the cringiest and most bizarre scene ever in the entire Resident Evil series. The juxtaposition of Luiz doing cringe flamenco while doing weird faces and poses combined with the Illuminados killing the guy who was mounted on that door is indicative of a development team high on LSD. This feels like something out of a Rockstar game or a Ubisoft game. The way they portray Luiz in this part is insulting to his Resident Evil 4 OG counterpart, and then having Ada dancing with Luiz like they're personally affiliated with each other is such a tonal inconsistency and is contradictory to her cold nature in the later chapters. Just hear my blind reaction to the scene. Oh, that's the guy on the door, I think. What the hell is he doing? Why is he acting all weird? Okay, this is just very weird. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know why he's dancing like this. He's just tap dancing. That just seems very odd that they're portraying it like this. At least Luiz in Resident Evil 4 OG took the situation seriously while still having that charisma to him. But this is just very odd with a screenplay right now. This is really stupid, guys. This is like something out of the Marvelverse. This is what I'm expecting Star-Lord to be doing, not Luiz. What the hell? This is so ridiculous, guys. I don't like this already. What a stupid way to start this DLC.
Parece que me toca bailar, hermano.
That was so cringe, guys. That was pretty cringe. In a different type of context, I would have accepted that, but not here. This is so dumb. Like, I don't see this as being a part of Luiz's character. I mean, his witty banter and, you know, like, other ways of actually holding off the darkness around him through his own voice lines, not through this kind of weird dance maneuver at such an ill-befitting context. Like, this does not feel like something that Luiz would do. This is weird. This is something that some comedian would do. I just don't understand what they were thinking with that. Okay, how the hell did they not know that was Ada under there? When did she take the time to masquerade like that? And surely, like, Sadler with his hive mind would be able to detect that wasn't Ada, right? Are they still going to touch upon the hive mind aspect, or are they just going to completely forget about it? I'm already voicing grievances with this stupid DLC right now. I cannot believe it.
That's no way to finish a dance.
This is so dumb! Oh my goodness! They're not even acting like business partners! They're acting like they're personally affiliated with each other! And we saw plenty of times in Resident Evil 4 Remilk that Ada maintained a very cold, stern manner with Luiz. Now they're acting like they're best friends. What is this? That was one of the main problems I had with the trailers when I was seeing this. Like, why are they acting like they're personally affiliated with each other?
You know how I feel about being tied up.
You mean tied up? You're just in a cell.
Never hidden just before they grab me.
Well, then lead the way.
This music's also so dumb. This is, again, the kind of music choice I'd be hearing in Silent Hill with their ill-fitting jazz music. And then the characters completely forgetting that they went through horrors and they're acting like they're in some regular town or anything like that. Oh, dear Lord. This soundtrack's so bad. It's really bad. I don't like it already. One of my subscribers sums it up nicely. Guys, we made Resident Evil 4 Remilk more believable, with better actors and actresses. We have better Spanish. Also, here is Luiz dancing flamenco, because you know, everyone that knows Spanish cannot help but dance flamenco everywhere, every time. Another one of my subscribers describes it nicely in a different way, how these characters were butchered in favor of quirky scenes to get giggles out of random casual audiences. Just based on this introduction alone, it already feels like a different set of writers handled this DLC compared to the main pre-alpha. And there's more indication of this in the later chapters. After that cringe introduction, we then take control of Ada. Ada is equipped with a blacktail, a TMP, and a tactical knife. For some strange reason, unlike Separate Ways OG, you can't obtain the shotgun unless it's from the merchant. I don't know why they thought this was a good idea, especially when certain gameplay sections feel complementary to the use of the shotgun and demand the use of high damage to mitigate the already awkward gameplay designs at play with the enemies. At least having Ada use a tactical knife makes more sense for this kind of combat situation than having Leon use a police combat knife in this kind of situation. Strangely, Ada doesn't start off with any files like Leon does at the start of Resident Evil 4 Remilk. There's no file going over the exact details of her mission and what Wesker's asking for specifically. There's no mention of Luiz. There's no mention of the rival organization. For a title that supposedly offers improved storytelling and the chance to experience the events of Resident Evil 4 Remilk from the perspective of a supposedly experienced and well-informed individual like Ada, they certainly don't set the right standard at the start start of this DLC. After letting Luiz out of his cell, Ada asks if the amber's close, to which Luiz mentions it's not exactly close, but it's safe. Ada then stresses that Luiz needs to deliver the amber or the deal is off, to which Luiz reassures her he'll deliver. He then asks what Ada wants with the amber, to which Ada gives a confusing remark where she says she doesn't know yet. I don't understand what she means by this. Ada's worked for these kinds of criminal organizations before. In fact, in the canon timeline, Ada had ties to an underworld Chinese crime syndicate, which is how she received her training in firearms, martial arts, and acrobatics. She also hired herself out as an independent contractor to many different corporations and groups with differing objectives. Ada had her own personal reasons for doing this, but her true goal was only known to her alone. A consummate professional, she was extremely dedicated to the task at hand, but had no hesitation in betraying clients and organizations if their motivations went against her own objectives. Of course, her own objectives aren't even alluded to in this Remilk timeline. But getting back on track, she's worked with Wesker back in Resident Evil 2 Remilk. What else does she think she's getting the amber for? If Ada didn't voice any questions with getting the G-Virus in Resident Evil 2 Remilk, even though she knew how lethal it was and that Wesker needed it, why would she be voicing questions about why she's getting the amber? It makes no sense. Is she forgetting what her role is, where she's helping these kinds of criminal organizations and terrorists while still maintaining that ambiguous morality like how she's portrayed in the canon timeline? The ambiguous morality part is hardly touched upon whatsoever in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. It is so one note in her presentation throughout this Remilk, and you can't say that the events of Resident Evil 2 Remilk contributed to her voicing these hesitations, because Ada never once experiences character development in Resident Evil 2 Remilk, and whatever supposed character development there was undercut by bad writing. There's no reason for Ada to say this dumb quote. If the rival organization doesn't seem to exist in this Remilk timeline, and Ada is just here on Wesker's orders, where is this question coming from? This is a clear warning sign for how screwed up Ada's character is going to be in this DLC. Making their way to the crack in the wall, which was here this entire time apparently, they then get to a rope which the zealots somehow didn't notice. And this rope is tied to a winch that's just on the castle wall for some reason. How exactly did they get that winch up there? Was that something the Illuminados had, or did Ada put that winch there? That's confusing. Ada then places a tracking device on Luiz, which won't mean much since he'll lose it in Chapter 2. As Luiz is about to leave, Panta, also known as U3 or the Housekeeper, shows up, or as new Capcom calls her, the Black Robe, which has to be one of the dumbest names for an enemy type I've ever heard. Luiz then delivers another one of his annoying quotes in response to Ada telling him to leave and fetch the amber, before he's interrupted by being pulled on the rope. Luiz proposes to meet at the church and he leaves. Now, I'm really confused by one thing. Where exactly did Luiz hide the amber at the start of this DLC? Did he hide it in the castle or the village? Right now, the pre-alpha is making it seem like the amber is in the village, which is why Luiz says to meet up at the church. Either that or the amber is in the castle and Luiz is able to get it after escaping via the winch and before he meets up with Ada. However, both of these scenarios are contradicted in different ways when we get to later scenes. I really need to talk about these moments where Luiz mentions he doesn't have the amber, as there is so much confusion in relation to how the events played out. Panta then demonstrates her ability to enlarge her limbs and retract them, similar to Sadler. I'm not entirely sure how this is possible when, based on many of the confusing files I've listed, Panta doesn't seem to be infected with the superior species plaga, yet her mutation is rather extreme and she seems to retain her intelligence better than subordinate plaga carriers. And Sadler's infected with the dominant plaga, so Panta's mutation shouldn't be similar to his own. I know the Resident Evil podcast team mentioned that Panta was infected with the subordinate plaga, but it's still weird either way, as I've already acknowledged many times before. The developers of Separate Ways Remilk really didn't give much thought to her mutation. Panta then roars, causing the other zealots to attack. We get yet another jarring disconnect between this cutscene and the actual gameplay, as Ada's TMP shots are actually flinching the enemies and she's seemingly fast and agile. Ada is no different to Leon in terms of sluggishness within the actual gameplay. In fact, in Resident Evil 4 OG, old Capcom made Ada run a lot faster than Leon when she wasn't holding two-handed weapons. They actually took the time to provide a subtle difference in Ada's general movement compared to Leon, whereas new Capcom just copy and pasted the same movement style they used for Leon onto Ada. They try to portray Ada as awesome and fluid with her advanced movement in this cutscene, but it's all just a lie. Just like with that one cutscene in Chapter 9 of Resident Evil 4 Remilk. Just hear my reaction to this scene for my blind playthrough. Oh, look how epic it looks, guys. Look how epic this gameplay supposedly looks. This is not how the gameplay in Resident Evil 4 Remilk is. It is far more cumbersome, a lot more unwieldy, a lot more annoying, a lot more tedious, a lot more outdated than this. It's always so annoying when the cutscenes are not representative of the character's capabilities in the game. So stupid. Ada then fires some TMP shots into Panta, which don't make her flinch at all. Panta then tries to slash at Ada, only for her to dodge and pump some additional shots into Panta that actually make her flinch and floor her. Okay, why did the first set of bullets not do anything to Panta, yet the next set did something? It's like the lines between the cutscene and gameplay interpretations of the flinch animations were blurred, so it's like the developers thought the first set of bullets were part of the general gameplay, then they remembered for the next set that they were in a cutscene moment, so the bullets actually made Panta flinch. The screenplay and the motion capture were shoddily put together in this entire period. And why is it that even though Panta was made before Isidro transformed into Vertigo, her exoskeleton isn't more developed than it currently is, which is what caused her to be floored to the ground after a few shots. This makes no sense. New Capcom's not even going to answer with responses like, oh, it's a sexually dimorphic trait, or it's an interference from one of the genes that Panta was spliced with. New Capcom is just going to say, roll with it, as I'd expect from a half-assed development team. Panta, of course, is still alive, and she responds by launching exploding pustules at Ada. What is it with New Capcom and their pustule fixation? This is not something I would associate with the Plaga. This exploding pustule design reminded me of Nemesis from Resident Evil 3 Remilk, and Nemesis has nothing to do with the Plaga. And don't try to bring up the Any-Alpha Parasite from Resident Evil 3 Remilk. These developers have just gone out of control with their mutations in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. Ada narrowly avoids the pustules, but is struck in the arm by the acid. This apparently infects her with a Plaga, which is seriously retarded. Do you have any idea how confused I was throughout my entire blind playthrough of Separate Ways Remilk? In my entire blind playthrough, I was of the belief that Ada was somehow infected with a Plaga prior to rescuing Luiz, but it's in this moment that she was infected. How is the infection process so different to the typical injection by needle? If Panta can just infect individuals in an instant with one attack, and they're already experiencing hallucinations mere seconds after being hit by that acid, why do the Illuminados need to waste time with injecting eggs into victims? Is Panta even firing eggs into her victims, or are the Plagas somehow hatched? Why doesn't Panta utilize the pustules during this encounter, or the encounter in the village? Is Panta supposed to be some reimagining of the Queen Plaga from Resident Evil 4 OG, but is now more like a breeder growing Plagas inside of her? How does that relate to Isidro's experiments on insect-human hybrids? Why didn't Isidro make mention of this capability in any of the files we get in the main experience of Resident Evil 4 Remilk? How does getting hit in the arm somehow cause Ada to experience hallucinations? How could all this be the result of a subordinate Plaga infection combined with gene splicing experiments on the host and possibly the black liquid? The numerous inconsistencies provided by this very poor decision to design Panta the way she is are so easy to see, you'd have to be an idiot to somehow not see these issues. There's gonna be so much more to lambast in regards to the inconsistencies provided by Panta in the later parts of this retrospective. This first encounter with Panta is very simple, but it's more so of a damage race in terms of its execution. The damage race aspect is applied to the second phase. The first phase can be done with just the knife. Avoid her attacks accordingly, then knife her in the head. I'm not entirely sure how the knife can damage her this much in this encounter, but you'll just have to roll with it. Or you can use your pistol in the first phase if you so choose. Once the second phase begins, Panta will showcase her fantasy garbage. She'll roar and distort Ada's vision, causing the appearance of blue flames as environmental effects, and also phantasms of herself to attack Ada. And again, this extreme fantasy garbage is occurring mere seconds or minutes after Ada was hit in the arm. How is that possible? How could Ada's central nervous system be experiencing this kind of nonsense? When has the Plaga in the canon timeline ever displayed this kind of fantasy garbage? And why would blue flames be appearing when blue flames are harmful to Plagas, given that they paralyze them? This makes no sense. And you know what else makes no sense? When you parry these phantasms, even though they aren't real, you'll still have your knife durability drained. Now New Capcom's really demonstrating how idiotic they are. On what plane of thought does it make sense for a bunch of hallucinations and phantasms to impact real-world objects like a knife? New Capcom is just confirming that they're no different to alien life forms with such bizarre LSD thinking like this. It's just a complete misunderstanding of how hallucinations work, which you would never expect with any sane individuals. But these phantasms will disperse after one shot or one knife slash. For some reason, in the second encounter with Panta, the phantasms will not disperse after one shot or one knife slash. Yet another weird inconsistency. But when this second phase begins, you need to get to the stairs and stay there. This will ensure you can see all the phantasms without them spawning behind you. What usually happens is when you're on the stairs and you disperse the two closest phantasms, the next closest figure is always the real Panta. You can also identify the real Panta through her footsteps and glowing red eyes. Once you identify the real Panta, aim for her head with the pistol. As soon as she gets close to the stairs or your clip gets empty, you need to throw a grenade behind her to knock her into you, allowing you to easily hit her head with a TMP and end the encounter. This is why I said this encounter was a damage race, because it involves finishing up Panta quickly before the phantasms can close in on you. It may not be as abhorrent in poor quality as the other bosses of Resident Evil 4 Remilk that I've already discussed, but this is still a really dumb encounter with its presentation and with how it just showcases new Capcom's disconnection from their own lore. It's like the director of this pre-alpha had no idea what Resident Evil was and had actually worked on other titles, much like one of the directors of the Shadows of Rose DLC, not being familiar with Resident Evil, but being more familiar with Monster Hunter. Why new Capcom would hire such a director for a series like Resident Evil is mind-boggling. But this kind of fight does not belong in a series like Resident Evil. Resident Evil 7 and Village properly justified the hallucinations through the use of a fungal vector, and they never took the hallucinations to such a stupid degree that it would impact the grounded nature to Resident Evil's universe. This is the most absurd set piece ever in the entire Resident Evil series. Nothing in Resident Evil 5 or 6 could compare to the sheer stupidity and fantasy garbage of Resident Evil 4 Remilk. What the hell were they thinking with the plagas in this Remilk? And why is it that even though Panta is practically a similar kind of BOW to Vertigo, she doesn't seem to have the ability to run just as fast as Vertigo? She instead needs to rely on fantasy garbage like this, yet if she's disappearing, doesn't that mean she's moving fast? And how does Panta's fantasy garbage not extend to Leon or Ashley's plagas? Is it just because her own plagas are tied to herself, so she has to infect other victims with the same plagas to connect them to her own hive mind? None of this makes any sense. The only thing that's even remotely salvageable about this encounter is the music. That's about it. Everything else is a disaster. Panta disappears completely to retreat for the time being, allowing Ada to regain her senses. Theoretically, if Leon was experiencing Sadler's hallucinations at an extreme distance, then couldn't Panta do the same with Ada and she wouldn't need to show herself? Apparently not, because Ada only ever seems to experience these hallucinations when in close proximity to Panta. I have no idea why it's so different. Making her way outside, Ada contacts Wesker to give a status update regarding Luiz. I don't know what it is, but there is something off with the way Ada says this line.
Control, come in. Luiz hit the amber, but I've sent him to retrieve it.
Ada tells him that they ran into some unexpected trouble. For some reason, Ada doesn't seem to express concern over the fact that she was experiencing hallucinations. Shouldn't she realize that she's infected with the plaga? She should be well aware of the symptoms if Luiz sent that research data to her. Why doesn't she convey this to Wesker if this will likely get in the way of her obtaining the amber? You might question me and say, why would she tell Wesker about her infection when Wesker is known to view his associates as pawns? Well, we haven't exactly seen Remilk Wesker express this view on his associates properly. Also, he's worked with Ada since Raccoon City. Through business relationships alone, Ada would be telling Wesker about her condition. And if Wesker can't seem to get the amber by himself, despite showing up physically in this Remilk, he clearly needs Ada, even if he was anticipating a betrayal. It's not like he has anyone else who's just as capable at doing this task. And what exactly would have changed had Ada told Wesker she was infected? Ada seems distrustful of Wesker at the start of the DLC, despite having no reason to be after Resident Evil 2 Remilk. If she planned to cut ties with him, would knowing about her infection have changed anything? This doesn't make any sense to me, just like with Leon not divulging his possible infection to Hunnigan. Wesker asks Ada what they'll do about it, to which Ada tells him that Luiz is on his way to the church and she's tracking his movements. Wesker tells her to hurry, prompting Ada to start confirming her route. I'm surprised she would need to confirm her route when she already had Luiz tied to that winch that got him through the window, but I'm guessing her hookshot wouldn't latch on properly. It's from here that we're introduced to a new device exclusive to this Remilk, the Interactive Retinal Inquiry System. I'm guessing this is new Capcom's replacement for the glasses that Ada used only once in Resident Evil 4 OG, but this device doesn't really offer any interesting gameplay. Its main use is for highlighting footprints and fingerprints. I'm not entirely sure how this works, especially for footprints and fingerprints that have likely degraded and aren't exactly that recent, or how it can isolate the footprints and fingerprints of particular individuals, but regardless, its use is tied mainly to a first playthrough, then becomes negligible in later playthroughs. And apparently, Ada needs this device to designate the right spots to use her hookshot. This is likely a meta-game element more than anything, probably because the developers thought it would be immersion breaking if people saw a moving button prompt along a Legend of survival horror game. By the way, I recommend changing the input for the hookshot to not be tied to your sprint button. The amount of times I've accidentally used the hookshot when I've tried to sprint is annoying. You should also change your hookshot melee input to not be tied to the same melee button. Ada successfully confirms her route before Wesker tells her to stick to the high ground as she has the means. Why does he need to tell a supposedly professional spy like her to stick to the high ground? Ada's been working for Wesker for a while, and she mainly works alone during these missions. There's no reason for him to say this. It ends up coming across like Ada is an amateur, but I guess with how useless she was in Resident Evil 2 Remilk, and with needing Leon's help, this would only be a logical thing to say. Wesker in Resident Evil 4 OG would never say anything like this to Ada, and what does he even mean by stick to the high ground when there aren't any high places for circumnavigating the enemies? This is a pretty dumb quote. Wesker reminds Ada to focus entirely on the Amber and wrap this little tour up. Now, Wesker did use the phrase wrap this little tour up in Resident Evil 4 OG, but the actor actually made it sound like a natural quote. Remilk Wesker's poor acting causes this line to feel very cringe and quirky. We now have this little stealth sequence. You can choose to either sneak past the enemies or use the cannon to finish them off. In the latter case, you'll be spending a bit of time doing that as there are a lot more enemies than you think, but it's a good gain on ammo and treasure. You'll likely need all that as this DLC has more bullet spongy bosses than the main pre-alpha. At least unlocking the cannon is simple as you can just shoot the counterweight from up here. Within this area, you can get a sniper rifle with the scope and also a flash grenade. So you're telling me the developers had the foresight to put the sniper rifle as a normal weapon within the world, yet they didn't bother giving the sniper rifle in Resident Evil 4 Remilk when it could have properly complemented certain sequences? How does that make sense? It's yet another inconsistency. And they give you the sniper rifle in the world, yet they lock the shotgun behind the merchant, a staple weapon of the entire Resident Evil series that is often considered a basic tool locked behind the merchant. Why would they do that? And there are certain sequences in Separate Ways Remilk that would have flowed a lot better with the shotgun, but I digress. This sequence doesn't properly represent how badly designed this entire pre-alpha is, but maybe that's because we haven't been introduced to the merchant yet. Because the merchant isn't around at the moment, new Capcom didn't try to screw with their balancing and section designs to account for his presence. Ada is able to leave with Panta watching her, and the way this is framed makes it seem like there's some kind of rivalry between Panta and Ada. Why would Panta perceive Ada as a rival like this when she's supposed to be infected with the subordinate plaga? If anything, Panta should be focusing more on finding Luiz if they're focused on getting the Amber back. But like I've mentioned before, the villains hardly acknowledge the reacquiring of the Amber as their main goal, unlike Resident Evil 4 OG with recovering the dominant plaga sample. This presentation of Panta is odd, and it's even stranger how she's going to spend time in the village looking for Ada and not even look for Luiz. Then she'll just decide to come back to the castle for some reason. And when Luiz gets captured by the villagers later on, why doesn't Panta just infect Luiz with the subordinate plaga right then and there, if she's not infecting her victims with eggs but with hatched plagas through acid instead? If the suppressant or antigen has no effect on newly hatched plagas, there's nothing that should stop Panta from infecting Luiz. The Illuminados could have used this infection as a bargaining tool to force Luiz's cooperation. It's not like he needs to be infected with the superior species plaga when they already have other researchers. Goodness me, this is all a complete shit show. Separate Ways Remilk's developers had no clue what they were doing when designing an intersecting story that coincides with Leon's story. The lore, the characters, and the story moments are so screwed up in this Remilk. Oh, and here's something really confusing. Whenever you finish a chapter of Separate Ways Remilk, for some reason, a reimagined version of Ada's theme from Resident Evil 2 OG plays now. Why? What's the significance of this theme playing now? It's so out of touch with the entire framework of Resident Evil 4 Remilk. Ada's theme would play during poignant character moments between Leon and Ada in Resident Evil 2 OG. There was an emotional and thematic significance to when the theme would play in Resident Evil 2 OG. So the developers took a theme related to character moments and just placed it in a chapter end screen. That just sounds so wrong just saying that. They took a very meaningful and memorable piece of music from Resident Evil 2 OG and turned it into nostalgia bait. This is literally no different to what Ubisoft did with Ezio's Family in the Assassin's Creed series. Ezio's Family was a meaningful and memorable piece of music from Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood that fit the themes of the games. Then for some reason, Ubisoft reimagined the theme and had it play in Assassin's Creed Rogue, Unity, Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla. They even used the theme during fan events and overlaid action rhythms and instrumentation over it. If you want to understand how much Ezio's Family was devalued, you can check out Walshy's video on the topic. But getting back to the main tangent, the thing that I'm criticizing with Ada's theme is not the reimagining with the different instrumentation, but its presence. This theme has no reason to exist in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. Where's the emotional connection between Leon and Ada? Why is it reserved for a chapter end screen? Why is this theme playing in a Remilk timeline where Leon and Ada were hardly connected to each other as characters during Resident Evil 2 Remilk? Why is this theme playing as part of a DLC where Ada's character growth is inorganic and hardly makes sense? Ada never undergoes any significant character growth, so there's no reason for this theme to exist. Like I've said many times before, the characters in this pre-alpha often have to act out of character initially to contribute to the illusion of character growth and the illusion of an arc. And furthermore, this DLC isn't about Ada. It's simply an intersecting story just to get a different perspective on the events of Resident Evil 4 Remilk. And for such a memorable and thematic theme to be playing in the worst mainline Resident Evil title title ever where the characters and their dynamics are all butchered immensely, I only end up feeling even more vindicated, as this is confirming how little the developers understand Resident Evil, the characters, and even their own music. I do have some things to say about the reimagining too. I'm sure there are people that envision using a variation of this theme in their mind so that they can play it out in their heads, or have it overlaid over a scene in their heads. A different variation to an existing song can help in complementing a slow or fast-paced scene playing out in their heads. I understand the appeal for that. I myself often do the same with new variations to an existing song. I'm sure if I listen to this song enough, I'll enjoy it all the same, but that's still no excuse for this unjustified presence of Ada's theme in this Remilk. With all that said, we can move on to the next chapter. We then get a special opening to Chapter 2 where the Amber is shown and Ada is narrating. She starts off by mentioning that Wesker wants her to retrieve the Amber, an object of ill omen. She then asks what terrible actions will be done in its name and who will pay its dark cost, since in this world someone always pays. These lines are odd because Ada at this point in time shouldn't be asking questions like these, especially in this Remilk timeline where she didn't exactly feel emotionally conflicted with the G-Virus or ponder the question of what would happen if the G-Virus leaked out the same way the T-Virus did. In the canon timeline, as shown in Resident Evil The Umbrella Chronicles, after confirming her retrieval of the G-Virus to Wesker, she pondered on what would happen if the G-Virus leaked out the same way as the T-Virus. As described in the Kaitai Shinso for Resident Evil 4 OG, the Raccoon City incident and her time with Leon caused her unemotional self to gradually show fragility and reveal a slight amount of her true feelings. Of course, her time between the Raccoon City incident and the Illuminados incident has allowed her to gradually restore her unemotional self and return to a more professionally oriented mindset, with the only glimpse of her true self seen in the fact that she does not ruthlessly abandon Leon and shows a degree of concern for his well-being while still grappling with the demands of her mission to the rival organization. She also displays a remnant of her true self with how she helps Leon rescue Ashley by distracting Sadler. By the time of the Illuminados incident, Ada looks back at how she was during Raccoon City and sees only a weak woman. Of course, I would say this is more so a sense of denial and is something that will be tested again in 2013, as the Ada we see in Resident Evil 6 is clearly having her unemotional self gradually show fragility, especially since the incidents with the C-Virus involve her former colleague Derek C. Simmons, a significant figure in her professional life before the events of Raccoon City. And taking that into account, given that Ada has no kind of personal connection to any member of the Illuminados, it only makes favoring her professional mindset that much easier. And just to add my personal perspective on the matter, I would say that her time in Raccoon City made her feel just as vulnerable as how she was before she adopted the moniker of Ada Wong and joined that underworld Chinese crime syndicate. We don't know what exactly Ada's past was like before she became an international spy, but I would assume her looking back and seeing a weak woman during Raccoon City not only relates to the breaches in her unemotional self, but also her hatred for her original self, which is likely what made her become a spy in the first place. It's no different to how I myself look back at who I was during my elementary, middle, high school, and undergraduate years, and see only an ignorant and weak individual with a limited perspective on life and society, catering to the whims of other fools, whether it be family members, school staff, bullies, or other worthless peons. The same goes for how I was as a gamer back then. I see only an ignorant gamer who was no different to other idiotic gamers and had poor taste, unable to properly understand games on a deeper level, and allowed the ignorant perspectives of others to dictate my taste for games compared to now. In relating this to Resident Evil, my first introduction to the series was through the crappy live-action movie series. I am disgusted that that was how I was introduced to this amazing series. You can imagine how long it took for me to truly adopt the real mindset of a true Resident Evil player. At least I wasn't held down by nostalgia and social contagion compared to fake Resident Evil players when building up this mindset. Believe me, I have the intrusive memories from those time periods to fully reinforce my hatred for my past self, and I'm glad because I have no intention of ever becoming that same pathetic creature that I was. So I imagine Ada has such intrusive memories too when looking back at her past self. What might seem cold in our eyes may be to Ada a sense of rising above something. But getting back on track, the point I was trying to make is that Ada in Resident Evil 4 OG would never really be saying these kinds of quotes that Remilk Ada is saying in this opening, where she's calling the Amber an object of ill omen and wondering what terrible actions will be done in its name and who will pay its dark cost. And given that in the Remilk timeline, Ada never grappled with anything significant while she was trying to get the G-Virus, there's no reason for her to be questioning the dangers of the Amber. And given that you don't really see Ada display her ambiguous moral compass properly during the main experience of Resident Evil 4 Remilk, aside from her just contacting Wesker at the end, it only makes these lines even more confusing confusing to interpret from a character standpoint, just like with that line from Chapter 1, where Ada says she doesn't know what they'll do with the Amber. And also, if Remilk Ada is voicing these kinds of lines, does that mean the rival organization doesn't exist, and she's seemingly working for a different organization with Wesker at the helm? I think if she was working for a different section of the rival organization and not Wesker's part of the rival organization, she wouldn't be voicing these kinds of questions. So once again, in typical new Capcom fashion, they'd likely strip that part of the storyline out. All I'll say is these lines that Ada mentions don't feel like they belong here, and I guess she agrees with me because she says it's best not to ask who or why. She understood all that and made peace with them. However, she then says that her time in Raccoon City changed everything. But in what way, though? Ada never grappled with anything personal with Leon. She maintained her professional mindset and even coerced and manipulated Leon into getting the G-Virus by kissing him, yet for some reason lowers her gun when confronting him. And she's never even seen Birkin's mutations to fully grasp the scope of mutations provided by the G-Virus. It's also unclear if she even recovered the G-Virus or not in Resident Evil 2 Remilk. In the canon timeline, she recovered a G-Virus tissue sample, but they don't even mention that in the Remilk timeline. So why would I believe that Ada underwent some kind of change during the events of Raccoon City? It's like the developers of Separate Ways Remilk didn't even play Resident Evil 2 Remilk to inform the writing of Ada's character. Either that, or they just arbitrarily decided to shoehorn in personal thoughts for Ada, completely forgetting that Separate Ways OG was never meant to focus on that kind of character-centric writing, and in the process, they just completely misunderstood Ada's character in the Remilk. If you were to build off of Resident Evil 2 OG, that might provide a little justification for Ada saying these lines, but it still wouldn't salvage much from the poor writing of this pre-alpha. Upon reaching the quarry, Ada contacts Wesker and tells him she's heading for the rendezvous point to meet with Luiz. Wesker notes that he's seeing increased movement from the Illuminados and tells her not to get careless. Whether him telling her not to get careless is in relation to Resident Evil 2 Remilk or not is unclear, and if he's seeing increased movement from the Illuminados, does that mean he has access to his own satellite, assuming it's not the Umbrella satellite system? I'm not really sure, though if Luiz managed to loot the Umbrella labs and get large pieces of equipment transferred somehow, then maybe Wesker did the same somehow in this Remilk timeline. This then begins Chapter 2. Now, because the encounters with the Ganados are simple, I'll instead just focus on the cutscenes, dialogue moments, and files. After a brief skirmish with the Ganados, Ada contacts Wesker.
I'm seeing quite the crowd here. I wonder what has them so riled up.
Gosh, that sounded so weird. Why did she put that pause right there? I wonder what has them so riled up. I mean, that literally sounds like text-to-speech, but with Lily Gao's voice. And there is, like, no change in the tone whatsoever. It was so monotone. Just like an AI voice. What is up with that? Why did they think that was acceptable for dialogue?
The President's daughter. Undoubtedly.
And what's up with that pause that Wesker did? Now he's pausing as well. It's such weird dialogue. I don't know any individual that talks like that, with those kind of weird pauses. Like, the actors forgot what lines they were supposed to say after saying these lines repeatedly and failing. That's literally what it feels like right here. It's so odd.
Couldn't have picked a worse time.
Consider the village infected. Complete local saturation.
And what's with this dog shit reference to Resident Evil 5? With the whole complete global saturation. Why did they need to do that? Why did they have to mock their own dialogue from other Resident Evil titles? It's just like with Resident Evil Village, where Heisenberg called Chris a boulder-punching ass. Like, why'd they have to point that out? It doesn't make sense for Heisenberg to even know about Chris Redfield when all that took place in Africa. You're validating all the people that just view these lines as dumb from Resident Evil 5. Like, what the hell is wrong with you, new Capcom? Why do you have to do this? It makes no sense. I can understand in LEGO Star Wars where they're mocking the sequel trilogy in funny ways, I understand, but this is not even funny. It's just like, why are you pointing them out like this? It makes no sense. This is some of the worst dialogue I've ever heard in this pre-alpha, but DLC.
I've read the file.
And why doesn't Ada know about Leon being in the village? Why would they change that? Because in Resident Evil 4 OG, Ada knew that Leon would be in the village because she anonymously sent a tip to the United States government because she knew that Leon would get involved, given that he was assigned to protect the president's daughter. The rival organization that Wesker works for, I mean, he used their resources to help Krauser access the president's daughter. That's how he kidnapped her. And so, therefore, Ada knew that the president's daughter was in the village, and she would know that Leon was assigned to protect the president's daughter, and so she anonymously sent him that tip. At least that actually allowed them to find the village area, and I think they also used eyewitness reports as well. But here in this Remilk, Leon only finds the village via eyewitness reports. And what sort of eyewitness reports can you possibly get from this isolated area? It doesn't make sense. And also, with making it where Ada did not contribute in any sort of way to Leon's involvement in this mission to indirectly aid her, it throws a spanner in the works, and it's just a warning sign for how screwed up the character dynamics between Leon and Ada are in terms of their relationship. I mean, their relationship was already screwed up heavily in Resident Evil 2 Remilk, and it was screwed up even more in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. But then to suggest that Ada had no impact whatsoever over Leon actually finding this village, it's just adding more to that stupidity.
I'll see what I can do.
And what's this file she's talking about? Why is that not one of the first files that you're able to read at the start of the Separate Ways Remilk? At the start of Resident Evil 4 Remilk, you can read up on the mission brief, on what Leon is doing here in this village area, on what happened when Ashley was captured, but you don't even get any kind of files like that at the start of Separate Ways Remilk. They're gonna cut out Ada's reports from Separate Ways OG in Separate Ways Remilk, and then not bother giving us this file. It's just a warning sign for how bad the storytelling is in Separate Ways Remilk, just as bad as the storytelling from Resident Evil 4 Remilk. What a stupid exchange of dialogue. After another encounter, Ada grapples up to the roof of the windmill and spots Leon in the village siege. Once again, the cutscenes display their disconnection from the gameplay as Leon's shots are actually making the Ganados flinch, when that's not what occurs in the gameplay. It's just as dumb as that cage sequence from Chapter 9 of Resident Evil 4 Remilk. And it's also funny how Leon's aiming for the head of the Ganado in the midst of combat, yet since this is all taking place before he meets Mendes in this manner, why does he not try to shoot Mendes in the head? What is it about Mendes that causes Leon's IQ to drop and he starts shooting the wrong body parts? Ada then muses, why am I not surprised? Like she somehow expected Leon to be here. If she never sent that anonymous tip to the US government, and she was unaware initially that Ashley was here, given that Krauser doesn't work for Wesker in this Remilk, why would she say that she's not surprised to see him here? That doesn't make sense. She then muses that it's kind of Leon to keep the Ganados busy, yet she'll contradict herself upon meeting Leon in the castle. Using her hookshot, she then takes an alternate route to the church. Something important to note about this part is that there are two crows. One has pistol ammo and the other has a flash grenade. Make sure to kill them before progressing on. Of course, the one that has the flash grenade has to be killed at a distance, which will draw the attention of the other crossbow ganado, so be ready to kill him. We then find a villager's diary, which is phrased rather oddly. This villager mentions hearing the church bell and that it's been so long since he heard it ring. The ringing signifies a call from Sadler to congregate at the church. Sadler was kind, and the villager notes that they are growing closer and their minds are becoming one. This phrasing implies that the villagers were infected by the subordinate plaga, but I don't think that's what it is, as on the next page it mentions that through Sadler's benevolence they shall receive the medicine to cure the madness, and he cannot wait till the bell tolls again. This makes it seem like this diary was made before the villagers were infected, but then there's also this line on how the miracles they create here shall soon grace the entire world, which seems to relate to the creation of more plagas and BOWs, which would only be possible if the villagers were actually infected. So that's rather odd. And talking about this idea of becoming one, this was also used in Biohazard 4 Incubate, which is in reference to the beliefs of the villagers and the idea of not ending up a heathen. In the context of Resident Evil 4 Remilk, given the absurd hive mind capabilities of the plaga, it's easy to get confused with the wording of this file, so the developers should have refined their wording better. But this idea of becoming one and getting the cure for their madness relates back to Village Records Volume 2, with the madness possibly being rabies and the plaga serving as a false cure. So this file just introduces information we already know and doesn't go into detail as to why, when the church bell rings, the Ganados cease all hostilities and make their way to the church. Why does the sound of the church bell ringing relate to the sound waves utilized by the plagas? The only thing I can think of is that because the villagers were so accustomed to the bell's sound as being an indication of Sadler's presence pre-infection, the subordinate plaga infections allowed this to be preserved in the minds of the Ganados, but represented in this sort of hypnotic effect. It relates back to what I discussed earlier in the Chapter 13 Facility Infiltration Part 2 section of the retrospective. Whether this hypnotic effect would have worked at any other point in the day, like at night when the villagers were after Leon, Luiz, and Ashley at the cabin sequence, is unclear. And what's also unclear and contradictory to what I've discussed is the number of villagers affected by the bell. Given that there are still some Ganados around in the farms and other areas or setting up traps for Leon, this doesn't seem to be a conditioned behavior behavior instilled in all the infected villagers. But the fantastical hive mind capabilities of the Plaga should have every villager drawn to the church bell. This is yet again another inconsistency as a result of the changes with the Plaga, or it's more so the result of new Capcom trying to preserve iconic moments from Resident Evil 4 OG, even when they don't make sense in the context of the new changes they've added to this Remilk. This relates to the Chapter 12 part of the retrospective from earlier, where the Resident Evil podcast team discussed the same issues. Ada gets to the church and doesn't find Luiz since he was captured by the Illuminados somehow and held under his old house near the lake. Even if he wasn't captured, Luiz clearly didn't have the amber with him, which again begs the question of where he hid the amber. He clearly didn't hide the amber in the village area, as he doesn't have it when he's in the cabin area or when he meets with Ada again, so why did he opt to meet at the church when he didn't have the amber? It makes no sense. Hearing Leon's gunfire, Ada notes that Leon could use some help. I'm not too sure why she came to this deduction now rather than earlier when she saw Leon dealing with the Ganados. And assuming she didn't read the villager's diary from earlier, how did she know that ringing the church bell would calm the villagers? Was that all listed in the file she talked about with Wesker? It'd be really nice to read that file. Oh wait, we can't because new Capcom handled the storytelling in this Remilk. She then says that Leon shouldn't worry. The first time is free, whatever that means. And she says this, yet she still opts to contact Leon via radio somehow. Couldn't those be considered free advice or help? So clearly, the first time isn't the only one that's free. So why bother making this confusing statement? This just feels like a shoehorn quote that serves no purpose. Some time passes, which logically would have been a few minutes as the path from the village to the church isn't long. Yet somehow, Leon and Luiz are captured, the Ganados haven't arrived at the church yet, and the weather is gloomier. There is no way a few minutes passed. It would have to have been an hour or more that would have passed. The passage of time in Separate Ways Remilk is really strange for certain chapters. Chapter 4 is where it gets really weird, but I'll talk about that later on. I'm also surprised Ada would just wait out in the open like that when she knows the Ganados are coming. In fact, would it even make sense to wait for Luiz if they're coming? I don't think Ada really thought this through, even if some of the Ganados are pacified for the moment. Wesker then contacts Ada, who tells her that Luiz's signal from the tracking device was lost somewhere in the vicinity of the forest. There's something about the way his voice sounds that is very off-putting, like the actor is inorganically trying to sound imposing, but it ends up sounding weird, and there are also some weird pauses between the lines.
We just lost Luiz's signal, somewhere in the vicinity of the forest. Expect the worst. Do it. I'll see what I can find from my end.
He almost sounds like Christian Bale's Batman, which I've always found to be a weird voice for Batman. Ada notes that that part of the forest is near Mendes' place, so sometime after Mendes captured Leon and Luiz, he discovered the tracking device and destroyed it while he was sending them to the factory. But then that begs the question of what Wesker thought Luiz was doing when he was motionless underneath his old house. Assuming the tracking device was still active, and that Ada could listen to Luiz's audio from the tracking device through her radio, you have to wonder why she didn't bother checking on Luiz through the tracking device while she was waiting. The way the tracking device is used in this pre-alpha is confusing because the screenplay seems built around there not being any tracking devices, so the tracking device has no reason to exist. Ada then notes that Mendes has a manor around that area, so she opts to go there and pick up Luiz's trail, while Wesker tries to see what he can find on his end. Ada then makes a snide remark towards Luiz, saying she should have known he'd be trouble. Maybe you shouldn't have wasted time doing your cringe dance with him, Ada. Before you continue, when you go on the roof of the church, you can hear Ashley crying. You can examine the photo of Ashley, prompting Ada to remark that Leon's probably here to save her, which confirms that she had nothing to do with Leon being here, which is stupid. We then find the appeal from Clement, which I've already talked about in the Chronicles of Pursuit Files section of the retrospective. He also mentions seeing hundreds of Panta phantasms, which is what happened to Ada earlier, only this next encounter with Panta is not going to work the same way. It's important that you have at least 3 flash grenades for this encounter. Ada enters the main village area before Panta roars, having caught up with Ada. This roar is all it takes for Ada to start hallucinating. Why she's after Ada when they already have Luiz, I have no idea. Maybe she's trying to capture her for information, but they don't even treat Ada like she has a presence in the later chapters. At least in Resident Evil 4 OG, Salazar voiced that Ada may be connected with Luiz and is potentially working for a third organization, making her worthy of capture. They don't even acknowledge that in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. So as far as I can tell, Pasanta's just just after Ada because she's a rival and nothing else. Ada then kicks a phantasm, causing it to disappear, which is incongruous with the fact that during this encounter, the phantasms will not disappear after one hit. She then voices confusion, which she shouldn't be doing if she's already gone through this hallucinatory sequence. It makes me wonder if the first hallucinatory sequence with Panta never existed, then they just decided to add it in for some reason. If it didn't exist and the actual gestation time for the plaga that was part of the acid attack was longer, there would be a bit more sense, though not enough sense to overcome the sheer stupidity of this mutation with Panta that's already apparent. This then begins the encounter. There are 3 phases. The first phase has you only dealing with Panta, the second phase adds a phantasm, and then the third phase adds another phantasm. Like I said before, these phantasms will not go away after one hit. However, if you shoot them enough, they'll disappear permanently and drop ammo. That's obviously not practical in the slightest. As it stands, there are only 2 methods that immediately dispel the phantasms, though only for about 5 seconds. Deflecting them and using a flash grenade. Deflecting these phantasms drains your knife durability for some stupid reason, and the flash grenade should primarily be used in the third phase. Occasionally, if you're far enough away from Panta or the phantasms, they'll teleport right next to you. The phantasms are only capable of doing one close range attack, while Panta will make use of more moves. There are a couple of problems with Panta's attacks. The first thing is the phantom range on some of her moves. The second thing is certain pieces of geometry can displace Panta's positioning if she collides with them during certain attacks. This main village area doesn't feel designed properly to accommodate her AI and her pathfinding. The AI on the phantasms is also pretty dumb, as there are many times where they will just walk into you and not do anything because the pre-alpha can't decide whether to prioritize Panta or the phantasms. The stuns on Panta are also ambiguous, as there's no telling when she'll be stunned, and at times, it feels like her stun HP regenerates after a certain amount of time. And then with the flash grenades, while they can stun Panta, she's capable of going into animations that counteract the stun generated by the flash grenades. This is all the result of poor programming, and it's incredibly stupid, especially with the frequency you encounter this issue. To describe the general approach to Panta, assuming you haven't upgraded your weapons, for the first phase, you'll want to use only the sniper rifle and go for headshots. Whenever Panta cues the start of a phase by roaring, you can control where she spawns initially by standing in certain spots in relation to the central pyre. She always spawns at 2 points in this main village area, and she'll spawn at the furthest point from you. When the second phase begins, go for a headshot. If she gets stunned, watch for the phantasm, use your hookshot melee on Panta, then use your TMP, as she'll always teleport after being hit with a hookshot melee. If she doesn't get stunned, you can use a flash grenade here to open up the phase, then do the same process again. Deal enough damage to Panta, and the third phase will begin, which is where clumsy, awkward methodology will come into play. Once the third phase begins, you'll need to ready a flash grenade and not only stun Panta, but also dispel the other phantasms. Wait for the right opportunity, which presents a lot of awkwardness, then use your flash grenade to set Panta up for a melee attack. Once you melee her, she'll either do the regular stun, or she'll go into a hard stun that allows you to do a knife execution. If the former happens, use another flash grenade and repeat the process until she goes into the hard stun. It's completely random how many times you have to hit her before she'll go into the hard stun. Once she goes into the hard stun, try to get 3 sniper rifle shots into her head, then do the knife execution. Something that's really stupid about the knife execution is that if you do it at close range, you won't lose knife durability, but if you do the hookshot knife execution, you'll lose durability. I have no idea how new Capcom could miss something as obvious as this, but it's not surprising. After the knife execution, you should be able to finish her off with the TMP, and that's how the general strategy goes for this awkward encounter. This is yet again another fantasy fight that does not belong in a Resident Evil title. I can't help but feel like new Capcom is going to make it their goal to fantasize every vector in the series through their remilks. Ada experiences a migraine which prevents her from landing her shot on Panta. Panta then chooses to leave for some reason, even though Ada seems to be vulnerable right now. I find it hard to believe that she's just going to go back to the castle and wait with Ramon until Leon and Ashley get to the castle. This only makes the idea of her going after Ada as part of some personal rivalry more conspicuous, as it's almost like she disregarded her orders to stay by Ramon's side just to hunt Ada for a bit, and Ada doesn't even have the amber with her, so why would Panta waste time with her? Also, Ada was just actively shooting her weapons at Panta in this village area while Leon was just in the valley area. That's just weird thinking about it, especially when in an earlier cutscene, Ada heard Leon's gunshots from a great distance away when she was at the church. Ada then questions what's wrong with herself, which is so stupid because she's supposed to be aware of the symptoms associated with the plaga through the file Wesker gave her, as well as the research data Luiz sent to her via email. And she's just gonna continue on and not report this to Wesker or anything, especially when it might get in the way of the mission. God, the screenplay is just so silly. And just when you thought this pre-alpha couldn't get sillier, when you inspect certain things in this area, area, Ada says some weird quotes. Upon inspecting the burning body, Ada mentions that she thought she left the life of burning flesh behind, which has no context. Is she talking about Raccoon City? Why would she be talking about that now? Is she talking about her old life before she adopted the moniker of Ada Wong? This quote feels left over from some other build. Then, when you inspect some rotten food, Ada muses that she'll pass on that. She's really saying dumb quotes like this directly after going through a fantasy fight? Goodness me, the tonal inconsistencies are rife throughout this pre-alpha, and they're throwing me off every single time. I have to deal with these inconsistencies alongside crappy gameplay, a terrible story, and butchered characters. I already predicted before this DLC was released that it was going to be awful, but this is taking it to a new level. I just know new Capcom like the back of my hand at this point. Ada makes her way to Mendes' manor where she spots Mendes choking Leon out. I find it hard to believe that Ada went through such an absurd scenario with Basanta's fantasy garbage, and she's just going to casually save Leon. This is yet again another example of Occam's razor with favoring a convoluted scenario rather than a simple scenario to get to an outcome. I cannot rationalize the flow of events like this. This is such bizarre pacing. Just as bizarre as Ada somehow missing Mendes' head at point-blank range, yet somehow knocking off his hat in the process before missing 2 of her shots. And she doesn't even make an attempt to bait Mendes to attack her in order to get him away from Leon. She just rappels up to the roof and hopes Mendes doesn't kill him. A fine example of how screwed up the character dynamics between Leon and Ada are in this Remilk compared to Resident Evil 4 OG. Leon then mutters about a gift in his blood, which Ada may or may not have heard. Mendes then exits the manor and pretends to leave. How he gets back inside his manor without Ada knowing is confusing. This is absolutely appalling with its poor quality. Ada sees Leon leaving the manor, silently telling him to keep the Ganados busy, which doesn't do much as she'll encounter a large group of Ganados anyway. While exploring Mendes' manor to find a lead on Luiz, Ada inspects an Illuminados text and jokingly calls it interesting as part of yet another tonal inconsistency. She doesn't even try to search through the pages or examine it like she does in Separate Ways OG in order to gather more intel on the Illuminados or potentially on some capabilities of the Plagas. Why would she not be doing anything like that in this Remilk when Wesker would want to know more about them, as he's supposed to be monitoring the entire BOW arms race and any potential group that's developing BOWs? She's just single-mindedly focused on the Amber, so therefore Wesker is single-mindedly focused on the Amber. And also, assuming she heard Leon muttering about a gift in his blood, there's no reason for her to be cracking a joke like this. There's not even a hint of concern on her part regarding Leon being infected. After some more dumb, tonally inconsistent quotes like saying this toilet needs cleaning and saying fly my pretty, Ada finds the key to open a drawer that contains a file. In this file, it says that Sadler is displeased and that the Ganados shouldn't slay outsiders at will, as all people have the right to fair judgment. Why on earth would the Illuminados ever believe in this? The Plaga doesn't care about justice. It's all about spreading and procreating. And we don't know when exactly this belief was instilled when factoring in Village Records Volume 3. This whole belief may have applied to the death of that girl in the intro, but Mendes didn't exactly give Leon a chance to be judged before infecting him with the Plaga, even though he was an outsider. And this file makes it seem like they weren't keeping people in the factory basement to wait for the Plagas to hatch. They were just keeping them there before a trial. That really doesn't make any sense. While the Illuminados may have a bizarre religion, I would not think of that when reading this file. Ada then leaves the room, and magically, Pitoris Mendes is hiding behind the door. Are you fucking serious? They repeated the same stunt again! So Pitoris Mendes is hid behind the door somehow? We heard his thundering footsteps, for crying out loud, in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, when he was coming up the stairs and he ambushed Leon and Leon just stood there like an idiot and just let him kick him, and somehow Pitoris Mendes did the same thing. How is this possible? And why the hell does he throw her away? He was trying to choke out Leon. Why is he throwing her away? I don't understand! Criticisms. I can't even begin to tell you how stupid this entire scene is. One of my subscribers sums this up nicely. Ooh, gotta love the protagonist throw trope where you remove all the tension in an unclever fashion instantly. Normally, I wouldn't think anything of this, but because of the fact that it was only moments ago where Mendes was choking out Leon, this throw trope is made more noticeable and more laughable in this moment. So we have Mendes choke out Leon and try to kill him despite the fact that he was the one who injected Leon in the first place. He lets Leon go and just leaves his manor after Ada does nothing to get Mendes away from Leon. And then Mendes throws Ada away for no reason. New Capcom put Mendes under the idiot spotlight in just a few minutes worth of scenarios. You can just tell how little they cared about Resident Evil 4 Remilk. This pre-alpha is less serious than the original version for sure. After a brief chase with a bunch of Ganados that clearly weren't distracted by Leon and were likely brought by Mendes, Ada Ada makes it to the factory and stealthily kills all the Ganados there. She also kills the Ganado that took Leon's jacket, which you can sell for spinels. Why this guy took Leon's jacket, despite the fantastical hive mind effect, is unclear. You can also get the blast crossbow from this area. So they put the shotgun in the merchant, yet they placed a special weapon like this in the world. I don't understand the logic there. Upon getting to the basement, Ada experiences a hallucination similar to what Leon experienced prior to Vertigo's encounter, which theoretically shouldn't resemble Leon's, assuming Panta and Sadler's hive minds are so different from each other. She then uses her iris to trace Luiz's footprints, only these footprints don't resemble the shoes Luiz was wearing. You'd think new Capcom would focus on such finer details if they're going to focus on finer details with the weapons. Finding the cigar pack, which I assume is the pack Ada gave Luiz, she finds his radio frequency. I don't understand how Luiz could think ahead like this. How did he know Ada would be in this area when he wasn't exactly aware of the tracking device she planted on him? It just seems like a coincidence more than anything. He'd have to have known about Ada's iris device in order for her to find him like this, right? If he was placing cigarettes on the ground or creating some other kind of trail while Mendes was taking him away, assuming Luiz wasn't knocked unconscious, then I can kinda rationalize that, but this really makes no sense. And I guess Luiz should be fortunate that the Illuminados didn't take his radio away. I could understand the Illuminados probably missing Leon's earpiece, but Luiz's radio? There's no way they could have missed it. Ada contacts Luiz where he expresses his approval with her finding his frequency, prompting her to say,
That's my job.
why does she say it like that, or say this line at all? Who is she addressing? A bunch of children who haven't grasped that Ada is supposed to be a spy? And the way the actress says this line is so weird too. You can just tell she was reading a script and had to go through multiple takes before getting a delivery that was good in new Capcom's eyes. The inflection, enunciation, and diction in her words don't feel like they fit well with the conversation. Ada asks again if Luiz is ready to hand over the amber, to which he tells her to meet up at the villa. He doesn't actually have the amber, so how he can get away with telling Ada to meet up with him makes no sense. Before Ada can leave the factory, she's beset upon by a bunch of Ganados. The cutscene that plays here is very dishonest, as it makes it seem like there's a whole horde after you, when in actuality there's only about 6 or 7 enemies. After killing the first 3 enemies, you'll want to take this path, use a flash grenade on the Bellow Sister, then turn the wheel. The other chainsaw Ganado will not be quick to catch you, and you'll trigger the cutscene. Exiting the factory, Ada's infection flares. I assume this is meant to be similar to when Leon passed out in the boat, only Ada's veins are enlarging, she's experiencing distortions in her vision, and she's seeing blue flames. Now, if she's seeing all this would imply that Panta is around, but she's not. So why is this natural flaring in the Plaga's growth accompanied by all these weird visual effects and the enlarging of veins that are supposed to occur at a later point? I see the developers didn't look back at how Leon's hallucinations were in the main pre-alpha. Ada passes out while the enemies surround her, but she's saved by Wesker. He then takes her back to Mendes' manor and treats her symptoms. He probably took her there because it's where the enemies would least expect them to be. As for the treatment, how did he just happen to have something similar to the suppressant? If he had something like that, why didn't he equip Ada with it in case she got infected? If Mia and Alan from Resident Evil 7 were equipped with a serum that was meant to give them more resilience to Evelyn's mental control prior to boarding the SS Annabelle, even though they aren't shown using it, though this may be due to the serum being made from D-tabutamycete rather than E-tabutamycete, which may render it ineffective against Evelyn's mental control, then shouldn't Ada have something like this on her person during this mission? It makes no sense how they've handled Wesker treating Ada. Ada wakes up to Wesker telling her if she's having a bad day, which doesn't sound like something the real Wesker would ever say, especially to a spy he views as incompetent. Wesker being out in the field doesn't make sense. If he's supposedly maintaining a hand over the entire BOW arms race, and is in the process of developing Ouroboros in this Remilk timeline, he would not have the time to be here. Is the amber really that important that he needs to be here physically? How does he go from wanting the G-Virus to developing Ouroboros to then seeking out the amber? The developers give no insight into this dramatic shift in direction from managing the BOW arms race to now wanting to destroy the world. It's poor writing at its finest. But back to the main tangent, Wesker being here physically doesn't amount to anything other than cheap fan service. If anything, assuming the rival organization is still around in the Remake timeline, which Resident Evil 3 Remake probably hinted at with Nikolai's client, they would have full confirmation that Wesker is a threat to their operations if he himself is going out into the field. Clearly, new Capcom didn't consider that before putting Wesker here physically, and it's all for nothing in the end, as we never get a full grasp as to what Wesker is doing during the events of Separate Ways Remilk, aside from planting explosives. It just makes me wonder if the developer's choice to physically have Wesker here is nothing more than an homage to Resident Evil 1 Remilk, where Wesker actually appeared physically. And given how overrated Resident Evil 1 Remilk is, it wouldn't surprise me if new Capcom banked on this homage to draw in more fans. Almost as stupid as that random Master of Unlocking quote that Ashley says for some reason. The only other thing I can think of is that Wesker's physical presence is meant to validate the antenna array jamming long-range communications, forcing him to come to the village. But given that we only ever see the conversation between Leon and Hunnigan get jammed, and the conversations between Ada and Wesker at the start of Chapter 1 and in Chapter 2 don't get jammed, even though Wesker is seemingly far from Ada, I highly doubt that's the case. And assuming Wesker's mutation as a result of the experimental virus given to him by Birkin is still a thing in this Remilk, I doubt he could remain in the field for long if he's taking the PG-678W serum to manage the virus, but knowing new Capcom, they likely forgot about this. Wesker tells Ada to stop wasting his time and simply tells her to find Luiz and fetch the amber. Wesker's wasting my time with his stupid portrayal, and how many times are we going to keep hearing these iterations of find Luiz, get the amber? Ada then makes a dumb quote about the room before asking if Wesker's staying to back her up, which I have mixed feelings about, because I don't know if it's justified for her to be saying this. It just feels like a copy of that scene from Resident Evil 2 Remilk, where Ada said that she thought she might need Leon's help, and she was right, which of course was out of character for her. And now, it just feels like this scene is building off that same scene. Wesker then states he's not here to babysit her, which feels weird when considering that Ada will later poke fun at Leon on the idea of babysitting being tough. What, was she twisting Wesker's words in that moment to come across as show-offy? Wesker then warns her to remain an asset and not a liability, having absolutely no use for her incompetence. It's funny how he considers her incompetent, yet he spills the beans to Ada regarding his plans for destroying the world at the end, which is completely idiotic of him to do so. So that's a complete 180. And if he's so adamant about her incompetence, he might as well do the entire mission himself, since he's augmented by the experimental virus, but he doesn't for some reason. Ada tells him to lay off the threats, but Wesker simply tells her to get it done and he'll be in touch. The voice actor really makes Wesker sound mean, but in a funny way.
I'm not here to babysit you. See that you remain an asset, and not a liability. I have absolutely no use for your incompetence.
Easy with the threats, Wesker.
Just get it done. I'll be in touch.
I don't know, it just comes across like Wesker was not acting like his usual cold and calculating self, and it's weird. Just like with Ada being mean for so much of Resident Evil 2 Remilk, Luiz then contacts her and tells her he's still waiting. At this point in my blind playthrough, everything that had happened so far felt weird with its flow. What is happening, guys? Just what is happening with the story now? I don't understand. Yes, they're trying to get the amber sample, but everything should be building towards that point. But we're getting all these distractions, all these series of unfortunate events. And that's the story, apparently. This is so fucking appalling, guys. We now need to get to the villa, which is very simple. Take out the first two enemies, grab the flash grenade, take this path and kill this guy after climbing the ladder, take out the next two enemies before the other enemies detect you, take out these two enemies, then grab the loot from this room over here. This then leads into the El Gigante encounter, but before I continue, can I just say how weird it is that these Ganados need to write down messages for other Ganados? They have a hive mind. Why do they need to write this stuff down? And it's also confusing how they mention to awaken their great child, yet Leon already killed that El Gigante. You know, the one that was mentioned in Illuminados 4.9 and mentioned in the rearing log. But apparently that was a different El Gigante. And also, Ada was apparently not the one that caused that one structure in the main village area to fall. So why did the Ganados blow it up? That makes no sense. And I also wonder what Ada's initial plan was to aid Luiz when she stumbled upon the Ganados besieging the villa. Hindered by the El Gigante shaking the bridge, Ada uses her hookshot to get to a high point and sees the massive El Gigante being led by the villagers to support the others besieging the villa. This is yet another part of this Resident Evil title that makes no sense. Need I remind you that in the rearing log, the Ganados had trouble controlling the first El Gigante, so they had to seek help from the castle in order to put the El Gigante to sleep. How is it that this guy isn't as wild as the first El Gigante? What, did they tame him like a lion in the circus? Where did he even come from? There's no logic or any rationale that can be applied in explaining how this El Gigante is here. And why is he so massive? This would imply that this was the first El Gigante, but that can't be. I see separate ways Remilk's developers are displaying their disconnection and lack of communication with Resident Evil 4 Remilk's developers. And as if that wasn't bad enough, this encounter is atrocious. Not only do you have to deal with the El Gigante, but you have other enemies supporting him. On professional difficulty, they spawn even more enemies during this encounter. They're simply there to make this encounter more awkward than necessary and to waste your time. The El Gigante himself has the same moves as the first one, aside from the ability to throw rocks and break the buildings. And he also has way more life than the first one. Flash grenades no longer incapacitate this guy. They simply stun him while doing damage to him. The damage from the flash grenades feels very minimal. This guy also moves unnaturally slow, like he's in slow motion, which almost gives the impression that the adapted difficulty is being weird in its calculations, when in actuality, this is literally the normal speed they favored for this encounter, like it somehow didn't look weird to them. He also has the ability to transition from the normal walking animation to the berserk walking animation without warning. The audio is also messed up with this guy, as the music somehow mutes his audio. Some of his hitboxes are also bad, like when he goes to kick you and you seemingly get hit before the attack animation happens when you're trying to run under him. And just like the first El Gigante, this guy can do moves in situations that are impossible to avoid, like when he does the 3-hit combo slam, the bullcrap 5-hit combo when he gets close to you, or the slam followed by a second attack. And because he's so big and Ada moves so slowly, it's pretty easy to be hit by these moves. Your only option for avoiding this guy is to literally run under him, and when he's doing his moves at improper moments, it can really feel bullcrap. This really doesn't feel like a fight. It felt like that during my blind playthrough, and it still holds on my subsequent playthroughs. This is so stupid. This is really how they want to deliver the El Gigante. This is so fucking dumb. Am I even fighting a boss at this point? Like, he just looks really silly. With how slow he is. It's so unnaturally slow. Yeah, I much prefer the Remilk version rather than whatever the hell this is. I never thought I would ever say that. He was doing that 5-hit combo of his. This is so retarded, guys. This feels so unfinished. Fucking hell, how much life does this fucker have? How does anyone think this is— oh, come on. That tracking is very weird. I can't believe anyone thought this was good for release. Fucking die, you piece of shit. What the hell am I playing, guys? Like, what is this? Oh my fucking god. Go down already, you piece of shit. Finally, what the fuck did I play, guys? What was that? Somebody answer me that question. What the hell was I playing just then? Was that really what a fight is? This guy's so unnaturally slow. He has some really weird tracking on his attacks. He has some really shitty hitboxes. What the hell was this? This feels like an unfinished fight. I've never seen anything so abysmal in a Resident Evil game before. You can just tell this was rushed out the door. None of this makes any fucking sense, guys. And this guy has so much fucking life. What is up with that? I don't understand why they give him this much life. And then they try to justify it with a unnaturally slow move and so much life on this parasite. I don't fucking get it, guys. I don't. What the hell was this? This so-called fight feels so unfinished with its lacking quality. Almost as unfinished as certain bosses in the older Resident Evil titles like Resident Evil 0. In fact, it's so unfinished that there is a cheese strategy that is so easy to do. Once the encounter starts, you'll need to go to this side of the building, take out the Ganado with the axe while holding off the other one, bait the El Gigante over to where you are. Bear in mind, this AI can be really stupid and he can attack the building rather than go after you even though you're in his line of sight. Get up to the roof, then bait him to destroy this half of the building while you're moving over to the other half. When you're on the other half of the building after he destroys the first half, you need to stand near this corner, and then as soon as you see him move, rush to the other end of the building, and he'll be stuck walking into the building as he can't identify whether to destroy the building or not. It's free game at this point with shooting his head to expose the parasite, allowing you to deal damage to the parasite without any resistance. You may need to take out some axe throw mirrors so that they don't damage you, but other than that, this is the perfect cheese for this guy. All because new Capcom were too lazy with designing a proper encounter that actually felt well designed and finished. And you'll at least save up on explosives in the process. What an absolutely retarded encounter, perfectly befitting for the pre-alpha nature of this stupid DLC. By the way, when you expose the parasite, Ada doesn't know what it is. Is she really that dense? It's obviously the Plaga. She's encountered Plagas prior to this encounter. Why is she so surprised? And considering that the El Gigante was probably the first real BOW ever made by the Illuminados, wouldn't Luiz have compiled its data and sent it to Ada? This quote makes no sense. The El Gigante falls, and then Ada decides to act all cringe and stomp the Plaga under her heel like she's a dominatrix before telling it to stay down. This moment here is simply for all the dumbass horny fans who are willing to have a shoddy product so long as it contains the girl of their dreams. What a bunch of retards. Yet that's apparently who new Capcom was marketing this Resident Evil title for. It's no wonder why there's all sorts of problems with the lore, the story, the characters, the tonal inconsistencies, and the gameplay. It's all just a mess that new Capcom revels in. This is so fucking bad. Now she's saying, like, now stay down. I mean, everything in this fucking DLC is a joke. Every single scene I have seen. This pre-alpha does not take itself fucking seriously. It's like I'm back playing Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I'm just getting Assassin's Creed Odyssey vibes right now, guys. With how Cassandra was so badly portrayed. She didn't even feel like a human being. She felt more like an AI given Cassandra's voice. Everything is a joke. They mess with the lore so much. Everyone is just telling jokes all the time. There's so many tonal inconsistencies. Everything just feels like a series of unfortunate events. Wow. I'm amazed it took 3 shots when it took an absurd amount of punishment to finish this thing off. What the fuck was I playing? What the fuck was I playing, guys? And now we're here? Really?
Hey.
And she's just standing there. Like she somehow knew Luiz was gonna be there.
And you really should be telling me what a good job I did. Busted my ass and managed.
And they have this really stupid jazz music playing again. Are you fucking serious?
Is why I'm still alive.
Oh my fucking god. This is just like the Shadows of Rose DLC, like I pointed out in my retrospective. Setting the DLC before the epilogue recontextualizes the epilogue from the context of how improperly set up the lore was, just from how absurd the scenarios were. I cannot rationalize Rose going through as absurd of scenarios as she went through before going to Ethan's grave. Are you serious? And then she's meeting with that agent. Like, now they're doing the same thing again, where just like Occam's razor, they're recontextualizing certain events where Ada actually went through such ridiculous scenarios. And it just makes these scenes feel so weird now, even weirder than they were before. This is some of the worst writing I have ever seen in a Resident Evil game by far. This might honestly be worse in writing than the original Resident Evil 1! The writing in Resident Evil 2 OG is better than this! The writing in Resident Evil 3 OG is better than this! Oh my fucking god! Oh fuck me! This is so abysmally bad! Oh my god! Oh my god, I'm gonna pass out in a moment, guys. With how much I'm just unable to process any of what's happening in this fucking DLC. This is somehow feeling worse than the main experience. I cannot believe that. I can't fucking believe this is feeling worse in its tonal inconsistencies. God. This is so bad. This is so fucking bad. How can anyone After that botched up encounter, we then get to the cutscene that would normally play at the start of Chapter 6 in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. Ada somehow manages to get ahead of Luiz, Leon, and Ashley and just stands around like she expected Luiz to know that she would be there. Luiz then asks for a smoke, which Ada has, yet this is redundant because she already gave smokes at the start of the DLC. This initial exchange plays off like it's the first time they're doing this, which the Separate Ways Remilk developers didn't account for when writing the script. Ada asks where the amber is, to which Luiz replies that it's not on him at the moment. So this is clearly an indication that the amber was never in the village. It was still in the castle, so what's with Luiz lying about meeting up with Ada if he doesn't have the amber? Why go to the church and then the villa to meet up with Ada? He then says he hid it before he was caught, but I think he's referring to the time he was caught before being placed in that cell in the castle, not the time where he was captured and stuffed in the body bag, because the latter wouldn't make sense when factoring in the later events. Hiding the amber is what apparently kept him alive, but the Illuminati Illuminados never mention the Amber or even write in notes about getting Luiz to give up the Amber, so I find this statement hard to believe. Ada, not at all pleased with the circumstances, reiterates the deal she made with him before Luiz sarcastically remarks that Ada is a stickler for details. I'd hardly consider her as such, given how much her character has been stripped of so many of her interesting character traits from the canon timeline, not to mention how little she understands about the Plaga if she's asking dumb questions. Luiz then tells her he'll go and get the Amber, but he has something else he needs to get as well, which is the suppressant. The direction they head is towards the castle, which again confirms that the Amber is in the castle and not the village. Why have they made Luiz's acquisition of the Amber so illogical with its portrayal? In Resident Evil 4 OG, Luiz clearly hid the dominant Plaga sample and the suppressants in the forest, as indicated in various notes and cutscenes. He retrieved them and then decided to meet up with Leon and Ashley at the castle to help them, changing Ada's meeting location to the castle. And while the part where he dropped the suppressants and potentially the sample is confusing, it doesn't create such confusion that it muddies the events that play out. It is unfortunate that he was killed by Sadler before he could give the sample to Ada, but regardless, there's definitely more sense with the order of events than with Resident Evil 4 Remilk's events. And even Luiz validates the points I've addressed regarding the confusing flow of events when he mentions to Ada that she probably wasn't planning on coming back to the castle. After another cliche involving Luiz exerting so much effort while climbing the castle walls, while Ada just breezes past him with her hookshot, Luiz then showcases how useless he is.
Are you angry? You're angry. There's this one thing I must do before.
Now they're really settling for that stereotype, aren't they? Luiz is just the goofball of the group now. He's always the screw-up. He's always the one that you just look down on with contempt. Like that one character from The Hobbit in the Battle of the Five Armies, Alfred. He's like that guy. That's what it's feeling like right now.
I can recover the Amber. Before.
This is not a negotiation, Luiz, so choose your next words carefully.
Wow. And you were dancing with him earlier, and now you're just attacking him like this. Oh, Lord. Who the fuck is Ada, guys? Who the fuck is she? Who the fuck is Luiz, too? Who wrote this fucking DLC? Did they even get the original writers of Resident Evil 4 Remilk to handle this? Who did this? Luiz then reiterates that he has to help Leon and Ashley, telling her that he's a good Samaritan, which just feels like stilted dialogue, like new Capcom is having to remind a dumb audience who Luiz is. Leon and Ashley need the suppressant to slow their infections. Luiz knows the suppressant works because he used it on himself. As I stated before back in Chapter 5 of Resident Evil 4 Remilk, Luiz never bothered explaining the importance of the suppressant to Leon and Ashley after the villa sequence. If he used it on himself, why didn't he explain it to them at the time? How did he even get a chest incision on himself after using the suppressant? And if the Plaga eggs can't be destroyed by the suppressant and can only be destroyed by antigen, why didn't the Illuminados inject Luiz when they captured him in Chapters 1 and 2 of Resident Evil 4 Remilk? This makes no sense. And you know what else makes no sense? Ada's callous nature here. She doesn't sound concerned at all that Leon is injected with a Plaga, yet she had taken the time to save Leon from Mendes earlier. The only thing I can think of is that she's trying to save face and not reveal her concern to Luiz, but throughout most of this pre-alpha, Ada's character traits have flip-flopped constantly, so I don't think this callous nature in this moment has anything to do with supposedly good writing. Ada questions why any of what Luiz is saying matters to her, to which Luiz acknowledges that he knows she's infected. He knows because of the capillaries in Ada's eyes enlarging, and these just appear out of nowhere. You can see in the prior shots of this cutscene that there are no visible capillaries. And why would these capillaries be showing up when we never saw the capillaries in Leon's eyes remain enlarged for such a long time? The only time we ever saw them enlarged was during very specific moments where the Plaga was seemingly stimulated by an external source. Why is it so different with Ada? And why didn't Leon see these same symptoms when he talks with Ada later on? How did this not cross the developers' minds? Ada eventually relents to Luiz's request to get the suppressant before getting the Amber, but she tells him this is his last chance. Luiz then contacts Leon when he reaches the castle, which presents as a continuity error because Luiz is supposed to have been in a room with a black liquid waterfall, yet Separate Ways Remilk contradicts this, as I pointed out before. This then begins Chapter 4, and let me tell you guys, Chapter 4 is especially weird with its passage of time, as this one chapter occurs alongside the start of Chapter 7 all the way to the start of Chapter 10 in the main pre-alpha. I don't understand how that's possible. The way this seems to play out in Separate Ways Remilk is that the entire time we're in this fortified tower, Chapter 7 is happening, so Leon apparently got past the castle defenses, got past the Garador, and got past the black liquid room in this short span of time. There is no way that's possible. possible. Once Luiz's lab is destroyed, Chapter 8 begins. So Leon is doing the Red Robe Encounter before meeting up with Ada in the bindery. Then he somehow gets past the next set of castle defenses and does the entire maze in Chapter 9 before Ada gets to the maze after dealing with a drill trap and dealing with armaduras. Once Ada is out of the maze, Chapter 10 seems to begin, and Luiz apparently got from the ballroom that Leon and Ashley go to after the maze all the way to where Ada is somehow. This chapter is badly put together in terms of its continuity. Once again, the ineptitude of Separate Ways Remilk's developers is made known by something as obvious as this. But back to what's happening, Luiz mentions a hidden laboratory inside of this fortified tower where you can get his stuff and the suppressant. Emphasis on the word hidden. In what way is this a hidden laboratory where it's as large as it is and the zealots can easily access it? And wasn't Luiz doing most of his work on the island where there are more advanced facilities? When could he have possibly made this lab in the castle? What kind of work could he have been doing? It's confusing. Luiz then jokes about what he would do without Ada around, to which Ada says,
Eat parasite food.
which is one of the stupidest quotes from Remilk Ada by far. This is not something the real Ada would say, and her voice actress delivers this line poorly. Making their way downstairs, they find the lab burning. Luiz is distressed, not wanting the suppressant to be destroyed. It's odd how he sounds so concerned when he was so casual towards Leon and Ashley earlier, and given how much Leon had been hostile to him back in the village area, this sure feels like flippin' writing. And it's funny I'm mentioning this because Ada displays flippin' writing here as well, as she holds Luiz back and tells him to let it go. The way she says that and the way she holds Luiz back feels out of the blue. She acted incredibly hostile to Luiz minutes ago, and all of a sudden she just sounds so concerned. Even if you can explain it away by saying she needs Luiz alive to deliver the amber, it still feels jarring with its delivery. Same with having Ada telling Luiz to not inhale the smoke. Why would she need to tell someone who's not exactly a civilian to not inhale the smoke? I could understand Ethan telling Elena, a distressed civilian, to avoid inhaling the smoke in Resident Evil Village, but this just comes across like telling a skilled marksman how to hold a gun. And what exactly were the Illuminados burning? Aside from the suppressant, nothing in this lab seems to be that important and isn't exactly practical for portable use. And if they were burning the suppressant, that's odd considering the Illuminados developed the suppressant. And Luiz saying that they can't allow the suppressant to be destroyed makes it seem like he developed it in secret when that's not true. And if the Illuminados developed the suppressant, isn't there more of the suppressant elsewhere, like on the island? Luiz literally calls this his hidden lab. So this is not a lab that the Illuminados were using. But then why is it making it seem like the suppressant was only here? That makes no sense. By the way, for this fake gameplay section that could have been used for a cutscene, you can go under some boards to speed this up. Ada gets Luiz out and jokes about waiting to kill himself until he's delivered the amber, even though she seemed concerned for him earlier. Luiz then breaks down lamenting the loss of the suppressant. Ada then asks why this is so important to Luiz, which is pointless to ask because she literally needs the suppressant herself. But I guess she's voicing this question from the context of why he would risk death to obtain the suppressant and help Leon and Ashley. Luiz then says there are things he must set right, which has no emotional weight to it whatsoever, given that his character traits in writing in many of the other chapters haven't exactly complemented this idea. He then claims it is impossible now and it's over for Leon and Ashley, but as I've mentioned before, if the Illuminados develop the suppressant, they should have other forms of it back on the island, right? I could understand Luiz making this statement if he himself developed the suppressant in secret, just like in Resident Evil 4 OG, but not here. And like I said before, this whole moment where he's distressed feels so out of the blue, so I can't feel anything for this statement. And you know what's also really stupid? He can still help Leon and Ashley by using the special radiation device or through the chest incision he got. So what is he talking about when he's saying it's impossible to help them now? I get that the special radiation device had the potential to kill hosts, but given how easily Leon and Ashley recovered from the device, even when their plagas were close to being fully mature, that whole statement involving the dangers of the device holds no weight at all. So Luiz saying it's impossible to help them is another stupid quote. And right on cue, right after that whole dumb quote from Luiz, Ada says this dumb quote.
Pull yourself together, Luiz. Make more. You know how, just do it.
Are you fucking dumb, Ada? You've worked with fucking Albert Wesker, for crying out loud. You've seen the way virus research is done. You've dealt with Annette. You understand how, like, cures and vaccines and viruses are developed, right? I mean, why are you acting like this? Just develop more? How childish a response is that? Like, that's so naive of her to say that. Or are you just doing that to will him? Like, Why do you have to sound so stupid, though? God, Ada is so retarded in this Remilk. And the candle on top of the cake is that conveniently a miracle is presented to Luiz, and he says it is possible to make the suppressant with time, as all the ingredients are in the castle. I'm sorry, a whole team was involved in the production of the suppressant, and they most likely didn't do anything on par with homeopathy when developing it. And you're telling me that one man with equipment inside of a briefcase is able to develop it in minutes? This is literally a Deus Ex Machina moment. This entire moment where Luiz's lab is burning and he and Ada are making all these dumb quotes is just fluff. It's all just here to contribute to additional minutes for Separate Ways Remilk. There is nothing crucial to the plot in this entire moment. It's just Occam's razor. What is the whole point of setting up a dire situation if it's just going to be resolved in seconds? This is such bad writing, and I can't believe there are people that actually believe that Luiz goes through some kind of redemption arc like this, when such an arc is complemented by bad writing, spontaneous personality shifts, and discredited lore. There is no arc like that. I don't know if those people have heard of good storytelling, but they clearly have bad taste that they're using those same bad tastes to inform what supposedly crosses as good writing in their ignorant minds. These are such bad interpretations of Luiz and Ada. I said it best during my blind playthrough. Oh my god, the writing is so bad. The writing is fucking terrible. They're just clearly indicating to me that they don't understand Resident Evil anymore. They don't understand the characters. Why are they hiring these kind of people to handle this kind of game? Such pre-alpha! Making their way upstairs, Luiz then decides to ask who Ada is working for, which just feels like poor timing, especially after Ada nearly tried to shoot him. She didn't seem to care about Leon or Ashley when Luiz brought them up, and he just lost most of his useless work. I could understand him asking this in Chapter 1 where their interactions were still fresh, but not here. This conversation does happen in Separate Ways OG, but the timing makes more sense as this is Ada's first face-to-face interaction with Luiz since coming to the village. While Luiz did have contact with the rival organization when he sent them a subordinate Plaga sample prior to the events of Resident Evil 4 OG, we don't know if he saw Ada specifically. I would assume he did, as he recognized her as an ally upon meeting her, but maybe Wesker relayed the information on Ada to Luiz. If he did meet her prior, it clearly wasn't as interpersonal as this face-to-face conversation. Therefore, it makes sense that he would ask this kind of question to Ada, especially if Wesker wasn't exactly forthcoming with information. And by the way, can I just say how much I prefer this version of this line from Ada compared to the Remilk?
There are some things in the world better off not knowing. This is one of them.
You're better off not knowing. Trust me.
OG Ada's delivery of the line feels like it complements the statement she made about Luiz, where she mentioned that his history betrayed an enthusiasm she once shared, and that there were certain characteristics she liked about Luiz. Not to mention the phrasing speaks more to OG Ada's secretive nature and depth compared to Remilk Ada's statement that just feels rushed and incomplex. It's a minor thing, but it still bugs me. Oh, and here's a dumb reference to Resident Evil 4 OG, with Luiz accidentally dropping a key to a door since it's meant to reference Luiz dropping the suppressant and potentially the dominant Plaga sample. It's yet another way they've tried to make Luiz a goofball in this Remilk. Luiz then notes the homemade suppressant ingredients for Ada while he goes to get the amber, and let me tell you, this is the most random assortment of ingredients I have ever seen for some kind of medicine in a Resident Evil title, especially for anti-growth medicine for dealing with parasites. We have to get red ink used in bookmaking from the bindery because of the minerals that make up its pigment. We have to get a gold bottle from the treasure room because of the yeast that's present within this bottle, and then we need to get a blue butterfly from the collection room because of some unknown substance within its scales. By extracting these ingredients and mixing them with the chemicals he has, the homemade suppressant can be made. I refuse to believe for a second that the Illuminados were using such ingredients to develop the suppressant. This feels more like alchemy than actual science. Where could they have possibly gotten this knowledge from? And why do they hide these ingredients that are often used for other common activities behind elaborate puzzles and traps like someone is actually going to try to go for them? Who in their right mind would understand the ingredients for developing the suppressant? And if they were going to destroy Luiz's lab, which seemed to only have the suppressant as the most important thing in it, why not just destroy the ingredients then? I doubt it was for the purpose of luring Luiz to these locations. And they even provide a file for the red ink from some random guy named Julio, who apparently designed the unlock mechanism for those seeking the red ink. And the wording on this file makes it seem like the unlock mechanism isn't here for keeping the red ink from being used, but for just a small amount of sport for those seeking it. Isn't this guy supposed to be working for the Illuminati Illuminados, or is he a traitor? And why is the writing in English when the Spanish language is seen on many files and is given attention in certain cutscenes? I think the developers were high and all over the place when designing this entire objective with Chapter 4. I've tried to understand the justification for these ingredients, and I may have some thoughts. The synthetic or organic pigments in the red ink may contain minerals like iron, copper, and zinc. These minerals can be used to promote the growth of cells and vaccine production. They can also be used as adjuvants in vaccines to enhance their effectiveness by stimulating the immune response. Zinc supplementation in particular has been shown to have anti-parasitic effects against parasites like Giardia lamblia and Plasmodium species. It also exhibits anti-parasitic activity against protozoans and helminths. Of course, zinc isn't often used for red coloration. Copper has also been investigated for its potential against protozoan parasites. Copper sulfate and zinc sulfate are commonly used as parasiticides against parasites in livestock. But of course, we're talking about a suppressant and not a vaccine. As for the yeast from the gold bottle, it is used in anti-parasitic medication, but is typically not used as the active ingredient. Instead, yeast, being a type of fungus, is used in the pharmaceutical industry as a host organism for the production of proteins, enzymes, or other bioactive compounds used in parasitic medications. It can be genetically engineered to produce recombinant proteins or antibodies that target specific parasites or components of parasitic organisms. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk's case, I would assume the parasitic component is related to the growth or possibly the sound organ within the plaga. The proteins may have to be purified and formulated into medications for the treatment of parasitic infections. Purified in the sense that the protein of interest needs to be isolated from the complex mixture of other proteins, nucleic acids, lipids, and small molecules. This complex mixture is often produced in organisms like yeast. I'm sure you can imagine the kind of complex machinery that's needed for protein purification. It's far more than what Luiz had when he developed the homemade suppressant using what little equipment he had inside that briefcase. That's one of the main reasons why it makes no sense for Luiz to develop the suppressant so easily when it took an entire team and high-grade equipment to make the suppressant in the first place. And I assume this specific yeast within the gold bottle is of a very specific strain compared to the yeast in the silver bottle, since the wine in the gold bottle is considered special. If it's this specific, how could the Illuminados possibly work with these kinds of ingredients when making the suppressant? As for the substance in the scales of a blue butterfly, it could be a chemical compound, a pigment, or a protein present on the scales. There are certain chemical compounds on the scales that are involved in defense mechanisms against predators or pathogens, and they may disrupt the life cycle or physiology of parasites. The pigments on the scales may not directly target parasites, but they could be used as markers or indicators in studies related to parasitic infections. Based on this, it's clear that the unknown substance isn't a pigment. As for the proteins on the scales, there may be a speculative possibility that it could exhibit anti-parasitic activity by modulating the host's immune response to better combat parasitic infections or by directly killing the parasite. Out of all three possibilities, when considered from the context of a suppressant, I'm guessing it's a chemical compound on the wings. That's the best explanation I can give for the homemade suppressant ingredients, but it still doesn't take away from the alchemical nature of the suppressant. It's really stupid, honestly, and it sounds childish and ignorant the way Luiz states simply that extracting the ingredients and mixing them with the chemicals he has can create the homemade suppressant. After getting the red ink, getting a free pass from Airhead Leon, who somehow didn't see any enlarged vessels in Ada's eyes, and escaping the drill trap, Ada now has to deal with Armaduras in the treasure room. The Armaduras in this part work very differently to the main pre-alpha version because they actually get stunned from armor shots alongside shots of the parasite. This is where weapons like the TMP can be effective. I have no idea why they work so differently, but it's just another inconsistency to note with this pre-alpha. Before you start the sequence, you'll want to make sure the silver bottle door is closed to prevent the crossbow zealots from getting an angle on you. The crossbow zealots will also respawn if you kill them during the encounter. Upon picking up the gold bottle, a gate will cut you off, forcing you to deal with the Armaduras. The first two can be easily dealt with, but try to take them out at the same time with a flash grenade so that you're not wasting time dealing with one while crossbow zealots and another Armadura are attacking you. When the first two are dead, stay near the middle part of the gate so that the crossbow zealots can't hit you. Take out the next Armadura and 3 more Armaduras will activate. Try to expose the parasites on 2 of them, use a flash grenade, then deal with the last one in the back area so that the crossbow zealots can't hit you. Once all the Armaduras have been dealt with, you can dispatch the crossbow zealots. After obtaining the golden bottle, Ada updates Luiz on her progress. He then sends Ada the first research report on the Amber. I'll just go ahead and talk about all the Amber research reports. This first report was made by Annabelle. It seems odd that Luiz didn't make this first since he was the one who discovered the Amber in the storeroom due to its peculiar shape, and he had even even done some research on the amber before Sadler confiscated it due to having suspicions towards Luiz, so why he wasn't the writer of this file is weird. Annabelle mentions that experiments on the amber, which she calls a test subject for some reason, are still ongoing. Her findings so far confirm the same things that Luiz identified. The amber holds great influence over other parasites, even in a state of suspended animation. It has the same organ as Sadler's dominant plaga and likely has the same level of control, and they still have no way to awaken it. Furthermore, it was decided to seal the amber in a protective case after a deadly accident. I'm not too sure what this deadly accident was. I assume it's related to that one regenerator that escaped due to the unstable power supply in the facility, presumably during April of 2004. I'm saying 2004 given that only the month is given in the file, and usually dated entries without years tend to be in 2004 in this Remilk, but of course if it was during this time, one has to wonder why Annabelle didn't test the amber on the regenerators. I get that a colleague acknowledged the dangers of this BOW, but that's irrelevant because the Martinico BOW has the same regeneration and was experimented on with the amber. And if these amber experiments were occurring in April of 2004, then I would imagine that Isidro immersed himself in the black liquid in May of 2003, as I feel it wouldn't make sense for him to immerse himself in the black liquid in May of 2004 if Annabelle was running experiments on the amber in April of 2004. Someone like Isidro would want the opportunity to be amplified by the amber, or were Annabelle and Isidro not even interacting with each other despite working for Sadler and working towards the creation of plaga-based BOWs? The exact details on whether Annabelle and Isidro were communicating with each other is never revealed. Annabelle then mentions moving the amber research lab to the new comms facility, which you do go to in Chapter 6 of Separate Ways Remilk. I'm guessing the power supplies provided to this facility weren't as unstable as the ones involved with that one regenerator's escape, which is why it was moved here. She then mentions saying adios to Luiz, which at first glance may seem to refer to Luiz's potential injection, but it could also refer to Luiz being moved somewhere else and not interacting with Annabelle, as she says on the next page that Luiz discovered these characteristics to the amber, but Sadler doesn't trust him. She hopes he'll keep his mouth shut, which I can't tell is meant to be a hint of worry for Luiz or a hint of distrust towards Luiz. I'm not entirely sure what the professional relationship between Luiz and Annabelle was like. Now, when this file takes place is unclear. I've asked the Resident Evil podcast team for clarification, and they mentioned that this first research report was made in September or October of 2004, not too long before the events of the pre-alpha. After Luiz first discovers the amber, he takes it to Annabelle and they begin researching it together. Annabelle saying adios to Luiz is in reference to Sadler confiscating the amber from him, which he mentions himself in the amber file. That same file also confirms that Luiz is in contact with Ada by this point. Annabelle then works without Luiz as per Sadler's order and shifts her work to the comms facility. Weeks later, Annabelle is forced to take the superior species plaga by Sadler, as are all the other researchers, and by this point Ashley's abduction has already taken place. They also mention that production of the superior species plaga is only just beginning, so it is a brand new plaga at this time. All the research reports are written throughout October, and the events of the pre-alpha take place in early November. This also means that experiments to amplify Krauser's superior species plaga with the amber only began just prior to or just after Ashley was abducted. Moving on to Amber Research Report number 12, Annabelle mentions that their research on the amber continues on the island. They're getting a clearer picture, but there is still much they don't know. She mentions that the amber is proving its usefulness, as while it is still dormant, it still has great influence over other plagas and even strengthens them. The relationship between the plaga and the host is optimized greatly because of this. In their experiments, they were able to recreate this for one of their test subjects, which I assume refers to the Martinico. In the subject analysis for the Martinico, this BOW was originally a fragile, uncontrollable test subject that was despised for being born deformed, which just sounds like new Capcom reusing Moreau's grotesque background from Resident Evil Village. After numerous experiments with the amber to amplify its subordinate plaga, it gained tremendous resilience and regenerating abilities and was now impervious to conventional weapons. How awfully convenient. Why would they need to inject regenerators with multiple plagas if they could just do this? And I'm surprised they haven't disposed of the regenerators, especially when they were considered too volatile. I'm guessing they're more reliable as guard dogs than anything else. It's so ironic that they would call the regenerators volatile and too dangerous to work with, yet they would then create a BOW with similar capabilities. And alongside these capabilities, its mental capacity hasn't improved at all, which shouldn't surprise them given that the Martinico was injected with a subordinate plaga which erodes complex thought, and it seems compared to Isidro and Pasanta retaining most of their faculties, even after being immersed in black liquid, having their genes spliced and having the housekeeper being given the subordinate plaga, and maybe Isidro was given the subordinate plaga too, the amber only seemed to reduce this BOW's faculties, assuming we can blame it on the amber. In the unlikely event that it breaks free, there is little that can be done to contain it again, as only the powerful laser grid can stop it for good. I mean, couldn't Sadler just take control of the Martinico using his fantasy garbage? He spends most of his time on the island where he can easily get to the facilities. This should be easy for him to do. What about Basanta and her fantasy garbage? Those options weren't considered for controlling the Martinico. The Martinico seems to have the same faculties as the El Gigante, and that BOW was put to sleep via an incantation. What am I supposed to believe? That amplification via the Amber makes getting control via fantasy garbage more difficult? I find that hard to believe. Returning to the Amber Research Report number 12, considering this a great achievement despite the obvious mental faculty problems and the fact that the same BOW will kill them in the future, she wants to test the effects of the Amber on the superior species Plaga. However, because only those at the top of the Illuminados, Vitorius Mendes, Ramon Salazar, and Jack Krauser, are hosts to the superior species Plaga, they would never agree to participate in any experiments. She needs to plan carefully to find any volunteers, which she does so by appealing to Krauser's incessant lust for power. In Amber Research Report number 14, Annabelle mentions that the Amber invigorates even the superior species Plaga, as shown with Krauser. The growth of the superior species Plaga can easily surpass that of a regular Plaga, which I assume refers to the extreme mutations the superior species Plaga hosts undergo when subjected to extreme trauma or willingly trigger their mutations. Annabelle considers Krauser as one of the most powerful people she's ever seen, which probably means that compared to Mendes' strength and Ramon's unnoticeable physical changes prior to their extreme mutations, Krauser is the only one with super speed and strength. I'm surprised the black liquid wasn't considered in Krauser's mutation. I'm honestly confused by how little Annabelle and Isidro interacted with one another. Isidro focused so much on the black liquid and arthropodal species, while Annabelle focused on the superior species Plaga and the Amber. Why do they never collaborate on shared projects? The only thing I can think of is that because the black liquid is only around in the castle and the island allowed the Illuminados more space to construct better labs, this likely led to them not collaborating with each other much, and it would be too much of a pain going back and forth between the locations. That being said, I still think this lack of collaboration has to do with the developers splitting themselves into 3 separate teams and having each team focus on the village, castle, or the island, so they probably couldn't communicate with each other effectively. But back to this report, Annabelle says the only thing to fear now is the power of the Amber when it fully awakens. She gives into despair, pondering preparations for when the Amber awakens and saying that writing these reports no longer has any meaning. That's a perfect analogy to how new Capcom handled the story and the lore of Resident Evil 4 Remilk. I still don't understand why she gives into despair. She should be used to things like regenerating BOWs and the capabilities of the superior species Plaga hosts. Why now does she whimper in the presence of such power from the Amber? It makes no sense. Sadler then came to her with an ampule containing the superior species Plaga. The Resident Evil podcast team attributes this to Sadler possibly seeing the Amber as a threat and possibly understanding that Annabelle, like Luiz, potentially understands the power of the Amber and may try to undercut Sadler. Therefore, this would lead to her being injected with the superior species Plaga as an added safety measure to avoid the possibility of the researchers going against him. Because Annabelle was caught in a no-win scenario between taking her own life or injecting herself with the superior species Plaga, she chose to wait on the injection. However, it isn't long before all the researchers are rounded up and injected with the superior species Plaga, with Annabelle being the first one injected. Because of this, Sadler could now influence her mind and make her lose all interest in the Amber. It is after Annabelle is injected that the next chronological file is the captive researcher's note, which states that they are planning to give the superior species Plaga to Ashley, implying that they either had Ashley for a while or are close to abducting her, with the latter being the more likely case based on other files. This then leads into the superior species report, where Annabelle is a completely different individual. She is then killed by the Martinico when it escaped. That summarizes all the Amber research reports we have. There's definitely a lot of confusion brought about by these files. We now need to acquire the Moonstone from the Red Zealot, and let me tell you guys, this sequence is seriously retarded. This Red Zealot has such a bloated amount of HP to the point where he can actually survive 3 knife executions. I don't understand how the Red Zealot in Chapter 9 of Resident Evil 4 Remilk takes only about 5 shotgun shells to die, yet not this Red Zealot. This guy has more life than the brutes do. It's insane. It's a fine example of dissonance, where the physical characteristics of this enemy do not match the amount of HP he has. Just to give you an idea as to how much punishment this guy can take, it takes about 3 crossbow shots, 2 grenades, and 2 knife executions to take this guy down. What the hell is up with that? And on top of that, he can cheat during the sequence. This Red Zealot goes to very specific spots in this maze to perform his fantasy garbage summoning move. If you're close to him, he'll try to run away if he's not doing a summoning move. Now, believe it or not, if you end up stunning this guy by using an explosive or you do a knife execution on him, when he's at a stationary summoning point, he'll be completely resilient to stuns while he's transitioning between summoning points. Explosives won't stun him, and flash grenades won't stun him. You have to wait until he starts summoning in order to stun him. It's completely broken. Now new Capcom is wearing such broken designs as medals and using them to inform fake difficulty designs. You have no idea how much the gameplay falls apart or how much you have to be overly technical in your approach to counteract his bloated HP and broken stuns, as well as with decreasing the chances of the enemies cheesing you with their existing problems. This is yet again another example of a damage race. If you want to understand how incredibly messed up this sequence is, check out my Poor Designs a Separate Ways Remilk video. To describe certain parameters for the general strategy, you need this red zealot to go to one specific summoning point after attacking him the first time, which is this high spot right over here. This spot is where he needs to die in order to minimize the chances of getting into squabbles with the enemies. Getting him to go here involves standing in particular spots after doing certain actions like the knife execution in order to influence his pathing. Each time you do the knife execution, you need to hit him with a crossbow shot to deal a lot of damage to him. The timing on your movements and grappling also needs to be specific so that he doesn't set up in a different summoning spot and make it even more awkward for you to take him down. Timing when you use grenades is also important in relation to his summoning move, as his annoying habit of stunning you can impede certain actions like your hook shot. The grenades themselves have to be thrown in particular positions in order to stun him into walls to perform the wall knife executions. However, because of how badly set up the physics engine is for this pre-alpha, there can be times where the red zealot gets pushed in a direction that doesn't adhere to the laws of physics with the grenade explosions. This makes the placement of the grenade explosions even more important due to this poor design. And don't even think about using your crossbow and shooting the red zealot directly for stuns, as this only confuses the physics engine and increases the chances of the red zealot being pushed incorrectly. Do you see what I mean when I say you have to be overly technical with your approach to this section? This is the stuff you're having to juggle because of the numerous poor designs and broken designs at play here. New Capcom were seriously brain dead when designing this encounter, but bearing all these parameters in mind, let's get into the general strategy. In order to do this sequence, you need to grapple over this fence, throw a grenade over here, and get him to bounce off this wall here, not the wall that's perpendicular to the wall he bounced off of. Rush for the knife execution, go back to where you were, then shoot him with a crossbow shot. It won't stun him given that you did the knife execution, but it will do a lot of damage. It's important that you back up over here before firing your crossbow shot so that he goes down a particular path. You'll know he's going down the right path if he goes around this fountain like this. If you're close to him, there's a high probability that he will take the long way with pathing around this fountain, which will cause him to go to a different summoning position. As soon as you see him rush away from the fountain, grapple to the other side and ready your crossbow as he'll rush past this spot. Fire your crossbow shot at the right moment to damage him. Again, it won't stun him because he's resilient to stuns while transitioning between stationary summoning points, because new Capcom were smoking crack when designing his stun systems. While he's getting to the summoning point, it's best to check down this path for any enemies. Try to stun them with your TMP to delay them when they do show up. Once the red zealot gets to the spot, wait for him to stop stunning you with the summoning move, then throw a grenade in such a way that he'll stumble into the wall that's closest to you. The problem with this part right here is that there can be a zealot with a sight that can block your grenade, so he can throw off the strategy significantly. You'll want to use the hook shot immediately before the grenade explodes, as you don't have much time to get the knife execution after trying to turn around. Once you get the knife execution, fire your crossbow at him quickly and he should be dead, allowing you to pick up the moonstone. Before you do leave the maze, there are 2 flash grenades you need to pick up. These will be useful later on. That puts an end to this unpolished brain dead section. By the way, can I just say how weird it is that whenever the red zealot stuns Ada with his fantasy garbage, there's this aura with red sparkles around Ada's head. This never appeared over Leon or Ashley's heads when they were stunned by the red zealot. Now they're really acknowledging the fact that they've made a fantastical Resident Evil product with such visual elements like this. And if the red zealot can agitate Ada's plaga, which came from Panta, and the red zealot can agitate Leon and Ashley's plagas, which are the superior species plaga, then that would imply that Panta and Sattler can manipulate the same plagas, and that Panta could theoretically manipulate Leon and Ashley's plagas. So why doesn't she do so when confronting Leon in the castle? They don't even try to explain in Separate Ways Remilk how the Crimson Flames work in agitating the plagas. Things that could have been expanded on in this crap DLC, but no, they just make the story and lore even more confusing and inconsistent. And regarding the part with Panta somehow not being able to manipulate Leon and Ashley's plagas, I assume she can't do so because if she could manipulate their plagas, then theoretically she could do the same with Ramon's superior species plaga, which wouldn't make sense. But that still doesn't explain how the red zealots can affect both subordinate and superior species plagas. Getting to the castle battlements, Ada hears Panta roaring, which normally indicates another hallucination is about to happen, but it's delayed now for some reason. And from this roar, Ada realizes that she has some unfinished business to take care of. What is she referring to? The removal of her plaga, the death of Panta, the acquisition position of the amber. Like, I don't understand the point of this line. It seems redundant. She then has that talk with Wesker that ends with Wesker acting quirky before Ada spots Ashley being taken away by Vertigo and decides to contact Leon. For someone who acted rather cold at the thought of Leon and Ashley being infected with the Plaga and then claiming that Leon was her little helper, this sure feels weird for her to be contacting him like this, especially when Leon isn't going where she's going. I assume this is her helping Luiz assist Leon and Ashley in removing their Plagas, but why would she be sympathetic? In the canon timeline prior to the events of Resident Evil 1, when she faked being the girlfriend to the chief researcher of the Arclay Labs, John Clemens, John foolishly trusted her and confided in her the existence of the G-Virus. He also left her instructions to steal vital materials from the visual data room and then activate the self-destruct device in the lab. His last wish was for her to expose Umbrella and make the whole incident public through the media, but Ada felt nothing. She had no intention of carrying out these wishes, and based on Ada's character traits in Resident Evil 2 Remilk and Resident Evil 4 Remilk, it would stand to reason that Remilk Ada is the same as the canon version of Ada prior to the events of Resident Evil 1, so I don't buy for a second that she could be sympathetic to Luiz and honor his wishes, despite her claiming that the events of Resident Evil 2 Remilk changed her. Ada contacting Leon to tell her about Ashley just comes from an unusual motivation more than anything else that makes sense. It's what I'd expect from this poor reimagining of a character that used to have so much depth, now being reduced to having superficial one-note traits. Getting to the collection room, we find a Cithro's note, which I've already talked about in the Chronicles of Pursuit section of this retrospective. We also find the Preparator's note, which feels like a rewritten version of the researcher's journal from Resident Evil 7, so new Capcom displays their lack of creativity again. The parallels are so noticeable. The Stanford graduate is just like the Preparator, where they claim to be better than the recipient of their insults, while Lucas is just like the Collection Master, where they don't seem to do anything respective of the high position they've been given. Lucas was given the lead researcher position, yet all he does is make test subjects fight and conduct unnecessary autopsies. The Collection Master seems to have a high position, but all he does is gawp at his 3 favorite specimens. There's nothing original here. It's all just completely rewritten, but getting similar points across. It speaks to how amateurish Separate Ways Remilk's developers are, and at least the researcher's journal from Resident Evil 7 had a date listed on it. Most of the files in Resident Evil 4 Remilk aren't even dated, and why did they just have a random Collection Master when they could have just used someone like a see-through instead? That's just so out of the blue with this choice of a new character, and I'm guessing the Preparator and the Collection Master, just like with the see-through, were not infected by a Plaga because the superior species Plaga wasn't developed at the time of this note. Having obtained all 3 ingredients, Ada meets up with Luiz. She gives him the ingredients while he gives the amber. Unfortunately, when Ada touches the amber, her parasite reacts to it. You'd think he'd know better than to give it to her while she's infected, seeing as how he did research on the amber before it was confiscated by Sadler. And why does simply touching the amber trigger a reaction? Surely the amber has a greater range with its influence despite not being awakened, especially when this entire hive mind is based on sound and not touch. And does the amber only trigger this kind of response in subordinate Plaga hosts, or is it that once the Plaga has fully bonded with the host, they don't experience a reaction like this, which is why this reaction doesn't occur with Sadler? And then with Krauser, is it because his superior species Plaga was amplified by the amber earlier that he's able to hold it and give it to Sadler? What does it even mean for the amber to amplify the Plaga? Is it somehow strengthening the Plaga through sound waves, allowing the Plaga to unlock new capabilities? Is physical contact with the amber a factor to consider in how Annabelle created a BOW like Martinico or strengthened Krauser? Why would this amplification require numerous trials and experiments? The vagueness in this wording is confusing. Ada then makes a pointless statement about the amber, saying that it looks like something Wesker would want, before Luiz begins to make the homemade suppressant with his rudimentary chemistry set in a matter of minutes somehow. After making the suppressant, he says it will knock out the Plaga for a time, which is confusing, because how could Sadler control Ashley in Chapter 14 then, assuming her Plaga was knocked out? He then injects Ada before Panta comes by and begins making Ada hallucinate. Ada tells him to take the amber and go. Once her Plaga is sedated, he can give it to her then. Despite Luiz's objections, Ada tells Luiz not to worry since he has another promise to keep to Leon and Ashley. And they're really taking the time to talk to each other while Panta is just walking. You have to wonder how Panta loses Ada so easily when she could just generate phantasms to deal with Ada. Ada retreats to cover while the suppressant takes effect. Panta then tries to roar to reveal Ada's position, but it doesn't work. Strangely, when Panta does this again during her later encounter, it actually affects Ada, so how's that possible? Panta then leaves, allowing Ada to search for Luiz. She eventually finds a note from Luiz explaining that he's going to the mines to try and regroup with Leon. He knows Leon is there because he heard Ramon on the castle intercom saying saying that Leon's heading that way and right into trouble. That makes no sense, because how could Ramon possibly know that Leon survived that fall when he's had no reason to believe anyone could survive that fall? And what does he mean by the castle intercom? Is he talking about the crude loudspeakers that Ramon uses to talk to Leon and Ashley? Why wasn't Ada hearing all this then? She then uses her hookshot to descend down into the waterway. How on earth did Luiz get down into the waterway from here when many of the stairs have collapsed? That makes no sense. And it's strange for Ramon to be hanging bodies on chains down this hole when he already had a designated place for hanging the bodies in that cavern. Was this not originally a passageway that led down into the waterway? No idea. We now need to get through this waterway, which is clearly meant to be a reimagining of that moment in Resident Evil 4 OG, where Leon went through the sewers and dealt with Novistadors. What was originally a memorable set piece with a new enemy type has now been reduced to a section devoid of any purpose, both in gameplay and presentation. It's just here for nostalgia points, and it's incredibly boring. At the start of the waterway, you can shoot a lock off a door to skip a minute of gameplay, take out the 3 enemies, then turn the wheel to drain the water. You can also find a file on this waterway which mentions that this forgotten waterway was built by the 3rd Count Gregorio. The reason for its construction is unclear to the author, but he believes it may have been built to contain the plagas that plagued the 2nd Count Hipólito. Now, while he says the reason for its construction is unclear, he contradicts himself on the next page by saying that Gregorio used this waterway as both a waterworks and sewage system when he redirected the river to flow underground. During times of drought, this waterway was used as a water storage facility. And regarding the containment of the plagas, Hipólito had already sealed the plagas away, so I'm guessing because of his irrational paranoia, Gregorio decided to add an additional defense measure. And I assume with the advances in technology and mining equipment, Ramon's miners were able to bypass this countermeasure while still discovering it on accident. The author then states that water is a symbol of purity for the Salazar family, so the black liquid having a presence in this castle symbolically represents Ramon's sociopathy and loyalty to the Illuminados corrupting the Salazar line. This is a pretty rudimentary form of poetic storytelling. This waterway was rediscovered by Ramon when the plagas were excavated from the mines and the seal was broken. Ramon had been using the waterway to drown those who would oppose him. This entire file seems to be here to justify the designs of the waterway. When exactly does new Capcom choose to provide lore for a location? I'm surprised they don't elaborate on other parts of the village or the castle, for instance. After dealing with some Novistadors and some zealots, we get to the double Garador encounter. On hardcore difficulty, there's only 1 Garador, but on professional difficulty, they make you fight 2 Garadors. I'm sure you can imagine the kind of issues you encounter in this kind of sequence, since this is literally the same kind of sequence in Chapter 10 of Resident Evil 4 Remilk. The Garadors are just as broken and omniscient as they are in the main experience. And then with the zealots, for some stupid reason, they can actually run after you the entire time during this sequence, whereas in the Chapter 10 encounter, they're forced to walk the entire time unless they're close to you or you're out of their line of sight. So I see separate ways Remilk's developers didn't bother playing through that sequence in Chapter 10, because if they did, they would have some notion as to why they made the zealots walk during that sequence. And while this sequence may allow you to be liberal with your crossbow shots and your grenades and dispatching the zealots from afar while luring the Garadors at the same time, the number of times I've shot my crossbow and the Garadors ignore the sound of the explosion and somehow know where I am is obnoxious. It's a testament to how badly designed and unpolished the Garador's protocols are. The only thing that's slightly better about this sequence compared to Chapter 10 is that there are less zealots. That being said, this still doesn't change the fact that damage racing this sequence to bypass many of the poor designs seems to be the same approach again. And it doesn't help that unlike Leon, Ada doesn't have a good assortment of tools to handle this kind of sequence in a quick and efficient manner. Because of this, while the general strategy I found may work, it's prone to inconsistencies. Some important things to note are that you need a minimum of at least 2 flash grenades, 7 crossbow bolts, a few grenades, and either the Blacktail or the TMP for this strategy. The Blacktail is good for accuracy, but the TMP can at least give you the luxury of missing if you need to correct your shot or if the Garador is choosing to be broken. The unarmored Garador is faster at breaking out of the wall compared to the other one, so dealing with the unarmored Garador first is preferred. Finally, the dumb design where the Garadors cannot be stunned for a few moments after breaking free from the wall and recovering from the flash grenade stun can be a random variable with this strategy. There are times where even when you hit the weak spot, the stun doesn't register properly or the Garador animation cancels for no reason. Bearing all this in mind, for the general strategy, go to the left side, free the Garadors by shooting them, stun the unarmored Garador and the other Garador with either your Blacktail or your TMP, use a flash grenade to damage their parasites, expose the parasite of the unarmored Garador again, use a flash grenade and potentially your blast crossbow to eliminate the unarmored Garador, then use your blast crossbow to pump in many shots into the armored Garador, which should be enough to kill it. As you're doing this, watch out for the other enemies. Once the gates open, the zealots will stop spawning, and that will be the end of this brain-dead sequence and the entirety of the sewers. And does the rest of Chapter 5 get better? Nope. In fact, it actually gets worse, because we're coming across quite possibly the worst boss ever in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, Panta. Krauser may be the most disgraceful boss in this title, but I mean it when I say that Panta is the worst boss of this title. Before you get into this encounter, it is very important that you have a fully upgraded tactical knife, as believe it or not, the fully upgraded tactical knife does more damage to the first phase of Panta than any other weapon you have. What would normally be a 5 to 8 minute first phase encounter using your guns takes almost a minute to do with just the fully upgraded tactical knife. Not even the sniper rifle with a maxed out power statistic can finish off Panta this fast. And the fully upgraded tactical knife has a power statistic of 1.0, which is the same power statistic as the unupgraded pistol, yet somehow the pistol doesn't deal the same amount of damage to Panta like the fully upgraded tactical knife does. There is something wrong with the damage calculations on Panta's first phase, and weirdly, in the second phase, the fully upgraded tactical knife does not deal the same kind of damage as in the first phase. Shooting the glowing areas of the parasite actually contributes to a significant damage increase, so weapons like the sniper rifle work properly. That being said, it's important that your power statistic for the sniper rifle is at level 5 or higher, as Panta is a massive damage sponge. Of course, that's assuming you're not using the rocket launcher. If you're using the rocket launcher, go ahead and use it for phase 2. Phase 2 is utter garbage and is filled with all sorts of poor designs that make it an RNG heavy phase. Panta's entire encounter is built around damage racing her, because you have to kill her quickly in the first and second phases if you're going to avoid being screwed by a poor design. So basically, the best setup for Panta's final encounter is the fully upgraded tactical knife and the rocket launcher. There is no reason to give this broken pile of garbage any amount of respect. But to talk about Panta's HP, one of my subscribers was able to provide information on this. Apparently, Panta's HP is static, but for some reason, Panta's head during the first phase isn't classed as a weak spot, which is why the sniper rifle's 3 times damage boost against weak spots doesn't apply. Instead, the multiplier for damaging your head is pretty low. It's about 0.4 for shooting the head compared to 0.3 when shooting the torso. Because of this, going for headshots is not much better than going for the torso. That being said, I still recommend going for the head with the knife just in case. This doesn't explain exactly why the fully upgraded tactical knife is better than the upgraded sniper rifle or the unupgraded pistol, but this may be a contributing factor. In the second phase, the damage multipliers are actually different. While the glowing areas on the parasite aren't classed as weak spots, the damage multiplier when hitting the glowing areas is 1.0 compared to 0.5 when hitting the other areas, so this is probably why the sniper rifle is better here. These are all very strange calculations for Panta, and it just leads to a lot of confusion when trying to understand her, which is why it's better to just use the tactical knife and the rocket launcher. Having said all that, let's get into Panta's botched up encounter. Panta catches up with Ada and reveals herself. Ada then goads Panta to come after her like she has a plan to deal with Panta somehow. She then finds a place to fight Panta, which she considers to be a spot that works, but this arena is smaller than the blast furnace area she was just on top of. If she was fighting Panta in the blast furnace area, you would not be getting screwed so much by Panta's badly designed AI and tendency to pathfind incorrectly, and Panta wouldn't have the ability to dig her parasite into the ground. And considering that Ada was able to drop down and use her hookshot to brace her fall by grappling to the walkway, she could easily descend down into the blast furnace area, but she chooses not to. After luring Panta down to this less than stellar arena, she then summons a hidden reserve of strength from somewhere and is able to pull the walkway down onto Panta. I'm sorry, but this just doesn't make any sense. People want to ridicule Chris pushing that boulder in Resident Evil 5, which I don't find weird at all, yet they don't bother ridiculing this scene. Ada does not look strong enough to pull down such a large walkway, especially with her hookshot. This is really stupid. If she's capable of doing this, she could be pulling enemies towards her with her hookshot, but she doesn't. And somehow, the physical damage from getting hit by the walkway is enough to cause Panta to seemingly mutate. I don't even know if she mutated or if she was somehow hiding her parasite inside of her black robe. It wouldn't make sense for her to mutate again since she was infected with the subordinate plaga, not the superior species plaga. But given that Panta seemingly lost her ability to move fast and is seemingly slower compared to how she was originally, this would then imply that she mutated. This is really confusing. Now being in her true form as U3, as acknowledged in the tooltips, Panta begins to attack Ada. And I have to say, this is a poor reimagining in terms of the appearance of U3. U3 in Resident Evil 4 OG actually looked intimidating. The eyes alone actually complement pure terror and have more detail than just being glowing eyes. They actually took the time to design pupils that contrasted from the whites of U3's eyes, and this contrast contributed to a sense of nightmare fuel. And in Resident Evil 4 OG, U3's mouth/nose area was deformed and had a long tongue which actually looked organic. The Remilk version makes it seem like Pasanta's just wearing a mask. Even the roar that U3 does in Resident Evil 4 OG when you first get introduced to it sounds more monstrous compared to the Remilk version. And that sequence in Resident Evil 4 OG where you were in those claustrophobic storage units was tense and scary. They don't even have anything on par with that in this DLC that treats itself as little more than a joke. And even if they did, given how compromised the gameplay mechanics are with this pre-alpha, it would have been terrible. Having said all that, let's get into phase 1. Pasanta can do 8 attacks in this phase. Her first attack is a QTE move where she digs her parasite in the ground and it comes up underneath you. This move has a bad hitbox where if you're close to her, even when she doesn't physically touch you, you'll get stunned and it will prevent you from doing the QTE. The second attack is another QTE move where she jumps and then swipes with her parasite. This move has phantom range on it. The third attack is another QTE move that she does at mid-range where she'll do a quick swipe with her parasite. If there's one move that is a big problem when you're using the knife against her, it's this move, as the whole issue where your knife attack animations eat your QTE input still exists. This is another move that has phantom range on it. The fourth attack is a close range swipe that can be deflected with the knife. This is the move that you'll be primarily dealing with when using the knife on her. The arm she uses depends on where you are, so if you're on her left side, she'll use her right arm and vice versa. This move also has phantom range on it. The fifth attack is a grab at mid-range that is delayed enough that you can get past it. That being said, there can be those moments where you're forced to run to the side or backwards, and this opens you up to being screwed by phantom range. The sixth attack is a back attack with her parasite if you're behind her. This attack is on a cooldown, so after she does it, she has to wait for a certain amount of time before she can do it again. This is another move that can be problematic when using the knife against her, as if her AI ends up being dumb and she either turns around for no reason or walks into you weirdly, she'll attack. The seventh attack she does is an acid attack where she'll fire acid sacs in front of you and to your sides but not directly at you. It's normally quite easy to differentiate this move from the other acid attack, as she likes to do this move mainly at close range. Pasanta always alternates between her acid attacks. She never repeats the same acid attack twice in a row. The final attack is the worst attack she has by far for this phase. It's another acid attack, but she'll fire in a line directly at you. This move is incredibly inconsistent, as you could be avoiding it the same way multiple times, and then in one instance you'll get hit. And when you're using a weapon like the sniper rifle, where you're forced to pull back on the bolt each time you fire, you can be delayed just long enough that you won't have time to avoid this acid attack. The hit detection between the acid sacs and your feet is terrible, as there are moments where the acid sacs literally magnetize to your feet, causing you to get damaged in the process when they're shooting through the air. It's bullcrap. The acid sacs in general are weird, as there are moments where a sac explodes near you, but you don't take damage, and then you take damage in another instance. The times where you don't get damage seems to mainly occur during the initial setup of the sacs. It's some really bizarre programming. It's also worth noting that whenever Pasanta is off camera, she never seems to do the acid attacks, but she can do her other attacks. That describes all of her attacks. Like I said before, Pasanta is a damage sponge. You'll be burning through so much ammunition trying to kill her in the first phase, and you'll be doing nothing but running from one end of this arena to the other end, waiting for your chance to shoot her. The amount of time it takes to finish her off could constitute one fight, not one phase before another phase. It really can feel like the first phase and the second phase are two separate encounters if you're trying to approach them normally. The normal approach to phase 1 feels incredibly mundane, repetitive, and doesn't even feel right to do. You can't even use the pustules to damage her or do something else. There is so little imagination with this first phase that it just reeks of rush development, and you can tell that there was rush development involved when Pasanta's pathfinding is absolute garbage. There can even be an AI bug where she'll endlessly walk in a circle until you stun her or she does a long-range attack. This bug occurs frequently, and they still haven't fixed it. The ill-fitting environment, the AI bugs, the crappy hitboxes, the weird damage calculations, the repetitive and mundane gameplay, the constant interruptions in getting your hits in whenever she's attacking you. I'm not really seeing much of a difference between this boss and the other bosses of Separate Ways Remilk, or with any of the other bosses in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. Some supposedly diverse gameplay you have here, new Capcom. This is why the fully upgraded combat knife needs to be used against her. All you need to do is just stand in front of her and knife her head repeatedly. She'll try to attack you with just the close range swipe, so deflect it when she does it. Be careful that you aren't pushed to the edge of the arena, as she can raise you off the ground, which puts you into a drop animation that obstructs your deflection. And if she decides to walk towards you in a weird manner or turn around for no reason, you've got to prepare for those situations situations. Whenever Panta attacks with the close range swipe, she'll either jump backwards or she'll stay still. You've got to keep track of this as she alternates between these behaviors. When she jumps backwards, she can often do the quick QTE swipe or the grab if you don't close the distance with her quickly. It's probably in your best interest to stop attacking her when she jumps backwards and focus on preparing for her next attack. Once she does her next attack, you can knife her until she jumps backwards again. Keep all this in mind, and after about a minute of doing this, the main body will die, allowing you to avoid the slog that normally plays out in this first phase. After picking up the housekeeper's barrette, the parasite grabs Ada, then throws her away. Considering that this is a parasite that likes to slice its victims like it's a guillotine, why does it choose to grab her then throw her away? First Mendes threw her away even though he was choking out Leon before that moment. Now this parasite is throwing her away. And you'd think after this kind of experience, Ada would actually be wary of Sattler's incapacitated body possibly attacking her, but she clearly doesn't adapt to the situation properly. Tossing her into this cavern, the parasite begins to attack. As I stated before, just use the rocket launcher here. You have no idea how broken and badly designed this encounter is. And before I even get into the gameplay of this encounter, can I just say how dumb the presentation of this encounter is? This looks more like an apology from new Capcom for not putting the Gravedigger into Resident Evil 3 Remake than an actual fight with U3. Maybe this is also an apology for not releasing Resident Evil Code Veronica X Remilk, and this parasite is meant to be the Gulpworm. I mean, am I even fighting a Plaga at this point? At least in Resident Evil 4 OG, I understood that the main body died and the Plaga assumed control of U3's body, and you could see the main body being dragged along. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, the only time you ever see the main body clearly is when the parasite is stunned, so you spend more time thinking you're fighting a giant worm more than a Plaga. For all we know, this may be a giant worm or a centipede, because this does not look like a subordinate Plaga, or some kind of different variant like with the El Gigante's Plaga, or the Plaga variant within the Regenerator. I don't know. All I'll say is that this feels way too extreme in its presentation, especially since we're talking about the original Plagas and not the Tri-Cell Plagas from Resident Evil 5. I talked about this before during Bitoras Mendes' boss fight, but the mutations in Resident Evil 4 OG made sense with complementing the idea that this was the original Plaga because the mutations were pretty rudimentary. Once Tri-Cell got their hands on the Plaga and made additional improvements using their more advanced technology, it made sense why the mutations were more complex in Resident Evil 5. They at least established a proper passage of time between Resident Evil 4 OG and Resident Evil 5 that showcased what black market dealers and organizations like Tri-Cell would do to improve the Plaga's capabilities through further research. But in Resident Evil 4 Remilk, it's almost like the developers only played Resident Evil 5 and not Resident Evil 4 OG, and because of this, they made the mistake of assuming that Resident Evil 5's mutations worked exactly like Resident Evil 4 OG's mutations. You'd have to be an idiot to assume that Resident Evil 4 OG's mutations were anything like Resident Evil 5's mutations. And then, when they decided to tack on fantasy garbage and over-exaggerate upon the hallucinogenic properties they introduced with a fungal-based vector in Resident Evil 7 and Village that has no relevance to the Plaga, that's what we got in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. Basically, Resident Evil 4 Remilk's Plaga mutations are a combination of an over-exaggeration of Resident Evil 5's mutations and an over-exaggerated form of the hallucinations from Resident Evil 7 and Village. As a result, the Plaga mutations do not feel so grounded in the universe they're supposed to be in, and this part of Panta's encounter complements this idea greatly due to how extreme its presentation is. That's all I have to say on this. To describe the 10 moves this BOW uses, the first attack is a QTE move where it will attack while under you. Its weak spot can be easily hit after this. The second attack involves the BOW emerging for a bit before descending back into the ground and then doing the same QTE move I described before. The third attack involves the BOW emerging and then lunging towards you to bite you. This move can be problematic, especially when it emerges at just the right distance, that you can't just simply back away from it and you don't have time to simply run past him. The hitbox on this move also extends behind him, which is stupid. Something important to note about that move is that if you time your shot correctly, you can hit the weak spot while he's going back underground. The fourth attack is very bullcrap, and it involves the BOW emerging, then firing a set of acid sacks 3 times. The pattern on the spread is completely random. There is no logic to how this BOW fires its acid sacks. At times, it will fire them in front of you or to your side, and then other times, it can fire them directly at you. And the tracking on this move is so confusing because it almost comes across like it's reading your inputs, so it fires the acid sacks in the path you're going towards, but then other times, it doesn't follow the schema. The placement of the acid sacks also makes no sense, as 2 acid sacks can share the same spot and be phasing through each other. If that's happening, then they clearly didn't refine the spread pattern on this acid attack. And what makes this move excessively bullcrap is that this BOW can do it at close range. There are literally times where it will emerge very close to you, and then it will fire the acid sacks at you. And remember that issue with the Illuminados involving retrograde projectile motion, where they're doing a frontal range attack, but the projectiles go backwards? This BOW has has that same problem, but it's far more bullcrap. You can be directly behind this BOW, and the acid sacks it fires will phase directly through its body to hit you. This is where new Capcom stupidity really comes into play. How on earth did QA miss something as obvious as this? And on top of that, you could even be running away, and you'll randomly get hit by an acid sack. So regardless of whether you're standing still, you're strafing, you're in a corner, you're behind this BOW, you're close to it, or you're actively running away, there is always a moment where you could be hit based on whether this BOW chooses to hit you or not. Not even shooting the mouth will do much to limit the amount of acid sacks that come out of this BOW. And as if that wasn't bad enough, during this entire animation of prepping the acid sacks and then firing them, this BOW is unable to be stunned by flash grenades or any kind of explosion. Yet again, how did new Capcom not spot this? The amount of bullshit that could be bypassed through some kind of explosion stunning this BOW is a lot, but it seems new Capcom was drunk when designing this move. And this isn't the only attack that allows it to avoid stuns. It seems like Panta in all of her encounters has animations that allow her to bypass stuns, like what I demonstrated in the Village Square encounter, where she can jump backwards and during this animation, she can't be stunned by flash grenades. What is up with that? Is there some kind of issue that results if Panta can be stunned out of certain animations? Does it crash the pre-alpha? Something like that? It can't be, because if such moves were going to be leading to such issues, new Capcom wouldn't have put them in, right? Where is their thought process with this? I doubt even amateurs could make such blunders in programming. And this is one of the main reasons why this encounter is severely broken and prone to so much RNG. There is no strategy I can recommend to deal with this acid attack. The only silver lining with this attack is that because you can't stun the BOW while it's doing the attack, it can allow you to get additional hits in on the weak spot. But you also have to run the gambit and assume you're not going to be hit by an acid sack if you plan on doing that. And it doesn't help that when this BOW is low on health, it spams this acid move like crazy. Also, if this BOW decides to emerge real close to you and do the attack, you're screwed. There is nothing you can do. Why else did I say you have to bring the rocket launcher here? The fifth attack involves this BOW emerging, roaring, and then charging at you. This charge attack is so rigidly designed for avoiding it, as it can only be avoided by running to the left at almost a 30 to 45 degree angle in relation to the BOW. If you go to the right, it always hits you. It can even emerge close to you and do it, likely because of the roar delaying it enough to allow you to set up for it. But if you're actively shooting this BOW and it gets stunned, it will immediately do its attack animations. A common situation that occurs is when this BOW emerges rather close to you, you shoot it and stun it thinking it's doing its close range attacks, but then it pulls this long range charge attack or the acid attack out, preventing you from setting up for the moves. Because of this, you're often dissuaded from attacking the BOW too quickly, as the stuns that result from shooting it can cause it to cancel into attacks, and because it can do long range attacks at close range, you stun it thinking it's doing one attack, but then it does another attack. This charge attack also has a bit of phantom range to the sides. It can even hit you when you're behind the BOW. Flash grenade should be used against this move to stun it. The sixth attack has this BOW emerging, then roaring to summon Navisadors, which it does at certain points in its HP. You can tell it's summoning because the roar happens quicker than when it's trying to do the charge attack. Only 2 sets of Navisadors can be summoned. After that, no more Navisadors will spawn. However, the second set of Navisadors has this tendency of spawning in without being summoned by the BOW. I don't know why this happens. Prioritizing the Navisadors is important, so use the grenades or the flash grenades to kill them or knock them out of the air. The Navisadors die in one hit, so new Capcom had the foresight to put this parameter in, yet not refine any of the other broken designs with this BOW. They really have no focus, do they? By the way, the summon cannot be stopped. You can only prevent it from happening by stunning the BOW at a certain point in its emerging animation before the pre-alpha has a chance to block the stun and give the BOW a chance to summon. While it's not a problem dispatching the Navisadors, the time you're spent dealing with them can allow the BOW to do a potentially douchey move or trap you in a corner. The seventh attack has this BOW climbing to the ceiling and jumping for you. All you have to do is wait for it to set up on the ceiling, then run to the right at a 30 to 45 degree angle. This is justified because of the way this BOW's head is positioned. You can also use an explosion to knock it off the ceiling and give you time to shoot the weak spot, but it's optional. Just make sure that the BOW has fully set up on the ceiling. Using an explosion any earlier in the animation will not knock it off. The eighth attack simply has this BOW crawl on the ground in a straight line before burrowing. There are times where it will initiate this attack right next to you, so you often don't have time to run away. The spawn logic in general with this BOW is messed up, as it will often emerge right under you to do certain attacks, including the more douchey ones. And at times, it emerges in such a way that you don't have much time to avoid an incoming attack. When this BOW does this attack, it's best to use a flash grenade to stun it so that you can lay into its weak spot. The ninth attack involves this BOW crawling on the ground, but instead of going in a straight line, it scurries all over the place. You would think that because this move looks similar to the previous move and this BOW isn't exactly doing anything to shield itself, it would be vulnerable to flash grenades, but for some stupid reason, thing, you cannot stun this BOW with flash grenades when it's doing this move. You can stun it if you hit the weak spot enough, so why can't you stun it with flash grenades? The amount of illogical design decisions and inconsistencies present in this encounter is absurd. This is like Resident Evil 0 levels of poor quality. The final attack this BOW can do tends to occur after you've dealt with the second set of Navisidors. This move is essentially a combination of the acid attack and the charge attack. It makes you wonder if new Capcom intentionally designed these moves to be broken, and because of this, they thought to up the ante by combining them into one move. But essentially, this BOW will fire acid sacks at you, then immediately do its charge. There is no clear indication of when it decides to do its combo attack, and because you can't stun this BOW with flash grenades when it's firing the acid sacks, you're most likely not prepared to stun this BOW when it charges. And you're probably not thinking of shooting the acid sacks as well, so you'll end up running the gambit with running to the left at a 30 to 45 degree angle while avoiding the acid sacks. This summarizes every attack this BOW has and many of the particular issues apparent in this botched up encounter that represents one of the worst bosses ever made in the entire Resident Evil series. There is no sense of challenge in this stupid encounter. It's just luck and bullshit unless you damage race this encounter. You just have to wonder how it's possible for a mainline Resident Evil title to have as low a quality as a side game or a guide-in experience. I've never seen anything as pathetic as this in any other game I've played. But moving past that, there are a couple of things you need to know about this BOW's HP. A total of 7 shots from a level 5 sniper rifle on the weak spot can fully stun this BOW. When it's fully stunned, you can perform a knife execution. This boss is unique in the sense that the second knife execution you do always guarantees an instant kill regardless of how much HP this BOW has left. It's hard for me to be impressed given how all over the place new Capcom has been with Resident Evil 4 Remilk. I have no idea why new Capcom decided that now was the right time to put this particular parameter in, yet they didn't bother designing other unique parameters for the other bosses in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. As such, while I would appreciate this kind of design in a better Resident Evil title, this feels more like something left over from an earlier build of this messed up encounter, assuming there is such a thing as an earlier build prior to a pre-alpha. Nothing about this encounter feels finished. It just serves as a testament to this DLC's pre-alpha nature, and how this DLC was just rushed out the door by money-hungry executives and a development team that was in way over their heads. It's an absolute mockery of the original U3 encounter from Resident Evil 4 OG. I said it best during my blind playthrough. More and more, new Capcom is just showing me that they can do worse every fucking time. Resident Evil needs a miracle at this point if it's ever going to recover from what it has done to itself. This has to be a dream, guys. This has to be a fucking dream. This is a nightmare that I'm living right now, that Resident Evil could ever be worse than any other game in existence. How can anyone be this stupid when designing a fucking game? This is the worst DLC I have ever played in my entire life as a gamer. It's so unfinished, it is so unpolished. Congratulations, new Capcom. You've made the worst bosses in all of gaming history. I hope you're proud of yourselves. Because apparently acting lazy and delivering shoddy products is somehow incredible, and I can't even avoid that because Ada's movement is so slow. I can't believe QA thought this was serviceable for release. The bosses in separate ways are worse than the bosses in the main pre-alpha. I cannot believe it. Like I said before, just use the rocket launcher on this BOW to end it quickly. With Panta fully dead, the plaga within Ada begins to leave her. I don't understand how it just leaves her body through her throat when it entered her body through her arm. When the file on Panta mentioned that killing her would expel the entity within, I had thought originally that it was referring to the hallucinations, not the actual plaga. It doesn't make sense for the plaga to suddenly choose to leave Ada, especially when it was in the process of bonding with her central nervous system. Luiz's plaga didn't exactly leave him, which is why they showed him getting a chest incision. And how exactly does the plaga know that Panta is dead? Is it receiving some kind of signal to indicate it needs to die since its specialized cells can't survive on their own? Like, this makes no sense and feels like another violation of the lore. They should have just made it where Ada was never infected. Ada being infected adds nothing to the story, and the way it's used sparingly and during very specific set pieces doesn't allow any sense of tension. Of all the possible ways they could have tried to build some kind of connection between the player and Ada, this is what they opted for? Connecting with Ada is already rendered impossible as she's been stripped of her most interesting character traits to become a very flat character with terrible writing and poor voice acting. But you're telling me I was meant to feel something for her through her infection? There is absolutely no point in having Ada be infected. It was simply here for padding and nothing else. They just took creative liberties and in the process made their own lore within Resident Evil 4 Remilk even more confusing. What an absolute waste of time and resources. A critically injured Luiz contacts Ada while Leon is fighting Krauser. He says that Krauser, a bad bad guy, just stole the amber. Why does he use such a childish phrase to describe Krauser? It makes him sound even more stupid than he already is. And it's funny how he mentions Krauser like Ada knows him, but she actually doesn't. As indicated before, Krauser has no affiliation with Wesker or Ada. As she's passing through the Navistador nest, Luiz opts to send the irradiation report to Ada since he's not going to make it. Ada then asks Luiz where the amber was, which he shouldn't be asking because Luiz literally told her seconds ago that Krauser has the amber. I see new Capcom didn't even bother checking over the script to avoid this redundancy. Luiz then thanks Ada for the chance to do good again, which he shouldn't be doing because Ada only went along to help remove the plaga from her body. She didn't exactly express a lot of concern for Leon and Ashley's well-being, and she had threatened to shoot Luiz before allowing him to get the suppressant. How am I meant to feel anything for this supposed connection between Luiz and Ada when their prior behavior doesn't exactly reinforce this idea? Even Ada doesn't understand what Luiz is saying, though in this case, she shouldn't even be voicing this because Luiz clearly indicated he was going to die. He then reminds Ada again that he's a good old Samaritan, like he really needs to reiterate upon that as part of his final words. At least in Resident Evil 4 OG, they approach Luiz's good side with a bit more subtlety and less stilted dialogue compared to this Remilk. But this quote isn't as bad as the next quote he says. He then tells Ada to help Leon when he's gone. This feels on par with one of the policemen telling a special agent like Leon to go and investigate, but this is way worse on a character level. She has to be told by a badly written side character who she has no real connection with aside from a cringe scene involving dancing and weird jazz music to help Leon. Do you have any idea how stupid that is in discrediting her character? Ada does absolutely nothing to contribute to her own character growth. It takes away any sense of autonomy and development. And this whole idea of Luiz telling Ada to be a good person is made more stupid by the fact that in Resident Evil 2 OG, Leon's good nature that went beyond the simple Call of Duty actually broke through Ada's cold personality. She felt a sense of guilt with what she was putting Leon through, and that caused her to develop a sense of concern for Leon. She developed conflicted feelings during Resident Evil 2 OG that she had to suppress with time before Resident Evil 4 OG, while still maintaining that concern for Leon. This right here just feels like a slap to the face because new Capcom decided to give Luiz the role that Leon should have gotten in Resident Evil 2 Remilk, where he should have been able to appeal to Ada's good nature. Though I suppose with how stilted and inorganic the writing of these Remilks are, it would have been done poorly either way in Resident Evil 2 Remilk. If Ada has to be told to care about Leon, that just makes her more useless as a character and removes more depth from her. The only reason I can think of as to why they made the writing this poor in its execution and ruin Ada's character further is to haphazardly contribute to Luiz's supposed redemption arc. In their attempt to further contribute to Luiz going through a supposed redemption arc, they had to make Ada seem more useless and cold so that Luiz can tell her to care for Leon and be a supposedly good person. It's what I'd expect from a team as incompetent as new Capcom, who clearly have no understanding of the character traits of these iconic characters. It's just like what I mentioned before about the illusion of character growth by making the characters act out of character or acting in accordance with the poor writing established in Resident Evil 2 Remilk. This honestly reminds me of what new Capcom did to Annette in Resident Evil 2 Remilk, where she literally had to be told by Claire to care for her daughter Sherry, which is ironic because in Resident Evil 2 OG, Annette already had that care for her daughter, but she was always so busy to properly express that to Sherry before the events of Resident Evil 2 OG. And in one scenario, Annette literally entrusts the formulation of the G-Virus vaccine to Claire in order to save Sherry. In another scenario, while Annette is dying, Sherry finds her and they talk, leading to Annette telling Sherry that she was sorry. But in Resident Evil 2 Remilk, they did a complete 180 with Annette's character and made her so invested in science at the expense of her family. I literally get flashbacks to Annette's character in Resident Evil 2 Remilk when I hear Luiz saying this. What other dog shit? Luiz then intervenes in saving Leon from Krauser. In this moment, he shouts Leon's name before firing his Red 9, but he never shouted Leon's name in the main experience of Resident Evil 4 Remilk, so that's another minor inconsistency. Grappling to a high point, Ada spots Leon and Luiz and sees Krauser running away. At least she catches on quickly that the person running away is Krauser compared to Leon, who doesn't catch on as quickly as expected. She then voices that the goodbye to Luiz is gonna have to wait, which is pointless to set up because she never gives her final words to Luiz. It then fades to black and somehow Ada is able to ride the same elevator that Leon will use later on to get to the carriage that leads to the clock tower and use it. She doesn't even send the carriage back, so how the carriage is set up for Leon when he gets up the elevator is confusing. Ada then spots Ashley being taken away by a zealot, which makes no sense. The throne room where Ashley was is only a few rooms away from the carriage. Ramon had plenty of time to get Ashley to the clock tower before Leon could emerge from the mines, but somehow, despite Leon spending considerable time conversing with Luiz, obtaining the suppressant, battling the Ganados and the two El Gigantes, navigating the mines, minecart sequence, traversing the Navisador nest and ultimately fighting Krauser, all of which suggests a significant passage of time, Ramon was somehow still delayed in sending Ashley to the clock tower. You can't say that the door between the ballroom and the carriage was blocking Ramon, as he could have gotten his zealots on the other side to open the door for him before locking it. Ashley should have already been inside the ancient chantry well before Leon even got to the carriage. Ramon could have easily waited for Krauser to take Ashley and send her with him before Leon could arrive. I assume that Ramon had to wait for Krauser because the subordinate plagas of the zealots, who have probably never used a boat prior to plaga infection, would have prevented them from operating the boat to get to the island. But either way, if Ramon was faster in sending Ashley to the ancient chantry, Ada would never have been able to tell Leon that Ashley was at the clock tower. This is yet another example of how the conveyance of the passage of time between Resident Evil 4 Remilk and Separate Ways Remilk is really bad, all because of how one chapter of Separate Ways Remilk isn't proportional to the length of one chapter in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. Ada also spots Krauser running away on the clock tower. How exactly did he get there? Did he ride the carriage to the clock tower? He couldn't have, because Ada wouldn't have been able to take it then. Also, the tower he's on doesn't lead anywhere, and how did he even jump onto the scaffolding in the first place? This right here is the most likely place where he could have jumped onto the scaffolding, but it makes no feasible sense. And he jumps down to somewhere, but all that's there is an abyss, and jumping down doesn't lead him to the stairs that Leon takes to get to the ancient chantry. The screenplay is so confusing. Ashley is just now being taken to the clock tower, and Krauser's path to get to the ancient chantry doesn't make sense. New Capcom didn't even consider the way they set up their environment before designing the cutscene like this. They could have honestly removed the part where Krauser is on that tower and just kept the moment where Ada sees Krauser running down the stairs, even though that still wouldn't answer the question of how Krauser got there. Another thing they could have done is kept the part where Krauser is running along the tower, then jump to the other side, which would have allowed him to enter the ancient chantry through the roof. And given his super strength, the fall wouldn't have hurt. But then again, during the cutscene where Ramon gives Ashley the Krauser, he makes it seem like Krauser was actually waiting there the whole time, since he acknowledged to Krauser that he has delivered Ashley to him as promised. And Ramon was walking with Ashley before entering the ancient chantry. But the thing is, if Krauser was waiting there, we would not be seeing him running like this. The disconnect between Resident Evil 4 Remilk and Separate Ways Remilk is once again shown through bizarre screenplay. While there have been confusing screenplay moments in the earlier parts of this pre-alpha, and I haven't acknowledged them, I'm only acknowledging this because Ada acknowledges it when she wonders how Krauser got there so fast. If Ada didn't mention it, I wouldn't have bothered describing the odd screenplay. Ada then tells Leon where Ashley is, which from the recontextualization provided by the DLC, we're supposed to believe that Luiz got through to Ada with his final words, but this can't be, as she did the same thing earlier when she told Leon to go to the throne room, and Luiz never gave any impactful words at the time. And how convenient that the moment where Luiz tells Ada to go help Leon takes place before this particular conversation, where Leon sarcastically remarks that Ada isn't so heartless after all. It's so blatantly obvious that they set up Luiz's quotes to artificially tie into this line that Leon only says a minute later. This is not very clever in its writing. After doing a minor sequence involving the pounding rocks from Resident Evil 4 OG, which you should not be wasting blast crossbow bolts on, as you need them for the final two chapters, Ada reaches the roof of the ancient chantry and sees Leon shoot Ramon. Ada calls Leon a good boy, so she's clearly still using him and not treating him like someone she should care about after Luiz's final words. She then tells him to keep Ramon busy because she somehow knows that Ramon is going to mutate even after he falls into the abyss. Considering that Ada didn't initially know the symptoms of her plaga infection, she didn't know what the El Gigante's plaga was, and she was caught off guard by the organism attached to Panta, I don't understand how she could just know that Ramon was still alive. And hearing her say that reminded me of how slow Leon was to catch on to the idea that Torres Mendes was infected by a plaga. On the elevator ride down, Ada is contacted by Wesker, who demands a report. She tells him that Krauser has the amber, and she says Krauser's name in passing, like Wesker somehow knows him. As I acknowledged before, there was no evidence in the main experience or any kind of moment with Krauser's writing that would imply he knows about Wesker. However, in Separate Ways Remilk, the file titled Last Line of Defenses has Krauser saying that some group is drawing closer to the island to steal the holy body, and he's pretty sure he knows who. This would imply that he knows Wesker, but given how much Separate Ways Remilk has contradicted many of the events in Resident Evil 4 Remilk and offered up lore points that muddy the quality of the overall story and lore further, this feels like a mistake on New Capcom's part or a clumsy attempt to link to Resident Evil 4 OG. Either that, or when Krauser says he knows who, this probably indicates that he read Luiz's email and knows that he was in contact with an outside group, which therefore means he's not aware of who Wesker is. Furthermore, if Krauser was aware that injecting himself with the superior species plaga would make him retain his consciousness, but forcibly make him loyal to Sadler, just like with Annabelle, he wouldn't have injected himself with it if he was loyal to Wesker. Because he does inject himself, this means that he's loyal to Sadler and not Wesker. Of course, as I mentioned before, how exactly does Krauser retain his grudge against Leon if he was injected? Yet Annabelle lost her personal interests herself and maintained full loyalty to Sadler, to the point of forgetting about the Amber and focusing entirely on the superior species Plaga. This is where such an inconsistency can make this point on Krauser's loyalty confusing. And because Wesker doesn't ask who Krauser is when Ada mentions him in passing, it makes it seem like he knows him. But I would assume that because voice actors often record their lines in separate areas at separate times, the chances of getting conversations that have some confusing moments with the word choices and context is increased greatly. What I mean is, the voice actor for Wesker was probably given lines to say that don't properly fall in line with the idea of responding to the name of a character in passing. Therefore, Wesker saying "you continue to disappoint me" was probably made as a response to Ada saying something along the lines of "I don't have the Amber yet" or "someone stole the Amber from Luiz," instead of "Krauser has his hands on the Amber." And to further complement this idea of Krauser not knowing Ada or Wesker, Ada never voices any quote that would hint towards a former affiliation. And if Krauser knew Wesker, he would have been aware of Wesker's superhuman strength. If Krauser is driven by nothing but an incessant lust for power, he would have remained loyal to Wesker after seeing how powerful he was if he did know him. But this is not the case, since Krauser chose to side with Sadler. He even set up island defenses and made the antenna array for the Illuminados in order to track the activities of hostile organizations, including those of US intelligence services. This kind of stuff takes time, more time than what Wesker would allow on a single mission. If Krauser was working for Wesker, he wouldn't be wasting time doing stuff like this. And I'm not counting the kidnapping of the president's daughter in this case, as this act was believed by Krauser to be one step towards getting the dominant species Plaga while still satisfying his drive to take down the US government in the canon timeline. And to further add on to the idea of Krauser's incessant lust for power possibly causing him to side with Wesker if he knew him, Wesker has his entire hand over the entire BOW arms race, and he even has spies within the US government, assuming that point on Wesker is still intact in this Remilk. If Krauser was aware of this and he knew Wesker, he would not side with Sadler. Wesker's resources would have been beneficial to Krauser's own vendetta against the US government. And if Operation Javier in this Remilk doesn't involve the presence of BOWs, why would Krauser seek out someone like Wesker before pledging loyalty to Sadler? It wouldn't make sense if he somehow knew Wesker in this Remilk. There's so much here that implies that Krauser doesn't know Wesker or Ada, though the part where Wesker extracts Krauser's dead body to get the dead superior species Plaga specimen would hint at some kind of familiarity, as how would he even know that Krauser had the superior species Plaga, or even where he was killed? If Wesker wasn't familiar with Krauser, he would have skipped him, but I would guess that because the island was a couple of miles away from the castle, and Wesker had his boat on the outskirts of the island, he had to make a quick choice and pick Krauser's body, as Ramon's body was inaccessible. Also, because Ramon's mutation was so extreme, it's possible the superior species Plaga within Ramon wasn't possible to extract. The Resident Evil podcast team did tell me that Luiz was feeding intel to Ada for a while, so it's possible that Wesker knew about the superior species Plaga, and that only the top individuals within the Illuminados have the superior species Plaga. So based on this, Wesker could know about Krauser without having to introduce himself to Krauser, which I'll accept as an explanation. But to sum it all up and relate back to this conversation Ada has with Wesker, Ada mentioning Krauser's name to Wesker in passing and having Wesker not question who Krauser is an indication that Wesker knows Krauser, but not as an operative, but as a top individual within the Illuminados, no different to Torres Mendes and Ramon Salazar. After telling Ada that she continues to disappoint him, she tells him she'll get the Amber back. Wesker advises her to do so, as the mission must continue as planned. Getting to the pier, she just misses Krauser as he leaves with Ashley. At this point, Leon is supposed to be on the elevator as he sees Krauser leaving while on the elevator, so how he killed Ramon so quickly is beyond me, and I guess Ada spent some time searching this room for the key as Leon immediately enters the area after she gets the key. I have no idea how that's possible. It's yet another funny disconnect between Resident Evil 4 Remilk and Separate Ways Remilk. Revealing herself to Leon, she takes him to the island, plants a tracking device on him somehow, engages in a pointless and hollow conversation with him, and then grapples onto the island. It then transitions to the sanctuary, with Krauser giving Sadler the Amber. We know at the start of chapter 13, Leon spots Krauser holding an unconscious Ashley as he's getting to Facility 1. Krauser then left Ashley in a cell and went to the sanctuary to deliver the Amber. But it's weird though. Why didn't Krauser just take Ashley to the sanctuary and leave her there while at the same time delivering the Amber? Why leave her in that cell when her infection seemed to be close to completion? I don't understand. Ada watches Sadler and Krauser from the campsite using the Stingray. Where exactly did she get a different sniper rifle? She then says not yet, which I don't understand the context context of, is she talking about shooting Krauser or Sadler? What good is that gonna do when they take a boatload of shots before eventually going down, and would she really want to reveal her position to them? This line makes no sense. Wesker then sneaks up behind Ada somehow, leading to Ada asking whose blood he's here for this time, hers or Sadler's. The phrasing of this line is a little confusing, as it makes it seem like Wesker had tried to assassinate someone earlier during this operation, which is why Ada uses the phrase this time, but we never saw Wesker try to assassinate anyone directly before this point. And it's odd that Wesker would threaten to kill Ada, given that he just said earlier that the mission needs to continue as planned. And Ada hasn't exactly done or said anything in Wesker's presence that would indicate she was going to betray him. I'm just surprised Wesker doesn't acknowledge if his surveillance equipment or tracking devices picked up anything unusual that would lead to him threatening Ada like this. New Capcom should have mentioned the equipment at some point, but they don't do that. Or maybe Wesker's so fed up with her incompetence, he's decided to terminate her, but I think a better question is why he would even need Ada in the first place if he's going to come into the field himself. If the rival organization doesn't exist and he has this superhuman strength, he would have no reason to send in Ada initially. This is again another problem with giving Wesker a physical presence in this pre-alpha. Wesker tells Ada that who he chooses to kill depends on what she does next, as there has been a change of plans. He places an override device on the ground before sarcastically remarking that Ada is free to refuse this order, obviously not wanting her to decline. Ada then tries to call out Wesker's bluff by asking if he thinks that gun is going to be enough to persuade her. I think she should be calling out Wesker's superhuman strength rather than the gun in his hand. I don't really understand why New Capcom is hesitant to showcase Wesker's superhuman strength when they're so okay with showing all this fantasy garbage and extreme mutations with the Plagas. Ada then accepts his new orders, which makes her attempt at calling out Wesker pointless. She then says it'll cost her extra. Given how much Remilk Wesker seems to showcase more anger than his OG counterpart, it wouldn't surprise me if he just ended Ada right then and there because she asked for extra money despite her incompetence. Honestly, this whole interaction just left me asking, what's happening? The first time I saw this in my blind playthrough. Calling her decision a wise choice, Wesker sends her the coordinates, but not before telling her that he doesn't like waiting. Why exactly does Wesker even need Ada to connect the override device to the main terminal in the comms facility when he was able to place a bunch of explosives around the island easily? If he was able to do all that somehow, then surely connecting a device to a terminal should be simple. That really makes no sense to me, and this interaction does little to justify Wesker's physical presence here. His presence has as much value as being on a communicator and chatting with Ada. This face-to-face confrontation really doesn't achieve anything. And again, what's the justification for Wesker being here when in this Remilk he's already started development of the Ouroboros virus to destroy the world? How does he go from that mindset of destroying the world to now wanting the Amber? It can't be because the Amber has some important component relevant to the development of Ouroboros, because his backup plan was to extract the superior species Plaga from Krauser. This backup plan indicates some kind of cultivation or cloning process to create an army of Ganados or to sell them on the black market for profit, not the eventual destruction of the world. Therefore, you'd have to assume that Wesker wants the Amber for the same reason. The only thing I can think of is that he needs loyal servants or soldiers to back him up and prevent any interruptions from counter-bioterrorist organizations in the time frame between completing Ouroboros and unleashing it. Or maybe he needs loyal servants and workers in the aftermath of unleashing Ouroboros for his new world order. But assuming the rival organization is around, surely they'd be suspicious of Wesker if he was actually going out into the field, and they'd actually do something to delay him or stop him. But they don't seem to be around because of the fact that Ada chooses to betray Wesker after having a crisis of conscience and not because of the rival organization's orders. This confusion with Wesker trying to get the Amber, when coupled with his backup plan with extracting Krauser's superior species Plaga, makes it seem like New Capcom believes the Amber and the superior species Plaga are the same, which they're not. It's like they completely forgot about their own lore, and then when the development of the Ouroboros virus is considered, it adds even more confusion. The amount of stuff they cut out from this Remilk is staggering, and the fact that New Capcom didn't even consider the illogical design of their script in relation to the characters' mindsets is incredibly amateurish. After some minor sequences with the militia Ganados, Ada is able to get to the facility one loft and spy on Leon and Ashley. You mean to tell me that despite the heavy enemy presence in the Wrecking Ball area, they never realized that Leon had alerted the others and was in the process of getting to Ashley? How did the Ganados not know he is with Ashley right now if he's literally in the room next to the Wrecking Ball area? What have they been doing the whole time? How could they make the intersecting stories of Resident Evil 4 Remilk and Separate Ways Remilk so confusing with when they intersect with each other? After Leon contacts Ada and gives his cringe quote on Ada being an encyclopedia, Ada moves on. I recommend going to the merchant, selling your sniper rifle, and buying the Stingray, as it will help for a later encounter. We then find a file from what I assume is a recently deceased researcher, especially given the freshly deceased bodies in this room and the tool toolset that was clearly used to gain access to the high voltage power unit in the freezer after Leon went there earlier to upgrade his keycard. This researcher mentions that the test subjects are loose and the way out is shut. If he's referring to the regenerators, then you have to wonder why no one within the Illuminados was doing anything to counter this problem. Why weren't Sadler and Krauser doing anything? Krauser was just casually walking to the sanctuary to give Sadler the amber, and none of the Ganados were being accosted by the regenerators or being forced to leave their post to deal with the problem. Leon didn't even encounter any power failures aside from switching breakers between sections of rooms. Leon did encounter 2 regenerators prior to getting to the incubation lab, so did he not kill them? And weirdly, when Ada jumps down into the incubation lab, none of the regenerators can be seen in their tubes. So going off of this researcher's notes, it implies that the regenerators were accidentally released when that horde of Ganados came after Leon, and Leon never killed them. I question why they would settle upon that kind of scenario that would lead into this section. I feel like Leon would have killed the regenerators if he gained access to the biosensor scope. The researcher then mentions that the high voltage power unit for the shutter is missing and that there is one in the freezer. It is often used as an emergency power supply when one of the test subjects escapes, which I assume is a lesson they learned from case 2002F with that one regenerator that escaped due to a power failure. The researcher then contemplates on how to get there since those things are running wild. He doesn't want to give up as he has a family. He has to do this for them, which makes absolutely no sense. Given the recently deceased bodies in the tool set in the freezer, this file was likely made after the captive researcher's note and the superior species report, and we know that the high-ranking researchers and possibly the other researchers were infected with the superior species plaga. This researcher should not be mentioning his family. He should only be thinking about Sadler while maintaining his faculties. If the captive researcher mentioned that Annabelle had been completely changed and Annabelle herself acknowledged the absence of free will in her case, as well as having her entire mindscape be centered around Sadler, how can this researcher be thinking about his family? There's no sense with the way this is written. Can you imagine if Ashley's infection with the superior species plaga allowed her to think about her father? It wouldn't make sense. That's what I mean when I say the superior species plaga allows the person to retain their faculties while forcibly making them loyal to Sadler, because that actually makes more sense in the context of Ashley being a sleeper agent. If the superior species plaga didn't forcibly mold the person's mindset to favor Sadler, that would be like injecting Leon and Ashley with the dominant plaga in the canon timeline, which wouldn't make sense as the dominant plaga doesn't change the person's mindset to favor an intense amount of loyalty to Sadler, which is why Sadler had to be smart with selecting the people that would be infected with the dominant plaga in the canon timeline. This file feels more like a hint for pre-alpha progress. There should not be any confusing lore interspersed within the documentation of the power unit's location. They're just flip-flopping with the superior species plaga's symptoms and the timeline of the researcher's infection. Moving on, we do some minor encounters with the enemies in Facility 1 to get the power unit. After that, we then get to this encounter with a regenerator and an Iron Maiden. For some reason, do Capcom place this regenerator around the corner so you're forced to be seen by it. It also doesn't respond to noise prior to being alerted, so you can't lure it away and safely deal with the Iron Maiden. This is a really stupid placement of an enemy. So you expose yourself for a bit to draw its attention, lure it back to the back area, then get past it. As you're running, an Iron Maiden is in front of you. You simply need to use your blast crossbow to stun it and get past it. However, this enemy is broken, as if it does its move where it fires its spikes at you, it will ignore the stun generated by the explosion. If this happens, you need to crouch to avoid the spikes, then hopefully push past it. Taking these into consideration, it's best to hug the left-hand side of the corridor to make more room to run around it on the right-hand side. Try to stun it with your blast crossbow or crouch under the spikes and you should be able to run past it. What a really stupid sequence. I'm not wasting time using the biosensor scope and killing these regenerators in response to new Capcom's inability to properly place enemies or actually ensure their stun systems aren't broken. And also, can I just say how cringe it is hearing Ada say drat? Who in this modern generation uses the term drat as an exclamation? This is the kind of term I'd be hearing in some vintage comic or an old superhero movie. Why now does Ada decide to change her usual exclamation to something so old-fashioned? Ada never said anything like this in the other Resident Evil titles. It's so cringe just hearing it. Making our way outside, we find a shipping yard which has a boat that looks similar to the one that OG Ada finds in Resident Evil 4 OG. I wonder if this was the foreman's boat, as he called his boat mangy. This boat has rust on it which could qualify as mangy, so maybe after the foreman was infected by the amber dust, the Illuminados seized control of it and brought it to the island. We also find the antenna array construction report. The antenna array was fully completed prior to Ashley's abduction by Krauser. Using this array, they're able to intercept and monitor the activities of hostile organizations, including those of the US intelligence services. This was likely how Leon's call with Hunnigan was interrupted, though this seems to have only affected long-range communications rather than short-range communications. And Leon Leon, Luiz, Ada, and Wesker were freely communicating with each other via their communicators, so they didn't seem to worry about anyone tracking their activities. Krauser then acknowledged that they collected intel and planned for Ashley's kidnapping. What kind of intel it was is unclear, especially when factoring in the file on Ashley's abduction. As I pointed out, it seemed like Ashley had good and bad ex-military bodyguards. Her good bodyguards were killed and used in a distraction, while the bad bodyguards abducted her and brought her to Krauser. It made it seem like Krauser had swayed some of Ashley's bodyguards to his side, so what kind of intel would he need to know exactly? I'm probably not meant to be looking deep into this, so I'll just move on. We now have another sequence reused from Resident Evil 4 OG, the lift sequence. In Resident Evil 4 OG, this was a sequence that was used as a way for the player to get adjusted to the laser sight and the over-the-shoulder perspective, which were relatively new ideas during 2005. There were many sequences like this in Resident Evil 4 OG, like when shooting that truck that was coming down the hill to ram you, or when shooting that wine bottle in the painting to open a door in the castle. This was old Capcom reveling in the game's laser-sighted system and over-the-shoulder perspective, and building sequences like these to allow players the chance to test their aim. For the lift sequence, shooting the enemies once caused them to fall off, and it was a nice distraction to keep the player engaged as they were going down this lift. In Resident Evil 4 Remilk, this freight lift sequence works fine, and it also highlights some noticeable changes with the enemies. The HP is lowered for these enemies, and what's more interesting than that is how the stun systems are different for the enemies. These enemies will consistently flinch from your shots. Even weapons like the pistol or the submachine gun will make them flinch in one shot. So new Capcom demonstrates in a rare moment like this actual care for their animations and not making the enemies seem like they're from a game from the 80s, where gaming was still undergoing refinement. There's no kind of awkward moments with the stun calculations on display. It's crazy just how polished the stun systems look at this moment. But moving past that, with a weapon like the Stingray, this sequence is no problem. But without the Stingray, you'll have to use a combination of your sniper rifle and your blast crossbow in order to deal with these enemies, which is pretty tedious, so don't waste time with that. Ada also spouts some stupid quotes themed around the lift, and it's really tiresome at this point. At least Ada from Resident Evil 4 OG didn't spout out flat jokes like these constantly. The only quote that was ever bad from Ada in Separate Ways OG was when she was commenting on Krauser's arm and saying, "That's a big thing you have there." It was so unnecessary and cringeworthy from Ada, but at least it's just one quote. This Ada, as well as Remilk Leon, are trying to get the world record for the highest number of tiresome jokes in a short amount of time. It's like new Capcom only saw Resident Evil 4 OG at a superficial level, or just relied upon their ignorant fans to guide their designs on Leon and Ada's voice acting. How humiliating for the both of them to get this kind of treatment from new Capcom. We now have this section filled with a bunch of sentry guns. While the song that plays during the sequence, which is a reimagining of the song Shipyard from Separate Ways OG, is one of my favorite tracks from Separate Ways Remilk, it's unfortunately overlaid over a pretty dull section that doesn't match the pace of the song. In Separate Ways OG, you were rushing through a horde of enemies, going from one platform to the deck of a ship, and also using your hookshot to traverse the area. You were also taking down turrets and rocket turrets as well. Everything you were doing in that section matched the tone and pace of the music, and it all contributed to a sequence that gets your heart pumping. In Separate Ways Remilk, you not only have to waste time slowly going from cover to cover to avoid the initial turrets, but you also have to get past a bunch of enemies in your typical Resident Evil 4 Remilk section with tiresome gameplay and awkward mechanics. Ada's incredibly slow sprint speed does not allow this sequence to feel faster paced, and you also have so many enemies in this part that at times you're forced to deal with them or just use a flash grenade or your blast crossbow to get around them. Eventually, you redirect a turret to open the way out of here, and that's it. There's nothing here that's exciting. Not even the environment is particularly interesting. The only decent thing about this section is how you can use your blast crossbow to destroy one particular turret before using an enemy to draw the attention of the turret blocking your way out of here in order to give you a way out. It speeds up this dull sequence significantly. So for the general strategy, drop down, move from cover to cover like normal, then use your hookshot. Get rid of the 3 enemies and leave the guy with the club alive. He's more useful for skipping this sequence because of his QTE move. Use your blast crossbow to destroy this turret by shooting it directly, then set up near the turret sensor. Try to bait out the QTE move, dodge it, run to the other side, then use the splash damage of the blast crossbow to launch him into the sensor. If you can get through the sensor before he's killed, you've done the section. Never use bullets on him. It's unclear where you have to shoot to get this guy to stumble forwards or backwards to get him into the sensor. And even if you shoot the same area, he might do different stun animations. That's why the blast crossbow is useful here. Of course, that's assuming he does the QTE move. If he doesn't do it, you'll either have to run past his attack or deflect him, then repeat the process with baiting out the QTE. Also, sometimes you can die when you're close to the enemy as he's being shot by the turret, but using this blast crossbow method, you shouldn't encounter that scenario so long as you fire your shot correctly. It might be good to use a flash grenade after doing the QTE so that the enemy isn't moving around so much as you're trying to use your blast crossbow. Making our way to the comms facility, which is also the Amber Laboratory, we come upon the Martinico, a brand new BOW BOW never seen before in Resident Evil 4 OG, and it really adds so much. We just do some QTEs and some running sequences before it's eventually killed by the laser grid. I mean, seriously? That's how you handle a new BOW? Treating it like it's a popcorn enemy? That's how you want to supplement your gameplay if you couldn't find something else that was much more engaging? That's the incentive you want to give Ada to go through the laser grid? I mean, this is so stupid! It amounts to nothing! It's Occam's razor! They'd achieve just as much as not putting this BOW here in the first place. Not that I even care, because I hated the idea of a new BOW being introduced in this remilk that embraces such extreme mutations and fantasy garbage. I mean, who is this for exactly? And just the way the Martinico looks, it looks nothing like a Plaga mutation. The Plaga is the last vector I think of with regards to this BOW's inhuman appearance. Hell, it doesn't even look like it belongs in the Resident Evil title. It looks more like something out of Lord of the Rings. It's currently rampaging throughout the lab, having killed all the researchers, including Annabelle. How this BOW even escaped when there seemed to be power is unclear. And why they would make another regenerating BOW when the regenerator was declared as a problem if it were to escape is also unclear. As you're being chased the first time, you can use an explosive on a wall to open a pointless shortcut that skips a moment where you're forced to crouch walk. Why would they decide to put this kind of shortcut in a fake gameplay moment to skip something as insignificant as a crouch walking moment? These developers have no sense with how they view their shortcuts. And also, there's this moment where you have to input a code while the Martinico is chasing you, and you're free to take however long you want to input this code. The pre-alpha freezes while you're in the middle of inputting the code. It's just as weird as getting that set of keys as Ashley and trying to open the elevator while a bunch of Armaduras are chasing you and they can't do anything. It's so silly, but I'm glad it pauses the pre-alpha because new Capcom would have found a way to make this sequence worse. Also, why does Ada say out of the blue that her new friend was the result of some experiment? We've read the notes, we understand that. It's like she's addressing a dumb audience who can't grasp this idea. She didn't voice this kind of quote with other BOW she's encountered, so why this one? I don't get it. Having escaped the Martinico for the time being, we come across the laser grid, which I assume is a creation of Umbrella, given that you can see their logo on certain equipment in this comms facility. This is yet another problem with introducing this BOW. If they're going to provide a story reason for the laser grid being set up, why would the configuration of the lasers be as such? You have stationary lasers that move around prior to a bunch of moving lasers. Why not just have only moving lasers if you're dealing with a large BOW that can regenerate? You never pondered this kind of question in Resident Evil 4 OG because there was never any story reason that was acknowledged as to why the lasers were there. You just saw it as a security measure that only the most athletically fit and agile individuals could get past, and it made for some nice choreography as Leon. And it's funny I'm mentioning this because after Ada gets past this first laser grid, she calls that whole moment excessive. I'm sorry, after all the fantasy garbage and BOW she's seen since starting this operation, that's where she draws the line in terms of excessive scenarios? She didn't exactly perform any demanding movements to navigate the first set of lasers, so what's she talking about? Now new Capcom is mocking themselves and mocking any Resident Evil media that features the laser grid. If they thought it was excessive, why would they put the sequence here then? If they cut out the bulldozer sequence from Resident Evil 4 OG because the awkward gameplay of Resident Evil 4 Remilk wouldn't have allowed that sequence to be good, then they might as well have just cut out this laser room and this BOW entirely. Disabling the security system, Ada connects the override device to the main terminal and contacts Wesker. For some reason, the override device shows bombs placed around the island. Bombs that Wesker placed himself and not Ada. So this is once again another example of new Capcom making the characters feel useless. In Resident Evil 4 OG, after Krauser was forced to call in Ada for assistance, Ada had strategically placed C4 explosives throughout the island as a failsafe in case Sadler would prevail. This showcased her clever thinking and how she was planning ahead. Remilk Ada clearly didn't plan ahead when trying to take down Sadler and steal the Amber. She really went into this mission unprepared in so many ways, so now Wesker needs to plan ahead for her. And by the way, what was even the point of connecting the override device to the main terminal? Why would Wesker's bombs have any relevance to this? Or was Ada stealing data from the terminal? The Resident Evil podcast team clarified that the reason Wesker wanted Ada to connect the override device to the main terminal in the comms facility was to arm Wesker's bombs. I'm guessing the highly sensitive array that Krauser made allowed the activation of Wesker's bombs. That's quite silly to believe because what would have happened if the Illuminados didn't have the highly sensitive antenna array? Would Wesker have not been able to arm all his bombs? I mean, Ada in Resident Evil 4 OG was able to set off all the bombs she planted with a simple detonator. I don't really understand how Wesker didn't have some alternate way to activate his bombs. It just seems really impractical having to use enemy devices to set up explosives. There's no way Wesker scouted the Illuminados for some time, found their antenna array, and thought it best to use their antenna array to set up his bombs, because that would involve an operative having to go in and risk exposure or die from the enemies. And if Wesker was setting the bombs now, why did he then decide to go to the island and extract Krauser's body? And at this point in time, Leon hasn't engaged Krauser yet, so Wesker is activating the bombs before Krauser has decided decided to mutate himself. So at some point while Ada is jet skiing to where Leon is, Wesker decided to extract Krauser's body either before or after he was killed. And he possibly found Krauser through some kind of surveillance system like what he was using when seeing increased movement from the Illuminados in Chapter 2. Assuming Wesker had suspicions regarding Ada's loyalty, even though she didn't really indicate this in any way to Wesker aside from her confrontational attitude at the start of Chapter 6, and knowing that Wesker knew about Krauser having the superior species Plaga, likely due to Luiz's intel, why would he arm the bombs now? And we know that at some point prior to Ada escaping via the helicopter, Wesker extracted Krauser's body. Or did he extract Krauser's body after the island blew up, but before Ada makes the helicopter pilot go off course? It didn't seem like much time passed between the island blowing up and the helicopter pilot being forced to turn around, especially when in the cutscene involving the helicopter pilot and Ada, they seemed to still be near the island, and Ada was telling Wesker she obtained the amber, which would lend credence to the notion that Wesker extracted Krauser's body before the island blew up. The timeline of Krauser's extraction, as well as what the flip-flopping of Wesker's mindset, is made more confusing by the fact that he's the one who set the explosives. I mean, this is such a mess with the screenplay. Ada notes that Wesker is going to bomb the entire island, including the president's daughter. Why is Ashley coming to mind when Ada has no connection to her and hasn't even interacted with her? She's probably alluding to both Leon and Ashley when using this term, and she can't afford to announce Leon's name to Wesker, as he'll take that as a hint that she may betray him or that her inorganic feelings for him will interfere with her mission. Now comes the most confusing part of this conversation. Ada asks him if activating the explosives will make things harder for him, to which he says there is no room for half measures and the weak exist to serve the strong. This quote from Ada feels like it was misplaced, as I've gone over it in my head so many times and I still don't understand from what context she's voicing this particular quote. Harder in what sense? Is she referring to the acquisition of the amber, the destruction of the Illuminados, the death of the president's daughter likely bringing heat on him, even though that doesn't make sense, the acquisition of important data on the Plagas, even though that shouldn't matter since Wesker is single-mindedly focused on the amber? Like, do you see what I'm saying? None of what I've said has any relevance to Wesker's response or to the use of the explosives. And why would Wesker say the weak exist to serve the strong as a response to Ada's question? What does such a statement have to do with the idea of half measures? It feels like a non sequitur and feels misplaced, like it was meant for a different conversation. Wesker then concludes the conversation by asking Ada to bring him the amber and that he's arranged a way for Ada to get back to the island, which doesn't make sense. Ada is already on the island. Did he mean to say sanctuary instead of island? How did new Capcom miss this blunder? And the fact that Wesker says this line almost implies that he knew Ada got to the island via boat and brought Leon to the island as well, as why else would he say get back? And also that he arranged a mode of transportation since Ada couldn't use the same boat. This can't be how this scene is meant to be interpreted. Did anyone at new Capcom actually look over the script before deciding on Wesker's confusing lines? Ada then has a crisis of conscience moment, but then remembers something that Luiz said to her. What this line isn't clear. Is it the part about being a good Samaritan, or the part where he asked her to help Leon when he's gone? She then takes a USB stick from somewhere and plugs it into the override device to stop the bombs from detonating simultaneously and reducing the overall damage from the explosions by 50%, which is meant to provide Leon and Ashley a better chance of escaping alive. She also says this line about not always playing by Wesker's rules from Separate Ways OG, but it just doesn't have a lot of weight behind it. In Separate Ways OG, Ada says this line after Wesker tells her that he's dispatched Krauser to kill Leon. Having her say this line prior to directly saving Leon from Krauser showcases her concern for Leon and also displays her struggle between her personal feelings for Leon and her professionally oriented mindset towards getting her mission done. But here, having her say this like she's displaying some sense of autonomy is so jarring when considering that she had to be told by Luiz to help Leon and that she's been largely uncaring towards Leon's situation for so much of this pre-alpha. It just feels like another misplaced line because the transition from talking about Luiz to talking about Wesker feels so sudden and inorganic, and having her way of helping Leon be more indirect through the reduction in the blast radius of the explosions doesn't feel as impactful as having her directly save Leon from Krauser. The method of helping Leon needs to complement this line on not playing by Wesker's rules, and Separate Ways Remilk chose the wrong method. And before you say that she helps Leon by saving him from Sadler, she was already going there anyway under Wesker's orders and just happened to stumble upon Leon being subjugated by Sadler, so this moment where she helps Leon doesn't complement what she mentions about Wesker's rules. It's just here for cheap nostalgia more than anything. Almost all of Resident Evil 4 Remilk relies on nostalgia without making such moments feel organic, meaningful, or properly voice acted. Ada makes her way to another laser room when the Martinico busts through a wall behind her. The lasers also activate, so she's sandwiched. While this BOW kindly stands around and waits for her to start running, Ada chooses to go through the laser grid. Ada then displays her acrobatics, which don't look anywhere near as good as Leon's acrobatics from Resident Evil 4 OG just based on the camera work, the motion graphics, and the sound effects. In Resident Evil 4 OG, the choice of camera placements, the motion blur, the placement of slow motion moments, the sound effects on the motion, and the sounds of exertion from Leon showcased a sequence where Leon had to push himself to get through the sequence. The stylized format allowed the acrobatics to feel genuine just based on all these factors. In Separate Ways Remilk, the camera follows Ada and doesn't allow for fixed camera angles. Ada doesn't really sound like she's exerting effort, and there's no motion blur. I guess this is more so a consequence of not favoring a stylized format that would be more apparent in the PS2 generation and not on modern consoles, so I can't really criticize this. But what I do find weird is how Ada jumps off the left wall. Her hands are nowhere near where her hookshot is, but when you do the QTE, it just looks like she's floating, and the hookshot is magically in her hand. And the framing of this initial shot of the blue lasers appearing makes it seem like Ada somehow knew there was going to be a laser configuration that would be impossible to dodge, which makes no sense. It then shows this slow motion moment of Ada narrowly avoiding the blue lasers, and as one of my friends pointed out, the only thing excessive about the laser room was how much time was spent in slow motion. I agree, though I do find some allure with the music and slow motion when I'm playing out scenes in my head to these aspects. The Martinico is then destroyed by the laser grid, the literal personification of a throwaway idea. There was no reason for this BOW to exist. Ada then says always have an out, like she's pointing out a plot convenience. Why does she need to mention it? I wouldn't have thought about it if she didn't mention it. It's like those moments in Resident Evil 2 Remilk where Leon points out convenient moments or loopholes.
Somebody's watching me. That was easy.
Ada then hears Leon and Ashley being subjugated by Sadler prior to Krauser's encounter. I'm amazed that we're still on Chapter 14 of Resident Evil 4 Remilk, yet Chapter 4 of Separate Ways Remilk spanned Chapters 7 through 9, and Chapter 4 is way shorter than Chapter 6. And apparently, in the time it took Ada to use this jet ski to get to the sanctuary, Leon killed Krauser and witnessed Mike's death. I don't see how that's possible. The passage of time is so weird in Separate Ways Remilk. But talking about this jet ski, is this what Wesker meant when he said he arranged a way for Ada to get back to the sanctuary? Did he place that jet ski there somehow, and that's how Ada is able to use it, get a key, then set it up for Leon and Ashley later on? That can't be true. There is no way that is possible. But whatever, let's just move on. Ada arrives at the underground passage and reminds herself that she's here to find Leon and also Sadler. It seems weird to me that she somehow knows Leon is still alive and is headed for the sanctuary, but I guess the tracking device she planted on Leon is what kept her informed of his progress, but it's quite easy to forget about it. Now that I think about it, is that how Wesker found Krauser's body? By tracking Leon's movements through the tracking device she planted on him? Wesker had Luiz's signal, which was probably through the tracking device before he lost track of Luiz prior to Ada dealing with Basanta in the village. That being said, the problem with this idea is that Wesker could theoretically figure out that Ada brought Leon to the island if she planted the tracking device on Leon before getting onto the island. And Wesker's dialogue doesn't seem to indicate that he was tracking Leon, so does that mean the tracking device that Ada uses is specific to herself and Wesker can't actually see it, meaning he couldn't actually see Luiz on his end? I see Separate Ways Remilk's developers brought up another confusing plot point with making Ada plant that tracking device on Leon. After using gunshots as distractions to get past the initial enemies and dealing with the rest of the enemies, we get to where Sadler is. Do yourself a favor and buy the rocket launcher to deal with him. Sadler is one of the most brain-dead, soulless, monotonous, repetitive, uncreative, and broken bosses I have ever seen in the entire Resident Evil series. And for a final boss fight of a DLC, this is pitiful. It's no different to what he's like as a final boss fight for the main experience. They took a really cool encounter from Separate Ways OG and stripped it bare. Sadler in Separate Ways OG was actually designed to be an intimidating boss with his music and his capabilities. He also had some cool designs with him, like being able to use your shotgun to counter him and put him into a hard stun that allowed you to do a knife execution. They actually took the time to put in that kind of interesting counter system with the shotgun, encouraging experimentation. I don't know any game that allows you to counter attacks to put enemies into specific stun animations using your guns. And also, Sadler didn't have an absurd amount of life because they didn't allow the merchant to dictate the fundamental balancing of the DLC. It's just a shame that there is an exploit in Sadler's boss fight where if you stand on an incline, Sadler will never do his tentacle attack to get you off of him, and instead, he'll do QTE moves. This can allow you to knife him, and the knife does more damage than the QTEs for some reason. It's an exploit built for noobs, and it removes any sense of creativity or incentive to engage with the more complex systems of his fight. It sucks sucks that they couldn't find a way to remove it. Overall, Sadler was made to be an intimidating encounter with interesting gameplay systems at play, and you can understand why the vulnerabilities Ada found with Sadler's human form would force him to transform and deal with Leon. Not to mention, Sadler reached his ultimatum, so he was set on transforming anyway. And then we get to Sadler in Separate Ways Remilk, and it's a complete 180 in quality. I provide a really good overview on Sadler in one of my worst throughs of this pre-alpha. Let me play it for you, just to talk about the general method. Just keep your distance from Sadler, because the only time you're ever going to get an opening to hit Sadler is if he jumps at you from a distance, and then you just need to run around him. And the first time he jumps at you, he will not immediately attack you, and that can definitely throw off the pattern. But the other times when he decides to jump at you, he will immediately initiate an attack, and you have to run around him in a counterclockwise manner. And I'm only going to shoot Sadler in the head, and you can also shoot Sadler's weak spot whenever he does his acid attack and you crouch under it, but the damage is so minuscule, I don't even know if it matters whether or not you hit that weak spot or not. The rest of his attacks are also so badly designed. A lot of them have phantom range, and a lot of the times Sadler's AI can be really stupid because he'll jump towards you and not do anything, or you do that QTE where he does that jump attack and then you dodge, but sometimes your position after you do the QTE, which is that roll animation you just saw, sometimes you can be so close to Sadler that he will just hit you with his back attack, and the back attack has some ridiculous tracking on it, and it also has phantom range. You pretty much have to parry it, but most likely you'll be chancing it by just running away from it, but that's another bad spot right there. So a lot of the times when you do the roll, you collide with Sadler and can be put so close to him that he will most likely hit you or do a really douchey attack, and because of the fact that the parry is not omnidirectional, if you're facing Sadler incorrectly, the parry doesn't register, and you get fucked so hard by him. It is really broken. And also, that move right there, where he plunges his tentacle into the ground, that move, for some reason, has a broken startup frame period, because the active frame period of that move actually extends a bit into the startup frames, yet you do not take any damage, and it has phantom range as well. So, what can happen is, Sadler plunges his tentacle into the ground, and if you're close to him, sometimes you get stunned for no reason, and then you can't avoid the tentacle that comes up from under the ground. It's so broken. It's the same problem that occurs with U3, and U3 does the same kind of attack, where U3 plunges her tail into the ground, and it just comes up from underneath you. A lot of Sadler's moves just feel like U3's moves, just reused in this encounter. They literally feel no different to each other in terms of some of their moves. That's how uninspired Sadler is even more when he's reusing moves from U3. It's the most standard generic fight I have ever seen, if you even want to call it that, because again, this is almost like a 20-minute encounter. This doesn't feel practical at all for playing it normally. It's almost like the developers expect you to sell everything except for like the sniper rifle and the TMP and a couple of flash grenades, and then buy the rocket launcher to get rid of this guy, because that just feels so much more practical, and it feels like it has a lot more sense to it than doing whatever the hell I'm doing right now with this very weird loop of just staying as far as I can from Sadler and just hoping he doesn't catch me out with some really douchey attacks, or I don't get screwed by the really bad roll animation from the QTE or anything like that. There's just so much here that is wrong with Sadler. And also, I don't even know if it's worth going for the knife executions. I was really hoping that there would be something similar to the worm that U3 uses, where after like 2 knife executions, he instantly dies, but it's not the case at all. However, you do get some kind of special cutscene that plays when you finish off Sadler with a knife execution, but it's after like 3 knife executions, and it is so ambiguous whether or not Sadler is actually going to get stunned in such a way where he's susceptible to a knife execution. And here it is, his douchey move, where he holds his tentacles up like they're drills and just barrels his way towards you. And if you think about hiding behind the columns or going off to the side, you get fucked, because the hitbox on this move doesn't make any sense. Why the hell would the wind damage you or even hit you through cover? I mean, the nonsensical interpretation of this move, and they want you to use the QTE. Anyone in their right mind would just think of getting out of the way of this move, not stand in the middle like this and just wait for a QTE that they likely don't know about on their first playthrough. What were they thinking when designing that? This is the worst possible way you would ever want to encourage people to do the QTE, because the way it's handled, where you have to stand in the middle of this path and do the QTE rather than actually have the QTE active at all times, even when you're off to the side. How could they mishandle that? It's just so nonsensical and so stupid and so amateurish for them to just immediately assume the average individual is going to stand in the middle of the arena and just do the QTE. And also, You see that debris right there, right by that wall at the very end, right where Sadler is? I think if you stand by that debris, Sadler is more inclined to do his long-range attacks, which is what you need, because his close-range attacks, unless you're standing in the correct spot to get around him correctly, or he's actually in a position where he's not going to immediately follow up with another close-range attack if you get around it correctly, they're almost impossible to avoid unless you parry, and you might as well parry him because the knife just doesn't have any other utility here, and the knife executions just don't feel like they do anything at all. So that's probably what the developers are expecting you to do, but what if you don't have a knife? What the hell do you do then? And with how long this encounter takes just trying to do it normally, or in this case without the merchant, I don't even know how long it takes with an upgraded sniper rifle, but why would you ever want to invest in weapon upgrades when you can just buy the rocket launcher and end the fight immediately? That just feels like the route the developers expect you to favor when you're doing this encounter. Just buy the rocket launcher and end the fight, and it won't even matter if you don't have weapon upgrades for the final encounter where you get the special rocket launcher, because you'll be spending more time running past the enemies and just using the explosives, and then when you get to the Visitors, they die very quickly from the TMP and the sniper rifle, and then the other enemies at a distance, they die instantly from headshots with the sniper rifle, and then you likely have flash grenades with you. So obviously, that just gives more validation to the idea that they don't want you to simply slot into weapon upgrades. They just want you to buy the rocket launcher. That just feels like the more practical route. Everything I am listing right here is all just confused mentalities with what they have done with Sadler. Everything here is just mixed messaging, and it only contributes to how confused the developers were when designing Sadler. There is no imagination here. There's nothing interesting you can do with shooting him before his attack connects with you, and he goes into a stun animation that exposes his weak spot, and then you can follow up with a really powerful knife execution. Nothing like that at all. It's just the same, oh, just shoot his weak spot when it exposes and get pitiful damage, just avoid his moves accordingly, try to keep your distance to avoid his stupid hitboxes and other bad attacks, because his close range attacks are pretty stupid. His long range attacks aren't so bad, aside from the phantom range. This is literally the same mentality that went into most of the bosses of Resident Evil 4 Remilk and Separate Ways Remilk. As for the poor designs and other dumb parts, these moments from my blind playthrough will suffice, and I even left a pinned comment on that part of the blind playthrough where I list the poor, unfinished, unpolished designs with Sadler, alongside moments of my commentary worth hearing. If you want to see all that, check it out, but otherwise, here is a segment of clips from that part of the blind playthrough. How the fuck did he hit me around that? Did he hit me through the geometry or around that? I can't tell. Wow, he hit me through the geometry somehow. Again, hitting me through the fucking geometry. Again! Every time he hits me through the fucking geometry. It's so predictable. Like I said, I know new Capcom like the back of my hand. I knew they were going to make Sadler a piece of shit fight. Look at them tracking me. That sounded so stupid with the way he said that. This is so fucking bad. This is so fucking brain dead. This is so repetitive, so unoriginal. It's like I've gone back to the 9th, and he somehow grabbed me with bullshit detection. Why does he have so much life? Some fucking showdown this is. Some penultimate showdown. Wow. Worst hitboxes I've ever seen in a fucking game. Hitting me through the fucking geometry. Sadler never had this absurd of life in the original Resident Evil 4. Never. Because he had common sense. But now it's just become so stale at this point. The novelty has just worn thin so fucking easily. Like, all they've done by increasing this guy's fucking life is show how dull this entire stupid fight is. And how dull this entire pre-alpha is. See that fucking bullshit with the hitbox? You are opening your fucking pre-alpha up to poor designs by increasing this guy's HP to this absurd of a proportion. This is a fucking rip-off of a DLC, guys. And how the fuck did he hit me? I was behind cover! And he somehow hit me again! That hitbox is so fucking broken! And what's with all the wind effects happening? What am I, in a fucking anime? Am I in a fantasy anime? I'm out of the way! Why the hell is it damaging me? How could the wind effects be damaging me? Again! How the fuck do you avoid that? That's so fucking broken. I don't understand what he is doing to damage me. That is so broken. That's really fucking broken. See that fucking garbage? You end up rolling into Sadler on accident when you do that quick time event and you can't get away. And I get grabbed again, somehow. That quick time event is so fucking broken. He's gonna immediately catch you when you're trying to get away from him. This AI is so fucking weird. Just like you threes. Look at him! He just dashes towards me and doesn't attack. Then as soon as I get behind him, he starts that stupid attack. How is he still alive? What does he have, like 1,000,000 health? What the fuck is this? Just like you three, why do they have such absurd HP? Do I have to stand right here to avoid this move? Oh, it's a quick time event. Are you fucking serious? It's a quick time event? That's so retarded! So the pre-alpha punishes you for not doing the quick time event with phantom fucking range? Are you serious? That's how I was meant to avoid that. So then why do you make it where you can go off to the side and not have to deal with the quick time event if you're then going to punish the player? Oh my god. No. I'm gonna use the rocket launcher. I can't do this anymore. I can't. I'm not gonna waste time upgrading my weapons. I'm gonna sell some stuff and just get on with this. I can't do this anymore with this broken piece of shit fight. It's too much fucking life. So fucking stale, repetitive. Nothing methodical going on. Nothing interesting with creative ways of stunning Sadler, because there's no stuns with them. What a fucking insulting fight. Every fucking boss in this DLC has been disgraceful. What an absolutely pathetic fight. Hits you through the fucking geometry, has too much fucking life, no stuns, so many awkward moments where you do that quick time event to avoid that jump attack of his, and he catches you with phantom range on that grab. Unbelievable. And then that stupid QTE move with his drill move. You were meant to do the QTE, and for some reason, even when you decide to get out of the way of that attack, you still get punished. How the fuck is the QTE meant to make a difference if he's hitting you with the wind effect somehow? What is this? You know it's this fucking broken if they're forcing you to do a QTE to avoid a move that's seemingly easy to avoid. And then they can't even program hitboxes properly, and he's hitting you through the fucking geometry! Sadler is yet another personification of this DLC's pre-alpha status, as there is no way any AAA development team could ship out a product that is this broken. I mean, Panta is still worse, but this is still such a mockery of the original Sadler fight from Separate Ways OG. You can't seriously defend this pre-alpha at this point when there are literally broken designs right in front of your eyes. This is absolutely appalling with its quality. Like I said before, use the rocket launcher against this guy. There is no reason to waste time with this. Moving on to quotes, Sadler tells Ada to behold the power of the holy body, which makes it seem like he used the amber to strengthen his dominant plaga. That would then imply that the amber is the holy body, but the file on transporting the amber gives the impression that the holy body is a collective consciousness, or that it was divided into different deposits of amber, and now each part of the holy body is acting like one individual organism. Chapter 15 seems to complement this point, as Sadler said that they are all connected through the holy body. However, in Chapter 14, Sadler told Leon and Ashley to prostrate themselves before the holy body, which made it seem like the giant amber crystal was the holy body. Or was he holding the amber when he confronted Leon and Ashley? And furthermore, Sadler claims to know that Ada seeks the power of the holy body, which again seems to imply that the holy body is the amber. But what does the amber have to do with Sadler's hive mind exactly? I mean, if the amber is truly the holy body, then does that mean it's the one that created the hive mind? That can't be, because when Sadler dies, the rest of the Illuminados start to die. Sadler's death triggering this cascading effect is independent of the amber, which makes it seem like the holy body is a collective consciousness. And furthermore, Sadler wasn't even aware of the amber's existence until Luiz happened to stumble upon it, and other files showed that Sadler's hive mind was still around even before the amber was discovered. But if this is the case, why does Sadler say in chapter 15 that they are all connected through the holy body, assuming the holy body is the amber? That makes no sense. And Krauser seems to refer to the amber as the holy body in a later file as well. I feel like I'm getting mixed signals with regards to what the holy body is, and I don't think New Capcom looked back at Resident Evil 4 Remilk properly with regards to its lore. It's similar to what I pointed out in my Shadows of Rose DLC retrospective, where New Capcom attributed affinity to the mutamycete rather than the Kadu, even though affinity has nothing to do with the mutamycete. Another quote from Sadler that's confusing is how he tells Ada that she may return to them one who has been lost. Who is he referring to? Is he referring to Ashley or Leon? And this quote is meant to indicate that Sadler plans to capture Ada and use her to lure them out. I have no idea. After incapacitating Sadler, Ada takes the amber and contacts Wesker, who then tells her that a helicopter pilot is coming to pick her up. After hanging up, Ada gives a passing remark to Leon, believing everything is fine on his end. Giving her back to Sadler, he uses the time to generate a different kind of tentacle through his outfit somehow, incapacitate Ada, then string her up to lure Leon out. After Ada got sneak attacked by Pasanta, you'd think she'd expect this kind of thing by now. This then leads into the intersection with chapter 16 of Resident Evil 4 Remilk. Getting to the loading docks, Leon and Ashley spot a hanging Ada. Leon goes to save her but tells Ashley to stay behind. It's quite funny how throughout this entire pre-alpha, Leon was willing to let Ashley be a hindrance and interfere with the combat sections with the enemies rather than leaving her in a safe place while he deals with the enemies. Yet in a manner out of character for Remilk Leon, he decides to leave her behind. It's just so silly thinking about it. Getting to where Ada is, Leon shoots the rope, causing Ada to fall a painful distance onto the hard floor below. Definitely the antithesis to OG, Leon using Krauser's knife to cut the rope and having Ada's fall be cushioned. You just have to wonder how Remilk Ada didn't break her legs or anything. Not that it would have mattered, because even with her legs intact, she's still a very sluggish character. Navisadors then swarm around Leon, allowing Sadler to appear out of nowhere and subdue Leon. Ada then uses her hookshot to kick Sadler and release Leon. And then this is where Leon and Ada opt to shoot Sadler directly, even though this has never worked before, and even after Ada found a discernible weakness within Sadler by shooting the eyeball in his mouth, she doesn't even try to tell Leon about this or shoot it herself. And you have to wonder why Sadler doesn't shoot the bullets back at them as a form of comic relief, similar to Leon saying knives are better for close encounters, yet he doesn't even go for his knife the first time he meets Krauser, which then allows Krauser to give a stupid lecture on how he taught Leon that. And isn't it strange how when Sadler fires those shots at you, it sounds like a gun, even though that makes no sense? At least in Separate Ways OG, his shooting had a distinctly different sound from gunshots. I have no idea how old Capcom made this distinction, yet not new Capcom. Having had enough of their constant rejections and blasphemous actions, Sadler exclaims out loud the only line I like from him. He then initiates his dominant Plaga mutation, which we don't see on full display compared to Resident Evil 4 OG, allowing us to see the transformation on full display. Why does he even need to transform? He was already so broken in his human form. Sadler then says they've forsaken the holy body and their chance to be one of the Illuminados, which again seems to offer mixed signals, because it's making it seem like the holy body is a collective consciousness rather than the amber. At this point, I told Sadler that he needs to learn when to shut up in my blind playthrough. We then see what Sadler's dominant Plaga mutation looks like, and it's so extreme. Why is he this massive? Yet again, this doesn't feel like the original Plaga. This feels like the result of Tricell's dominant Plaga. I don't understand New Capcom's obsession with making the mutations so extreme that they don't make any sense from a timeline perspective. And how is Sadler able to talk when he has a giant eyeball in his mouth? Sadler never spoke in Resident Evil 4 OG because it makes sense. And you have to deal with Sadler while he's busy rambling about religious garbage. Just like with Krauser, I turn off the voice volume and also the music. The music is nothing but noise, just like with G3 Birkin's noisy opera music in Resident Evil 2 Remilk. The music in Resident Evil 4 OG was perfectly befitting for a final showdown with Sadler, and such epic music was befitting for a well-designed encounter that had the right pace and a lot of creativity to it. And just like Salazar's theme, it felt like the music was designed around Leon's mindset and not Sadler's mindset. And having mentioned the creativity, there were various ways to stun Sadler in Resident Evil 4 OG. You could shoot his eyeballs once, you could use grenades, you could use explosive barrels, and you could use cranes that would launch debris into him. Sadler's fight was rewarding for those who took the time to save important resources like grenades. They didn't make Sadler such a damage sponge that saving up on so many resources would feel invalidated. Then we get into Remilk Sadler's encounter, and there is so much that is wrong. It's wrong to the point where I can't figure out what the developers actually intended for you to do to deal with Sadler. That's how unfinished and badly designed this encounter feels. I mean, for one thing, the design of Sadler's arena makes no sense. You have these separate platforms that require you to either climb up to them or drop down. Each of the platforms have a bit of length to them, which doesn't mean much since Sadler moves so much faster than you, his attacks have so much range, and he's able to jump so high. The tooltips mention that it's best to keep your distance from Sadler, but at a certain point in this arena, you'll reach a dead end on the eastern end of the arena that will then require you to raise a bridge that takes a long time to rise, and in that time, Sadler will have attacked you multiple times, and that bridge lowers after a certain amount of time. The impracticalities with going down this path are noticeable, and furthermore, Sadler will eventually gain the ability to destroy certain platforms, which makes the eastern and northern parts of this arena completely worthless. The eastern part of the arena will only be accessible by dropping down from above after Sadler destroys its corresponding platform, but what normal individual would ever drop down from above onto that area to then wait for the bridge to be raised? It makes no sense. And then with the northern end of the arena, if both platforms are destroyed, it is so impractical to stay there because Sadler has access to many sweeping attacks and long-range attacks, and he'll constantly make you flinch if he's jumping or if he's slamming his legs down. And this move where he destroys certain platforms is also very bullcrap because he takes camera control away from you. You're forced to watch him destroy the platforms, and you can kind of move while he's destroying them. However, you can't climb up or drop down from platforms properly since such actions require both Leon and the camera to be facing in the same direction, so Sadler can easily hit you in the process due to this delay. And if that wasn't bad enough, then the Vista doors can attack you during these moments. So I see new Capcom decided to repeat the same mistake old Capcom made, with enemies moving during the cutscenes during Excella's boss fight in Resident Evil 5, and those moments with enemies moving during the non-letterbox cutscenes in Resident Evil 6. Does new Capcom really need to forcefully pull the player's attention to these kinds of moments that it leads to poor designs like these? They must really think so little of their fan base's attention span, and in the process, they repeat these old mistakes from prior Resident Evil titles. But getting back on track, because the northern and eastern ends of this arena are effectively useless and the southern end offers too little space to be practical for use, you're left with only the western side as a viable space. This severely limits movement options, making the tooltip suggesting that it's best to keep your distance feel misleading. The arena design combined with Sadler's platform destruction move creates a disconnect in design philosophy, as if conflicting mentalities shaped how the fight should play out. And it's also impractical taking shots at Sadler's eyes from a distance because the only weapons that could ever allow shots to work well at a distance are the rifles, but Sadler sways a lot and can also jump or do other long-range attacks. It's far too cumbersome taking shots at a distance, so you'll end up wasting more ammo in the process. Now let's look at what it's like being close to Sadler. When you're close to him, trying to aim for Sadler's eyeballs is really awkward, and just like being at long range, destroying the eyeballs is more practical with high-powered weaponry like the assault rifle or magnum. The thing is, when Sadler's doing his attacks, it always varies when he decides to do his next attack, unless it's after a QTE horizontal slash or a slam. Attempting to readjust yourself after avoiding an attack in order to shoot his eyeballs is really awkward. By the way, can I just say how nonsensical it is that you can actually deflect his massive tentacles? Why can you deflect the tentacles yet not enemy grabs or other attacks? How can people want to mock the boulder punching scene from Resident Evil 5 when this is way more ridiculous? You don't see Leon in Resident Evil 6 parrying Simmons' stab attack on the quad tower connector. He actually dodges it before kicking Simmons while his guard is down. New Capcom logic never ceases to make me shake my head in confusion. It's like they knew how bad the movement is in Resident Evil 4 Remilk with avoiding certain attacks, so they opted for this deflection system. But who in their right mind is going to stand in front of Sadler and try to bait out his attacks or indulge in the deflect system in order to hit the eyeballs? There's no sense to that. There's no telling when Sadler chooses to do certain attacks, and the arena doesn't exactly provide a lot of room to just stand in front of him and avoid his attacks. And you also open yourself up to some confusing moments with the tracking on his attacks or some really bad hitboxes. In the latter case, Sadler has two different grab animations that are just as bad, if not worse, than the hit detection on the Navistador's grab. He can grab you way before his head makes contact with you. Sadler's AI can also be weird, as he'll sometimes stand still for no reason and not do anything, like his AI is bugged, which can confuse you with when he does certain attacks. And it's not like Sadler even needs to do attacks to hit you. In the cases where he jumps around the arena, there's no telling where he jumps, so he can coincidentally jump right on top of you and deal damage. He might as as well just jump on top of me every single time if the developers wanted to favor a very confused and awkward fight. All of this together makes being close to him an improper option for engaging him. So we have problems with being at long range, and we have problems with being at close range. It's all the result of very confused designs with the arena, with Sadler, and the inclusion of the Navistadors. The only other thing you can do is favor a middle ground option of using the platforms to your advantage. Obviously, because Sadler is forced to jump onto the same platform as you in order to attack unless he does an acid attack, there is no reason not to take advantage of this and make the encounter less awkward. And you take advantage of it by continuously going up and down platforms and looping Sadler's platform transition animation. It's like new Capcom is unintentionally encouraging the player to loop Sadler's transition animation because they know they've designed this encounter poorly. And you know what else is hilarious? There is a very easy exploit you can do that allows you to freeze Sadler. All you have to do is get Sadler onto this platform, then stand by this railing. It always freezes him because he can't seem to pinpoint your position, so it confuses his AI. When he's on the other end of this platform and you're standing by this railing, he'll start spazzing out and walking in place, unable to jump down onto the same level as you. That's why it's important he's on this end of the platform that you're at. And because he's frozen, you can hit his eyeballs easily. This won't work against the Navistadors, but at least you'll be able to dispatch them without Sadler doing any of his more annoying long-range attacks off camera. It's this kind of exploit that showcases how dense, retarded, and confused the developers were when designing the arena. What more do I need to point out to showcase how bad the arena designs are? But having spoken about the Navistadors, outside of Sadler summoning them, there are only two moments where they spawn, and where they spawn is always the same. The trigger for these spawns is dependent on Sadler's HP, and just like the Navistadors in Pasanta's encounter, they die in one hit from everything. However, the dozens of Navistadors that Sadler can spawn can be an absolute nuisance. You do not want to deal with them while Sadler is attacking. It really goes to show how pathetic Sadler is if he needs Navistadors to support them. Torres Mendes didn't need enemies to support him. Ramon Salazar didn't need enemies to support them. He instead needed endless amounts of pustules to support them. And Jack Krauser didn't need any enemies to support them. And they were all superior species Plaga users, which is a Plaga lower in hierarchy compared to the dominant Plaga. How emasculating that must be for Sadler. But back to this summoning move, the good thing about it is just like with Urias from Resident Evil Village when he was trying to summon Lycans, if you use a flash grenade on Sadler before he starts his summoning move, you will stun him and prevent him from summoning Navistadors. Also, as an added side effect, which may or may not be intentional, you will prevent Sadler from having 4 eyeballs and having his entire movement change. And to talk about the altered movement style for Sadler, I believe the 2 eyeballs on his front legs get a big increase in their HP, while the eyeballs on the back legs take far fewer shots to destroy. That being said, Sadler's increased flailing motions can make shooting the eyeballs a nuisance, which yet again provides more of an incentive to loop his platform transition animation, as he's not flailing around while he's in the startup frames and recovery frames of the animation. Honestly, you spend more time getting knocked over by Sadler or getting stunned due to dumb things, rather than actually taking damage, like when he's constantly knocking you over while you're in the middle of the mantle animation. And Sadler doesn't even need to touch you with his legs to knock you over or stun you. The only other time you can get damaged or outright killed out of nowhere is when he's doing his vertical acid stream, and you randomly get hit even though you're doing the same action to avoid it, which is to run to the right. That move is completely broken, just like with U3's acid sacks. This is such a bare bones, stripped down, and downright insulting reimagining of Sadler's encounter from Resident Evil 4 OG. All you're doing is mindlessly shooting weak spots, which is literally the same thing you've been doing for many of the bosses in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. There's no interesting way to stun Sadler. Explosives do nothing against him. His AI is so dense. His attacks are badly designed. He needs enemies to support him. There's all sorts of confusion with the arena designs. Tell me again how this pre-alpha has such a diverse assortment of bosses? Give me a break, guys. It's about as diverse as the flat quality of the platforms you're standing on when you're doing Sadler's encounter. Resident Evil 4 OG's platforms in Sadler's boss fight weren't just boring flat surfaces. They were made out of different materials. They had different pattern floors. There was stuff scattered around on the floor, etc. Whereas the platforms in Resident Evil 4 Remilk are so empty and have no real differentiation in their artistic quality. I never thought the floor of a boss arena could present analogies that elucidate the sheer difference in quality between Sadler's boss fights in Resident Evil 4 OG and in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. Sadler in Resident Evil 4 Remilk has to be the worst final boss of a mainline Resident Evil title I have ever seen. Just use the rocket launcher against him. Do not pay any respect to this travesty of a boss fight. And just when you thought it couldn't get worse, once Leon critically injures Sadler and he falls off, he ends up mutating further somehow, even though we only ever saw this with Mendes when he was bisected, and when Krauser got further mutations off camera somehow, without needing Leon to injure him further. Where is Sadler's mutation coming from? Why didn't he just unleash his full transformation on Leon if he could mutate further? I don't get it. But once Leon gets back on the platform, we get this universally bonkers mutation with Sadler that belongs in a fantasy game. This has to be the stupidest mutation I have ever seen in a Resident Evil title by far. And people want to criticize the mutations in Resident Evil 6, yet they at least took the time to provide background on such mutations and on the inner workings of the family and Neo Umbrella. And then when factoring in the mutations we saw in Resident Evil 2 OG and Resident Evil Code Veronica X, since the C virus was made by a combination of the G virus and a stronger strain of the T Veronica virus, you could understand how such mutations in Resident Evil 6 were made possible. And given that Resident Evil 6 had a virus as the primary vector instead of a parasite, the possibilities for more extreme mutations were high. But not even Simmons' mutation, where he mutated into that amalgamation of multiple insect species, could ever compare to this. And what's with the presentation? You have these massive tentacles surrounding Sadler while he's inside some kind of organic shell, which is the kind of thing you'd see with embryos or babies. This whole act of tentacles surrounding something is so on the nose with its fantasy presentation. What the hell is this doing in a Resident Evil title? And this massive mutation all came from one individual? That makes no sense. Did Ample-san completely forget how Excella was presented in Resident Evil 5, a game that he directed? We saw the size of the Ouroboros BOWs whenever one person was host to the Ouroboros virus. And then with Excella, when she was infected with the Ouroboros virus, the virus also absorbed the corpses of those Kijuju citizens, which is why she's massive and why she had to be taken out with a satellite laser. That has far more common sense than whatever the hell they've done here, with having only one individual grow to this size just because he has the dominant Plaga. How on earth can the Plaga ever mutate to this extreme, or even mutate in such a way that it mirrors fantasy iconography? And how does Sadler even get his body back when all that remained of his human self was just his face? This is fantasy garbage up the ass! Are we in the realm of consciousness from the Shadows of Rose DLC? Because I would expect this kind of stuff in the realm of consciousness, not in the grounded biological horror universe of Resident Evil that has done so much with its universe to make it feel like our universe with its intricate detailing of events, almost like the kind of events we've seen throughout the series could possibly happen in our universe. They just took creative liberties with designing Sadler's mutation, and it just shatters any trace amounts of story or lore integrity. This is where you have to wonder if the creative director was even affiliated with a Resident Evil title. This mutation belongs in some other title or some other terrible series like Silent Hill. This is so insulting to any true Resident Evil player. What an absolute disgrace. And it's so stupid how despite the absurdities of this mutation, Leon still insists on cracking another one of his soulless jokes, like it's natural for him to be witnessing these kinds of fantasy mutations. Leon's mindset really mirrors new Capcom's bizarre mindset. Seeing as how we need the special rocket launcher to finish off Sadler, I'm going to talk about Ada's run for the special rocket launcher. After being separated from Leon, Ada seeks a way to help him. She also remembers that it won't be long before Wesker's bombs start popping off, which is such a weird word choice. Why would she say popping off? Who uses that kind of word choice when talking about bombs going off? It sounds as old-fashioned as having Ada saying drat out of nowhere. We also find a file titled Last Line of Defenses, which mentions Krauser setting up a group of rocket launcher Ganados to halt Leon's progress if he bypasses him. It's funny because the only reason Leon bypassed that area was because Sadler chose to let him live for some stupid reason. He also mentions the custom red warheads, which he used not only to improve their defensive capabilities against Leon, but also to protect the Holy Body from the group Luiz made contact with. Yet again, we have another instance of the Holy Body seemingly referring to the Amber and not a collective consciousness. Lots of flip-flopping like that. And why were these custom warheads never seen being used against Leon if Krauser mentioned this was one of the reasons he was using the custom red warheads? And why does he say then again even with them? What's the point of this remark? I have no idea. Ada then makes a run for the special rocket launcher. Getting past these enemies is easy with weapons like the sniper rifle, TMP, blast crossbow, and flash grenades. That being said, I feel no sense of urgency or energy for this sequence compared to Separate Ways OG sequence, and it's dumb that this running sequence is slowed down by moments where you have to shoot tentacles that are in your way. By the way, in the middle of this chase sequence, we're able to read up on this file that details how Krauser came by these special warheads. It's so stupid how we're doing this in the middle of a time sequence. It's not only jarring, but it also validates the idea of there being a lack of energy in this entire sequence. But talking about this file, it feels like it was written by a child. The writer seems to know Krauser, as he refers to him as Major Krauser and says it's an honor to supply him. The fact that this author recognized Krauser seems to validate the idea that Krauser never faked his death after Operation Javier. He then describes features of the red warheads and even childishly uses the term overpowered. He then says they're in no position to ask how he'll use these weapons, and that there is no target that would require this immense destructive power, which is odd because he just cited tanks, pillboxes, and battleships as targets that would require the warheads. He then addresses himself as Newman Arms Corporation. I'm honestly surprised these rocket launchers weren't an Umbrella product if new Capcom is trying to haphazardly link Umbrella to the Illuminados. I mean, in Resident Evil 3 Remake, Jill utilized what appeared to be a railgun or a plasma rifle, which was clearly an Umbrella creation. If Luiz was somehow able to loot large pieces of equipment from the Umbrella labs and the Illuminados were able to make a laser grid, then new Capcom could have honestly had Umbrella develop these special warheads. But instead, they settled upon some random corporation that literally feels like the name of a fan-made corporation. Honestly, this whole file with its childish attitude and information feels on par with Occam's Razor, where it amounts to nothing in the end, and the details provided really don't match the specificity of previous lore files in the prior Resident Evil titles. So why it was included and why its place in the time sequence are beyond me. Ada then comes face to face with Ashley and stops her running even though she said she needed to hurry. Ashley then tells her that Leon needs help. It's so redundant for her to say that. It's like with Leon telling Claire in Resident Evil 2 Remilk that she needs to escape from the lab, even though she could already deduce by herself that she had to do that since the self-destruct sequence was activated. And do I need to be reminded again that Ada needs to be told by someone else to help Leon because she seemingly can't be bothered to care otherwise? It's so stupid. What a dumb choice for a pace change. Ada throws the special rocket launcher at Leon, allowing him to break through the organic shell, encasing Sadler. And then comes this stupid part. Leon is somehow able to super jump all the way to Sadler in one go. People want to criticize the boulder punching scene from Resident Evil 5, yet they don't criticize this moment. You don't see Leon super jumping onto Simmons' legs in Resident Evil 6. He had to use his acrobatics to climb Simmons' legs once he spotted an opening in order to place an incendiary grenade into the joints. But I guess new Capcom couldn't bother having it make more sense. Leon then blocks Sadler's attack with his staff, which somehow remained intact after all this fantasy garbage nonsense with the mutations. Stealing his staff, Leon says, "I'll give you a holy body," which is such a badly constructed one-liner. This is a very bland quote from a character that is supposed to have a lot more prowess in the delivery of his one-liners. This line lacks any kind of sophistication and wit and feels like it's coming from someone who has never engaged in banter. For a spur-of-the-moment quote, he could do so much better. It's like he wanted to come up with something better, but he couldn't, so in his desperation, he pulled up a very basic formula of "I'll give you a blank," which is a lame comeback for someone like Leon. And the voice actor also undersells this line too. At least OG Leon didn't say any dumb one-liners when he finished off Sadler compared to Remilk Leon. Leon then stabs Sadler in his weak spot, and this is enough to kill him somehow, so it wasn't even the special rocket launcher that killed Sadler in the end. What, was Sadler healing himself inside that organic shell, and that's why he was vulnerable to a single stab from his staff, compared to earlier where you were shooting his eyeballs a lot? I have no idea. A breakdown in the tentacles starts to happen, and Leon is launched backwards by one of them. The staff also shatters upon contact with the ground, and out comes the amber, so apparently, the amber was inside the staff the entire time. Did it somehow strengthen his dominant plaga to create this fantasy mutation? I don't understand how it could stimulate further growth in the plagas or even stimulate them to this extreme. It makes no sense. And unfortunately, another nonsensical scene is about to play out. Ada then walks up to Leon and grabs the amber. Instead of trying to stop her, Leon asks what she's doing, to which Ada says it's nothing personal as she had an arrangement with Luiz, and she'll take good care of the amber. And then, in a manner just like back in Chapter 8, Leon does nothing to stop Ada from leaving with the amber. Once again, Remilk Leon is the worst version of Leon by far, and possibly the stupidest character ever in the entire Resident Evil series. After going through the fantasy garbage with the Hive Mind, seeing the potential destructibility of the plaga, and seeing this fantastical mutation with Sadler's dominant plaga, he really thinks that giving the amber to a hostile organization is fine? He's just asking for another incident worse than Raccoon City to occur. And for someone that new Capcom claimed was traumatized by the Raccoon City incident, he's pretty casual just letting Ada leave with the amber. He can't seriously be that naive in letting Ada go simply because she randomly contacted him about Ashley multiple times, informed him about the lab to remove their plagas, and threw him the special rocket launcher. In Resident Evil 2 Remilk, even though Ada took the time to save Leon from a Cerberus and Mr. X in two separate situations, Leon still drew his gun on Ada after realizing she lied about being an FBI agent and that she was going to obtain the G-Virus for the organization she was working for. Now, all of a sudden, Leon's IQ has dropped significantly and he's not maintaining the same mindset he had back in Resident Evil 2 Remilk. Once again, I have to call out the atrocious writing of this pre-alpha. Ada then offers a ride ride to Leon, which makes no sense because the helicopter pilot should be aware that Leon is an enemy. And having Ada offer a ride to Leon makes it seem like she's expecting Leon to be on his best behavior while in the helicopter. It's almost like Leon and Ada completely forget that they're supposed to be enemies working for two different organizations. This is such a flat interpretation of the character dynamics, and it makes Ada seem like a hero when she is supposed to have an ambiguous moral compass like in the canon timeline. She's supposed to be juggling two different mindsets, as I've discussed before. New Capcom is just making a joke out of the character dynamics, and speaking of jokes, Leon then says that this is where they'll both go their separate ways, which is clearly meant to be alluding to the release of Separate Ways Remilk, as it's too coincidental for it to be otherwise. And again, he's letting Ada leave with the Amber and wasting time talking with her rather than trying to stop her. In fact, Wesker's bombs are active right now. If Ada is so concerned about Leon, why does she waste time talking with him and slowing things down if Wesker's explosives are active right now? Once again, Separate Ways Remilk's developers display absolutely no knowledge of how the screenplay of Resident Evil 4 Remilk was before designing the screenplay of Separate Ways Remilk. An explosion then happens behind Leon, prompting Ada to tell him to get a move on and throw the keys to the jet ski. And where did Ada actually get the bear keychain from? We didn't see the keychain on the keys when Ada was holding them at the start of Chapter 7, so where did she get it from? Next thing you know, New Capcom will say, oh, she got it from the merchant. Ada then leaves and Ashley calls out to Leon. She asks him where she's going and all Leon says is, who knows? Ashley then tries to continue the conversation on Ada before another explosion happens. It's so funny how Ashley is more interested in what Ada is doing than Leon. That really says a lot about the butchered character dynamics. Leon knows that the island is going to blow up, so they start to make a run for it, and it's funny how the island is the only area that gets blown up. I get that it's where a majority of the Illuminados' Plaga research is conducted, but the castle had the black liquid and also Isithro's research too. That should still be an issue, but apparently not in Wesker's eyes. This entire scene is done so poorly. Let's talk about Resident Evil 4 OG's version of this scene. After Leon finishes off Sadler with the special rocket launcher, he picks up the dominant species Plaga sample. Ada then holds Leon at gunpoint and apologizes before demanding the sample. Leon then tries to appeal to Ada by reminding her that she's seen what the dominant Plaga is capable of. After getting the sample from Leon, Ada continues to draw her gun on him to give herself some space to run and to stop Leon from surprise attacking her. When Leon is distracted by the sound of a helicopter, Ada runs and jumps into the helicopter. I believe this helicopter pilot works for the section of the rival company that does not serve Wesker. Ada then slyly reassures Leon that she'll take good care of the sample as a response to Leon's comment. Leon calls out to her in anger, which makes far more sense than whatever dunderhead Leon was doing in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. And obviously, since they're enemies and Wesker is also Leon's enemy, there isn't a stupid moment where Ada offers a ride. Not responding to his anger, she tells him to get off the island before activating the explosives to destroy the Illuminados' stronghold and research, which doesn't surprise Leon. This is precisely why Ada was taking it slowly with Leon when getting him to give up the sample, since the explosives hadn't activated yet. She then throws the keys at him and leaves, and we aren't left wondering where Ada got a jet ski from or where she got the keychain from. Leon then immediately runs with Ashley to escape the island. This entire scene doesn't present anything puzzling, and Leon and Ada don't act out of character like how they do in Resident Evil 4 Remilk. I seriously don't understand how New Capcom could screw up a reimagining of a simple scene. That's all there is to say with this comparison, but before I continue on, I do want to note that maybe by having the Illuminados' research destroyed and having access to the dominant Plaga only be through one organization, the Plaga's value for sale would likely increase, which would relate to one of the potential ways Wesker made money to navigate the red tape and cover the legal expenses to finance the ongoing reorganization of Umbrella into Blue Umbrella once he took control of the rival organization. This would also set the stage for Wesker's followers within the rival organization to ascend as the new chief executives of Blue Umbrella, following his presumed death in August of 2006 and the approval of the Chapter 11 plan. This could also tie into how Ricardo Irving attempted to sell the Type 2 and dominant Plagas on the black market. It's an interesting perspective to consider. But back to Resident Evil 4 Remilk, as Leon and Ashley are running, they see a whole bunch of Ganados having seizures and vomiting up black liquid, since Sadler's death triggered a cascading effect across all the Plagas thanks to the Hive mind. That is just so hard to believe, and has this kind of event ever happened before? If the dominant Plaga is a naturally occurring Plaga instead of an artificial one, and the Illuminados have attacked the Salazar family many times before, then that must mean there were multiple dominant Plagas, but you're telling me that even though these dominant Plagas were likely killed off, as we don't see any other dominant Plagas, the rest of the Plagas have never died off? That makes no sense. In Resident Evil 7, when Evelyn died, the surrounding E-type Eudomycete didn't just crystallize or get rendered inert, it actually spread out further across the swamplands of Dalvey possibly Louisiana, since Evelyn was keeping most of it around the Baker estate, which is why there were large accumulations of the E-type mutamycete, like what we saw in the End of Zoe DLC, and the molded were still around after Evelyn's death. How could the plagas in this Remilk timeline work so differently with this cascading effect? And you can't even say that there were dormant dominant plagas, because if the amber could elicit some kind of influence while in a state of suspended animation, then that would mean any other dormant dominant plaga could prevent this cascading effect, or even manipulate other plagas as well, but that clearly doesn't happen. And also, does this mean that any ganados likely operating outside of Spain are also experiencing this cascading effect? Given the range of Sadler's hive mind and how there seems to be no limit to it, especially when Sadler induced hallucinations in Leon while he was still at the island, this is a question worth raising. This is yet again another stupid plot hole created by new Capcom's fantasy reimagining of the plagas. And furthermore, assuming the Navistadors weren't injected with the plaga and were only the result of the black liquid, does that mean they're still alive even after Sadler dies? And here's another thing that clearly indicates this Remilk is non-canon. In the canon timeline, during the events of Resident Evil Umbrella Corps, the village area and possibly the castle area were sealed within a quarantine zone, since there were still plagas within the area. If Sadler's death triggered a cascading effect across the plagas, then that would eliminate the need for a quarantine area. The only thing I can think of that would warrant the use of a quarantine area is the black liquid contaminating plants and animals, leading to their eventual death. And I say deaths instead of mutations, since the black liquid caused those who ingested it to experience madness and eventual death, whereas with the Navistadors, the babies in the wombs likely adapted to the black liquid while also having their genes spliced with insect DNA. The black liquid itself doesn't seem capable of inducing mutations unless it's directly interacting with the plaga, mainly the superior species plaga. So I see new Capcom once again has no understanding of their own lore. Leon and Ashley get on the jet ski, and for some reason Leon decides to talk like Luiz and jest if Ashley likes thrill rides rather than telling her to hang on like in Resident Evil 4 OG. He doesn't sound concerned whatsoever, and what's with this sudden callback to Luiz with this thrill rides quote? It makes it sound even more stupid, especially when Luiz died in chapter 11. We then begin the sequence, and it isn't so bad, though the hit detection between the geometry and the jet ski can be really bad, as even when it looks like you're not touching the walls or certain objects, you'll take damage. And in the VR mode, this sequence is a travesty, because just like with Resident Evil 4 VR on the Oculus Quest 2, the pre-alpha has difficulty registering if you're grabbing the handles. Even when you do grab the handles, it also struggles to recognize if you're turning your hands, so there can be times where you don't turn and other times where you turn too much. There are also times where Leon will just let go of the handles even though you're holding the grab buttons on your controllers. I don't understand why there aren't hybrid options for this sequence, like being able to use the thumbsticks on the VR controllers to turn the jet ski instead of grabbing the handles. And when you're having to decelerate in order to not be screwed by the poor detection on turning, you're running the clock down faster, as professional difficulty gives you less time to get the jet ski section done. The QA department was asleep when playtesting this sequence. And by the way, did Ada really pass through this entire cave system to get to the underground passage? Because Leon's doing all these high drops that Ada can't possibly scale when going the other direction. Or did she take a different path? If it's the latter, how come Leon wasn't able to find it? That's yet another form of disconnection between Resident Evil 4 Remilk and Separate Ways Remilk. Leon and Ashley escape the island and witness 50% of it blowing up. Leon acknowledges that the mission is accomplished, yet he doesn't worry about the village or the castle area and any potential research or black liquid that may be uncovered. Ashley then tries to flirt with Leon by having him accept her offer of having him assigned to her security detail, and Leon declines, telling her she doesn't need him and that she proves she can handle herself. I just have to shake my head at this comment. What exactly did she do? All she did throughout this entire pre-alpha was be a baby, and I had to babysit her with her crappy AI, getting grabbed all the time and getting in the way of combat. The only thing she did was control that wrecking ball and got Leon into the special radiation device. Anyone could have controlled that wrecking ball, and I still had to protect her while she was using it. She did nothing else that was significant or conducive to her learning how to deal with the enemies. She didn't even learn how to fire guns or anything. All she did was throw blue flames at those armaduras in that one sequence, but she didn't even know initially that the blue flames did anything against them. Is Leon really that deluded in believing that Ashley proved herself? You know a better example of a civilian proving herself? Moira Burton from Resident Evil Revelations 2. Moira had to survive for almost 6 months alongside Yevgeny after Claire was able to escape the island in a critically injured state. Moira had to take what she observed watching Claire deal with the enemies alongside observing Yevgeny's own skills in order to learn how to fire guns, hunt for food, and deal with enemies. That's how you prove yourself in the context of a dangerous situation, not like what Ashley did throughout this entire pre-alpha. And so much for her bringing up the possibility of being an agent to protect the US from any threats back in chapter 14. Leon didn't even consider that when he decided to decline Ashley's offer because he clearly wasn't taking it seriously at the time. And speaking of not taking something seriously, he then tells Ashley that she could use a lesson in knife safety relating back to Sadler controlling her in Chapter 7. Why would he bring up that moment out of nowhere? That is so insensitive of him and speaks to his cavalier attitude again. If he wanted to be more insensitive, he should have just brought up that moment in Chapter 14 where Ashley was being controlled by Sadler and under emotional duress, and then said that she needed a lesson in gun safety as it was more recent. This is yet another example of terrible writing, and I'm just surprised Ashley doesn't bring up Ada again, seeing as how she was more interested in Ada than Leon was. At least in Resident Evil 4 OG, Ashley wasn't surprised when Leon declined her offer because she sensed some kind of connection between Leon and Ada, which is why she then asks Leon who Ada is, to which Leon tells her in a subtle manner that she's like a part of himself he can't let go of, which complements the complex relationship between Leon and Ada that I've already discussed before. That feels far more meaningful than whatever new Capcom tried to do with this moment between Leon and Ashley. And just when you thought there couldn't be more pointless additions, as Leon and Ashley are riding off into the distance, Hunnigan is then heard screaming into the comms, completely losing her composure and acting immature and out of character as she's asking for Leon to respond. Why would they have her do this? How long had she been screaming into the comms? Why would they choose to have this be the last set of words you hear before concluding Leon's arc? This is so cringe, and it really speaks to Resident Evil 4 Remilk's complete humiliation and lack of respect for its characters. It then cuts to Ada storing the amber before contacting Wesker and telling him she's obtained the amber. We then see Wesker looking at a monitor which actually has images from the canon timeline of Resident Evil for some reason. You can see the photo of Spencer and his colleagues from Resident Evil Village, Excella and the Sinentropa flowers that had the progenitor virus from Resident Evil 5, and what looks like Chris in his winter gear in Resident Evil Revelations, which makes no sense because the events of Resident Evil Revelations take place 1 year after the events of Resident Evil 4 OG. Because of this, along with the uncertainty about why Wesker would be viewing Spencer's image when he's already planning Ouroboros, and the ambiguity regarding whether Wesker knows about Miranda, I believe these images serve as Easter eggs rather than anything diegetic. Ada then decides to have a crisis of conscience moment out of nowhere, which doesn't build off of what Ada went through in Separate Ways Remilk properly, and asks Wesker what he plans to do with the amber. Wesker then says that he does not pay Ada to ask questions, which would again imply that the rival organization is not here, and it's just Wesker's organization now, since if the rival organization was around, they'd be paying her, not Wesker. Wesker then decides out of nowhere to disclose his plans to Ada about a new dawn breaking, and that 100 will give their lives so that just one may live. He is expediting this change. After continually telling Ada that she is incompetent, telling her she's becoming a liability, telling her that she continues to disappoint him, saving her life, and even threatening to shoot her, he's still going to go out of his way to spill the beans regarding his plans for Ouroboros, assuming the amber is now involved even though the amber and Ouroboros are two separate vectors. What is wrong with him? Why is Wesker so stupid? Why would he risk putting his plan in jeopardy to tell her this? This recontextualization provided by Separate Ways Remilk only makes this scene even more pants on the head stupid in its execution. Ada estimates that there would be millions of casualties before Wesker once again lets his megalomaniac mindset go to his head and corrects her estimate by saying billions. I'm surprised Ada would even care, given that she wasn't exactly fazed by all the BOW she was encountering in Raccoon City, and didn't even ponder what would be done with the G-Virus, unlike in the canon timeline where she does ponder this question. I don't see how Luiz's words and actions could have possibly gotten through to her. She didn't exactly care that Leon was in danger until Luiz and Ashley had to tell her to care. This is such bad writing on so many levels. Ada then decides to betray Wesker and forces the helicopter pilot to change their course, presumably so that she can go underground and maybe give the amber to some other organization for her own benefit, as she doesn't even try to destroy the amber after making her choice. She also spots Leon and Ashley on the jet ski and doesn't say anything as she flies away, and this concludes her arc. There's absolutely no form of growth with Ada's character, and she had to act out of character to give the illusion of growth. There is no payoff here in the end. This is such a ripoff in terms of meaningful character interactions. It then cuts to Wesker's perspective, where he's made aware of Ada's betrayal and then told by a Russian soldier that the explosions failed to detonate simultaneously, and that the calculated destruction of the island is well below 50% of the estimates. I question if the choice to have a Russian soldier was meant to be an homage to the canon timeline with Resident Evil The Umbrella Chronicles, with the use of Russian characters who work for Umbrella like Sergei Vladimir, and the fact that Umbrella's Caucasus laboratory being shut down in 2003 was one of the main contributors to Umbrella's downfall. It just seems coincidental otherwise. Maybe these soldiers that work for Wesker are former Umbrella soldiers in the Remilk timeline, or for all we know, this Russian soldier is supposed to be Nikolai, since in Resident Evil 3 Remake, for some reason, Nikolai's background was changed so that he's seemingly working for the same rival organization organization that Wesker works for. Based on the suspicious contract memo, it's all speculative and probably not relevant, but I'm surprised Wesker doesn't try to do anything further with blowing up the island. I guess those were the only explosives he had, and he probably believes the US government will be conducting some kind of cleanup operation after Leon and Ashley return, so there's no time to blow up the island further. Wesker then feels amused by Ada's actions and wonders what to do with her, and his attitude and the way he says this line don't sound like something the real Albert Wesker would say. He's then told that Ada's chopper is in range to be taken out, but he belays the order, saying her little act of defiance changes nothing as they have all they need, which is the superior species plaga from Krauser's body. I mean, the superior species plaga isn't exactly like the dominant plaga or the amber, it's just a better version of the subordinate plaga. Why would that be all he needs, unless Krauser's superior species plaga being enhanced by the amber has some relevance to Wesker's plans? And what relevance would the superior species plaga have towards Wesker's goal for the destruction of the world? Like I said, the only thing the superior species plaga seems good for is just the creation of an army that would allow Wesker to have loyal soldiers willing to help him, but even then, without a dominant plaga or the amber, how would he command those that would be infected by the superior species plaga? Would he train them to somehow take orders from him without needing those higher plagas, much like what Irving did in Resident Evil 5 with training Type 2 plaga hosts to follow the commands of those who don't have a dominant plaga in order to make the Type 2 plagas more marketable as BOWs and not have controllers risk exposure to the dominant plaga? I don't think new Capcom is even planning on thinking that far ahead with their future lore. If they're going to neglect the importance of Manuela's T. Veronica virus and the creation of the C virus in Resident Evil 6 by deliberately changing the events of Operation Javier to not involve BOWs, then I imagine a similar mindset would be applied to Wesker's use of the superior species plaga in this Remilk timeline. Telling his men to continue as planned, Wesker says probably the only decent line that feels more complimentary to his character.
Soon, the sun will set on the age of man.
This line from Wesker is clearly meant to be a setup for Resident Evil 5 Remilk, but it wouldn't surprise me if they just dropped the idea for a sequel, like with how they introduced that letter from Chris in Resident Evil 2 Remilk. That was clearly meant to be a setup for Resident Evil Code Veronica X Remilk, but they just never made that Remilk in the end. They don't even try to set up Tricell in this final cutscene, and we can't even say that the photo of Excella on Wesker's monitor is genuine or just an Easter egg. And knowing new Capcom and the new baseline level of incompetency they have established with Resident Evil 4 Remilk, I just know that Resident Evil 5 Remilk is going to be even worse in the story, characters, and gameplay sides of things. And this concludes this entire pre-alpha, a product that fake Resident Evil players call a faithful reimagining of Resident Evil 4 OG. The only thing faithful about this Remilk is how faithfully it butchers so much of what made Resident Evil 4 OG great, thanks to new Capcom's lack of care and haphazard approach to this Remilk. There may be some small things that it does better than Resident Evil 4 OG, but they're so insignificant they don't salvage enough to make Resident Evil 4 Remilk comparable to the original's quality. While I have been able to tolerate Resident Evil 4 Remilk and find some enjoyment in certain parts the more I've played it, that still doesn't change the fact that Resident Evil 4 Remilk is the worst mainline Resident Evil title ever that excels at only one thing: milking fan nostalgia. Everything else is just a mess. The story is so shoddily put together that it feels like it was constructed over only a few hours, completely going against new Capcom's promise for improved storytelling and shedding light on new Capcom's lack of understanding with their own lore. The number of throwaway lore points is far too numerous. The tonal inconsistencies throw me so much that it makes this Remilk feel more cartoonish and less serious than the original. The characters are not only ruined, humiliated, and rendered flat in both their presentation and interactions, but they also feel like hollow mouthpieces reduced to spouting stupid jokes, dumb quotes, and poorly delivered lines. The fantasy garbage and extreme mutations interfere with the more grounded sci-fi nature of Resident Evil and completely violate the lore of other relevant Resident Evil media. The lack of mechanical polish and properly playtested designs are so noticeable in many areas of this pre-alpha that it often leads you to favor repetitive gameplay or game the system to bypass many of the poor designs in sections or boss fights, and so much more. I am insulted as a true Resident Evil player by what new Capcom has delivered with this butchered version of Resident Evil 4. Assuming this retrospective has attracted a large amount of viewers, I just want to say that doing this incredibly detailed retrospective has allowed me to better appreciate the other Resident Evil games, get immersed in the most detailed game universe ever, gain new understandings of the lore, and further improve my perspectives. No matter how bad Resident Evil 4 Remilk is, my love for Resident Evil as a series hasn't waned. No matter what happens, the chance to play a new Resident Evil title is always so rejuvenating. Resident Evil will always be the most important series in gaming history. It's still the best best AAA series that does not embrace the same trendy and oversaturated genres we've seen permeating the games industry, like live services, RPGs, Souls clones, Call of Duties, basic online experiences, etc. Hell, I don't even want to call such genres games anymore. I see them more as services than actual games with depth. That's why even though there are worser experiences than Resident Evil 4 Remilk, I don't count them since they don't fall under the category of games in my mind. Very rarely is there ever another game or series that resonates with me. And believe me, it's hard to appreciate most things in the games industry nowadays, which is one of the reasons why I keep coming back to Resident Evil 4 Remilk and the other Resident Evil games. I look forward to doing more retrospectives in the future, assuming other tedious factors in my life don't get in the way, and awaiting the next Resident Evil title when it releases. For all I know, I may end up liking this pre-alpha more later on. With all that said, I hope you've gained a greater understanding of why Resident Evil is a better series than you previously thought, and why Resident Evil 4 Remilk was such a disappointment. Thank you all very much for watching, and as always, you take care now.